transported to the Douluo continent, yet betrayed by the system. In a neighboring village of Holy Soul Village, there resides a boy named Susi with long, purplish-black hair, possessing an androgynous charm akin to that of a girl. 6 years ago, a system erroneously bound itself to him, leaving behind a cryptic statement. Both his talent and martial soul are of the highest caliber, before vanishing without a trace. He became an orphan, taken in by the village chief, Wang Fuge, and grew up on the kindness of others. At the tender age of 4, he expressed a desire for independence, prompting the villagers to construct a small bamboo hut for him. What was intended to be a peaceful existence quickly turned chaotic, as he was incessantly pursued by the village chief's granddaughter, Wang Area. "Brother, I brought you a new outfit," Area exclaimed upon entering, revealing a purplish-black dress. Su Xianhua felt overwhelmed. "Area, could you possibly buy me men's clothing?" "Not a chance," Area responded playfully, immediately attempting to drape the dress over him. "Just obediently comply with my wishes. Help me." Fortunately, the village chief arrived just in time. "In a month, the spirit hall will come to awaken your martial souls. You both should prepare yourselves." Su Xianyu's eyes brightened finally. The moment had come. The system had proclaimed his martial soul to be exceptional. But what exactly would it be? As soon as the chief departed, Area pounced again. "Brother, grandfather has left, Stay back. I'm going fishing," Su Xianhua exclaimed, grabbing his fishing rod and fleeing. By the riverside, Su Xianhua cast his line, his heart racing with anticipation. Could he awaken his martial soul in a month and rival Tang San? What could that top-tier martial soul be? Would it surpass the blue silver grass or rival the Haotian hammer? Area's persistent purchases of women's clothing. Could his martial soul be something extraordinary? Suddenly, his fishing rod plunged dramatically. With a vigorous pull, he sensed a struggle beneath the surface, something quite powerful indeed. Could there be a soul beast lurking in these waters? What would he reel in? Might it be connected to his martial soul? As the month approached for the awakening of his martial soul, would Su Xianhua truly unveil a top-tier martial soul? Could he fend off Area's relentless assault of feminine attire? If he were to awaken a martial soul that required him to don women's garments, that would be utterly absurd. Su Xianhua affixed some scraps of meat to his hook, idly fishing while glancing occasionally toward the direction of Holy Soul Village. Alas, if only there weren't a mountain in between. I could consult Tang San regarding the timelines. Suddenly, a wild boar crashed into a tree, dazed and bearing several wounds. Su Xianhua chuckled. "A gift delivered right to my doorstep. How can I refuse?" He effortlessly dragged the 200-pound boar away. Such strength was far from that of a mere child. "Wait a moment," a boy suddenly called out, pointing at the boar. "It's rather inconsiderate to take someone else's possessions, young lady." Veins bulged on Su Xianyu's forehead. "Who are you calling young lady?" With a flick of his hand, the boy sent a shadow darting towards him. Su Xianhua sidestepped and retaliated with a punch to the boy's abdomen. The boy retched and fainted. "My apologies for being a tad too forceful," Su Xianhua remarked, tossing the boy onto a tree before dragging the boar off to sell for a tidy profit. That a month later, the village chief and Area came to summon Su Xianhua for the awakening of his martial soul. "Brother, hurry up," Area exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, while Su Xianhua languidly replied, I know. Upon arriving at the village's spirit hall, a young man in his 20s stood at the entrance, possessing striking features with sword-like brows and bright eyes, clad in a white uniform adorned with an emblem. Is this Su Yuntao? He seems quite ordinary, Su Xianhua mused internally. 3 boys were awakening alongside him, casting peculiar glances his way. After all, he spent all his time with Area and not with them. Su Yuntao cleared his throat. "Stand in line. Prepare to awaken your martial spirits." As Su Xianhua hesitated, his heart racing. What exactly is the top-tier martial spirit that the system mentioned? Area clenched her fists in excitement. "I must awaken a powerful martial spirit." Su Yuntao produced 6 black stones, arranging them in a hexagon. One by one, step into the center. The first boy approached, a scythe materializing from his palm, but the crystal ball remained unresponsive during the soul power measurement. The second and third boys manifested either a hoe or a shoulder pole, all revealing worthless martial spirits with 0 soul power. When it was Aria's turn, a small flower blossomed in her palm, and the crystal ball flickered in level 1 soul power. Not bad, Su Yuntao nodded, then turned to Su Xianhua. "Your turn." As Su Xianhua stepped into the black stone array, a surge of light particles rushed towards him, far surpassing the number around Area. He extended his hand, and a radiant shadow gradually coalesced. This martial spirit left even Su Yuntao in awe. What is the true nature of Su Xianyu's top-tier martial spirit? How much might it surpass Ya's flower? Would the boy whom he had knocked unconscious seek revenge upon awakening? More importantly, could his soul power exceed that of Tang San, who possessed full innate soul power? Su Yuntao swallowed hard, offering the crystal ball. Now, let's measure your soul power. The instant Su Xianyue placed his hand upon it, the crystal ball erupted with blinding brilliance. This intensity was unusual. Children, this is Master Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. Please cooperate, the village chief advised. Stepping forward, Su Yuntao announced, I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master. Follow me to awaken your martial spirits. The children entered the hall, where Su Yuntao arranged 6 black stones in a hexagonal formation, pointing to the boy on the far left. Step inside. Wolf spirit, manifest. Su Yuntao commanded, his body transforming into a werewolf, 2 soul rings of white and a yellow floating behind him. The children trembled in fear and Arya dove into Su Xianyu's embrace, shivering, Brother Yu, it's so scary. It's all right, this is just a beast martial spirit manifestation. Su Xianyue reassured her, patting her back. The first boy awakened a hoe, but the crystal ball remained unresponsive. No soul power. Next. The second boy revealed an axe, and the third a pair of scissors, all lacking soul power. Su Yuntao shook his head. None can become soul masters. When it was Ya's turn, a needle for embroidery appeared in her palm, yet the crystal ball still did not illuminate. No soul power. As soon as Su Yuntao finished speaking, Ya's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, Su Xianyue arrived, and Su Yuntao cast a glance at her, saying, Little girl, I hope you possess some soul power. Are you being polite? Su Xianyue rolled her eyes. A golden light illuminated the scene, and several black feathers floated beside Su Xianyue, gently landing on the ground before dissipating into thin air. Feathers? A worthless martial soul. Su Yuntao handed over a crystal ball. Give it a try, but do not harbor any hopes. As soon as Su Xianyue placed her hand on it, the crystal ball erupted with blinding light, nearly dazzling onlookers. Is that innate full soul power? Su Yuntao was taken aback. What a pity, though the martial soul is merely feathers. Ignoring him entirely, Su Xianyue ran over to tug at Arya. Come on, let's go eat something delicious. Brother Yu, that light just now was so bright. Arya sniffled. Su Yuntao shouted from behind, wait. Even if the martial soul is poor, having innate full soul power means you can still enter the martial soul hall. The two of them walked away without a backward glance. What Su Yuntao did not know was whether Su Xianyu's feather martial soul was truly worthless. Could the top-tier martial soul spoken of by the system be this seemingly ordinary black feather? Even more perplexing was the combination of innate full soul power and a worthless martial soul. Why did this scenario seem so familiar? Wasn't Tang San's blue silvergrass just like this? Might Su Xianyu's feather, akin to the blue silvergrass, conceal a remarkable secret? Suddenly, Arya remarked, Brother Yu, your feathers seem different from those on the chickens in the village. Su Xianyue looked down at his hands. Were those feathers truly ordinary? Seeing Su Xianyue and Wang Arya emerge, the village chief hurried over. Arya, Xiaoyu, let me see your martial souls. Arya showcased her embroidered needle, her eyes a bit red. A few black feathers floated around Su Xianyue, only to vanish as they touched the ground. The silver needle is just like your mother's. Being a seamstress isn't bad, the village chief sighed. Feathers. Sigh. Never mind, you two go play tea. That moment, Su Yuntao stepped forward and told the village chief that purple-haired girl possesses innate full soul power. What? Innate full soul power? The village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. But that feather is a worthless martial soul. Indeed, what a shame. Su Yuntao shook his head. In the afternoon, while Su Xianyue was picking vegetables in the garden, the village chief returned, saying, Xiaoyu, I've secured a work-study position for you. You'll go to the Soul Master Academy in 3 months. Really? Thank you, village chief. Su Xianyue mumbled through a mouthful of tomato. There's one more thing. The village chief rubbed his hands together. Arya hasn't awakened her soul power and refuses to eat. Could you go and talk to her? Entering Arya's room, Su Xianyue found her sulking on the bed. What's the matter? Planning to become an immortal by skipping meals? He playfully patted her backside. I want to be a soul master. Arya leaped up, tears glistening in her eyes. Being a soul master means fighting and slaying soul beasts. It's dangerous. Su Xianyue tugged at her cheek. I aim to become a soul master to protect you all and earn some money. Arya seemed to understand, albeit vaguely. About a few days later, by the riverbank, Su Xianyue held a stone larger than himself, attempting to perform squats, his slender frame swaying as he counted aloud. 100 and 8.109. After setting down the stone, he tried to unleash his martial spirit, but only a few black feathers floated out, landing and disappearing instantly. What on earth is this wretched feather situation? Susi furrowed his brow. Is it meant to evolve, or has it not fully awakened? Little did he know, these feathers might conceal an extraordinary power. When he attends the academy in 3 months, will the teachers uncover the secret of his feathered martial spirit? Is Arya truly content to forego becoming a soul master? Will she secretly follow Su Xianyue to the academy? Taking a sip of water, Su Xianyue suddenly noticed a feather drifting in the river, identical to his martial spirit's black feather, spinning on the water's surface without sinking. Could there be something amiss with this river? Is it related to his martial spirit? He gazed at the drifting black feather and recalled. Tang San's blue-silver emperor requires the awakening of the blue-silver king. Perhaps my martial spirit is of such high quality that it has not fully awakened? That sensation of being shackled during release surely indicates it remains incomplete. He placed the heavy stone on his back and began doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground and later picked up a fishing rod to catch fish. While gutting the fish, a small plume of white smoke suddenly emanated from his head and was swiftly inhaled by him. Goodness, could it be poisonous? Su Xianyue touched his stomach, feeling no discomfort, but rather a sense of ease. After swatting a mosquito, he noticed a similar white smoke wafting from its body, which he also inhaled. What in the world is this? The following day, he ventured to the back mountain to experiment on wild beasts, throwing stones at birds, which also released white smoke upon impact, providing a pleasant sensation when inhaled. Suddenly, several objects shot out from the grass behind him. Su Xianyue swiftly dodged, turning to see it was the wheat-colored boy he had knocked out previously. Indeed, it's you. Did you just ambush me with a stone? The boy clenched a pebble in his hand, his eyes reddened with fury. Are you the one who's unhinged? Su Xianyue tightened his grip on his fish-slicing knife, assuming a defensive stance. The boy had his hand behind his back, fingers pinching several stones, his eyes shimmering with a violet light, fixated intently on Su Xianyue. The two children stood in a standoff, neither daring to move, the air nearly palpable with tension. What is this white smoke? Is it related to Su Xianyue's feathered martial spirit? The boy's eyes gleamed with a violet hue. Could it be a soul skill? Or perhaps a special ability? After being knocked out by Su Xianyue's punch last time, would he unleash a deadly attack now? Suddenly, Su Xianyue noticed a wisp of white smoke resting on the grass by the boy's feet, slowly drifting toward him. Can only he see this white smoke? What will happen if he inhales too much? If the boy discovers he can absorb this substance, will he try to seize it? What exactly do you intend to do? Su Xianyue, losing his composure, tightened his grip on the knife. The boy let out a cold laugh. Time to settle the score from last time. With that, the stone in his hand shot forth. This kid doesn't seem like a good person. I need to devise a plan. The boy suddenly sprang into action, his hands flinging stones with remarkable speed, resembling a torrential downpour of pebbles that created fleeting shadows in their wake. As Xianyue leapt and dodged, darting behind trees and occasionally bouncing back down, sustaining a few hits on his legs that made him grimace in pain. These stones are akin to cannonballs. Are they fired from a machine gun? Taking refuge behind a large tree, he seized a palm-sized rock and hurled it forward. Is that all you can do? The stone whistled through the air, only for the boy to evade it with a swift turn. The boy hid behind the stone, remaining still for a moment, then cautiously peeked out. Was anyone there? Never mind, I won't linger. The boy turned and fled. Su Xianyue jumped down from the tree and brushed off the dust, running away so swiftly, I was just about to launch a sneak attack. As he walked, realization struck him. That sacred soul village. Could that boy be Tang San? Yet, despite his ordinary appearance, his swift and precise stone-throwing bore a resemblance to. Meanwhile, the boy returned to a mud-brick house, where a disheveled, middle-aged man inquired, "Have you been fighting again? Did you win?" "It's a draw," the boy replied, gulping down some water before moving to the forge, lifting a hammer to strike the glowing iron block. Could this be anyone other than Tang San? Su Xianyue discovered a wildcat in the woods, stunning it with a stone, watching as white mist rose from its head, taking the form of the wildcat itself. Is this a soul? As Su Xianyue leaned closer, the white mist was drawn into his nostrils. Had Tang San actually become an adversary of Su Xianyue? If they encountered each other at the academy, would he not fight with all his might? Was he truly absorbing souls? What connection did this have with his feathered martial soul? Could excessive absorption lead to the evolution of his martial soul? Suddenly, Su Xianyue felt a warmth within him, and he noticed that the black feathers floating nearby seemed to have multiplied. Could Could this white mist truly activate a martial soul? If he were to absorb the soul of a soul beast, would his feathers awaken directly? Because Su Xianyue's awakening of soul power has spread throughout the village, and since he is the only one in the village to awaken soul power, he is now the hope of the entire village. Naturally, he earns the respect of the villagers. Upon returning home, Su Xianyue swiftly beheaded a chicken, and, as expected, a mist rose from the chicken's body. At that moment, Wang Area arrived. "Brother Yu, where did you go this morning?" "Wow, Brother Yu, you were slaughtering a chicken." The door was left open, and Wang Area ran in directly, seeing Su Xianyue draining the blood from the chicken. After all, Wang Area was a girl born and raised in a mountain village, so she was already accustomed to scenes of slaughtering chickens and pigs. "Area, you're here. By the way, do you see anything different about this chicken?" Su Xianyue asked, looking at the chicken in his hand. "No. What is wrong with this chicken?" Chapter 6, The Brain Axe. Su Xianyue glanced at the bewildered Wang Area and then at the soul of the chicken. "This is just to let you see if this chicken is tasty or not. We're making fragrant chicken soup tonight." Su Xianyue saw that Wang Area couldn't see the soul, so she changed the topic. When Wang Area heard there was chicken soup to drink, she jumped up happily. "Yay, chicken soup, chicken soup." Su Xianyue looked at the lively and adorable Wang Area, a look of satisfaction on her face. Such a simple-minded girl. There are 3 months left until school starts, and Su Xianyue has not been idle during these 3 months. Souls can only be seen after a martial soul awakening. After absorbing the souls of dozens of animals, Su Xianyue clearly felt a significant improvement in her physical fitness. It was a sudden enhancement, creating a noticeable gap. That feeling couldn't be achieved through physical training alone. This sensation was most pronounced after Su Xianyue absorbed the soul of an ordinary black bear in the deep mountains. Now, when she released her martial soul, the feeling of being shackled had noticeably diminished, so she was certain that the awakening of her martial soul was closely tied to her soul. She just didn't know how many souls she would need, but it felt like it wouldn't take many, as that feeling of being shackled had gradually thinned out. It should be soon. Su Xianyue held his own hand, giving his fair little hand a squeeze before letting it go. He then lifted his head and walked towards the woods ahead. Over the past few months, he had encountered that boy several times, but each time ended in discord. Occasionally they would get into fights, but most of the time they would just ignore each other. With only a few days left before school starts, he felt a strong sense that his martial soul was on the verge of awakening. And it shouldn't be far off. He aimed to awaken it before the school year began. However, it seemed that the animals on this mountain and the nearby areas had almost all been hunted down by Su Xianyue. It was now very difficult to see any large animals. Only squirrels and birds remained. The wild beasts like bears and leopards were already scarce. And with local hunters relying on hunting for their livelihood, they were basically wiped out. This time, Su Xianyue's target was an area he had never visited before. Far to the southeast of the village, there was a forest that was almost untouched by humans. It was home to many animals, and occasionally hunters would go there to hunt. Returning hunters would come back with bountiful catches, while those who didn't return. It was said that soul beasts roamed there, but due to their small numbers and low age, hardly anyone paid attention to them. Su Xianyue originally didn't want to go, but the beasts in the nearby forest were nearly extinct, and he had to go if he wanted to improve. After walking for a day, he finally arrived at this forest. The surrounding dark green trees were about 30 to 40 meters high, with countless vines entwined, blocking out the sun. The few quiet paths were made by animals. In the distance, faint sounds of howling monkeys and wolves could be heard, indicating the unusual nature of this place. The old hunters in the village had said that the animals here were very clever, and there were some particularly powerful ones, likely spirit beasts. Spirit beasts are not limited to specific spirit beast forests. Animals that live to a certain age and generate spirit power can become spirit beasts. Some deep mountains and old forests also have a few, but due to the barren resources, they are at most 100 years old. Even if spirit beasts from these deep mountains and old forests appear, they would be cleared out by the spirit hall, or hunted by nearby nobles to provide spirit rings for their family members. In places like this, the spirit beasts are pitifully few, but they are not non-existent. In the forest where Su Xianyue was, there had always been rumors of spirit beasts, which had led to almost no one willing to step in. If there really are spirit beasts, I should be able to defeat them, right? 10-year spirit beasts are not much stronger than ordinary animals. Before Su Xianyue arrived, he had also made sufficient preparations, customizing a long machete from the village blacksmith. With his innate, full soul power and natural divine strength, he was confident enough. Su Xianyue walked stealthily along the path, stepping on a humus formed by fallen leaves and broken branches, holding a long knife in hand. with eyes observing all directions and ears listening attentively. Su Xianhua did not dare to let his guard down here. He was not afraid of beasts because he knew he could easily kill them with a single strike, but if there were really soul beasts here, he had to be cautious, as a moment of carelessness could turn him into a soul beast droppings. The nearby faint howls of beasts had unknowingly ceased, and he wasn't sure if this counted as a dangerous signal. Other creatures only dared to stay silent when powerful predators were nearby. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The already tense air became even heavier. Something was close by, Su Xianhua's instincts told him. He turned around sharply, scanning his surroundings, not daring to lower his long knife for even a moment. It seemed he had hit the jackpot, encountering a big creature right upon arrival. A shadow darted past behind the nearby trees, and Su Xianhua quickly turned his head in that direction again. The air seemed to freeze. He felt something was watching him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never felt this way when facing other beasts before. He truly had run into a serious situation this time. Su Xianhua didn't dare to look back now, because he felt a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent watching him closely from behind. It was the gaze of a predator. Damn! Su Xianhua suddenly lunged to the side to dodge, as a yellow-striped tiger with hanging eyes and a white forehead howled and pounced towards him. Fortunately, he managed to evade it. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Su Xianhua looked at the large tiger in front of her, and the tiger, seeing that its sneak attack had been dodged, did not launch another attack, but instead bared its teeth and stared at Su Xianhua. Su Xianhua tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, facing the tiger in front of him. He had no other choice but to confront it. At that moment, Su Xianhua slightly moved his foot, as if he was about to charge. Then he bolted to the side. What the hell? This is only the few chapters in. Su Xianhua suddenly ran to the tree beside him, holding a knife in his mouth, and climbed up using both hands and feet. The tiger, not to be outdone, chased after Su Xianhua, its forepaws firmly gripping the thick trunk as it climbed. Su Xianhua, who had climbed to the middle of the tree, thought he was safe and looked back. Roar, who the hell said tigers can't climb trees? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The big tiger below had already climbed up with its mouth wide open, and with a leap of several meters, it was almost catching up to Su Xianhua. As the tiger's claws were about to reach him, Su Xianhua's heart was surprisingly calm. The world seemed so peaceful, and the noise of the world felt unrelated to him. Because he was the protagonist, he couldn't die. Damn you. Su Xianhua swiftly drew her sword and with a quick turn, plunged the blade directly into the tiger's forehead. Then, both Su Xianhua and the tiger plummeted straight down to the ground. The tiger roared in a panic while in the air, and after hitting the ground with a dull thud, it lay motionless. Su Xianhua crawled out of the tiger's corpse, blood flowing from his injured stomach. He had been attacked during the chaotic fall of the tiger. Chapter 7. Complete awakening. Blood gushed from Su Xianhua's stomach like a flowing stream, and in just this moment, he was already feeling a bit disoriented. No, if this continues, it'll be over. With this thought, he realized that his staggering steps couldn't support him to move far. Right? The soul of that tiger. In his injured state, Su Xianhua regretted not absorbing the soul for healing, something he had discovered while hunting beasts. He turned around, but instead of seeing a misty soul, he saw a white soul ring. A soul ring? There was no time to think about that. Where was the soul? Where was the tiger's soul? The head of the tiger did not manifest a soul, which made Su Xianhua feel anxious. But before he could despair, he turned his gaze to the soul ring. In a hazy vision, he saw a wisp of that familiar smoke in the center of the soul ring. Here? Oh no. Su Xianhua felt a surge of excitement, which tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. The blood on the ground was pooling everywhere, and his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. He was on the brink of collapse. With his last bit of strength, he reached out his hand, wanting to draw the soul ring closer, realizing that to absorb the soul, he first needed to absorb the soul ring. However, Su Xianhua's attention remained fixated on that slender strand of soul, and only that strand of soul was being pulled over. Su Xianhua had no time to care about irrelevant matters and greedily inhaled it through her nose. Sure enough, the injury on her stomach healed at a visibly rapid pace, and after 3 breaths, it was completely restored. Aside from the bloodstains on her stomach and tattered clothes, her belly was just like usual, fully healed. He was almost ready to come out. It seemed that just one more tiger like this would suffice. When releasing her martial soul, the thin, membrane-like shackles were on the verge of shattering. It seemed she would complete it soon. At that moment, something rustled in the nearby bushes, attracted by the scent of blood. Perfect, let become my nourishment. Su Xianyue pulled out the knife stuck in the tiger's forehead, grinning as she looked at the rustling grass. From the grass, a creature slowly emerged. 7 or 8 half-human-sized wolves stepped out, baring their teeth and drooling, their green eyes fixed intently on Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue returned home, took a set of clothes, and ran to the riverbank to clean himself. The clothes he was wearing were tattered and covered in blood, and he couldn't wear them anymore. He didn't mind and simply threw them away since burlap clothes weren't worth much. To the people here, the tiger was a treasure, but Su Xianyue couldn't take much back, only retrieving a piece of tiger skin. He carefully skinned it, removing the fur intact, which could fetch a good price. Before skinning the tiger, he practiced on a few wolves, obtaining a few slightly damaged pelts and several intact ones, which could also sell for a decent amount. After tossing the messy things into his home, he came here to take a bath. His martial soul still hadn't awakened, which was bad news. The shackles that restricted the release of the martial soul had disappeared, but he could still only summon a few feathers, which were completely useless. Damn it! An angry Su Xianyue rubbed his arms vigorously. After changing into clean clothes and shaking his wet purple-black long hair, he headed home. He picked up a few pelts that he had casually thrown on the ground and hurried to the butcher's shop. Uncle Dainu, can you help me see how much these pelts are worth? The young and robust butcher, who had just finished lunch and was picking his teeth, looked at the pile of furs Su Xianyue had thrown in front of him, his eyes widening in disbelief. This? Tiger skin? Wolf skin? Or fresh meat? My goodness, where did this kid get the meat? The butcher couldn't believe it, and Su Xianyue smiled innocently. From the mountain, uncle. Can you give me an estimate to see if you can take them? The butcher picked up the tiger skin, which was larger than he was, and opened his mouth wide. Such a big tiger skin. Are you sure we have this kind of tiger in our mountains? I won't deceive you. I can't afford to buy this. Su Xianyue didn't care much about these things. Uncle, just offer the highest price you can, and I'll consider the difference as your way of taking care of me. The butcher stared intently at the tiger skin in front of him. Are you sure? I'll give you a fair price, a total of 15 silver coins. That's the highest I can offer. 15 it is, that's fine. Holding the meat given by the butcher and clutching the bag of silver coins, Su Xianyue walked home. It was noon, and she hadn't had lunch yet. She had been living in the mountains for the past few days, roughing it without proper meals. Upon returning home, she placed the pork in a pot and started seasoning it to stew. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoyu, are you there? It's Grandpa. Wang Fugui's aged but still robust voice rang out. Su Xianyue put down what she was doing and ran to open the door. Xiaoyu is back. Where have you been these days without telling Grandpa? I just heard that kid Dainu say you brought back several wolf skins and a big tiger skin. You haven't been living in the mountains all this time, have you? Let me tell you. As soon as she opened the door, she was met with a barrage of Wang Fugui's chatter. Su Xianyue listened with a bit of impatience and then changed the subject. Grandpa, what is it? I haven't eaten yet. Did you hear me clearly? Oh, sorry, I talk too much when I get old. Ahem. Tomorrow is the start of school, and Arya said she was quite worried about you since you haven't been home these days. It's good that you're back. Get ready and go to bed early. We'll head out first thing in the morning. That's all, huh? The stewed meat smells good. Wang Fugui finally finished speaking, and Su Xianyue ran back to check on her meat. Grandpa, would you like some? Su Xianyue lifted the lid of the pot, while Wang Fugui waved his hand. No need. Grandpa has already eaten. Remember, get to bed early tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. Goodbye, Grandpa. Su Xianyue shook her hand at him, turned her head, and sniffed the aroma of the meat. The cooking skills have improved again. Haha. A few minutes later, Wang Arya ran over. Brother you, where have you been these days? You didn't tell me. It smells so good. Su Xianyue had just put the meat in a bowl when Wang Arya rushed in energetically. I want some? Great. In the evening, Su Xianyue prepared his belongings. Actually, there wasn't much. His clothes were all old ones, and he planned to buy new ones in Nottingham City, including bedding. What he really needed to prepare was money, as the things at home wouldn't be useful at the academy. He ran back to the river to wash up, check himself for any strange smells, and after confirming there were none, he happily lay down on the crisp white sheets and fell asleep. At night, everything was silent. However, Su Xianyue's home radiated an unusual glow. A deep purple-black light shone through the gaps in the bamboo walls and windows. This strange light source came from Su Xianyue himself. Su Xianyue lay quietly on the bed, his whole body radiating a purplish-black glow, but he showed no unusual signs and was sleeping soundly. On his forehead, a purplish-red bead, about the size of his own fingernail, slowly formed. Chapter 8. Subtle changes the next day. Su Xianyue got up early. That sleep was really comfortable after stretching and scratching his head, He turned around and jumped out of bed. He put on a set of black athletic gear that Wang Fuguwei had given him over his short-sleeve pajamas and shorts, quickly washed up, and was ready to leave. However, while washing his face, he felt something hard on his forehead. Huh, what is that? Just as he was about to raise his hand to touch it, Wang Fuguwei's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Xiaoyu, have you gotten up? The carriage is ready to leave. Oh, coming. He hurriedly ran outside without having a chance to check. Outside, Wang Fuguwei was waiting, and when he saw Su Xianwei running over, he turned and led him toward the village entrance. Today is the day for school. Are you excited? The village chief looked back at Su Xianwei, who was pressing on the thing on his forehead. Grandpa, is there something on my forehead? Wang Fuguwei also looked down to check. I don't know what it is. You probably bumped into something. But when did you start wearing eyeshadow? It looks quite pretty. Eyeshadow. Su Xianwei pulled out a small mirror from somewhere and looked at his face. What the? His appearance hadn't changed much, but there was now a small, purple-red crystal the size of a fingernail on his forehead, and each of his lower eyelids had a line of purple eyeshadow. Overall, it gave off a seductive yet cold vibe, and it looked quite good. There was no time for Su Xianwei to think about what had happened. He temporarily regarded it as a prank by Wang Area and had no time to worry about it, as they had already arrived at the village entrance. The mode of transportation was an ordinary horse-drawn carriage, and the coachman didn't say much. He just got on the carriage when he saw them coming. As soon as the two of them climbed onto the carriage, it started moving. Along the way, Su Xianwei kept studying the crystal on his forehead and tried to wipe off the eyeshadow, but it was useless. What the hell? The crystal seemed to be embedded in his skull, and pressing it would hurt. The eyeshadow also seemed to be grown into his flesh, impossible to wipe off. Xiaoya, aren't you curious about what the academy is like? Wang Fuguwei suddenly said, startling Su Xianwei. Oh, quite curious, he replied casually, then continued to study his eyeshadow and forehead crystal. Wang Fuguwei smiled at his vain appearance. Listen up, this Soul Master Academy is divided into. Wang Fuguwei rambled on, while Su Xianwei occasionally responded to him, spending the rest of the time examining these two things. What the hell? It doesn't look like Aria's prank. She could wipe off what she drew on me in one go. At this moment, in the village, Wang Aria sneezed. Huh, Grandpa, have you already left? She sat up in bed after sneezing. Meanwhile, Su Xianwei pondered hard but couldn't figure out the reason for it. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go. Wang Fuguwei was still chattering away, with content that Su Xianwei already knew. Amidst the endless chatter, they finally reached their destination. It was only around 8 or 9 in the morning, and the journey had taken about 3 hours. Nottingham City wasn't extravagant, but it was clean and tidy, with flat roads paved with tiles. Most of the houses were 2 to 3 stories high, made of stone bricks, not too great, but much more luxurious compared to the wooden houses in the small village. Su Xianwei had never been here before. Lack of interest was one reason, and besides, there was nothing for him to do even if he came. He found even loafing around the streets tiring. There were quite a few pedestrians on the street, and it looked no different from an ordinary street. Birds flew across the sky, and Su Xianwei was unconsciously drawn to them. Then, following the birds, he spotted a familiar figure. Oh, isn't that Tang San up ahead? In front of him, an old man leaning on a cane was accompanied by Tang San, who had fought several times with Su Xianwei. Su Xianwei squinted at them, while Tang San in front involuntarily shivered. Turning back in confusion, he also saw Su Xianwei. Su Xianwei raised his middle finger. Tang San. Although Tang San didn't understand what this meant. Looking at Su Xianwei's expressionless face and his indifferent eyes towards everything, he knew it definitely wasn't a good gesture. Tang San returned the gesture and turned back. Su Xianwei. Hey, this little brat. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguwei also saw them, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he quickened his pace with his hands behind his back. Wang Fuguwei knew the way and soon arrived at Nottingham Academy, where Tang San and the others were standing at the entrance. A person with a sharp nose and buck teeth was holding a piece of paper, looking at it, accompanied by someone wearing the same clothes. Then, the person with the paper threw it on the ground and mocked. Innate full soul power? Blue silver grass? Ha ha! Are you here to be funny? I've been here for several years, and none of the young masters and ladies from noble families have innate full soul power. You, a country bumpkin from a rural area, have innate full soul power, and it's even a worthless martial soul like blue silver grass. Who are you trying to fool? Old Jack beside Tang San hurriedly picked up the paper and was about to say something when Wang Fuguwei stepped forward. Oh, Old Jack, your village actually has a child with soul power? Saying this, he handed over Su Xianwei's Martial Soul Hall certificate. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Another country bumpkin. Oh, innate full soul power? Martial soul black feather. Ha ha. Do they not even need to pay for forged certificates now? Each of you, with worthless martial souls, still have the audacity to claim innate full soul power? The guard's mocking voice rang out without reservation, and he even threw the certificate back at Wang Fugui's face. Wang Fugui and Old Jack naturally began to argue with him, while Su Xianyue and Tang San. Oh, ISNT that Tang San? Haven't seen you in a few days, looking so shabby. You're not doing any better, are you? Aren't you also blocked outside? The tension was palpable. And over there, the guard shouted, "It's no use saying anything. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll beat you up." His words were filled with anger, and his voice was loud, drawing the attention of both of them. Old Jack and Wang Fugui wore worried expressions, but there was nothing they could do. The guard also had soul power, and they couldn't do anything about it. Su Xianyue rubbed his fists, and Tang San beside him knew what he was about to do. Although he really disliked you, let's each take one. Tang San's hand reached to his lower back, seemingly pulling something out. Just as they were about to take action, a voice rang out. Stop! It was a hoarse and heavy voice, and the two guards, who had been imposing, suddenly transformed into a picture of flattery. The sudden change caught the two who were about to act off guard. At some point, a lean middle-aged man in a long gown appeared behind them, hands clasped behind his back, with a serious expression on his face. Su Xianyue knew that the person who appeared at this moment was Yu Xiaojiang. The gatekeeper looked at Yu Xiaojiang, shrinking his head like a quail. Master Wei, however, Yu Xiaojiang did not look at them, and walked straight towards Wang Fugui and Old Jack. Can the two elders show me the proof from the Wuhuan Hall? Chapter 9. Nine Daga. Kuatawalu. The two village heads were perceptive, and, seeing the gatekeeper bowing and nodding to Yu Xiaojiang, realized that this person was not ordinary. They hurriedly handed over the proof in their hands. Yu Xiaojiang took one proof in each hand, glanced over them, and then turned to look at Tang San and Su Xianyue. Particularly when he looked at Su Xianyue, he was drawn in by the crystal on her forehead and the eyeshadow. He could tell that it was not painted on. He then put away the proof. There are no issues with the proof. I apologize on behalf of the academy, elders. Yu Xiaojiang bowed to them, and the two villagers, who had never experienced such a scene, were taken aback and hurriedly helped him up. At that moment, a scream from outside attracted their attention. They saw Su Xianyue grabbing the collar of the trembling gatekeeper and beating him. The adult was powerless like a chick in Su Xianyue's hands. Stop! Someone's going to die. Master, help! The one being beaten was already too weak to shout, and the other gatekeeper hurriedly sought help from Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaoyu, stop it! What are you doing? Wang Fugui rushed over to pull her away, while the bruised gatekeeper lay on the ground, and the other kept shaking him. With a blank expression, Su Xianyue had no emotion in her empty eyes. This teacher, our child. Wang Fugui awkwardly spoke to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's squinted eyes showed not anger, but surprise. It's okay. I'll take care of these two children. He did not blame Su Xianyue, and instead led them toward the academy. Su Xianyue turned back and waved at Wang Fugui, then followed Yu Xiaojiang out. Sigh. This child just has a bit of strange temper, usually very well behaved. Wang Fugui shook his head, and Old Jack beside him sighed as well. Well, our little San is much better than your girl, always being so careful, or she might not get married in the future, haha. What girl? That's a boy. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was following Yu Xiaojiang, was staring at Su Xianyue. He didn't expect that this person, who appeared to have no emotions on the surface, could be so violent. Su Xianyue, maintaining his usual poker face and not revealing his thoughts, noticed Tang San staring at him and gave him the middle finger. Tang San responded without hesitation. Then he looked at Yu Xiaojiang ahead. Teacher, thank you very much. I'm not a teacher at the academy. Just call me master, everyone else does. Yu Xiaojiang replied casually, and Tang San immediately began to flatter him. Not a teacher? Then you must be a very impressive person, right? Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but laugh. Why do you think so? The title of master must only belong to very capable people, and you can represent the academy, which means you have a high status in the academy. You're not the principal, but you must be a leader, right? Even if you're not a teacher. You must be better than the teachers here. Su Xianyue found this line a bit familiar, but couldn't help but say, flatterer. Tang San ignored him, and Yu Xiaojiang glanced at him before continuing to speak to Tang San. Your name is Tang San, right? You must remember that the meanings of teacher and master are worlds apart, and you shouldn't address them casually unless. Are you willing to teach me cultivation? Would you be willing to? Su Xianyue silently watched from aside. Just as they were about to perform a cheesy scene, she prepared to leave. However, looking at the unfamiliar road, she had no choice but to obediently return and let Yu Xiaojiang lead the way. Su Xianhua left for about a minute. When he returned, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were both looking at him, but after just a glance, they continued their conversation. I once surveyed 647 people with a martial soul of blue silvergrass, and among them, only 16 possessed soul power. They were still chatting away, and Su Xianhua had no choice but to sit down by the side of a flower bed, his eyes, which appeared cold due to their non-reflective nature, fixed on them. After a long-winded discussion, Su Xianhua yawned, while Tang San looked excited and suddenly knelt down. Please take me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojiang seemed a bit caught off guard, but still smiled with satisfaction and pulled Tang San up. Silly boy, why do you need to kowtow to pay your respects? Don't you know that this is a gesture reserved for honoring kings and elders? A bow is enough. Despite the emotional scene, Su Xianhua felt a bit impatient. Are you done? At this rate, we won't make it a lunch. After Tang San completed his apprenticeship, they continued on their way. On the road, Tang San couldn't help but ask Su Xianhua, do you also have a twin martial soul? According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, Su Xianhua should indeed have a twin martial soul, but they were mistaken. No. His cold response unsettled Yu Xiaojiang. No? How is that possible? If that were the case, you couldn't possibly have innate full soul power. Are you really sure? Su Xianhua glanced at him expressionlessly, then turned her head and snorted, saying nothing more. Yu Xiaojiang. That shouldn't be. My theory should be fine. Yu Xiaojiang continued to lead the way, while Lu was deep in thought about this issue. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, Master, there are more chapters after this one. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Child, would you be willing to take me as your master? Your situation is quite rare, or you have concealed your martial soul. Hearing that Yu Xiaojiang wanted to take her as a disciple, Su Xianhua was about to refuse, but looking at his serious face, she felt a bit of mischief. Sound good, what can you teach me? Yu Xiaojiang puffed out his chest, looking confident. Well, I just said to Tang San, you should have heard it. Besides that, there are tips for cultivating martial souls, detailed theories about soul beasts, etc. I can't explain all right now, but once you agree, I'll teach you according to your aptitude. So, tell me your answer. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Su Xianhua, who was resting her chin on her hand in thought, while Tang San looked nervous. He also hoped that Su Xianhua would agree, as having more competitors could help him improve faster. Su Xianhua slowly began to speak. Sounds pretty good. Yu Xiaojiang proudly nodded, ready to accept Su Xianhua's etiquette, but no. Yu Xiaojiang, huh? One of my favorite things to do in life is to say no to those who think they have an absolute advantage and believe their requests cannot be refused. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San stared blankly at the angry Su Xianhua, blinking their confused eyes. Teacher, do you understand what he means? This. I specialize in the theory of soul masters. Su Xianhua saw the two confused individuals and straightened up again. What I mean is that I refuse. Your theory is useless to me, so hurry up and help me register. Chapter 10. I'm just an ordinary child. At the new student reception, Yu Xiaojiang left the two behind. A few young teachers nearby gathered together, not knowing what they were looking at. One of the teachers sat in his seat, while the others surrounded him, looking at the certificate in his hand with expressions of surprise. After the teacher put down the certificate, he looked at the two who were sitting aside in a daze. Two individuals with innate full spirit power? When did so many children with innate full spirit power appear? And now there are two at once. But what a pity such excellent two talented martial souls turn out to be blue silvergrass and feathers. Forget it. It doesn't team matter. Is the registration done? If it is, just give them their things. One teacher handed them school uniforms and their sizes, and then gave a few instructions. Your dormitory is in Building 7, that direction. The teachers over there will arrange your work. Go ahead. However, before leaving, Su Xianhua stayed behind to ask them, does your academy sell bedding? I Haven Tea had time to prepare. The bedding and daily necessities for work-study students need to be brought by themselves. Su Xianhua had time to buy them. Yes, we do have them, but the prices are. The academy's bedding is prepared for those from ordinary families, and it is quite comfortable. They can also earn some extra money, while those nobles usually bring their own from home. Su Xianhua took out a silver soul coin and handed it to the director. Is this enough? The price for bedding and such isn't too high. One silver soul coin is more than enough. That's enough. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you later. You can go wait in the dormitory for now. The two of them walked towards the 7th dormitory. Su Xianhua, I want to ask you for a favor. Please don't tell anyone that I have a twin martial soul. On the way, Tang San secretly glared at Su Xianhua with a murderous look in his eyes, and Su Xianhua casually agreed. All right, if I spill it. Let the heavens strike me with lightning. Only then did Tang San retract his gaze, And then, recalling something, he asked Su Xianhua, "Do we need to bring our own bedding?" Su Xianhua looked up and down at Tang San. "What else do you want, work-study student? But your teacher should prepare something for you." As they reached Dormitory 7, Su Xianhua was about to push the door open when she suddenly remembered something and stepped aside. "You first." She gestured for Tang San to go ahead. Although Tang San didn't know what she was up to, he thought, could there be a monster inside? After some hesitation, Tang San pushed the door open. A fist flew towards him, but luckily, Tang San reacted quickly and dodged it. What was that? Tang San, who had stepped aside, saw that it was a boy taller than him. "My name is Wang Sheng. Accept my challenge, newbie." Meanwhile, Su Xianhua had already walked in and chosen her bed, sitting there bored while watching Tang San and Wang Sheng fight. Unsurprisingly, Wang Sheng was crushed by Tang San and fell to the ground several times before admitting defeat. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop. I lost." Wang Sheng stood up, rubbing his head, and then looked seriously at Tang San. "You won. From now on, you are our boss." "Boss." They all bowed and shouted, "Boss." The others also bowed and shouted. Tang San, who had lived as a homebody his whole life, had never seen such a scene and felt very awkward. No. Don't call me boss. Just call me Tang San." Saying this, Tang San walked in, found an empty bed, and placed his bag on it. "That won't do. The boss has to be impressive. Calling you by name is too lowly. Why are you all so hung up on this boss business? I'm fine with anything." Tang San was confused. After saying this, he saw their dejected expressions. Then Wang Sheng spoke up. "We're all ordinary people without family backgrounds or strength, looked down upon by those noble students. So we need to elect a strong boss to unite all the ordinary students and give us some dignity." Looking at the ambitious Wang Sheng, Tang San smiled. "So, this is the reason you wanted to show us who's boss?" Wang Sheng scratched his head innocently. "Exactly, haha. Sigh, boss, that little sister over there is." Wang Sheng pointed to Su Xianhua, who was napping in the corner. Tang San squinted, remembering why Su Xianhua had asked him to open the door. Boss. Wang Sheng's voice brought Tang San back to reality. "Oh, she's from the neighboring village. Her strength is about the same as mine. By the way, is Dormitory 7 co-ed? Why is she here?" Tang San asked Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng replied, "It's normal. There are few work-study students, and since we are all still kids, they just arranged us together. But she is really cute." Tang San. Then a clear, sweet voice sounded from the door. "Excuse me, is this Dormitory 7? A cute little girl with pink cheeks stood timidly at the entrance. Clearly, she was Xiao Wu. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu," as in dancing. Xiao Wu bounced in, while Wang Sheng and Tang San were plotting something. "Boss, give her a show of strength." "Huh? Hey, don't push me." Tang San was caught off guard and was pushed out, right in front of the approaching Xiao Wu. "Who are you?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes at Tang San, who felt a bit shy. My name is Tang San. I'm the dorm leader." "Yes, dorm leader. You can just call me by my name." "Dorm leader? So that means you're the boss." Then it's perfect, I Xiao Wu. "Challenge you now. If I win, the position of boss will be mine. What do you say? Do you dare to accept?" And then Tang San was forced to take action. As soon as Su Xianhua saw Xiao Wu enter, she stood up and watched the couple flirt with each other. She watched them playfully chase each other from the door to the corner, and then from the corner to the center of the room. It was quite intense. At such a young age, Tang San, who had naturally mastered the art of flirting without a teacher, lost. "I lost. Hee from now on. You all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Quickly call me Sister Xiao Wu," Xiao Wu said with her hands on her hips. And everyone naturally chimed in. Sister Xiao Wu. At that moment, Su Xianhua, lying in the corner and watching them, caught Xiao Wu's attention. "Huh, there's another girl in the dormitory. Hey you, quickly call me Sister Xiao Wu." The crowd parted, clearing the way between Xiao Wu and Su Xianhua. Su Xianhua looked around at the uniform gazes and pointed at herself in confusion. "Me? Calling you a little girl? You've just grown up, Su Xianhua suddenly remembered that this was a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit. Her words surprised everyone. Wow, she looks so quiet, but when she opens her mouth, it's pure brilliance. Xiao Wu naturally felt unconvinced. "I don't care. Either you quickly call me Sister Xiao Wu, or I'll beat you up, and then you can call me Sister Xiao Wu." At this moment, Tang San walked over to mediate. "Sigh, Xiao Wu. Call her Sister Xiao Wu." Fine, Sister Xiao Wu. You don't have to worry about her. She is very weak, and her mouth is tough. Talking to her is thankless." Tang San would hold back when sparring with Xiao Wu, but he didn't know if Su Xianhua would. However, after weighing it several times, Su Xianhua still spoke up. "I'm just an ordinary kid. You don't have to worry about me." Chapter 11. What is it like to be expelled before school even starts? What? Then forget it. I want to care about you. Xiao Wu hopped away, choosing her bed. This one, take away the messy stuff on top. Tang San looked at the place Xiao Wu was pointing, which was exactly his bed. This is my bed. Oh, really? Then take it away from me. Hurry up. Xiao Wu was determined to take this spot. But fortunately, there were other empty spots. So Tang San moved to another side. At this moment, the bedding delivery arrived. All work-study students this year come over. A teacher in his 30s, followed by another person, both carrying a pile of bedding. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Su Xianhua all walked over. Which one is Tang San? Tang San raised his hand. And then the teacher handed the bedding in his hand to Tang San. This is the bedding master gave you. Which one is Su Xianhua? Su Xianhua took a step forward, and the person behind the teacher handed over the bedding in their hands. It looked exactly the same as the one given to Tang San. Thinking about it, it was probably the bedding that you Xiaojing bought for Tang San from the academy. All right, the bedding has been delivered. You three will be responsible for cleaning the southern garden from now on, earning 10 copper soul coins a day. However, you must be careful. You must clean it every day. If we find that it hasn't been cleaned properly, the academy has the right to expel you. Wang Sheng, please explain the new student guidelines to them. All right, get some rest early. After finishing a pile of matters, he turned and left. Su Xianhua hugged her blanket and placed it on the bed in her corner, then rubbed her belly. I'm hungry. That guy, Wang Sheng, right? Where's the cafeteria? Take me there. Su Xianhua spoke to Wang Sheng, who felt a bit annoyed listening to her. However, when he thought about Tang San saying that Su Xianhua's strength was about the same as his, he became more obedient. Oh, that's perfect. Tang San, Xiao Wu, let's go to the cafeteria together for a meal. Tang San didn't have any money. The money he earned from his father Tang Hao's blacksmithing had all been spent on buying alcohol, and he only brought some coarse grains to satisfy his hunger. You guys go ahead, I won't be going. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and asked Wang Sheng, does eating require money? That soul coin thing? Wang Sheng replied, of course. How about this? I'll cover your meals for the next few days. I still have a bit of pocket money. Wang Sheng could see their predicament. Su Xianhua was a bit impatient. So are we going or not? The cafeteria was quite large, with 2 floors, enough to accommodate 300 people from the entire academy at the same time. Oh, aren't those the poor folks from Wang Sheng's group? A discordant voice rang out, particularly grating to their ears. However, Su Xianhua ignored them and headed straight to the second floor of the cafeteria. The food on the second floor was much better than on the first, but Su Xianhua could afford it. Even if the cafeteria food in a small academy was a bit pricey, it wasn't out of her reach. Sure enough, a dish cost dozens of copper soul coins, which was indeed expensive for work-study students, but Su Xianhua had a few dozen silver soul coins, so she could still afford a meal or two. She ordered a few dishes that caught her eye and brought them to an empty table to eat. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu and his group, who had just mocked Tang San and the others, also walked over. That little lowly from earlier looked pretty good. Oh, did you see that? Someone like her is just my type. Xiao Qinyu leaned in towards his sycophant and pointed at Su Xianhua with his folding fan. Su Xianhua was happily eating when suddenly, the table made a loud sound. She looked up to see a boy about 8 or 9 years old slapping the table in front of him while staring at her. Our boss wants to see you. Hey, don't be so fierce. You're scaring the little girl. The flamboyant Xiao Qinyu walked over, flicking a lock of hair by his face. Junior, can you eat all this? It must have cost a lot. Do you want me to treat you? With one foot on the chair in front of him, he grinned arrogantly as he spoke to Su Xianhua. Meanwhile, Su Xianhua thought, do you want to dance? Xiao Qinyu responded, huh? Downstairs, Xiao Wu was still fuming. Oof. Those guys are so annoying. Tang San was comforting her from behind. Forget it, just treat them as clowns. Suddenly, they heard a continuous crashing sound from above, coming from the second floor. Huh? What's that noise? With a loud bang, a figure was thrown down from the second floor and landed on the first floor, already unconscious. The cafeteria immediately erupted in chaos, and the teachers who were eating rushed to the source of the commotion. What happened? Who's fighting the cafeteria? Damn it. They hurried over and saw the following scene. A purple-haired, seemingly innocent little girl had one hand around the neck of a person who was a head taller than her, lifting him up, while beneath her feet were several other kids of the same age, forming a small pile. It was truly a display of dominance. Hey, let go. Su Xianhua's brows were furrowed with a murderous aura, but her eyes were devoid of any emotion, still reflecting a hollow appearance. Upon hearing someone shout, she threw the Xiao Qinyu to the ground. They disgust me. At this moment, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Let's not worry about that for now. Save the people. The nearby teacher finally reacted and quickly organized everyone to rescue the few who had been knocked out. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The ones who were knocked out were all noble children along with their sycophants. If something went wrong, the academy might not collapse, but it would still face serious problems. You, go aside for now. They asked Su Xianyue to stay aside, then carried the injured ones away. Actually, the academy wouldn't pursue matters like fights too much. After all, it was a Soul Master Academy. As long as it didn't result in death or permanent disability, they could make a scene as they liked. A few of them were just knocked out. They also had soul power, so they wouldn't die. But whether it was tragic or not, let's see for ourselves. Half a day later, their diagnosis results came out. 8 people, among them 3 were half-disabled, 5 had multiple fractures. Those half-disabled would probably not be able to get out of bed for a few years. And the fractured ones would take at least a couple of months to heal, severely delaying their study progress. So brutal. This newcomer has caused such trouble even before the opening ceremony. Expulsion. Such a serious matter must lead to expulsion. Then, Su Xianyue was reported and expelled. Psi fighting isn't a big deal, but causing disabilities or death is a serious matter that I can't handle. Tang San also felt sorry for this opponent, trying to get Yu Xiaojiang to plead for her. But Yu Xiaojiang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't help someone like Su Xianyue, who had nothing to do with him. Teacher. Well, never mind. Yu Xiaojiang also advised Tang San, someone with such a temperament. You should keep your distance from him in the future. If you can't get along amicably, then just stay as far away as possible, otherwise just... You know what I mean. Tang San understood Yu Xiaojiang's meaning and nodded. Su Xianyue was packing her things in the 7th dormitory, and she finished quickly. She didn't expect those people to be so fragile, actually getting injured, which caused me to be expelled. Sai, how am I supposed to explain this to my grandfather? Chapter 12. The Recruitment from the Lord of Nottingham City. Su Xianyue prepared to leave overnight. Looking at the starry sky and the new moon that matched her name, she sighed and got ready to depart. But at that moment, a teacher running from behind called out to her. Hey, Su Xianyue, you don't have to leave. Huh? Su Xianyue was a bit in disbelief as she turned to look at the teacher. With a big shot backing you up, you don't have to drop out. A big shot? In a living room, a middle-aged man in a long robe was sitting, and in front of him, Su Xianyue was sitting directly opposite. I heard you took care of my son and his 8 friends in just a few seconds. Do you have a soul ring? This man bore some resemblance to Xiao Qinyu. It was clear that he was Xiao Qinyu's father, the Lord of Nottingham City. No, Su Xianyue believe. The man was a bit surprised, but seemed even more curious. No, then you. Just speak directly. Su Xianyue didn't want to listen to his nagging anymore, and directly asked him to get to the point. The man was not annoyed by the interruption. Well, let me be straightforward then. Join our family as a servant. The salary and benefits are negotiable, and we can also help you hunt for soul rings unconditionally. What do you think? Consider it. His words were very direct, and Su Xianyue frowned slightly. A servant? No way, goodbye. Su Xianyue was about to leave when she was called to stop. No need to be in such a hurry. If you don't agree, you might get fired, you. Why are you not hesitating at all? Su Xianyue had already reached the door, ready to leave without any hesitation. The city lord felt a bit helpless. Well then, you don't have to join our family as a servant. Just be my son Xiao Qinyu's bodyguard for a year. He will graduate in a year, and by then you can continue to stay here. As for the salary, that can be discussed. What do you think? A year as a bodyguard sounds fine. Well, that depends on your sincerity. Su Xianyue rubbed her fingers together, and the meaning was obvious. The city lord looked at Su Xianyue and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha, no problem, then it's settled. You will be responsible for my son's safety for this year. 10 gold soul coins a month. How about that? The reward is quite generous. 10 gold soul coins is not a small amount. Su Xianyue thought carefully. She lived in the 7th dormitory, while Xiao Qinyu lived in the 1st dormitory, which could be tricky at night. What should we do then? We are in different dormitories. This is easy. I'll arrange for you to stay in the 1st dormitory. So it's settled. What about classes? We are in different classes. Well, you don't have to follow me to class. There are teachers responsible for that. The next day, Xiao Qinyu, with a plaster on, sat nervously on his bed, lowering his head and not daring to look at Su Xianyue in front of him. It was night, and normally students should be in their dormitories at this time. However, those who had been beaten by Su Xianyue were still lying at home, leaving their beds empty. Now, only a few timid-looking people remained in the dormitory, watching Su Xianyue without daring to breathe. Just like that, son. From now on, she will be responsible for your safety instead of Lu Long and the others. What? Dad, Xiao Qinyu seemed to have something to say, but was silenced by a glare from Su Xianyue. After everything was settled, Xiao Qinyu's father left. The scene fell into silence, which was broken by Su Xianyue herself. If you don't want to get beaten, just stay put and don't cause trouble for me. Yes, Big sister. Susiendue. What is this title? Call me boss. Yes, boss. Xiao Qinyu became obedient after being grabbed by the neck by Su Xianyue, acting like a quail in front of her. His injury wasn't serious. He was just being choked by Su Xianyue. Just as she was about to hit him, a teacher who rushed over stopped her. Su Xianyue sat on her bed, rubbing her shoulders. Ouch, my shoulders are a bit sore. Leave it to me, boss. A little ran over to massage Su Xianyue's shoulders. Use some strength, haven't you eaten? Yes. And my legs? Leave it to me. Several boys, around 8 or 9 years old, respectfully served Su Xianyue, and she had truly become the boss of the dorm. This job seems pretty good with money to earn and people to serve. The next morning, Su Xianyue got up and took out the school uniform that the academy had given her. This. Su Xianyue was lost in thought, holding up her white school uniform. The upper half looked normal, styled like a sailor suit, but the lower half. A skirt? What the hell? How could they still be teachers if they couldn't even tell gender? Who the hell wears this thing? During the opening ceremony, everyone else was in matching uniforms, but Su Xianyue's short sleeves stood out distinctly. Where's your uniform? A passing teacher asked her. There's a bit of a problem with my uniform. I haven't had the chance to change yet. And so, she endured the opening ceremony. Su Xianyue did not see Tang San. He must have been taken by Yu Xiaojing to obtain a soul ring. Instead, Xiao Wu looked at Su Xianyue with some confusion. Weren't you expelled? Why are you still here? What's going on? She examined Xiao Qinyu, who was behind Su Xianyue. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later parts are even more exciting. I was saved by his dad, and now I'm responsible for his safety. With Su Xianyue backing him up, although Xiao Qinyu's followers were much weaker, he had gained a lot of confidence. Now Su Xianyue is my boss. Let me ask you, are you scared? Better behave. Don't add to my workload, do you hear me? Before Xiao Qinyu could finish his reckless words, he was shouted back by Su Xianyue, whose voice resembled that of Hui Fei. Is it? Xiao Qinyu feels wronged. JPG, meanwhile, Su Xianyue continued to question Xiao Wu. Where's Tang San? Did he go for the soul ring? Xiao Wu looked at him curiously. How did you know? What does it matter how I know? Let us go, let us go. Xiao Wu glared at the backs of Su Xianyue and the others, feeling quite angry. What the heck, humph? Su Xianyue had no interest in Xiao Wu at all, entirely because he was a Virgo with a cleanliness obsession, especially a psychological one. Just thinking about Tang San and Xiao Wu's chaotic situation, plus the two kids, made him feel. However, the issue of soul rings began to trouble him. Feather martial soul. What kind of soul beast should he hunt? Birds? Forget it, no rush. Anyway, without a soul ring, as long as his body could handle it, his soul power would still increase. In a year's time, Su Xianyue planned to enjoy himself and not worry about those messy things. When the time came, he would ask Xiao Qinyu's father for a token to go to the soul-hunting forest to get a soul ring. They were walking towards the cafeteria when Xiao Qinyu looked at Su Xianyue in front of him and remembered what his father had said to him in the morning. Son, make sure to seize this opportunity this year and get Su Xianyue into our family. Aren't you good at charming little girls? The city lord had his eyes on Su Xianyue's talent and wanted Xiao Qinyu to charm him into their home. It was unclear whether he overestimated Xiao Qinyu or underestimated Su Xianyue. Dad, are you kidding me? How is this even possible? Xiao Qinyu completely lacked the courage to do that. Chapter 13. 1 year later in the year, under Su Xianyue's pressure, Xiao Qinyu behaved himself and did not cause any trouble. Moreover, those who had their bones broken healed up, and, upon seeing Su Xianyue, nearly had their souls scared away. Clearly, they were left with psychological scars. Over the year, Su Xianyue grew a bit taller and matured a little more. During this time, he had indeed gone to hunt soul rings, but there were none suitable for him, so he had no choice but to set aside for now. The semester ended, and after packing his things, Su Xianyue stretched lazily. I'm free. Time to go home and take a look. The group behind him, including Xiao Qinyu, also felt relieved. Finally liberated. They were all as happy as if they had come back to life after their fathers had died. No, even more so than that. This year, Xiao Qinyu and the others had dared not even breathe loudly in front of Su Xianyue, which had been quite stifling for them. Now that the semester was over and they had graduated, they had not only escaped Su Xianyue, but had also been promoted to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Hey, you guys. Su Xianyue suddenly turned to face Xiao Qinyu and the others, who all stood obediently in a line. Boss, what are your orders? Su Xianyue Maid. You don't have to call me boss anymore. You've all graduated, and I can't interfere anymore. I just want to say, take care of yourselves. Boss. Xiao Qinyu and the others looked at Su Xianyue, who who had a satisfied smile and felt an indescribable sense of reluctance in their hearts. After spending a year together, they had developed some feelings for each other, and thinking about it made them feel a bit reluctant to part. Susi carried her belongings and turned to leave. As she passed by them, she patted Xiao Qinyu on the shoulder. "If fate allows, we will meet again." She glanced back at them, pushed the door open, and left. They probably wouldn't see each other again after this farewell. The few of them stood there in a daze, and Xiao Qinyu touched the shoulder that Su Xianyue had patted, lost in thought. Then, he turned around and shouted, "Boss, take care." At the school gate, Su Xianyue ran into Tang San and the others. "Want to hang out together?" Tang San invited her. Su Xianyue smiled and waved at them. "Let's go." Their relationship had eased a lot over the past year, and they could barely be considered friends. The two villages were not far apart, basically on the same route. On the way, Tang San and Xiao Wu were flirting with each other, and Su Xianyue felt a bit regretful about joining them. "Can you guys tone it down a bit? Can you care about my feelings?" "What feelings do we need to care about?" Xiao Wu had no idea about the feelings of the single dog, Su Xianyue, at that moment. "Oomph. Oh, right, Su Xianyue. Have you found a suitable spirit ring yet?" Tang San asked awkwardly about cultivation. "No, I've been to the soul hunting forest a few times, but I haven't come across anything suitable, so I plan to find an opportunity to go to other forests." "Do you think the Stardow Forest is far from here?" "I remember. The Stardow Forest is southeast, but it's quite far from here, and there's the Barak Kingdom in between." Tang San, having learned about the locations of major spirit beast forests from Yu Xiaojiang, understood the dangers involved. "But those places are too dangerous for us. It's said that century-old and thousand-year spirit beasts can be found everywhere, and if you go a bit deeper, you might even encounter 10,000-year ones. The Stardow Forest is still a paradise for spirit beasts at the moment, with quite a number of them, but it's not to the extent that they can be seen everywhere yet, but it should be close." Su Xianyue replied blandly, "Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. The soul ring can wait, but it can't be inferior." Su Xianyue plans to wait until his physique improves a bit more before hunting for a soul ring over 600 years old. He has compared his physique with Tang San and found that his physique is even stronger than Tang San's first ring physique, which puzzled him a bit. That's why he set the goal at 600 years, and he might even be able to bear something higher. However, these are just thoughts. It also depends on the actual situation. Sigh, mainly because my feather martial soul is really useless, and I don't even know how to use it. Su Xianyue hadn't released his martial soul all year, relying solely on his fists and fights, and he didn't even know how to use his martial soul. Tang San didn't know what to say, so he comforted him. "It's okay. It definitely has its uses. Look at my blue silvergrass. It also has a pretty strong soul skill, right?" Unknowingly, they had reached the parting road. "All right, I'm going in that direction. Goodbye." Su Xianyue and Tang San waved their hands and walked towards their village. This year, Wang Fugue would occasionally bring Wang Area to see him. Upon returning to the familiar, yet strange village, Su Xianyue immediately saw several familiar faces. "Uncle Tian, have you eaten?" "Uncle Daniu, give me 2 pounds of meat." "Hello, Aunt Lee." As he walked past, greeting them, he suddenly heard a familiar shout. "Brother Yu." Wang Area pounced over, hanging on to Su Xianyue. "Area, get down first." Su Xianyue was carrying quite a few things on her back, and almost dropped them due to Wang Area's sudden pull. "Brother Yu, did you bring me a gift?" Wang Area blinked her big eyes at Su Xianyue while tugging at her face. "Of course I didn't forget you. Look, you've always wanted to eat takoyaki from a city, right? It's still warm." Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Su Xianyue took out a thermos box, inside which were several takoyaki. Wang Area's eyes lit up when she saw them, and she snatched them up. "Thank you, Brother Yu." Hee. Takoyaki was considered a luxury for them. Wang Area had only eaten it once a few months ago when she followed Wang Fugue to see Su Xianyue, and she had been thinking about it ever since. Wang Fugue mentioned it when he came to see her later. Besides that, Su Xianyue also brought them some new clothes as gifts. "All right, let's hurry home. Grandpa must be waiting for us." Su Xianyue was carrying the meat she had just bought, walking towards the village chief's house with Wang Area. "Grandpa, Brother Yu is back." Wang Area jumped into the wooden house, calling out to Wang Fugue, who was cooking. "Grandpa, I'm back." Wang Fugue looked energetic as always, but was a bit surprised to see Su Xianyue return. "Oh, is today a holiday?" "Oh dear, my memory. I forgot to pick you up. Sorry, Xiaoyu." "It's fine. It's not very far anyway. By the way, we're having braised pork for dinner tonight." Su Xianyue lifted the meat in her hand, and Wang Area cheered from the side. "Yay!" Looking at the lively and cute Wang Area, Su Xianyue felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. Silly girl, stop bouncing around and hurry up to prepare the seasoning. Oh, okay. Su Xianyue slapped her butt and then bounced off to get the seasoning. Su Xianyue walked to the stove and put on an apron. I haven't cooked in a year, so I don't know if my skills have gotten rusty. Forget it. Now my performance begins. Su Xianyue performed a series of dazzling operations at the stove and finally sprinkled a handful of joint salt, covering the pot to stew it. Her skills haven't declined. Chapter 14. 14 Who hasn't summoned a martial soul in a year. Su Xianyue accompanied Wang Area to play in the village for a few days, and then she began to consider her soul ring problem. Does she really have to go to the Stardow Forest? With her small frame, she would probably just be food for the gaps there. Su Xianyue sat by the river, swinging his feet in the water. The cool river water eased his slight headache a bit as he gazed at the flowing water, contemplating his life. After much thought, Su Xianyue decided to take a chance in the Stardow Forest. He currently had dozens of gold soul coins, and after deducting the expenses for Wang Are's schooling and daily necessities, he still had 70 gold soul coins left. Wang Area was attending a regular school, learning some basic language and math, which would last only 3 years, after which she could do whatever she wanted. Su Xianyue decided to use this money to hire some people to help him obtain soul rings. However, the village was too far from the Stardow Forest, and he faced significant age restrictions. Wait, that's not right. The Stardow Forest is so far away. Why did Xiao Wu go through so much trouble to come here? This is quite a bug. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Let's think about how to get soul ring. I can't even find a suitable soul ring in the soul hunting forest. And I don't even know what to do with my feather martial soul. Hey, Su Xianyue wanted to summon her martial soul to take a look, but unexpectedly, a purple glow burst forth, enveloping her entire body, scaring Su Xianyue into stopping immediately. What was that thing just now? Su Xianyue was momentarily stunned, then prepared to summon his martial soul. The same purple flowing light startled him into stopping again. Shouldn't it be a few black feathers? Why is it glowing? Suddenly, Su Xianyue realized something and hurried to the back mountain. If my guess is correct, martial soul possession. In an instant, a large expanse of purple light illuminated the area, with streaks of colorful light continuously flowing, creating a magnificent spectacle. All the nearby birds and beasts seemed to sense something terrifying and scattered in panic. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. What is this? As the light dissipated, Su Xianyue stood there in a daze. However, strangely, several pairs of wings had appeared on his back, making him look extraordinarily enchanting, and the terrifying aura emanating from his whole body was so eerie. Su Xianyue stretched out the 3 pairs of black feathered wings behind his back. He thought about moving them, and then those light wings trembled in response to his thoughts. Wings? 6 of them? And black? What kind of martial soul is this? Su Xianyue's clothes were torn by the 3 pairs of wings, turning into ragged cloth draped over him, and he simply ripped them off. It seemed like they were growing directly from my body. Shouldn't the wings of a martial soul be energy bodies? My clothes are torn. Wait, how did my feathers turn into wings? Recalling those who had flying martial souls, their clothes remained intact when their martial souls manifested. Why was mine different? But speaking of which, these 6 black wings look a bit familiar. Suddenly realizing something, Su Xianyue felt a mix of joy and sadness in his heart. He seemed to know what kind of martial soul he had. Isn't this a fallen angel? That old geezer from the spirit hall is definitely going to come after me. It would be painful if Qianao Lu found out about this fallen angel martial soul. I wonder if he would cleave Su Xianyue in two. At this moment, Su Xianyue felt like there was something else in his mind that he could bring out. His hand naturally went to his forehead, as if it was a muscle memory. Then, the purple crystal on his forehead emitted a faint glow, and a beam of particle light emerged from within. The light gathered in his hand, forming a purple-red 3-foot-long sword. This sword looked very mismatched with his childlike body, like he was wielding a heavy sword. Why didn't I notice this before? The giant sword felt weightless in his hand, as if it had no mass at all, and Su Xianyue casually swung it. Whoosh, a burst of purple-red sword energy suddenly shot out with his swing, sweeping through a large area of trees ahead. The razor-like sword energy directly carved out a smooth surface in front of him. Oh wow, this is awesome. That shameless system is actually pretty powerful. Why didn't I notice this before? Suddenly, Su Xianyue remembered the changes in his appearance when he left the village a year ago. Now recalling it carefully, he realized that his martial soul had completely awakened a year ago. How could he not have noticed? As this realization hit him, Su Xianyue squatted down, questioning himself. Why haven't I summoned my martial soul in a year? Why? The 6 large wings on his back drooped down, looking very aggrieved. During his year at Nottingham Academy, Su Xianyue had spent his time eating, drinking, and having fun, simply using his strength. There was no one in the academy who could match him. He had barely used his soul power, and there was no need to summon his martial soul. Feeling the 6 large wings behind him, Su Xianyue shook them. I should be able to fly. Su Xianyue strained to stretch her wings, then stomped her feet. With a whoosh, she transformed into a purple streak of meteor soaring into the sky. Stop, stop, stop. Too fast. She exerted too much effort, and the speed was completely overwhelming. She didn't even dare to open her eyes. It wasn't until she finally got used to the flying state that Su Xianyue opened her eyes. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Unbeknownst to her, she had already flown above the clouds, with large, pristine white clouds within reach. Under the bright sunlight, the purple wings behind her seemed to be glowing. Wow! Su Xianyue felt the thrill of flying for the first time and couldn't help but shout out loud. By the time he finished enjoying the experience, it was already afternoon. He didn't even know where he had flown to, completely oblivious. All around was a tranquil forest, with no signs of human presence, completely resembling a primordial forest. The tall trees reached 20 to 30 meters, and there were many strange glowing plants, reminiscent of the soul-hunting forest that Su Xianyue had visited before. Is this the soul-hunting forest? Maybe I should head back. Su Xianyue didn't know how far he had flown because he was so carefree that he didn't pay attention. The surroundings were desolate, and he could only fly back in the direction he came from. After several hours of continuous flying, his stamina was a bit depleted, so he found a tall tree to rest for a moment. The suitable soul rings for fallen angels were probably only available in the Stardew Forest, but my studies. The Stardew Forest was very far from where he was. Even by horse-drawn carriage, it would take months to get there, and once he went, he wouldn't be able to return for a while. After thinking for a while, he decided to give up on his studies, but he didn't know much about soul beasts, and he wouldn't recognize which soul beasts were suitable for him in the Stardew Forest. Suddenly, he thought of something. Tang San should have some soul beast encyclopedias. I should ask him for a few books. With that in mind, he still needed to find his way back first. Where is this? Chapter 15. Departure. The studious Tang San carried with him those useful soul beast encyclopedias. Su Xianyue asked him for the strong attack-type soul beast illustrated guide and was ready to set off for the Stardew Forest. However, before that, he would stay in that village until the holiday ended, then use the excuse of going to school to go to the Stardew Forest. By then, even if he was discovered, he wouldn't have to panic. The potential of his fallen angel martial soul went without saying, and even if he didn't want to study anymore, no one could control him. Becoming a soul master, Wang Fugue wouldn't just keep quiet about him. He would be happy about it. Moreover, he was confident that whichever academy he went to, they would be eager to recruit him. When it was time for school to start, Su Xianyue prepared his travel expenses and belongings and got on the departing carriage. He planned to first go to Suatawa City, which was not far from the Stardew Forest, to settle there for a while. Otherwise, who would dare to take him if he directly told the driver he wanted to go to the Stardew Forest? Hey kid, going to Suatawa City, huh? All right. You have good taste. My horse is the fastest. We can get there in 10 days, so sit tight. The driver was a cheerful young man in his 30s, also a small soul master. 10 days might not seem long, but the journey wouldn't be so peaceful. On the 7th day, they encountered bandits. Stop! A group of fierce-looking bandits jumped out from the roadside, blocking their way. Su Xianyue, sitting in the carriage, wore a cloak, and besides him, the other passengers began to panic. Hey, gentlemen, this carriage. The driver was directly killed by a bandit with a knife, without a word. They rummaged through the driver's body and took out his money pouch. At this moment, a few more people approached the passenger compartment. Everyone get out. The passengers were all ordinary people, unable to resist at all. One big man intended to fight back, but unfortunately, there were too many of them, and he was directly hacked to death by a flurry of knives. Su Xianyue was a bit flustered, having coincidentally run into these robbers. The surrounding area was deep mountains and old forests, quite remote, and they really had stumbled upon good luck. The others had already gotten off, and Su Xianyue had no choice but to obediently get out of the car. Several men were directly killed without a word, showing just how skilled these robbers were. As for the women, the young ones were kept, while one middle-aged woman was also directly killed. There's still a child? The cloak of Su Xianyue was directly lifted, revealing his face. Oh, it's still a girl, and she looks pretty good, could sell for a nice. What? The burly man who lifted his cloak suddenly stopped speaking. only to see a 3-foot-long purple-black sword pierce through his abdomen. You scum! Su Xianyue lifted her long sword upward, and the upper body of the strong man was directly cleaved open, falling to the ground, where the sword light illuminated. There were the shocked expressions of onlookers, as well as Su Xianyue's emotionless eyes. Su Xianyue did not have a martial soul attached. Instead, she was fighting here with what seemed to be an independent sword, her hollow eyes appearing cold and indifferent to everything. Su Xianyue walked along the narrow path, and within 3 seconds, all the bandits were cut into several pieces, their intestines and blood spilling everywhere. This was Su Xianyue's first time killing, and he didn't know why he felt so calm. Looking at the nauseating bloody scene, he surprisingly felt no aversion, but rather a sense of pleasure. Human souls? There were souls floating above the corpses, and Su Xianyue tried to absorb one, but it had little effect, almost none at all. It seemed these were just ordinary people. However, there was one that was different from the others. That soul was slightly more solid, and absorbing it had some effect, suggesting it might be a soul master. Several living women were so frightened that they huddled together, trembling. Su Xianyue was still tidying up the spoils and paid them no mind. Soon after, the women finally reacted and ran away. 3 women screamed madly and then ran into the deep mountains and forests, desperately trying to distance themselves from Su Xianyue. Why are they running away? Whatever. It's none of my business. After cleaning up the spoils, there were 300 gold soul coins, dozens of silver soul coins, and several copper soul coins. The most important thing was that the bandit soul master actually had a storage ring. The space wasn't large, only 1 cubic meter, but it was enough for Su Xianyue. It looked like bronze, simple in design, and not very conspicuous. Su Xianyue retracted the large sword that was oversized for him, mounted the carriage, and drove away like a coachman. The horse was not startled, and since there was no blood visible from the carriage, the robbers did not let out any screams, which made it convenient for Su Xianyue. He discovered that the sword could be taken out individually, however, without the martial soul embodiment. It was just a sharp, ordinary sword that couldn't unleash sword energy or use soul power, just a bit sharper. After driving the carriage for a while, Su Xianyue recalled the scene of him slashing the robbers, looking at his hands in disbelief. He felt unusually calm. Was it influenced by the martial soul? Never mind. It was a good thing, sparing him from making a difficult decision. In the Douluo continent, while there hasn't been a situation where 3 people couldn't gather a set of parents, the soul master world is equally deep, and killing is common. It's something that must be experienced eventually. A few days after that little episode, Su Xianyue finally arrived at Soto City. Soto City can be considered a large city, bustling with street scenes, and there were neon lights made of unknown materials, making the streets vibrant. The aBlack Kingdom is located in the resource-rich center of the Lima Plain, and Soto City is known as the Granary of aBlack, highlighting its importance and prosperity. It was nighttime, and Su Xianyue planned to find a place to stay. After walking for a while, he saw a familiar place. The Rose Hotel? Isn't that just a hotel for rendezvous? What else with the high-end appearance? After glancing at the luxurious Rose Hotel and making a sarcastic remark, Su Xianyue moved on, deciding that such a place was not suitable for children. Finally, he found a normal hotel on another street and rested for the night. The next day, Su Xianyue prepared to head to the Stardew Forest, heading southeast. The Stardew Forest was 500 miles away. However, Su Xianyue vaguely remembered that there was a small town about 100 kilometers from the Stardew Forest, where he could rest before entering the forest. Su Xianyue didn't think too much and set off directly. He jogged into the woods outside the city gate and summoned his martial spirit to fly away. To avoid drawing attention, he flew low in the woods, where there were no people, which was quite friendly. Otherwise, if someone saw his fallen angel martial spirit and it reached Qiandoliu's ears, he would be in big trouble. His speed remained consistent as he alternated between flying and resting to conserve energy. Although he flew quickly, resting wasted a lot of time. However, there was no Oscar sausage by his side, so he could only rely on natural recovery, and his level 10 soul power couldn't recover very quickly either. Chapter 16. Stardew Forest from morning until evening, Su Xianyue, exhausted to the bone, finally saw the small town. After such a long journey, he even doubted whether he had taken the wrong direction, but it seemed he hadn't. Before entering the town, Su Xianyue put on his jacket again. He had forgotten that his wings would tear through his clothes when he summoned his martial spirit, and a perfectly good piece of clothing was gone, just like that. The town was lively, with a wide variety of goods for sale, including equipment, medicines, and even adventure gear with many pockets. Curiosity led Su Xianyue to browse around. purchasing medicines. He didn't consider equipment much, as it would affect the release of his martial spirit. However, he bought a lot of medicines. 5 vials each of healing and detoxification potions. Although the fatigue on his body had eased significantly, it still urged Su Xianyue to rest. So he didn't linger long and quickly found a hotel to rest. Upon entering the lobby, he jumped onto a stool and pulled down the hood of his cloak. "Waiter, I'd like to order." "Coming right up, young master. How many guests are there?" The approaching waiter was dressed neatly and held a menu. Su Xianyue glanced at him, then took the menu. "One." The waiter was puzzled. "One? Just you?" Su Xianyue didn't pay attention to him and handed the menu to the waiter after choosing the dishes. "I'm not someone who can't pay. Just hurry up with the dishes and then prepare a single room and get the bathwater ready." The waiter took the menu, paused for a moment, but still obediently did as instructed. "All right, please wait a moment." Before long, all the dishes were served. "Young guest, your dishes are ready. And here is your room key." Su Xianyue was eating the food in a completely unrefined manner, having only nibbled on some dry rations throughout the day and was already famished. The waiter stood by with a smile, watching him. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Xianyue noticed him as well. "Little guest, I'll give you a discount on these, totaling 2 silver coins." Su Xianyue realized that he was worried about whether he could afford the money. He took out 2 silver soul coins from the ring in his pocket and placed them on the table, continuing to gnaw on the large chicken leg in his hand. The waiter took the money, muttering as he walked away. "Are kids nowadays really that capable? Coming here alone?" After eating and drinking enough, Su Xianyue had nothing else to do, so he directly followed the number on the key to find his room. The room was quite simple, neither luxurious nor shabby. The bathwater had already been prepared and was still warm. Su Xianyue didn't hesitate and went straight to take a nice bath before going to sleep. The next day, Su Xianyue woke up, but it was still dark outside. It was probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. He had fallen asleep at 6 the previous day, and even after sleeping for so long, he felt well rested. "Oh, it's still not bright outside. Forget it. Let's look at the Soul Beast Encyclopedia." He lit a candle and took out the Strong Attack System Soul Beast Encyclopedia he got from Tang San to read. To prevent himself from misidentifying the age of the soul beasts and absorbing the wrong ones, he needed to be careful not to accidentally absorb one that was 100 or 200 years old. As dawn broke, Su Xianyue ate something and set off. He continued to fly, feeling chilly without a coat, but it was still bearable. After a few hours, he finally arrived. The Stardow Forest was far more dangerous than the Soul Hunting Forest. Even at the outskirts, he could be attacked by soul beasts at any moment. The chances of encountering 10-year or 100-year beasts were the highest, and with a bit of luck, he might even come across a 1,000-year beast. As far as the eye could see, the trees were ancient, towering 50 to 60 meters high, but this was just the outskirts. If he ventured further inside, he estimated the trees would be over 100 meters tall. The vast green sea was refreshing, but the dense layers of trees only allowed him to see a short distance ahead. Anything farther was obscured. Although the air he breathed relaxed his mood, the overwhelming sense of danger made Su Xianyue's hair stand on end. After walking in for about 10 minutes, Su Xianyue suddenly turned around. He sensed that something was watching him from behind. He pulled out the large sword from his forehead and pointed it in the direction his instincts indicated. Sure enough, a black panther emerged from behind a tree. Excluding its tail, it was about 3 meters long, crouching low and baring its teeth as it slowly approached Su Xianyue, its dark green eyes glaring at him. It knew that Su Xianyue had noticed it, so it simply stopped hiding and walked out. Faced with such a soul beast, Su Xianyue felt a bit panicked. He had just seen information about this kind of leopard that morning. Ghost Claw Leopard possesses strong attack power and stealth abilities, suitable for strong attack and agility systems. The one in front of him, with a body length of 3 meters and some cloud patterns on its claws, was already a 1,000-year soul beast. 1,000 years. He didn't know if he could handle it. When Su Xianyue was about to release her martial soul and fly away, the leopard suddenly ran off. It dashed away in a flash, not looking back at all, and in just 2 quick movements, it had already disappeared from sight. Huh? Why did it run away? Su Xianyue was puzzled when suddenly, a huge sense of crisis enveloped her heart. Generally, this kind of situation is because there's something behind me. Su Xianyue's stiff neck slowly turned. And sure enough, a 3-meter-tall giant lizard was slowly approaching, flicking its tongue nearby. Seeing that Su Xianyue had noticed it, it immediately lunged forward. What the hell? What the hell is that? Standing 3 meters tall, over 10 meters long, with green scales as hard as iron. Each movement caused the ground to shake. This was definitely an ancient soul beast. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Susi hurriedly released her martial soul to fly into the sky, ignoring her torn clothes as she fled in panic. She initially thought she would be safe in the air, but then she realized that lizards can stick out their tongues. The large lizard's tongue shot towards Susi like a cannonball, but fortunately, it was still at a distance, giving her time to dodge. The lizard's tongue struck a tree, shattering it completely, and the tongue, covered in debris, was retracted into its mouth. Such a powerful impact would be disastrous if it hit someone. Moreover, the lizard's open mouth revealed 2 rows of serrated teeth. If the tongue caught her, she would likely be doomed. Susi didn't pay attention to the large lizard anymore and flew directly upwards. Few safe now. After flying a distance, Susi looked back and saw that the lizard hadn't followed him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, encountering a 10,000-year-old beast in such an outer area. Susi didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Although he knew that the Stardew Forest was dangerous, this level of danger had completely exceeded his imagination. He realized he needed to be more cautious. Just as he was lost in thought for a moment, a bird flew towards him again. The sharp beak of the bird darted straight at him. Damn! He quickly adjusted his direction and dodged. The bird wasn't too big, probably only a century old, so Susi easily avoided it. The large bird turned around and circled around, looking for another opportunity to attack. Susi kept staring at it, and then, just as the big bird was about to attack, it was swallowed whole by the giant snake on the tree nearby. Susi, this starry forest is too damn dangerous. Chapter 1717, is he an NPC? Susi arrived at the Stardew Forest and immediately encountered the dangers here. He came across 2 10,000-year-old beasts right away, which scared him into quickly finding a place to hide. Wait, that is not right. How come there are so many soul beasts in the outskirts? Hiding in a bush, Susi pondered this question. He had just entered the Stardew Forest, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have encountered 2 10,000-year-old beasts in a row in the outer area. It's not like they are cabbages. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something. Did I accidentally venture too deep? The dense trees easily disoriented people, and the thick leaves overhead blocked out the sun, making it impossible to tell directions. Which way did I come from? Susi looked at the lush greenery around him, and words couldn't adequately describe his feelings. At this moment, in a certain part of the starry forest, Rong, if you keep this up, you'll be 7 years old soon. Your peers are all becoming soul masters, and if you continue like this, you'll fall far behind. I won't listen. Those soul beasts are too ugly. I don't want them. An old man with silver hair and dressed in white had a troubled smile on his face as he walked, and in front of him, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old stomped her feet angrily. Well, once they become soul rings, they all look the same. It doesn't matter if they're ugly or not, as long as they're powerful. The old man continued to persuade her, but the little girl turned her head away and ignored him. The old man sighed with a worried expression, feeling helpless about the little girl. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, took a step forward, and picked up the little girl. Hey, Grandpa Jian, what's wrong? The little girl was caught off guard, while the old man looked excited. Rong, Grandpa found a soul beast that you won't dislike, but we have to hurry. There are other people's presents nearby. The old man held the girl and transformed into a gust of wind, moving at an unimaginable speed. In the direction they were heading, Susi was facing off against a tiger with crystal clear, smooth fur that looked magnificent even without light shining on it, and its saber-toothed fangs immediately caught Susi attention. When Susi found it, he had looked at the illustrated guide and learned that it was a century-old soul beast, which was why he took a liking to it. However, just looking at the guide, he couldn't determine its exact age. He could only tell it was approximately 400 to 500 years old, which was quite troublesome. Nonetheless, there was nothing he could do. This golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger was already considered a powerful soul beast. Susi was eager to find a soul beast and leave, as he could be attacked by soul beasts at any moment. Therefore, this big tiger in front of him became his target. The tiger before him was robust and muscular, its wide-open mouth exuding a smell of blood. It looked at Susi without fear, seemingly a bit annoyed, and roared at him. Although Susi was a bit flustered, she was still ready to use her martial soul to solve it with sword energy. However, she didn't know where a beam of white light came from. The beam of white light directly charged at the tiger, and in the blink of an eye, the tiger's limbs were severed, and it didn't even have time to spray blood. By the time the tiger reacted, a sword had appeared in its mouth, piercing through its chin and pinning it to the ground. With its limbs cut off, it twisted its body, but the excruciating pain ultimately made it emit a powerless roar. Although it was crippled in an instant, In its eyes, there was not only confusion but also defiance. Su Xianyue looked at the silver-white, long sword pinned down by the tiger, the faint sword energy emanating from it making him feel a bit uneasy. You caught up, Rong. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and absorb it. A calm voice floated over, and Su Xianyue turned his head to look in that direction, also seeing the old man and the girl in his arms who was beaming with excitement. Excuse me, young brother, could we possibly have that 300-year-old saber-toothed tiger? The old man said to Su Xianyue, then walked over to the saber-toothed tiger with the little girl in his arms. Although Su Xianyue looked a bit confused, she frowned upon hearing the old man's words. You say this tiger is only 300 years old? Well, never mind, I'll let you have it. A 300-year soul ring is a bit disappointing. At the very least, he should have a 400-year one. It has to be better than Tang San. Thank you then. Rong, hurry up and absorb it. The little girl in the old man's hand held a dagger and looked a bit reluctant, her hand trembling as she pointed the dagger at the tiger. The tiger's eyes, filled with killing intent and defiance, frightened her. But she still closed her eyes and raised the dagger high, yet she didn't bring it down. At that moment, the old man slapped the hilt of the dagger, and the little girl's dagger plunged directly into the tiger's brain. A yellow soul ring slowly emerged from the tiger's body, and the little girl stepped aside to absorb the soul ring. Su Xianyue looked at the soul, still floating above the tiger's corpse, feeling a bit puzzled. The soul did not follow the soul ring to be absorbed. However, seeing the soul without a soul ring about to dissipate, Su Xianyue quickly ran over to absorb it. At that moment, he noticed the smooth cut on the dead tiger's wound and felt a bit curious. But before he could observe for too long, he was called over by an old man. Child, why are you here all alone? The Stardew Forest is very dangerous, you know. The old man was clearly curious about why Su Xianyue, such a young child, was alone in such a place and called him over to ask. Su Xianyue walked over to the old man, while glancing at the little girl who was absorbing the soul ring. I came to hunt for soul rings and also, I'm leaving this tiger to you. How will you compensate me? This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyue pointed to the floating yellow spirit ring above the little girl's head. The old man was very open-minded and chuckled. That's easy. How about this? I'll help you hunt a spirit ring as compensation. I see you're planning to get the spirit ring from that saber-toothed tiger. Your martial soul should be of the assault type, right? Can you show it to me? Su Xianyue certainly wouldn't reveal the fallen angel, but instead pulled out the black sword from her forehead. This sword, a 3-foot-long sword, which looked quite awkward in Su Xianyue's hand, and the old man looked even more puzzled at the sight of it. So long? That shouldn't be. You don't even have a soul ring. Very special indeed. The old man leaned closer to the black sword, observing it carefully, and a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Good sword. Why do I feel like you're scolding me? The old man nodded at the sword, but this comment sounded very unnatural to Su Xianyue. Hearing Su Xianyue's words, the old man laughed heartily. You're quite an interesting child. What's your name? Su Xianyue? Su Xianyue. Xianyue. This name is quite beautiful, but the meaning. Never mind. The old man murmured, shaking his head, not knowing what was wrong. And what about you, senior? Su Xianyue asked the old man for his name. From the way he severed the tiger's limbs with a single sword strike and pinned it to the ground without killing it, it was clear that the old man was very powerful. Just call me Sword Senior. All right, this is my granddaughter Ning Rong. Once she finishes absorbing, I will take you to hunt for spirit rings. You can rest for a bit. Ning Rong. Su Xianyue is no longer calm. No, it's been a year, and she's only just absorbed the first ring. What's going on? So this old man is the sword fighting Douluo? Are they randomly refreshed NPCs? What the heck? Chapter 1818 MO Lien Su Xianyue walked to the side of a big tree to rest, while Chun Xan directly sat cross-legged on the spot, watching Ning Rong absorb the spirit ring in front of him. Su Xianyue lazily leaned against a tree, squinting his eyes for a nap, not fearing a soul beast ambush. He understood Qinshin's character. He was definitely a granddaughter control type. If there was danger within 10 meters of Ning Rong, he would take action, as long as he didn't stray too far. Besides being vigilant of his surroundings, Qinshin was also observing Su Xianyue, hunting for soul rings alone in the Stardew Great Forest, without clearly stating his information, was quite cautious. He seemed to be about the same age as Rong, not simple at all, and that sword martial spirit. Qinshin seemed to have some thoughts. An hour later, Ning Rong completed her absorption. Grandpa sword, did I succeed? Rong is amazing. Ha! As Ning Rong opened her eyes, she saw Qinshin and immediately pounced on him. Xin, feeling as if a stone in his heart had been lifted, looked relaxed and happy. It's no wonder. With Ning Rongrong's picky nature, suitable soul beasts were already rare, and she wanted one that looked good. Grandpa's sword, who is he? Only then did Ning Rongrong notice Su Xianyue beside her. At this moment, Su Xianyue had not yet put on her clothes, and when she got up, her back was still covered with quite a few stains, which she was patting off. Oh, that soul beast was originally hers. Her grandfather had asked for it, and now they needed to return one to her as compensation, so they would wait a while before going home. But Ning Rongrong was unhappy. Why go through all this trouble? Just give some money as compensation. I want to go home. This place is not fun at all. At this time, Ning Rongrong, besides the mischief typical of a child, also displayed a spoiled and willful personality, which was quite annoying. No wonder she was called the Little Witch. Chun Xin put in a lot of effort to calm her down, and then turned to Su Xianyue and said, "Let's go, Xianyue." Chun Xin continued to hold Ning Rongrong, while Su Xianyue followed behind them. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, being carried, lay on Chun Xion's shoulder, her resentful little eyes fixed intently on Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue was a bit impatient being stared at, and she raised her middle finger in response, her expression full of disdain. This person was so annoying. Although Ning Rongrong didn't understand the meaning of that gesture, seeing Su Xianyue's contemptuous expression, she knew it wasn't a good gesture and returned the favor. Chun Xion didn't need to look to know that they were making a fuss, but he didn't intervene. He wouldn't bother with the playful antics of the kids, unless Ning Rongrong was at a disadvantage. So, Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong continued to walk while giving each other the middle finger. Suddenly, Su Xianyue felt something drawing her attention, stopped in her tracks, and quickly looked in a certain direction. Is there something over there? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Seeing Su Xianyue suddenly stop, Chun Xion also halted, using his spiritual sense to perceive that direction. It's a black swamp, but there seems to be something in the middle of the swamp, like a lotus flower. Su Xianyue's intuition told him that there was something good over there. Can we go take a look? Let's go. Soon, they arrived at a swamp. The swamp was littered with the bones of beasts, accompanied by a foul stench. Ugh, it stinks. Grandpa Jian quickly urged them to leave. Ning Rongrong protested, but Chun Xion and Su Xianyue's gaze was fixed on a black lotus flower in front of them. The pure black lotus, even the seed pod in the middle was black, surrounded by bones, making it particularly eerie. Ink Lotus? Quite a rare plant-type soul beast. If it has bloomed, it must be at least 500 years old. It's not suitable for you. Let's hurry and go. Quick, it stinks here. Ning Rongrong also urged. However, Su Xianyue hesitated and did not move. His intuition told him that this lotus flower was very suitable for him, and he felt a strong desire to obtain it. Xianyue, why aren't you leaving? Are you interested in this lotus flower? Chun Xion asked incredulously when he saw Su Xianyue still not moving. Su Xianyue turned around and gave an affirmative answer. That's right. It's the one, Senior Jian, please help me. Chun Xion shook his head. The lotus flower is obviously not suitable for a sword. I recommend you look for a beast with strength as your soul ring. Let's hurry and go. Hey, annoying guy. Let's go. Ning Rongrong urged again. They then turned to leave. However, Su Xianyue hesitated repeatedly and firmly believed in his intuition, drawing out his sword and charging forward. The black lotus sensed Su Xianyue's hostility, its black petals gently swaying, and from the seed pod, several small black beads were released, scattering towards Su Xianyue. The black beads weren't very fast, and Su Xianyue barely dodged them. However, the black beads that fell onto the swamp suddenly exploded, catching Su Xianyue off guard. The explosion wasn't very powerful, slightly larger than a firecracker, but it impacted Su Xianyue significantly. The swamp was relatively dry, and Su Xianyue was running quickly enough not to sink, but with this explosion as he slowed down, his foot had already sunk into the mud. Just as the next wave of attack from the Black Lotus was about to come, Su Xianyue still hadn't pulled his foot out of the mud. When he planned to release his martial soul to fly away, a white figure pulled his arm and yanked him out. You stubborn child? Fine, I'll go along with you. Chun Xion held Ning Rongrong with one arm and pulled Su Xianyue with the other, stepping onto a sword to fly towards the Black Lotus. Thank you, Senior Jian. Chun Xion's speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the Black Lotus. Su Xianyue swiftly wielded her knife, slicing through the lotus along with its roots. Countless light particles emanated from it, coalescing into a deep yellow soul ring. Child, are you really sure you want to absorb this soul ring? Your sword martial soul. No need to say more, Sword Senior. I've already made up my mind. Su Xianyue decisively refused and used her soul power to pull the soul ring away. Chen Xin saw that Su Xianyue was so resolute and didn't say much. Absorbing a lotus soul ring with a sword martial soul. Isn't that a waste? Although he thought this, he kept it to himself. He had no relationship with Su Xianyue and wouldn't he say much, just feeling a bit regretful. Hey, Grandpa's sword is a title Douluo, and you actually don't listen to his advice. When you end up with a useless soul skill, let us see where you go to cry. Ning Rongrong jumped down and shouted at Su Xianyue. But Su Xianyue showed little reaction and began to absorb the soul ring while sitting under a tree. Hey, you annoying person, how can you ignore me? Rongrong, they're absorbing the soul ring, don't disturb them. Chun Xin called out to Ning Rongrong to quiet her down. In the end, Chun Xin sighed again, feeling regretful. Alas, what a pity, his martial soul quality is extraordinary. I was planning to take him as a disciple, hoping his soul skill wouldn't be too bad. Chun Xin noticed that Su Xianyue's sword was quite remarkable and developed an appreciation for talent, but Su Xianyue's stubbornness disappointed him a bit. Ning Rongrong was a bit confused. Grandpa's sword? You actually want to take on a disciple? Still this annoying person? Chun Xin shook his head and didn't say anything. Chapter 19. First soul skill. At this moment, Su Xianyue was in a hazy state. She felt the surroundings becoming empty, seeing nothing and hearing nothing, as if she were quietly sitting in a dark water, only able to feel something gently caressing her. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly opened her eyes. A wave of energy erupted from her body, shaking the surroundings. It felt refreshing. She exhaled a breath, and a wave of comfort washed over her. How is it? What is the soul skill? Chun Xin walked up to her with an anxious expression, quickly inquiring about the soul skill. Su Xianyue looked at the deep yellow soul ring behind her, closing her eyes to feel her soul skills. However, this sensation was quite extraordinary. This soul skill. Let me demonstrate it for you. With a wave of the sword in Su Xianyue's hand, several black feathers gently fell onto Chun Xin, closely adhering to him. Yet he felt nothing. These feathers? Then, with a thought from Su Xianyue, the feathers suddenly exploded. The explosion was not powerful, and the residual energy dissipated quickly. This power is smaller than I expected. Is it really a useless soul skill? What a pity. Chun Xin, unscathed, wore a look of melancholy. His eyes filled with regret. In the end, they planned to leave. Sigh, child, although your first soul skill is not ideal, it's no big deal. I'll be frank. I am Chun Xin, the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you are willing, I can take you as my disciple and fully nurture you. It seems Chun Xin has not given up on the idea of accepting a disciple. He must recognize the potential of Su Xianyue's sword. Ning Rongrong looked at Chun Xin in disbelief. Grandpa's sword? You. Chun Xin shook his head at her. Ning Rongrong then turned to Su Xianyue and said, Grandpa's sword is willing to take you as a disciple. Why aren't you paying your respects? So many people would do anything to be accepted as his disciple. Su Xianyue naturally already knew their identities, but she didn't expect that he actually wanted to take her as his disciple. Su Xianyue didn't want to pursue the path of the sword. What kind of sword path would a fallen angel practice? However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Title Douluo? That sounds pretty good. Qinshin's love for talent was still quite strong. Seeing that Su Xianyue had this idea, his mood improved a little. The first soul skill was almost nothing. As long as the other soul skills were practiced well, it would be fine. At worst, he would just have to put in more effort. Since that's the case then. But before Qinshin could finish speaking, Su Xianyue interrupted him. Taga, kotu alwaru. One of the things I, Su Xianyue, enjoy the most in life is telling those who think they have an absolute advantage and believe their demands cannot be refused. No. Qinshin and Ning Rongrong looked at the irritated Su Xianyue, blinking their confused eyes in bewilderment. Grandpa's sword, do you understand what he means? Grandpa's sword. I'm major in the path of the sword. Su Xianyue indulged in her own dark humor and became serious. I said I refuse. You're not suitable for me. Doesn't this scene feel a bit familiar? Qinshin left with Ning Rongrong, who was fuming, leaving Su Xianyue behind. The fallen angel martial soul cannot be seen by others, especially those great sects with title Douluos. Staying too long could easily reveal the truth, and then it would attract Qian Daolu. Su Xianyue does not believe that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect can protect her. Therefore, Su Xianyue currently does not plan to join any sect. However, thinking about it, Shrek seems to be the most suitable place for her. Looking in the direction Qinshin left, Su Xianyue stared for a while before leaving. Is Su Xianyue's soul skill really that simple? Of course not. In addition to releasing feathers that attach to enemies and explode, During the attachment period, each feather increases the damage taken by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 20%. During this time, it can absorb the opponent's soul power to restore itself, with no limit on the amount of soul power that can be absorbed. This means that anyone who is attached with feathers will have their damage taken increased by 20% from any source, which is much stronger than amplifying others' effects. Moreover, the feathers can absorb soul power, and the effect can stack infinitely. Theoretically, as long as there are enough feathers, one could drain a person completely in an instant. Doesn't that sound like a curse? Because the name of this soul skill is Curse Feathers. After obtaining the soul ring, Susi prepared to leave. Initially, she wanted to use her martial soul to fly away directly, but unsure if Tang San had left, she decided to run just in case. With a speed of several meters per step, it was almost like flying close to the ground, and her speed had increased significantly. She only absorbed one soul ring. How'd her speed increase so much? Susi is a bit unsuitable for her current physique. She finds it hard to keep up with this speed. Susi moved while trying hard to adapt to the sudden surge in her strength. Something was off, completely off. After nearly adapting, Susi began to ponder why her power had increased so significantly. Suddenly, she thought of something and closed her eyes to feel her soul power. It was still that feeling of being stuck at a bottleneck. What was going on? Susi doesn't fully understand his current situation. Now he knows the benefits of having a teacher. This state of having absorbed a soul ring, yet still being at a bottleneck, wasn't mentioned in the original work. Moreover, he doesn't even know what his soul power level is. He has no concept of it, and there's no way to test soul power here. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It's better to return to the small town and find a place to test it. I don't know if my guess is correct. Susi ran for a while and felt that Tang San had indeed not followed him. So he activated his martial soul and flew. It's not that Susi was being narcissistic. He had to be cautious, as this was a matter of life and death. His speed had doubled. It took him over 3 hours to get here, but only 2 hours to return, and part of that time was spent finding his way. He almost didn't make it back. Finally returning to the small town, Susi put on his clothes outside and walked in. He found a grocery store. The grocery store was indeed very messy, filled with all sorts of random items crammed into a narrow little room. At first glance, it looked chaotic, but the arrangement was reasonably thoughtful, not completely blocking the goods behind. What do you sell? The shopkeeper was a frail old man who looked lethargic, hunched over, and only a head taller than Susi. Do you have a crystal ball for testing soul power? Yes, it costs 1 silver soul coin per test. The old man replied in a hoarse voice, then turned around and took out a crystal ball wrapped in cloth from the corner. 1 silver soul coin? Is it that expensive for just one test? This crystal ball is quite precious. If it breaks, it can't be repaired. This one alone is worth 50 gold soul coins. And mine is secondhand that I bought from someone else. So do you still want to test? Susi honestly handed over a silver soul coin, and then placed her hand on top of it, inputting her soul power. Suddenly, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light, nearly blinding the old shopkeeper. My goodness, is this child level 20? Chapter 20. What is it like to be at innate level 20? The glaring light dimmed slightly, and the old shopkeeper widened his eyes, staring at the crystal ball that was radiating light in front of him. Is the crystal ball broken? Why does it show level 20 soul power? The old shopkeeper leaned in close to the crystal ball, squinting with one eye. Susi looked at the glowing crystal ball with some curiosity. Boss, my soul power is level 20. How did you figure that out? There were no numbers written on the crystal ball, and she had no idea how the shopkeeper could tell. It's a bit complicated to explain, just wait a moment. The old shopkeeper replied dismissively, turning to rummage in a corner. After a while, he came out holding another crystal ball that looked exactly like the previous one. Try this one for a retest. The last one was too old, and the results weren't accurate. Susi looked at the crystal ball, which was much newer than the previous one. Didn't you say this thing was very expensive? How come you have another one? The old shopkeeper waved his hand. That one was bought over 20 years ago, and it was secondhand. Who knows how long it has been used? Just in case, I bought a new backup. Here, go ahead and test it. Susi placed her hand on it again for testing, and after a few seconds, the same light shone again. What? Is it really level 20? The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he turned his head, looking at Susi with surprise. Child, how old are you? Susi tilted his head and looked at him. 7 years old, huh? And my soul power is really level 20? Level 20? Did my guess turn out to be correct? Absorbing a soul ring shouldn't provide such a significant boost. Plus, Susi still felt a sense of being at a bottleneck. Also, if the quality of the fallen angel martial soul isn't at least god level, it would be unworthy of the title angel. Therefore, he suspected that his martial soul, like the six-winged angel, was inherently at level 20. After escaping from the fawning old shopkeeper, Susi returned to the hotel. He planned to sleep one more night and obtain the second soul ring tomorrow. With his hands behind his head, lying on the bed, he contemplated the next day. Tomorrow, he wouldn't be so lucky to have a title Douluo help him obtain the soul ring. He would have to rely on himself. At the same time, he also thought about what the second soul skill should be. The first soul skill applies a negative buff to the opponent. He wondered if the second soul skill should also be a buff or a direct attack skill. However, Susi believed that having the first few soul skills be buffs would be more cost-effective. The damage from attacks soul skills given by 100-year or 1,000-year soul rings isn't very ideal. So it would be wiser to wait for a 10,000-year soul ring for attack skills. Although those 100-year and 1,000-year soul rings provide minimal increases, they're percentage-based. And at higher levels, even a 20% increase is a massive boost. It's decided then, the first few should preferably be buff soul skills. No matter how it turns out, a 100-year attack soul skill won't compare to the attack power of a 10,000-year soul ring. Nevertheless, thinking of his martial soul having inherent level 20 soul power made him feel a burst of joy inside. Woohoo, inherent level 20. Time to sleep. Susi turned over and buried his face in the pillow, rubbing it. The next day, Susi got up early. He needed to quickly obtain the soul ring and go back since he had been out for over 10 days. He had to be careful today. There wouldn't be a sword Douluo to help this time. Susi suddenly remembered something very important. The fact that she has innate level 20 soul power. Jindo wouldn't have noticed it, right? Yesterday, after absorbing the soul ring, Chen probably already saw through it. Wait, that's not right. If he had noticed, he would have asked about it. So how come? He shouldn't know, right? After Susi absorbed the soul ring yesterday, Chen only asked about her soul skills and then got angry and left, completely ignoring her level. Checking someone else's level requires mental power, and at that time, Chen only cared about her soul skills and didn't use mental power to probe. So he wouldn't know about her innate level 20 soul power. If he really didn't discover it, then that would be best, otherwise it would be troublesome. If Chen had found out about Susi's innate level 20 soul power, he probably would have taken her away on the spot. Susi shook his head vigorously and stepped into the forest. Today he was much more cautious. Yesterday, he had accidentally ventured too deep and encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Fortunately, those 10,000-year soul beasts couldn't fly, or he would have been finished. He constantly observed the height of the trees around him. As the deeper he went, the taller and denser the trees became. The trees in the outer area were generally around 20 to 30 meters tall, while those a bit deeper were about 40 to 50 meters. As soon as he saw trees around 50 meters tall, he quickly retreated. This method proved quite effective, and the highest level soul beast he encountered that morning was only 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, none of the soul beasts he encountered were suitable for him, and they were all ordinary soul beasts. However, Susi unceremoniously accepted their souls. With his martial spirit activated, Susi drew his long sword from the head of a giant wolf. A light yellow soul ring rose, and the ethereal mist in the center of the soul ring was the soul of the giant wolf. Susi stretched out his hand and used his soul power to grab the soul from a distance, pulling it into his nose in an instant. As the soul entered his body, a wave of tingling sensations filled him, and a comfortable feeling made Susi let out a long breath, accompanied by an excited smile. This thing was incredibly intoxicating. It was more thrilling than smoke and alcohol. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shaking off the bloodless long sword, Susi continued forward. He walked around the edge for an entire morning, and every soul beast under 1,000 years met its end under his sword. Not a single one was spared. Finally, the sun reached its peak. It was already noon, and Susi patted his slightly hungry belly. It was time to eat. He took out some dried food and jerky he had with him and climbed up a tree to munch on them. If it weren't for the fear of attracting soul beasts, I wouldn't have to eat this thing. Susi bit down hard on a piece of jerky in his hand, the dry and tough meat causing him to chew like a llama, feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart. To avoid attracting soul beasts by making a fire, those who enter the soul beast forest usually bring their own rations. The jerky was bought in a small town from a shop with a decent reputation, but it was just too hard. Susi squatted on a branch, quietly gnawing on tough jerky that could be used to kill. However, A commotion ahead caught his attention. In the grass ahead, there was a rustling sound, and below was a thicket of bushes where a massive blue wolf appeared. 7 meters long, its robust body moved step by step, occasionally stopping to lift its nose and sniff at something. Susi watched as the wolf slowly approached him and instinctively glanced at the jerky in his hand. Such a keen nose, it can smell the jerky. The jerky, specially prepared for adventurers, must have had effort put into masking the scent. He was still tracked down by a wolf. Fortunately, Susi was hiding in a tree, with layers of leaves concealing him. So the blue wolf could only smell him, but could not locate him. Susi held a piece of jerky in her mouth, while flipping through the encyclopedia of attack-type soul beasts, searching for information about this blue wolf. Oh, found it. The Gale wolf. Over 7 meters long, covered in patterns all over its body. Wow, this one is 10,000 years old. Chapter 21, Strange Bear. The wolf below is a 10,000-year soul beast, but seeing that it hasn't found its form, Susi felt relieved. The Gale wolf is considered a common soul beast and is relatively frequent. Once it reaches 1,000 years old, it will leave its pack to live independently. Though it's unclear why. Susi stood still, staring at the Gale wolf below, not daring to make any sudden moves. The Gale wolf is of the wind attribute and is a close relative of the wind demon wolf. It can also unleash wind blades and other long-range attacks. It's incredibly fast. Susi did not want to compete in speed with this 10,000-year soul beast. The Gale wolf below kept circling the area, seemingly having locked onto this region and unwilling to leave without finding food. What the heck? Why isn't it leaving? How am I supposed to get out of here? Susi felt a bit helpless. The level of a 10,000-year soul beast is equivalent to level 50 in humans. Moreover, soul beasts are generally much stronger than humans of the same level. Conservatively estimating, the swift wind wolf below probably possesses the strength of a level 60 ordinary soul emperor. Susi was worried that if she was discovered, she would be sliced to death by a wind blade. This was not like the silly lizard from yesterday. Wolves are known for their high intelligence among soul beasts. If the lizard's primary target hadn't been the leopard, Susi would have likely met her end. Now, the swift wind wolf was simply lying still in place. What the heck, what should I do? It looks quite alert and doesn't seem to be falling asleep. Although the swift wind wolf was lying down, it still raised its head, keenly observing its surroundings. Suddenly, it seemed to have noticed something, sprang up, changed direction, and bared its teeth at the front. At this moment, Susi also felt a sensation drawing him from that direction, similar to the feeling he had yesterday with the Ink Lotus. Slowly, a bear emerged from the overlapping trees. It stood about 3 meters tall, with dark golden fur all over its body, and its shoulders were exceptionally broad, its eyes filled with indifference and ruthlessness. It too raised its nose to sniff something, but upon seeing the swift wolf, it seemed quite pleased. It let out a loud roar directed at the swift wolf. The tremendous sound making Susi ears feel a bit uncomfortable. Wow, this bear definitely doesn't have laryngitis. And the swift wolf, upon seeing the bear, also bared its teeth and glared at it. Both sides appear to be in a tense standoff. Susi looked at the bear, which was completely disproportionate in size compared to the swift wolf, and was a bit puzzled about where the bear got its courage. A 3-meter-tall bear could only be 1,000 years old at most, while the swift wolf was a genuine 10,000-year soul beast. Even a 1,000-year soul beast would run away upon seeing it. Who would dare to roar like that? But the next scene made Susi exclaim, "Oh my gosh!" The bear and the swift wolf had already collided with each other while roaring. The swift wolf bit into the bear's neck, but could only penetrate a little and couldn't go deeper. The bear seized the opportunity and directly slapped the swift wolf with its paw, sending it flying. This hit left the swift wolf dazed, but fortunately, the body quality of a 10,000-year soul beast is no joke, although that blow looked painful. The swift wolf seemed to be fine. The bear only had 2 small puncture wounds on its neck, and there was no significant injury. But it seemed to be enraged and charged at the swift wolf with a roar. The swift wolf had learned to be clever and continuously pulled to the side while unleashing wind blades. It seemed that gusts of wind were appearing on the swift wolf's limbs, and its speed had become incredibly fast, likely due to some kind of acceleration soul skill. Although the bear was also fast, it couldn't compare to the swift wolf, which had agility as its main attribute. The wind blades scraping against the bear's fur were like scraping a back. After emitting a buzzing sound, they dissipated without even moving its fur. This bear seems quite formidable. Huh, what kind of bear is this? It doesn't seem to be in the encyclopedia. While Su Xianyue was still searching for information about this bear in the illustrated guide, the battle below was also reaching its conclusion. The wind wolf's attacks could only inflict superficial wounds, and the bear, with its limited speed, couldn't do anything to the wind wolf either. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Neither side intended to end the fight. Their eyes were filled with rage, clearly having already vented their frustrations. And neither would back down without making the other suffer. Soon, the soul power of both sides surged rapidly, seemingly preparing for a big move. The wind wolf let out a series of sharp howls. Its body patterns began to emit a faint glow, and its momentum increased significantly, surrounded by wind blades. The bear was in a similar state. After roaring, its originally dark golden eyes turned crimson, and its muscles bulged. Their states were clearly buff skills, and then, with their soul power entwined, they let out one final roar and charged at each other, colliding violently. Instantly, the explosive wave of soul power created a gust of wind, clearing the nearby bushes and forming a small clearing. After the strong impact, the massive body of the wind wolf shook for a moment before collapsing. Its head had shattered and caved in, gradually condensing into a 10,000-year soul ring. Although the bear was still standing, its dim eyes flickered with faint light. It was like a candle in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Blood oozing from its mouth indicated it had suffered severe internal injuries. Dragging its nearly lifeless body, it slowly moved towards the wind wolf's corpse, intending to use the wolf's flesh to recover from its injuries. At this moment, Su Xianyue thought, "It's my turn to perform. Martial soul possession." A dazzling purple light shone on the branches, attracting the bear's attention. However, it no longer had the strength to respond and could only stand there, staring blankly at the purple light above. A purple sword chi fell, striking the bear. However, the bear's fur was very tough, and it remained completely unharmed. "Hey, still tough. Let's try again." Two more sword chi's crossed and flew towards it, hitting its body. And this time, the bear had completely lost its strength and fell backward onto the ground. Its eyes had lost all expression. It should be dead. Su Xianyue did not let her guard down, because the bear had not yet activated its soul ring, and she was unsure if it was unconscious or pretending to be dead to launch a sneak attack. Soon after, several sword energies fell down. With a whoosh, the bear was completely done for, and the deep yellow soul ring lit up, which finally made Su Xianyue feel at ease to land. However, wasn't the color of this soul ring a bit off? A yellow soul ring? This bear is only 100 years old. No matter how ordinary the swift wind wolf is, this one is genuinely a 10,000-year soul beast. Not only was a 100-year bear killed, but it also managed to survive. Su Xianyue suddenly remembered what species this bear was. The dark gold terror-claw bear, a race that can stand against 10,000-year soul beasts for 100 years, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with dragons. What a big profit! What a big profit! Su Xianyue smiled like a 300-pound child, unable to close her mouth. However, most of the soul skills provided by the dark gold fearsome bear were offensive and defensive, which made Su Xianyue feel a bit conflicted. Never mind. Even if they were offensive soul skills, she would accept it. After all, even a century-old dark gold fearsome bear could provide soul skills that surpassed those of other soul beasts of the same level, and they were also not easily obtainable. Additionally, from this dark gold fearsome bear, Su Xianyue sensed a feeling similar to that of the Ink Lotus from yesterday, a feeling of desire to obtain. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Abnormal abilities. Su Xianyue has decided to absorb the soul ring of this dark gold terror-claw bear. However, before that, let's first. Su Xianyue turned her head to look at the soul of the eternal gale wolf and laughed. She reached out to absorb the soul, instantly feeling an unparalleled sense of refreshment. The soul of the eternal soul beast was the highest level she had absorbed so far, providing the most exhilarating sensation and a significant boost. However, the risks seemed to be quite high as well. Su Xianyue's face was pained, as he felt something darting around in his head, making him dizzy. What the hell? Get off me. He operated his entire soul power to expel that thing. But at the moment the soul power made contact, it seemed to absorb that thing instead. The feeling of dizziness disappeared, and Su Xianyue let out a sigh of relief. The soul of a 10,000-year soul beast seems to carry some risks. When a soul beast reaches 10,000 years, its soul has gradually matured and can resist. Just now, that was the fragmented consciousness of the Gale Wolf causing trouble, but it wouldn't have a major impact. When the energy flowed throughout Su Xianyue's body, he was unaware that part of the energy was also gathering towards his soul ring. He then intended to absorb the soul ring of the dark golden terror claw bear. But Su Xianyue noticed a weak fluctuation of soul power emanating from the bear's corpse. Still alive? It was indeed dead. The soul ring had already appeared. Initially thinking the dark golden terraclaw bear was still alive, he soon discovered that the fluctuation of soul power was coming from the bear's right claw. Su Xianyue walked to the bear's paw, ignoring the dead, fierce-looking bear face, and squatted down to examine the right paw. A delightful thought emerged in Su Xianyue's mind. He drew his sword and made a deep cut on the right paw, revealing the golden bone. That's right, a soul bone. It actually produced a soul bone. Although the probability of a dark gold fearsome bear producing a soul bone is quite high among soul beasts, the chance of obtaining a paw bone is very low, especially for this 100-year-old dark gold fearsome bear. The probability is still frighteningly low. The paw bone is an external soul bone with growth attributes, and its value is immeasurable. This is a huge gain. Overjoyed, Su Xianyue wanted to extract the soul bone with his sword, but shortly after his sword touched the soul bone, it actually melted, turning into a pool of golden fluid that slowly flowed along the sword into it, leaving Su Xianyue dumbfounded. He looked at the original position of the soul bone with his bewildered eyes and then glanced at the sword in his hand. It absorbed it. This sword can absorb soul bones. That's a soul bone, an external soul bone, one that can grow. How did it just get absorbed? With the soul bone gone, Su Xianyue realized that his sword could absorb soul bones. It's over. My soul bone. After being dejected for a long time, Su Xianyue shook his head and sighed, deciding not to think about it for now. He should deal with the spirit ring first. Ignoring the chaos, he jumped onto a nearby tree with the spirit ring. The powerful fluctuations from the battle scared away the nearby soul beasts. This is the outer area. Most soul beasts here are around 100 to 1,000 years old. The aura from the 10,000-year gale wolf in full eruption could easily scare them away. However, Su Xianyue needed to act quickly, or the bloody scent would attract those soul beasts back. But at least for an hour, no soul beasts would come. They didn't know whether the gale wolf was dead or not, and would only come to scavenge its remains. Although he thought so, nothing is absolute. Su Xianyue found a cave to absorb the spirit ring. He discovered a 3-meter-high cave not far away, which had a strong pungent smell, but no soul beasts. There were some hairs on the ground that looked very familiar to Su Xianyue. After recalling, he realized they belonged to the dark gold fearsome bear. Is this the cave of that dark gold fearsome bear? That's perfect. The dark gold fearsome bear is a solitary creature, so Su Xianyue wasn't worried about encountering the bear's parents or mate inside. Moreover, soul beasts generally don't come near the cave of a dark gold fearsome bear. He sprinkled some odor-masking powder outside, then found a corner inside to begin absorbing the spirit ring. During the process, no soul beast came to disturb Su Xianyue's absorption. While the battlefield of the bear and wolf had turned into a gathering place for soul beasts, all coming to share the spoils, resulting in several battles. The flesh and blood of the dark gold fearsome bear is a great supplement for soul beasts. Even a 100-year-old one is a rare treasure and naturally becomes a target for competition. However, this was not Su Xianyue's concern for now. About half an hour later, he completed the absorption. At this moment, he stared blankly at the 1,000-year spirit ring in front of him, with a 100-year spirit ring beside it. Where did this 1,000-year spirit ring come from? When did I absorb it? No, this is the first spirit ring. Su Xianyue perceived that this 1,000-year soul ring was his first soul ring, and the one next to it, the 100-year one, was the dark golden fearclaw bear soul ring that he had just absorbed. What the heck? How did the first soul ring become 1,000 years old? Su Xianyue was thinking, and finally, an idea emerged in his mind. Could it be that the soul can still enhance the age of the soul ring? At this moment, Su Xianyue was extremely shocked. Everyone understands what it means to increase the age of soul rings. It signifies that Su Xianyue can eventually flaunt 9 soul rings of 100,000 years. If he dares to be bold, having 9,000,000 years is not out of the question. However, whether Douluo continent has enough soul energy to support him in elevating 9 soul rings to 1,000,000 years is a question. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. However, Su Xianyue has not confirmed this matter yet. He plans to experiment a bit. He stood up and left, intending to find some soul beasts to experiment with, to see if he could elevate the second soul ring to 1,000 years. The place where the bear and wolf were fighting was not far from the cave, and Su Xianyue also sensed the battle over there. Surrounding him were various scattered corpses of soul beasts, most of which were 100 years old, appearing to have just died recently, with their soul rings still floating. In the distance, the huge sound waves and fluctuations of soul power quickly caught Su Xianyue's attention. A 10,000-year white giant python, covered in wounds, faced off against another 10,000-year soul beast. However, this one looked a bit strange, resembling a large flat-headed brother, though many details were slightly different, yet quite similar. It was 7 meters long, with a massive build, confronting the giant python before it. Not far from them lay the corpse of the dark golden claw bear. If they were fighting, Susi would be very happy. Go on, don't just stare. The more you fight, the happier I am, Susi hid in a tree nearby, watching the two giant beasts fight, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Finally, they clashed. After a fierce struggle, the giant python gained the upper hand, seizing the opportunity to tightly coil around the large capybara, leaving them both in a stalemate. The capybara bit at the python's body, but its neck was also constricted, unable to exert much force, only managing to tear through some scales and skin. In the end, the capybara's struggles grew weaker, and its roars gradually faded. The outcome was clear. The giant python was the undeniable victor. Chapter 23. Settled. It's a perverse skill. Su Xianhua waited for half an hour, and the flat-headed brother finally stopped moving. The black soul ring finally rose up. The giant python had been coiling around it for half an hour and was a bit exhausted, but in the end, it slowly crawled towards the corpse of the dark gold fearsome bear. Su Xianhua ignored the giant python and took the opportunity to absorb the soul of the flat-headed brother while it was devouring the corpse of the dark gold terror claw bear. Su Xianhua could tell that the giant python had a cultivation level of around 20,000 years. He did not dare to take the risk of killing it. Although he was exhausted, he was not completely drained and could recover a bit in a while. However, a 20,000-year-old beast could easily kill Su Xianhua, a great soul master, without much effort, making the risk far too high for him at the moment. The danger did not match the potential reward, so Su Xianhua was too lazy to take action. After absorbing the soul of the flat-headed brother, Su Xianhua hurriedly left. The giant python was devouring the massive body of the dark gold fearsome bear, making itself appear quite large. Su Xianhua looked at it and, of course, had ideas on how to deal with it. Hiss, so should I go for this job? It's so complicated. Forget it. Its tail can still move, so I won't take that risk. Su Xianhua hesitated for a moment before decisively turning around. After flying around for a while and absorbing the souls of those 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts, he quickly left. Then, Su Xianhua summoned the soul ring. He wanted to conduct an experiment. He saw that the absorbed souls were slowly gathering toward the soul under Su Xianhua's guidance. This was his first time actively directing soul energy, and he was a bit inexperienced, but he still succeeded. The yellow soul ring was wrapped in ethereal energy and continuously absorbed it. The color of the soul ring changed at a visible speed, gradually deepening, with spots of purple appearing. The purple became brighter and brighter, and Su Xianhua's eyes also lit up. Once the soul ring completely turned purple, Su Xianhua stopped actively supplying energy. This truly is the case. Su Xianhua was experimenting with the effects of her second soul skill. The second soul skill, Fallen Angel's Body, provided a 30% increase in all attributes and significantly enhanced her body's self-healing speed. Indeed, an increase in all attributes. Su Xianhua hadn't expected this soul skill. It was simply a divine skill, and it could also enhance physical recovery, which was practically a bug. Although acquiring this skill was unexpected, it was also within reason, as the quality of the fallen angel was comparable to that of a six-winged angel. And since it was provided by the system, a higher level might even be possible. The dark golden fearclaw bear was also considered top tier among soul beasts, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the pure blood dragon at the top. With both factors combined, it was quite normal to obtain a bug-level soul skill. As expected, the enhancement was real. It previously only increased by 15%, and all joy was replaced by a mischievous laugh. Su Xianhua's current soul power is at level 22, which is quite strange. The energy provided by a 200-year soul rings only allowed him to increase by 1 level. And even with the occasional soul power training in the past, although it wasn't much, it shouldn't have only resulted in a 1-level increase. However, Su Xianhua didn't dwell on these thoughts. He was now preparing to return. He had been out for nearly 20 days, and if the return journey also took 10 days, it would be exactly a month. It wasn't too long. He could just say he was out hunting for soul rings and didn't have time to notify anyone in advance. Then, Su Xianhua thought of a serious matter. How should I explain my 2,000-year soul rings? The first 2 soul rings being 1,000-year rings is unprecedented in the current Douluo continent. Even Xianrenshu doesn't have that configuration. If Su Xianhua revealed this, it would probably reach the spirit hall. Not only that, it would likely spread to all high-end forces. After all, the difference between 100-year and 1,000-year soul rings is significant. Who wouldn't want their family's descendants to have a 1,000-year soul ring by level 10? By then, Susi would likely be fought over by various major forces. Aside from the spirit hall, other forces wouldn't be able to protect themselves, and the spirit hall has that old man Lu. Who knows if he would take action against him? Hey, that's right, if I prove my worth and then go to the spirit hall, Lu wouldn't act against me, right? Never mind, that's too risky. Not thinking about it any further, Susi accelerated his flight. Along the way, although he encountered a few people, he noticed from a distance and deliberately avoided them. He didn't go to that small town, but instead found the direction to Soto City nearby and flew directly towards it. The journey, which took more than half a day, was much shorter than before, and he arrived quickly. Soto City is the most prosperous city Susi has been to since his birth, and he couldn't help but have the thought of wandering around. Wow, Soto City could be considered a second or third-tier city with a vibrant nightlife. He casually found a bustling restaurant, planning to have dinner first. After a whole day of eating only a few pieces of tough, leathery jerky, his mouth was sore, and he was hungry again. The cold night breeze outside was well blocked, and although the little restaurant was noisy, it had a strangely warm feeling, even though he didn't know any of these people. He ordered a few small dishes and a glass of juice, and sat in a corner waiting for his food. While waiting, he recalled the dark gold claw bone of the dark golden terror claw bear, and anger surged within him. A rare external soul bone was just absorbed by his sword. Who wouldn't be upset? But thinking about it, if his sword could devour soul bones, could it also be upgraded? Hey, thinking about it this way, the dishes came quickly, and Susi finished eating in no time and left after settling the bill. He wasn't in a hurry to rest. He planned to wander around for a bit and then go to the hotel he had stayed at before to rest for a night before returning to Nottingham City the next day. However, when he walked out of the restaurant, a sneaky shadow quietly followed him from behind. Susi also noticed him. The feeling of being watched was very obvious. What was this? Not clear about the other party's identity or purpose, Susi dared not act rashly, pretending not to notice. She continued to buy candied hawthorns from a roadside vendor. While eating the candied hawthorns, she kept walking and gradually reached a place with few passers-by, and the person who was following her had already disappeared. As Susi was still in doubt, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A tall, thin man wearing tattered clothes with several holes in them leered at Susi. "Little sister, are you alone? Would you like uncle to take you home?" His voice was quite creepy, making Susi's skin crawl. "Who are you? Are you sick? Have you lost your mind?" Susi had a very bad impression of the person in front of her, and she immediately mentioned national essence. The lecherous man was taken aback for a moment. Cuff. Uncle is not a bad person. How about uncle takes you to see some little goldfish? They're very pretty." Susi looked at him, seemingly realizing who he was. "Little goldfish? I'm your family's watermelon rind. A leg to end all legacies." With a direct leap, she aimed a kick at him, catching him off guard. Susi hit her target, and the man flew backward, crashing hard against the wall behind him. He curled up on the ground, clutching his groin and convulsing. Susi paid him no mind and left directly. Chapter 24. Return after resting for a night. The next morning, Susi found a carriage to prepare for her return. This trip had been quite lucky, yielding many rewards. But figuring out how to explain these 2,000-year soul rings was quite a headache. Susi does not need to have his martial soul manifested to release soul skills, but he does need that sword and to display his soul rings. The sword can substitute for the martial soul to use soul skills, which allows him to conceal his fallen angel martial soul. However, the soul rings are different. Using soul skills will still reveal the soul rings unless he holds back from using them. Forget it. I won't use them unless absolutely necessary. In the bumpy carriage ride back, 10 days later, at Nottingham Academy, it was now after class. Tang San tidied up in the classroom and stood up, planning to leave when Xiao Wu tapped him from behind. "Xiao San, how about we go shopping?" Xiao Wu said with her hands behind her back, bending slightly and smiling at Tang San. Tang San smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, Xiao Wu, maybe next time. I need to go to the teacher's office later." Xiao Wu's face fell with disappointment. "Oh, I see." Seeing her disappointed expression made Tang San feel a bit guilty, so he patted her head to comfort her. "Let's do it tomorrow. I have time tomorrow, and I'll treat you to something delicious then." Xiao Wu's disappointment was instantly replaced with joy. "Really? Then it's a deal. If you don't go with me tomorrow, you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight." Definitely. Tang San smiled helplessly. As they walked along the road, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Huh, that person looks so familiar, Xiao San. Is that Su Xianhua? Following Xiao Wu's pointing, Tang San saw Su Xianhua, who had just returned. As Su Xianhua approached the school gate, the two gatekeepers, upon seeing him, didn't dare to say a word and just let him in. At this moment, he was preparing to report to the principal. Hey, Su Xianhua, where have you been this month? The principal is furious. Tang San and Xiao Wu walked over, and Su Xianhua turned to look at them. Oh, I want to get my soul ring, which took a while, and I didn't have time to report to them. By the way, Tang San, here's that book I owe you. Su Xianhua took out the book borrowed from Tang San from her storage soul guide in her pocket and handed it to him. Tang San took the book and was momentarily stunned. Did you go to obtain the soul ring? The school doesn't know? Who helped you with that? The first soul ring can be obtained with the help of the school, but beyond that, one can only hire someone. And who among the commoners can afford that price? Oh, I hired someone to help. You all know that I worked as a bodyguard for Xiao Qinyu for a year, so I have a bit of money. Enough to cover it. Su Xianhua explained this, and Tang San and the others nodded. At this moment, Xiao Wu jumped out. Since you also have a soul ring, let's have a fight. The two looked at the proud Xiao Wu and fell silent for a while. What's with that expression on your faces? Su Xianhua's lips curled up slightly, revealing a kind smile. Are you sure you want to fight me? Tang San stepped forward and whispered to Xiao Wu, trying to persuade her. Xiao Wu, stop messing around. He doesn't understand when I hold back in a fight. Be obedient. Su Xianhua stood to the side, his smile instantly disappearing. As a level 20 soul master, how could he possibly not hear at this distance? However, he showed no reaction and said, I won't talk to you for now. I need to report to the principal first. After saying goodbye to Tang San and the others, Su Xianhua found the principal's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Su Xianhua walked in, and the people inside were stunned when they saw him. Su Xianhua, you actually came back. After skipping class for a month, do you still want to continue attending? The principal, a slightly plump middle-aged man, was furious when he saw Su Xianhua. In his eyes, Su Xianhua was nothing but a troublemaker. He had previously gotten into a fight with Xiao Qinyu and caused several serious injuries, and now he had skipped class for a whole month right after school started. Who wouldn't be angry? Oh, I went to get a soul ring before, and time was tight. I didn't have time to explain. Get a soul ring? It took you a month? Did you run all the way to the Star Do Forest to get it? Couldn't you have asked for leave from the academy first? Forget it. No need to say anything more. You were expelled. This time, the city lord won't protect you, so hurry up and get lost. He had long wanted to expel Su Xianhua. Even if he had innate full soul power, it was useless. Keeping him around would ruin the school's reputation, and this principal would be in trouble. Moreover, this was also the intention of the city lord of Nottingham City. What? Expelled? Oh, then goodbye. Su Xianhua left without hesitation. Just as Su Xianhua walked out, another person entered the door. The principal stood with his hands behind his back and said to him, Go notify the city lord. Yes. Su Xianhua didn't have anything to take, just took her bedding from the dormitory locker since she had paid for it. It was class time now, and there was no one in the first dormitory, so Su Xianhua took it and left. Just as she reached the school gate, the lord of Nottingham City approached her. Hey, Su Xianhua, long time no see. How have you been lately? He smiled broadly upon seeing Su Xianhua, who looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something you need? The lord smiled and got straight to the point. I heard you've been expelled, so I came to check on you. It's such a pity for a talent like you to be expelled. So here's the thing. As long as you agree to join our Xiao family, I can plead on your behalf to allow you to continue your studies. This is related to your future, and the rewards are generous. What do you think? Please consider it. Su Xianhua saw a deep conspiracy in his smiling eyes. His intuition had always been very accurate. You came to recruit me right after I was fired, which makes you very suspicious. Su Xianhua's hollow eyes stared intently at the lord of Nottingham City. This, inner thought, is this guy really a child? Ahem. I'm not disregarding you. You see, I came right over after you were just dismissed, so think about it. Xiao Yu and the others will miss you a lot too. Su Xianhua waved her hand and left. She appreciated the goodwill, but she wasn't interested. Sigh. The lord of Nottingham seemed to want to keep her, but Su Xianhua left without looking back. A subordinate nearby leaned over and exchanged glances with him. My lord, should we? His hand was half clenched, as if he wanted to bring Su Xianhua back. The lord of Nottingham shook his head. No need. If she doesn't want to, then forget it. It's just a pity. Don't offend her in the future. My intuition tells me that this girl has great potential. The subordinate, confused, still managed to grasp the meaning of not touching her and nodded. Yes. Meanwhile, Su Xianhua, who had refused the lord of Nottingham's invitation, was completely unconcerned. She had even turned down the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, so she had no interest in this little lord's offer. However, she still needed at least 5 years before she could enroll in Shrek Academy, and going there early wouldn't be beneficial. If she couldn't catch up with the main storyline, she could only waste time. Besides, if she had known she wouldn't return to Soto City, she could have made some money there. Susi and Wei had no choice but to head towards the village. Chapter 25:25. What to do when the power is about to be uncontrollable. The village was still the same, and that girl from the village was still as silly as ever. Brother, why are you back? Didn't they say that Soul Master Academy doesn't allow you to return? Oh, I got expelled, so I came back. Expelled? Wang Area didn't understand what Su Xianyue meant by expelled, but she was still very happy to see Su Xianyue back. Wang Area was still on vacation, as the class hours at the regular academy were short, since they only taught simple language and math, which were quickly finished. Wang Fugue wasn't home, otherwise, hearing that Su Xianyue had been expelled would probably give him a heart attack out of anger. So Su Xianyue had to tell Wang Fugue that she had already become a soul master to prevent him from getting too upset. However, he wasn't home now, and only Wang Area was at home feeling bored, so she rushed over as soon as Su Xianyue returned. All right, brother, are you a soul master now? Yes, why? What does a soul ring look like? Can you show me? Wang Area looked at Su Xianyue with wide eyes, resting her chin on her hands in anticipation. Well, it's not that I can't, but you have to keep it a secret. I promise to keep it a secret. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Wang Area quickly agreed, but Su Xianyue felt a bit conflicted. However, Wang Area wasn't a big mouth, and seeing her eager expression, Su Xianyue still released her soul ring. 2 purple soul rings floated behind her, their dazzling colors making Wang Area's eyes sparkle with stars. So beautiful. Can I touch it? Su Xianyue. Can the soul rings be touched? It shouldn't be possible, right? Soul rings can't be touched. All right, I'll head back first. It should be gathering dust at home. After putting down the gift for Wang Area, Su Xianyue returned to her little bamboo house. Meanwhile, Wang Area, looking at the pastries Su Xianyue brought back, sat on a stool and smiled silly. Inside the little bamboo house, Su Xianyue looked at the relatively clean interior, feeling a bit puzzled. Did someone help me clean? It should be the village chief or area. Although the house is clean, there is still a bit of dust. It seems quite a while has passed since the last time it was cleaned. Su Xianyue suddenly leaned on the bed, and the dust on it made him sneeze. I should clean it up first. He picked up a feather duster and started to clean the dust, but without a mask, the scattered dust made Su Xianyue sneeze again. What the heck? Every time Su Xianyue sneezed, the feather duster in his hand would shake, and before long, all the feathers on it were scattered. Is the quality this poor? But he didn't pay much attention, as it should have been used for a long time. He picked up a rag and continued to wipe a cabinet, but his thoughts started to drift. What should I do next? Should I go hunt soul beasts or, damn, my cabinet? When Su Xianyue came to his senses, the cabinet in front of him was already covered in cracks. The cabinet was made of solid wood and had been waxed, so it wasn't so easy to crack. My cabinet. Su Xianyue checked her cabinet and found that the cracks on it looked like they had been damaged by external forces. Su Xianyue looked at her hand, then glanced at the cabinet. She reached out and gently applied some force, and a corner of the solid wood cabinet was easily pried off. Did I break it? Su Xianyue felt a bit uncertain. Clearly, he hadn't used much strength, yet this solid wooden cabinet had been damaged. At this moment, he seemed to understand the reason. He had obtained 2 soul rings at once. His soul power level skyrocketed to 22, and he had absorbed quite a few soul beast souls. Usually he was fine, but whenever he got distracted, his strength would become uncontrollable. If that were the case, the consequences would be serious. So, I need to find a way to control my strength. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the woods on the mountain outside the village. With a creaking sound, a tree with a diameter of 0.5 meter and a height of 10 meters fell down with a crash. Beside the fallen tree, Su Xianyue looked at his small hand in disbelief. I knocked it down with one punch? I didn't even use much strength. Su Xianyue sighed, took out her sword, and chopped at the branches and twigs, finally leaving behind a piece of raw wood. Su Xianyue directly picked it up and left, with his arm embedded firmly into the wood. This was a method Su Xianyue had come up with, wood carving. Wood carving requires a strict control of force. Even a slight mistake can ruin everything. Therefore, he devised this method. He had considered other options, like painting and calligraphy, but he didn't like those, and the materials consumed were too much. Once used up, he would have to buy more, which was a waste of time and money. Wood carving, however, was different. Wood was everywhere, and tools could be bought in the village, making it the most convenient choice. Now, he picked up the carving knife and made a cut on the piece of wood in front of him. Crack. The carving knife plunged right in. Ah, must take it slow. Be careful. The carving knife was gradually scratching the wood, while Su Xianyue bit his lip, sweat already beading on his forehead. After a long and arduous time, a rather awkward object appeared before Su Xianyue's eyes. Not bad, but this really is a technical job. Carving something beautiful was not his intention. Controlling the force was. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Thus, Su Xianyue was carving in his small courtyard, and for convenience, he even built a small shed. A month later, in just a short month, his skills had become superb. Although his wood carvings were still not very good-looking, his control of strength had improved significantly. At least he wouldn't ruin things when he got distracted. Su Xianyue touched the side, and all the logs had been used up. On the other side, the sawdust had piled up into a small hill. Su Xianyue was planning to go up the mountain to chop some wood when she saw Wang Fugue coming toward her. Xiaoyu, just in time, Grandpa is looking for you, Wang Fugue said with a joyful expression, looking at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue tilted her head and looked at him. What's the matter, Grandpa? Oh, it's just that some people are interested in those wood carvings you made and want to buy them. It's a good opportunity for you to make some extra money. Someone wants to buy them? Su Xianyue knew his own skills. He could only carve out a rough shape, and he wasn't yet proficient in the finer details. After all, he was self-taught. At this moment, the village chief took out a small wooden carving, which appeared to be of a woman. This was it. When Aunt Lee from the village set up her stall in the city, she used it as a decoration. Unexpectedly, someone showed interest and wanted to buy it, but it was still too rough. If you carved it more delicately, you could sell it for a good price. Although this wooden carving was rough, the most noticeable feature, the long legs, was the most detailed. Aunt Lee saw it and said it reminded her of her younger self, and she liked it. So Su Xianyue gave it away, not expecting anyone would want to buy it. It seems making a little extra money isn't bad. I suddenly have a bold idea. Chapter 26. The Power of Gradual Adaptation. A year later, a strange shop appeared in Nottingham City. Inside, there were various wooden carvings on display, all kinds, with the most eye-catching ones. A few wooden carvings of impoverished sisters were quickly snatched up by men. Su Xianyue didn't expect that there would be LSPs, lewd and shameless people here who liked such things, and the bids from those who wanted to buy were quite high. So Su Xianyue had no choice but to sell them through an auction format. Besides that, Su Xianyue's control over his strength gradually became more adept, and he could carve the more intricate parts of the wood sculptures perfectly. It's almost time to wrap this up. For a year, Su Xianyue had been honing his strength through carving, and this method proved effective. He now had masterful control over his strength, able to apply exactly the right amount of force. Initially, he hadn't intended to make money from this, but now that his control was nearly perfect, he wanted to finish it. Subsequently, Su Xianyue picked up a megaphone and shouted outside, "Clearance sale? Everything in the store is only 20 copper soul coins." The shop was filled with wood sculptures, all of anime characters from his previous life, and it would be a waste to leave them. So Su Xianyue decided to sell them all off. "Hey, Boss Xiaoya, why is there clearance? What's wrong with these wood sculptures?" A customer asked in confusion, and Su Xianyue waved his hand. "This shop will no longer be open, so we're clearing out the stock. Hurry up if you want to buy. Not opening anymore. Then I need to hurry." Saying this, the person went inside, pulled out a sack, and started tossing the wood sculptures he saw into it. 12, 13. That's about it, just these. Su Xianyue took the money in confusion, while others rushed into the store to grab items frantically. What's going on? Looking at the ransacked store, and then at the constantly rising pile of soul coins beside her, Su Xianyue looked bewildered. Before long, everything inside was sold out. Su Xianyue closed the shop door, and this shop was also rented. She was going to return soon. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her. "Su Xianyue? What's wrong? Why are you closing so early today?" Tang San walked over, but he was covered in sweat, probably just back from the blacksmith shop. "Oh, I'll close the shop, and I won't be opening it again." Su Xianyue casually responded and was about to leave. However, Tang San called him back. "Wait, there's something I want to ask you." As he spoke, Tang San took out a wooden carving. "I want to ask, how do you know what my dad looks like? Why is he holding a big hammer?" The wooden carving that Tang San took out was of Tang Hao, which Su Xianyue had carved a few days ago based on his appearance in the anime. He didn't expect Tang San to recognize it. "How? Did you figure out this is your dad?" Su Xianyue looked at the wooden carving. Although the face was very blurry, how did he recognize it? "I don't know. It just looks very familiar to me. Have you seen my dad?" Su Xianyue was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook her head. "No, this is just something I carved casually." Tang San felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. Sorry to bother you. So I don't know why, but when I see this wooden sculpture, I have a feeling of familiarity, as if it resembles my father, even though it looks completely different. Su Xianyue, your intuition is really damn accurate. Since there's nothing wrong now, I'm leaving. After Su Xianyue left, he looked at the Tang Hao wooden carving in his hand and shook his head. Then, he took out another wooden carving. Strange. Why do I always feel a sense of familiarity with Su Xianyue's wooden carving? The other wooden carving is of Tang San from the Shrek era. A year has passed, and Su Xianyue hasn't practiced soul power. His level is still at 22. However, his control over strength is nearly at max level, so he doesn't have to worry about losing control of his strength anymore. Now it's time to practice. Su Xianyue returned home and packed his luggage. He planned to go to the Douluo forest again to hunt soul beasts and cultivate his soul. Although the Douluo forest was very dangerous, it was the fastest way to increase his strength. He wanted to strive to raise his soul ring to 10,000 years before entering Shrek, even though that was a bit unrealistic. After a year, Su Xianyue still felt excited at the thought of being able to absorb souls to extend the duration of his soul rings. After finishing his packing, he went to say goodbye to Wang Eya and the others. What? Brother, why are you going so far? Wang Eya, who was home alone since Wang Fuge was not around, looked very aggrieved upon hearing that Su Xianyue was going out. I'm a soul master. I need to train. Don't worry. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Remember to tell Grandpa. I'm off now. Su Xianyue patted her head to comfort her, then left. Wang Eya wanted to say something, but held it back. Su Xianyue glanced back at her and waved her hand. Wang Eya looked at Su Xianyue's back, feeling a bit unwilling. If only I were a soul master too. Su Xianyue directly channeled her soul power and rushed towards the gate of Nottingham City, where the carriage they had discussed earlier was set to depart. Here, 10 days have been omitted. In the Douluo Great Forest, a nimble figure was constantly weaving through the trees. Whenever she encountered a soul beast, a sword energy would ruthlessly descend. Soul beasts under 100 years would be directly cut in half, while 1,000-year soul beasts would require a bit more effort to deal with. Unknowingly, Su Xianyue had already reached the point where she could contend with 1,000-year soul beasts, whose strength was roughly equivalent to that of a human at level 30. Given the innate strength of soul beasts, their actual combat power would be even higher. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. She could now determine the strength of a soul beast through the sensed aura, which was merely a result of practice. In addition to her sword energy attacks, Su Xianyue had also comprehended some simple sword techniques for close combat. Although they were not profound, they were somewhat useful for straightforward exchanges. Although she would encounter others seeking soul rings along the way, Su Xianyue managed to detect and avoid them in advance. To prevent her martial soul from being discovered, she was extremely cautious, fearing that others might see her. Sigh, what a pity. She felt a bit tired and decided to rest on a tree. Just as she landed and hadn't caught her breath, a massive wave of soul power surged from not far away. This fluctuation is at least from a 10,000-year soul beast. And there's a human aura? Someone is fighting with a 10,000-year soul beast? Su Xianyue's opportunity to collect corpses had arrived. He planned to stand aside and watch the show, waiting for them to finish fighting before collecting the souls and running away. To avoid exposing his martial soul, he specifically retracted it and jumped over. The distance wasn't too far, about 200 meters, and he arrived shortly. The area before him had turned into a small clearing due to the battle, radiating a strong platinum light. The fight soon ended, and by the time Su Xianyue arrived, a giant beast lay on the ground, green blood pooling everywhere. Nearby, a blonde girl stood watching the black soul rings floating above the giant beast. Su Xianyue hid behind a tree in the distance, just able to see the location, trying hard to conceal his presence. However, he still underestimated the person who killed the soul beast. He thought it was a group of people, but unexpectedly, it was only one person, and she was a woman, and it ended so quickly. The woman was a bit out of breath at this moment, showing no reaction, just silently absorbing the soul ring. What the hell? She's just sitting there absorbing it? Doesn't she need to find a place to hide? Chapter 27. Strange person, the soul of a soul beast will attach itself to the soul ring. A 10,000-year soul beast can cause trouble when a soul master absorbs the soul ring. Once the soul ring is absorbed, it will either be dispelled or retaliate against the absorber and then dissipate. Su Xianyue originally planned to take advantage of a group of people being exhausted after fighting the soul beasts to sneak in and make a quick escape. However, she didn't expect there to be only one person, and that person was absorbing the energy on the spot. That truly was heaven helping me. Su Xianyuan noticed that she had already begun absorbing the soul ring and walked overconfidently. Before absorbing the soul, he looked at the giant beast with some curiosity. The giant beast was entirely black iron in color, resembling an insect with a long and slender body. He knocked on it a couple of times, and the exoskeleton was still very hard. At that moment, he turned back to prepare to absorb the soul when suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him. "Hey kid, where did you come from?" A slightly aged but loud voice startled Su Xianyue. "Wow, ghost!" Before he could finish shouting, a large hand covered his mouth. The man in front of him, looking like a little thug, made a shushing gesture and then pointed to the blonde girl on the other side who was absorbing the soul ring. Su Xianyue looked into his eyes and nodded. He now understood why this girl was absorbing the soul ring in place. It was because there were 2 bodyguards beside her. Moreover, their cultivation level was certainly not low. "So where did this kid come from?" "Hey, I'm asking you, where are your companions?" The muscular uncle, with his arms crossed and a body full of muscles. Wishin Su Xianyue. The other one was also an uncle. Oh no, a grandpa, dressed in a long robe, giving off a sinister vibe. No need to worry about him. Just ignore him. The sinister grandpa casually said a sentence and walked over to stand beside the girl who was absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, the muscular uncle was staring at Su Xianyue, their eyes locked in a standoff. Su Xianyue felt a bit awkward, her small hands scratching her face with nowhere to put them. I got separated from my family, and when I saw someone here, I came to take a look." Seeing Su Xianyue's wandering gaze, the uncle didn't say much and pulled her aside, urging her to leave quickly. With no chance of staying, Su Xianyue had to leave. With those 2 powerful figures around, getting closer to that woman would probably result in being swatted away. However, the 2 of them looked at Su Xianyue's back, pondering something. "Shilong, did I not sleep well last night? How can I sense that kid has level 20 soul power? Indeed, don't mention it. I also doubt whether I didn't sleep well last night." "Huh?" As they spoke, they exchanged glances, then suddenly rushed towards Su Xianyue, grabbing her by the collar from behind. "Huh?" Caught off guard, Su Xianyue didn't react in time and found herself face to face with the serious-looking uncle. "Kid, what is your soul power level?" "Oh no." At that moment, all Su Xianyue could think was these 2 words. Her index fingers poked each other, and her eyes darted to the side, not daring to look at him. Would you believe me if I said I have no soul power?" The uncle, not wanting to waste any time, directly grabbed Su Xianyue's arm. 8 years old? You're already level 20 at 8? Which family are you from? Show me your martial soul." The uncle checked Su Xianyue's bone age, and his eyes widened in surprise, one much larger than the other, almost pressing against Su Xianyue's face. Can you let me down first?" Su Xianyue poked at the arm that was gripping her collar. Once she was set down, Su Xianyue directly pulled out the sword from her forehead. They looked at the sword, which was longer than Su Xianyue herself, then glanced at her, and finally exchanged glances with each other. "Which family has a martial soul like this sword?" "Don't look at me. I don't know either." "Hey, kid, which family are you from?" The eerie old man asked Su Xianyue while her brain was racing. "Actually, I'm an orphan, and out of necessity, I had to come to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings by myself." They exchanged glances again, and it was clear that they completely didn't believe her. "Are you kidding? You, a little brat, came to the Stardow Forest alone to get soul rings? And you got 2? Show me the soul rings. They wouldn't be 10-year ones, would they?" An 8-year-old with a level 20 soul power is something no one would dare to imagine, although they had seen it before. If this were to appear on an ordinary child, then. But if the soul rings were just 2 10-year ones, that would be a waste of his talent. Su Xianyue was really flustered at that moment. Maybe it's better not to. My soul ring is very poor. Hurry up and show me. Don't make me take action." The uncle's expression was fierce, and he seemed a bit impatient already. Su Xianyue was hesitating at this moment, thinking about how to escape. She didn't even know who they were. If they saw her soul rings, it would be a big deal. 2,000-year soul rings at level 20. Who knows what they would think? "Wait a minute. You should tell me where you are from first." "I don't even know you. So why should I talk to you?" Su Xianyue deliberately pretended to have the innocent tone of a naive child. Simply put, she was playing dumb. "You, fine. I'm from the Spirit Hall. Is that good enough? Hurry up and speak, or I'll beat you to death." The uncle's expression was quite fierce, and Su Xianyue felt a surge of joy in her heart because she had found another excuse to play dumb. Su Xianyue deliberately squeezed out some tears, then looked wronged, with an expression as if she was about to cry from being scared. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The uncle was also a bit flustered upon seeing this. No, why is she crying? I just wanted to see your soul ring. Sigh. Uncle isn't a bad person, sigh. Finally, he sighed helplessly and quietly walked to the side. The eerie old man had a suppressed smile on his face. Ha ha, look at how scared you made the child. Ha ha, fine, if she doesn't want to, let her be. After all, we're going to take her back. From his words, Su Xianwei realized that she was going to be taken away by them, and they were from the spirit hall. No way. I have to think of a way to escape. The uncle stood dejectedly to the side, while the old man's gaze was fixated on the girl, absorbing the soul ring. Taking advantage of their distraction, Su Xianwei dashed away. But before she could run a few meters, she felt her collar being grabbed again. Why are you running? We're not human traffickers. The uncle's voice rang out, and Su Xianwei was helplessly pulled back. I was hoping you were human traffickers. Human traffickers don't have such high levels. High-level people wouldn't become human traffickers. Su Xianwei was left aside and not attended to, nor was he tied up, because his little legs couldn't run fast at all. They could easily catch him back. Who are these people? People from the spirit hall. Su Xianwei sat cross-legged on one side, her hands supporting her slightly chubby face, her seemingly hollow eyes scanning the three people, especially the girl who was absorbing the soul ring, who seemed extraordinary. Beauty was one aspect, but on the other hand, Su Xianwei sensed a familiar aura from her, though she couldn't quite describe it. It was the feeling of having something similar within herself, yet still different. After several minutes, Su Xianwei realized who she was. Chapter 28, Spirit City. As the soul ring on the girl lit up, a huge golden phantom appeared behind her. It was a humanoid figure with 6 wings, radiating a dazzling light. This. Su Xianwei's martial soul began to stir. A feeling deeply ingrained in his bones suddenly surged forth. It was a sense of disgust, yet strangely mixed with a hint of nostalgia. However, Su Xianwei didn't have time to dwell on that feeling. All he felt now was fear. Just moments ago, his martial soul had almost burst forth. If it weren't for Su Xianwei's quick reaction to suppress it in time, who knows what might have happened. The moment he saw the enormous phantom, Su Xianwei realized who the girl in front of him was. The holy maiden of the 6-winged angel clan in the martial soul elder hall, Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue opened her golden eyes, and behind her, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, buzzed and shimmered. Who is he? The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Su Xianwei, who was sitting cross-legged to the side, her clear voice tinged with a hint of confusion. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, this little kid came over on his own. We saw his extraordinary talent and decided to keep him. Please take a look at his level. Qianrenxue's cold gaze fixed on Su Xianwei, and then she showed a trace of astonishment. Level 22. How old is he? My subordinate just measured his bone age. He is 8 years old. Qianrenxue was stunned. Being over level 20 at the age of 8 was practically unheard of on the Douluo continent, except for the 6-winged angel clan. An innate full soul power at 8 years old would typically only reach around level 18. Take him back. Qianrenxue said this and summoned her martial soul to fly away. Kid, come with us obediently. A man directly scooped Su Xianwei under his arm, holding him as he followed along. Can't you change your position? This is so uncomfortable. What else do you want? It's your luck that I'm carrying you like this. The man replied impatiently. With no choice, Su Xianwei was carried away like this. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and setting off now wasn't suitable. They planned to rest here for the night before leaving. I say, Uncle, are you really from the Martial Soul Hall? You don't seem like it. Su Xianwei was sitting at a dining table on the first floor with the uncle and the old man, enjoying their meal, while Qianrenxue had already taken a rest. This uncle was naturally Shilong, who was currently devouring meat and drinking wine. Doesn't seem like it? What do you think is different? Su Xianwei. Not like anywhere. Shilong doesn't appear much in the original work, and Su Xianwei doesn't know what his personality is like. But a titled Douluo should have some presence, right? How come he just sits here eating meat and drinking like an ordinary uncle? Not everyone is like Tang Hao. Hey, you little brat. Shilong flicked Su Xianwei's forehead, but didn't use much strength, so it didn't hurt too much, though she still rubbed it. On the side, Xixue still looked eerie, holding a wine glass and drinking. All right, hurry up and finish eating, then go rest. I'll give you a separate room. But don't think about running away, or I'll break your legs. After saying this plainly, he got up and walked towards the room on the 2nd floor. The two watched Xixue leave and then continued their conversation. Tell me, where exactly do I not look like a member of the Spirit Hall? Shilong was still struggling with this question. Su Xianwei lay on her bed in her room, her face full of worry. The Spirit Hall. What should I do? If my fallen angel spirit is discovered, It would only take a few seconds for Douluo to kill me. Then Su Xianyue began to think about how to hide her spirit. She wasn't too worried about the soul ring issue. After all, what could be more alarming than that old man, Douluo? The fallen angel spirit is considered hostile to them. If I actively join the spirit hall, I wonder if they would take action against me. Forget it. Let's take it step by step. After all, I've died once already, so I'm not worried at all. Time to sleep. The next morning, they set off. First, they headed towards Soto City, the nearest city, and with the speed of a tidal Douluo, they would arrive in no time. Qianrenxue flew at the front. Although her speed couldn't match a tidal Douluo, the tidal Douluo was following her. It wasn't the fastest, but it was close enough. Then they boarded a luxurious carriage. There were 2 carriages in total, one for Qianrenxue and one where Xilong and Su Xianyue were squeezed together. It wasn't too cramped, as the carriage was spacious and even had a bed. I asked, where exactly are we going? Su Xianyue leaned on the window, looking bored as she asked them. Xixue didn't say anything, but Xilong answered her. To Wuhuan City, you should have heard of it, right? It's not far from here. Su Xianyue had certainly heard of it. Asking was just a casual way to pass the time. Along the way, this carriage was filled with Su Xianyue's questions. What else in the Soul Land? Is it fun? What positions do you hold in the Spirit Hall? Are they impressive? Wow, look over there, there's such a big bird. I am hungry. Do you have anything to eat? In her boredom, Su Xianyue's talkative trait, which she caught from Wang Fugue, emerged, annoying them. Xixue ignored her and entered a meditative state, while Xilong occasionally answered Su Xianyue's questions, but later she got tired of it and lay down to sleep. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Finally, it was quiet. If it weren't for valuing his talent, I would have slapped him to death by now. Xixue finished his meditation, saw Su Xianyue sleeping, and sighed. Ha ha, you have your day too. It's helpless against a child, ha ha ha. Xilong laughed heartily. Then they began to get serious. Do you think this child has a mutated martial soul? If he really is an orphan, the Spirit Hall could add a great general in the future. Who knows? Let's not worry about him. We'll take him back and report to His Holiness the Pope. The rest is not our concern. A few days later, in the Soul Land. This place is located at the border between 2 great empires and is a city belonging to the Spirit Hall, with no ownership from either empire. Moreover, it features some of the most magnificent architecture on the Douluo continent, with the Pope's Hall situated within it. The 80-meter-high granite city walls display a sense of opulence. While looking at this luxurious city, Su Xianyue couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Before long, they arrived at a majestic and splendid palace. This is the Pope's Hall. You wait here while I report, Xixue said, and then disappeared. Xilong was still reminding Su Xianyue. Once you go in, don't speak carelessly. Answer honestly to any questions His Holiness the Pope asks you. Don't say anything else, or I can't guarantee your little life. Su Xianyue certainly knew that at this moment, Bibi Dong was acting like someone going through menopause, extremely fierce. If he didn't behave himself, he would probably end up with nothing left. They were waiting there, and Qianrenxue didn't know where she had run off to, but Su Xianyue didn't care, as it wasn't his business. Chapter 29. Indeed, before long, Xixue returned, and they all stood at the entrance of the hall waiting. It has been announced. We can proceed shortly. About 10 minutes later, the doors of the grand hall opened. Inside the cold and spacious hall, in the high throne in the center, a person dressed in a luxurious gown held a scepter and looked coldly disdainful at the front. Your Holiness the Pope. As soon as they entered, Xilong and Xixue bowed, and Su Xianyue felt a bit at a loss, so he followed and bowed as well. What do you have to report? The icy voice was chilling, and Su Xianyue shivered upon hearing it. Xilong spoke. It is this child. We encountered him while obtaining soul rings for Her Highness the Saintess in the Star Doe Forest. He is only 8 years old, yet possesses level 20 soul power. As soon as Xilong finished speaking, Bibi Dong let out a sound of doubt, and then a powerful mental force enveloped Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue could clearly feel that she was being watched, and this sensation of being seen sent chills down her spine. Indeed a genius. All right, you two can leave, but this child stays. Xilong and Xixue left, leaving Su Xianyue feeling at a loss. The great hall fell silent for a moment, and then Bibi Dong spoke. What is your name? Su Xianyue. Where are you from? A village in the Fasnuo province of the Tiando Empire. That village? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, seeming a bit displeased. Su Xianyue quickly explained. The village is actually called that. It's not me being mischievous. Bibi Dong's expression improved a bit after that. There was silence for a long time again. So, are you interested in joining the Spear Hall? Her tone was filled with an undeniable insistence, and Su Xianyue hesitated a bit. If I say I'm not willing, Will you get angry? Bibi Dong didn't speak, just quietly looked at him. Your Holiness the Pope? Su Xianyue called out recklessly, but Bibi Dong still did not respond. Su Xianyue, feeling helpless, can only wait like this. Finally, Bibi Dong spoke. Show me your martial soul. Oh, Su Xianyue responded and took out the sword to serve as her martial soul. Sword? Show me your soul skills. This might not be good. Bibi Dong frowned at him, looking as if she would kill him if he didn't comply. I'll go for it. Su Xianyue swung the long sword in her hand, and the purple soul ring behind her lit up. A large number of feathers appeared and scattered on the ground. 1,000-year soul ring? Su Xianyue immediately used her second soul skill, which was also a 1,000-year soul ring. Su Xianyue is now in a panic. He has no choice. Using his soul skill might delay his death, but if he doesn't use it, he will definitely die immediately. After Bibi Dong saw his 2,000-year soul rings, she was so excited that she stood up, her eyes fixed on him. How'd you do it? Su Xianyue felt helpless and could only talk nonsense. I don't know, I just encountered two soul beasts fighting each other. Both were seriously injured, so I chose one to absorb its soul ring. At that time, I didn't know what this purple soul ring meant, so I just absorbed it and then encountered another soul beast. It couldn't defeat me, and seeing that it also had a purple soul ring, I absorbed it as well. Looking at Su Xianyue's innocent expression, Bibi Dong was deep in thought. After a long while, she spoke again. You should stay here for the next few days. I will have someone arrange a room for you. You could go now. Huh? In a grand hall, before a tall and sacred angel statue, a young girl was praying devoutly. Her golden hair was bathed in soft light, and a white gold long dress accentuated her slender figure. Xiaoxue, what brings you back today? A middle-aged man, around 30 or 40 years old, walked out, looking at Qianrenxue with a doting expression. Grandpa. Upon seeing this person, Qianrenxue respectfully called out. Oh, already at level 50, very good, but you still need to work harder. The middle-aged man praised her, then turned to look at the tall angel statue. At this moment, Qianrenxue's expression was somewhat conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Qian Daolu noticed her expression. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Qianrenxue spoke up. When I was obtaining soul rings in the Stardow Forest, I encountered a child. From him, I felt a special aura that made me feel fear. What? Fear? What child? Where is he now? Qian Daolu couldn't believe his ears. He has already been brought back. He should be in the Papal Palace now. Let us go. I want to see what kind of aura can make you feel fear. In a spacious and luxurious room, even though this was the dream of many, Su Xianyue wore a frown at this moment. He had no mind to care about the luxurious furniture and was instead lying on the desk in distress. I knew it, showing 2,000-year soul rings. She definitely wouldn't let me off. Because of his height, Su Xianyue could only reach the desk with his face, causing a bulge of flesh to be pushed up, making him look silly. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang, and Qian Daolu walked straight in, followed by Bibi Dong. Is this the child? He looks quite unusual. With a disdainful remark, he then unleashed a tremendous aura of soul power. What the hell? Su Xianyue suddenly felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on her body, making it hard for her to breathe, and she fell off the chair. Struggling to get up, she used her soul power to resist the pressure. Qian Daolu, seeing that Su Xianyue could still stand up, had a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It was impressive to stand under a level 30 pressure, so he decided to increase the difficulty a little. The pressure continued to rise, increasing significantly, going up by 10 levels at a time. Under that pressure, Su Xianyue was already sweating profusely, gritting her teeth as she stared at the man in front of her. A hint of anger appeared in her hollow eyes. And Qian Daolu felt an inexplicable sense of fear at that moment. This feeling had little effect on him, but it piqued his interest. He smirked slightly and sneered. Interesting. He then raised the pressure another notch. Under the level 60 pressure, Su Xianyue was starting to struggle, pulling out her sword and gripping the hilt to support herself. Her legs were already weak, and her subconscious urged her to release her martial soul to withstand this terrifying pressure, but Su Xianyue suppressed that urge. She had vaguely guessed the identity of the middle-aged man in front of her, and if she released her martial soul now, it wouldn't just be about the pressure anymore. At level 60 pressure, Su Xianyue was on the verge of collapse, yet Qian Daolu showed no signs of stopping. Bibi Dong watched with a look of sympathy. Enough. If this continues, something bad will happen. Qian Daolu glanced at her and then withdrew his hand. Being able to withstand level 60 pressure, this child is impressive. She should be cultivated well. Leaving this remark, Qian Daolu vanished. Bibi Dong continued to gaze coldly at the panting Su Xianyue, who looked as if she was about to faint. He said you were impressive, so you should stay in the spirit hall. I will arrange for someone to be your mentor. After saying this, he also disappeared. Chapter 30. How to save yourself after entering a thief's den online. Wait. Phew, he finally left. Wait, what did she just say? Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Su Xianyue felt a sense of relief as she recalled Bibidong's words before she left. Did she take a liking to me? Is she going to keep me here? No. Su Xianyue never wanted to join those high-end organizations, but for some inexplicable reason, she ended up at the Spirit Hall. Now, looking at their demeanor, it seems they won't let her leave easily. My name is Su Xianyue, and I am currently at the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall can be said to be the top organization at the peak of the pyramid. Other forces on the continent all show them respect. Being able to join the Spirit Hall is something that other soul masters dream of, even if it's just for a menial job. But I don't want to. What should I do? Here I am, stuck in a tough spot. Ugh, this hair. Su Xianyue kept rolling on the large, soft white sheets, shouting loudly. Her purple long hair, all messy. It was impossible to escape. Outside there were almost all soul masters, and there were several titled Douluo. If she went out, she would be discovered immediately. If she encountered some extreme individuals, it would be unfair to be mistaken for a thief and directly be killed with a knife. Su Xianyue lay on the bed, inhaling the fragrance of the sheets, and drowsiness washed over her. The sheets seemed to have something sprinkled on them to aid sleep. Combined with the fatigue from the journey and the pressure of the soul power at level 60 she had just experienced. Exhausted, Su Xianyue only wanted to sleep. Her heavy eyelids were about to droop, but she suddenly sat up. She felt sticky all over. She really needed a shower. Su Xianyue is currently in a side courtyard next to the Spirit Hall, which looks like a room for maids and guards. There is no one nearby. They are probably at work since it is still daytime. Su Xianyue peeked out her head, looking left and right, and seeing no one, she quietly slipped out. After sneaking around for a while, she suddenly realized, I'm not running away, so why am I being so sneaky? What is wrong with me? In front of her, a group of armored soldiers was patrolling. Su Xianyue instinctively wanted to hide, but then thought to herself, I'm not escaping. It should be fine to ask for directions. So she walked over confidently. The soldiers, seeing Su Xianyue, were puzzled and stopped in their tracks. Before they could speak, Su Xianyue spoke first. Excuse me, brothers, where is the bathhouse around here? They looked at the 8-year-old Su Xianyue, glancing at each other, but still responded. The bathhouse isn't open at this time. It opens when the sun sets. If you want to bathe now, you can go to the lake at the foot of the mountain. One of them pointed in a direction. Thank you, big brother. Su Xianyue thanked and walked in that direction. The soldiers looked at Su Xianyue's back, puzzled. How could there be a child here? Why have we never seen one before? It must be a descendant of some noble. Let us not worry about it. They didn't suspect Su Xianyue and continued their patrol. Following the direction they pointed, Su Xianyue walked outside the city gate and indeed saw a lake. I've walked so far and no one has come to catch me. I've already left the city, and Su Xianyue walked out without any hindrance. The guards didn't stop him. The lake was surrounded by trees, and it was hard to notice unless you looked closely. After taking off his dirty and messy clothes, Su Xianyue jumped directly into the lake and swam freely. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just a guard that while swimming and singing. Su Xianyue suddenly shouted because a figure appeared in front of him. I said, where did you run off to? So you were here. Bibidong had appeared on the shore at some point, staring at Su Xianyue in the lake. How did your holiness, the Pope, come here? Su Xianyue's voice grew softer, and her body slowly sank into the water, shyly covering her little peanut. As for who would be responsible for guiding you, I still need to hear your opinion. Hurry up and come out after washing. After seeing Bibidong leave, Su Xianyue, whose nose and lower body were submerged in the water, quickly jumped ashore, shook her body, and then took out a piece of clothing from that ring to put on. All right, let's go. Once they exited the woods, they saw Bibidong waiting outside, and Su Xianyue walked ahead with a pitiful expression. However, after taking just 2 steps, she was pulled back by the collar by Bibidong. How long are you going to walk like this? While Bibidong spoke, Su Xianyue felt a sudden shift, and she found herself in that grand hall. However, there were already several people standing inside the hall at that moment. Your Holiness. The few people looked at Bibidong with great respect upon her arrival. Bibidong did not look at them, but directly led Su Xianyue to the throne. She placed Su Xianyue aside and looked at the people below, speaking, This child, does anyone among you wish to guide her? The people below remained silent, not saying a word. Bibidong seemed to anticipate this outcome, and then said to Su Xianyue, Choose one as your mentor. I guarantee that the one you choose will guide you wholeheartedly. Su Xianyue turned to look at the few people below, feeling a bit confused. Those who could be here should all be titled Douluo, right? Can I choose any of them? It's unthinkable for titled Douluo to consider themselves as a teacher, but now it's right in front of Susi, leaving him in a dilemma. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. What he's struggling with is not who to choose as his teacher, but the key point is that he just wants to escape this place quickly. The others are quietly waiting for Susi to come to a decision. Meanwhile, the few titled Douluo standing there all have expressions of don't choose me, don't choose me, don't choose me, as they clearly do not want to take on apprentice, especially Shilong below, whose face shows a look of prayer, because he had the most enjoyable conversation with Susi earlier, and now he's afraid Susi will choose him. In the end, after much deliberation, Susi spoke up. I've decided. He deliberately paused to keep everyone in suspense. Not choosing anyone, since they all look down on me. Why should I stick my warm face against their cold backs? At this point, the tension they were feeling finally eased. Not choosing anyone? Are you sure? Bibi Dong looked at him with a puzzled tone, while Susi nodded. I'm sure, and my martial soul is a sword. Does anyone here know how to use a sword? Inner thoughts. Who the hell wants to be an apprentice? The teachings from this group are probably worse than what I can learn on my own. Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, pondering. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Susi nodded in agreement. So can I be released now? Susi hadn't finished speaking when Bibidong's words left him feeling half cold. It seems I have to personally guide you. There's really no need for that. Finally, after Susi 3 requests and Bibidong's growing impatience, she finally agreed. I can take you as my named disciple, so you can stay at the Spirit Hall with peace of mind. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me anytime. As long as you don't cause too much trouble, you can do whatever you want. This is clearly a rhythm that won't let Susi leave. Chapter 31. Qian Renshue with a face full of disappointment. Susi walked out of the hall with those titled Douluos, sighing. Sigh, I boarded a pirate ship. Shilong patted Susi's shoulder from behind, leaning in to match his height, grinning. Kid, you really dare to speak up, huh? Not only did you reject us, but you even dared to reject the Pope. You got some guts. Susi was on the verge of tears. What can I do? I'm also very desperate. By the way, why are you all unwilling to teach me? At this moment, Shilong straightened up with a serious expression. Kid, you still don't realize your position, do you? 8 years old and level 20. I heard your soul rings are both 1,000 years. Do you know what this means? You're a genius. A peerless genius. If we rough old guys can't teach you well, not only is it a loss for the Spirit Hall, but our own fate won't be any better. Do you understand that? Of course, it could just be pure laziness to teach, but saying it like this seems to make sense. Oh, no wonder the Pope is so persistent about keeping me. Upon hearing Susi's words, Shilong quickly covered his mouth. You really dare to say anything, huh? You know you won't die, so you're deliberately courting death, right? If you want to court death, don't involve me. Boo-hoo. Got it. Susi nodded, and only then did Shilong release his hand. After Shilong and the others left, Susi was taken away by a soul emperor maid. Sister, where are you taking me? A room specially arranged for you. The maid was a soul emperor, which showed the strength of the Spirit Hall, but she was tight-lipped and said little more. In a corner next to the Spirit Hall, the room here was worlds apart from the one Susi had stayed in before. The various decorative gems were as big as eggs, and although Susi didn't recognize them, it was clear they were very expensive. The golden and shining white furniture, the incredibly soft and comfortable sheets, were even more extravagant than the wealthy. This will be your room from now on. I take my leave. The expressionless maid bowed and left. Susi did not immediately lie down on the bed, even though he was already very tired. He recalled what Shilong had said to him. I know I'm a genius, but my importance seems to be higher than I imagine. It was surprising that Bai Dong had gathered several titled Douluo in such a short time for him to choose one as a teacher, not want to take one for herself, and she even planned to teach him personally. They were unaware of his innate level 20 soul power. They all thought that Susi had cultivated to this level due to his exceptional talent. If I deliberately slow down my cultivation speed and let them think my aptitude isn't as high as they imagine, will they kick me out? Well, they probably would, but never mind. I should just rest for now. I'm exhausted. Susi pounced onto the soft bed, pulled the blanket over herself. But suddenly there was a knock at the door. Susi. Who is it? Still impatient, she ran to open the door. I want to rest, can you? Wow, such white legs. In front of her, a pair of long legs and white stockings, the palace skirt barely covering them. In front of her, Qian Renshue squinted her eyes, looking down at Su Xianyue, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Su Xianyue recognized the visitor and felt a bit at a loss. Is there something the holy maiden needs? Qian Rushue stared at him, remaining motionless and silent for a long time, creating an awkward atmosphere. Su Xianyue was being stared at, and cold sweat had already appeared on her forehead. They just stared at each other, neither of them moving. After a long while, Qian Ringshu finally spoke. I heard that woman values you a lot. Her tone was indifferent and sharp, but Su Xianyue seemed to detect a hint of jealousy in it. That's not too bad. Su Xianyue didn't know how to start conversation. His emotional intelligence was so low that he had no other words except to curse. He certainly couldn't curse Qian Rushue. Su Xianyue was still awkwardly smiling, but at that moment, he felt something warm tugging at his face. He opened his eyes to see Qian Rushue's hand pulling at his little face. What the heck? Qian Rushue still had a cold expression, but the hand tugging at Su Xianyue's face was quite mischievous. Your Highness the Saintess? What are you doing? Qian Rushue ignored Su Xianyue and continued tugging for a while. Soon both hands were involved. Two hands pinched and rubbed Su Xianyue's face back and forth. Su Xianyue felt a surge of frustration. However, after a while, Qian Rushue's hand stopped. I'm very interested in you. Show me your martial soul. Su Xianyue was a bit confused, and Qian Rushue came over with a serious expression, finished eating her own tofu, and then wanted to see her martial soul? Why did she take so long to come over at this moment? Su Xianyue felt helpless, then forced a couple of smiles and took out the sword. When the sword was just drawn, Qian Rushue seemed to see something terrifying and jumped back a bit, assuming a stance with a cold expression on her face. What's going on? Su Xianyue looked bewildered at her, then glanced at the sword in her hand and quickly put it away. Qian Rushue also returned to her normal appearance and walked over again. Your martial soul is quite interesting. Qian Rushue approached, once again seriously grabbing Su Xianyue's face. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyue. Then your holiness, is there anything else? If not, I would like to take a break. Su Xianyue had not finished speaking when she was glared at by Qian Ringshu, causing her to swallow her words. Then, Qian Ringshu spoke. You don't have to call me your highness anymore. You are now that woman's disciple. Your status may not be as high as mine, but it's not low either. What is it called? Qian Ringshu's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Call me sister, Su Xianyue. I've never been so speechless in my life. Are you serious? You're so. Su Xianyue realized that she had accidentally cursed and quickly corrected herself, but was interrupted by Qian Ringshu. I'm very interested in you, Su Xianyue. Until next time. Qian Ringshu squatted down to meet Su Xianyue's gaze, simultaneously grabbing his face with both hands, and then left. Su Xianyue rubbed her face that had been pulled by Qian Ringshu. Looking in the direction, she disappeared with a confused expression. What the hell? In the grand hall where a huge angel statue stood, Qian Ringshu was quietly standing inside, and in front of her, Qian Douluo was watching her with his hands behind his back. Have you interacted with him? What do you think of him? Qian Douluo asked Qian Ringshu casually. His sword is extraordinary. The feeling of fear it gives me comes from that sword, although it's very faint, but Qian Ringshu stopped speaking at this point. His talent is no less than yours. You need to work hard and must not be surpassed by him. But let's not talk about that for now. How is it going on the side of the Heavendo Empire? If you feel too tired, just come back. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Ringshu with a slightly pained expression. No, I can do it. It's been so long. I don't want to waste my efforts. I will prove my worth to that woman. This wasn't the first time Qian Douluo had tried to persuade Qian Ringshu, but each time she firmly rejected him with her resolute tone and determined gaze, making it hard for Qian Douluo to bear. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Sigh. Forget it. Chapter 32. What to do if this woman is clinging to me the next day, early in the morning. When the sky was still dimly lit, Su Xianyue felt her face moving. She opened her hazy eyes and was speechless. Sister, what are you doing? Qian Ringshu was tugging at Su Xianyue's little face, and when she saw he was awake, she looked him in the eyes. However, Qian Ringshu didn't stop her actions and didn't feel embarrassed, just smiled. Didn't I say I was very interested in you? Hurry up and get dressed. Come with me. After saying this, she stood up and looked at the bewildered Su Xianyue. Where are we going? Reluctantly sitting up, he looked at Qian Ringshu, who had her arms crossed. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Qian Ringshu narrowed her eyes, a chill sweeping over Su Xianyue. All right. Stop glaring, I'll hurry. Su Xianyue reluctantly picked up the clothes she had taken off last night and was about to put them on when Qian Ringshu threw them aside. Why wear such tattered clothes? Wear this. Qian Ringshu looked at Su Xianyue and patted a stack of platinum-colored clothes in front of her. Oh, the platinum-colored dress was loose, but fit well. Su Xianyue looked at Qian Ringshu, who was walking ahead, with a face full of helplessness. What's going on? The sun hasn't even come up yet. She glanced at the faint white light on the horizon, then looked at the patrolling soldiers, and finally turned her head back to Qian Ringshu. Big sister, where are you taking me so early? Qian Ringshu didn't say much, just gave a vague response. You'll find out soon. Su Xianyue shivered all over when she heard Qian Ringshu's words. Why do I have an ominous feeling? They arrived in an open area, which was also quite remote. Su Xianyue looked at Qian Ringshu's graceful figure, and a chill surged in his heart. No way. Could Qian Ringshu be a lolicon, bringing me here? If that's the case, she won't do anything strange to me while I sleep, right? However, it turned out he was overthinking it. Summon your sword. While Su Xianyue was still lost in thought, Qian Ringshu's voice interrupted him. Huh? Oh, what's this for? Oh no. Su Xianyue had just drawn her sword, and before she could react, Qian Ringshu charged over with a sword glowing with golden light. Clang! Su Xianyue instinctively defended himself. At that moment, the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from his forehead, just a tiny bit away from striking him. A few seconds later, the sword's mistress swung it again. Su Xianyue, who had been knocked several meters away, was still a bit dazed. But as soon as he realized what was happening, he started cursing. What the hell, are you sick? What do you mean by coming to mess with me just because you got your period? Didn't your mother teach you? Forget it. Su Xianyue suddenly fell silent, as he saw that Qian Ringshu's soul rings had already lit up. I warn you not to mention that woman. A powerful wave of energy swept over, and the raging soul power engulfed this small space. At this moment, all Su Xianyue could think about was regret. Cursing others had become his habit, but this time he cursed the wrong person. Others wouldn't care about it, but Qian Ringshu was different. She cared a lot. At this moment, Su Xianyue's mind was blank. Looking at the expression on Qian Ringshu's face, it seemed like she could strike her down with a single sword at any moment. Su Xianyue understood that even if she used her martial soul, she might not be able to confront her, as the difference in soul power was more than just a little. So, she made a decision that went against her dignity. Sister, I was wrong. With a thud, she knelt down without hesitation and begged for mercy. Su Xianyue, am I being cowardly? This is called following my heart. Can a man who wants to do what he truly desires be called cowardly? And this move seems to have some effect. Qian Ringshu's soul rings have all been retracted. She looked at Su Xianyue with disdain and raised her sword at him. Get up, continue. Su Xianyue, with the tip of that golden sword pointed at his nose, got back up, gripping his own sword and pointing it at Qian Ringshu. Pondering, Qian Ringshu has a strong personality. If I act too weak, she will probably dislike me. Then she won't come looking for me, right? No, if I do that, I might not die, but I will definitely suffer. I should act a bit more tough. If you wanted to be your sparring partner, you should have said so. I thought you wanted to do something else. Well, I'm ready. I'm going in. Seeing a glimmer of determination appear in the void of her eyes, Qian Ringshu also smiled. Hey, bring it on. Su Xianyue has also taken Qian Ringshu seriously, treating her as a true enemy. The second soul ring behind her lit up, enhancing all attributes. Su Xianyue erupted with a wave of purple soul power, her expression devoid of emotion, only cold indifference in her eyes. With a sudden stomp, the floor cracked slightly as Su Xianyue transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight ahead. No, what is this feeling? Fear, a fear that came from the depths of her bloodline. And the source of this emotion was the Su Xianyue charging towards her. However, Qian Ringshu did not panic. She steadied herself to receive Su Xianyue's strike. After a clang of metal, they stood locked in a stalemate, and Qian Ringshu happened to make eye contact with Su Xianyue. Her face was expressionless, but at this moment, cold indifference was the most fitting description, her eyes equally icy and contemptuous, instilling fear deep within Qian Ringshu. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In the end, Qian Ringshu, distracted, was caught off guard by Su Xianyue and was sent flying. Sister, are you coming or not? In Qian Ringshu's eyes, Su Xianyue appeared that way, but in reality, Su Xianyue's inner thoughts at that moment. I'm so hungry. I hope this ends soon so I can eat breakfast. Qian Ringshu, who was knocked back, steadied herself, her eyes filled with surprise. But it was quickly replaced by determination. She raised her sword again towards Su Xianyue, her aura bursting forth, looking like she was ready to get serious. Here we go. Then, a soul ring appeared behind Qian Rinxue, and an angelic phantom emerged, enveloped in a surge of energy. With her martial soul manifested, a pair of energy wings appeared on her back as Qian Rinxue stood proudly with her sword. Huh? Why is there only one pair of wings? Never mind. It looks like she's serious now. I need to be more careful. Although Su Xianyue didn't know why Qian Rinxue had only one pair of wings, she knew that Qian Rinxue was very serious at this moment. The long sword in Qian Rinxue's hand shone even brighter than before. Whether it was a normal phenomenon after manifesting her martial soul, or she had used a soul skill. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Qian Rinxue rushed towards Su Xianyue without hesitation, and Su Xianyue immediately reacted to the attributes attached to the sword. She really did use a soul skill, although this sword was originally a soul skill. Just as Qian Rinxue was about to reach Su Xianyue quickly raised her hand and shouted, "Stop!" Qian Rinxue, though puzzled, halted her steps. "Speak." Su Xianyue held her stomach, looking aggrieved. "Can we eat first? I'm so hungry." Qian Rinxue. After a moment of speechlessness, she replied, "No." Chapter 33. 33 Fighting again at this moment. In the cold and empty hall of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong and several title de law were discussing something. Suddenly, they all turned their heads in unison towards one direction. This aura. Is it the Holy Maiden? Why has she released her martial soul? The several title de whispered among themselves for a moment, but soon stopped. Bibi Dong's expression was not good. She stood up and walked over slowly. "No, there's also the aura of Su Xianyue." In a flash, she disappeared, and those title de law exchanged glances before following her. The place where Qian Rinxue and Su Xianyue were located was a mess. The small open area had been almost plowed, and the walls were also scarred. Qian Rinxue stood expressionless in place, holding a long sword, coldly watching the fallen Su Xianyue. "What are you doing?" Bibi Dong's voice rang out, and Qian Rinxue trembled all over, slowly turning her head to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. She wanted to say something, but she saw Bibi Dong walk straight to Su Xianyue's side and lift him up to check on him. Seeing that Su Xianyue was fine, she turned to Qian Rinxue and shouted sternly, "Su Xianyue is very important to the Spear Hall. Keep your distance from him in the future." Qian Rinxue felt very unwilling in her heart when faced with that cold gaze, but she still gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes." Bibi Dong left, leaving Qian Rinxue standing there in a daze. Shilong and others also arrived, looking at the tightly gritted teeth of Qian Rinxue, wanting to say something to comfort her, but thought better of it. Su Xianyue was held by Bibi Dong, whispering something. I. Bibi Dong's cold eyes narrowed in confusion. Su Xianyue clearly wasn't injured, and her soul power consumption wasn't significant, so why did she look so weak? Could it be that she had some kind of after effect? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong quickened her pace, wanting to take Su Xianyue for treatment. "You better not have any problems." In the end, Su Xianyue weakly finished her sentence. I'm so hungry." Bibi Dong. Su Xianyue was left in her room, devouring a large table full of delicacies. "I almost starved to death. Did that Qian Rinxue get her period or something? What did I do to provoke her?" Su Xianyue thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what had provoked Qian Rinxue, and, in the end, it just ended without resolution. "Have you fought with him? How did it feel?" It was strange. In the same grand hall, Qiandao Lu asked Qian Rinxue. Hearing Qian Rinxue's answer, Qiandao Lu looked puzzled. "Strange? In what way?" "It's not just that sword. His gaze still gives me that feeling. I suspect he is specifically restraining our clan." Qiandao Lu fell silent, stroking his chin as he contemplated something. "So, you mean he can't be left alive? However, he is still young. Let him stay for now. If he poses a threat to us, I will take action myself." Qian Rinxue recalled the fight with Su Xianyue, feeling as if he had always been in a suppressed state. Even though he was in the advantageous position during the battle and hadn't used all his strength, there was always a sense of palpitations, which was very strange. Qian Rinxue looked at his hand and then clenched his fist tightly. "Su Xianyue, I will remember you." At this moment, Su Xianyue had just finished eating and was planning to take a walk when Qian Rinxue came again. "Are you done resting? Come with me." "Hey, wait. No. Help." Ignoring Su Xianyue's shouts, Qian Rinxue directly dragged him away, and soon they appeared in a spacious square. This square was somewhat familiar to Su Xianyue. It was the entrance of the Pope's Hall. This square was much emptier than yesterday, clearly cleaned up. However, what was different was that there were many people standing in the square at this moment. The most noticeable were Bibi Dong and Qiandao Lu, along with some title de law who Su Xianyue had seen before but couldn't name. They all looked at Su Xianyue, who was dragged over by Qian Rinxue, with great interest. Are you rested? Then let's get started. What are we starting? Su Xianyue shouted. Qian Rengshu scoffed disdainfully. What else could it be? We're going to fight again this time. A proper duel. Saying that, he drew the sword formed from soul power and pointed it at Su Xianyue. Huh, what the hell? Although Su Xianyue didn't know what was happening, he understood that he had to fight now. Reluctantly drawing his sword to meet Qian Rengshu's attack, they fought fiercely, while Bibi Dong and Xian Daolu watched them, discussing something. Su Xianyue's swordsmanship, although chaotic, was effective with every strike, and in all his life. He had never seen anyone use such a sword technique. Could it be that he came up with it himself? Xian Daolu nodded in admiration at Su Xianyue's self-created chaotic sword technique. Bibi Dong glanced at Su Xianyue for a while, but her final gaze was on Qian Rengshu. The gentle look was something she rarely had, but suddenly she remembered something, shook her head, and her eyes returned to indifference. Su Xianyue is very talented, she said lightly, then silently watched them duel. At this moment, Su Xianyue was facing Qian Rengshu's sword techniques. He noticed that Qian Rengshu's swordsmanship was very singular. As long as she didn't use soul skills, he could still defend against it. It makes sense. The six-winged angel is a mage, and Qian Rengshu is just playing as a warrior now, so Su Xianyue could certainly defend himself. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later parts are even more exciting. Su Xianyue watched Qian Rengshu's repeated attacks, responding calmly. At this moment, his inner thoughts were, Sigh, I slash, I block, I shake your sword. Are you angry? Are you angry? I'll hit you with a finishing move, and you dodged? Damn. Although Qian Rengshu had long noticed that Su Xianyue was incredibly strong, she didn't expect his swordsmanship to surpass hers. So, she took it a bit seriously. Second soul skill, Angel Featherblade. What? You're using a soul skill too? I'll use one as well. Seeing some feather blades appear around Qian Rengshu, spinning around her, Su Xianyue quickly distanced himself. First soul skill, Cursed Feather. Although he didn't know why these people had to call out their soul skills, Su Xianyue didn't have time to care. Several light, purple-black feathers gathered around Su Xianyue and floated toward Qian Rengshu. Qian Rengshu looked at these feathers and didn't seem to sense any danger, but still acted cautiously to avoid contact. What she didn't know was that Su Xianyue deliberately avoided her line of sight and created a few more feathers. While she was focused on the ones in front of her, he secretly manipulated the additional feathers to sneak around behind her and attach to her back. Xian Daolu and Bibi Dong looked at those feathers with a hint of disbelief. They could actually block mental perception. What kind of soul skill was that? Even with Xian Daolu's mental strength, he still couldn't perceive those feathers and could only observe with his eyes, let alone Qian Rengshu, who was gradually feeling overwhelmed. What is going on? My soul power is continuously depleting. She quickly noticed the direction of her soul power loss and discovered the feathers behind her. These feathers can absorb soul power? Chapter 34. Qian Rengshu, after discovering those feathers, operated her soul power to directly shake off the feathers. What? She shook them off directly? Let's try again. Su Xianyue was a bit surprised to see those feathers being directly shaken off and prepared to launch a few more feathers. Qian Rengshu, however, was now on guard and emitted golden light from the pair of wings behind her, forming a soul power shield. The third soul skill, Holy Light Wings. She thought the shield would be able to block those feathers, so Qian Rengshu didn't pay much attention to it and focused on dealing with Su Xianyue. But unexpectedly, those feathers actually penetrated the shield. What? Aha, great opportunity. Just as Qian Rengshu noticed, Su Xianyue took the chance to shatter the shield with a sword strike, causing Qian Rengshu to suffer a loss. Damn, this little brat. I have to get serious now. Being pushed back by an 8-year-old child dealt a heavy blow to Qian Rengshu's pride. She tightened her grip on the lightsaber, a cold light flashing in her eyes. And with 2 backflips to unload force, she charged directly at Su Xianyue again. This time, the sudden burst of speed caught Su Xianyue off guard because it was just too fast. Su Xianyue was directly kicked to the ground by Qian Rengshu, who stepped on her and stabbed her long sword beside Su Xianyue's face. You really are impressive, Su Xianyue. The gloomy expression on Su Xianyue's face made her feel flustered, and cold sweat poured down as her brain went blank. Why you? Let me up first. Su Xianyue shouted in a panic, but at that moment, Qian Rengshu turned her head towards Bibi Dong. Looking over, Bibi Dong's gaze remained indifferent, and Qian Rengshu pouted in frustration before turning back to Su Xianyue. Call me sister, and promise to follow my lead in the future, and I'll let you up. Otherwise, sister, I promise. Let me up. It wasn't that Su Xianyue was cowardly, It really hurt with that foot pressing down. Her ribs felt like they were about to break. Once released, Su Xianyue held her chest and walked up to Bibi Dong. Teacher, you're not just here to watch her beat me up, right? Bibi Dong looked at Su Xianyue. Her indifferent gaze softened slightly, but just slightly. That's right. To see what you currently lack. I originally planned to step in myself, but someone beat me to it. So I'll just let it be. Bibi Dong unconsciously glanced at Qian Rinxue in front of Qian Douluo before continuing. It seems that you have already figured out some combat techniques on your own, but you're lacking in battle experience. You can go to the Soul Master Academy over there to spar with people of similar levels. I'll grant you that right. As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed her staff in a certain direction. Can I not go? Bibi Dong's expression hardened, and her brows furrowed, seeming a bit displeased. Why? Su Xianyue was startled for a moment, but honestly said, I can't control my strength when I fight. That's why I was expelled from the academy. I'm afraid of seriously injuring those with similar soul power to mine. This was the truth. Although the Lord of Nottingham City had protected him for a year and taught him some things, it was also to win over Su Xianyue. If he didn't agree, there would be no more opportunities. Bibi Dong looked at Su Xianyue, pondering something. Well, among those few, you can find whoever you can to accompany you in training. How about that? Bibi Dong pointed her staff towards several titled Douluo nearby. Su Xianyue turned her expressionless face towards them, revealing a meaningful smile that made them feel anxious. Among them, 5 turned their heads to Qian Douluo, who nodded slightly and then looked back at Su Xianyue. However, Shilong and Ci Shui were not worried at all. In a few days, they would accompany Qian Rinxue back to Heavendo City and would be away from the Spirit Hall for a long time. But the others panicked. They understood Su Xianyue's value, and if something were to happen to her during their sparring, they would face dire consequences. Good teacher, I will find them. Having a titled Douluo as a chosen sparring partner excited anyone. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and began to dismiss everyone. All right, everyone go back and rest. Then she disappeared in an instant. The others left one after another, leaving only Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue. Child, let me see your martial soul again. Qian Douluo walked up to Su Xianyue, addressing her in a very affectionate manner. Su Xianyue looked at the old man with a bit of unease, fearing that he might strike down with his sword at any moment. However, he still obediently took out his sword, as just looking at it wouldn't reveal much. Qian Douluo bent down to examine the sword closely, stroking his chin in thought, but after a long time, he still had no conclusions. This sword, truly extraordinary. All right, that's enough. I'll take my leave now. After that, Qian Douluo also left, but Qian Rinxue had not yet departed. You come with me. Where to? Hey, don't pull me. You brought me here just to accompany you shopping? On the streets of Seoul City. Su Xianyue followed behind Qian Rinxue with his head hanging low. This was supposed to be a relaxing time, and besides, I've almost forgotten what the scenery here looks like. What if I get lost? Su Xianyue couldn't help but mutter to herself. Are you still lost? With the spirit shining, a group of people flew over to you, but something fell off. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Su Xianyue's eyes narrowed, realizing that things were not that simple. Looking at Qian Rixu's swaying backside in front of her, Su Xianyue couldn't help but wonder what kind of scheme was hidden behind it. No, what was the real intention behind it? While Su Xianyue was deep in thought, Qian Rinxue had already entered a jewelry store. Your Highness the Saintess. I. The shop owner was filled with excitement and disbelief. They had seen Qian Rinxue's portrait in the Spirit City, but had never seen her in person. Now, Qian Rinxue was right in front of her, making her feel as if a big star had suddenly come into her store to shop. Go away, don't bother me. Qian Rinxue glanced at the shop assistant and began selecting jewelry. Su Xianyue couldn't help but complain. You still need jewelry? Come over to buy it. Qian Rinxue gave him a chestnut in return without saying anything. Su Xianyue became quiet this time, standing to the side while holding her head. She completely couldn't understand why Qian Rinxue still wanted to go shopping, so she just quietly watched her. After a while, Qian Rinxue paid and pulled Su Xianyue away. I said, Sister, what exactly are you trying to do? Can't you shop by yourself? Why drag me along? To carry bags? There's a storage soul guide for that, you. Su Xianyue kept babbling, and Qian Rinxue turned around and coldly said, Shut up. Su Xianyue's occasionally chatty nature is really speechless. They quietly walked along this not-so-crowded street, and Qian Rinxue occasionally looked around, not knowing what she was looking at. It had been a long time since she had seen the scene here. The changes were really big. Qian Rinxue murmured to herself, but was still heard by Su Xianyue following behind. A long time since you last saw it? Oh, that makes sense. She should still be undercover in the Tiando Imperial Palace, right? Wait, that is not right. Why would she come back if she was doing a good job as an undercover? Chapter 35. This grudge, I will remember it. After Su Xianyue accompanied Qian Ruxue for a while shopping, she went back. It didn't take long, just a stroll around the street. Just when Su Xianyue thought she was about to be free, Qian Ruxue suddenly said, "Finished resting? Let's go again." Su Xianyue, are you out of your mind? I'm still just a kid. That night, Su Xianyue dragged her exhausted body back to her room. Lying on the bed, she recalled Qian Ringshu's crazy demeanor and secretly vowed, "This grudge, I will remember it." The next day, Su Xianyue slept until noon and woke up to find the table filled with dishes. Qian Ruxue didn't come to bother me today. That's good. While eating the food on the table, Su Xianyue recalled yesterday's encounter with Qian Ruxue and shivered at the thought. Damn it, she was too fierce. I didn't provoke her, did I? Why does she treat me like an enemy? Still underestimating the situation, a maid walked in from outside. Young Master Su, Her Highness the Saintess has instructed me to inform you to meet her in front of the Pope's hall once you wake up. Su Xianyue had just felt relieved when suddenly a bucket of cold water was poured over her. All right, I get it, it's annoying. Although she was very resistant to Qian Ruxue, she had no choice. She couldn't defeat her right now and could only obediently obey. Wait a minute. Why does Qian Ruxue want me to call her sister? While confused, she walked towards the entrance of the Pope's palace. From a distance, she saw the dazzling holy light and heard the sounds of fighting. Qian Ruxue and Shi Long were sparring at the entrance of the Pope's palace. But is it okay for them to fight there? Doesn't Bibi Dong mind? Although puzzled, Su Xianyue didn't think too much about it. Their family matters were too complicated. The sparring between Qian Ruxue and Shi Long was quite spectacular, with various skills being unleashed recklessly, especially Qian Ruxue, as if the budget was burning. Si Shui was standing aside watching the battle, and when Su Xianyue saw him, she walked over to him. Why did your holy maiden summon me? To have you cheer for her, Si Shui replied flatly. Oh, what is that? Su Xianyue was a bit incredulous about what she heard. Qian Ruxue asked him to cheer? Si Shui replied flatly. I don't know either. Anyway, that's what she instructed, so just shout. Su Xianyue had a face full of question marks. Shouting encouragement. Does she really need to shout encouragement when she has cat treats? I'm not going to shout. If anyone should shout, it should be you guys. Si Shui shot him a glance. Do as you wish. Anyway, my words have already reached her, and she'll come to you for an account later. Su Xianyue. Sister, do your best. You're the best. Qian Ruxue in front of her heard Su Xianyue's voice. A faint smile appeared on her lips. And then she shouted back to her, keep going. Su Xianyue. What a snake spirit. Why is this Qian Rengshu so inappropriate? Fine, you force me. I will remember this grudge. Su Xianyue took a deep breath in. Sister is amazing. Go, sister. Come on, sister. In this lifetime, I'm crazy for sister. I'm mad for sister. I'm going to crash into a wall for sister. Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted. Why are you looking at me like that? As soon as Su Xianyue finished speaking, the bloodthirsty beside him looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Then he turned back. Qian Ruxue heard Su Xianyue's series of flattery and suppressed her amusement to continue fighting. She faced Shi Long, who laughed a couple of times after hearing it. This kid's quite smooth with his words. After they finished fighting, Su Xianyue was pulled away by Qian Ruxue again. Sister, can you just let me go? Where are you taking me this time? What? Didn't you just call me sister happily a moment ago? Why the sudden change? Qian Ruxue held Su Xianyue's hand and walked to a grove outside of Wuhuan City. A grove? What are you bringing me here for? For a walk. Are you bored after eating too much? Sister, I was wrong. In a tranquil grove, the fragrance of the plants and the chirping of the birds quickly helped one relax. Qian Ruxue held Su Xianyue's hand and unconsciously looked around. She had never taken such a good look before. Su Xianyue looked at her in confusion and couldn't help but freeze. At this moment, Qian Ruxue had lost her previous arrogance and the cold indifference that kept people at bay. She felt just like a friendly girl next door. What happened? However, Su Xianyue didn't dwell on it for too long and just looked around as well. At this time, he saw a bird's nest in a tree and felt a bit tempted to go for the bird eggs. He turned to glance at Qian Ruxue, who also noticed his gaze and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Do you eat bird eggs? You even brought a pot with you? Seeing Su Xianyue take out a pot from his storage soul guide and start a fire to prepare to fry the bird eggs, Qian Ruxue's eyes twitched slightly. Just in case, I've been using this pot for years, and I'm used to it. I took it with me when I went out. What about the bird eggs? Are you hungry? No, I just have a craving. These bird eggs are really delicious. Don't you want one? This little chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Then let me try one. As a result, although she said she would just try one, she ended up finishing 6 out of the 8 bird eggs. What happened to just one? Ahem, these eggs have a unique flavor. Looking at Qian Ruxiue with egg yolk at the corner of her mouth, slightly blushing, the image of the aloof goddess in Su Xianyue's heart completely collapsed. You are the saintess of the spirit hall. What about your image? Are you throwing away your idol burden? Qian Ruxiue promptly gave him a knock on the head and then calmly pulled his hand to continue walking. This matter. Don't let it out. Resuming her previous dignified and aloof demeanor, she admonished Su Xianyue, slightly sticking out his tongue in a mischievous manner. Su Xianyue then saw a lake, the same one where he bathed last time. Hey, do you eat grilled fish? Huh? Hey. Pay attention to your image. Su Xianyue looked at Qian Ruxiue, who had no semblance of grace, and doubted whether she had crossed over to a fake dope. Upon hearing Su Xianyue's words, Qian Ruxiue finally realized that her appearance was indeed quite unrefined. However, after a moment of hesitation, she continued to eat the grilled fish her own way. Why do you look like you've never eaten grilled fish before? Su Xianyue's casual remark seemed to strike a chord with Qian Ruxiue, causing her to stop eating. Indeed, she had never eaten such fish before. What's wrong? Qian Ruxiue shook her head and looked up at the darkening sky. She had never felt this relaxed before. The stars were twinkling above, and under the glow of the fire, Qian Ruxiue appeared motionless, as if she had lost her dreams. Su Xianyue, what is it? Do you know why I let you call me sister? Qian Ruxiue looked at Su Xianyue, her gentle gaze and relieved smile. Since I was little, I have been alone. My mother despises me. The world fears me, and the only one who could accompany me and listen to my woes was my grandfather. But ever since I was sent to the Tiando Imperial Palace, I rarely have even that one haven. Looking at those princes, I once fantasized that if I had a sibling to accompany me, perhaps it wouldn't be like this. That's so tragic. Qian Ruxiue shook her head. It's not really tragic, just very tiring. But thank you, Su Xianyue. Chapter 36. The Lonely Path of Cultivation. The next day, Qian Ruxiue was leaving. This farewell might last a long time before they would meet again, so you must work hard. Oh, got it. Qian Ruxiue was saying goodbye to Su Xianyue like a sister, and this time, Su Xianyue responded honestly. The carriage was already prepared and could depart at any time, and their farewell came to an end. All right, I'm leaving now. Remember, cultivate diligently, or I won't look up to you. Understood. Qian Ruxiue left, and Su Xianyue watched the carriage gradually fade away, feeling a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Although she found Qian Ruxiue quite annoying after yesterday evening, Su Xianyue felt more sympathy for her. Besides, it's all fate. She sighed helplessly and turned back. Born into nobility, but unable to control her own destiny. It's pitiful and lamentable that after finally becoming a deity, she would become a sharpening stone for Tang San. I also need to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, if something happens to me in the future, I'll one day be able to handle it, and it would be over. Su Xianyue has a laid-back attitude, but she also understands a truth. Having a sword and not using it is different from not having a sword at all. When Su Xianyue looked up at the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Oh, teacher. Bibidon suddenly appeared in front of Su Xianyue, her cold gaze fixed on him. How have you been these past few days? Not bad. After a brief, awkward chat, Bibidon began to remind Su Xianyue about his training. After playing around for a few days, it's time to focus on your cultivation. Don't let your talent go to waste. Yes. After a few words, she left, and Su Xianyue let out a sigh of relief. Phew, while I should focus on my training, the soul power level is still very important. For years later, sunlight poured into Su Xianyue's room, illuminating the purple-haired boy at the desk. At 12 years old, Su Xianyue stood 165 meters tall, still with long purple hair. His gentle face had no sharp angles. If it weren't for his slightly broad shoulders, he would still look like a girl. His slender body appeared frail, but that was not the case. Calculating the days, Shrek Academy should be starting soon. Should I go? His neutral voice accompanied the casual dropping of the book in his hand. His gaze remained vacant, looking at the peaceful sunlight outside, lost in thought. He could go to the Spirit Hall Academy anytime, but it wouldn't be very useful. Not much of the theoretical knowledge is applicable, and he could easily self-study. As for the spirit aspect, he had Bibidon as a cheap teacher. Mainly, he was just bored. Although Su Xianyue was already considered part of the Spirit Hall faction, he was still very curious about Shrek. I guess I'll go after all. Staying in the Spirit Hall is making me restless. Su Xianyue jumped up, ready to report this matter to Bibidon. Going to Shrek was partly out of curiosity, and also to create some small disruptions for Tang San and the others to prevent them from growing into a threat to herself. Su Xianyue had little emotional attachment to the Spear Hall. Although he had stayed for 4 years, he had almost been a recluse for that entire time, without interacting with others. He intended to be an outsider, watching them fight, as long as it didn't interfere with him. When they fought, the souls available for his enhancement were abundant, right? As long as it didn't harm the people he cared about. You want to go out and train? Why this sudden idea? Bibi Dong was a bit surprised by his words, considering Su Xianyue had almost been a recluse for 4 years. Staying here was making him feel stagnant. If he didn't go out for a stroll, he might grow mushrooms. Bibi Dong didn't say much more and easily agreed. All right, I'll send some people. No need, teacher. I'm fine on my own. Please don't send anyone with me. If I have to have someone follow me to Shrek, what's the point? Not needed? Are you sure? Sure. Having bodyguard with me wouldn't count as training. It would be no different from traveling. If you're really worried, just give me some items for protection. Seeing Bibi Dong's expression, which seemed conflicted, she eventually compromised. Fine, I'll go with your decision. Take this bracelet. It can withstand 2 attacks below the title Douluo level. Bibi Dong tosta bracelet tosuyenue, which looked like it was made of crystal, entirely transparent. Thank you, teacher. I'm off now. Su Xianyue turned back to remind them. Make sure not to send anyone to follow me, or I will get angry. Bye-bye Dong looked at the mischievous Su Xianyue and couldn't help but chuckle. This kid, Su Xianyue, doesn't want anyone to follow her. She naturally wants to absorb souls to enhance her strength. The years she spent in seclusion were also to better hide her fallen angel martial soul, preventing others from discovering it. If her martial soul is released, or her soul-absorbing activities are discovered, then Su Xianyue got into the carriage and set off towards Soto City. At this moment in Soto City, a girl in a white dress walked down the street, with a bright smile on her face. She playfully strolled along with her hands behind her back. It's much more interesting outside. Staying at home all the time is so boring. The girl looked around curiously, seemingly fascinated by the surroundings. At that moment, among the crowd, a particularly striking person caught her attention. That person looks so familiar. She muttered to herself as she walked over in that direction. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Meanwhile, standing in front of a small stall, Su Xianyue was lost in thought while looking at a small wooden carving in her hand. Boss, how much is this? The boss looked at her with delight. You have a good eye. I got this for 10 silver coins, so I'll sell it to you for 15 silver coins. Although Su Xianyue didn't understand why her wood carving could sell for so much money, she asked others, and they didn't know either. Why can this wood carving sell for such a high price? Hey, it's obvious you don't know the industry. This is an artwork with a novel style. Those noble lords especially love these things, so of course, it's expensive. I don't even know who carved it. Indeed, LSP knows no boundaries. Well then, since I've looked and asked, I might as well buy it, she thought, even though she didn't really want to buy it, but it would feel awkward not to. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. I want this item. A gold soul coin was tossed into the vendor's hand, and Su Xianyue turned her head in confusion toward that direction. The girl in the white dress stood with her hands on her hips, looking proudly at Su Xianyue, and extended a hand toward her. This is now mine, so hand it over. Su Xianyue glanced at her, then at her outstretched hand, and handed over the wooden carving. Here you go, just don't return it to me. She and T planned to spend this money, but surprisingly, a big spender appeared out of nowhere. Lucky. After handing the wooden carving to the girl, Su Xianyue turned to leave, while the girl looked at the wooden carving in her hand, then looked up at Su Xianyue as retreating figure, puzzled. Is this person that annoying guy? Did I get the wrong person? Hey, how did you remember? Do you hold grudges like this? Chapter 37. Complicated relationships. Excuse me. What does Shrek start enrolling students? In a small, humble village, Su Xianyue saw the Shrek sign and asked an old man passing by. Oh, just tomorrow. You want to enroll, right? Just be patient. It's coming soon. I have to wait until tomorrow? What a hassle. Su Xianyue turned back to Soto City, ready to stay at a hotel for a night. Just as she returned to Soto City and passed by the Rose Hotel, she touched her bracelet storage soul guiding device. In the past, she couldn't afford it, and now. Never mind, this kind of place isn't suitable for me. She initially thought about indulging herself, but after some consideration, she decided against it. This place would only evoke the despair of a single person. Suddenly, the girl in the white dress approached her. Oh, what are you doing here? Aren't you going in? Oh, you must be short on money. Su Xianyue looked her up and down, one eye big and the other small. Look at you. Cough, cough. There's no room inside. Just as she was about to retort, she thought better of it. They had no grudges against each other, and it would be rude to act that way. Huh? No room? What should we do then? Su Xianwei was indeed not wrong. Tomorrow is the day Shrek Academy starts. Normally, Tang San should already be inside, and there would be no vacant rooms. However, whether there is a single room or not is unknown, as Su Xianwei has never stayed here before. Ignoring the girl who was entangled in her thoughts, Su Xianwei walked toward the inn he had previously stayed at. Seeing Su Xianwei leave, the girl followed him. Where are you going? Are you a local? No, there's another inn over there. I'm going there. Su Xianwei casually pointed ahead without looking at her. The girl followed his direction and indeed saw an inn. Huh? Is it here? It's so shabby. Su Xianwei ignored her and went inside to get a room. After paying and taking the key, she went upstairs. Meanwhile, the girl was still there, looking conflicted and disgusted. It was dirty and small. Could anyone really live here? The environment wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, just average. This girl was clearly from a wealthy family and looked down on the place. At that moment, Su Xianwei entered her room, tidied up a bit, glanced at the gradually darkening sky, pulled back the bedding, and prepared to rest. Just as she lay down, there was a knock at the door. Excuse me, have you settled in? Sorry to disturb you, but could you please open the door? The voice of the staff member came through. Reluctantly, Su Xianwei walked over to open the door. What is it? She asked. Upon opening the door, she saw the girl and the staff member standing there, both looking troubled. The thing is, since this is the last room available, we wanted to ask if you would mind giving it up or sharing with this young lady. Su Xianwei listened to the waitress's explanation, glanced at the girl who was about the same height as her, and answered without hesitation, I care a lot. With a bang, she closed the door. The waitress turned around awkwardly to look at the girl, and her expression changed upon seeing her. At that moment, the girl was so angry that her face turned red. How outrageous! No one has dared to refuse me at this age. You, open the door. I want to book this room. But like this. Yes. The waitress took out a spare key, nervously opening the door. When the door opened, Su Xianwei crossed her arms. Damn it. Well then you go down first. I want to see how she books it. Yes. I will take my leave, but ladies, please be gentle. These things are very troublesome to fix. The waitress closed the door and left. As soon as she left, the girl rushed in front of Su Xianwei, shouting loudly, Do you know who I am? You dare to refuse me. Do you believe that hey, what are you doing? What do you think? Su Xianwei sat on the edge of the bed, directly laying the girl down and pressing her on her lap. Then her palm faced the girl's bottom. Slappa, you actually hit my butt. My dad never hit me. Huh, no wonder your dad didn't teach you properly. Let me teach you. Stop. Help. When Wang area was mischievous as a child, Su Xianwei would resolve it this way. Outside the window, two shadows watched blankly what was happening inside. Hey, should we step in? The young lady has never been treated like this before, right? Or maybe not. The sect leader said to only intervene if there is danger. Enduring a little grievance is for her own good. Just watch. It's the first time someone dared to hit her, but... Meanwhile, inside, Su Xianwei continued. Do you know who I am? I am the Seven Treasures. Ouch. What's Seven Treasures? I'm Inuyasha. Stop yapping. Let us see what you can do. Stop. Please stop. In the end, the girl covered her butt and awkwardly crawled up from the floor. Just wait for me. Just wait. Woo-woo. Ouch. Woo-woo. Crying, she ran out, tripped, got up, and continued running. Well, now it's peaceful. Su Xianwei glanced at the hand that had slapped her. The touch wasn't bad. Sleep. At this moment, the girl. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. I'm so angry. Oh dear, my butt. She angrily kicked a small stone beside her, and then she softened. She leaned against the door when a waiter ran over from behind. Miss, a guest just checked out. Do you want this room? Yes, of course. All right, follow me. Do you need support? No need. Lead the way. Yes. The girl was taken to an empty room, and she finally had a place to spend the night. In the darkness, phew, it's done. This isn't good, is it? Didn't the sect leader say, are you really thinking of letting the young lady sleep on the street? If the sect leader finds out, we'll be done for, and Lord Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would take us out in an instant. True. Night. Su Xianwei was still sound asleep, when suddenly there was a commotion at the door, causing his eyes to snap open. Why is this door so difficult? Aha, it's open. A faint sound came through, and Su Xianwei remained still, recognizing it as the voice of the girl from earlier. The girl approached him with a small porcelain jar and a brush, a smile on her face. Let's see how you resist now. Special non-fading ink. I can't wait to see your expression when you look in the mirror tomorrow. The girl muttered to herself as she dipped the brush in the ink and moved closer to Su Xianyue, and then, "Oh, non-fading ink, huh? Of course. This is, huh? Hey, special non-fading ink? You have that too? By the candlelight." Su Xianyue examined the jar of ink while the bound girl sat beside him, her mouth stuffed with a piece of cloth. Woo-woo. The girl wanted to say something, but her mouth was tightly stuffed, only able to make muffled sounds. Su Xianyue picked up the brush, looked at the girl, and revealed a smile. Under the candlelight, this smile was particularly creepy, especially unsettling. "Boo! Boo-hoo-hoo! What are you going to do? Don't come over here. Don't be afraid. I'm not a devil. Hee-hee-hee." Chapter 38. Shrek. The next day, Su Xianyue left early. Last night, she had drawn a turtle on the girl's face, and she actually fainted right away, so Su Xianyue didn't pay her any mind. That kind of ink could be washed off with saliva. Su Xianyue had seen it at the spear hall. She untied her, left a note, and left. That woman. Have I seen her somewhere before? She looks really familiar. Su Xianyue walked towards the small village where Shrek was located. Meanwhile, in the inn, the girl was still lying on the ground. The sunlight streamed through the window and fell on her face, slowly causing her to open her eyes. "Ugh. Is it dawn?" she murmured. "Huh, why am I lying on the ground?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes and feeling confused for 3 seconds, she suddenly remembered something. My face. She instantly became alert and took out a mirror to look at herself. Sure enough, there was a big pimple on her forehead. Grinning at her. Just wait for me." Early to bed and early to rise was Su Xianyue's habit. It was still dim outside as the sun had just come up, and she only encountered a few early-rising farmers on the road. Shrek, huh? It should be somewhat interesting. Su Xianyue was still contemplating whether Shrek was a good place, and before she knew it, she had arrived. Shrek, an academy that only accepted odd and peculiar monsters. The dilapidated entrance of the academy. Oh no, it couldn't even be called a gate. Just a wooden sign hanging that read Shrek Academy, along with the Shrek logo, which was that big-headed emblem. At the entrance, there was a wooden table with an old man sitting in front of it, and beside him was a blond young man who was yawning. "Teacher Lee, is it really necessary to come this early for enrollment? I barely got any sleep." The blond young man lazily spoke to the old man. "Who shot him a glare? Who told you to go out and do that last night, especially twice? Young people should practice moderation. Enough of that. Someone is coming." "Who would come this early?" "Wow." Su Xianyue walked straight over, took out 10 gold soul coins, and tossed them on the table, introducing himself. Su Xianyue, male, 12 years old, martial soul black feather, soul power level 27. He was clean and efficient, without any unnecessary delays, while the old man also looked him up and down. Not bad. Give me your hand." The old man grabbed Su Xianyue's arm to check his bone age, but his expression was a bit puzzled. "Strange. Your body." Su Xianyue looked at her captured hand, then glanced at the old man with a face full of question marks who occasionally nodded. She really wanted to ask, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with me?" However, this wasn't a medical consultation, and the old man seemed particularly curious about Su Xianyue's body. "Strange. Have you practiced some secret technique? Your physical strength is quite high." After a long while, the old man said to Su Xianyue, and she twitched the corner of her mouth. "Is that considered passing? Am I qualified?" "Qualified. But you said your soul power is 27? Martial spirit black feather? Show me." Su Xianyue extended her hand, and several feathers formed from soul power appeared. This was Su Xianyue using her first soul skill, remembering the condensation steps, and then shaping them with soul power. These feathers themselves had no actual use, but they could still be disguised as a martial soul. Aren't these just ordinary feathers? They look a bit strange, but they can still be considered a monster. What about the soul ring? The old man wanted to see Su Xianyue's soul ring, but was refused. The soul ring is a bit inconvenient. Can we skip it? This made the old man hesitate for a moment, but he still waved his hand generously. All right, go in then. Move by, lead the way." The blond youth next to him stepped forward. "Follow me." On the way, Su Xianyue looked up and down at this Dai Mu Bai. He was about 1.8 meters tall and looked quite imposing. "My name is Dai Mu Bai. Martial Soul, White Tiger, rank 37 Assault System, Soul Sovereign. Come over to check your soul power level." Dai Mu Bai took a crystal ball for testing soul power from a table and handed it to Su Xianyue. But his eyes were a bit restless. What a pity for that face. How could he be a man? What are you mumbling about? Dai Mu Bai unconsciously muttered, and although his voice was not loud, it was still heard by Su Xianyue. "Oh, it's nothing, just a test." Su Xianyue was quite familiar with this thing. She placed her hand on it and began to input her soul power. In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly. Indeed, at level 27, follow me." Let's go directly to the final test. After confirming Su Xianyue's soul power level, Dai Mubai put down the crystal ball and led her away. Over the years, Su Xianyue didn't understand why her soul power level was progressing so slowly. She had been training diligently and had used many treasures provided by the Spirit Hall. Yet her soul power level still increased so slowly, which made her quite distressed. Later, BB Dawn examined her and found that her soul power seemed very special, significantly different from others, but couldn't pinpoint why, so was left at that. However, her combat ability was not diminished. On the contrary, it was much higher than others at the same level, as evidenced by her exchanges with Qian Rinxue using only 50% of her strength. Following Dai Mubai, they soon arrived at an open area. In the center of the clearing, a muscular man was dozing off on a bench. Dai Mubai walked over and leaned close to his ear to call out, "Teacher Zhao, wake up, we have visitors." The big man showed no reaction. Dai Mubai, feeling helpless, stood up and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Teacher Zhao, wake up. We have visitors." "Oh my, are you trying to scare me to death?" "Oh, visitors, all right then. You all start, I'll watch." The startled man shook his head, slapped his face, and opened his eyes wide to look at them. Seeing that he was awake, Dai Mubai walked over to Su Xianyue. "This test is to spar with me. If you can last for a stick of incense, you pass and can enroll directly. This is Teacher Zhao Wujia, responsible for supervision and judgment. By the way, with your feather martial soul, are you an auxiliary type? If so, you'll need to wait for someone to come for the test together." Su Xianyue raised a hand to refuse. "No. Is it enough just to defeat you? Then let's get started. I must warn you in advance. I won't hold back, so be careful." Dai Mubai saw his attitude and stepped back to create some distance, but he didn't take Su Xianyue's warning seriously. How could a feather martial soul be so unrestrained? "Really, all right, Teacher Zhao, we can start." "Teacher Zhao." Dai Mubai posed and spoke to Zhao Wujia, but there was no response. Turning his head, he saw that Zhao Wujia had fallen asleep again. "Sigh, this Teacher Zhao." He woke Zhao Wujia up, lit some incense, and prepared to begin. "You all can go ahead boldly. I will intervene in time to prevent you from getting hurt." "All right, ready, begin." With Zhao Wujia's command, Dai Mubai confidently looked at the unmoving Su Xianyue in front of him. "Hey, if you don't make a move, then I'll go first. If something happens by accident, I won't take responsibility." Su Xianyue sighed helplessly and shook her head. "It seems you still don't take me seriously." "Well, if something happens to you, I won't take responsibility either." Chapter 39. Hello, Sakadam. The kid is quite arrogant, so here it comes. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai instantly activated his martial soul and shot out a verbal attack. Although the light wave was fast to Su Xianyue, it was too slow. She simply sidestepped with ease, flowing like a stream, light and carefree. "Is that it? Keep going." Su Xianyue noticed that Dai Mubai seemed to take himself a bit more seriously and had started to focus. Regarding Dai Mubai's previous dismissive behavior towards him, Su Xianyue expressed, "I'm not happy at all." Dai Mubai activated a shield and charged towards Su Xianyue. "Don't get cocky. Take this." The tiger claw, empowered by his martial soul, came crashing down towards Su Xianyue, but he dodged it with a lean back. "Huh, is that all you've got?" While evading, Su Xianyue couldn't help but taunt. Dai Mubai seemed a bit annoyed and used a flurry of swipes, but miss. Not a single hit landed. Su Xianyue didn't even strike back, continuously retreating while swaying his upper body to avoid Dai Mubai's claws, even taking the time to pick his nose. "Hey, are you tired?" Looking at the slightly panting Dai Mubai, Su Xianyue looked at him with disdain. "Don't get cocky. Dodging all the time isn't anything. Come to me directly." Before Dai Mubai could finish, Su Xianyue's straight punch had already landed on his stomach. "You're so pathetic. Why don't you just admit defeat? This smell is just starting to burn a little." Faced with Su Xianyue's provocation, Dai Mubai began to get angry. "When the tiger doesn't show its power, do you take me for?" Dai Mubai's voice abruptly stopped because he saw the expressionless Su Xianyue raising his fist at him, with a hollow look in his eyes filled with a terrifying aura that left his mind blank. "Hello, sikat. Godgi, sikat. Bang 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 bang." Su Xianyue directly pinned Dai Mubai to the ground, clutching his neck and punching his face repeatedly. After an unknown number of punches, Dai Mubai lay limp on the ground, motionless. Yes, still breathing. Confirming that he had only fainted, Su Xianyue ran over to wake up the now sleeping Zhao Wujia. "Zhao Wujia, Zhao Wujia. Who is it? Who are you, being so disrespectful?" Zhao Wujia, abruptly waking up, looked at the unfamiliar Su Xianyue, but following her pointed direction. He saw Dai Mubai on the ground. What happened to Mubai? You. Zhao Wujia suddenly remembered this was the freshman test, glanced at Dai Mubai on the ground, then at Su Xianyue, and immediately ran over to check on Dai Mubai's injuries. Oh my, his face is all swollen like a pig. You wait here. I'll take him to get treated. Zhao Wujia picked up Dai Mubai and ran in a certain direction. Su Xianyue looked disdainfully at the direction they were leaving, then walked over to the bench where Zhao Wujia was sitting to rest. Dai Mubai, is he really that useless? Forget it. Let's take a break. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Wujia returned, looking very unhappy. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man with distinctive features. Old Zhao, if you dare to fool me, don't think about your salary this month. Sigh, Boss Flender, I'm not making this up, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. I can guarantee that at that time, there was no one else around. It was definitely that new student who did it. The two of them walked straight to Su Xianyue, who was resting on the bench. Ahem, I'm Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. This student, are you the one who beat up Mubai like that? Flender's voice did indeed have a slight lisp, and he seemed to be trying hard to straighten his tongue. But what he said was still relatively clear. Su Xianyue stood up from the bench and patted her butt. Yes, what's wrong? Flander and Zhao Wujixian exchanged glances. It's nothing. Just, let me see your martial soul. Su Xianyue condensed a few black feathers with soul power, while Flander and the others widened their eyes to take a closer look. There's nothing remarkable about this. How could someone possess such strong power? Forget it. The martial spirit aspect is not my strong suit. Ahem, it's nothing. Just came to congratulate you. You've been accepted. Zhao Wujia, take him to the dormitory. After Flander said this, he turned and left. After Flander walked away, Zhao Wujia waved to Su Xianyue. Come with me. The journey was quite ordinary, but if there was anything unusual, it was that this place was really poor. The houses were made of ordinary stone bricks and wood. Although sturdy, they were still simple, which made Su Xianyue, who had stayed in the spirit hall for 4 years, feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Wujia seemed to notice this and explained to Su Xianyue, Shrek is a monster academy, only accepting monsters, not ordinary people. Once you enter Shrek, regardless of where you come from or your status, you must obey the arrangements here, cannot be willful, and cannot be arrogant. However, Su Xianyue completely ignored this nonsense. Soon, they arrived at the Shrek dormitory. Here we are. These 2 dorm rooms are empty. You can choose one at will. They might arrange a roommate for you later, although the chances are low. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, he left. Su Xianyue looked at the dilapidated house in front of her. Although she felt disdain, she walked in. Inside, it was quite tidy, with a dressing table, a desk, and 2 beds, simple and plain. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sigh. Since I'm already here, let's just wait. She walked to the bed by the window and took out the sheets and bedding she had prepared in advance. The bed already had bedding on it. It was clean, but too worn out. What she brought was from the spirit hall, the bedding she had used for 4 years. Quite luxurious. Let's air out a bit. Su Xianyue was still checking the dormitory equipment, while on the other side, Mubai, feeling any better? Much better. Ow, it hurts. Dai Mubai had woken up, but speaking would pull at his wounds. Beside him, a big bearded man was grinning mischievously. Haha, Dai boss. You actually have today. Dai Mubai said nothing but pulled him into a hug, rolling him on the bed. Dai boss, I'm sorry. Let go, let go. Fried interrupted them. All right, Oscar, stop messing around. Let Mubai rest properly. Only then did they separate. Sai, Mubai is injured. He should rest well for the next few days, but what about the new student assessment? Fried rested his chin on his hand, glancing at Oscar. No, Dean, I can't do it. Let the fatty go. Oscar quickly waved his hand, but Fried seemed determined. You two will go together. You assist him on the side. Oscar shrank back like a frightened animal, and Fried smiled kindly to reassure him. Don't worry, geniuses like you are rare. Having someone of your level among this group of new students is quite a find. Oscar pouted. I don't believe it. What if another one shows up who can beat Dai Boss like this? Then we're done for. Fried seemed a bit impatient. Oscar, here, are you not listening to the dean's words? Of course I'm listening. But, right, why not send that new student instead? Yes, just like that. Fried furrowed his brow, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment. That seems reasonable. Chapter 40. New student assessment. You want me to replace Dai Mubai? Su Xianyue, who had just finished tidying the sheets, sat on the bed with her arms crossed and legs crossed, looking at Fried in front of her. That's right. Since Dai Mubai, who is in charge of the assessment, was injured by you, we couldn't find a suitable candidate for the time being, and after thinking it over, we decided on you. Su Xianyue had a calm expression, feigning surprise. Flander, seeing an opportunity, prepared to have him wait outside. Just like that, when the people arrive, you go and have a match with them. It's very simple, isn't it? No more nonsense. Let's go. I refuse. Huh? Su Xianyue's sudden rejection was expected by Flander, but he didn't expect it to be so decisive. What benefits do I have? Su Xianyue's words seemed to perplex Flander a bit, as he held his chin in a conflicted manner. Su Xianyue could see what he was struggling with. Don't worry. No money is needed. As soon as he heard that no money was involved, Flander stopped hesitating and resumed his posture of hands behind his back, speaking earnestly. Ahem. Since it's not about money, that's easy to discuss. What benefits do you want? Su Xianyue thought for a moment and raised a finger. Just one. Like how I can choose to attend class or not. You can't restrict me. But this immediately faced opposition from Flander. That's not acceptable. You can't just go if you want and not go if you don't. Do you think the academy is your home? Choose another one. Su Xianyue tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, then you can solve it yourselves. Flanders thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll allow you to take leave anytime, but you can only take a maximum of 1 month off each year. How does that sound? I'm not going. You can solve it yourselves. All right, I need a rest now. Is there anything else? Seeing Su Xianyue dismiss him, Flanders didn't want to make things awkward for himself and shook his head helplessly as he left. All right then, you rest. Take care. After Flanders left, he hesitated for a long time before finally making a decision. So I guess we should do it ourselves, huh? Wait, Mu-Bai is injured and we need more hands. Flanders remembered something and turned back to Su Xianyue's dormitory. In the end, Flanders convinced Su Xianyue to take 2 months of leave each year to replace Dai Mu-Bai, as he had just gone through the process and was somewhat familiar with it. Along with him was a bearded man. Hey, this classmate, may I ask your name? The cheeky voice made Su Xianyue feel an impulse to hit him. Get lost. Su Xianyue coldly replied without any politeness. All right then. Oscar readily admitted defeat. They returned to the entrance, where a long queue had formed. A group of people were lining up at the entrance with their children, each paying the registration fee one by one. Suddenly, a voice caught their attention. You're just here to scam money. My child is a genius with a century-old soul ring. How come he doesn't qualify? If he doesn't qualify, then refund the registration fee. The old man in charge of registration stood up, looking impatient as he said to them, you people should have inquired beforehand. Just because you can get a Viscount title upon graduation doesn't mean you can just come here. This will only waste your registration fee and our time. I'll say it again, if you are under 12 and don't have level 20, just go home. Those people seemed unwilling to back down, and the old man directly released his 6 soul rings. Although his configuration wasn't great, those 6 soul rings were still quite intimidating, causing the initially arrogant people to deflate immediately and hurry away with their children. What was left were those confident enough to enroll, all of whom were level 20 and under 12. Among them, Su Xianyue noticed a girl who was all pink and vibrant, standing out in the crowd, and beside her was an ordinary-looking boy, whom Su Xianyue would not have noticed if it weren't for the girl. Clearly, these two were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Oscar approached the old man for registration, and in Su Xianyue's line of sight, the boy's gaze also caught sight of him. Strange. Why does this person look so familiar? Tang San squinted, pondering as he looked at Su Xianyue, and Xiao Wu also noticed what he was looking at. Brother, what are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? Don't look. Huh? Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu quickly jumped in front of Tang San, blocking his line of sight, and Su Xianyue no longer paid attention to them. Meanwhile, Oscar whispered a few words to the registration old man, who was extremely shocked and shouted, then turned to glance at Su Xianyue. Oscar, don't fool me. This kid, you say he injured Mu-Bai? Really, I'm not lying to you. That's why he's not here to replace Dai Lauda. Although it was hard to believe, they didn't have much time to verify it, as they still needed to register the people in front. One by one, people successfully registered, and then they were led inside by Oscar. Now, the few individuals in front of Su Xianyue were making him a bit troubled. Zhu Zhuqing, who had 2 soul rings, stood next to Su Xianyue, her icy aura matching his. However, Su Xianyue's aura leaned more towards the feminine, while Zhu Zhuqing was completely cold. Tang San and Xiao Wu also passed and walked over. Su Xianyue? Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting ahead. Tang San tentatively called out, and Su Xianyue turned to look at him, sizing him up. Tang San? Although Su Xianyue had recognized him from the beginning, he still pretended for a moment. Huh? It really is Su Xianyue? How come you're here? Xiao Wu leaned over, examining Su Xianyue. However, when she saw a certain flat area on Su Xianyue's body, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Xianyue silently looked at her. Did she misunderstand something? All right, there shouldn't be anyone else, so it's time to go in. Su Xianyue looked back and indeed saw no one else. In the distance, a pouting girl in a white dress walked over. I'm so mad. Don't let me catch you again. Oomph. She muttered to herself as she walked up to the registration desk and slapped her hand on the table. I want to register. The old man looked at her in surprise. Although he found it a bit strange, he didn't say much. Do your family know you're here? The girl crossed her arms defiantly, looking down at him. None of your business. Just tell me if I'm qualified or not. Saying this, she revealed 200-year soul rings. The old man had no choice but to take 10 gold soul coins and let her in. Once she entered, she finally saw the crowd that had been waiting. Oh, looks like there's no one left now. Everyone come with me. Su Xianyue walked inside, and Tang San and the others followed. However, as soon as the girl saw Su Xianyue, she immediately rushed in front of him. I knew I wouldn't remember wrongly. You're that annoying brat from back then. Hurry up and apologize to me, or I'll have Grandpa Jian chop off your legs. Humph, Ning Rongrong said, stomping her feet in anger. But Su Xianyue calmly raised one hand. Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong instantly backed down. Are you being obedient now? Follow me. The old man behind them watched all this and shook his head with a sigh. Oh, there really are a lot of monsters in this generation. Chapter 41. Zhao Wujie delivered to your door. Su Xianyue was walking with them, and Ning Rongrong jumped to Su Xianyue's side. Hey, you annoying guy, what's your name? Su Xianyue glanced at him. My name is Wang de Zhuang. When Su Xianyue was picked up by Wang Fugue, this name was given. Otherwise, Wang you would have to call herself Wang Dinyo. Su Xianyue said such a cheesy name with a serious face, and Ning Rongrong obviously didn't believe it. Who would believe it? Just say it. Ning Rongrong looked spoiled, and Su Xianyue silently raised her hand. She immediately backed down, recalling the incident that left her traumatized. When Su Xianyue first met Ning Rongrong, she mentioned her name, but it seems that after so much time, Ning Rongrong forgot it. Hey, I remember you were called something you. What was it exactly? Ning Rongrong kept chattering and bothering Su Xianyue along the way, but Su Xianyue completely ignored her. It was really too annoying, so she raised her hand, and Ning Rongrong immediately backed down. Tang San and the others were quite quiet, and soon they arrived at the location for the second assessment. A group of 12-year-old boys were lined up for the assessment when the bearded Oscar came over holding a crystal ball. Come, let's test your soul power, and ladies, would you like to try my sausage? Oscar offered the crystal ball along with a few sausages. Su Xianyue looked serious and snatched all the sausages from Oscar's hands. At this moment, what are you flirting for? Hurry up and take the test. So, Oscar tested Tang San and the other soul power one by one. At this time, Tang San asked Oscar, excuse me, besides testing soul power, is there anything else we need to do? Excuse me? You're the one who's old. Your whole family is old. I'm only 14. Is it wrong to have a bit of a beard? Sorry. Oscar was immediately unhappy, and Tang San silently apologized. This was just a small episode. Although everyone was surprised by Oscar's beard, there wasn't much of a reaction. While there are so many monsters this time, all of them are above level 25. Ahem. All right, let's go directly to the fourth test. We can skip this part. Directly to the fourth test? May I ask, what is the fourth test? Tang San chatted with Oscar while walking, still chewing on the sausage Oscar handed him. As for the fourth test, it's not that simple, but I'm not sure. However, since your strength is all above level 25, you should be able to pass if you go together. You're not sure? Well, forget it. Let's adapt. This sausage is quite fragrant. Upon reaching an open area, Zhao Wujie was still sitting on a small bench waiting for them. You all came. Discuss your tactics for a while. Wow, so many this year. If it weren't for Boss Fu giving conditions, I would have wanted to do it myself. At this moment, Oscar said to Tang San and the others with a mischievous look, the fourth test is to fight against us. As long as you last for a stick of incense. Even if one person is still standing, everyone passes. Surprised, right? Oscar leaned close to Tang San with a cheeky expression, but was pulled away by Su Xianyue by the collar. Hurry up and finish. I still want to take a nap later. All right, let go first. Zhao Wujie, as the referee, looked at them with interest. After they finished discussing, he nodded and lit the incense. Let's begin. As soon as the incense was lit, Oscar immediately threw a sausage to Su Xianyue. I got a big sausage. When Su Xianyue took over, the scene instantly fell silent. Don't tell me those sausages you made before came from this. Tang San looked at Oscar in disbelief, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Although it wasn't very serious, he quickly recovered. Bro, what's wrong with you? Tang San glanced at the innocent Xiao Wu, his expression a bit unpleasant, because Xiao Wu had eaten them too. It's nothing. Tang San silently took out various hidden weapons and clenched them in his hand. Oscar was unhappy again. Do you think I wanted this? It's just how my soul skill is. Don't worry, aside from the soul curse being a bit unsatisfactory, my sausages have no other issues. All right, stop chatting and let's get started. Tang San, you should know me well enough, so be careful. Su Xianhua pinched her fingers, making a crackling sound. Tang San no longer paid attention to those details and started to take things seriously. Everyone, pay attention. Su Xianhua would not hold back. When she was 6 years old at the Junior Soul Master Academy, she had severely injured several students and was expelled. As soon as this was said, Zhu Zhuqing became more serious, while Ning Rongrong thought about Su Xianhua's name. Su Xianhua? Oh, I remember now, that S what she S called. At this moment, Su Xianhua, with a sausage in her mouth, was already charging towards them. Thomas spin kick. Su Xianhua made a spinning jump and kicked out with one leg like a whip. The Xian Jade hand, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Su Xianhua barely managed to receive the next kick relying on these two skills, but the immense force still pushed him back a long distance in that position. At the same time, Tang San immediately launched a counterattack. Blue-silver bind. You guys, hurry up and attack. Several strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around Su Xianhua, and at that moment, under Ning Rongrong's buff, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instantly launched their attacks. Bang Su Xianhua was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Huh? Hey, are you okay? Oscar walked over to check Su Xianhua's injuries, but was met with a glare. Get lost. Can't you see I'm playing dead? Playing dead? What's that about? Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was shocked to see Su Xianhua lying on the ground. What happened? Little Wu looked at her legs with a confused expression. I didn't even kick him. How did he fly away? Zhu Qing, did you hit him? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Not me. I didn't touch him either. They all looked at Su Xianhua on the ground in astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Wujie realized that Su Xianhua was indeed playing dead. What are you doing? Trying to raise the price? It's not my fault they're too strong. I can't handle it. I'm qualified. All qualified. I'm going for a nap now. With a serious expression, Su Xianhua got up from the ground and walked towards his dorm, leaving everyone looking confused. What is he doing? Flender only said to let him replace Dai Mubai. He didn't say they had to win or anything. Just putting on a show is enough. Anyway, they would all enter Shrek. It was just a formality. After a few bewildered people watched Su Xianhua leave, they turned their attention to Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, this. Zhao Wujie was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled at them. Hee, just right, the previous match doesn't count. You all fight with me. Oscar, go light another incense. Huh? Teacher Zhao, you're gonna fight personally? Is that okay? Zhao Wujie gave him a glare. What problem could I have? Hurry up. Yes. Be careful. Teacher Zhao is the famous immovable king Zhao Wujie, a soul sage. Chapter 42. Did you walk into the wrong dorm, or did I? Oh, that was a nice sleep. What is that? Waking up, Su Xianhua stretched his slender waist, suddenly feeling something in the quilt rubbing against his leg. He pulled back the quilt and saw Ning Rongrong lying there with drool at the corner of her mouth, only wearing pajamas. Su Xianhua. Turning her head to look at the platinum-colored bedding, she confirmed it was the one she brought, then glanced at Ning Rongrong. Hey, what is this? What did you crawl in here? Get up. Su Xianhua pulled Ning Rongrong's face and lifted her up. Hey, what are you doing? I was sleeping so soundly. What does it mean that you climbed into my bed? No. Why did you come into my dorm? Ning Rongrong swatted Su Xianhua's hand away and lay back down. I was assigned to be here too, and your sheets and blankets are so comfortable. Half asleep, Ning Rongrong said, rubbing her face against Su Xianhua's sheets, then pulled the blanket over her head and fell back asleep. Su Xianhua. He ran his fingers through his hair and suddenly remembered something. Did she misunderstand something? Su Xianhua glanced at the simple bedding on the opposite bed, then at her own luxurious, platinum-colored sheets. She originally just wanted to make herself more comfortable while sleeping, but unexpectedly, it had turned into a trap for Ning Rongrong. Looking at the small bulge beside her, Su Xianhua sighed helplessly. Forget it. She shouldn't have anything dirty on her, so it doesn't matter. She walked past it, put on her shoes by the bed, and then went out for a walk. Maybe I should take a shower. What brand of perfume is this? The taste is really poor. Su Xianhua was covered in the scent of Ning Rongrong's perfume, which made him quite displeased. After a lot of effort, he finally found a bathhouse, but he was a bit conflicted. Should I go into the men's bathhouse? No, wait, why am I even hesitating? He walked straight into the men's bathhouse, and to his surprise, there was running hot water inside, with small rooms, which was quite humane. Fortunately, no one came in while he was washing. He brought his own bathing supplies. Wow. Yawning. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking around in confusion. The shabby walls and the bedding she was lying on were completely different styles, and she found it a bit novel. This place is so shabby, but that annoying guy even brought his own bedding, and it feels so comfortable to lie on saying this. She happily lay back down. Gulu gulu, I'm so hungry. In the Shrek cafeteria, Su Xianyue originally planned to eat something simple here, but when he saw Tang San and the others, along with the chubby guy already eating inside, he suddenly felt a bit disgusted, especially that chubby guy, who was eating without any manners. He looked awkward and was directly grabbing steamed buns with his hands, picking one and stuffing it into his mouth. Oh, Su Xianyue is here. Come eat with us. Xiao Wu waved at him when she saw Su Xianyue, and the others turned to look at him as well. Dai Mubai was almost fully recovered by now. Aside from a little bruise on his face, he looked pretty good overall, while the chubby guy's eyes lit up when he saw Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue waved at them. No, you eat. Saying that, she turned and left. Seeing Su Xianyue running away in a flustered manner, they exchanged glances. Fatty, look at how scared you made her. Can you tone it down? Oscar bluntly mocked Ma Hongjun. Is it my fault? What about you? Aren't you the same? They teased each other, and Tang San brought up his confusion. By the way, did Su Xianyue come here early too? No, he just arrived this morning and then beat up Dai Lao like this. Xiao Ao, do you deserve a beating or what? Ouch, that hurts. Dai Mubai wanted to warn Oscar, but accidentally pulled on his wound. He just came this morning? Tang San pondered something, but then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was happily roasting a chicken. The chicken was bought from a villager and was now being roasted by a river. Is it done yet? Hurry up. Ning Rongrong wiped her drool and squatted beside her. Urging her, Su Xianyue rolled her eyes at her. I said, can't you go eat in the cafeteria? Why are you following me? When Su Xianyue came out, he happened to run into Ning Rongrong, and for some reason, Ning Rongrong actually followed him out. Fortunately, this young lady's intuition is quite accurate. Seeing you walking out of the academy, I knew there must be something good. Hee. Why do you think I would share with you? Ning Rongrong, with a proud expression, was taken aback by Su Xianyue's sarcastic comment. As your compensation for bullying me, if you don't give it to me, I'll tell Grandpa Jian, and then let's see what you do. Oh, I'm so scared, and then what? Where's he now? Ning Rongrong fell silent again. You, don't get too proud. When I go back, I'll talk to him. So what am I afraid of now? Not giving it. Ning Rongrong was a bit anxious, glancing at the chicken that was about to be roasted, and then looking at the expressionless Su Xianyue, thinking about something. So what do you want in order to share with me? You beg me. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, hesitating, while Su Xianyue ignored her and looked at the roasted chicken in front of him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Okay. Roasted chicken. I beg you. Ning Rongrong clearly had never begged anyone before. Her voice was very quiet. Hey, where did that mosquito come from? Su Xianyue glanced around mysteriously, and his meaning was very clear. He found Ning Rongrong's voice too soft. Ning Rongrong was not foolish. She understood it as well. I'm begging you, just give it to me. Oh, my shoulders are so sore. Roasting the chicken is really exhausting. Su Xianyue twisted her shoulders again, and the meaning was quite obvious. You, don't go too far. This chicken smells so good. Ning Rongrong wiped her drool, holding her rumbling stomach, and finally compromised. I got it. Is it okay for me to pinch you? The young lady of the Qibao Glaze sect had never served anyone before, and her technique was lacking. After a couple of squeezes, Su Xianyue didn't let her continue. Here, it's for you. Su Xianyue tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Just one leg? Is this to brush off a beggar? Don't give it back to me. I want it. How could I not want it? Saying this, she took a big bite, and at that moment, it was incredibly delicious. So tasty. After finishing it in a few bites, she stared blankly at the chicken leg in Su Xianyue's hand. Don't look at me like that. Ning Rongrong stared. All right, here you go. I'm scared of you now. Su Xianyue tore off half a chicken and handed it to her, and only then did she behave herself. Su Xianyue looked at Ning Rongrong, who was squatting there gnawing on a roasted chicken, and rolled her eyes in disdain. It was as if she had never eaten chicken before. Also, why were you in my bed this morning? Explain that to me. Of course, that bedsheet was too shabby, and I found it disgusting. I just happened to see your bedsheet, so I squeezed in a bit with you. You wouldn't be that petty, would you? As the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I don't mind you, yet you still mind me. Su Xianyue. Should I tell her? Forget it. It's troublesome. Hee hee. Just don't regret it. What? Nothing. Chapter 43 Conflict. When Su Xianyue and the others returned to the academy, everyone else was already lined up waiting for them. You too, hurry over here. Flander shouted from a distance, but Su Xianyue and the others strolled leisurely into the line. Ahem. The main reason for gathering you this time is to inform you of some matters, and it can be considered an opening ceremony. Mubai. You will explain the academy's rules and regulations to them later, and then everyone should have good rest. Make sure to rest well. The first class will start in the evening. All right, that's all. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, come with me. He then took them away, but seemed to remember something as he turned back and said, Su Xianyue, you come over too. Huh? Me? Su Xianyue naturally knew why Oscar and Ning Rongrong were called away, but she was puzzled as to why she was being called as well. Oscar, tell me, what is the most important thing for a support soul master in battle? Flanders suddenly asked Oscar. After thinking for a moment, Oscar answered seriously, it should be to hide behind teammates as much as possible and use the terrain to avoid damage. Good. And what about you, Ning Rongrong? Flander asked Ning Rongrong again. She confidently put her hands on her hips and replied, isn't it just to buff teammates and then run away? What else is there? While there was nothing wrong with her statement, Flander and the others didn't seem satisfied. You're right, but Su Xianyue, why don't you share your thoughts as well? Me? I don't really have any thoughts. Su Xianyue looked indifferent, and Flander shook his head once more. Forget it. We're here. Let's get started. Ahem, as support-type soul masters. Physical fitness is the most important, and that's the key to whether you can run fast. So, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two will run around the village 20 laps. Right now, immediately. Su Xianyue, you supervise them. Huh? Why me? What'd I get out of it? Su Xianyue was very reluctant, but when Flander heard this, the veins on his forehead bulged. You're still talking about benefits? The school just started with tests, and I've already promised you benefits, yet you're not putting in any effort. What more do you want? Speaking of this makes me angry. Su Xianyue, you should run too. With your physical fitness, it should be easy for you. Su Xianyue held the back of her head and glared at him. Oh no, I'm so scared. Be careful with corporal punishment. I might report you. Report? Let's see where you can report this. Hurry up and run. If you don't run, don't even think about eating. I won't. Why should I exert myself for something that doesn't benefit me? Hey, are you getting a bit too cocky? Oscar and Ning Rongrong watched Su Xianyue arguing with Flandra, wanting to laugh, but suppressing it. Finally, Flandra had no choice but to promise Su Xianyue some benefits. All right, I'll give you back the vacation that was canceled, plus an extra month. Is that it? Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Su Xianyue, are you here to study, or just to annoy me? In the end, Flandra erupted, his powerful aura overwhelming. Oscar and Ning Rongrong used all their soul power to resist. But Su Xianyue remained almost completely unfazed except for her disheveled hair and clothes. Well then, I might as well drop out. Goodbye, everyone. Su Xianyue walked out of the village without hesitation. Do you think Shrek is a place where you can come and go as you please? Stay right there. Flinder was clearly really angry, his spirit rings glowing. Oscar immediately went to persuade him. Dean, calm down, calm down. Oscar, you two go do your own thing. It's none of your business. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue remained unafraid, her vacant eyes fixed on Flinder. Is this what makes you angry? Does Flinder have such a bad temper? Actually, it's not that Flinder has a bad temper, but Shrek is Flinder's bottom line. And Su Xianyue's blatant disrespect for Shrek's values is what angers him the most. Oh, I'm so scared. Su Xianyue came to Shrek out of curiosity and had no intention of becoming a part of it. So he believed he had no obligation to listen to Flanders. After spending 4 years in the Spear Hall, his mindset had become a bit aloof. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to take action against you? Who do you think you are? In Shrek, you must obey the arrangements. I don't want to obey the arrangements. Can I just leave? You. Fine. Then get out. Don't let me see you again. Su Xianyue left the village, not forgetting to mock as she walked away. 13 points. Watching Su Xianyue swagger away while holding her head, Flander forced himself to calm down. So confident. Could it be that she has some powerful backing? Flander glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was staring blankly, and couldn't help but think so. As the dean, Flander had good psychological quality. He had just been angry, but now he quickly calmed down. Wait, Su Xianyue, I agree to your request. For now on, as long as you don't break the rules, don't affect others, and don't violate school regulations, you can do as you please. Flander compromised, but Su Xianyue showed no signs of stopping. I have my temper, goodbye. Sighed this kid. Can someone persuade her? Flander said to Ning Rongrong and Oscar beside him, not because he was afraid of Su Xianyue, but because he clearly understood her talent and didn't want to miss out. Huh, We're not familiar with her. How do we persuade her? Oscar said with a troubled expression. At this moment, Ning Rongrong volunteered, I'll go. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was already walking away. Let's go to the Star Dough Forest. Hey, wait a minute, you annoying person. Ning Rongrong's voice came from behind, and Su Xianyue turned to look at her. What? Is it really necessary for you to act like this? He told you to leave, and you just walk away? Don't you think that's embarrassing? Just a moment ago, Su Xianyue didn't have this thought, but after Ning Rongrong said that, she thought about it and realized it was true. If Flander told her to leave and she just left, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? You're right. Do I really need to? All right then. With that, Su Xianyue followed Ning Rongrong back. On the way, Su Xianyue suddenly remembered something. Wait, no. If he told me to go back and I go back, wouldn't I be even more embarrassed? Oh, why do you care about that? Just do what you want. I'll back you up. Ning Rongrong pushed Su Xianyue from behind, and they leisurely walked back to Flander. Su Xianyue looked at Flander, whose face was still twitching, and scoffed. So it's settled. You can't interfere with what I do, okay? Flander, seeing Su Xianyue's expression, almost lost his temper again, but held it back. Fine, then go do whatever you need to do. After Flander gritted his teeth and said this, Su Xianyue swaggered off. Ning Rongrong wanted to follow, but Flander stopped her. You can't. Su Xianyue has that kind of capital, but you're different. With the official letter given by Ning Fengji, Flander could be strict with Ning Rongrong. But since he didn't even know Su Xianyue's background, he had to be cautious. Chapter 44. Flander watched Su Xianyue's back and felt a bit of a headache. You too. Hurry up and run. Ning Rongrong looked at the departing Su Xianyue, and although she was reluctant, she still went to run. Flander covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. I need to investigate the background of this Su Xianyue. At this moment, Su Xianyue had already gone back to lie down. It's so boring here. I should find a chance to sneak out. Sitting on the bed, extremely bored, Su Xianyue eventually took out a book from his storage bracelet to read, Self-Cultivation of Soul Masters. After an unknown amount of time, bang, the door was suddenly opened, startling Su Xianyue. What the hell? Huh? Ning Rongrong, what's wrong? He saw Ning Rongrong, with tearful eyes, standing at the door, walking straight towards Su Xianyue. In a flash, she burrowed into Su Xianyue's quilt and squeezed him in. Hey, don't wipe your tears and snot on my bed. Wipe it first. Su Xianyue suddenly dragged Ning Rongrong out of the bed, a force that Ning Rongrong could not resist. She took out a handkerchief, held her face with one hand, and wiped away the tears and snot on her face before letting go. You can come to my bed, but you have to clean yourself up first. Ning Rongrong, who was already sad, cried even harder when Su Xianyue pulled her up. Even you are bullying me. Woo-woo. She sat there crying. Stop, stop, stop. Hold on, what happened? Did Flander bully you? Su Xianyue sat on one side, holding a book, not looking at Ning Rongrong. It's him. Who else? He said, I was the worst one. Woo-woo. Indeed, you really are the worst one. You're so annoying. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Ning Rongrong curled up in the quilt, motionless, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Xianyue quietly read a book beside her, ignoring her. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. Hey, Su Xianyue, why do you think Flander treats you so differently than he treats me? I feel like he can't wait for me to leave. Because he knows you won't leave, and your father has probably contacted Flander, so he feels secure and isn't afraid of offending you. Oh, hey, how did you know that? Ning Rongrong peeked out from her blanket with one eye, looking at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue pointed to the book in her hand. Reading more books can not only pass the time, but also improve one's intelligence. Oh. Ning Rongrong ran away from home out of anger. Her pride wouldn't allow her to return so dejectedly. So Su Xianyue's words were quite accurate. They fell silent again. Hey, Su Xianyue, do you think I'm annoying? Su Xianyue answered seriously without thinking. I really hate it, like now, competing for the bed with me. You're the one who's annoying. Your whole family is annoying. Ning Rongrong stood up and playfully punched his flat chest. You laundry board? Hee. It seemed that Ning Rongrong had found an opportunity to mock Su Xianyue, and she did so without holding back. Su Xianyue didn't react much and glanced back at her. If I tell you the reason for my flatness, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Ning Rongrong was a bit curious. Then go ahead and tell me. Why would I not be able to handle your flatness? Su Xianyue closed the book and looked at her with a smile. Are you sure? Ning Rongrong felt a bit nervous under that gaze, but after swallowing hard, she answered firmly, I'm sure, just say it. Su Xianyue's smile remained, which made Ning Rongrong start to panic. Why are you looking at me like that? Just say it. In the end, Su Xianyue still withdrew her smile. Forget it. It's too troublesome. I won't say anything. Aren't you just trying to keep me in suspense? Ning Rongrong pouted and lightly pounded her chest. Hey, let's not talk about this for now. What are you going to do next? Are you going to change your attitude and blend in with them? Or go home and continue being your young lady? Su Xianyue changed the topic, and Ning Rongrong also stopped, stunned there. After a long time. It's none of your business. I'm going to sleep. Saying this, she burrowed into the blanket, and Su Xianyue shook his head helplessly. What time is it? And you're going to sleep already? Are you a pig? Su Xianyue patted Ning Rongrong's backside, and Ning Rongrong stood up, pouting and looking at Su Xianyue. Then will you come play with me? How about it? No, if you want to go by yourself. What are you saying, Hoof? Ning Rongrong turned her head and didn't leave him. But after some time, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke again. Su Xianyue, do you think? Are we considered friends? Although Su Xianyue was a bit confused, she helplessly replied, it depends on your definition of friends. Maybe your definition of friends equals our servants. No way. I'm not that foolish. I know what friends mean. That's good. If that's the case, it should count. Really? Really? It's not just me. If you change your personality a bit, you could have other friends. Is that so? Ning Rongrong didn't fully understand Su Xianyue's meaning, but vaguely, she seemed to grasp something. In that case, I think I understand. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. That's good. After chatting with Ning Rongrong for a while, it was time for dinner. It's time to eat. Let's go to Soto City to eat. Are you coming? Sure, I'm in a good mood today. It's on me, so eat freely. Ning Rongrong, suddenly enlightened, laughed and dragged Su Xianyue off. Having a friend feels pretty good. In Soto City, Ning Rongrong pulled Su Xianyue along the street, looking around. Grandpa Bowen told me that the best food is on the street. The restaurants are good, but mainly just fill you up. They can't compare to the deliciousness of street food. Oh, the takoyaki over there is really good. You promised to treat. I know. Let's go. The two walked up to the stall. Auntie, we'll have 2 servings of takoyaki. The shop owner was a bit surprised to see Ning Rongrong. Oh, little girl, you brought a friend. Auntie will give you a discount. Come often. Thank you, Auntie. Ning Rongrong had come by once while running, and the shop owner clearly remembered her. This takoyaki is quite tasty. I told you so. Where to next? As they walked and ate, they soon arrived in front of a particularly large building. The fighting arena? So it's here. Shall we go in and take a look? Su Xianyue asked Ning Rongrong beside her, and Ning Rongrong pouted. I'm not going. There's no point in the Soul Arena. Tang San and the others should be inside now. Right? Don't you really want to go? It would be nice to see them make a fool of themselves. With this, Ning Rongrong immediately became interested. Well, let's go take a look then. The hall of the Soul Arena was exceptionally quiet. A few people were walking around inside, but not many, as most had already gone in to watch the battles. To watch the battles, you just need to choose a battle area and pay to get in. I remember that Tang San and the others seemed to be at the number 14 Soul Arena. Let's go take a look. Chapter 45, Getting Hands On. As expected, at the number 14 Soul Arena, the masked Xiao was fiercely battling a big man on stage. There weren't many spectators, and it was quite spacious, but that was inevitable since the number 14 Soul Arena was just a branch arena. Not far away, Su Xianyue saw Tang San in a small area below, but Tang San's gaze was fixed on the stage, not paying attention to the audience. By the time they arrived, the battle on stage was nearly over. The big man had been thrown out by Xiao Wu, and the match was over. It really wasn't that interesting. Su Xianyue looked for a while and felt a bit sorry for the ticket money. So let's go. It's so boring here. Ning Rongrong was also complaining beside her. Suddenly, Su Xianyue thought of an idea. I ask you, do you want to make some pocket money? Su Xianyue suddenly smiled brightly at Ning Rongrong, who tilted her head in confusion. What is it? Front desk hall. Please register a soul fighting quota for me. Su Xianyue spoke to the front desk staff and took out 10 gold soul coins as the registration fee. The staff, not looking down on Su Xianyue for the money, handed her a form. Just write down your name, age, martial soul, and place of birth. There were no issues with that, and Su Xianyue filled it out honestly. Ning Rongrong blinked at Su Xianyue. Is this what you call a way to make pocket money? I'll just go gamble, and then you place the bets. It's that simple. Su Xianyue said, having already filled out the form and handed it back. Gambling fight. Ning Rongrong had heard of this term, but didn't know its meaning, only following Su Xianyue in a daze towards a certain direction. Gambling fights, regardless of level or number of participants, would be held in the central main soul fighting arena, and the location was easy to find. At the registration desk, the staff looked at Su Xianyue with some confusion. Are you sure you want to participate in a gambling fight? Yes. But could you please use my code name when addressing me on stage? Sure, what is your code name? I'll write it down. Su Xianyue thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Let's go with Lucifer. Lucifer can be said to be the most famous fallen angel, and Su Xianyue directly used the name from before his fall. Lucifer. Is it written like this? Yes, that's correct. By the way, how long will it take to find an opponent? After the staff confirmed the name written down was correct, Su Xianyue inquired about the estimated time. Soon, you can go to the waiting area and wait for a moment. As Su Xianyue stepped into the waiting area, they immediately noticed several pairs of fierce eyes staring intently at them. These people are quite strange. Participants in the gambling fights are usually either those who risk their lives for money, or those with a penchant for killing, or tools sent by behind-the-scenes forces to make money, so their expressions are generally not pleasant. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong became the most striking, refreshing presence among them. Why do I feel like something's off? Su Xianyue, are you really going to participate in this gambling fight? Ning Rongrong hid behind Su Xianyue and slowly walked inside, completely ignoring those people. What are you afraid of? The security here is pretty good. If someone tries to take advantage of you, just shout. The security at the Great Soul Arena is decent. At least no one would engage in private fights before the matches. Moreover, there aren't too many competitors in the waiting area, and some, like Ning Rongrong, came in to accompany the participants. They merely glanced at Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong with curiosity before continuing with their own business. Su Xianyue sat in an empty seat and suddenly remembered something. She took out a demon mask from her soul guide bracelet. Right, the mask needs to be worn. Since they're using code names, the face must be covered, even though it might not be very effective, as her hair is quite distinctive. But there should still be a sense of ritual. However, they had waited for a long time and still hadn't received any notification. Why is it taking so long? I should go ask. Excuse me, why haven't we matched with an opponent yet? Su Xianyue, wearing the mask, approached the registration desk and asked the staff. Well, it's like this. For some reason, there are just too few opponents at level 20 today. It might take some time. How about you wait a little longer? Su Xianyue rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. In that case, give me a level 30 opponent. There should be one, right? Are you sure? The staff member seemed a bit skeptical, but after confirming several times, they matched her with a level 30 opponent. There's one available now, but I wouldn't recommend you fight him. Maybe wait a bit. What's wrong? The staff member spoke mysteriously to Su Xianyue. That person is known for either killing or severely injuring their opponents, nicknamed Bloodblade. He has won 8 consecutive matches in the betting area, and the odds have dropped to 3-1. It might be better for you to wait a bit. Su Xianyue saw him looking very concerned. Although she was a bit puzzled, she didn't hesitate and decided it was him. Just him. Arrange it for me. You. Fine, just don't regret it. The staff didn't say much. After all, he had no relation to Su Xianyue, and just reminded her out of kindness. Seeing that Su Xianyue was determined, they didn't interfere further. Once the battle on stage is over, it's your turn. Go prepare well. Thank you. When Su Xianyue returned to the place where she had been resting, Ning Rongrong looked at the battle on stage with a face full of terror. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Su Xianyue, someone is dead. Someone up there is dead. The battle on stage had already ended, and the loser had been beheaded. This bloody scene was still very difficult for Ning Rongrong to accept. So what if someone is dead? The dead person has nothing to do with you. But you didn't say that it was okay to kill here. Let us hurry up and leave. Ning Rongrong was frightened and now felt a bit anxious. Su Xianyue didn't know how to comfort her. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. At that moment, someone walked in from outside, shouting inside, Lucifer. Is Lucifer there? Your match is about to start. Please come with me. Su Xianyue battet Ning Rongrong is head. Call me when you need me. I'm going ahead. Remember to bet on my win and put in more money. 50-50. Sigh. It's too dangerous. Can't you not go? Ning Rongrong wanted to grab him, but Su Xianyue had already walked far away. Remember to bet on my win and put in more money. He raised his hand and waved, reminding her once more before leaving with that person. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze, her face filled with worry. The bets were placed. Blood Knife pays 3-1. Lucifer pays 30-1. The odds of 30-1 right from the start are quite rare in this Grand Soul Arena. The crowd rushed to place their bets, but without much thought. None of them bet on Su Xianyue. They all went for Blood Knife. At this moment, a childish voice rang out from outside the crowd. I bet 100,000 on Lucifer. This small voice, however, struck like thunder in everyone's ears. They all looked in disbelief at the source of the voice, and they couldn't help but make way for her. Are you sure? Betting on Lucifer? 100,000? The person managing the bets squinted at Ning Rongrong in front of him. I'm sure. Saying this, She slapped several gold soul cards onto the table. Chapter 46. The reputation of Lucifer Su Xianyue followed that person, walking down the aisle to the stage. Your opponent is a level 38 soul master with a martial soul flame blade, having won 8 consecutive matches, with 6 opponents dead and 2 severely injured. Previously, they fought 12 matches and only lost 4 times. You can still give up now. Thank you for the reminder, but since I've come this far, I must fight. Su Xianyue casually brushed him off, and the guy didn't say much either. All right, just wait here for a moment. Once the main gate opens, you can enter. The soul fighting arena needs time for promotion. The longer they take, the more people will come, and the more they can earn. The ticket sales will be plentiful. Anyway, the odds for that blood blade aren't high, so they can at least break even on the ticket sales and even make a little extra profit. Su Xianyue stood at the door, waiting and warming up at the same time. At level 30, I should be able to beat him, right? Well, if not, I can always reveal my martial soul to save my life. At this moment in the corridor, Su Xianyue could already hear the clamorous shouts from outside. The odd for Lucifer had risen to 40-1. Are you placing a bet? Whoever bets on him is a fool. A level 27 newcomer against a level 38. Especially the Bloodblade? Look at her high odds. But I just heard a little girl bet 100,000 on him. What? How much? 100,000? Golden soul coins? Yes. Could it be that this Lucifer is a plant for the battle arena? This kind of thought only occurred to a few people. Most were half believing. After all, if it were a plant, it would be too obvious. On the stage, Ning Rongrong looked anxiously at the lively audience and those scary odds. Feeling uneasy. This annoying brat. Why did he have to gamble? I hope nothing goes wrong. Gambling fights are not like strategic battles. They are based on life-and-death struggles, meaning people can die. Ning Rongrong had bet 100,000, which was probably all the money she had brought with her, as if doing so would make her feel more at ease. At this moment on stage, the referee had already entered. Good evening, audience friends. I won't say much because you all should have heard about this. It's the first time in the Soto Great Soul Arena that a level 27 newcomer is fighting against a level 38. Amid the referee's enthusiastic voice, the audience's fervor was ignited. Each of them seemed to be pumped up. First, let us welcome the renowned Bloodblade, who has won 8 consecutive matches. Amid the cheers of the audience, the door on one side of the arena opened, and a slender figure slowly walked out. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, presumably from old injuries, with lean muscles, a long and pointed face resembling a snake. As soon as he appeared, he wore a sinister smile, exuding a faint aura of killing intent. Then, let us welcome our courageous newcomer, Lucifer. The door on the other side slowly opened, and Su Xianyue, wearing a ghost mask, stepped out with graceful strides. The difference was that he held a long sword in his hand. When Bloodblade saw Su Xianyue, a confident smile appeared in his eyes. I thought it was a tough opponent, but it turns out to be an ignorant little girl. Ha ha ha. Does your family know? An unabashedly mocking smile. And the audience became even more fervent upon seeing that Su Xianyue was just a child. It goes without saying that upon seeing Su Xianyue as a kid, they felt Bloodblade would definitely win. After all, they had bet a large sum of money. Facing the other's mockery, Su Xianyue said nothing more, gripping the sword and standing silently on the arena, motionless. TCH scared dumb? Whatever, let us finish this quickly, I'm busy. Bloodblade summoned his martial soul, a red broadsword, with flames flickering on it. I want to hold back. Even if it's a child, it's your misfortune. With the referee's command. The match began, and Bloodblade charged forward with his broadsword. The sword was engulfed in raging flames, whipped through the air by his slender arms. With a spinning leap, he aimed directly at Su Xianyue, who remained standing in place, unmoving. Really scared dumb? Whatever, die. This thought crossed Bloodblade's mind. But the next second, he was completely flustered. Su Xianyue's figure flashed and disappeared. What? The broad knife hit the ground, smashing a large pit in the floor. Where did she go? Clang just when Bloodknife was still puzzled. A sword suddenly pressed against his back, with Su Xianyue's sword piercing straight down, making a ringing sound. Bloodknife let out an angry roar, suddenly spinning the broad knife, creating a circle of flames that pushed Su Xianyue back. I really underestimated you. You're agility type after all. With such speed, Su Xianyue was naturally regarded as an agility type. Su Xianyue still didn't say a word, her gaze cold as ice. Are you trying to kill me? A simple question that sent a chill through Xuedao's heart. Isn't this just nonsense? As my opponent, how can you not die or be severely injured? Where would I put my face? Stop talking, just die. Second soul skill, Flame Slash. Xuedao shouted, and the broad knife in his hand erupted with flames, charging straight at Su Xianyue once again. But Su Xianyue's figure flickered and disappeared again. Another attack missed, and Xiaodao was a bit annoyed. Hey, can't you just stand there obediently and let me kill you? Is dodging around fun? You're wasting my time. The audience's excitement was also cooling down a bit. Just then, Xiaodao suddenly felt a chill, making him tense up and look around for Su Xianyue's location. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyue darted back and forth on the arena, leaving only a few afterimages. Is running around useful? Give me, Blood Knife raised his weapon, wanting to attack again, but his voice abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a blood mark appeared on his neck. WH. What? The blood mark gradually oozed blood, and then his eyes rolled back, and his head slid straight down. His body still stood with the knife raised. But the neat cut on his neck plunged the scene into sudden silence, a deathly silence. The referee announced. Su Xianyue, who appeared beside him, casually flicked his sword and reminded the referee with simple words. The dazed referee, still maintaining composure, quickly reacted. I announce, this match is won by Lucifer, Ningrongrong, who had her eyes closed on the stage, dared not look, heard the result, and opened her eyes in disbelief. She saw Su Xianyue standing proudly on the stage, and the blob of mosaic on the side, and jumped up happily. Yay! We won, we won! Ahaha. Ning Rongrong's laughter made the people beside her realize what was happening. But at that moment, their only thought was, my money. In the resting area, Su Xianyue sat there with a big smile, and Ning Rongrong bounced back, jumping straight into his arms. You annoying guy, you're really amazing, you actually won. Su Xianyue was a bit stunned, but then remembered something. Right? Have you placed your bet? Yes, your odds just rose to 50 to 1. Let me calculate how much that would be. Watching Ning Rongrong seriously calculating, Su Xianyue said, it rose to 50? So fast. Don't calculate anymore. How much did you bet? 100,000. I bet all the money I brought with me. Let me calculate. 100,000 times 50 is 5 million. X2 chapter 47:47. Speechless, in a luxurious room, a middle-aged man in a robe sat in a large chair, sipping tea, rubbing his back, and closing his eyes while touching his legs. Two elegantly dressed women were attending to him, when suddenly a flustered voice came from behind. Sir, big trouble? What is the matter that is so urgent? A lazy voice rang out, but the person reporting seemed hesitant to speak. Just spit it out, don't waste my time. The person hesitated for a long time, then handed a document to the woman beside him. The woman handed the document to the middle-aged man in the chair, and then the room erupted with a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. What? 5 million? How are you handling things? Hey, where's my money? You guys at the Great Soul Arena 1T default on payment, right? At the front desk, Ning Rongrong was demanding her 5 million. This. Sorry. Miss, 5 million is not a small amount. You need to wait a few days. Who would believe that? With the daily profits of your Great Soul Arena, you can't come up with 5 million? The person at the betting counter looked conflicted and helpless, while Ning Rongrong's temper was rising. Do you know who I am? Call your boss out. What's all this noise about? That middle-aged man strolled over leisurely, surrounded by a few people. Sir, this. The counter staff stepped aside under that man's gaze, and he casually walked up to Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong. Oh, ISNT this Miss Ning? What is bothering you? This person clearly recognized Ning Rongrong, but he showed no signs of concern. Are you the boss? That's good. Quickly hand over my 5 million. Otherwise, you know what will happen. But even after Ning Rongrong said that, the man still looked the same. Oh, Miss Ning, don't be angry. Don't worry. The money won't be less. It's just that the funds are too large to be processed right now. So, TSK, it's a bit difficult. I promise to deliver it in full to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School another day. Deliver to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I want it now. Hand it over quickly. But even after Ning Rongrong said this, the man still remained unperturbed, looking confident. Hey, Miss Ning, don't be angry. How about this? If Miss Ning doesn't mind, stay for a meal, and I can extend my hospitality. That man began to change the subject. Ning Rongrong was so angry she stomped her feet, but Su Xianyue shook his head helplessly. He had anticipated all of this. Come here. Su Xianyue unceremoniously pulled the person aside. His subordinates wanted to take action, but they were stopped by the middle-aged man. What do you want to do? After being pulled into the corner, Su Xianyue took out something. The person's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out. You. Sure. I don't want anyone else to know. Got it? The subordinate understands. My lord's money. I will present it immediately. Then hurry up. Hey, wait a minute, subordinate. Su Xianyue discovered a blind spot. Yes. I am the purple bishop of the Spirit Hall, Palo, Here to welcome you, my lord. Enough with the formalities, just give me the money quickly. You are from the spirit hall. If anyone asks, just say my name, got it? Understood, understood. That's good. On the way back. Ning Rong Rong was extremely happy. 250, 250. I can make money too. Su Xianyue, what did you say to him? Why do I feel like that person's attitude has changed? Su Xianyue and Ning Rong Rong split the 5 million. And Ning Rong Rong curiously asked Su Xianyue about it. He didn't say much, just mentioned that if he didn't give it, he would have the sword Douluo come personally to demand it the next day, and then he'd back down. Oh, hey, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could he act so arrogant before? Whatever, as long as he gives the money, that's fine. All right, it's getting late. Let's go back. Oh. When they returned to the Shrek dormitory, they didn't see anyone else, and Su Xianyue didn't pay it any mind. I'm so sleepy. Hurry up. I want to sleep. First, I need to take a shower. Otherwise, don't think about getting into my bed. Who cares? I'm sorry. I'll go wash up now. Ning Rong Rong instinctively disdained him, but as soon as she thought about her worn-out bedding and Su Xianyue's luxurious platinum bedding, she immediately behaved. At that moment, Su Xianyue suddenly remembered something. Wait, why do I still have to sleep with her? She should go buy her own sheets. Female, bathhouse Su Xianyue, you took a wrong turn. It's this way. Huh? Did I take a wrong turn? In the bathhouse, there were small rooms separated by wooden boards. But unlike before, there was a wooden tub inside, and there was a faucet that provided hot water when turned on. The hot water was supplied by the villagers and changed daily. A bathtub? That's good. After filling a tub with warm water, Su Xianyue took off his clothes and soaked in it. He could hear Ning Rong Rong's disdainful voice and the sound of splashing water from next door. This place is so shabby. By the way, Su Xianyue, have you ever killed anyone before? Ning Rong Rong's voice came from next door as Su Xianyue leaned against the edge of the tub, looking at the crystal light fixture on the ceiling. I have. Why do you suddenly ask this? Oh, little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Ning Rong Rong responded and then fell silent, but after a long time, her voice came again. What does it feel like to kill someone? It feels like nothing. Just like killing a soul beast, a clean cut in and out. You close your eyes and open them, and it's over. Why not try it someday? No. Then it fell silent again. Su Xianyue opened a small jade bottle and dripped a drop of its contents into the water she was soaking in. Huh, it smells so good. Su Xianyue, what are you doing? It's a kind of potion. I don't really know what it's called. My teacher told me to add a drop while taking a bath, saying it could improve cultivation efficiency, and it seems like it can also whiten the skin or something. Whiten? Give me some too. Sigh. Never mind, just wait a moment. Suddenly, there was a surprised exclamation from Ning Rong Rong next door, followed by a loud commotion. Bang! Wrapped only in a bath towel, Ning Rong Rong burst through the door and jumped into Su Xianyue's bathtub. It smells so good, add some more. Su Xianyue was stunned. Is this the content I can watch for free? Su Xianyue was still in a daze, and Ning Rong Rong patted him. Come on, don't be stingy. Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue couldn't imagine what kind of trouble he would get into if Ning Rong Rong saw that, so he kept it well hidden. On the way back to the dorm, Su Xianyue rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Strange, why don't I feel that at all? Hey, clearly, it still gets hard occasionally. Su Xianyue and Ning Rong Rong took a shower together, but there was no particular feeling which made him think more. Meanwhile, Ning Rong Rong occasionally sniffed her own arm, wearing a bright smile. It smells so good. Huh? Su Xianyue, you often use this. So why do you smell like nothing? Huh? Oh, I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Why do you care about this? Go back to sleep. Chapter 48. Eat sausages the next morning. Su Xianyue, who had already developed a habit, woke up on time, put on his clothes, and patted Ning Rong Rong beside him. Ugh. Is it dawn? Ning Rong Rong was still rubbing her eyes, while Su Xianyue had already put on his shoes. What else? Oh wait, breakfast is an issue. Although Su Xianyue could swallow the food in the Shrek cafeteria, the steamed buns, plain porridge, and pickles were just too bland. After staying in the spirit hall for 4 years, he really couldn't get used to it. Forget it. I'll just fry some egg fried rice. At least it's better than steamed buns. Shrek cafeteria Tang San and the others were already eating inside. Early in the morning, they were all lively and noisy. When Su Xianyue and Ning Rong Rong arrived, they successfully attracted their attention. Ning Rong Rong sat at the table, looking at the steamed buns. White porridge, eggs, and pickles, frowning. Is this all for breakfast? Not even a piece of meat. Although she found it unappetizing, she obediently picked up a steamed bun and slowly took a bite. At that moment, she noticed that everyone was staring at her. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? They exchanged glances, and finally, Xiao Wu moved closer. Rong, did you know Su Xianhua before? I heard you were in the same dormitory. You don't mind, do you? Ning Rong was quite puzzled. Huh, what do I mind? He is quite annoying, but after spending some time with him, he's not bad. At least the roasted chicken is delicious. As long as you don't mind. However, they also noticed a change in Ning Rong. She seemed less aloof, and gradually, the conversation became more relaxed. At that moment, a burst of flames from the stove caught their attention. Huh, is someone still cooking? It smells so good. Everyone's gaze turned towards the stove, where Su Xianhua was standing, stir-frying rice. After a while, Su Xianhua brought a plate of fried rice to the table. Everyone stared intently at the seemingly glowing fried rice in front of him. Su Xianhua can also cook? Ning Rong watched the fried rice in front of Su Xianhua and began to drool. Su Xianhua, is there more? There is a little left in the pot. You'll have to serve it yourself. Great, there wasn't much left in the pot. Just one bowl. Ning Rong finished it in 2 or 3 bites and then stared blankly at Su Xianhua, who was still eating. I want more. Su Xianhua. Su Xianhua was being stared at with no choice but to push it to Ning Rong. Fine, I'll give it to you like a starving ghost. The others. Xiao Wu was shaking Tang San's arm. Brother, I want some too. Although Tang San could cook, his culinary skills were not that high, and he felt a bit conflicted. However, the assembly bell rang, saving Tang San. It's time for assembly, Xiao Wu, next time. The few of them hurriedly finished breakfast and rushed to the playground. They lined up in a hurry, but there was no one else on the playground besides them. Not even a teacher. Although there was no one around, Dai Mubai and the others still stood at attention obediently. But the fearless Ning Rong started to daydream. Su Xianhua, is there any fried rice tomorrow? Huh? Do you think I'm a cafeteria lady? No. Stingy. In the eyes of the others, their flirtation was really unbearable. Brother, I want to eat fried rice too. Xiao Wu began to protest, clinging to Tang San and constantly acting cute. Xiao Wu, stop it. No. Dai Mubai. Zhu Qing, get lost. I haven't said anything yet, damn it. Nearby, a certain fat boy showed a resentful expression. I hate you all. Finally, after Flanders strolled over, they stopped their bickering. Ahem, what are you doing? Want to run laps, huh? Flanders scanned them and noticed one Oscar was missing. Where's Oscar? Overslept? Tang San, go call him, he can't miss this class. Tang San replied, well, Dean, I saw Oscar cultivating this morning. He should be at a critical point. Just as Tang San was about to leave, Oscar came running over with a bright smile. Oscar, if you don't have a reasonable explanation, you can run laps. Flander bent down, staring intently at Oscar. Dean, don't be like this. I'm telling you, I've broken through to level 30. Is that a reasonable explanation? What? Level 30? Ha. Very good. Oscar, who didn't disappoint me. You're the second student to break through to level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the Academy. Flander patted Oscar on the shoulder with a gratified smile, while Oscar scratched his head and grinned foolishly. In a while, we'll help you hunt for spirit rings, but first, return to class. Yes. Oscar returned to the team, standing next to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai draped his arm around Oscar's shoulder. Not bad, Xiao Ao level 30. Although not as good as me, it's still impressive, right? You're turning sadness into strength. Ha. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Don't mention that. My love story ended before it even started. So why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask either, Oscar said, glancing at Ning Rong, who was chatting with Su Xianhua. The others also expressed their congratulations to Oscar, and Su Xianhua was no exception. After all, Oscar's sausage tasted really good. Congratulations. Facing Su Xianhua's congratulations, Oscar felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Flanders' voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations to Oscar. Ahem. All right, that's enough. Let's start the lesson. Today's class is simple. Everyone eats one sausage made by Oscar, one of each kind. As soon as these words came out, the others showed various complex expressions. Dean, I love you. You all can eat my brother's sausage. Ahem. Oscar's mischievous laughter abruptly stopped under the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Flander continued with his usual rhetoric, making everyone feel nauseated, especially Ning Rong, who was almost about to vomit. Oscar had a cheeky expression as he shouted the soul incantation that they found very lewd. I got a big sausage. I've got a small sausage. Who wants to come first? The others all wore frowns but did not step forward. While Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had experienced this before, although it was off-putting, they still obediently stepped forward. At this time, a figure had already stepped up before them. Just right, since breakfast was snatched by someone, I'll take a few more. All right, Su Xianyue took several sausages and had one in her mouth as she walked back amidst the surprised gazes of everyone. Hey, Su Xianyue, don't you find that disgusting? Ning Rongrong said with a hint of disdain, stepping back a few paces. The others looked at Su Xianyue with expressions that said, "You're a real man, I respect you." Meanwhile, Su Xianyue appeared completely unconcerned. Her voice was not loud, but they all heard her. What does that mean? The innocent girls obviously didn't understand. But the season ones like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun certainly did. I suddenly don't feel nauseous anymore. Chapter 49. The Furious Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School Bro. What did Su Xianyue mean? What eggs? Xiao Wu blinked and asked Tang San, who looked at her with a face full of helplessness and rubbed her head. Xiao Wu, promise your brother to forget that sentence. Oscar and Dai Mubai gave Su Xianyue a thumbs up. Old bro, you're really steady. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was still confused. What is it? Can you explain clearly? Do you really want to know? Absolutely. Just tell me. Su Xianyue whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear, and then Ning Rongrong's expression is left to your imagination. Flinder covered his head and shook it helplessly. All right, you, sigh. Next. With Su Xianyue's help, everyone successfully and efficiently completed this course. Very good, everyone is finished. Now go back and rest well. Tomorrow we will set off to the Stardew Forest to help Oscar obtain his soul ring. Everyone must be well rested. Everyone dispersed. But Ning Rongrong still clung to Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue, how do you know so much? You wouldn't. Ning Rongrong looked Su Xianyue up and down, thinking in a different direction, and Su Xianyue smacked her on the head. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? And how do you know all this? Tell me about it. Get lost. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong were playing around, while in the shadows. Hiss. The more I look at that person, the more something seems off. I just can't put my finger on it. You know, I've been feeling the same way. Let's observe a bit longer. It seems Ning Rongrong's two Soul Emperor bodyguards have sensed something is wrong, but they can't pinpoint it. At this moment, Flinder also seems to feel that something is off. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong have a decent relationship. Both with the same kind of attitude and common topics. Wait, why are they heading to the same dorm? Shrek isn't big. All the buildings are centered around this playground, so it's clear what buildings are inside. Until they walked into the dorm, Flinder was stunned. Wait, that's Su Xianyue's dorm. Why is Ning Rongrong? What kind of situation is this? Flinder couldn't help but walk towards their dorm. The door opened, and Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong were sitting on the bed reading. You guys. Oh no. What kind of situation is this? And Ning Rongrong, why are you in Su Xianyue's dorm? On the same bed? I don't mind your good relationship usually, but this. I have to intervene. Inner PS. If those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School find out, they might dismantle my Shrek. No. They might even dismantle me along with it. Flinder, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong was not happy to see Flinder walk in. I was going to ask you the same thing. This is Su Xianyue's dorm. What are you doing here? Ning Rongrong was quite puzzled. What's wrong with me? Didn't you arrange this for us? It's Zhao Wujia's doing. Why can't I be here? Flinder's expression was complicated. After being stunned for a moment, he turned and left. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong watched as Flinder left, waving their hands to dismiss the matter. At that moment, Zhao Wujia, who was sound asleep, was suddenly awakened by a chill. What's going on? Old Zhao, I need to talk to you about something. Flinder, with a dark expression, kicked open Zhao Wujia's door. Seeing Flinder's expression, Zhao Wujia realized he was very angry. Hey, Boss Flinder, what's wrong? I didn't offend you, did I? Could it be? I was wrong. Boss Flinder, the potted plant you raised was accidentally squished by me. I'm sorry. Zhao Wujia suddenly bowed to Flinder. What? I knew it was you. But let's put that aside for now. You need to explain to me why Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong are in the same dormitory. Zhao Wujia looked up in surprise. You still don't know it was me who arranged it? Wait, what's wrong with Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong being in the same dormitory? Did they get into a fight? Flinder was immediately furious and stepped forward, pulling Zhao Wujia's ear and shouting. What do you mean? You're a soul sage, and you can't even tell if someone is a man or a woman. You put a big man like Su Xianyue together with Ning Rongrong. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School finds out, just wait to be beaten up by two titled Douluos. My ears are going deaf. Su Xianyue is a man? What? A man? Hurry and report to the sect master. From a distance outside the window, two figures suddenly emerged. They were Ning Rongrong's bodyguards who had heard Flinder shout. With a whoosh, one of the figures disappeared, while Flinder was still holding Zhao Wujia's ear, stunned, before quickly reacting. Wait, I can explain. Too late. Shrek, you guys have some nerve, and that's Su Xianyue. I'll keep an eye on him and wait for the sect master's decision. The remaining bodyguards shouted at Flinder and Zhao Wujia, and Flinder finally released Zhao Wujia's hand. Hey, don't misunderstand, this was all his arrangement. It has nothing to do with me. Flinder shifted the blame. Damn, Flinder, you actually sold me out again. But the bodyguard from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ignored them. These matters are none of our business. You just wait quietly for our sect master's decision. Although wearing a mask, their tone was filled with ruthlessness. The chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Flinder and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. That night, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xin was walking outside the main hall when suddenly someone rushed up to him in a hurry. What's the matter? Chen Xin looked at him lightly, full of vigor. The person stammered. Oh, that. Lord Jian, my subordinate, said, you mustn't get too excited. Hearing this, Chen Xin couldn't help but laugh. I've lived this long. Is there anything that can get me excited with just a few words? Just say it. Then, my subordinate will say it. Inside the main hall, Ning Fengji was holding a cup of tea, smelling it. Good tea. Just as he was about to take a sip, a sudden surge of soul power from outside caused him to spill it. Huh? My tea. Sigh, what is Jian Shu throwing a tantrum about again? Outside the hall. What did you say? Repeat that. It's that the young lady is with a man. You dare to say that? Hurry up and get lost. Yes. The furious Chen Xin quickly sent the person away, fearing that he might lose control and chop him. At that moment, Ning Fengji walked out from inside. Jian Shu, why are you so angry? What else? It's about Rong. Ning Fengji had a helpless expression. I know. You're worried about Rong suffering outside. You've complained about this before, but there's no need to get so angry, right? Without experiencing storms, how can you still say Rong has been sullied by man, and you're talking about all this nonsense? Author's note, sullied. This. Discussing how rumors spread. Ning Fengji was about to say something when he froze upon hearing this. What did you say? Could you say that again? Rong. Who did it? I'll tear him apart. The usually gentle Ning Fengji was furious. Chapter 50. Ning Fengji comes knocking. The next day, get up. Su Xianyue shook Ning Rong next to her, just like before, and went to put on her clothes and shoes. Huh? Is it dawn? Wow. I'm so sleepy. Su Xianyue, why don't you help me ask for a leave? Go by yourself. And don't forget that you all have to go to Stardew Forest today. Su Xianyue was tidying her hair in front of the vanity. After casually brushing it a couple of times, she was ready to leave. Huh? You guys? Aren't you going? Going where? What's the point of going with you? Besides, Flander promised me he wouldn't bother me. Su Xianyue went to the Stardew Forest. If it weren't for obtaining souls, it would be meaningless. So going with them is too restricted. It would be better to find an opportunity to sneak in alone. However, Ning Rong felt it was unfair. Huh? If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Flanders to fight for it as well. Ugh, so annoying. Su Xianyue didn't pay attention to Ning Rong and walked towards the cafeteria. Hey, wait for me, came Ning Rong's shout from behind. In the cafeteria, as soon as Su Xianyue walked in, Tang San was busy at the stove. I'm telling you in advance, I'm not very good at cooking, so don't have high expectations. The others all looked at Tang San with encouraging gazes. Don't worry, Xiao San. We won't laugh at you if it doesn't turn out well. Exactly, we won't complain as long as there's something to eat. Tang San looked at the ingredients he had prepared, gathered his confidence, and started heating the oil in the pan. Come on, brother. As soon as Su Xianyue entered, she heard Xiao Wu encouraging Tang San, watching him skillfully fry rice while sitting silently on a stool. Is Tang San cooking? What's going on? At that moment, Ning Rong rushed in, supporting her knees and breathing heavily. Su Xianyue, wait for me. I'm going to die. She gave Su Xianyue a small punch, then noticed Tang San at the stove. Tang San is making dinner? Perfect, can I taste it? Tang San looked at Ning Rong and nodded, then continued to stir-fry the rice in the pan. Before long, the food was ready. All right, I've done it, come and taste it. Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead, while everyone else went up to get their bowls. Ning Rong was no exception, although it wasn't as delicious as Su Xianyue's. Having something to eat was good enough. Su Xianyue, would you like a bowl? Seeing that Su Xianyue didn't move, Tang San extended the invitation to her. Su Xianyue glanced at them, closed her eyes, shook her head, and refused. No, you guys eat. Oh, what a pity. After finishing breakfast, they gathered on the playground. Su Xianyue, next time you should make it for me. Tang San's is okay, but it's not as good as yours. What do I get out of it? Why are you always thinking about these things? Does it cost you anything to cook for me? They were noisy while waiting. And finally, Flinder and Zhao Wujia came over. Ahem, I won't say much nonsense. You guys follow Zhao Wujia to the Stardew Forest, Su Xianyue and Ning Rong. You two stay. Although Su Xianyue didn't want to go to the Stardow Forest in the first place. She didn't expect Flender to take the initiative to keep her and Ning Rongrong. Huh, I don't have to go either. Ning Rongrong jumped happily when she heard she didn't have to go. What? Why do you guys get to stay? Although the others complained, they still obediently listened. Su Xianyue noticed that something was wrong. It was understandable for her to stay behind, but Ning Rongrong. If the goal was to cultivate Ning Rongrong's sense of teamwork, taking her along to the Stardow Forest would have been the most appropriate choice. Yet they left her behind as well, which was quite strange. Su Xianyue looked at Flander and saw a hint of concern in his eyes beneath his thick eyebrows. It was strange, but she didn't know what it was yet, so she could only take it one step at a time. At that moment, Zhao Wujie shouted loudly at them, "Let us go, little bunny cubs. Why not call them Little Bear Blind?" This was from Xiao Wu's complaint. Huh? Ignoring the few of them, Flander walked up to Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong. "Do you know why I asked you to stay?" he said. "There are things to say and farts to let out." Su Xianyue's words caught Flander off guard. "Hey you, never mind. In a while, someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will probably come looking for you. Considering the time, they should arrive in the morning. So, I specifically asked you to stay. Someone is coming to my house. They're not here to take me back, are they?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but think in that direction. But remembering that Flinder had just referred to you rather than specifically to herself, she asked again, "Wait, are they looking for Su Xianyue? What do they want with him?" Flinder looked at Su Xianyue with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say, and just patted his shoulder. "Su Xianyue, better take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. Su Xianyue glanced at Flander, who was patting his own shoulder, and disdainfully patted it away, feeling a wave of confusion. What the hell? Why are people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School looking for me? Ning Rongrong, however, was not very scared and boldly held Su Xianyue's hand as they walked. What is there to be afraid of? They probably just want to see me. They must want to meet you since we have a good relationship. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. It seems that Ning Rongrong should have guessed that there were bodyguard around her, but since they were not showing their faces, she wasn't certain. "What you said has a lot of doubts." "Forget it. Never mind that. First let go of my hand." "Have you washed your hands after eating? They're all greasy. Are you still complaining about me?" "I haven't complained about you, and besides, I didn't grab the food with my hands, so how could they be greasy? Your obsession with cleanliness is too severe." While they were still bickering, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. "Rongrong, huh? Grandpa Jian, why are you here?" As Chun Xian landed, he checked on Ning Rongrong, and when Ning Rongrong saw him, she immediately threw herself into his arms. "Rongrong, I heard that you. Grandpa Jian came at the right time. Look, do you remember him?" Chun Xian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ning Rongrong, who pointed at Su Xianyue and asked, "Don't worry about that. Huh? Aren't you the child from the Stardow Forest a few years ago? What are you doing here?" Chun Xian also took a glance at Su Xianyue and immediately recognized him. After all, the crystal on his forehead and his eyeshadow were quite unique. "Long time no see, Senior Jian." Chun Xian briefly greeted Su Xianyue and turned back to Ning Rongrong. "Forget about everything else for now, Rongrong. I heard that you're with a rascal named Su Xianyue." "Wait, it seems like your name is Su Xianyue?" Su Xianyue squinted at Qinshin in confusion. "What's wrong with me?" Qinshin looked at Su Xianyue, momentarily unsure of what to say. At that moment, another figure fell from the sky. "Rongrong, Daddy's here." As Ning Fengji landed, he hugged Ning Rongrong, tears still in the corners of his eyes. Daddy, what's wrong?" Ning Rongrong was bewildered. "Rongrong, quickly tell me which brat it is. Look, Daddy will tear him apart." What brat?" At this time, Qinshin behind them poked Ning Fengji. "Fengji, mind your image. There are others here." Chapter 51, Master vs. BB Dong. This tea is quite simple. In the Shrek reception room, Qinshin, Ning Fengji, Su Xianyue, Ning Rongrong, and a smiling Flinder were sitting inside drinking tea. I didn't expect Sect Master Ning and Sir Qinshin to visit personally. It's a loss for my welcome, Flinder said with polite words. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. "Sir Uncle, didn't you say Rongrong was that? How come it's different from what you said?" Qinshin glanced at him and said, "I don't know what you were thinking, but I meant that." "Who knew you understood it as that? If it were really that, do you think I would be quietly drinking tea here? Then please clarify. Who knows what your that refers to?" "You scare me." "That, which one else?" Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong looked at them in confusion, not knowing what to say. In the end, Qinshin shifted the topic to them. "Now let's talk about it seriously, Su Xianyue. Why have you been eating, shopping, sleeping, and taking baths with my Rongrong these past few days?" especially the bathing part. You really know how to have fun. P.S. Ning Rongrong's 2 bodyguards are female. The ethereal Qinshin seemed to turn into a jokester when discussing matters related to Ning Rongrong. Su Xianyue scratched his face in silence. What does it have to do with me? Your Ning Rongrong is the one who stole my food, sleep, and playthings, and I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but shout at Su Xianyue from the side. Hey, you annoying guy. Do you really look down on me like this? Ning Feng T-site. Let's not discuss anything else for now. Although I believe you didn't do anything, Rongrong's reputation is very important. You should first tell us how you plan to compensate. Ning Fengji had checked Ning Rongrong's body with his spiritual power. Ning Rongrong asked, Reputation? What about my reputation? At this moment, all 3 people on site looked at Ning Rongrong, while Su Xianyue turned his head away and didn't look at them. Rongrong, you still don't know? Ning Fengji asked tentatively, and Ning Rongrong blinked. Know what? Suddenly, Qinshin drew his sword, pointing it straight at Su Xianyue. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Su Xianyue. You've really disappointed me. Ning Rongrong was startled. Grandpa's sword, what are you doing? Rongrong sat up straight. It's none of your business. Su Xianyue, who was being pointed at by the sword, remained expressionless, his hollow eyes staring at the blade. What kind of person am I? It's not like I actively deceived her. She crawled into my bed when I wasn't paying attention, and it's my fault? She crawled in. Ning Fengji frowned and shouted toward the outside. Someone come in and explain. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's bodyguard walked in, while the other one hadn't returned yet. Zhongzhu, Master Sword, you need to explain why you didn't stop Rongrong from doing such a thing. That person seemed hesitant, but eventually spoke. It was our oversight. We didn't observe carefully, so we always thought Su Xianyue was a girl. The scene fell into silence, which was soon broken by Ning Rongrong's exclamation. What? Su Xianyue, you're a guy. Su Xianyue turned her head away. It's always been like this. Then why didn't you say anything? You never asked. Ning Rongrong covered her flushed face, squatting to the side. Her expression was very rich. Ning Fengji pondered for a long time, planning to speak, but hesitated. It was Chun Xian who spoke for him. Su Xianyue, I appreciate your talent, but this is not a bargaining chip to tarnish Rongrong's innocence. You need to give us a reasonable explanation. Su Xianyue tapped her ear. So, what do you want me to explain? Qinshin raised the sword in his hand towards her. 3 choices. 1. Death. Ning Fengji. 2. Cut. But you probably won't choose these 2. Cut. What there is to cut doesn't need to be said. Of course, Su Xianyue won't choose these 2. So what's the 3rd? Qinshin sheathed his sword and exchanged a glance with Ning Fengji. The 3rd is to first meet our requirements, then marry her. If you can't meet them, we will first implement the 2nd choice, and then the 1st. Su Xianyue. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was still squatting on the side, covering her face, and then looked back at them. Is there a 4th option? Swish the 7-kill sword pointed again at the center of Su Xianyue's brow. Are you challenging my bottom line? Su Xianyue, I tell you, if it weren't for my regard for your talent, you have already become a soul under my sword. Su Xianyue glanced at the 7-killing sword, which faintly emitted sword energy, then looked at the indifferent Chun Xian, who was silently rummaging through something in his soul guide. You need to talk to my teacher about this. Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, and Flender all looked at the item in Su Xianyue's hand in disbelief. The Pope's Order. Who is your teacher from the Spirit Hall? The Pope's Order is the highest level token of the Spirit Hall and is extremely rare. This one belongs to Su Xianyue, given to her by Qiandao Lu. No, this one is mine. Do you know what that means? Although Su Xianyue found it strange why Qiandao Lu would give him the Papal Order, he had to admit it was quite useful. Ning Fengji had to take Su Xianyue seriously now. Your own? Then who is your teacher? My master is BB Dong. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The simple 5 words left them greatly shocked. They knew about BB Dong taking in disciples, but the details were not known, as the Spirit Hall would keep such matters confidential. However, they never expected Su Xianyue to be that disciple. But the Papal Order in front of them forced them to believe Su Xianyue's words. Well then, I want to make things difficult for you. I will discuss this matter with His Holiness the Pope. Ning Fengji stood up, his eyes coldly looking at him. Oh, then take your time discussing. Su Xianyue handed these matters over to BB Dong, believing that BB Dong would handle them well. No matter the outcome, it was better than being troubled by them here. Ning Fengji walked up behind Ning Rongrong and patted her head. Rongrong, we come all this way. Let us go out for a stroll. Ning Rongrong, like the startled Xiao Wu, quickly pulled Ning Fengji out. Let us go to Soto City. Before leaving, Chun Xian's gaze lingered on Su Xianyue for a while, but after making eye contact with her, he turned away. Su Xianyue, you rejected me, yet joined the spear hall. So I forget it. After they left, Su Xianyue sighed and slumped in her chair. Few finally gone. Flinder, pour me a glass of water. You. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're the Pope's disciple. Su Xianyue stood up. Oh, then when I go back, I'll tell my teacher that Shrek bullied me. Huh, good. You got guts. I respect you as a man. Flinder reluctantly poured a glass of water for Su Xianyue. Although his attitude was terrible, Su Xianyue ignored it and picked up the teacup to sip. Let me marry ning rong rong. Never mind. What a hassle. Thinking of the original Ning Rong Rong, Su Xianyue still couldn't muster any interest. Being friends was fine, but if it came to marrying her, that was quite off-putting. Flinder, remember to keep it secret. With that, Su Xianyue stood up and left, leaving Flinder mumbling about something. Chapter 52. The targeted Su Xianyue on the streets of Soto City. Chen Xian and Ning Fengji were walking around with Ning Rongrong. Although Soto City wasn't large, it was still bustling. Hey, there's a fighting arena. Shall we go in and take a look? After wandering for a while, Ning Fengji noticed the fighting arena and became interested. Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Fengji proudly. Dad, I made money too. By betting in the fighting arena, I won a lot in one go. Oh, haha, that's great, Rongrong. Ning Fengji smiled and patted Ning Rongrong's head. But Ning Rongrong seemed a bit dissatisfied. Dad, why don't you ask how much I won? Huh? So how much did you win, Rongrong? Betting in the fighting arena, no matter how much it was, didn't seem like much to Ning Fengji, so he wasn't interested in it. Hee, a total of 5 million. I split it with Su Xianyue. 5 million was no small amount. Rongrong is great. Wait, did you bet 5 million on one match? How much did you wager? 100,000. Dad, I'm telling you, the odds were 50 to 1. Su Xianyue, at level 27, defeated someone at level 38. That's why it was so much. Ning Fengji frowned and exchanged glances with Chen Xian. Su Xianyue at level 27 defeated someone at level 38. Although Ning Fengji had heard from Chen Xian that Su Xianyue had good talent, this was far beyond what both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian could imagine. There were instances of challenging opponents of a higher level, but to defeat someone over 10 levels higher and appear uninjured was something that changed their perception of Su Xianyue. Let's not talk about this for now. Rongrong, it seems you've seen some of the world. Let's go to the betting area. It's good to see more, it won't hurt. Ning Fengji initially wanted to go to the gambling area, where the matches were mostly just for show and not very interesting. Ning Rongrong was still a bit put off by the killing, but she had somewhat adapted after seeing it twice. The betting area was bustling, with the fights on stage heating up and people crowding around. It's quite lively here. The match on stage quickly ended. Although the audience beside them cheered a few times, they seemed unsatisfied. Lost again. Sigh, all the money we won yesterday is gone just like that. No way. The day before yesterday, you bet 10 gold soul coins on that Lucifer. The odds were 50 to 1, and now you've spent all your winnings? If I had known, I would have bet more. Money is too easy to spend. Their conversation reached Ning Fengji's ears, and he became a bit curious. Excuse me, the Lucifer you're talking about is... They sized up Ning Fengji for a moment. You don't know? You must have just come into town. Let me tell you. That Lucifer, at level 27, defeated the Blood Knife, who had won 8 matches in a row in just a few moves. The odds were 50 to 1, and the whole city is talking about it. And guess what? A little girl bet 100,000 gold soul coins on Lucifer. I suspect they are shills for the fighting arena. I bet a little too, and now I regret not betting more. The person continued to ramble, and Ning Fengji ignored him, pondering with his chin. It seems that Lucifer is Su Xianyue, defeating a 38-level soul master in just a few moves. This talent, Ning Fengji had a bold idea, but then shook his head. No, the spirit hall is a trouble. Ning Rongrong noticed Ning Fengji's strange expression and stopped paying attention to the match. Dad, what's wrong? Ning Fengji was brought back to his senses by Ning Rongrong's call. Oh, it's nothing. Dad is just thinking about some things. By the way, Rongrong, what do you think Su Xianyue is like? Ning Rongrong suddenly blushed, lowering her head and stammering. Dad, why are you suddenly asking me this? Ning Fengji smiled. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Just pretend I'm nagging. Ning Fengji turned his head to watch the battle on stage. Su Xianyue, I hope you're a good support. The family watched the fighting arena for a while, and it was already lunchtime. Rongrong, are you hungry? It's time to eat. Let's go, let's hurry up, Ning Rongrong urged, seeming eager to leave. Ning Fengji let Ning Rongrong watch the bloody betting fight as a form of training, but now, Ning Rongrong was bored and disgusted, wanting to leave immediately. Let's go, it's a perfect time to try the local specialties. When they were about to leave, they felt something was off. Hey, Why does it feel like there's suddenly a lot more people? Ning Fengji noticed that although there were many people, it wasn't yet crowded. But now it could be considered packed. As Chun Xin planned to use his soul power to clear a path, the referee's voice drew their attention. Dear audience, I believe everyone is still reminiscing about the battle from the day before yesterday, and now, the exciting moment has arrived. Let's welcome our genius contestant, Lucifer, wearing a mask. Su Xianyue slowly walked out from the big door under the stage, holding a long sword, and walked towards the center of the arena. As soon as Su Xianyue appeared on stage, the audience erupted in excitement, and so did the betting counter. I bet on Lucifer. 500. 500? What a joke. I bet 1,000. 1,003. Lucifer, you guys have lost your minds. That day, Lucifer was obviously just lucky. I bet on the beastly team. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Enthusiastic people rushed to place their bets. But there were still some who bet on Su Xianyue's opponent. It's no wonder, as the situation was too bizarre for them to believe. Moreover, Su Xianyue was challenging an entire battle team this time. The beastly team, a level 20 team whose martial souls were all ferocious beasts, was quite common, and their name was well known in the soul fighting arena. Su Xianyue originally wanted to play some soul fighting because he was close to leveling up, but after matching for a long time without finding anyone, he had no choice but to use connections to set up a match with a level 20 team. However, facing a whole team alone, Su Xianyue wasn't very confident, but he could always concede, and conceding wouldn't cost him anything. But now that he saw the opponents, he felt more reassured. These people seemed to pose no threat to him, and he was quite confident in his instincts. However, seeing them standing together, Su Xianyue had to brace himself. Is that you, Lucifer? You sure are cocky. The captain of the B squad was a greasy fat man, grinning with a mouthful of rotten teeth as he shouted at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue subconsciously covered her mouth and stepped back, not for any other reason, but simply out of disgust. Can I cut you down? Idiot. Su Xianyue couldn't help but curse, but unexpectedly, the fat guy got even more fired up. Hey, go ahead. Swing your axe. Hit me right here. I want to see how you do it. He provocatively stretched his neck and patted himself, which made Su Xianyue lose her patience. Referee, start. The referee was still rambling on about some nonsense to build up the atmosphere when Su Xianyue's shout caught him off guard. Huh. Yes. The match starts now. The referee, a bit scared by Su Xianyue's impatient tone, quickly announced the start. Su Xianyue stood with her sword upright in front of her, her vacant eyes staring intently ahead. Your bad luck has arrived. Chapter 53, Ridiculous. The fierce beast team activated their martial souls in unison. Tigers, leopards, bears, and other ferocious beasts appeared, along with soul rings that materialized simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Hey, you guys are quite confident, brothers. Let's crush him. As the greasy fat man transformed into a wild boar and shouted, the others rushed towards Su Xianyue. A leopard and a wolf flanked her from the sides, while the wild boar, tiger, bear, and lion charged straight at her, with an eagle martial soul soaring above. Most people would probably weaken at the sight of such a scene, with a pack of wild beasts charging at them like mad. However, the sword in Su Xianyue's hand emitted a faint glow, and behind her, a black soul ring slowly lit up. The second soul skill. Fallen Body, a 50 boost to all attributes. Over the years, Su Xianyue had occasionally gone hunting, and after defeating several 10,000-year soul beasts and numerous 1,100-year soul beasts, she successfully upgraded her second soul ring to 10,000 years. However, her first soul ring remained at around 1,000 years, as she hadn't focused on upgrading it much. The group of wild beasts ahead had already turned bloodthirsty. The few agility-type attackers still maintained their composure, but they had teammates and were not at all flustered. All of them activated their soul rings behind them, each unleashing their soul skills. In the blink of an eye, Su Xianyue vanished, and when she reappeared, it was already behind them. A group of people rushed in a frenzy, but soon realized that Su Xianyue had already evaded them. What's going on? How is she so fast? Boss, where's your head? By the time they reacted, the greasy fat man's head had already fallen to the ground, and then his bloated body collapsed with a thud. Su Xianyue flicked his sword and then spread his hands, looking indifferent. He asked me to attack, so I satisfied him. The few people who were completely enraged charged towards Su Xianyue again. Ning Fengji and the others stared at Su Xianyue's battle, dumbfounded. Incredible, too incredible. Uncle Jian, that must be a soul skill that enhances all attributes, right? And it's a 10,000-year one. Is he really only level 20? Level 20, 10,000-year soul ring. With this speed, he must be at least a sensitivity attack soul master. It's really absurd. The spirit hall has raised a monster. They were lost in thought watching Su Xianyue while Ning Rongrong. Lucifer go. Ning Fengji Qinshin. A girl shouldn't be left behind. Ning Rongrong, who originally disliked being here and wanted to leave immediately, suddenly became lively. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue's 10,000-year soul ring was seen by all the spectators, and they became even more fervent. On stage, Su Xianyue stood beside a pool of blood, with 2 corpses next to him, facing 4 trembling individuals. They're dead. Really dead. Let's admit defeat. This guy's not human at all. One of the eagle spirit users was already in a somewhat unstable mental state and was slapped by the tiger spirit user. Don't give me any defeatist talk. Hurry up and attack. Get revenge for them. Then he was thrown towards Su Xianyue. Bird-type spirit users generally have a lighter body, so the tiger spirit user could easily throw him out. However, the eagle spirit user was clearly still in a state of fear and couldn't recover at all after being thrown out like that. Selling out teammates? Su Xianyue easily resolved the situation with a single sword strike. Now, in front of him, there were only the tiger, leopard, and bear. It's still not too late to admit defeat. I was born and never hold back. Su Xianyue pointed her long sword at them. A wave of killing intent swept towards them. We give up. We surrender. The person with the leopard spirit could not take it anymore and shouted, but was stopped by the one with the tiger spirit. What do you mean surrender? Everyone charge. Then he was directly silenced by the bear spirit. Judge, we surrender. With his voice, the judge also announced the result. In this battle of spirits, Lucifer wins. Su Xianyue sheathed her long sword and walked towards the entrance where she had appeared. Since they had switched positions earlier, Su Xianyue would brush past them. They were also heading towards their own entrance, but just as they passed each other, the person with the tiger martial soul suddenly launched an attack. I'll take you down with me. It was too sudden. The referee didn't have time to intervene, and many people didn't even react in time. Although Su Xianyue realized what was happening, it was too sudden and too close, so he could only helplessly use his arm to take the blow. He had not released his martial soul from the beginning, and the enormous tiger claw came crashing down on him. Suddenly, there was a sound like a clang. A spray of blood fell onto Su Xianyue's head, and the tiger claw had been severed and thrown far away. Amid the heart-wrenching screams of the person, Su Xianyue turned to look in a certain direction. In the audience, he saw Ning Rongrong covering her mouth in surprise, Ning Fengji nodding at him, and Chen Xian beside him, eyes closed as if nothing had happened. Su Xianyue understood that it was Chen Xian who had helped him. What a coincidence. Su Xianyue. In a private room of a restaurant, Ning Fengji smiled at Su Xianyue while drinking tea. However, this time Ning Rongrong was quite reserved. Sitting beside Ning Fengji with her head down, not daring to look up, Su Xianyue frowned and pouted, feeling inexplicably puzzled. What a coincidence. How did I run into you? What do you want from me? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ning Fengji put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Su Xianyue with a smile. You're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Your second soul ring is a 10,000-year one, right? I just want to ask if you can share that. It's obvious that Ning Fengji was here to find out why Su Xianyue was able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Well, I have a good physique, right? The better the physique, the higher the age of the soul ring that can be absorbed. You should know that. Ning Fengji stroked his chin a couple of times. We know that, but absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring comes with mental attacks, and you need strong mental power to disperse them, which requires at least the realm of a soul king, and you're only at level 20. Su Xianyue waved her hand. Anyway, I just know this much. There's no secret method. It's just good luck. Seeing that Su Xianyue had no intention of saying more, Ning Fengji didn't pursue it further. After all, he never thought Su Xianyue would talk. All right, let's not discuss that. Actually, I have another question for you. What do you think of Rongrong? Dad, what are you suddenly saying? Ning Rongrong shyly punched Ning Fengji twice. Rongrong, be good. Dad is talking about something important. Ning Fengji calmed Ning Rongrong and then continued to ask Su Xianyue. So, how do you feel? Su Xianyue glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was blushing with her head down, then turned back to look at Ning Fengji. Very good, but she's too mischievous. If you don't discipline her, she won't listen. If you don't discipline her, she won't listen. What did you say? What? Ning Fengji suddenly stood up. I can't even bear to hit my own daughter. How dare you? Su Xianyue. Chapter 54. After finally calming down, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian continued their conversation. Is there anything besides being disobedient? Besides being disobedient. The waist is too thin, the legs are too thick, the arms are too thin, and there's belly fat. Everything else is fine. Hey, I don't have that. Ning Rongrong protested. By my standards, that's how it is. Ning Rongrong's figure is actually quite good. Perhaps it's because Su Xianyue's aesthetic is different. Your taste is quite unique. Ning Fengji looked up and down at Ning Rongrong and said this. Overall, it's okay. Why are you asking this? You don't really want her to marry me, do you? I don't want that. I already have someone I like. What? Who is it? The sudden shout attracted the attention of the three. It's nothing, you all continue. Ning Rongrong sat back down, lowering her head, and they turned back to each other. Since you already have someone in your heart, then. Sword uncle. Chen Xian suddenly drew his sword towards Su Xianyue. What are you doing? You already have someone you like, so there's no discussion about the third option, but I can't let you die. So I can only choose the second one. I believe His Holiness the Pope will understand. Ning Fengji said casually while drinking tea, and Ning Rongrong anxiously asked them. What are you talking about, Sir Grandpa? What are you going to do? Chen Xian glanced at Ning Rongrong, but made no move, turning his head back again. Su Xianyue was unwilling to back down and drew her sword at them. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Your sword is big, so what? Do you dare to move against me? Let's see if the Pope will understand. As the tension escalated, Ning Rongrong lost her temper. Dad, Sword Grandpa, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Rongrong's voice broke the deadlock. Chen Xian quickly sheathed his sword while Ning Fengji moved closer to comfort her. Rongrong, don't be angry, it's Dad's fault. Chen Xian stood coldly to the side, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue also sheathed her sword and silently watched them. After a long while, Ning Rongrong was comforted. Jinshu, take Rongrong out for a walk, Ning Fengji said to Chen Xian, and Ning Rongrong, not being foolish, understood that Ning Fengji had something to discuss with Su Xianyue privately, so she obediently followed Chen Xian out. Dad, don't bully him, Ning Rongrong said as she left, still reluctant. After watching them leave, Ning Fengji shook his head. Indeed, it's hard to keep a daughter. I don't know what you've done to her, but in just a few days, she's always talking about you. The old father Ning Fengji felt quite troubled. However, it was no wonder. Su Xianyue was initially mistaken by Ning Rongrong for a girl, so she approached him without any guard. Moreover, Su Xianyue had always been indifferent towards her, and when he got annoyed and even acted out, it was completely different from his previous attitude. Being young, she easily developed curiosity, which turned into dependency, especially since Su Xianyue was her only friend here with whom she could relate, making this dependency particularly profound. How would I know? So what exactly do you want to say? Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, and then his expression instantly became serious. I hope you keep her distance from her. You were just want to send your daughter off. Why the sudden change? Ning Fengji smiled. If you were a good match, I wouldn't oppose it, but looking at you now, I can't feel at ease. Moreover, Rongrong is my only daughter and will definitely inherit the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. If you two get married, it can only be you marrying into our family. You're a disciple of the Pope. I can't believe she would agree to that. That's fine, a good parting. Also, can we serve the dishes now? Su Xianyue had an indifferent attitude, and Ning Fengji also resumed his calm demeanor. That's perfect. Waiter, place the order. The waiter, who had been waiting outside, walked in and handed over a menu. Su Xianyue took the menu and looked at it. Ning Fengji spoke again. Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Su Xianyue glanced at him and pointed at the dishes. This one, and these 3. Ning Fengji looked at him and ordered some cheap dishes. Frowning slightly. There's no need to be so reserved. Order some for me. To his surprise, Su Xianyue replied, Who's being reserved? What I mean is besides these few. Bring everything else. Ning Fengji. You're really not being polite. We still have the whole afternoon. Do you have any plans? After eating and drinking to his fill, Ning Fengji wiped his mouth and asked Su Xianyue, who was still munching on a chicken leg. What plans could there be? Just eat and drink. This chicken leg is quite tasty. Waiter, bring me 3 more chicken legs. You have quite the appetite. What can I say? I just had a fight and consumed a lot of energy, so I need to eat more. So, do you have free time this afternoon? Su Xianyue chewed the meat in her mouth and swallowed it. There was no time. This was also within Ning Fengji's expectations, and he didn't say much. Well then, let's leave for now. You can take your time to eat since you've already bought it. Are we leaving now? Ning Rongrong looked reluctantly at Su Xianyue, but still followed Ning Fengji out. Su Xianyue looked at their backs, pondering something. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After a while, should I take a bath or just go to sleep? Let's take a bath first and then sleep. Rongrong, so what is next? Are you going to stay here or go home with Dad? In the evening, Ning Fengji asked Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's expression was quite conflicted, unsure of how to respond. After much hesitation, Ning Rongrong chose to stay. I want to continue staying. Ning Fengji still wore that smile. That's good. Staying here and enduring some hardships is not bad. But this is not the seven-treasure glazed tile school. You can't throw your temper here, and you should interact more with your classmates, understood? Got it. After sending Ning Rongrong to Shrek, Ning Fengji bid her farewell. You must remember, never act aloof. It would be nice to bring some friends home to play someday too. Jian Shu, do you have anything to say? Ning Fengji asked Chun Xian, who was beside him. Me? I don't have much to say, but Rongrong. If someone bullies you, don't let them. As long as you're in the right, you don't have to be afraid of them. I understand, Dad. Goodbye, Grandpa Jian. After saying goodbye, the figures of Chun Xian and Ning Fengji disappeared. Back in the dormitory, she didn't know how to face Su Xianyue. Looking at the pristine white sheets in front of her, and then at the sleeping Su Xianyue, Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly and went outside for a walk. What should I do? She originally wanted Ning Fengji to get her some luxurious bed linens. But his intention was for her to endure some hardships here, and Wu Ti let her buy them. She also felt embarrassed to buy them herself. At that moment, she ran into Flender. Rongrong? Just in time. I have arranged a new dormitory for you. Come with me. Ning Rongrong was taken by Flender to an empty dormitory, which had been cleaned, and the bedding was neatly folded on the bed. This is it. You can adapt to it first. I'll be leaving now. Ning Rongrong looked at the empty room, pondering something. Chapter 55, A Play in the City, the mountain people laughing heartbreakingly. The next day, early morning. It's not bright yet. Su Xianyue got up and rubbed her eyes, untangled her messy pajamas and hair caused by her sleeping position. Looking at the sky outside, which had just started to show a hint of light, she lay back down. She had gone to bed too early yesterday. It wasn't even bright outside yet, so she thought she'd sleep a little more. Not long after, just as Su Xianyue was about to fall asleep, something suddenly hit her on the head. Damn, Ning Rongrong, can't you sleep in a better position? Yours looks worse than mine. Ning Rongrong turned over, and one hand directly slapped Su Xianyue's face. Roast chicken. Ning Rongrong didn't wake up and continued to talk in her sleep. Su Xianyue was no longer surprised, pulled up the quilt and lay back down, then suddenly sat up again. Why is she still here? Su Xianyue thought for a moment and decided to give up on thinking. I'll just sleep a little longer. So she lay back down. It was dawn. So, explain to me why you were still here with me? Su Xianyue was sitting cross-legged, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was drowsily waking up in front of her. What's wrong? I don't really care. After all, nothing happened after sleeping with you for so long. And this bedsheet is just too comfortable to sleep on. Su Xianyue, why do I feel like you're looking down on me? No, forget about that. It's time for breakfast. Ning Rongrong laughed and changed the subject, putting on her clothes and going out. Su Xianyue sat there, not knowing what to think. Am I being looked down upon? I must be being looked down upon. Ning Rongrong seems completely unfazed by me, and Su Xianyue felt his self-esteem was trampled on. So, he thought he needed to prove he was a man, and then he decided to give up. Forget it. It's too troublesome. Better not. Cafeteria. Since the others haven't returned from the Stardew Forest, it's just Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong here now. Su Xianyue looked at the steamed buns on the table that no one had touched and decided to simply eat a couple to get by. The meals were prepared by hired villagers who came to cook and left before mealtime. They arrived early, and breakfast was still steaming hot. Hey, Su Xianyue, aren't you making fried rice? Ning Rongrong asked, a bit curious as she saw Su Xianyue eating the buns. Do you really think I'm the cafeteria lady? If you want to eat, go make it yourself. After quickly stuffing 2 buns in her mouth, Su Xianyue wiped her lips and left. Where are you going? Take me with you. Su Xianyue didn't look back. In the soul arena, I'm about to level up. When Ning Rongrong heard it was the soul arena, she hesitated a bit, but still followed. I'm going too. Su Xianyue glanced at her, then turned back without saying anything. Just as they were about to leave Shrek, Flander walked over. Ning Rongrong, you stay behind. Just because they're going to get soul rings doesn't mean you get a break. What? Why? Your father instructed that in Shrek. I have this authority, so hurry up and run laps. You. Ning Rongrong turned to look at Su Xianyue, hoping he would help her out, but Su Xianyue had already disappeared. Su Xianyue. Ning Rongrong's shout echoed in Shrek for a long time. Die for me. With a furious shout, Su Xianyue swiftly struck down the opponent in front of him, his soul power surging, leveling up. Phew, level 28. Why is it so hard to level up just one more time? Casually pulling over that person's soul, Su Xianyue left the scene with style. The audience's fervent cheers sent him off, and he gained great fame because of it. As Su Xianyue was preparing for the next event, the purple-robed bishop responsible for the area approached with a smiling face and blocked her path. My lord, I have a request. Spit it out. The purple-robed bishop hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. Could you please go to the gambling area for 2 days? The losses in the battle spirit arena have been quite severe lately, and I find it difficult to explain. Susi let out a soft doubt, and the purple-clad bishop shrank back in fright. Loss. Susi seemed to understand, as he was particularly popular and had many people betting on him. The first 2 times were fine, except for that 5 million, but just now almost all the bets were on him, and they were huge amounts. Although the odds were pitifully low, the Soul Arena still suffered loss. Is it hard to explain? Is my name not useful? The purple-clad bishop quickly shook his head. No, it's just, although this amount of money is negligible for the Spirit Hall, it is still the interest of the Spirit Hall, and a loss is not appropriate. Susi looked at him. I didn't expect you to be quite loyal. All right, I'll go to the gambling area. But if someone accidentally dies, I won't take responsibility. The purple-robed bishop quickly smiled and said, Rest assured, my lord, we will arrange for someone to protect your opponent. Why does that sound a bit strange? Susi glanced back at him with disdain and then walked towards the gaming area. It was another day of hard work. But everything went smoothly, except for the unbearable smell of urine from the opponent, which made it a decent day. When Susi returned to Shrek, it was already afternoon. The small chapter was not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Upon returning, she saw Ning Rongrong with an angry expression. Susi, how dare you come back? You actually left me to play by myself. I've been running laps here. I'm almost dead. Seeing her with hands on her hips yelling at Susi, he casually brushed her off with a few words. If you're tired, go wash up and sleep. And if you're tired, where do you get the energy to shout? I'm tired. You're not tired. Go away. Susi pushed aside Ning Rongrong, who was blocking the way, and walked towards the bathhouse. Ning Rongrong, who had been pushed aside, pouted and stomped her feet, immediately running over to block his path again. I've been tired all day. Can't you say something nice? Susi looked at Ning Rongrong and felt a bit familiar. Are you asking me to coax you? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly blushed. I knew it, saying it so straightforwardly. Ning Rongrong suddenly became shy and fidgety, and Susi felt goosebumps rising. Coax? Why would I coax you? Are you my sister or my wife? Get out of here. Pushing Ning Rongrong aside again, Susi walked into the bathhouse. Ning Rongrong looked confused for a long time, then started pulling her hair in frustration. Susi, you wait for me. Susi, who was soaking in the bath, also heard Ning Rongrong shout. Crazy, he muttered, pouring the whitening, body-enhancing potion into the bathtub. Suddenly, some faint sounds came from outside, but Susi didn't pay attention. Then suddenly, Susi, hurry up and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will scream harassment. Wrapped in a towel, Ning Rongrong suddenly ran in and jumped in the bathtub, her face close to Susi. Susi, why are you here again? Shouting for injustice? Go ahead, shout until your throat is hoarse and see if anyone responds. Susi pushed her away with her hand on her face. This is harassment. Someone come. In the shadows, hey, young lady, what should we do about this? I don't know, but the sect leader knows they took a bath together and didn't react. It should be fine, All right then, let's just keep an eye on it. If anything happens, act immediately. But I think they make a good couple. I don't say that. I think so too, Chapter 56. Am I being looked down upon again? A few minutes later, Susi finished washing up while Ning Rongrong was still making a fuss. You can shout slowly. I'm going to sleep first. As she wrapped a towel around her key parts and tried to leave, she suddenly felt something tugging at her towel. Don't go. Susi, Ning Rongrong. Susi turned her head stiffly with a gentle smile. What do you want to do? Susi grabbed her face with one hand and looked into her eyes. Do you respect me or despise me? You don't see me as a man, right? You think you can just mess around with me? Ning Rongrong was frightened by Susi's demeanor, shrinking back and not knowing what to do, her whole body trembling. Susi ignored her and left directly. Fool! After putting on her clothes, Susi turned back and said a sentence before leaving. Looking at it this way, doesn't it feel like the classic scene of someone pulling up their pants and not acknowledging anyone? Whatever. Ning Rongrong, who was left in the bathtub, squatted down with the lower half of her face submerged in the water, her melancholic eyes gazing at the calm surface through the misty water. Why did I just act like that? Suddenly, she recalled her impulsive decision to jump into Susi's bath, and a wave of regret washed over her. What is wrong with me? So embarrassing. Walking down the road, Susi reflected on Ning Rongrong's expression. I must have been looked down upon again, right? Definitely. Damn. After thinking this through, Susi looked up at the starry sky, pondering something. Shrek isn't as interesting as I imagine. I should leave another day. No, I should leave now. Recalling the troubling matters from earlier, Susi quickened her pace. First, she returned to the dormitory to pack her things quickly, stuffing everything into the soul guide, and then headed towards Flander's office. Susi knocked on the door, and Flander's voice came from inside. Come in. With a creak, the old wooden door opened, and Susi saw Flander sitting at the desk. Flander, I came to inform you that I have dropped out. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned to leave, but was stopped by Flander. Wait, Susi, I have something to say to you. Susi looked back at him with confusion, only to see Flanders slowly getting up, standing tall with a serious and solemn demeanor. What is going on? I guess there would come a day when you would take the initiative to drop out, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Since that's the case, I won't try to keep you anymore. And then, is that it? Susi looked at him in confusion, just about to curse him as a lunatic when Flander suddenly spoke again. I ask you, what is your impression of Shrek? What is your impression of me? Flander said expressionlessly, and Susi sensed something strange but didn't think too much about it. It's quite good, just too boring. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Then do you want me to die? Susi was about to leave when Flander uttered this puzzling sentence, leaving Susi stunned. Huh? If you want to die, just go ahead. What does it have to do with me? So you don't want to die, huh? Then it's fine, go ahead. Crazy. After complaining, Susi turned and left. At this moment, a hint of relief appeared on Flander's face. Your Highness, did you hear that? Flander stood at the door, not daring to move, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead. A faint voice came from behind. Then I'll let you off this time, but remember, if you dare to disrespect him again, I'll just strangle you. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't be discovered, you'd have been dead long ago. After that, a shadow flashed past Flander, light and airy like a black mist. Farewell, Your Highness. After the shadow left, Flander shook his head as if waking from a dream and patted his face with both hands. So terrifying. This kid, Susi actually has a bodyguard. And it's Sai. Susi walked to Soto City, took a stroll around, and planned to rest at an inn for a night before returning to that village. However, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Susi was startled by the shadow, but after seeing the person clearly, her brows furrowed tightly. Ghost Elder, why are you here? It can't be. I wondered why no one was following me. The person was indeed the ghostly elder, but for some reason, he suddenly appeared. There's no time to explain. Come back to the spirit hall with me to report. Susi only felt that her whole body was wrapped in soul power and flew up into the air. No, why am I suddenly going back to the spirit hall? I have something very important to report, but I also have the task of protecting you. So this is the only way. Something very important? What is it? I can't say much more. I can only tell you that a very troublesome enemy has appeared, and I need to go back and report immediately. A troublesome enemy? Susi fell into thought. What enemies could Shrek have from the spirit hall? Wait, Tang Hao had appeared once when he was dealing with Zhao Wujia, but it was unknown whether he was around at other times. The only thing that could make Gui Mei so anxious was this matter. If this is really the case, then Tang San, may you be blessed. Gui Mei had already discovered Tang Hao, but Tang Hao should not have noticed him. Otherwise, they would have fought by now. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But why didn't he show up earlier? It should be that he wasn't sure if Tang Hao was still around, so he could only wait for Susi to leave Shrek just in case. So, do I really have to fly with you all night? It's unavoidable. The Spirit City is actually not too far from Soto City. With Gui Mei's speed, as one night is more than enough. Shrek, su is dormitory. Susi you actually put away the sheets. Do you dislike me that much? The furious Ning Rongrong shouted, but fortunately, this place was not a residential area, and there was no one nearby, so it didn't disturb anyone. Stop shouting, he dropped out. Fran heard Ning Rongrong shout and ran over to say, I just came to see if he left anything behind. You? Fran entered the dormitory to check if Susi had left anything behind, but Ning Rongrong seemed to be in a daze, standing there blankly. Dropped out? Just now, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and she shook her head vigorously, as if she couldn't believe it. It can't be. How is that possible? Susi's sudden departure left Ning Rongrong lost in thought. Flinder took a quick look and walked out, shaking his head as he saw Ning Rongrong squatting on the ground, looking despondent. Don't be too sad. You really aren't suited for each other. It's better to part ways early, so you can move on sooner. Who asked for your opinion? Go away. Ning Rongrong shouted at Flinder like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Flinder shook his head again and walked away. Get some rest. Ning Rongrong continued to stare at the ground, playing with the grass beneath her. Sigh, am I being disliked? That night, another sleepless girl was added to the list. Chapter 57, the magnificent and glorious Platinum Hall, was enveloped in morning light. Above this sacred hall, a wisp of black shadow appeared, quite unsightly. The shadow moved quickly, silently entering the hall, unnoticed by the armored knight on guard. The shadow moved directly toward a certain area, seemingly familiar with the surroundings, and soon arrived in front of a room. Your Holiness, the specter has something to report. The shadow landed and transformed into a person, half kneeling facing the door. Specter? Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to protect Su Xianhua? Bibi Dong's cold and authoritative voice echoed, and the sound of rustling clothes followed. Then, the door opened, revealing Bibi Dong in casual palace attire. Reporting to the Pope. I have an urgent matter to report, and I had no choice but to bring him back. Urgent matter? What urgent matter? At this moment, Su Xianhua was still in her room, catching up on sleep, unable to sleep well after a bumpy night. Hugging her pillow and drooling, she suddenly felt someone shaking her and swatted away the hand that was shaking her. Go away, Ning Rongrong. She turned over and continued to sleep, but then suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly, looking at the person in front of her. Ah, Sister Xue, what brings you back? Qianren Xue stood in front of Su Xianhua, her more mature face even more stunning, though she seemed to be in a bad mood. I obtained the 6th spirit ring and came back to see how things were going, just in time to hear that you returned as well. I didn't expect to learn something significant. Su Xianhua turned her head away, feeling guilty and not daring to look at her. Qianren Xue took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing her anger. Ning Rongrong, the one from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tiles sect? Su Xianhua scratched her face and nodded. The scene fell into silence again, and then they heard Qianren Xue's soft laugh. Su's younger brother is really impressive. He even managed to win over that young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school. And it seems their relationship is quite good. Su Xianhua awkwardly smiled. Ha, no way. I really dislike her. If you don't believe me, find a chance to ask her. So, how about you practice with me a bit more, little brother Su? Let your sister see how much you've improved. Can I refuse? What do you think? Tang Hao. About this matter, go talk to the Grand Offering. The less we get involved, the better. Yes. Bibi Dong stood in front of her room, looking up at the sky, seemingly indifferent to Tang Hao. It's no wonder Bibi Dong had no grudge against Tang Hao. And besides, he even helped her cripple Qin Xuanji. She couldn't thank him enough, so why would she go after him? Suddenly, Bibi Dong thought of something and turned around. That kid Su Xianhua is back too. Let's go take a look. At this moment, Su Xianhua was in a state worse than death. Stop hitting. If you hit me again, I'll be ruined. Su Xianhua let out a cry, while the imposing Qianren Xue continued her attack, completely ignoring Su Xianhua's pleas for mercy. It's not over yet. Angel assault. Clang bang, the two swords clashed fiercely, and a shockwave from the explosion of soul power pushed the two apart. Again, sister, put away your divine powers. After a brutal battle, Qianren Xue took big gulps from her water bottle, wiped her mouth boldly after finishing, and looked at Su Xianhua, who was lying on the ground, doubting her life. What are you doing lying on the ground? Doubting my life? Don't bother me. Su Xianhua was a bit confused about why Qianren Xue was so angry. He was also thinking that maybe she had been wronged in the palace, or perhaps she was jealous. It shouldn't be jealousy. It must be that she was upset about something. In fact, Su Xianhua completely underestimated himself. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had been watching them from a distance, waiting for their battle to end before coming up to them. The moment Qianren Xue saw her, her body trembled slightly, and then she bowed in greeting. Your Holiness. Su Xianhua also got up and ran behind Bibi Dong, pointing at Qianren Xue. Teacher, my sister is bullying me. Qianren Xue. Is it useful to complain to her? She won't care about me. Bibi Dong naturally patted Su Xianhua's head and then looked at Qianren Xue. You can go down and rest. A simple sentence dismissed Qianren Xue, and after she left reluctantly, Bibi Dong turned to Su Xianhua. Show me your soul rings. Su Xianhua. Can it not shine? What do you think? It's over. I'm done. It's really over. It should be that Su Xianhua's second soul ring, which is 10,000 years old, was seen by Gui Mei in the soul fighting arena and has already been reported to Bibi Dong. Now, Su Xianhua can only pray that she won't investigate further. Su Xianhua reluctantly took out his sword, revealing his soul rings. As expected, 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, floated behind him. Bibi Dong looked at his black soul ring, her eyes narrowing into a slit. What is going on with your soul ring? Could it be? In the Douluo continent, The only known way to increase the age of a soul ring is through the God examination. Bibi Dong understood what this meant, but Su Xianhua had no better explanation, so he could only tell the truth. I can absorb the white mist that appears in a creature's body after it dies to enhance my physique and soul ring age. But I've just never dared to say it. Bibi Dong simply closed her eyes. She also understood what that white mist was. She flicked Su Xianhua's forehead lightly. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. What are you afraid of? Are you on guard against me? The eyes that opened again were filled with displeasure and indifference, startling Su Xianhua. But he quickly regained his composure. Bibi Dong sighed and said helplessly, "Remember, I am your teacher. I won't harm you. While it's good to be cautious, there's no need to be with me. At least for such a big matter, you must speak up. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble." Su Xianhua looked at Bibi Dong's fleeting gentle gaze. Although the moment was brief, he indeed saw it clearly. "Oh, I understand now." Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled his hair, but her expression remained serious. "By the way, how did you find the place called Shrek these past few days?" "It's okay. Just felt really boring, and everyone inside is quite peculiar." "Dang Hao, he actually showed up again?" Under the angel statue, Qian Douluo listened to his subordinates' reports. Feeling incredulous, a middle-aged man with a slightly older appearance walked over and cupped his hands to Qian Douluo. "Brother, let me go." Qian Douluo looked at him, thought for a moment, and instructed him. "Then go. But if you encounter him, try to capture him alive." After the man left, Qian Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the majestic angel statue in front of him, his eyes filled with melancholy. "Tang San, you have a good descendant." The volunteer was naturally the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Daw, and it was uncertain whether Tang Hao and the others could escape this calamity. At this moment, Qian Renshua, looking aggrieved, walked in. "Grandpa, little Shui, who bullied you?" Qian Renshua had always been strong-willed, but she was not made of stone. She had feelings too. If grievances were bottled up inside for too long, it could be harmful, so naturally, she would come to cry to her grandpa. What bad intentions could Qian Renshua have? She just wanted to play with her brother. Chapter 58. Search. After chatting with Bibi Dong for a while, Su Xianhua went back to catch up on sleep. "So sleepy, I'll sleep a bit more." After smacking his lips a couple of times, Su Xianhua, feeling exhausted, lay down on the bed. He was still lost in thought before sleeping. Since Tang Hao was known to have appeared in Shrek, then Tang San's identity should be discovered soon. So whatever, it's none of my business. Suddenly, he jolted up as he remembered something. Damn, the main storyline has been altered. What should I do now? Without the system and not knowing the main plot, I could be in trouble at any moment. Su Xianhua definitely doesn't have a system to help him, so he can't just mess around. Right now, his only two advantages are his own martial soul and his familiarity with the main storyline, which allows him to predict and avoid dangers. If the Spirit Hall learns about Tang San's existence, wouldn't that change the plot? How could Tang San continue to stay in Shrek? The upcoming storyline would be thrown into chaos. The Spirit Hall isn't exactly an advantage. It's like a sword hanging over his head, uncertain when it will strike down. It's over. It's really over this time. Su Xianhua was lying on the bed, hugging his head and occasionally rolling around. A strong sense of crisis and unease filled his heart and mind, leaving him feeling quite lost. At that moment, Qian Rushua walked in. "Su Xianhua, stay with me." "Huh? What's wrong with you?" She looked at Su Xianhua, who was almost crying from anxiety on the bed, and approached to check on him. "What happened? Are you hurt anywhere?" Su Xianhua turned around with teary eyes, looking at Qian Rushua. "Sister Shui, if someone bullies me, will you help me?" The intense feeling of unease combined with exhaustion put Su Xianhua in a confused state, leaving her feeling dazed. If it were just a night of poor sleep, it wouldn't be so bad, but Qian Rushua had just been particularly fierce, leaving Su Xianhua completely drained. The sudden sense of crisis and anxiety had hit her like a fist, which made her feel disoriented. Qian Rushua looked at Su Xianhua in front of her, a bit bewildered. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Su Xianhua didn't speak, but looked at Qian Renshua with teary eyes, making Qian Renshua feel awkward. "Of course. Are you feverish? Or did I just knock you silly?" Qian Renshua touched Su Xianhua's forehead, and suddenly, Su Xianhua fell down and fell asleep. "Huh?" Qian Renshua grabbed his face, looking left and right, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. "He just fell asleep, but he is clearly a boy, yet he has such a face. Su Xianhua, you really are interesting." She touched Su Xianhua's forehead, covered him with a quilt, and then left. "Your Highness, all the students are here." The humble Flander said with a forced smile to the person in front of him, while behind him stood Tang San and a few others who had just returned from the Stardow Forest. The golden crocodile disdainfully swept his gaze over everyone and asked, "State your identity, name, a place of birth." Just as a few were about to speak, Flander suddenly jumped in front. "Oh, your highness wants to know about my students. Then it must be introduced by me as the dean. You see, this blonde one is called Dai Mubai from the Star Luo Empire," Flander reported honestly. And the golden crocodile didn't react much, as these weren't his objectives this time. However, when Flander introduced Tang San, it was a bit different. "This is Zhang San, a disciple of an old friend of mine from a small mountain village that doesn't even have a name." Tang San himself was very puzzled, but seeing Flander so humble, he knew that the person in front of him was not simple and didn't say much. "Disciple of an old friend? What was your old friend's name? You should have heard of him. It's Yu Xiaojiang." The golden crocodile thought for a moment and then didn't pursue it further, while Flander breathed a sigh of relief and continued to introduce the others. When he saw Xiao Wu, however, his expression changed, staring intently at her. Xiao Wu felt anxious and trembled. "You come with me." As he spoke, a powerful soul force enveloped Xiao Wu, and she had no strength to struggle. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San shouted and was about to rush forward, but was quickly pulled back by the quick-witted Flander. "Your Highness, why is this? My student shouldn't have offended you." The golden crocodile released a powerful wave of soul force that swept around, causing the surrounding buildings to shake. Such a good Shrek, actually colluding with soul beasts. "Do you know your crime?" 9 soul rings lit up, the most conspicuous red soul ring, making everyone's hearts tremble. "Soul beast? What do you mean by that?" "Your Highness?" Flander, barely stabilizing himself, still had the strength to speak, but the others had already been blown away by the wave of soul force. At this moment, Xiao Wu, trapped, gritted her teeth at him. "It has nothing to do with them. I concealed my identity myself. If there is anything, come at me." The golden crocodile retracted his soul power pressure. "Fine, I won't touch them, but you will be out of luck." It merely meant becoming a soul ring and soul bone. Xiao Wu had already made this realization when she decided to step into the human world, but now she was filled with regret. Looking back at Tang San, who was struggling to get up on the ground, tears filled her eyes. She had many things to say, but she no longer had that opportunity. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San reached out his hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't muster any strength. In the end, his vision darkened, and he passed out. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The golden crocodile's powerful soul force shot into the sky with Xiao Wu, disregarding the purpose for which he came. Because the value of a 100,000-year soul beast was far more important than Tang Hao's elusive whereabouts. On this outing, he unexpectedly gained something. The golden crocodile sneered at Xiao Wu, while she seemed to accept her fate and closed her eyes. After Xiao Wu was taken away, Flander immediately checked the injuries of the others. Fortunately, they were just knocked unconscious, but Flander turned to look in the direction where the golden crocodile had disappeared. "That girl Xiao Wu turned out to be a soul beast. I really didn't expect that. Lao Zhao, he has already left. Hurry up and come to move the people." Qian Daolu still stood with his hands behind his back in front of the statue when the golden crocodile appeared behind him. "Big brother, I couldn't find Tang Hao's trace." But there was an unexpected gain. Xiao Wu was thrown aside and had already passed out. Qian Daolu looked at her in surprise for a moment, then revealed a delighted expression. "Very good, you are lucky. Lock her up and keep a close eye on her." "Yes." After the golden crocodile took Xiao Wu away, he looked up and contemplated. "A 100,000-year soul beast actually has such fortune. The soul ring can go to Xiao Shui, but this soul bone." Qian Daolu seemed to have someone in mind, but was still conflicted, then shook his head. "Let's talk about it when that day comes, Su Xianwei. I hope you won tea, let me down." Achoo, Su Xianwei sneezed, opened her sleepy eyes, and sat up. Is it already afternoon?" "Ha, Yan." She scratched her head and got up to put on her clothes. "What should I do now? The plot has changed." Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's take it one step at a time." Su Xianwei looked at the sky, deep in thought. "I might as well go to the library, since I have nothing to do." Reading and cultivating were also ways for Su Xianwei to pass the time in the Spirit Hall. Those books contained not only some theories, but also many real-life adventure notes and cultivation experiences, just like adventure stories, which intrigued Su Xianwei. Chapter 59. The Fiery Pursuit of Love. It was now evening, and Su Xianwei walked toward a corner room where the books were stored. Just waking up and still feeling a bit groggy, Su Xianwei suddenly felt a broad hand resting on her shoulder. Her body came to a halt, and she looked at the hand, knowing without a doubt whose it was. "Hey, Susi, what a coincidence." A cheerful voice rang out. But Susi did not react much, just, hey, I got it. My hands aren't dirty, you can see for yourself." A boy with fiery red hair, looking about 17 or 18 and quite sturdy, stood there. Just because it looks clean doesn't mean it actually is. "What do you want from me? If you want to fight, find someone else." Susi patted the shoulder that Yin was resting on and continued walking. "Going to read again? What's so interesting about that thing?" Hey, wait, you need to listen to me first. I've got something to say." Susi didn't look back or slow down at all, completely disregarding Yin. Yin followed behind. "It's just the three of us have got a chance for an outing, lasting a month. Do you want to go together?" "No, I just got back from outside." "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. It's officially for training. But in reality, it's just for fun. We can casually go to the Soul Arena or the Soul Beast Force to get by. Are you really not going?" "No. If there's nothing else, don't waste my time." They arrived at the library, where the walls were filled with all kinds of books. Susi walked straight to the side, her hands and gaze wandering over the bookshelf. After picking a book, she sat down at the desk nearby. Yan's expression was conflicted, as if he had something to say but was too embarrassed to speak. "What are you holding back? Just let it out already." Susi flipped through the book in her hands without looking at Yin. Well, I'll just be honest, I failed again." "I guessed as much." What Yin was referring to, of course, was pursuing Hulaina, and each time it ended either in rejection or on the way to rejection. He had also been asking Susi for those flirty techniques. "So, had you really thought it through?" Susi turned a page and asked. "I've thought it through. My body is at your mercy." "All right then." Susi closed the book and walked in front of Yin, stroking her chin as she looked at him. "You should change your hairstyle. It makes you look like a shammate. Also, change your clothes. Take a cue from Shiyue's style. Wearing such a gaudy bright red makes you look rustic. No wonder people don't take you seriously." And Susi continuously pointed out many shortcomings in Yin, causing his mindset to nearly collapse. "Wow, I never noticed before, but now that I look at it, there is not a single thing about you that a girl would like. No wonder no one is interested in you." "What? I don't believe it. I can't be as unappealing as you say." Yin's stubbornness. Susi curled her lips disdainfully and smiled. Let's not even talk about your appearance. Just that expression of yours that makes everyone feel like they owe you something is enough to give you a 0. And your attitude of seeing everyone as weak? Fine, you can treat others like that. But even when talking to your own people, you tone it down a bit, yet that attitude is still audible 0 points. Also, Yan's expression, which had always been confident, gradually froze and then slowly disappeared, becoming dejected. In the end, Susi, who hadn't engaged in banter for a long time, finally vented her feelings all at once, looking very pleased. "Phew, I haven't talked this much in a while. Hey, what are you squatting there for? Come over here quickly." Susi shouted at Yin, who was crouching in the corner, feeling dejected. Yin was currently questioning the meaning of life. What use is this talent? What use is this martial soul? What use is this identity? Woo-woo, Susi. I never realized how fragile this guy's mind was before. Hey, get up. Ahem, about what I just said, let's improve on that. Forget it, just follow me. Susi waved at Yin and walked outside. Susi's room. "Why did you bring me to your room? You're not gay, are you?" "Hey, bang." Susi slapped Yin's head. "What are you thinking? Go sit over there. I'll fix your hairstyle." Susi pointed to the dressing table beside her, and Yin hesitantly sat down. "Fixing my hairstyle? I think it's fine as it is, right? You can also fix hair?" Susi walked up behind him with a small pair of scissors and a comb. "Of course, back when I was in school. I was known as Teacher Tony at the school, so don't worry. I'm very professional." Susi blinked one eye and smiled, then raised the scissors and comb in her hand. "What is this? Seems pretty impressive, so I'll trust you this time. Come on, I'm ready." Yin struck a pose as if he was facing death without fear. "All right, I'm going in. Snip, snip, snip." Susi styled Yan's hair into a small, slick-back look, and her technique was excellent. The hairstyle suited Yin very well. In my opinion, Sister Na likes the domineering CEO type, so we'll just head in that direction. Domineering CEO? What? Yin reached out to touch his hair, but Susi swatted his hand away. "Don't mess with it. It's easy to get messy. Also, change your carefree demeanor. Try to look more stern." "Stern? Like this?" "Yes, your every gesture should reflect that." In a clearing in the woods, 2 figures were constantly darting around, occasionally producing sounds of clashing during their sparring. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Finally, someone walked in from outside the woods, and they stopped fighting, approaching that person. "Yin, why did you just arrive? What happened to your hair?" Xiaoyu and Hulaina stared at the transformed Yin, both stunned. "Oh, it's nothing. Just tidied it up a bit. How does it look? Not bad, right? His tone was elegant yet authoritative, a stark contrast to their previous impression of the carefree Yin. What is this? Never mind. Did Su Xianyue agree? Yin smiled. Of course. Hey, why does it feel a bit strange? Is that it? Normally, after you accomplish something, you should show off a bit, right? Why this time? Are you feeling feverish? Yan's transformation left them astonished, and they looked at him in disbelief. Yan held his forehead and revealed a confident smile. I am who I am, still the same fiery spirit, I'm fine. You all can relax. By the way, it's time to eat. Let us go. Yan left, and Hulaina and Xiaoyu exchanged incredulous glances. Nana, shouldn't he be bouncing behind you? Why is he walking off on his own? I don't know, but this is a good thing. However, it's a bit hard to adjust to him suddenly not being annoying. Never mind, let us go. That night, Yin walked alone on the way back to the residence when Su Xianyue suddenly appeared in front of him. How is it? Not bad, right? Yin looked excited and thrilled. It really worked. Did you know? She actually took the initiative to chat with me. Ah, Su Xianyue watched as Yin suddenly burst into hearty laughter, her eyes twitching slightly. I told you to act like this long ago, but you wouldn't listen. The effect is quite good, isn't it? Remember, when pursuing girls, the common trick is to lure them in with a false sense of security, just like fishing. You have to know when to let go. Otherwise, like before, you just kept pushing, and it would be a miracle if she didn't turn against you. Chapter 60 the next day. Hulaina and Xiaoyu arrived early at the entrance of the Spirit City, waiting with a few horse-drawn carriages behind them. Has Yin overslept? Why hasn't he come yet? Su Xianyue is also taking her time. Hulaina looked up at the sun peeking out and crossed her arms, looking at Xiaoyu. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Let's wait a bit longer. At that moment, a tall figure stepped out from the city. Finally, Yin, why are you so slow, huh? Hulaina looked at Yin as he walked out, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Ew, I just feel something is off. They exchanged glances, looking at the refreshed Yin. He wore a black and red suit, his hair neatly styled, exuding a confident and sharp gaze, with a faint smile that was completely different from his usual rough and careless demeanor. All right, let's go. Su Xianyue, who had been standing behind Yin, stepped forward and said lightly. They watched in disbelief as he got into the carriage, before slowly following behind. So where are we going? Su Xianyue leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Xiaoyu replied, the plan is to go to the Douluo Great Forest for about 10 days of training, then find a few nearby cities to have a couple of matches at the Spirit Arena, and then the rest of the time will be, well, rare downtime. Going to the Douluo Great Forest. That sounds dangerous. Su Xianyue wanted to go to the Douluo Forest before, but it was too dangerous to go alone. At that time, he didn't know that a ghost was following him. Otherwise, he would have gone without hesitation. He didn't need to use his martial soul. The ghost wouldn't be able to see that he was absorbing souls. It's fine, Elder Ju is here. Although he won't take action unless it's a dangerous moment, at least safety can be guaranteed. Did I just hear someone call me? Yueguan's strange voice sounded, and he suddenly appeared in an empty seat beside them. You see, Elder Ju is here, so it's fine. With a title Douluo as a bodyguard, they won't be afraid to go to the Douluo Forest. Don't be too happy too soon. Just as you said, I want to take action if there's no life-threatening danger. Understood. Yin has been silent in the carriage, resting with his eyes closed, which made the carriage fall into silence. Hey, Su Xianyue, did you give Yin some drugs? Why has he been like this since he went to find you yesterday? Shiwa leaned close to Su Xianyue and pointed at Yin. Su Xianyue looked at the book in his hand and didn't look at him. That's right. I made him this way. You know he likes your sister, and he's really determined to pursue her. What? He's really putting a lot of effort, huh? Su Xianyue suddenly raised his head, feeling a chill in the air. He looked around and finally found Shiwa glaring at Yin with a gloomy expression. The killing intent emanating from him was not ordinary. It was the murderous aura of a brother unleashed. Hey, is this necessary? Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass by its own burrow, and he still hasn't given up? Shiwa held a moon blade, aiming it at Yin. Huh? Why did the weather suddenly turn cold? Yin suddenly noticed the glowing moon blade beside him and was startled. Shiwa, what are you doing? Why do you ask me? Just I already. Hulaina, you too. Enough. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at the Douluo Forest. We're at the Douluo Forest now, so everyone, tone it down a bit. Hulaina glanced back at Yin and Shiwa as she walked ahead. Yin maintained a calm expression, walking with steady steps, while Su Xianyue walked beside him. Hey, Su Xianyue, do I really have to keep walking like this? I'm so tired. Su Xianyue shot him a glance. You want to walk normally? Fine, but does your wife still want it? All right then, I'll hold on. After walking for a while and seeing no spirit beasts, Yin couldn't help but want to talk to Hulaina. Susi saw this and quickly stopped him. Hey, you've endured this long. Can't you hold on a bit longer? You know I've been holding on too. Just a few words. It shouldn't matter, right? The way you say it makes you look like a sycophant. I can't trust you. Seeing Yan's conflicted expression, Susi stretched out a hand in front of him. How about you settle my reward now, and then I won't bother with you. All right. I'll keep holding on. Is that okay? In the end, Yin had no choice but to shake his head and continue walking. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Xieyu's ghostly voice came from the side. It's nothing, just that we've been walking for so long without encountering any soul beasts, it's a bit strange. Really? Xieyu's gaze, filled with suspicion and killing intent, bore down on Yin, who turned his head away, not daring to look at him. Really? Don't look at me like that. Hey, something's up. They sensed a hint of killing intent, their expressions instantly turning serious as they remained alert to their surroundings. Although the killing intent was faint, they could definitely feel it. Did everyone feel that? Then it shouldn't be an illusion. There are soul beasts nearby, and at least 10,000 years old. From the bushes, a thick and long creature slowly approached them. The group took up defensive stances, alert to their surroundings. The scene was eerily silent, as if the air had solidified. Suddenly, a gigantic snake head burst out from the grass beside them, opening its massive mouth and charging straight at them. The chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The others, realizing what was happening, quickly jumped to dodge. The snake head crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and broken grass, creating a deep pit in the ground. 10,000-year white ice python. Yin, you take the lead. Susi recognized the type of snake at a glance, determining that having the fire attribute Yinjua as the main attacker was the best choice. The Stardow Forest has very few ice attribute soul beasts, and most of those with ice attributes do not primarily rely on it. Like the python in front of them, which mainly relies on its physical strength to attack, using ice as a supplementary means. The white giant python, with its large mouth, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a large mass of scalding magma struck its body. The giant python thrashed wildly, letting out a deafening roar, emitting white, icy mist to withstand the high temperature. The magma slid to the ground, revealing scales that were almost unmarked. This white ice python was a bit different. Even if it were a 10,000-year soul beast, Yinjua's attack shouldn't be completely ineffective. At this moment, Susi noticed that the scales on the white python had faint, unusual stripes. Although not obvious, his intuition told him that there was something wrong with these stripes. This snake is problematic. It may have undergone mutations. Everyone be careful. The python did not act recklessly. After the failed sneak attack, it was somewhat wary of this group of people. The others also did not launch another attack, standing in a standoff with the python, all too cautious to make a move. Susi turned to look at Yin and the others, all of them looking ready to spring into action. Their combat strength was not significantly different, but fighting wouldn't do any good. It was better to run if they could. Susi whispered softly, her voice not loud enough to provoke the white ice python, but Yin and the others could still hear her. The three nodded, then shifted their feet slightly. Run. The four of them sprinted backwards simultaneously, and the snake immediately chased after them. Chapter 61. Soulbone. The three running wildly realized the giant python was relentless in its pursuit and had no choice but to seek another way out. Should they split up or fight? They couldn't split up. They needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Yin shouted this, he was yelled at by Hulaina. The danger level of the Stardow Forest was self-evident. If they separated and encountered a soul beast alone, it would be disastrous, and Yueguan might not even have the chance to help. Meanwhile, the giant python continued to chase them, and they were also preparing to counterattack. We cannot be overly attached to the fight. We must aim to repel it within a few moves. Brother, use that move. Huh? Are you sure? It's still unstable. The risk is 2. Stop talking nonsense, or we'll have to ask Elder Ju for help. All right. Hulaina and Shiyue embraced each other, while Susi and Yin immediately realized what they were about to do. Let's buy them some time. Su Xinyue's forehead emitted a beam of light, which transformed into a long sword in her hand, charging towards the giant python. I knew. Yan's body was covered in crimson stripes, gradually spreading all over. Flames erupted from his body as he followed Su Xinyue into the fray. Su Xinyue attacked the giant python twice before pulling it in another direction, while Yin, the reckless one, crashed directly into it. Sigh, this fool. Yin, wrapped in lava and flames, hit the python with considerable force, making it let out a long howl and thrash wildly. You reckless fool, don't just crash into it. Pull it. Do you understand pulling? Su Xianwei shouted at him. And Yin also suffered from his blow. He was hit by the tail of the giant python, which carried a chill and was sent flying a long distance. However, with the protection of lava, he wasn't seriously injured, just suffering some internal damage from the shock. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yin revealed a heroic smile, looking at the white snake in front of him that had already begun to show anger. Of course I know, but how can I know if I don't give it a try? Su Xianwei shot him a glance. Even if you don't hit me, I know you can't win. The giant python was already entangled with Yin, and I have to say, Yin was quite resilient. Stop watching the show. Come help, Yin shouted, while Su Xianwei silently watched Yin getting beaten. No need, they've already completed it. Su Xianwei looked to the other side, where the fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hu Laina had been completed. Radiating light, a figure appeared within it. However, it looked androgynous, resembling a combination of Hu Laina and Xiaoyu's faces. Dressed in purplish-red armor and wielding 2 crescent blades, the figure charged towards the giant python, swinging the blades down with a clang. However, it failed to even break a scale. Seeing that a basic attack was ineffective, Yao Mei began to use her soul skill. A large cloud of purplish-red smoke began to spread, enveloping the giant python within it. Su Xianwei and Yin quickly dodged to avoid being enveloped by the mist. Are they okay? This red mist is making it impossible for us to help. Yin covered his chest and landed beside Su Xianwei, looking at the large mass of mist in front of them as he spoke. If a martial soul fusion skill can't even deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, can it still be called a martial soul fusion skill? Su Xianwei was quite confident in them. After all, it was a martial soul fusion technique. And this snake wasn't a very advanced type of snake. It should definitely be able to. Bang! A figure flew past Su Xianwei and crashed into the thick tree behind them, then immediately stood up, just as it was about to charge forward again. A giant python roared ahead, and the powerful wave of soul power blew away the red mist that had lost its enchanting maintenance. What the hell? How did you guys fly? Su Xianwei looked at the tall demon beside her and exclaimed, What the hell? This snake is strange. We've been discovered. The voice was magnetic, indistinguishable as male or female, but one could hear Hu Laina's tone from it. The giant python had already started to go berserk. Its scales lit up with dark golden stripes, and its already fierce head looked even more terrifying now. The massive dark golden vertical pupils were filled with rage. It let out a roar and charged straight at them with its wide-open mouth. This snake seems to have a frenzy skill. What should we do? Should we call Elder Jew for help? Let's try again. The demon shouted and charged towards the giant python once more. The fearless momentum was somewhat moving to Su Xianwei. All right, then I will too. The demon was swallowed whole by the giant python with a gulp. Nana, don't be afraid. I'm coming. After a brief moment of confusion, Yin unleashed his potential and charged forward as well. Su Xianwei wanted to grab him by the neck and pull him back, but the fire above made him hesitate for a moment. In that moment of hesitation, Yin had already rushed up. Hey, don't go up there. Damn, Elder you. If you don't make a move, we'll be wiped out. You little brats are really giving me a headache. Fine then. Yue Guan appeared in front of Su Xianwei, holding a large chrysanthemum that radiated golden light. 3rd soul skill, Aura Barrier. 8th soul skill, Flowing Light. He immediately launched a combo attack, and a massive golden beam shot out from that chrysanthemum, crashing directly into the giant python. This scene felt a bit strange. However, this move was very effective, as a huge gash was opened on the top of the giant python's head. It should be dead now. Yin stared at the massive explosion in front of him, stunned for a second, and then rushed forward. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. When he reached the front, a cut was made on the giant python's neck, and a seductive figure emerged, tearing through the snake's skin and scales. Then, the figure emitted a glow and returned to its original form, both of them covered in snake saliva. Yin rushed forward, while Su Xianwei looked at the motionless giant python and approached to examine it closely. Is this snake 10,000 years old? How can it be so strong? However, the black soul rings floating on its body proved that this was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast. You guys are really disappointing. How can you not even defeat a 10,000-year white ice python? TSK, TSK, TSK. The sarcastic voice from Yue Guan sounded even more sarcastic, deeply irritating them. Of course, this did not include Su Xianwei, who was still pondering whether the snake could be eaten. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power from the snake's corpse. Thinking it was still alive, and jumped back. Yue Guan noticed him, looked at him, then looked at the giant python. his eyes suddenly widening with an unmistakable joy. He jumped onto the giant python's back and tore open its back with his soul power-infused hand, immediately revealing strands of light emanating from within. Soul bone. Yue Guan dug out a small piece of soul bone, raising it high in the sunlight to admire it closely. What great luck! A soul bone actually appeared. I'll take it back to present it to the Pope for judgment. He glanced at the few people below and pretended to calmly put away the soul bone. I can tell you want it, yet you pretend. Who wouldn't covet a soul bone? But Yue Guan could still distinguish between what could be coveted and what couldn't. Cough, cough, enough nonsense, let's move on. There's a river over there, you all go wash up. Yue Guan clasped his hands behind his back, his figure disappearing, while Hyena, who remained in place, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and glared sharply. She was very unwilling about not being able to defeat the giant python. Chapter 62. Troublesome Soul Beast in the Babbling Brook, several figures soaked in the water. Oh, this water feels quite nice to soak in. Aren't you fire attribute? Why do you like soaking in water? Just because you're fire doesn't mean you can't soak in water, right? Is that a contradiction? Also, how did you end up here? Then I'll go to Sister Na. She won't mind anyway. As Su Xianyue was about to get up and leave, Yin pulled him back. Hey. I was just joking. If you go, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Come on, I'm scared of you. Two naked men wearing only shorts were competing here, while the silent Shiyue watched them in disbelief. Can you keep your voices down? Aren't you afraid of attracting soul beasts? Meanwhile, upstream, the water slipped through Hyena's hands as she gazed at the clear brook with a melancholic expression, quietly. Then, her confused gaze suddenly became firm, as if she had made a certain decision. However, the noise coming from afar interrupted her silent vow. Can't those guys be a little quieter? It's so noisy. Wait, shouldn't I pull Su Xianyue over? What if those two do something strange to him? And downstream, you act like a magic flame gorilla. No wonder people don't like you. Oh, you're the magic flame gorilla. Your whole family is magic flame gorillas. No, you little sissy, don't be so shameless to criticize others. Your methods are useless. You're trash yourself and you blame me. If it were someone else, they could be making soy sauce by now. Su Xianyue and Yin were face to face, bickering with each other, while Shiyue quietly enjoyed the drama unfolding. Oh, what a show. Then, Su Xianyue suddenly said to Yin with a serious tone, do you know? Sister Na is taking a bath upstream. Yin. And then? What do you mean? Oh, of course I'm not telling you to spy. Just think about it. The water from upstream flows down. Do you know what that means? What? Wait. Are you saying? Vulgar. Extremely vulgar. Yin suddenly turned his head away with a proud expression, while Su Xianyue nudged him with her elbow. Don't be shy. I know what you're thinking. This is Sister Na's bathwater, don't you want to? Ah. Indecent. Yan's face turned redder than when he was possessed by a martial soul, looking proud yet hesitant. After a moment, he quietly squatted down into the water, and the temperature around him began to rise. Su Xianyue's lips curled into a faint smile. Evil Moon, Yin wants to drink your sister's bathwater. Hey, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Huh, the brother's rampant killing intent. Su Xianyue, this melon is not bad. Hiss, Shia, are you really that ruthless? You hit hard. If you weren't so twisted, I wouldn't be like this. A few people walked along the road. Yin was rubbing his face that had been punched, while Shiyue crossed his arms, looking nonchalant. Su Xianyue was trying to hold back her laughter on the side. Hyena turned her head and looked at them. What have you done again? What kind of pervert? Su Xianyue immediately raised her hand. I know. Yin Yin covered Su Xianyue's mouth with one hand. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? Shiyue turned away and didn't look at them. He wouldn't betray his brothers, no matter how much fun they were having. Hyena glanced at him with disdain before turning back. Hey, you're going too far. I wasn't even thinking about drinking, you know? Yin still covered Su Xianyue's mouth and said softly, who would believe it? The reward doubles. And I'll just keep quiet. Su Xianyue, whose mouth was covered, raised two fingers, and Yin naturally understood what that meant. Hey, that's really too much. I can't take it out. Su Xianyue swatted his hand away, holding up two fingers. It's just double. Can't I just use something else to make up for it? You. Fine, I'll give it. Is that okay, you greedy merchant? That's more like it. The evil moon came over as well, extending a hand towards Yin. So, should I also get a share of the hush money? You're going too far. In the simple and unadorned days, the soul beasts they encountered were all rather ordinary, except for a 50,000-year-old turtle. Everything else went pretty smoothly. This should be around 5,000 years, right? Su Xianyue felt the energy of the first soul ring and determined that it was roughly around 5,000 years old. However, aside from reducing blue consumption and cooldown time, The soul skill's effectiveness had not improved, which was quite frustrating. Sigh. It should enhance an effect after changing color, but reducing blue consumption and cooldown is still good. It was nighttime, and Su Xianhua was on watch. He looked up at the crescent moon and the starry sky. Feeling the cool breeze brushing against his temples and cheeks, listening to the chirping of insects, and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart, interrupting this pleasant sensation. Something feels off. His previously good mood vanished in an instant. And that was not a good sign. Su Xianhua cautiously walked to the front of Yin and Shiyue's tent and tapped on it. Living in the forest, they also dared not sleep too deeply, and Su Xianhua's tap startled them awake. What is wrong? Shiyue asked as he crawled out, seeming to sense something unusual as well. This small chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianhua was about to call Hulaina when she had already come out. There were powerful soul beasts nearby, and their cultivation level was not low. My intuition told me so. Beast-type martial souls inherently possess a certain wildness and can sense danger very keenly. The few of them stood back to back, with Xiaoyu and Su Xianhua drawing out their martial souls, while Hulaina and Yin did not, as beast martial souls are too conspicuous and would alert the enemy. The sound of the wind changed from a gentle breeze to something eerie, and the atmosphere became oppressive. It must be a soul beast with a strong bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel such pressure. Hulaina quietly said that the first thought that came to her mind was to run away, but she quickly shook her head to dismiss that thought. At this moment, Yuguan appeared in front of them. You should hide behind me. This kind of soul beast is not something you can handle. Yuguan was so serious that it seemed this soul beast was indeed difficult to deal with. What kind of soul beast is it? There was no time to explain. It was coming. With a swoosh, an invisible black shadow darted past, and Yuguan hurriedly released a soul skill. The third soul skill, Spirit Barrier, surrounded them with a wide area of chrysanthemum petals forming a barrier. But it was too late. That figure simply turned around and ran away, although they managed to block its attack. It also made Su Xianhua and the others realize that this soul beast was not simple. What kind of speed is that? In the distance, a bird slowly landed on a branch. Although it was nighttime, Yuguan's soul skill was still casting a faint light ahead. An owl appeared in their line of sight. Looking unremarkable, not much larger than an ordinary owl, and was currently tilting its head to observe them. But what was different was its eyes, which were red, blood red. This is bad. How could it be this kind of soul beast? I might not even be able to protect you all. This is the blood-eyed night owl? Looking at the color concentration. Over 70,000 years old. How could it appear here? The blood-eyed night owl, according to legend. It is one of the top soul beasts among avian soul beasts, second only to phoenix-type soul beasts. Chapter 63. Annoying soul beasts. The atmosphere became tense. The night owl on the branch was staring straight at them, its blood-red eyes paired with its owl face making it extraordinarily terrifying in the darkness. The night owl was also wary of Yuguan in front of it, hesitating to act, instead turning its head, which could rotate 180 degrees, occasionally looking at them upside down. Yuguan's expression was grim, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Be careful. This bird has a mental confusion skill. Don't look into its eyes. The blood-eyed night owl specializes in attack speed and mental power, with speed being its most prominent attribute. But that doesn't mean its other two attributes are weak. The others did not respond, and Yuguan did not dare to divert his attention to them. He was afraid that if he let his guard down, that night owl would launch an attack, and even he, a titled Douluo, might not be able to react in time. At this moment, the four of them were in a state of distraction. What just happened to me? Su Xianhua suddenly shivered and then immediately reacted. In front of her was the back of Yuguan and the owl on the tree, and beside her, three people with vacant eyes stood there in a daze. What was going on? Su Xianhua patted Yan's face beside her and then looked at the others. Could it be that they were affected by some kind of mental soul skill? Su Xianhua slapped Yan directly across the face, causing him to let out a cry of pain and nearly stumble. Who hit me? Once he regained his senses, Yan immediately reacted and got back into a fighting stance. This bird has mental-type soul skills too. What are Xiaoyu and the others doing? At this moment, Su Xianhua had already slapped Xiaoyu awake. Just as she was about to wake up Hulaina, she realized herself standing in front of her with her hand raised. Feeling a bit awkward. Ahem, as long as you're awake, what should we do now? This bird is really annoying. Let's keep things as they are. It will leave once it realizes it can't deal with us, so don't act rashly. The scene fell into dead silence again. The red-eyed night owl turned its upside-down face back around and flapped its wings to fly away. Once they confirmed that the night owl had left, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that bird finally left. The red-eyed night owl didn't have a massive body or terrifying pressure, but its presence on the tree brought an immense psychological burden. Phew, it's finally gone. I wonder where this 70,000-year-old red-eyed night owl came from. We should leave here quickly. Yuguan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. There was no way around it. The talent level of the red-eyed night owl wasn't at the Titan giant ape level, but was equivalent to that of a human-faced demon spider. It was manageable for Yuguan alone, but he also had to protect Su Xianyue and the other four. If anything happened to them, it would be a big problem, and the burden was too heavy. The few of them quickly packed up the tent, not bothering to organize it, and shoved everything into the storage soul guide before hurriedly leaving. Don't leave me more than 3 meters away. I'm afraid that beast will come back. Yuguan, still uneasy, told them not to stray too far, and they set off like that. I mean, how did a red-eyed night owl pop up in this outer area? We almost lost our lives. Xiaoyu patted his chest, feeling relieved. It must have come looking for food and accidentally wandered too far. Such soul beasts are incredibly fast. A 70,000 to 80,000 year-old red-eyed night owl would typically live in the second ring of the Stardow Forest and rarely venture out. However, the location where Su Xianyue and the others were at was between the third and fourth rings, where soul beasts over 50,000 years old generally wouldn't appear. But occasional sightings were still possible. In any case, we should get away from it. Oh no! Su Xianyue's lament was not finished when suddenly a shadow attacked him. But fortunately, Yuguan blocked the attack. That beast is back. Stay alert. Yuguan looked at his scratched arms and cursed under his breath, releasing his soul skill. Martial soul, true body, or a barrier. Yuguan directly unleashed his martial soul true body and then enveloped everyone in the aura barrier. The air around seemed to solidify, trapping Su Xianyue and the others as well. Subsequently, Yuguan injected his soul power into a few people, allowing them to regain their movement. Staying in the barrier, I don't believe it dares to come in. The soul skills released after the martial soul true body have enhancements. And this aura barrier can completely contain a red-eyed night owl that has existed for 70 or 80,000 years. I'm curious, does it think it has us figured out? There's no other way. Let's wait until dawn. Luckily, Yuguan's soul power is sufficient, and dawn isn't far off. He should be able to hold out until then. However, Yuguan felt very frustrated. Being forced to shrink inside the barrier by a soul beast made him lose face as a titled Douluo. The speed of the red-eyed night owl was unimaginably fast, and Yuguan's various soul skills couldn't hit it at all, making it quite a restraint on him. Finally, after 2 hours, dawn broke, and to be cautious, they waited until nearly noon to leave. Hey, Su Xianyue, wake up. Stop sleeping, it's time to set off. Hulaina patted the sleeping Su Xianyue's face, and he slowly climbed up. How's it, Dawn? Su Xianyue, who had only slept for 4 hours last night, was too tired and fell asleep. The exhausted Yuguan landed in front of them, feeling weak. Sigh, that beast should have left. Everyone, let us continue on, Sigh. It's exhausting. Yuguan rubbed his shoulders and walked slowly ahead. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I said, shouldn't we hurry and leave? It would be terrible if we encounter another soul beast like this one. Su Xianyue's words received unanimous agreement from them, so they quickly left the Stardow Forest, a small, remote village. Due to the inconvenient roads from the town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest and the fact that they were heading in a completely different direction, they all used this place as a transfer station, with the carriage stopping here. Where next? The Soul Arena. There's a Soto City nearby. But should we go there? Soto City? Does such a small town really have a Soul Arena? If we're going, we should go to Heaven-Do City. The Soul Arenas there are much more interesting. Heaven-Do City? That's so far away. My little but doesn't want to suffer like that. What if I get hemorrhoids? Yin and the others originally wanted to go to a capital Soul Arena, like Heaven-Do City, but Su Xianyue didn't want to. The journey was too long and not friendly to the butt. You can lie down, right? Is that the issue? Soto City was quite lively in the midday streets. After a few of them had lunch, they ran off to the Soul Arena. I mean, is the Soul Arena here really interesting? If we can't even find someone at level 40, that would be nonsense. Yin crossed her arms and walked with a proud expression, looking at the Soul Arena with a bit of disdain. There are level 40s, but they shouldn't be strong. Who cares? Anyway, didn't you guys say we just came to go through the motions? It's fine. That may be true, but we still have to be responsible for ourselves, right? Xiaoyu said lightly, and then they all glanced sideways at Su Xianyue, who was a head shorter than him. Don't look at me like that. Let's just fight a match. If it really doesn't work out, we can go to Heaven Do City, right? Only then did they retract their gazes. While they were joking around, in the shadows, a pair of red eyes was staring at them intently. Chapter 64. The Battle with Tang San. The registration is done. By the way, are we going for a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2? If it's all 2-on-2, what if we get matched with opponents? How about this? Yin and I will do a 1-on-1, and you two can do the 2-on-2. They discussed how to allocate the teams and finally reached a consensus. Xiaoyu and Hulaina would participate in the 2-on-2 team battle, while Yin and Su Xianyue would go for the 1-on-1. Since their levels weren't the same, they couldn't be matched together. Then it's settled. Let's go register. At that moment, in the restroom. Xiao San, your current condition is very poor. You should take a good rest. I'm fine, teacher. I can still go. I must be able to. Tang San looked somewhat deranged, with messy hair like Tang Hao's, bloodshot eyes, and dark circles, clearly showing he was in bad shape. Yu Xiaojiang, sitting across from him, shook his head helplessly. Sigh, why suffer? Ever since Xiao Wu was captured, Tang San had engaged in self-destructive training. Aside from Yu Xiaojiang's brutal training, he had been challenging opponents above his level in the Soul Arena. At that moment, a staff member walked in. Mr. Qinsho, Su Luo, there is something that requires your consent. Speak. According to your request, we have a very suitable opponent for you. However, he is a great soul master, and his requirement is that the opponent must be a level 30 soul master. Therefore, we plan to make him your opponent. His words made Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San frown. A level 20 great soul master as an opponent? The staff member quickly said, please don't worry, both of you. That person has fought 8 matches in the Soul Arena without a single defeat, and he even challenged a level 20 team by himself, completely overwhelming them. This made them shiver. They understood what it meant to challenge a 7-member team of the same level by oneself. Tang San also needed to rely on hidden weapons to have that combat power. Xiao San, if what he said is true, this person is too dangerous. But Tang San stretched out his hand to refuse. No, teacher, what I need now is just such an opponent. If you agree, we will arrange the battle immediately. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San like this and shook his head helplessly again. All right, be careful not to get hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time. Please welcome our dark horse, Qinsho Su Luo, and our undefeated genius, Lucifer. The host's passionate voice and tone quickly set the atmosphere, and many people gathered to hear their names. Tang San felt a surge of determination in his heart. Although his attacks were still the same as before, dodging and pulling away, every strike was deadly, almost resulting in fatalities several times. This also helped him gain a bit of fame. Su Xianyue goes without saying. As the leader of the gambling arena, his reputation is naturally not low, and many people have heard of him. Lucifer? The guy who either kills or leaves his opponents severely injured. Oh no, with a record of 1-7, I should have realized it was him. Yu Xiaojiang in the audience felt a bit anxious upon hearing Lucifer's name. Little 3, I just hope nothing bad happens to you. On stage, Tang San had also heard of Lucifer's name. Looking at Su Xianyue, who was wearing a mask of a malevolent spirit, he seemed to recognize who he was. You, Su Xianyue? Tang San questioned, but Su Xianyue did not respond to him. Su Xianyue wiped the sword in her hand, not looking at him, then pointed the sword forward. Tang San, I hope you won't disappoint me. Tang San looked at the sword that gleamed with a cold light, the corners of his mouth curling up beneath the mask. I knew it, the teacher's theory wouldn't be wrong. You are indeed not a twin martial soul, but you're also not that so-called black feather. Su Xianyue, I hope you're a good whetstone. Tang San summoned his blue silver grass, his eyes filled with determination, marked with blood. After the referee said a lot of inspiring nonsense, he finally announced the start. Both sides, please take your positions. Ready. Start. Boom. Su Xianyue's momentum erupted as he charged forward with his sword. He knew that as long as he maintained close-range attacks on Tang San, there would be no chance for him to evade, and he would only focus on defense. This tactic proved effective, as Tang San's hidden weapons were mostly used to disrupt Su Xianyue's attacks, while he continuously retreated using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Blue-silver entangling. Countless strands of blue-silver grass shot up from the ground, rushing towards Su Xianyue, but he resolved them with a spinning jump. Taking advantage of this, Su Xianyue descended from the sky, delivering a heavy strike towards Tang San. The sword struck the ground, and the soul power wrapped around it crashed into the earth, creating a shockwave that sent Tang San flying. As their wave of attacks concluded, Su Xianyue looked at the panting Tang San with a calm expression. You're not as strong as I imagined. I remember you had something else, the dragon beard needle, right? Show it to me. Su Xianyue knew that Tang San primarily relied on hidden weapons for output in the early stages, and that most of his other abilities depended on commanding his teammates. Therefore, if she could effectively deal with those hidden weapons, Tang San would pose little threat. However, this was easier said than done. Even Zhao Wujia had suffered because of it. But Su Xianyue was not the kind of big meat shield who just stood there and took hits. Tang San clasped his hands behind his back and pulled out a large number of hidden weapons from his waist belt. You will pay the price for your underestimation. Tang San closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had turned purple. Then he suddenly swung his hands, continuously waving them, creating a chaotic spectacle like a dance of demons, even leaving behind afterimages. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Countless hidden weapons shot towards Su Xianyue like a torrential rain, moving so fast that they were nearly invisible. Su Xianyue's originally expressionless face showed a hint of surprise. In his line of sight, although the hidden weapons could be traced, their speed was still rapid, making it difficult for him to defend. He stepped forward, exerting force to run around the edge of the arena to evade the attacks, and then leaped into the sky, striking down fiercely towards Tang San again. Ghost Shadow Misdirection. Tang San took a step back to avoid it, but his hands didn't stop moving, continuously launching various hidden weapons like cross-shaped darts and bone-piercing needles in a torrential manner. The hidden weapons collided with Su Xianyue's sword, the sounds of clashing ringing out like the forging of iron, powerful and resonant. Seeing that Su Xianyue could actually evade and block, Tang San stopped his attack and pulled back to create distance. This was bad. The hidden weapons were depleting too quickly, and he needed a quick resolution. With his hidden weapons almost exhausted, Tang San had no choice but to find another way. Could it be that he had to use this? Or should he wait a bit longer? Tang San closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then took out something again. This thing was too powerful. I originally didn't want to use it, but you forced my hand. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Although the current Zhuge Divine Crossbow was not yet the most refined, its current power could still potentially kill a Soul Master. Su Xianyue saw the dark crossbow and began to raise her guard. Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Getting hit by that thing would be no joke. Su Xianyue stared at the crossbow, holding his sword vigilantly, while Tang San did not fire. This was a psychological game, and both sides faced off, neither daring to make the first move. Chapter 65. 65. Su Xianyue, the pervert below the stage. A few people walked towards the lounge. I'm so tired. Zhu Qing, are you okay? I'm fine. Then let me lean on you for a bit. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing finished their two-person soul fight and walked over to Yu Xiaojiang. Master, has Tang San already gone to the soul fight? Yu Xiaojiang was looking through the window at Tang San's battle and nodded. They're in the middle of it. Take a look. Ning Rongrong looked up and saw the familiar figure. Su Xianyue. Why is it him? Huh? Su Xianyue? The one with the martial, soul black feather? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He asked, clearly holding a sword. Yu Xiaojiang had heard Tang San mention that Su Xianyue had also stayed at Shrek, but unfortunately, Su Xianyue had left before Yu Xiaojiang arrived, and he hadn't paid much attention to him. Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Xiaojiang in confusion. Hey, Master, do you know Su Xianyue too? That's definitely him, no mistake about it. Yu Xiaojiang observed Ning Rongrong's lively demeanor, although she used to be cheerful. She seemed even more excited now. It seems you have a good relationship with him. Do you know what his soul skills are? This question hit a blind spot for Ning Rongrong. She really didn't know Su Xianyue's specific soul skills. I only remember. His first soul skill creates a lot of feathers that then explode, but the power is very weak. It's a useless soul skill. I don't know about the second one. Yu Xiaojiang pondered. A useless soul skill. It shouldn't be that simple. He might be hiding his martial soul, and perhaps even his soul skills. That's also possible. But never mind, let's just watch. On stage, Su Xianyue and Tang San were still in a stalemate, neither daring to move. This is completely a test of psychological quality. Whoever can't hold on first will be done for. Tang San, with the sword pointed at him, broke out in a cold sweat. The sharpness of the sword put him under considerable pressure. Su Xianyue, of course, was not in a better situation. On the surface, he appeared the same as before, stable as an old dog, but inside he was extremely anxious. Inner PS, damn. That thing looks so freaking scary. And are you going to shoot or not? How long has it been? Seeing Tang San still in that state, Su Xianyue couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it. If this goes on, the audience will protest. Let's finish this quickly. Fallen Body, Su Xianyue directly unleashed her second soul skill, and the 10,000-year soul ring behind her flashed by. A 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San saw Su Xianyue make a move, and, whether out of fear or something else, he quickly launched an attack. Several cold rays shot towards Su Xianyue at a speed difficult to perceive with the naked eye. However, the fully enhanced Su Xianyue was not so easy to deal with. She flickered to the side to evade, but the arrows came at her again, yet she managed to dodge them once more. However, with such a dense barrage of attacks, it was inevitable that there would be a slip-up. Su Xianyue's left arm was shot by an arrow. The arrowhead lodged in it, but fortunately, it didn't penetrate deeply, and the bruises elsewhere were negligible. Damn, that hurt so much. As she pulled out the arrow, the wound began to heal, and Su Xianyue took the opportunity to continue her attack while Tang San was reloading his arrows. Here it comes. In Tang San's eyes, the sword's edge kept enlarging. But even with his lightning-fast reflexes, he nearly couldn't dodge this strike, and the tip of the sword grazed his chest, leaving a long bloodstain. The wound wasn't deep, but it was about half a centimeter long. Tang San supported himself with one hand on the ground, blood continuously dripping from the wound. It wasn't over yet. As Su Xianyue's second attack swung towards Tang San's neck, Su Xianyue thought it was all settled when a sharp sound caught his attention. Behind Tang San, 8 long spider legs blocked Su Xianyue's attack, while another set of spider legs counterattacked him. Being pushed back, Su Xianyue glanced at the 8 spider legs and then at the sword in his hand. That was close. He almost killed Tang San. Who knows what would happen if he died? Hey, can my sword absorb already absorbed soul bones? The wound in front of Tang San had stopped bleeding. He wiped the blood seeping from his mouth due to internal injuries and grabbed a handful of hidden weapons with his right hand. Enough, Xiao San. It's time to come back. Yu Xiaojing shouted at Tang San from the side, as it wasn't worth risking everything for an ordinary game. Tang San's external soul bone attracted the envy of many people present, but luckily, Yu Guan didn't come to pay attention to Su Xianyue's match. Otherwise, Tang San would probably be in trouble. No, Tang Hao might be lurking in some corner. If Yu Guan saw him, he would probably be scared away immediately. Huh, wait a minute. Why is Tang San still at Shrek? Shouldn't he be hunted down? Su Xianyue saw Yu Xiaojing shouting at Tang San and suddenly remembered this matter. Tang San smiled at Yu Xiaojing, then turned to look at Su Xianyue. You're a good opponent. Come on, the final move, let's decide the winner. Su Xianyue raised her sword again and charged towards Tang San. Tang San, unwilling to back down, quickly moved with his 4 spider legs, with 2 prepared to attack in front. With a whoosh, Tang San used a hidden weapon to interfere before the close-range attack, but it was ineffective and was dodged by Su Xianyue. Tang San, let me show you my ultimate move. Su Xianyue raised her sword, which emanated a powerful wave of soul energy, clearly the strongest strike condensed from all her soul power. Then let's do it. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Tang San's legs and 4 spider legs were firmly anchored to the ground, securing his body, while the 4 spider legs and his hands were used for defense. Su Xianyue had come right before him. The sword was almost at hand, about to strike down, when suddenly Su Xianyue shouted, "Cut off your descendants." Tang San. With a kick, the world seemed to fall silent. Tang San. Dash. You. I hate you. He knelt and groaned a couple of times before fainting. Tang San focused on defending against Su Xianyue's sword, completely ignoring his lower body's defense, and was then knocked down by Su Xianyue's kick to the groin. Moreover, he had fixed his own body, so he took the hit solidly. It feels like a pain in the eggs. Su Xianyue kicked the fallen Tang San. Well, I shouted it out. If you reacted slowly, it's not my fault. Referee, announce it. The referee, silently covering a certain part, announced the result. I announce. In this match, Lucifer wins. Oh my gosh, what a pain. Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San lying on the hospital bed, pondering something. Su Xianyue. 10,000-year soul ring. He's just a pervert. Doctor, how's his injury? Minor injury, just take some medicine and rest a bit. But make sure he doesn't have any exciting activities, otherwise it won't be good for the injury. The protagonist's halo is quite useful. Such a solid hit only resulted in a minor injury. It should be the effect of his child's protagonist halo. After all, Tang San is done for. He won't have any more glory in the later parts. After the doctor left, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing walked in from outside. Master, what's wrong with Tang San? It's nothing, just a minor injury. He just needs to rest for a while. Minor injury? Then why'd he faint? Oh, he must have been too tired before. Yu Xiaojing. Women don't understand pain. Even with a minor injury, that pain is worse than carrying a bag of rice up 3 flights of stairs. Chapter 66. It's here. It's back again. A relaxed Su Xianyue was waiting in the lounge, and soon after, they returned. However, they seemed to be in a bad mood. What happened to you guys? Yin pouted. We encountered a pervert as creepy as they come, and their martial spirit is, too. Shields? Ugh, as she spoke, she shivered all over, clearly disgusted. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina's expressions were slightly better, but not by much. We're about the same. The person we encountered had a more normal martial spirit, but they weren't any better as a person. However, we did get to vent our anger by beating those guys up. So what now? Should we leave or stay a few more days? Yin interrupted them. Why stay? Let's hurry and leave. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another moment. Seeing Yin so resistant to being there, they discussed it and ultimately decided to leave. Then let's go now, it's still bright outside. The few stood up to leave when suddenly, a hurried figure rushed over. Ning Rongrong was slightly out of breath as she ran straight to Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue, Ning Rongrong, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong leaned on her knees, catching her breath, then looked up at Su Xianyue. Why did you drop out? Is it? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong appeared shy, causing the three beside her to stare in surprise. You guys chat, will wait for you outside. Xiaoyu pushed the two out. After watching them leave, Su Xianyue turned to Ning Rongrong. What do you want to express? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong lifted her head, seemingly gathering her courage, and asked Su Xianyue, do you hate me, that's why you dropped out? Su Xianyue, it's not that. If you hate me, just say it directly. I can change, can't I? No, listen to me. I'm not unreasonable. I will correct anything that's wrong, so there's no need for you to just walk away. Just hear me out first. We're already in school, and I'm not indulging myself like I do at home, so why are you? Just listen to me. Facing the incessant chatter of Ning Rongrong, a shout was indeed effective. Seeing Ning Rongrong fall silent, Su Xianyue slowly began to speak. My dropping out has nothing to do with you, really. If you want to persuade me to go back, then don't waste your breath. I want to return. Shrek is of no use to me. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Ning Rongrong was a bit dazed by the shout, and after Su Xianyue finished speaking, she replied blankly, nothing else. Goodbye then. Su Xianyue hurriedly ran out, while Ning Rongrong stood there with a dazed expression, clutching her chest. Outside the soul fighting arena, Yin teased Su Xianyue. Hey, when did you hook up with the little beauty? But why does the name Ning Rongrong sound so familiar to me? Xiaoyu replied, of course it's familiar. It's that one from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But the one from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't come to such a small place. It should be a case of sharing the same name. Su Xianyue rubbed the arm that had been shot before and casually replied, it's the one from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I came to Shrek out of curiosity and just happened to hit it off with her. The three of them. Su Xianyue, we didn't expect that you could get along with a young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. We all know what kind of person she is. How did you manage that? Yin tried to get close to Su Xianyue, but received a disdainful glance, quickly backing off. How did I manage it? Just what I taught you. So if you can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. Yin. The few of them wandered around Soto City for a while and bought some souvenirs along the way. Huh. Nana, why does this wooden carving look so much like the Pope? Nana? Yin discovered a small wooden carving from a vendor and asked Hu Laina. However, Hu Laina had a serious expression, constantly looking around and did not respond to him. Su Xianyue also had a bad premonition in her heart. I have a sense of foreboding that feels somewhat familiar. Me too, it's like feeling targeted by that bird. It was getting close to evening now. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still bright, but they could indeed feel this sense. At that moment, Yuguan suddenly jumped out from somewhere. You guys be careful. I just noticed that bird is coming over. What? But don't worry, it won't attack before nightfall. But we need to find a favorable terrain to deal with it. After saying that, they quickly retreated. As the name suggests, the night owl is strongest at night, which is a natural advantage. It must have been eager to launch an attack just now and accidentally revealed a hint of its presence. Generally, soul beasts do not leave the forest, although there have been cases of them entering cities. The most recent one was decades ago. People have become complacent and are completely unalert. Plus, this is a soul beast with a sensitivity type that is around 70 to 80,000 years old. A small city like Soto does not have strong enough soul masters to handle it. They arrived at a road next to an open wheat field, where the terrain was very unfavorable for the night owl, making it the best place to confront it. In the city, the role of those soul masters was almost equivalent to cannon fodder. It was better to resolve things in an open space by themselves. I find it strange. We haven't provoked that bird, right? We haven't killed any bird-type soul beasts, so it shouldn't have anything to do with us. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. it gets more exciting. It might be that we have something that attracts it. Let's take a look at what you have on you. But what do they have on them? Besides their clothes and accessories, they only have storage soul guides. And everything else is in those storage soul guides. That's strange. Is this bird really that simple-minded? I remember that night owls are not soul beasts that fixate on a single prey. Susi recalled the records of the red-eyed night owl, and the memory was fresh in her mind, confirming its accuracy. No, it must be that one of us has something that attracts it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chased so far out of the starry forest. As the sky gradually darkened, the atmosphere around them became tense. They knew that the red-eyed night owl was about to make its move. Yueguan had no choice but to try and negotiate for the safety of the four of them. You should understand my words, so tell me what you want. Otherwise, fighting won't benefit anyone. At this time, humans generally look down on soul beasts, viewing them merely as tools to enhance their strength, and normally wouldn't stoop to negotiate. But now there was no choice. If anything happened to one of the four behind him, he would pay a heavy price. A slight breeze blew around them, and on a nearby scarecrow, the red-eyed night owl was staring at them with its eerie large eyes. Hoo. The motionless owl let out a terrifying sound as it spread one of its wings, pointing at them. The group followed the direction indicated by the red-eyed night owl and looked over. Huh, me? After they avoided the direction, they saw that the red-eyed night owl was pointing at Susi. Chapter 67. The Final Battle Until Dawn. Susi, what you have on you? Quickly take it out, Yueguan urged, while Susi fumbled around her body in a panic. What could I possibly have? Just a storage soul guide and clothing, that's all. I don't even have a hair tie or a hairpin. What else could I have? Susi had nothing on her except for her clothes and 2 bracelets. While the red-eyed night owl pointed at her and called out again, Yueguan felt a bad thought rising in his heart. Susi didn't need to look for anything. What one might just be you. Huh, it's craving your body, which is not good. The red-eyed night owl called out again, confirming Yueguan's thoughts, and they found themselves in an awkward situation. It seemed inevitable that they would have to fight. Xiao Nana, you 3 should hurry and run. Its target is Susi. You'll only drag her down here. Yueguan's words sounded harsh, but it was the truth, and Hulaina and the others had to admit their weakness. Then, Elder Jew, be extra careful with Susi. The few of them quickly ran towards a nearby village, and the night owl didn't pursue them. Its target was clear, Susi. After the 3 left, Yueguan looked at his hands and spoke sarcastically to the red-eyed night owl. I can't give her to you, so be smart and get lost, or I might have to get serious. The red-eyed night owl let out a strange cry and then spread its wings, hissing at them. Yueguan unleashed the overwhelming soul power of a tidal Douluo, but the night owl still showed no signs of fear. Was it planning to risk its life? Susi, how much does it really like you? Yueguan muttered to himself, and Susi heard him clearly. How would I know? Just take care of yourself. It can bypass me and target you at any time. Holding a chrysanthemum in his hand, Yueguan fixed his gaze on the red-eyed night owl, which had its wings spread and seemed ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, the night owl vanished in an instant, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. The next second, a clanging sound came from behind Yueguan, where Susi was. Oh no, such speed! While Yueguan cursed inwardly, his soul skill had already been activated. The breath barrier centered around Susi, surrounded by chrysanthemum petals, releasing the barrier. Yet the night owl had already left again, and Susi managed to block the attack with her sword. Aside from slightly breathless Susi and a few drops of blood on the ground, it seemed as if nothing had happened because everything had happened too quickly. Susi looked at the few drops of blood on the ground, feeling a wave of fear in her heart. Luckily, my instincts are accurate enough. While blocking an attack with her sword, the night owl, which had grabbed Susi's sword, was naturally also cut and left some blood. Surrounded by the barrier, Susi was temporarily safe, and the attacks from a blood-red-eyed night owl had also paused for the time being. This speed seemed even faster than before, and it was so stealthy that I could hardly perceive it. If only the old ghost were here. Moonguan found it quite difficult to deal with agile attackers, especially one that was almost entirely agile and also had mental attributes like the blood-red-eyed night owl. However, the night owl's fighting style was relatively simple. It would launch surprise attacks, and if those failed, it would use mental confusion before attacking again. As long as Moonguan was cautious of its surprise attacks, there would be no problem. So now, neither side could do anything to the other, creating an awkward situation. After a long psychological battle, Moonguan was growing a bit impatient. This beast is really pushing me. 9th soul skill. Withered chrysanthemum, Wounds everywhere. Flowers fall and hearts break. Huh, why does that sentence feel strange? Susi looked at the moon guardian, who leaped into the air, radiating a strong light. Countless chrysanthemum petals appeared in the sky, but each one was as sharp as a blade, continuously falling towards the ground. Hey, don't joke around. Susi watched as the falling chrysanthemum petals rushed toward him like a tide, feeling a bit flustered. Suddenly, he felt someone lift him up by the waist and move rapidly. Turning his head, he saw Yueguan's stern expression. They needed to leave quickly. This soul skill should be able to hold that beast back for a while. But as fate would have it, a loud shriek pierced the air, and a gust of wind brushed past Su Xinyue's face as Yueguan dodged just in time. Caught up. If I still had my martial soul's true form, would I be afraid of it? The cooldown for the martial soul's true form is really long. Most people take about 7 days. And while a tidal Douluo might be shorter, it wouldn't be by much. What to do now? You can't even handle it. How rude. Who says I can't handle it? I'll prove it to you right now. Just watch. Oh, I was just saying that. If you can run, hurry and run. Don't rush. I have a plan to deal with that beast. It was unclear whether Su Xinyue's words had provoked Yueguan or if Yueguan had truly come up with the plan himself. But Su Xinyue suddenly felt a bit anxious. Su Xinyue, I'll borrow your blood. Huh? A petal cut across Su Xinyue's arm, drawing a bit of blood. Yueguan threw that drop of blood out, and a shadow flashed past so quickly it was hard to see, causing the drop of blood to disappear. Indeed, your blood is very attractive to it. Saying this, Yueguan threw out another drop of Su Xinyue's blood, his gaze fixed firmly on it. Just before the shadow reappeared, Yueguan activated his soul skill, the breath barrier. Several petals flew out simultaneously, and at the moment the drop of blood disappeared, the soul skill was unleashed. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The night owl let out a piercing cry, and it was seen that its body was frozen in mid-air, right at the edge of the barrier, almost breaking free. A brilliant golden beam of light shot out, directly hitting the red-eyed night owl. Phew, it's finally over. Let us go check if it's really dead. Don't go over just yet. Fire another shot at it first. What if that thing is playing dead? Su Xinyue is afraid of suddenly being interrupted while trying to finish off an opponent, and Yueguan agrees with this. Indeed, then, the sixth soul skill, Golden Flower Spreading Light, causes chrysanthemum petals in the air to transform into streams of light, drifting gracefully to the ground. After a bombardment akin to a bomber laying eggs, the surrounding forest is leveled, and the battered body of the night owl lies on the ground. Still alive? Life is really cheap. Su Xinyue watched as Yueguan raised his hand, ready to unleash another attack, her eyelids twitching. Why didn't he use it just now? Oh, it's on cooldown. The area damage skills don't have that high of a damage output. Even if they hit, they might not necessarily kill. Just as Yueguan was about to unleash his attack, the night owl got back up again. Its already crimson eyes began to change, turning dark black. Its ordinary owl appearance started to transform drastically, wings growing wildly, and the 2 tufts of feathers on its head were entwined with wisps of dark energy. This is so annoying, it still has a trick up its sleeve. The Alreadi, a brilliant beam of light shot out again, but the heavily injured night owl, as if unaffected, gently flapped its wings and vanished from sight. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, with a heavy killing intent mixed in the breeze. Pressing down on Su Xinyue. What is going on? How can it still move? Yueguan shouted in despair. Chapter 68 ended with a ferocious appearance and teleportation-like speed. This red-eyed night owl was no longer something Yueguan could handle. What? That terrifying face suddenly appeared in Yueguan's eyes, its size having increased dramatically. And its claws also grew larger, directly breaking through his defensive soul technique, tearing a chunk of flesh from the arms Yueguan had crossed in front of him. My hand. This beast, I want to let you off. True spirit of martial soul, Yueguan panicked and forcefully used his true spirit of martial soul despite the backlash risk. Beast. D. Breath barrier gathering of cold blossoms, golden stamen, radiating rosy clouds, chrysanthemum withers, a bunch of flashy skills were unleashed by the furious Yueguan, leaving Su Xinyue at a loss for what to do. Elder Jew, calm down, calm down. Although Su Xinyue's consolation was of little use, she felt it was necessary to say something. The small hills around and the nearby wheat fields were devastated, all plowed through by Yueguan's bombardment. In the distance, it seemed like someone wanted to approach, but they hesitated, likely frightened by Yueguan. The rain of chrysanthemum petals formed a storm, and the night sky seemed to be illuminated by the light it emitted. It looked beautiful, but Yu Egwan's furious shouts made it seem otherwise. Go di. Yu Egwan continued to unleash his skills, but the dark figure kept weaving through them, occasionally striking at Yu Egwan. If it weren't for Yu Egwan's defensive soul technique, he would have been covered in wounds by now. Susi looked at the nearby petals and the almost invisible figure among them, secretly complaining. This chrysanthemum pass seems too weak, and the soul skills are so mixed up. On top of that, there isn't even a single enhancement-type soul skill. What were they thinking? The soul skills of the Moon Pass are all attack and defense-oriented, and the only one with an enhancement-type soul skill is the martial soul true body. No wonder there are no impressive battle records without a ghostly presence. Now, being toyed with by a nimble attacking soul beast is quite embarrassing. However, does the red-eyed night owl have a berserk skill? It wasn't mentioned in the book. The ancient texts of the Spirit Hall state that the red-eyed night owl is born agile, and at 1,000 years will awaken mental attributes. When it reaches 100,000 years, it will gain the space attribute, which is why it is said to be second only to the phoenix level. But there was no mention of a berserk-type soul skill. Elder Chrysanthemum. Wait a minute. Elder Chrysanthemum. Su Xianyue, shouted Yu Egwan. But he seemed to be in a daze, continuously unleashing his soul skills without any response. Damn. Chrysanthemum Wan. Don't call me Chrysanthemum Wan. Yu Egwan suddenly turned his head to look at Su Xianyue. Let's not talk about that for now. Later, use my blood to lure it, deliberately show a flaw, and then take it down. Yu Egwan was releasing his soul skills while listening to Su Xianyue's words. Well, I don't know if it will work again. Yu Egwan took a puddle of Su Xianyue's blood and intentionally exposed a gap in the storm of petals, then flung out that drop of blood. However, the blood was swallowed up in the petal storm, and the red-eyed night owl didn't go to catch it. It seems it has learned its lesson then. Su Xianyue looked at the bracelet on her wrist and clenched her fist. There was no other way. Elder Ju, just throw me out. What? Are you crazy? If something happens to you, I'll have to take the blame. Yu Egwan shouted, absolutely refusing to agree. Look, see this? I have a soul guide from my teacher that can withstand the attacks of Soul Douluo. I don't believe that Dead Bird has the power of Soul Douluo. Yu Egwan looked at the bracelet, still feeling conflicted, but after much hesitation, she decided to go through with it. There was no other way. It was time to take a risk. She was ready. Yu Egwan threw Su Xianyue out, and sure enough, that night owl couldn't resist the temptation and charged towards Su Xianyue. Activate. The moment Su Xianyue was thrown out, she activated the bracelet in her hand, and an invisible shield appeared around her. Yu Egwan also seized the opportunity as the nearby petals continuously compressed towards Su Xianyue's direction. Some petals supported Su Xianyue, while countless other petals formed an impenetrable space, wrapping the night owl within it. A breath barrier. Yu Egwan successfully trapped the night owl, and Su Xianyue also got a clear look at the night owl's terrifying appearance. Its feathers seemed to be corroded, messy and tattered. Its eyes turned pitch black and dim, yet a faint red light flickered within. 2 black streaks hung at the corners of its mouth, resembling bloodstains, making it look like a zombie. What the hell? How did it end up like this? So damn ugly. Su Xianyue was still in doubt when the attack from Yu Egwan arrived. It was over. The body of the red-eyed night owl was torn apart by countless petals, and finally, it disappeared in a beam of light. It was over. It was really not easy. The weak Yu Egwan slowly descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged and gasping for breath. Suddenly, his face contorted in pain, clutching his chest and convulsing all over. This was the backlash from forcibly using his martial soul true form, combined with the immense energy consumption, leaving him extremely weak. Su Xianyue also fell on her, but, ouch, but, wow, Elder Ju, what's wrong with you? Yu Egwan covered her chest, unable to speak due to the pain. Su Xianyue felt a bit of loss, but fortunately, after a period of adjustment, Yu Egwan was no longer in so much pain. Just still weak, looking like it would take a long time to recover. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyue, are you okay? Me? I'm Fine. Yu Egwan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, go find them. Yu Egwan struggled to stand up, trying to put on a proud demeanor. Su Xianyue wanted to help him, but was refused. Someone else is coming. Be careful. Su Xianyue followed the gaze of Yu Egwan and saw a few figures standing there. May I ask, is this the crown Douluo of the chrysanthemum? Flinder, followed by Zhao Wujie, stood before them. What brings you here? If there's nothing, just hurry and leave. Flinder looked around at the flat ground that Yu Egwan had plowed and turned back. Were you just fighting some soul beast, crown Douluo? Do you need to rest in my humble abode for a moment? No need. Get out of here. Yu Egwan shouted this. his face twitching, and Flinder and the others were frightened and hurriedly left. After they left, Yu Egwan's body slumped, and Su Xianyue supported him. Cough, cough. Phew, it's been a long time since I've been this embarrassed. Let's go find Xiao Nana and the others, and hurry up and leave this terrible place. Su Xianyue could clearly see the frustration in Yu Guan right now. However, when Hulaina and the others saw that the battle was over, they ran over, which saved them some effort. Elder Ju, should be fine, right? They looked at the disheveled Yu Guan, unable to help but worry. But Yu Guan only felt embarrassed. What could happen to me? Hurry up and go. Saying this, he shook off Su Xianyue's support and walked on his own. Elder Ju is fine, right? The few of them looked at Yu Guan's back, a bit concerned. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry up and leave. Wait, is there something over there? Before leaving, Yu Guan seemed to sense something and turned his head towards the direction of the dead red-eyed night owl. Beneath the black soul ring in the soil, there seemed to be something shiny. Chapter 69. Blood is poisonous. Because Yu Guan was injured, their playtime was ruined, and they had only been out for 7 or 8 days. Sai originally wanted to go see a show and listen to some music, but now there's nothing to sing about. Yin was complaining on the side, while the others were deep in thought. Su Xianyue, that beast was after your blood. Are you hiding something? Yu Guan sat cross-legged on the side to adjust his breathing and suddenly opened his eyes to ask Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue was also suspicious. Is my blood really able to attract soul beasts? Thinking about it, those soul beasts chasing me for no reason was also because of this? Looking back at the soul beasts he encountered before, they acted as if they had been injected with adrenaline upon seeing him. Su Xianyue thought this was a normal reaction of soul beasts encountering humans and didn't pay it any mind, but now that he thought about it, soul beasts that were 70 or 80,000 years old chased him all the way to Soto City, which indeed had some mystery to it. I don't know either. Let's talk about it when we get back. Su Xianyue looked up and made eye contact with several people. Su Xianyue had a look of confusion that no one could explain, and no one pursued the matter further. Well, let's talk about it when we get back. It might even be related to your slow cultivation speed. You closed her eyes and continued to adjust her breathing, and the others also stopped chatting, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. The coachman had been diligently driving for several days, and they returned to the spirit hall. In front of Bibi Dong's room, Your Holiness, Yu Guan has something to report. What is it? Just speak. Yu Guan explained the matter regarding Su Xianyue's blood, and Bibi Dong was obviously very curious about it. Su Xianyue's blood can attract soul beasts? And a red-eyed night owl, over 70,000 years old, chased you all the way out of the Stardow Forest? Yes, and that red-eyed night owl seems to be stronger than other night owls, possessing a dying frenzy soul skill, which my subordinates barely managed to fend off. Go and bring him here and find a few soul beasts. I want to conduct an experiment. Yes. The just returned Su Xianyue happily touched the storage soul guide in her hand, which had a few more items inside, earned from working for Yen. Flame furgrass. Did I end up losing out? Su Xianyue was deep in thought when suddenly, Yu Guan appeared in front of him. Su Xianyue, the Pope needs to see you. Come with me. Yu Guan directly grabbed Su Xianyue and started running in a direction. What's going on? Why the hurry? Su Xianyue looked at him in silence, while Yu Egwan casually replied, There is something, an important matter. After a while, Yu Egwan brought him to an open area where Bibi Dong was standing with her staff. Teacher, what do you need me for? Bibi Dong greeted casually, but she showed no reaction. Just wait a moment. A few minutes later, several servants came over, dragging a few cages. Inside the cages were soul beasts that had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although still alive, they looked sickly and lifeless. They wouldn't be taken from the kitchen, would they? What do you want to do with them? Su Xianyue guessed correctly. These soul beasts often appeared on his dining table, so he was naturally very familiar with them. Teacher, can we change the barbecue location? The scenery here isn't suitable. Yu Egwan laughed unkindly. Su Xianyue looked at him in confusion, then turned her head towards Bibi Dong. According to Yu Egwan, you encountered a red-eyed night owl, and it even chased you out of the Stardow Forest. He suspected that your blood attracted it, so he specifically conducted an experiment. After saying that, Yu Egwan cleanly sliced open Su Xianyue's palm and took a few drops of blood. Hey, couldn't you at least say hello before cutting? Yu Egwan ignored Su Xianyue's complaint, using his soul power to carry the drops of blood over to the soul beasts. Strangely, those seemingly sickly soul beasts suddenly perked up upon smelling the blood, howling wildly and continuously banging against the iron cage. A few servants nearby were so scared that they quickly took out their weapons to stop it, but were blocked by Bibi Dong. Everyone disperse. Then, she gestured to Yu Egwan, who nodded and divided the blood in his hand, tossing portions into the mouths of the soul beasts. The soul beasts looked greedy, staring intently at the blood, and once it fell into their mouths, they displayed an expression of enjoyment. Why do I feel like this looks so terrifying? Susi looked at the soul beasts and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. After swallowing Susi's blood, the group of soul beasts seemed to become much more active, completely changing from their previous state. It seems that your blood indeed has an attraction for soul beasts, but unfortunately, this alone cannot determine anything. As for the peculiarities surrounding Susi, even the rich information of the spirit hall could not uncover anything. And now, there was one more thing they couldn't understand. The only things that could attract soul beasts, apart from those powerful beast martial souls, were none other than that. But your martial soul is a sword. While Bibi Dong was still pondering, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a piercing scream. What is going on? Bibi Dong, disturbed, shouted angrily in the direction of the sound. In front of them, the soul beasts in the cage seemed to go mad, struggling wildly with grotesque faces. They could clearly see that the eyes of the soul beast were starting to turn black, spreading from the outer ring inward, their fur appearing as if it was being corroded, with large patches falling off, while some became tangled and messy. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The servant beside them was desperately trying to suppress the frenzied soul beast, but was waved off by Bibi Dong. There's no need to stop them. I want to see what is going on. The frenzied soul beast began to change in size, continuously expanding and becoming even more ferocious. Their fangs and claws grew longer and darker, and thick saliva flowed uncontrollably. One of the 100-year-old rat soul beasts let out a roar and directly broke open the iron cage that held it, charging towards Susi. With a whoosh, several sharp petals surrounded the rat like a meat grinder, shredding it to pieces, leaving behind a pile of dark meat paste and thick blood, along with a soul ring. What is happening? Susi hid behind Bibi Dong, peeking out to look at the frenzied soul beasts in the cages ahead. This was just like that bird's frenzy skill. Could it be that Susi's blood caused these creatures to become like this? They all stared at Susi. Do you believe me if I say I don't know what is going on? Looking at the innocent-looking Susi, they didn't know what to say. Bibi Dong took a bit of Susi's blood and put it in a small jade vial, then sent him away. You can go back and rest now. Feeling inexplicably confused, Susi left just like that, while Bibi Dong pondered over the blood, and Yuguan was struggling with something at that moment. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind and took out 2 items from his storage soul guide. Your Holiness, this is the harvest from this trip. Soul bones? 2 pieces? What luck did you have? Besides the body bone of that giant python, there's also the skull of the red-eyed night owl. Soul bones are still quite rare now, with the body bone and skull being the most precious, of course excluding external soul bones. Chapter 70. Searching for ways to upgrade soul bones. Bibi Dong looked at the 2 pieces of soul bone in her hand, which were not even the size of a palm, and then glanced at Yuguan. These are your spoils, contributed to the Spirit Hall. Do you have any complaints? This subordinate does not dare. Serving the Spirit Hall loyally is my responsibility. Even though he said that, how could Yuguan really have no complaints at all? Bibi Dong certainly knew this, and she handed the ancient body bone to Yuguan. Soul bones are so precious, yet you willingly submit it without complaint. It wouldn't be right not to give you some benefits. Yuguan cautiously extended his hand, somewhat unable to believe it. He looked up at Bibi Dong, and upon seeing her slowly nod, he took the body bone. Thank you, Your Holiness, this subordinate will certainly serve you diligently. They all understood the value of soul bones, and they didn't have the protagonist's halo. Having an ancient soul bone was already a stroke of luck, especially for someone like Yuguan who didn't have a single soul bone. Most of the rare soul bones in the Spirit Hall were reserved for the younger generation, and opportunities for them to compete for such things were quite rare in the current world. Therefore, there was no need to mention how happy Yuguan was to obtain a soul bone. However, the frenzied soul beasts beside them had gone silent. When they turned their heads to look, all the soul beasts were bleeding from their 7 orifices and had already died, their faces extremely terrifying. At this moment, in Susi's room, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating, with scattered boxes nearby, containing some herbs, though there weren't many left. Susi's soul power began to weaken, and then he opened his eyes, picked up the last handful of herbs from the box in front of him, stuffed them into his mouth, and continued to cultivate. After more than 10 minutes, he opened his eyes again. Still no good. Why is it so hard to level up? 1 second he was cultivating, and the next he was lying on the bed, pounding the bedboard in frustration. His painfully slow cultivation speed nearly drove Su Xianyue to the brink of collapse. Just as the bedboard was about to break, he seemed to make up his mind. Once I reach level 30, I'll focus on strengthening my physical body. Leveling up can go to hell, I won't indulge it anymore. He jumped off the bed and released his soul rings to take a look. 2 black soul rings slowly appeared behind him, and Su Xianyue controlled the first soul ring to float in front of him. The soul of that bird seemed to be quite nourishing, instantly reaching 10,000 years. And moreover, his physical attributes had increased significantly. Su Xianyue clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body. When he upgraded his first soul ring to 10,000 years, the remaining soul energy was completely absorbed by his body, which caused his physical strength to become somewhat uncontrollable again. Su Xianyue reached out and picked up the box from the bed. After bringing it in front of her, she exerted a little force. With a crack, the wooden box shattered. Su Xianyue looked at the fragments of the box, her eyelids twitching. Time to get back to the old profession. Su Xianyue was still in the process of training to control his strength. At this moment, Tang San was doing push-ups with a large stone on his back, sweating profusely and his face turning red from the strain, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Yu Xiaojiang watched him from the side, wanting to say something but hesitating. It was simple physical training, yet Tang San seemed almost possessed, as he couldn't calm down to cultivate. He was more about venting his anger. Finally, Tang San couldn't hold on any longer and nearly fell over. But Yu Xiaojiang quickly pushed the stone off his back. Xiao San, that's enough, take a break. Tang San gasped for breath, picked up a water bottle beside him, and drank. After wiping his mouth, he looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who wore a worried expression. I'm sorry, teacher, for making you worry, but I can't help it. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Is it worth it? You're like this now, and the one who took Xiao Wu is. Never mind. Teacher, who exactly took Xiao Wu? Who was that person that day? Flender and Yu Xiaojiang didn't mention that the Spirit Hall had taken Xiao Wu, fearing that Tang San would act recklessly and put himself in danger. You don't need to know that now. Just know that at least for the next few years, she is safe. It's good to work hard on cultivation, but you also need to pay attention to your health. Go rest. Yu Xiaojing quickly changed the subject and left, leaving Tang San feeling confused and worried, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, a tall figure draped in a cloak appeared behind him, a large hand resting on his shoulder. Xiao San. Huh, Dad? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang San quickly turned around. He saw Tang Hao take off his hood, revealing his weathered face. Before Tang San could ask him anything, Tang Hao spoke first. I know about your situation. Although these matters are still too early for you, I hope they can become your motivation to move forward. Also, I will stay here for a while to teach you proper cultivation methods. After not seeing Tang Hao for a long time, Tang San felt a surge of emotions, unsure of how to express them. Dad, will you help me? You are my son. Who else would I help? I like your future daughter-in-law too, so of course, I'll help. Are you ready to accept my guidance? Tang Hao's sharp eyes looked at Tang San, and at that moment, Tang San felt that this person in front of him was completely different from the drunken old man he remembered. He suddenly felt a sense of confidence and security. A smile appeared on Tang San's face, and the confusion he had felt moments ago vanished, leaving only determination in his eyes. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. I have always been prepared. Time flew by, and a few months later, 13-year-old Su Xianyue stared blankly out the window at the greenery in the warm sunlight. I'm so bored. His daily routine consisted of eating, drinking, and training, with no other entertainment whatsoever. In a few months, Su Xianyue had managed to level up, now at level 29 and about to reach 30. But he suspected that reaching 30 would take a long time. Is there a quick way to level up? Soul power could only enhance soul, ring age, and physical fitness, and couldn't be used to increase cultivation. The herbs for leveling up were useless, and the herbs he got from Yen were all used up, along with his own resources, which were of no help. Could it be? I have to go to Douluo to scrounge for some immortal herbs? But what reason could I use? There was no news from the Spirit Hall indicating that Douluo had immortal herbs, and he didn't even know how to explain how he found out. Go to the Sunset Forest and accidentally stumble into Douluo's territory? But that poison array is also a problem, and it's all around defensive. Once again lost in confusion, Su Xianyue helplessly rested his head on his desk. Then, suddenly he jumped up. Forget it. I should just give it a try. He immediately ran to Bai Dong to ask for permission. Go to the Sunset Forest? What on earth for? I want to go train alone. And the Stardow Forest is too dangerous, so I'm worried about my teacher being concerned, and then the Ghost Elder might be sent after me. So I plan to go to the slightly safer sunset forest. Although having a ghost following him made it much safer, his true motive would be obvious. The soul beasts in the sunset forest were only a few tens of thousands of years old, and there weren't any dangerous soul beasts like the red-eyed night owl, so it was much safer. Susi could carefully open his martial soul inside without any problems. After pondering for a moment, Bai Dong slowly replied, "No." Chapter 71. 71 in the end, Bai Dong agreed, but the ghost still followed him. "Hey, kid, you seem to really dislike me." "No, absolutely not." With that expression, "Do you dare to look at me and say it again?" On the carriage, Susi looked at the ghost sitting in front of him, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "I really don't." "Still saying you don't? Do you think I want to babysit this little brat?" After some bickering, they fell silent again. Originally, with the ghost following them, Bai Dong had planned to let them go to the Stardow Forest, because the Sunset Forest was just too far. But Susi was adamant about going to the Sunset Forest, reasoning that he was afraid of encountering soul beasts like the red-eyed night owl, and wanted to level up a bit more before heading to the Stardow Forest. Thus, Susi embarked on his quest for immortal herbs. "I need to think of a way to find Douluo's mountain peak." The Sunset Forest was quite large, making it difficult to locate Douluo's mountain. Meanwhile, the ghost was watching Susi, who was lost in thought. "I say, you aren't really afraid of the soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, are you? You actually ran all the way to the Sunset Forest, where there's an annoying old poison master lurking around." Susi looked up at the ghostly figure, seemingly recalling something, and gave him an adorably puzzled smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing, just thinking of something happy." Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" The Sunset Forest, a place with a completely different style from the Starry Forest, though it was also filled with vibrant life, still felt like something was missing. "Just to make it clear, I won't intervene unless you are in danger." Got it, you all sound the same, so nagging." Susi waved her hand impatiently and walked on her own. The Sunset Forest is also one of the 3 main gathering places for soul beasts, but it is the smallest in area and has the fewest soul beasts. Although it can't be said that soul beasts are visible everywhere, at least after walking a distance. One can see some. However, they did not attack Susi, probably because their levels were too low to sense the attraction from her. As she walked, Susi turned to ask the ghostly figure beside her, "By the way, what did you mean by that old poison master you mentioned before?" "He's a titled Douluo who uses poison with a strange personality. You'd better not get involved with him, or who knows when you might die. Not even I can predict. The poison from Douluo can only be cured by himself and Tang San. If Susi got hit, no one in the Spirit Hall could cure it. Of course, whether he dares to provoke the Spirit Hall is another matter. So, in which direction is he? Let's avoid him. To the north." Susi's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and the ghostly figure glanced at him, but he quickly returned to normal. Did he just smile? Why does it feel a bit strange? Susi drew a concept map in her mind. They were coming from the southeast. When the time comes, they just need to take a detour and then say they got lost, arriving without anyone noticing. Ahem, just take a detour, take a detour. The soul beasts encountered on the way weren't very old, mostly around 1,000 years, and Susi dispatched them with a few swift sword strikes. "Phew, it's getting late. Let's find a place to spend the night." After killing a soul beast, Susi sheathed her sword and looked up at the red sunset. She exhaled. Hui Mei, crouching on a nearby tree, also glanced at the sky. Indeed, it was getting late. There was a cave over there that looked quite suitable. "So let's stay there for the night." Gue Mei raised a hand and pointed in a direction. They walked to the entrance of the cave, and a strong, foul odor wafted out from inside. "What the hell is that smell?" Susi swore that this was the most intoxicating smell he had ever encountered. It seemed to be a soul beast's nest. The scent was strong, but it was safe inside, as there were no soul beasts present. Probably they had all gone out. "Let's go in." "What? No way. What if I get suffocated in here at night with such a strong smell?" After saying this, Gue Mei prepared to walk in, while Susi protested from a spot. "Are you sure you don't want to go in?" Gue Mei glanced back at him. Susi would rather freeze to death. I'd rather be eaten by a soul beast outside than enter such a stinky hole." 1 minute later, "Wow, it's actually quite warm. Why didn't you take that thing out earlier?" Inside the cave, there was a bonfire, and Susi sat to one side, stretching his hands to warm them by the fire with a blissful expression. Gue Mei held a small bottle in his hand, sprinkling some powder around. "This is the special deodorizing powder given by old Jew. I thought he would give you some too. That stingy guy wouldn't give me this. Last time I asked him for some honey to brew tea, he was so stingy, only giving me a small bottle." The bonfire crackled as it burned the wood. You should rest first. I'll keep watch. After spreading the powder around, May sat in front of the fire. It's only just getting dark. How can I sleep? It was around 6 or 7 in the evening. Who goes to bed this early? May examined a tuft of hair closely. This cave should belong to a 10,000-year-old tiger-type soul beast. It's not something to be afraid of. Gurgle, gurgle. Elder Ghost, do you have anything to eat? May. So I really have become your nanny. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The next morning, a large chunk of tiger meat became their breakfast. It had a sour taste and was particularly tough to chew, but otherwise, it was okay. Poor tiger, its den was occupied, and it had become breakfast. So, how many days do you plan to stay here? The two continued wandering in the forest, and May asked Su Xianyue, who was still gnawing on a piece of meat beside him. Once we're done playing, we'll go back. Inner PS. I need to think of a reason to go to Douluo to get a root of a mortal herb. Su Xianyue was still pondering how to get to the ice and fire Yin-Yang. I had to find some immortal herbs when a soul beast suddenly jumped out in front of her. The soul beast roared at them, startling Su Xianyue. Damn it, you scare me. Taking a big leap back, Su Xianyue looked at the soul beast, and information about it flashed through her mind. A human-faced demon spider? Looks like it's 6,000 years old. Hey kid, can you handle this? The ghostly figure had already floated not far away, and the purpose of that human-faced demon spider was clearly aimed at Su Xianyue. I said if I can't, will you help me? Su Xianyue turned around and shouted at the ghostly figure, who was sitting in a tree, looking like they were watching a show. No way. Unless you're about to die. Then say something. Su Xianyue dodged the attacks of the face-devouring spider while contemplating how to deal with it. The face-devouring spider would make a good spirit ring, but unfortunately, I haven't reached that level yet, and I don't feel any attraction to it. It's better to run if I can. A 6,000-year-old face-devouring spider, although it doesn't have skills like invisibility yet, has a tough shell, and its speed and poison are quite troublesome. Plus, I don't need its spirit ring, so fighting it would be a thankless task. Su Xianyue didn't plan to fight, but the human-faced demon spider did. It suddenly lunged forward, its massive body crashing down in front of Su Xianyue. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have turned into mush. Then, the human-faced demon spider swiftly followed up with a seamless, instant web attack. Wow. Chapter 72. I'm poisoned. Good reason a huge spider web suddenly appeared, and Su Xianyue was caught off guard and wrapped up in it, as she watched the human-faced demon spider open its ghastly mouth and lunge at her. Su Xianyue raised her sword and thrust it through the web toward its eyes, but she also got scratched by its sharp fangs on the sides. The specter couldn't stand by any longer and fired several black energy balls, sending the human-faced demon spider flying. The severely injured spider fell to the side, having lost 2 of its 8 legs, and its shell was cracked from the previous attack. How are you so weak? You almost got bitten to death. Why don't you give it a try? At level 29, if you fight this thing, you'll probably get killed instantly. The specter and Su Xianyue bickered, but at the same time, they helped him sit cross-legged on the ground and began to channel energy to force the poison out. What are you doing? Getting the poison out of you. The human-faced demon spider is full of poison. You know that, right? Are you sure this will work? The poison from the human-faced demon spider spreads very quickly. You can still talk, which means the poison hasn't spread too far yet. It can be forced out. I've read books. Don't try to fool me. I've never heard of forcing out the poison from the human-faced demon spider using soul power. And why didn't you act sooner? Now that I'm poisoned, you only decide to act. If I die, you won't have a good time either. You might as well go find that old poison you mentioned. Shut up. All right. Su Xianyue felt a bit anxious. The poison of the human-faced demon spider was ridiculously strong. Just looking at Tang San's 1,000-year-old poison was enough to tell, let alone this 6,000-year-old one. However, May's mind was filled with questions at the moment. Strange. Where's the poison? The poison of a human-faced demon spider? It's gone? May had his hands behind Su Xianyue for a long time, and Su Xianyue was getting a bit bored. So he turned his head and asked him, "Hey, are you done? If not, what's with that expression?" May frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked anxious, which made Su Xianyue completely panic. "It's over, it's hopeless, isn't it? I told you long ago that this poison couldn't be forced out. It's over, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and who says you're hopeless? Get up. Get up. I'll take you to see that old poison master." May kicked Su Xianyue, who was sitting on the ground holding his head in panic, and moved in a certain direction on his own. Su Xianyue looked at his back with disdain and then jogged to catch up. "What's going on? Do I still have a chance? I don't know your situation. I didn't find the poison of the human-faced demon spider in your body. I don't know what's going on. I can only take you to see that old poison master. Honestly, I really don't want to get involved with that guy. Huh? Why? That person is too cold and ruthless. Not just me, but basically no one in the title Douluo circle likes dealing with him. Su Xianyue, you like to play tricks too, don't you? ISNT this, just like a turtle laughing at a green bean? What kind of expression is that? Oh dear, I'm dizzy. I don't know what is wrong with me. Discovered by the ghostly figure, Su Xianyue starts to play dumb. The ghostly figure naturally sees through Su Xianyue's act, but he can't guarantee that the poison from the faceless demon spider, 1T, suddenly burst out. So he grabs Su Xianyue by the back of his collar and starts to speed up. Meanwhile, the faceless demon spider, forgotten by them, reveals its dark, venomous eyes, staring intently in the direction they left, with a small pool of blood left by the injured Su Xianyue nearby. You say, how do we get in? The ghostly figure and Su Xianyue stop in front of a place, and Su Xianyue, seeing the dark green mist ahead, knows that it is the lair of Douluo. Move a little to the side. The ghostly figure says to Su Xianyue, and Su Xianyue, looking puzzled, takes a few steps back. Once Su Xianyue moves a bit further away, the ghostly figure immediately releases his martial spirit, unleashing a powerful wave of soul power. Old poison, I have something to discuss with you. The ghostly figure's hoarse voice sends a loud sound wave forward using his soul power. After the shout, a voice comes from all directions. ISNT that the famous ghost Douluo? What brings you to my place? And you brought a little kid along. Douluo's slightly teasing voice appears. Stop playing tricks on me. Come out. I have something to discuss with you. The ghostly figure looks grimly in a certain direction, for which a figure leaps out. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Whereas your chrysanthemum pass, you can't do anything to me. Douluo, dressed in a forgiving green, appears before them. His slender body and slightly glowing green eyes make Su Xianyue feel a chill down his spine. Who said I was here to fight? It's him. He has been poisoned by the faceless demon spider and wants to ask you if there is a problem. Douluo turns his gaze to Su Xianyue, his eyes staring directly at him, making Su Xianyue feel even colder. After looking for a while, he turns his head back. Ghost, are you trying to amuse yourself at my expense? This kid looks lively. How could he possibly be poisoned? And it's the faceless demon spider? Also, why do you think I would help him with the antidote? At most, I'll give you some benefits. Douluo scans Su Xianyue again and, seeing the scab wounds on him, slightly nods. I see, but you're poisoned and yet there's nothing wrong with you. Logically, you should be unconscious by now. Kid, how many fingers am I holding up? This chapter ISNT over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Douluo raises 2 fingers, and Su Xianyue rolls his eyes in silence. 2. It seems your mind is still quite clear. Since you wanted to take action, there is still time now. Let us discuss the reward issue, and the grudge from before can't be easily dismissed. Then, they have a casual chat. Su Xianyue doesn't know what the ghostly figure promised him, but they quickly reach a consensus. Ha, it's a deal. Kid, come inside with me. As for you, stay outside. I can't trust you to go in and do anything. Douluo laughs heartily and says to the ghostly figure, no way. I have to keep an eye on him. At most, you can poison him. If I make any moves, just kill him with the poison. Good idea. Su Xianyue immediately protested, hey, did you get my consent? However, the protest was futile, as Douluo still threw a handful of powder onto Su Xianyue's face. Su Xianyue, I. The ghost and Su Xianyue held the pill given by Douluo in their mouths, passed through the poison array, and soon arrived at Douluo's residence. A small wooden house. The antidote for the human-faced demon spider. Let me look for it. Douluo was rummaging through a wall full of drawers. Oh no, the white scorpion grass is used up. Wait a moment, I'll go gather some. Gather some? Is this going to the eye of ice and fire? Su Xianyue followed without saying a word. Douluo turned to look at him. Kid, why are you following me? I'm curious about your medicinal herbs. I want to take a look. Is that not allowed? Douluo glanced at the ghostly figure that had followed him and sternly reprimanded. No, go back. Otherwise, I won't treat you. Chapter 73. The strange purple flower. Douluo sent Su Xianyue back, then leaped into a valley. Su Xianyue was left standing there, twitching at the corners of his mouth. So stingy. With no choice, he returned to the small wooden house and sat there, bored and dazed. Before long, Douluo returned, holding a handful of herbs. Wait a moment, the antidote will be ready soon. Saying this, Douluo threw a pile of strange-looking herbs into a furnace, along with various dried snakes, insects, mice, and ants. You're not going to use poison to counteract poison, are you? Of course. I'm a dignified poison Douluo, using poison to counteract poison. If you don't want to, Just hurry up and get lost. Su Xianhua looked at the large stove where oil was heating up, the colorful mush, and the pungent smell. It was clearly not something a person could drink. Douluo. Watching Su Xianhua pinch her nose, torn between curiosity and fear, laughed and said, "Don't be fooled by its appearance. Actually, it tastes. Tastes better? It tastes even worse." Before long, the mush was ready, and Douluo scooped a bowl and handed it to Su Xianhua. "Drink it quickly, you ghost. Don't forget what you promised me." The ghost disdainfully clicked its tongue and turned its head away, saying nothing. Su Xianhua was still holding that bowl of dark, gooey paste, looking as if she wanted to vomit, but couldn't. "This is sesame paste. This is sesame paste. This is sesame paste." Su Xianhua kept hypnotizing herself, then tremblingly raised her head and took a sip. A burst of the smell of old socks exploded from her mouth, and after finishing the drink, she felt like her mouth wasn't even her own anymore. "Can't you make something that is colorless and tasteless?" Su Xianhua was gagging, while Douluo was tidying up his alchemy furnace. "It takes several kinds of herbs to make something colorless and tasteless. Are you paying?" Douluo revealed a somewhat satisfying smile. "No, you can do it." "Then why? You get what you pay for. Enough of this. Drink the medicine and leave quickly. Don't bother me." Douluo began to send guests off, and Mei was also pulling Su Xianhua to leave. "Just drink the medicine and hurry up." Su Xianhua held the medicine in her hands, her deadpan eyes fixated on the lump of paste inside, motionless as she pondered. "Su Xianhua? Su Xianhua. I got it. Huh? What's wrong?" Mei called Su Xianhua twice, and she suddenly stood up. "What did you figure out? Hurry up and drink the medicine and go out." But Su Xianhua ignored him and ran in front of Douluo. Senior Poison, do you have any herbs that can help with cultivation? I'll buy them." Douluo was still organizing the bottles and jars from the recent alchemy. "Herbs that help with cultivation? How would I know what herbs are for cultivation? Go away. Don't bother me. Don't be like that. It's okay if you don't know. I do. Just take me to your herb garden to pick some, right? They have a grudge against you, but I don't. At worst, I just want to go against you in the future." At this moment, Douluo looked up and scrutinized him. Fine, but you can only pick one." "Huh? Can't I pick more? Don't even think about it." After some persuasion from Su Xianhua, she finally obtained a qualification to select one type of celestial herb. Fortunately, Douluo didn't recognize the value of the herbs in his garden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Unfortunately, since I'm not familiar with him and don't understand herbs, I can't treat him like Tang San did to obtain a celestial herb. The Spirit Hall also keeps its distance from Douluo. Otherwise, they would have just taken them by force. Just thinking about how many celestial herbs will go to Tang San, while I can only choose one for myself, is quite frustrating. "You actually want to deal with herbs here, when the Spirit Hall can get any herbs they want. You insist on doing it here. You don't understand." Mei and Su Xianhua followed Douluo into the herb garden, where there were many beautiful herbs. But Mei was even less knowledgeable and didn't recognize any of them. They are all unfamiliar to me. If only old Ju were here. He would understand these things better." Su Xianhua didn't pay attention to the ghosts and wandered among the flowers and plants on her own. "This, I don't recognize. This, I also don't recognize." These herbs looked completely beyond her understanding. Many of them were things she had never seen before. Soon, they arrived at a hot spring where light blue and bright orange intersected. The ice and fire eyes. No wonder she had just smelled the stench of rotten eggs. It turned out to be the smell of sulfur. Su Xianhua stared wide-eyed at the two-colored spring water converging into a Tai Chi pattern in front of her. And the most striking features were the two opposing plants on either side. "How is it? Have you made your choice?" Douluo began to urge her. But Su Xianhua had not yet decided which one to pick. "Don't rush me, I'm still thinking." As Su Xianhua was deep in thought, suddenly a strange feeling emerged, and he abruptly raised his head. There was again that feeling. This intense sensation of being drawn in had already led Su Xianhua to sweet rewards twice before, and now that it had appeared again, it indicated that there was something nearby that was very suitable for him. Su Xianhua kept walking forward and finally stopped at the entrance of a cave not far away. "Huh, there's a cave here? I never noticed it before. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Douluo looked at the small cave, which wasn't very big, inside a few times. This place is relatively remote, and Douluo had never been here. The cave was 1 meter high, and one had to crawl inside. But what attracted Su Xianhua was inside. Su Xianhua dove in without saying a word. The cave was very narrow, damp but not disgusting, and there was no mud. After crawling for a while, it became pitch black, and Su Xianhua couldn't see the way. However, after crawling a bit further, a wisp of faint purple light came into view. Finally, Susi reached an open area where a strange purple flower stood quietly, emitting a soft purple glow. Purple. Is it a ghost flower? Outside, the ghostly figure and Douluo waited for a while, when suddenly a faint roar came from a distance. It was so quiet that an ordinary person wouldn't hear it, but their tidal Douluo hearing was just fine. Oh no, a soul beast has broken in. Then you go. Let's go together. A soul beast that can break into my poison formation is hard for me to handle alone. Douluo was worried. Usually, even tidal Douluo wouldn't dare to breach his poison formation. A soul beast that would dare to charge and must have some strength, and Douluo was quite concerned. If he went in to fight the soul beast and ended up in a mutual destruction, these two would take advantage of the situation. The ghostly figure refused. My mission is to ensure Su Xinyue's safety. You. Fine. I'll waive the payment for that herb. Just hurry up and come with me. That kid is safer in this cave than we are. Douluo couldn't wait any longer and directly grabbed the ghostly figure's collar and started to leave. The ghostly figure broke free from Douluo's grip, thought for a moment, and decided to follow along. They had just left when Su Xinyue emerged from the cave. I found. Huh? Where is everyone? I just heard voices. Hello. Sawis Ka, the ghostly figure, and Douluo arrived at the place where the soul beast had intruded. Found it right there. Following Douluo's direction, they saw a giant spider emitting black mist, wildly causing destruction. Chapter 74. Tang San. Let me give you some extra. Help. A completely black spider was ignoring Douluo's poison formation and wreaking havoc. Upon seeing the two arrive, it let out a roar and leaped toward them. Its massive body shot toward them like a missile. After dodging, they were able to see the spider clearly. This is a man-faced demon spider? Is it mutated? How did it turn out like this? Douluo recognized the giant spider at a glance. It was indeed the man-faced demon spider. Looking at its human face, with 6,000 years of age and those injured eyes, it was unmistakable, the very one they had encountered before. But how did it become like this? Could it be that? The ghostly figure suddenly recalled that Su Xinyue had been injured, and blood must have been left at the scene. The man-faced demon spider must have gone mad after drinking Su Xinyue's blood. This is bad, I was careless. No matter. A 6,000-year-old beast in a frenzy is probably not much different from a 10,000-year soul beast. The ghostly figure muttered to itself, while Douluo had already started fighting the man-faced demon spider. Soon, the ghostly figure also went to help. Meanwhile, Su Xinyue sat in front of the purple flower she had picked, lost in thought. Su Xinyue dug up the soil along with the flower, which was still radiating light. The question was, how should I absorb it? Should I just eat it? Su Xinyue, who had no knowledge of medicine, was troubled about how to take this flower, but after thinking for a moment, her attention was unconsciously drawn to the other celestial herbs. So many celestial herbs. What a pity for Tang San. After planning to continue thinking about how to absorb this flower, Su Xinyue suddenly remembered something and turned to look at those celestial herbs. I suddenly had a bold idea. Su Xinyue took out her sword and walked towards the nearest fairy herb. With her first soul skill, Curse Feather, a feather landed on the fairy herb, and as Su Xinyue's will stirred, the feather surprisingly transformed into an energy form and directly drilled into the fairy herb. Well, I just don't know if this curse will transfer. Forget it, keeping it for a few years should be fine. If worst comes to worst, I'll deal with it then. Su Xinyue had long been prepared to go against Shrek, although he personally preferred to observe Tang San and the Wuhuan Hall as an outsider. He still needed to make the necessary preparations. His first soul skill could transform into an energy form and reside in the target unit, activated when needed. This was a method developed by Su Xinyue himself. As a normal modern person, his creativity was naturally much stronger than that of the rustic people in Douluo continent. There was no soul skill he couldn't develop. He could even make down jackets out of feathers, although it would consume a lot of soul power. Looking at the celestial herbs scattered on the ground, Su Xinyue leaped up, and in an instant, countless black feathers fell like snowflakes, covering everything. Each celestial herb had at least 4 or 5 feathers landing on it. Su Xinyue raised his index and middle fingers to form a seal, and all those feathers merged into the celestial herbs. As for the ones on the ground, with a wave of his hand, they all dissipated. It should be useful. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if I had to fight Tang San later. Su Xinyue's idea was to put the curse into the celestial herb, and when Tang San and the others absorbed both the herb and the curse, they would have no way to get rid of the curse. But this was just a theory, as Su Xinyue had never put it into practice. Well, I just hope it works. All right, I almost forgot about those two plants in the eye of ice and fire. After confirming that there were no omissions, Su Xianhua pondered. Right? What reaction will my blood have when it touches the celestial herb? Without hesitation, Su Xianhua bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall on the closest herb. The bright red blood fell onto the leaf of the herb and instantly merged into it. At first, the herb showed no signs of change, but a few seconds later, it withered instantly. Oh my! I acted impulsively. Although this was within Su Xianhua's expectations, she didn't expect it to wither so quickly. Looking at the withered celestial herb, Su Xianhua, in a panic, directly pulled it up and threw it into the fire spring of the eye of ice and fire. And at that moment, the fire spring burned the withered herb. After dealing with it, Su Xianhua wiped her sweat and whistled as if nothing had happened and left. What she didn't know was that after the herb was burned, a small drop of bright red blood was left, mixed in the fire spring, but it did not dissipate. Meanwhile, Douluo and the others had dealt with the human-faced magic spider. It's done. It should be dead for sure. Mei looked at the shattered body of the spider, while Douluo's expression remained stern. This human-faced magic spider actually wasn't afraid of my poison. How could this be? I need to study this carefully. After taking a few pieces of spider flesh, Douluo returned with Mei. I said, you should leave now. How long do you plan to stay? Do you think I want you to stay? The two said little, and, after finishing up, they passed through the poison formation and returned. Douluo walked straight to the eye of ice and fire, pulled Su Xianhua out, and threw her to Mei, then began to send them off. You two should hurry and leave. I'm very busy. Mei was eager to leave, so she took Su Xianhua away. Douluo watched their retreating figures and reminded them, remember to send the reward over. It won't be less than your share. The silhouettes of Mei and Su Xianhua gradually faded away into the jungle, while Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Su Xianhua's back with a grin, seemingly pleased about something. After a long time, he furrowed his brow and took out a segment of the human-faced magic spider's limb to examine it closely. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I need to study this carefully, otherwise. Douluo seemed to think of something terrible, shook his head, and walked into a small wooden house. Wait, no, that kid wouldn't he have taken several kinds of herbs, right? I actually forgot to check. Oh well, let us deal with the important matters first. Su Xianhua held a small cloth bag containing some soil, with a purple spider lily planted inside. Cradled in her hands. Being a living thing, it couldn't be stored in a storage soul guide, and had to be held. You chose this thing? Although it looks quite nice, do you know its effects? The ghostly figure looked at the palm-sized flower, and, as he stared, a chilling feeling suddenly washed over him, causing him to step back in fear. Su Xianhua was also startled by the sudden appearance of the ghostly charm. Come on, don't scare me like that. I thought there was a soul beast. The ghostly charm stared warily at the flower. I can sense a dangerous aura from this thing. Are you sure you want to take it? Su Xianhua also looked at the flower in her hand, but apart from a sense of longing, she felt nothing else. Of course, she didn't know how to absorb it. Otherwise, she would have done it already. Eating it directly didn't seem right either. Should she take it back to brew tea? Spiritual herbs all have special methods of use, and Su Xianhua was completely clueless. What if she wasted it by using it recklessly? She decided to take it back and ask old Ju. He should understand. The ghostly figure looked at the flower and couldn't help but think. This flower is surprisingly terrifying. It's probably not an ordinary item. I didn't expect that Douluo had such a precious thing. The purple flower continued to emit a faint purple light, looking particularly enchanting in the darkness. Su Xianhua occasionally glanced at it, feeling puzzled about why she felt that kind of attraction to this flower. The same feeling she had when she was drawn to soul beasts while obtaining soul rings. Could it be a soul ring? Chapter 75. Purple Me, you horror flower. They didn't linger for long and moved straight back in the direction they came from. The carriage stopped in Tiando City. Tiando City is not far from here, and there aren't any small towns nearby the Sunset Forest, so they could only stop in Tiando City. Tiando City. Qianren should be here, right? Should I go take a look? Forget it. There's nothing much to do anyway. Su Xianhua and Qianren have a good relationship, but their time together has only been a few short days, yet she still misses her. Stop wandering around and go back. After finding the carriage and coachman at the inn, the two hurriedly made their way back. After several days of travel, finally arrived. I almost suffocated sitting in the carriage. Su Xianhua, who finally returned to the spirit hall, wanted to lie down for a while, but was dragged away by Mei. First, figure out the flower in your hand. Can't you let me rest for a bit? Why don't you take the flower and ask? I'll just take a nap. Guei turned back and forced a smile. Don't even think about it. You hold on to this. It seems Guei is quite disdainful of the flower, while Su Xianyue reluctantly followed her to Yueguan's residence. In a manner filled with a riot of colors, various flowers were in full bloom. As the spring breeze blew, a shower of petals danced in the air. Yueguan was humming a tune while watering the plants. Upon sensing their arrival, he turned to look at them. Oh, little Mei, what brings you to my place today? Su Xianyue is here too, and she brought. Huh? Yueguan greeted playfully, but when he saw the flower in Su Xianyue's hand, his eyes widened. Of course, it wasn't out of joy, but could it be? Stop right there. Don't bring it in. What's wrong? Su Xianyue placed the flower in her hand at the door and walked inside. Do you recognize that flower? Guei pointed to the flower at the door and looked at the panicked Yuguan. If I'm not mistaken, that is the legendary most terrifying flower, the Zimi Yofu flower. Where did you get it? Yuguan looked panicked, while Guei and Su Xianyue exchanged confused glances. Yuguan observed their expressions, and her furrowed brows showed no signs of relaxing. I've seen it in ancient texts. This is the flower that can strip away the life and soul. If you stay near it for too long, any living being's soul will be directly drawn away and turned into its nourishment. Shouldn't this flower be extinct? Where did you get it? Su Xianyue had a look of enlightenment, mouth agape. Oh, it really is like a small knife cutting the butt. So, this flower is quite suitable for me then. Hey, Su Xianyue, you don't really want to swallow it, do you? I advise you not to. If something goes wrong, it could be disastrous. Yuguan looked at Su Xianyue and immediately knew what he was thinking, quickly trying to persuade him. It's fine. How could anything happen? I'm going back first. Seeing that Su Xianyue was about to leave, Guei and Yuguan hurriedly grabbed him by the arms. This thing is very dangerous. You really don't want to consume it, do you? If you want to use it, you have to consult the Pope first. She's your teacher, and her approval is necessary. Su Xianyue, in front of Bibidong's room. Teacher, are you there? What's the matter? Bibidong suddenly appeared behind Su Xianyue, blocking the sunlight that was shining on him. Su Xianyue turned her head and looked at Bibidong under the sun, raising the flower in her hand. Teacher, I want to absorb this flower. Do you agree? Su Xianyue spoke straightforwardly, while Bibidong looked at the flower in Su Xianyue's hand. Her originally cold gaze suddenly trembled. This is the Zimi Yofu flower? Where did you get it? Oh, I asked for it when I went to Douluo to detoxify, but that Douluo didn't recognize its value and thought it was just an ordinary herb. Su Xianyue had a cunning merchant's expression, while Bibidong always wore a serious frown. Xianyue, you'd better get rid of this thing. It's too dangerous. Huh, I know, but my intuition tells me this is very suitable for me. You know, my intuition has always been accurate. Bibidong looked at the expressionless Su Xianyue, then glanced at the flower in his hand, closing her eyes to think. All right, I'll stand by and intervene if there's any danger. Okay. As for the absorption method, Su Xianyue had a rough idea. Since this flower gave him the same feeling as those soul rings, he would try using his mental power to absorb it as if it were a soul ring. In Su Xianyue's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to absorb, while Bibidong stood in front of him, and Guei Yueguan stood behind her. Your Holiness, are you really going to let Su Xianyue absorb this? Yueguan couldn't help but speak up, while Bibidong said nothing, just shook her head. Su Xianyue closed his eyes, sensing the gently swaying purple flower of the other shore with his mental power. In Su Xianyue's perception, the light from the flower continuously gathered towards him, surrounding him. Useful. Overjoyed, Su Xianyue immediately began the formal absorption. In Bibidong and the other's line of sight, the flower's glow gradually dimmed, and then a white soul ring emerged from the flower's core, floating towards Su Xianyue and encircling him. A soul ring? Has this flower already become a soul beast? For a plant to become a soul beast, it must first awaken its intelligence and possess basic wisdom to actively absorb soul power and transform into a soul beast. However, most plants lack this talent. A small sapling growing into a towering tree may not necessarily be a soul beast. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Moreover, the higher the plant, the more difficult it is to awaken intelligence. But under normal circumstances, it is possible. It's just a matter of time. At this moment, Su Xianyue's soul power aura was constantly rising, continuously rising. A few minutes later, with a loud bang, a powerful wave of soul power blasted away the clutter in the room, and Su Xianyue successfully broke through to level 30. That soul ring also began to resonate with Su Xianyue, emitting a buzzing sound and continuously vibrating. A 10-year soul ring. Your Holiness, Yueguan and the others were still unaware that Su Xianyue could absorb souls to enhance the soul ring's age, which is why they asked. Bibi Dong naturally stopped him. No need, just watch. Yueguan and the others then said nothing more, quietly watching Su Xianyue in front of them. The airflow generated by the buzzing and shaking of the soul power continuously swept around, and Bibi Dong felt an unconscious premonition in her heart. This soul skill should be very strong. A few people arrived in Heaven-Do City, consisting of men, women, young and old. Hey, Xiaojiang, where is this Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Why is it not on the map? Flinder carefully examined the map in his hand, searching for the address of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. But the problem was that there was no indication on this map. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at him. How would I know? It's a shame you're still considered a dean. You have no leadership at all. Hey, I can't let that go unheard. What do you mean? Still considered a dean? I am one. Lao Zhao, do you guys know? Zhao Wujia and the other Shrek teachers shook their heads. At this time, Ning Rongrong jumped out. I know. I went to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to play before. Everyone follow me. Chapter 76 soon. The group arrived at the foot of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy mountain. This is a mountain, Flinder exclaimed while looking at the mountain. A few buildings were vaguely visible on the mountain, but most were obscured by trees. The entire mountain is the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. And the forest behind and that lake over there also fall under the jurisdiction of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Ning Rongrong's explanation made Flinder's eyelids twitch awkwardly. Nestled by the mountains and rivers, it's a good place. The gap is clear, coming from Yu Xiaojiang's side remark. Ahem, what are you talking about? Let's go in. The food inside should be good, and it's mealtime now. Hurry up. Flinder quickly changed the subject and strode inside. But after taking a few steps, trouble arrived as expected. What are you doing? Stand there. A few young men in uniforms, about 17 or 18 years old, came over, arrogantly shouting at them. Needless to say, they were Avalanche and his group. Flinder stepped forward and politely greeted them. We are from Shrek Academy. Here at your Heaven-Do Royal Academy's invitation for an exchange. Please lead the way. Although the words were polite, being shouted at by them was still somewhat displeasing. Avalanche and the others looked at the dusty group with disdainful smiles. You country bumpkins want exchange and learn? I see you must have come from some backwater begging. Hurry up and scram, or we'll make a move. Just as the words fell, a lightning-fast figure suddenly dashed out, and Avalanche's body was sent flying backward. If you're not leading the way, then don't block the path. Tang San retracted his fist, his purple eyes locking onto the others. The flunkies, shocked by this sudden scene, looked at Avalanche and then at Tang San. Why, you know who we are? Do you know who he is? How dare you? Before the flunky could finish, Tang San threw another punch, sending him flying. The others were also stunned, but quickly reacted. You dare to make a move? Brothers, kill him. Just as Tang San was about to act, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yu Xiaojiang looking at him, shaking his head. Meanwhile, those people were quickly subdued by Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San wanted to take action again, but Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder held him back firmly. Xiao San, adjust your breathing, stay calm. Tang San's eyes were filled with rage and brutality, but after Yu Xiaojiang's persuasion, he began to calm down. I'm fine now, teacher. Only then did Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder release their grip. Xiao San, control yourself. Your father is not here. Causing trouble would be troublesome. Tang Hao had left when Tang San and the others were preparing to head to Heaven-Do City, and no one knew where he went. After the arrogant noble sons were knocked down, a strong and powerful voice rang out. Stop! What are you doing? A few noble sons ran towards him, crying out for help. Teacher's son, you have to stand up for us. This group wants to barge into the academy, and when we try to stop them, they hit us. Look, Prince Avalanche has been beaten like this. However, the person came over, checked the unconscious Avalanche, gave him some medicine, and then walked towards them. Who are you, and why did you make a move? Flinder stepped forward. Your students were arrogant and domineering first. We from Shrek were just here to have a good conversation, but they spoke harshly. Why do you think we made a move? But when the person heard the word Shrek, his originally displeased expression changed to one of respect. You are from Shrek Academy in Soto City, Barak Kingdom? Please follow me. The person gestured for them to come in and told those students, take Avalanche down to rest. Then he led the group away. After Avalanche took the healing medicine, those flunkies intended to take him for treatment, but he woke up shortly after. How you scare me. Luckily, I used a defensive soul guide. Boss, were you playing dead? You scare me to death. Avalanche gave him a slap in annoyance. What do you mean playing dead? That's called deception in warfare. I was planning to launch a surprise attack on them, but who knew Teacher Son would come so quickly? Avalanche stood up, dusting himself off, looking in the direction they left. These guys are too powerful. but I can't let this grudge go unpunished. I need to find my royal uncle. Let's see how they stay here. The flunky beside him seemed a bit reluctant. Your Highness, this isn't good, right? Not good? What's not good about it? If I don't take revenge, how can I still be considered a spoiled prince? I misspoke. The Shrek group admired the scenery around them. Well, the air here is nice, and although the quality of the students could be improved, it's still a great place for retirement. Haha, as long as a few of you like it. The group chatted while listening to Qin Ming's introduction as they unknowingly walked to the Academy's committee, where three old men were quietly standing. After a few self-introductions, the main event began. This child is Tang San, right? I've heard of you. You're quite the genius. Tang San politely responded, I can't claim to be a genius, just. Tang San felt as if the air around him had solidified, a tremendous pressure of soul power enveloping him. Is this a test for me? Then bring it on. Tang San did not use his soul power to resist, but relied on his physical strength. He wanted to know his limits. It seems the pressure of level 30 was underestimating him. The pressure continued to rise, and before long, it had reached level 40. Tang San could no longer hold back and released his martial soul to resist, but he seemed to be struggling a bit. The pressure gradually decreased, seemingly intending to ease up, but Tang San shouted, I can still take it. Please continue. Jilin looked at Tang San, somewhat surprised, but mostly in admiration. Then, continue. The soul power slowly increased again, gradually rising to level 45. Boom! The 8 spider lances erupted, startling the 3 soul Douluos, who jumped up from their seats. This is an external soul bone? Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward to express his gratitude. Thank you, soul Douluo Jilin. Now, this child's soul bone has completely merged with him. I can still take it. Please continue. Tang San's words interrupted them, as they still held their bodies up. His muscles subtly swelled, showing how arduous his previous training had been. Still going? Child, you. Jilin looked at him with some concern, but his resolute gaze revealed a hint of ferocity. There's spirit, but sigh. Then let's continue. Jilin seemed moved by his gaze and continued the pressure. Be careful. This is level 50 pressure. Tang San's current soul power was at level 34. The level 50 pressure far exceeded his capacity. However, he endured it, his muscles tightening even more and the soul power running at its peak. With the blue silver grass he used for defense starting to buckle. All right, that's enough. This child actually endured level 55 pressure. Jilin and others looked at Tang San, who was propped up on the ground, gasping for breath, and expressed their admiration. Chapter 77. Su Xinyue's third soul skill having endured level 55 pressure. Tang San had now opened up his meridians, and his physical quality had become even stronger. Jilin and others were happily chatting with Tang San when a voice came from behind them. The Dream Machine's chief is here. There was no need to think. Shuexing had brought Dong Gubo to make trouble for Shuebong. Your Highness, what brings you here? Shuexing swept past them, speaking to the Dream Machine. How can the Academy allow this group of unknown origins to enter freely? While they were arguing, Tang San noticed a pair of cold eyes looking at him. He turned to see Dong Gubo's green eyes locking on him. You are Tang San? Dong Gubo walked straight up to Tang San and, for some reason, seemed very interested in him. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am surnamed Dong Gu. Tang San. I've heard you broke my granddaughter's poison and fought recklessly. Today, upon seeing you, I can tell at a glance the ferocity in your eyes. You're extraordinary. Because Xiao Wu had been taken, Tang San was now on edge, very irritable, with dark circles under his eyes that rivaled Su Xinyue's. A certain protagonist. These are my eyeshadows. Eyeshadows. Therefore, in a fight, he was almost reckless, leaving a deep impression on Donggu Yin and others. Your granddaughter. Donggu Yin? Xiongwang Padu, Tang San, I find you very interesting. At this moment, Shuexing shouted at them. If you can withstand 5 minutes under this Lord Donggu's pressure, I'll let you join the Tiando Royal Academy. At that time, Dong Gubo unleashed his soul power. 9 soul rings floating around him. Title Douluo. While Tang San and others were resisting, they couldn't help but exclaim, no need, since we are not welcome here. We will leave. Yu Xiaojiang shouted at Dong Gubo, who also retracted his soul power pressure. Then hurry up and get lost. The 3 committee members tried to do something, but Shuexing did not give them the chance and directly issued an eviction order. After Dong Gubo finished, he left immediately. At this moment, Su Xinyue successfully absorbed the flower and slowly opened her eyes. Is it already dark? The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the black sky outside the window and suddenly felt something beside her. How do you feel? Teacher, you scare me to death. Bibi Dong sat next to Su Xianyue, suddenly speaking and startling her. Bibi Dong said nothing, just looking at Su Xianyue, while Su Xianyue sensed her own level. This feeling. 32? Huh. Why is it only 32? 32. Where did my soul rings come from? Su Xianyue quickly released his soul rings, and 3 rings, 2 black and 1 white, appear behind him, controlling the soul rings to float in front of him. Su Xianyue looked at the suddenly emerged 3rd soul ring. This soul ring is from that flower. It has already become a soul beast, just right for you. After all, the age of the soul ring is not a problem for you. Let me see your soul skills. Bibi Dong said as she looked at Su Xianyue's soul rings. Su Xianyue leaned forward to look at Bibi Dong, sensing the information transmitted by the soul ring. Soul skill. Oh, awesome. Bibi Dong. What is it? Su Xianyue smiled as she looked at Bibi Dong. Teacher, let me demonstrate for you outside. After hesitating for a moment at the mysterious Su Xianyue, Bibi Dong decided to go out. Then hurry up. In the courtyard outside, Su Xianyue held a long sword, with a white spirit ring flickering behind her. At that moment, centered around Su Xianyue's sword, a black barrier appeared around her, with a diameter of 10 meters, forming a sphere that surrounded Su Xianyue. No way, is that it? I was disappointed, thinking there would be some flashy special effects. Su Xianyue retracted her soul skill, looking a bit disappointed. No, very disappointed. My soul skill is to absorb souls within a range of 3 minutes. Anyone with a lower level than mine will have their soul directly extracted. That's right, it's that domineering, which is why Su Xianyue thinks it has a magnificent effect. Moreover, it is a conceptual soul skill, regardless of what abilities the target has, as long as their level is lower than Su Xianyue's and they stay inside for 3 minutes. It's an instant kill, completely unsolvable. It's just that it takes 3 minutes to die. A bit of a drawback, but as the soul ring ages, the time should shorten, depriving souls. You, Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise, but after thinking for a moment, she returned to normal. Forget it, by the way. There's something I need to discuss with you. Huh? What is it? Su Xianyue looked at Bibi Dong, who suddenly changed the topic with curiosity. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and said slowly, in 2 years, there will be the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies on the continent, where Advanced Soul Master Academies from all over the continent will participate. We also have a team, and I want to ask you if you are willing to participate. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Winning the championship can be said to be an unparalleled honor. Just like Shrek. If it weren't for Lu Erlong sending her academy to the brink of dissolution, they skyrocketed after winning the championship, with so many people wanting to sign up that they could barely fit through the door. Well, participating is fine, just to have some fun, but teacher, do you really have that much confidence in me? Letting me participate in such a competition? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Su Xianyue was a bit curious about why Bibi Dong wanted to let herself participate in the competition, but out of curiosity, Su Xianyue agreed. I have a lot of confidence in you. Just the fact that you can tie with Yin is enough, not to mention you have these skills. Do your best and don't let me down. After saying this, Bibi Dong vanished in a flash. Su Xianyue stood still, lost in thought. The competition. Doesn't that mean I have to face Tang San and the others? Should I win? It seems like it won't have a big impact on the plot, so I might as well try to win. The soul bone obtained from the competition is of little use to Tang San and the others. After all, the protagonist's halo is still with them. Without this soul bone, they might even find other soul bones. Sigh, never mind. I'll deal with it when the time comes. There's nothing else to do right now, so I might as well train. Su Xianyue walked into the room and began her cultivation. At this moment, Tang San had already been captured by Douluo. You don't need to pretend anymore. You're only 13, but your mentality is surprisingly mature. Douluo, crossing his arms, leaned against a tree and watched Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Xionghuang wine can break poison, but it can't be that simple. Ordinary strong liquor can't break the poison of the azure scale serpent. Tang San scoffed, his slightly faded dark circles framing his bloodshot eyes as he looked mockingly at Douluo. Xionghuang can counteract snake poison, and strong liquor can fully unleash its medicinal properties. Plus, with the burning of fierce fire, it can definitely break the snake poison. Tang San spoke confidently, which piqued Douluo's curiosity. Kid, you don't seem afraid of me. Could it be that you look down on my poison? Tang San sneered. Your poison? It's just trash. What is there to be afraid of? You're looking for death. Douluo grabbed Tang San by the neck and lifted him up. Over the years, those who have doubted me have died. Do you want to be the next? He continued, if it weren't for appreciating your ingenious idea to break poison, you would have been dead long ago. Chapter 78. The strange red pearl with his neck being choked. Tang San gritted his teeth and managed to spit out a few words. My father is Tang Hao. With a thud, Tang San was thrown to the ground by Douluo. Tang Hao. Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. You say you're Tang Hao's son. What proof do you have? Douluo was clearly very wary of Tang Hao, and Tang San revealed his small hammer. Is this enough? The Haotian hammer. You. If that madman Tang Hao knew I killed his son, well, I'd have to run away with Yin Yin. But as long as I'm not discovered, Douluo thought, so I can't keep you alive any longer. Saying this, he conjured a green mist in his hand and waved it towards Tang San. Tang San was not afraid, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. I don't mind dying, but that proud poison of yours will soon come to accompany me. The poison mist suddenly stopped, just a hair's breadth away. What nonsense are you talking about? My poison can kill myself? I've lived 78 years, and I've only ever poisoned others. No one can poison me, not even myself. As Douluo's emotions became unstable, Tang San's smile grew more mocking. He is getting anxious. Let me ask you, every time it rains, your ribs feel itchy and numb, gradually increasing, with attacks occurring at noon and midnight, lasting a full hour. Also at the dead of night, you feel a stabbing pain at the top of your head, and you say it's not poisoning? Tang San's words made Douluo's face turn sour, as everything he said was right. To put it bluntly, only I can cure your poison. Now, do you still want to kill me? With a bang, a powerful soul pressure enveloped Tang San, but didn't last long. Douluo, furious and humiliated, vented his anger and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on him. So what do you want? Sundara. Tang San took a moment to catch his breath and glared at Douluo. What is your attitude? This is how you treat someone you need help from? But forget it. From your appearance, it's clear you have low quality. I'm curious. How have you lived so long? Your level of poisoning is not something soul power can suppress. As Tang San spoke, Douluo's face turned dark with anger. Kid, if you keep being so arrogant, I'll take you down with me. Oh, then come at me. Your lovely granddaughter will probably come to accompany us soon. I don't mind having more company on the road to the underworld. This statement struck a nerve with Douluo. All right, you have guts. I admire you. Come with me. Douluo directly used his soul power to take Tang San towards the ice fire yin-yang-I. Upon arriving, Tang San's eyes lit up at the sight before him. Now I understand why you old monster can live so long. You occupy such a treasure. Treasure? Forget that for now. I don't believe you can cure my poison. Prove it to me. Prove it? Fine, you can use my medicinal garden. I can't make an antidote right away, but making some medicine to alleviate the symptoms is no problem. Douluo looked at Tang San, who was full of confidence, and closed his eyes to think for a moment. All right, since you're Tang Hao's son, I'll trust you once. You can use my medicinal garden, but if you can't make an antidote within a day, I'll take my family and kill you. After saying this, Douluo waved his sleeves and left. Tang San turned around and looked at the ground covered in top-grade medicinal herbs and the conspicuous celestial products, his smile barely contained. That old monster actually has an ice-fire yin-yang-I. No wonder he can shamelessly live so long. I can use it. Excited, Tang San rushed forward to collect the herbs. He stuffed all the precious ones into his storage soul guide, and while collecting, he came to the spring at the ice fire yin-yang-I. Upon seeing the two medicinal herbs growing at both ends of the spring, he trembled all over. Octagonal xianbing grass, fierce fire apricot blossom. These two extreme attribute celestial herbs, while both highly poisonous, could perfectly absorb each other when taken together. Heaven helps me. Using a special method, he harvested the herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Tang San's body was thrown into turmoil by the two extreme attributes, the energies intertwining, resisting each other, yet also merging. This won't do. I'll be done for if this continues. Thinking this, Tang San leaped and plunged into the confluence of the two springs of the ice fire yin-yang-I. With this jump, Tang San's future path completely changed. Ice fire body refinement. My physique can be greatly enhanced, and I can also become immune to ice and fire attributes, invulnerable to all poisons. Wait, what is happening? It seems something had appeared within Tang San's body out of nowhere, and it felt like it had materialized from thin air. My consciousness is fading. What is going on? Due to the disturbance in consciousness, there was a flaw in his protective soul power, and Tang San's clothes were dissolved by the spring water. At this moment, it could be seen that his muscles were twitching continuously, and his body was twisting, seemingly undergoing some painful experience. What is this? Using his mental power to sense, he discovered that a small red pearl, about 5 millimeters in diameter, had appeared in his body without his knowledge. It was this red pearl that emitted energy, causing Tang San's mind to become restless, beyond the pain of body refinement. The greater obstacle was the disturbance brought by this thing. In this chapter, it's not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I seem to feel power from this thing. A greedy thought suddenly emerged for some unknown reason, and Tang San couldn't help but start absorbing it. His soul power became violent, and his brain felt like it was being gradually filled with something, his consciousness being pushed aside. No, this thing is too dangerous. I need to stop immediately. But can he stop? Tang San also realized that this thing was gradually taking over his consciousness. If he didn't think of a way soon, he would lose his sanity, either melting into this spring water or becoming a walking corpse. Method. Got it. The 8 spider lances burst out violently, and Tang San was desperately forcing the raging energy onto the 8 spider lances. Since my body can't withstand it, then this is the only way. The 8 spider lances were stained with blood, their shape changing and gradually twisting and growing. Tang San also absorbed a considerable amount of this raging energy. His closed eyes showed no change in his pupils, but the whites of his eyes were gradually turning black. Daylight broke, and sunlight pierced through the gaps in the towering trees. Dazed, Tang San crawled out from the ice and Fire Yin well, shaking his head. What happened to me? He then checked his body and discovered something incredible. His physical qualities had greatly improved, and the intensity of this enhancement was much higher than he had expected. Was it brought by that strange thing? What exactly is it? While Tang San was pondering, Douluo suddenly appeared. Kid, where's my antidote? Antidote? How did I forget about this? Tang San muttered, and Douluo shouted with an expression of disbelief. What? Forgot? You? No, how could I forget? It's just that you didn't even give me a medicine furnace. How can I refine medicine for you? A grandiose excuse. Douluo's eyelids twitched, and he directly threw a large medicine furnace at him. Hurry up and refine it. Chapter 79. The distressed Douluo Su Xianyue, just getting up, let out a long yawn and sat up sleepily from bed. She looked around in confusion and then lay back down. But finally, she impatiently got back up. So boring without a phone, without a computer, without novels. The only things to pass the time were the books in the library. Although this life was simple and plain, it was just boring. Every morning, shouting boring had become Su Xianyue's habit. What to do? Should I take a trip to the Stardow Forest? Otherwise, having a white spirit ring on me doesn't look good. Although she was a bit puzzled by this suddenly appearing white spirit ring, she didn't think much of it and just ignored it. What? You want to go to the Stardow Forest again? You just came back from the Sunset Forest? Can't you rest for a couple of days? Bibi Dong looked at Su Xianyue in front of her and said slowly, That's right, because it's just too boring and there's nothing fun to do, so I can only go to the Stardow Forest to play. Teacher, you won't object, will you? Bibi Dong was thinking about something, then spoke. It's not that I disagree, it's just Yu Eguan and Ghost Shadow both have important matters, and no one can guarantee your safety. So, they both have important matters? Where did Ghost Elder go? Yu Eguan is responsible for Hulaina's safety, and Hulaina and the others have recently gone out. But strange where Ghost Shadow went. He went to deliver the reward to Douluo. Didn't he promise that for you? There's that too. Wait, doesn't that mean no one is managing me? Su Xianyue felt quite comfortable. Finally, no one was there to bother him, and he could go out and have fun. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. What if he encountered a soul beast like the red-eyed night owl? Better not take the risk. I'll just leave now. Without a bodyguard, Bibi Dong wouldn't agree to Su Xianyue going out, and he knew that. So he didn't dwell on it. Sigh, I can only go to the library. So boring, so boring. In the Sunset Forest again, the ghostly shadow flew towards its destination with a reward for Douluo. This Douluo is really greedy, actually wanting something like this. Muttering to himself, he finally arrived in front of the poison formation. Old poisoner, your reward. Douluo slowly descended from the sky. Oh, you delivered it so quickly? The ghostly shadow took out a small package from the storage soul guide and tossed it to Douluo. Douluo opened the bag to check its contents. It's high-quality goods. You didn't tamper with it, did you? The ghostly shadow sneered and said, Don't worry, it's already in your hands anyway, the antidote. Su Xianyue still had the poison that Douluo had given him in his body. And of course, the ghostly charm knew this. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall wouldn't honestly pay the reward. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had no way to cure Douluo's poison. A tidal Doa could resist it. But Su Xianyue was not so lucky, as there was no solution once poisoned. All right, I'll give it to you. Douluo tossed him a pill and turned to leave, Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded and seemed unable to stop. The ghostly charm looked at the pill in his hand, although he was worried about whether it was truly an antidote. He had no choice but to trust him for now. Douluo, I warn you, if you dare to play tricks, the spirit hall will not let you off. Douluo heard the ghostly charm shout and smiled while shaking his head. So much anger, huh? Back at the ice and fire ensnared. Tang San was sitting cross-legged, practicing. Little monster, take a look at what this is. Douluo shook a small bag in his hand and then tossed it to him. What? Is this a seed of the 10-leaf? You don't even have this in your medicinal garden. Where did you get it? Tang San exclaimed in surprise at the small bag of seeds. Hee, I got it from the spirit hall. How about that? Am I impressive? This. How did you get it from them? Douluo wore a proud expression and slowly said, I cured a little weakling from them of the poison from the man-faced demon spider and exchanged it for a purple herb. That little weakling looks about your size. And I don't recognize that herb, but it should be less precious than the 10-leaf. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened. What? You exchanged for a herb from the ice and fire ensnared? Hey, why are you so excited? Naturally, Tang San was excited because part of the ice and fire ensnared consisted of immortal herbs. While the 10-leaf was indeed precious, it couldn't compare to certain immortal products. If Douluo had exchanged for something particularly rare, that would be a huge loss. Quick, tell me what the herb you exchanged looked like. Tang San grabbed Douluo's collar. Although there was a height difference, it didn't stop his 7-meter height from exuding a 9 meter. Douluo pushed him away. All right, why are you so excited? I remember it was a purple flower that looked like a red spirit flower, Higginbana, and also, Tang San had a rough idea in his heart. Purple red spirit flower? Is it about this high, glowing, and give a sense of palpitations when looked at for too long? Tang San gestured, and Douluo thought for a moment and nodded. I don't know about the palpitations, but it looks just like you described. It seemed pretty beautiful. But what use would a red spirit flower have? The purple one should be a variant. Don't you think I made a profit? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In addition to the 10-leaf seeds, the spirit hall also promised not to pursue him any further unless he misbehaved. Thinking of this, Douluo felt quite pleased, his smile wide. Meanwhile, Tang San was left with his mouth agape in surprise, then helplessly covered his forehead. Old monster, you suffered a huge loss. That's the purple Miyu horror flower, a flower that's rare even among immortal items. What? Purple what flower? Purple Miyu horror flower. It is said that the red spirit flower can connect to the world of the dead, but that's just a legend. However, this purple Miyu horror flower genuinely has that ability. You didn't just suffer a huge loss. You lost everything but your underwear. Douluo was stunned, trembling his lips. Unsure of what to say then. My flower. Douluo, covering his face, shed tears of regret. Tang San didn't forget to add salt to the wound. While the 10-leaf is indeed precious, most of the things in your medicinal garden are more valuable than that. Sigh, you're suffering from the consequences of your ignorance. Frustrated, Douluo howled at the sky. Achoo, huh? Did I catch a cold? Susi sneezed, wiped her nose, and touched her forehead. Not yet. Oh, it's noon, time to eat. At the dining table, Susi looked at the food in front of her, pondering life. Where should she go to pass the time? The city of slaughter? No, it's still too early. Going there would probably be a death sentence. The extreme north? That's also likely a death sentence, so where to go? The Douluo continent doesn't offer much help to Susi either, and most places are dangerous. It's still too early for her. Chapter 80. Toasting and celebrating a few days later, May returned, and at the same time, Yin and the others also came back. Susi hurried to find them after hearing that they were back, as they were among his few friends. However, Yin didn't seem to be in a good state. In a tavern in Wuhuan City, Yin was gulping down drinks, while Susi sat beside him. Unsure of what to say. What exactly happened? Why did you drag me to drink as soon as you returned? And Yin, woo, hick woo, I'm so useless, woo. Susi. So what exactly happened? You tell me. The usually arrogant and unrestrained Yin now looked like a girlfriend who had been cheated on for many years, drinking in silence, completely losing his former image. Because of his recklessness, Xiaonana and the others got hurt a bit. Although it wasn't serious, he was still disliked. Yueguan suddenly appeared beside them, sipping his drink, and when he said that, Yin cried even more sadly. Susi, this. It's not the first or second time he's done this. So Xiaonana and the others couldn't stand it, and asked him to reflect on his actions. The Pope was worried, so he asked me to take a look. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll head back first. Yuguan took a sip of sake and left, while the bewildered Susi sat there not knowing what to say. This. You really should change. Woo. Drink. Ton. Yin picked up a jar of wine and started drinking, while Su Xianyue remained speechless. Just drink yourself to death. Su Xianyue looked at the several jars of wine beside him and smacked his lips. I'm a bit tempted. I haven't had any in over 10 years. Unable to resist, Su Xianyue poured himself a small cup and savored it. It's good wine. This little bit isn't enough. Drink. The tipsy Yin threw a large jar of wine into Su Xianyue's arms. Su Xianyue, the ghost returning from the sunset forest, is reporting to BB Dong. Just like that, he only wanted this kind of seed, and it seems he is quite happy about it. Douluo has such treasures as the purple mysterious ghost flower. And perhaps there are other herbs as well. Did you see those herbs when you went there? Reporting to the Pope, I don't understand herbs, but those herbs seem quite rare. I haven't seen them elsewhere. Perhaps they are all very precious medicinal materials. As he spoke, a hint of malice appeared in the ghost's eyes. BB Dong couldn't help but laugh. You promised not to take action against him again, and you've forgotten so quickly? I am incompetent, the ghost replied. BB Dong closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Forced seizure is not impossible, but do you have the confidence? I'm just afraid he would rather shatter than yield, and it's not yet time to turn against him. Once my plan is realized, I wonder who will still come to help Douluo. The Pope is wise. BB Dong looked up, her eyes filled with melancholy and a touch of tenderness. You must not disappoint me, BB Dong murmured to herself, exuding a strange beauty. Drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Drink, drink, drink. Yin directly drank from the jar, finishing 5 jars, while Su Xianyue also drank about 3 jars, but Yin was already quite tipsy. Yet Su Xianyue showed no signs of intoxication at all. Having soul power is great. I used to be tipsy after 3 cups, and now I feel nothing after 3 jars. Finally experiencing what it feels like to be unaffected by 1,000 cups, Su Xianyue felt incredibly comfortable. Looking at the 3 empty wine jars he had consumed, he began to wonder if he had drunk too much. Drink. Yin lay on the table, mumbling. How'd I get this drunk? Stop drinking, or there will be none left. I'm not drunk. Su Xianyue poked Yan's arm a couple of times, while Yin shook his arm and said, still saying I'm not drunk. Yin sat there in a daze, and Su Xianyue was a bit unsure of what to do. Just as he was planning to drag Yin back, Yin suddenly spoke up. Su Xianyue, why doesn't T Nana like me? Why are you even asking? Look at your own behavior, and you still dare to ask? The current situation was just like when a college student tries to comfort a heartbroken roommate, feeling helpless but having to console. What behavior? I have high talent, and I look decent, so why doesn't she like me? The drunk Yin shouted loudly, and suddenly a voice appeared behind him. You say why? Just because you soaked in the wine barrel after I said a few words to you. Oh, Sister Na. Hulaina suddenly appeared, and Su Xianyue greeted her. Nana. Yin struggled to get up, swaying as he walked towards Hulaina, but lost his balance and fell in her arms. I really want to punch you. You know, Xiaoyu pushed Yin away from her arms and took out a handkerchief to wipe the drool on her chest. I was worried you might drink yourself into a stupor, and you drank without calling me. Xiaoyu said this and received a glare from Hulaina, quickly changing her words. Yin, look at your state. Saying this, she slapped the dazed Yin sitting on the stool, waking him up. Why are you all here? Yin, regaining some awareness, used his soul power to sober up while quickly tidying his appearance. Cough, cough. I'm fine now. The restored Yin still looked a bit foolish, while Xiaoyu sat on the side, opening a jar of wine. Hey, you came to drink osmanthus wine and didn't call me, and you still want me to forgive you? Yin awkwardly scratched his head. Then drink as you like. It's my treat. That is more like it. Hulaina also sat in another seat, looking serious. Yin, this is your last warning. Don't be reckless anymore. Hurry up and change. There are only 2 years until the big competition, and this relates to the honor of the Spear Hall. Yes. Yin nodded like a quail in front of Hulaina, while Xiaoyu and Su Xianyue looked on, trying to suppress their laughter. All right, Yin. Since you're treating for the wine today, we forgive you. Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject, and Yin hurriedly replied, Okay, I'll treat. You all drink as you like. Ha. Osmanthus wine, friends, made Su Xianyue unable to suppress a smile. Ha. Drink. After a brief reunion, BB Dong began their special training. You are the pride of the Spear Hall. I believe you will achieve victory in the upcoming competition. But before that, Elder Ju and Elder Gue will take turns starting your special training. For the next 2 years, you will follow them. Su Xianyue and the other 3 were given special care. After all, they would be the main force later on, and their other teammates were somewhat behind, so they didn't train together with them. Anyway, it was enough to occasionally hold a team competition to enhance their synergy. Usually, everyone practiced on their own. All right. For the next 2 years, I will take good care of you. Yu Egwan's delicate voice carried a hint of seriousness. Chapter 81. Terrifying poison. Do you know? The rewards for the competition have been confirmed. What is it? The rewards for the competition had not been determined before, and they were all curious about what the rewards for such a large-scale competition would be. Of course, Su Xianyue had always known. Isn't it those 3 soul bones? What else could it be? Yu Egwan chuckled mischievously. It's 4 soul bones. Are you happy? Oh, the 3 of them were filled with excitement, especially Yin, who was already dancing around like a gorilla. So Xianyue froneth. Huh, for soul bones? Such a big deal? As soon as she asked this, she immediately realized something. 4 soul bones. Does that extra one mean it's prepared for me? Originally, there were only 3 soul bones, but now there's suddenly an extra one, which is clearly meant for Su Xianyue. Well, they're all for you, you know. Originally, the Pope planned to give them directly to you, but they can't just be given away for free. Such valuable soul bones naturally need a proper reason, so they became the prize for the competition. If everyone wants them, you need to work hard. Although Su Xianyue was also tempted by the soul bones, she thought of Tang San, who had the protagonist's halo, and wondered if she could achieve what he could. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. Forget it, I'll talk about it later, it's still early. Yu Egwan smiled for a moment, and then said to them, Next, I will train you well. As Yu Egwan said this, the few of them quickly suppressed their excitement and listened attentively. Ahem, mainly, we will focus on training your cooperation skills. After all, during the competition, it will mainly depend on the 4 of you. All right, let's get started. And so, they began their preparations for the competition. On a certain day, a few months later, at the Ice and Fire Yin I, little monster, have you figured out that thing? On this day, Tang San was, as usual, refining medicine with the herbs from Douluo when Douluo's voice came from behind him. Old monster, look, I've extracted that thing. Tang San took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Douluo, but his expression was serious. This thing, I would like to call it the most domineering poison. Any other poison that comes into contact with it is dissolved. Douluo frowned and took the small jade bottle to open it. Inside was a dark red liquid, but it had no smell. Could this be the thing that cured my poison? Douluo stroked his chin, pondering something. Tang San continued, I've never seen anything like this. It could detoxify, but is also a poison itself. Unfortunately, I have nothing to experiment with its toxicity, otherwise I should be able to study it. By the way, old monster, why don't you help me catch a few soul beasts? I can research it well. Humph. The proud Douluo returned the thing with a cold snort, but still obediently went to catch soul beasts. Tang San was used to this and looked at the small jade bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Such a domineering poison could definitely not be produced by a mere 6,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. According to the old monster, the man-faced demon spider he killed was in a frenzied state, probably because of this thing. Tang San touched his eyelid and took out a mirror to look at his completely black scara. He felt, this thing seemed so familiar, and he actually had an impulse to swallow it. Tang San began to suspect that what had caused him to become like this might be the poison in his hand. At this moment, Douluo returned, tossing down a few century-old soul beasts. These are few soul beasts I've raised, considered a cheap gift for you. As a poisoned Douluo, Douluo naturally raised some experimental mice, which was perfectly normal. Tang San looked at the few mouse soul beasts on the ground, all of which were poisoned and weakly lying on the ground, only able to twitch their mouths. The soul beasts you raised are too. The poisoning reaction of mouse-type soul beasts was the most obvious. Don't mind their appearance. Hurry up and try it out. At this moment, something unusual happened. The moment Tang San opened the bottle, the mouse soul beasts on the ground suddenly stood up, looking at the bottle in Tang San's hand, their murky eyes revealing a greedy expression. If it weren't for Douluo's poison still being effective, they might have pounced on him. Tang San was startled and stepped back a few paces. Seeing their legs trembling weakly, he knew they posed no threat. Taking a drop of liquid from the jade bottle, he flicked it into the mouth of the nearest soul beast. Instantly, the soul beast's eyes bulged, gradually turning black from the outer edge. Similarly, its fur seemed to be eroded, large patches of hair falling off, revealing skin that looked as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Douluo's poison also seemed to be corroded, and the soul beast began to struggle and howl. This happened in an instant. The next second, Douluo's immense soul power directly suppressed the frenzied soul beast. This poison can indeed drive soul beasts mad. Quite powerful. Even under the soul pressure of a tidal Douluo, this frenzied, century-old soul beast could still move. The other soul beasts had already been pressed to the point of losing consciousness, but it could still struggle. About 10 minutes later, the soul beast finally stopped moving, and a century-old soul ring floated up. Dead. Tang San squatted down, took a small knife to dissect the soul beast, and began to check its internal condition. This is simply the scene before Tang San left him dumbfounded because it was just too disgusting. All the muscle tissue was eroded like a wasp's nest, soft and sticky, with pitifully little blood, all of it filthy, slowly flowing onto the ground. The state of death was so tragic it couldn't even be described. Old monster, can your poison do this? Are you underestimating me? Of course it can. But to make it so violent before death, my poison can't do that. And I estimate that little drop you have isn't very pure. This poison, TSK, needs to be studied carefully. I think, if used well, it can become a great asset. Tang San held the small jade bottle, his eyes filled with determination. Douluo looked at him in shock. Then it's up to your ability. I have to go busy myself. Take your time studying. Tang San ignored him and continued to dissect the corpse before him, observing its internal structure. Blood, internal organs, even the bones were too terrifying. The corpse was completely corroded, which meant that this mouse, while gaining power, also endured immense pain, ultimately dying from complete decay. At this moment, Tang San suddenly remembered something and looked at its eyes sharply. Completely black. He incredulously touched his eyes and took out the small jade bottle again. Could it really be? But how could there be such poison in the ice and fire yin-yang eye? It actually withstands the low and high temperatures without being dissolved. As he thought back, he suddenly felt a wave of fear, realizing he hadn't been corroded by this poison. Old monster, I want to ask you something. Chapter 82, what is it? Tang San found Douluo, who was about to go out. I want to ask you something. On the day you encountered the frenzied, man-faced demon spider, was there anything strange about the ice and fire yin-yang eye, or were there any suspicious creatures passing by? Strange things. That day, besides the ghost from the spirit hall bringing a little sissy to me to detoxify the man-faced demon spider, nothing else happened. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, could the poison from the man-faced demon spider among them be the one that went mad? And I haven't seen him for a while. Could it be? Tang San fell into deep thought. He still didn't know the specific grievances between his family and the spirit hall. Tang Hao only told him that the spirit hall was his enemy. Could it be that they really poisoned the eye of ice and fire? But why would they do that? Could they have guessed that someone would be refining their body inside? No. That shouldn't be the case. Tang San would never know that it was just an awkward accident. The strength is acceptable. There is progress. Continue. Yu Guan was resisting Yan's attacks, praising him while speaking. Look at the sword. 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 Do it again. Look at the sword. Su Xianyue brandished the sword in her hand and unleashed a chaotic self-created sword technique towards Yu Guan. Although it was disordered, the effect was quite good. The movements were flashy, but not excessive. Yu Guan wasn't foolish enough to take it head-on, instead continuously dodging. Su Xianyue's strength was astonishing, and if she landed a hit, it would be unbearable. Yu Guan watched as Su Xianyue's sword created pit after pit in the ground, relying purely on brute force and using the sword to smash them out. Despite being a slender sword, it was wielded with the might of a heavy sword, making Yu Guan's heart race. Is this person really only level 30? Yu Guan had questioned this more than once. The strength and level were completely disproportionate. Just as Yu Guan was astonished, Shiyue's pair of moon blades suddenly appeared, swinging towards Yu Guan's neck. Oh no, that was close. Yu Guan sidestepped just in time, counterattacking and sending Shiyue flying. But at that moment, Yu Guan realized something was off. Su Xianyue had vanished. Huh? Where is she? Up there. Yu Guan looked up at the sky, and sure enough, under the dazzling sunlight, Su Xianyue was plummeting towards him from high above. The sharp tip of her sword aimed directly at him. Look at my falling heaven strike. Holy crap. Yin and the others shouted, dodging far away. Boom, a mushroom cloud of dust and debris gradually formed. Cough, cough, cough. Su Xianyue, can't you? Oh, serves you right. Yin waved away the dust in front of him, watching as Su Xianyue lay in the deep pit, gasping for breath. I messed up. Su Xianyue struggled to utter these words, indicating that she was still alive. Hey, Su Xianyue, are you okay? If you're fine, get up quickly. Yu Guan suddenly appeared beside her and poked her with his foot. Su Xianyue suddenly stood up, shook his head, and patted his body. Phew, I'm fine. He spat out the sand in his mouth and checked his body. Yu Guan looked at him, confirmed that he was okay, and sighed. I told you, don't use moves you're not confident with. Look at you, almost hurt yourself again. Aren't I fine? Is today's training over? Su Xianyue wiped her face with the handkerchief that Hulaina handed her and asked Yueguan. Yueguan looked up at the sky. The sun was hanging in the southern sky. And it was noon. Well, it's also time for a meal. You are always so punctual when it comes to meals. Let's wrap it up. All right, I almost forgot. You all should rest well this afternoon, and tomorrow morning, you'll follow me out for training. Nana, I've mentioned this to you before, so prepare well. After saying that, Yueguan leisurely walked away. Going out again, great Susi let out a cheer and left with a few people. I asked, Sister Na, where are we going this time? This time we're going to deal with a few wanted criminals, about 3 of them. Among them is a soul emperor and 2 soul kings. I predict they should be part of the same group we dealt with last time. Yin nodded beside me. Well, normally we would need to take action for fugitives like this, but this is a good opportunity for us to have some real combat experience. I initially wanted to take you last time, but you weren't even at level 30 then, so I didn't bring you. During that drinking incident last time, Yin almost got them into trouble because of his recklessness. Luckily, Yueguan was there. Growing through real combat is much more effective than in the soul arena. If the intel is correct, my brother and I's martial soul fusion technique should have no problem dealing with that soul emperor. And you two should be able to hold off 1 soul king each, right? The group chatted and arranged tactics, while Su Xianyue also learned about their enemies. The martial soul of that soul emperor is a blood-sucking bat, and the martial souls of the 2 soul kings are a bell and a knife. Their martial souls are quite strange, especially that bat martial soul, which can enhance its cultivation through blood. Hulai Na spoke eloquently, and Su Xianyue understood. Isn't this just an evil soul master? After listening for a while, Su Xianyue parted ways with him because she was covered in stains. There was no time to wait for the bathwater to be ready. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The bathing water is prepared by the maid every night on time, so preparing it at the last minute takes too much time. Therefore, Su Xianyue directly ran to the lake outside the spirit hall to wash up, leaning against the shore, with her head resting on the grass. She looked up at the deep blue sky, her eyes still showing that vacant expression. It's been so long since I last saw her. Why do I miss her? Remembering the time spent with Qianrenshua here, collecting bird eggs and catching small fish, made her feel inexplicably sad. And in the tranquil forest lake, that figure appeared particularly lonely. The next day, everyone was gathered, so let's set off. Yueguan stepped onto the carriage with a graceful stride. This time, they were well prepared for the trial. On the carriage, Hulai Na was checking her belongings. Detoxification, hemostasis, hydration. I'm all set. I can understand the others, but this hydration is... The others looked at Hulai Na, who always brought some skincare products whenever she went out. But they didn't know why she brought a hydration product this time. Hey, we're going southeast this time, close to the frozen forest. It's dry. Of course, I need to bring this. The frozen forest is a large forest to the north of the Tiando Empire, near the outskirts of the extreme north, rarely visited by people, making it a destination for some fugitives. This time they were heading to the eastern part of the frozen forest, which is even more remote. The journey was dull, and Yin couldn't hold back any longer and started a conversation. Hey, why don't we establish a place specifically to shelter these people? Let those troublemakers live there. Then they wouldn't affect the civilians, and we wouldn't have to chase them everywhere, right? The others replied. You establish it, and they'll obediently go? Wouldn't they still need to be captured? Isn't this just a prison? City of Slaughter. It's slander. He's slandering me. Chapter 83. Target appears after several days of travel. They clearly felt the temperature drop significantly. And why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? The thin-bodied Xiaoyu shivered from the cold, while Su Xianyue had little reaction, and Yin had no reaction at all. Hulai Na was well prepared and brought heavy clothes, even for Xiaoyu. You stupid older brother. I told you to be prepared. How was I supposed to know he would come here? You just said it was the northeastern side. How was I know it was so far north? Ashu. The temperature around them dropped unusually fast and sharply, and the day's group barely reacted, and then Xiaoyu was like that. Wrapped in heavy clothes, Xiaoyu circulated his soul power and felt slightly better. Colds and minor ailments are generally not a problem for soul masters. Even if they do catch a cold, they can recover after resting for a while. After traveling for a while longer, they could see thick snow. While I haven't seen snow in a long time, the Tiando Empire has a unique geographical position, almost the same all year round, and it doesn't snow, which surprised Su Xianyue. The trees outside the window had all turned into needle-like trees similar to pines, weighed down by thick snow. While Su Xianyue leaned out the window to admire the snowy scene, she heard Yueguan's voice from behind. Everyone pay attention. The intel says those people were last seen nearby. Stay alert. According to their intel, these soul masters were indeed evil soul masters. But there was no concept of evil soul masters in this era. If we had to categorize, Bibi Dong, Su Xianhua, and the others could all be considered evil soul masters. So, they were just referred to as wanted criminals. After all, they had acted against people. The carriage was parked in a safe cave, and the coachman was a level 50 soul king who could protect himself and stayed behind to watch the carriage. The group began to walk, searching the surroundings. The level 60 soul emperor, Li Ziming, has a blood-sucking bat martial soul, and the two soul kings are named El Liang and Hatila, with martial souls of purple crystal bell and strange knife, respectively. As they searched for clues, they contemplated their basic information, trying to find leads. Bats should hide in some dark caves. Let's check the nearby caves, and if that doesn't work, we can use some bait to lure them out. As Su Xianhua spoke, everyone instantly turned to look at him. What are you all looking at me for? You can't be asking me to go. You're the lowest rank here. If you don't go, who will? In the snow-covered pine forest, a solitary small figure slowly advanced. The cloaked figure took seemingly difficult steps, leaving one footprint after another. What is this, making me come out alone as bait? Hulaina and the others hid in the shadows, quietly observing him. Can he do it? I feel it would be more efficient for Elder Ju to use his spiritual power to find the prey. Yu once shot a disgruntled glance at Yin. I can't use scouting-type soul skills. Relying solely on spiritual power is too inefficient. It's better to let them take the bait themselves. They've been hiding for so long. They probably have detection-type soul skills to predict danger. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll use my spiritual power to search. They kept a distance of 100 meters from Su Xianhua while moving along with him. Soon it started to snow, and Su Xianhua's small figure appeared even more desolate in the snowy wilderness. The north wind blows the snowflakes driftboard. Su Xianhua began to sing as he walked. His voice not bad, but the tune, none of it was on pitch. Finally, as they delved deeper into the forest, a figure approached not far away. Someone? There's actually someone in this godforsaken place? He saw Su Xianhua and frowned slightly. They're not here to catch us, are they? But the voice doesn't sound like it. Let us go take a look. The person came closer, and Su Xianhua noticed him too. But he couldn't yet determine if it was one of those big fish, so he didn't react much. Su Xianhua tried her best not to look at him, lowering her hood and continuing to walk. The man had his face wrapped in thick cotton cloth, only his eyes exposed. Seeing that Su Xianhua didn't pay attention to him, he initially had little interest, but just as they were about to pass each other, he suddenly called out to her. "Little girl, are you alone?" His voice was loud, but had a hint of hoarseness. Su Xianhua turned around and looked up at him, but the hood still covered his eyes. "Do you have something to say, uncle?" "Oh, I just wanted to ask, in this freezing weather with no villages nearby, why are you here all alone?" The man asked with a smile, his tone very friendly. "Oh, it's just... Hey, wait a minute. Then why are you here, uncle?" Su Xianhua deliberately left her sentence half-finished and asked him back, which left him a bit at a loss. Uncle has something to do here. What about you? Are you lost with your family?" "Well, sort of. So, uncle, are you free?" "Just right. I'm a bit lost, too. Is the road to the south this one?" Su Xianhua pointed in the direction he originally intended to go, and the man looked over there, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. "That's not the way to go. How about this? I'm also planning to head south. So let's go together and look out for each other." Deliberately flirting with a minor, it's hard not to raise suspicions. Su Xianhua thought for a moment and agreed. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Alright then, let's get to know each other. My name is Xiaoya. What about you, uncle? I'm Hatrala, a woodcutter. Hatrala, that's right, one of the wanted criminals. Hatrala looked at Su Xianhua, wanted to say something more, but suddenly, Su Xianhua pointed to the sky ahead. "Uncle, look, isn't there something strange up there?" Hatrala looked up, glanced in the direction Su Xianhua pointed, then turned back. "There's nothing there." "Uncle, take a closer look. Over there, there's a strange thing." At this moment, Su Xianhua quietly took a half-step back, a bright light flashing from her forehead. With a clang, what? A sword aimed at the heart was blocked by a shiny large knife. Because it was a surprise attack focused on speed, Su Xianhua didn't have time to exert force. It was just a regular thrust, which was firmly blocked. With a swoosh, the unknown knife swung, drawing a white arc and forcing Su Xianhua back. I said there wouldn't be hot pies falling from the sky in this cursed place. Turns out it's just a pie frozen into a stone. However, it can still be eaten when it's warm. Su Xianhua sensed something behind him and charged toward him again. Behind him, Hulaina and the others had already launched their attacks, surrounding him with each attack coming close. Heartless snorted, his tall and strong body swinging the strange blade with great momentum. Fourth soul skill, breaking wind spin. In that instant, he swung the blade and spun rapidly, the surrounding snow being stirred up by the whirlwind of blade energy, blocking all attacks. However, Su Xianyue steadied his sword and firmly parried his blade. In terms of strength, I have never lost to anyone below level 60. Chapter 84. A tough opponent what? The attack from behind was about to reach him, and Heartla quickly dodged. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. A burst of lava shot from Yan's hand towards the front, but unfortunately, it was dodged directly. As Heartla avoided the lava, he caught a whiff of a strange fragrance, momentarily losing focus, but quickly regained his composure. Charm soul skill? Unfortunately, it won't work on someone who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. He unleashed a powerful wave of soul power, trying to shake off the two moons attacking him from both sides. What? The evil moon was pushed back directly, but Su Xianyue did not budge, gritting his teeth and striking upward with his sword against the wave of soul power. Just when he thought he had succeeded, Su Xianyue felt as if his sword had struck a block of frozen butter, stopping halfway through. Before him, Heartla was surrounded by a circle of white soul power. Fifth soul skill, Protective Chi. A black soul ring behind him emitted a bright light, and the white chi burst forth again, pushing Su Xianyue away. What the hell? Are you really a soul king? After withstanding several waves of attacks, Heartla was also a bit out of breath. Heh, for little ghosts, you really are something. Heartla leaned on his strange blade and looked around at them. You've been given face. Su Xianyue cursed and raised two fingers in front of her to form a soul seal. The second soul skill, Fallen Body, activated, and a black soul ring flashed behind her, enhancing all attributes by 50%. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? You're only at level 30? Where did you get a 10,000-year soul ring? Hatra pointed at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Su Xianyue took a step forward, the snow around her scattering, and her body shot towards Hatra like a cannonball. Su Xianyue ignored his question and directly swung her sword to attack. A confident smile spread across her face, and the long sword, accompanied by tremendous force, created waves of air, while Hatra struggled to defend himself with his foreign weapon. Where did such strength come from? There was no time for him to ponder. He knew that if this continued, he would be done for. Facing Su Xianyue, who was like a pile driver, Hatra felt as if his feet were being nailed to the ground. Why are you like a mad dog, relentless and unending? He unleashed another wave of energy, trying to push Su Xianyue away, but it was futile. She clung to him, crazily attacking. The three bystanders remarked, do we need help? I think Su Xianyue seems fine on her own. Let's not meddle. Right? We might get accidentally hurt. Thus, under Su Xianyue's frenzied assault, Hatra finally couldn't hold on any longer. His martial spirit was faintly showing some cracks. Su Xianyue's relentless attacks lasted about 10 minutes. Yet she still appeared energetic, clearly not exhausted at all. It seemed she couldn't stop, already caught up in the heat of battle. Hatra felt so frustrated. Every time he tried to escape, Su Xianyue immediately closed in on him, and he could hardly counterattack, only able to keep defending. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the cloth covering his mouth. The prolonged shock damage had caused him significant internal injuries, compounded by the backlash from his damaged martial spirit, leaving him severely hurt. Meanwhile, Hulaina and the others weren't just passively watching. They continuously adjusted their positions during the battle to block Hatra's escape routes, giving him no chance to flee. Stop. I surrender. I concede. Please stop hitting me. What good is surrendering? We came specifically to take you down. Wait, we're your accomplices. Speak honestly. Su Xianyue originally wanted to kill him directly, but when she thought about their goal being the three of them, and that it would only be her enjoying the fight while the others just watched, she reconsidered. Just as she finally caught her breath, several people surrounded her and directly pinned her to the ground, tying her up tightly. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll face severe consequences. Honestly tell us where your hideout is. Su Xianyue was gesturing with his fists in front of him, and he helplessly surrendered. I'll tell you everything. Our hideout is in an underground cave over there. If you need, I can lead the way. The others looked at him, exchanging glances, then moved aside to discuss among themselves. What should we do? Should we go? What if it's a trap? After a moment of discussion, they realized there was no better option and had to proceed. All right then, lead the way. Hatra, with his upper body bound, slowly walked in front. It was understandable that he was walking slowly due to his injuries, but as he continued, he suddenly collapsed with a thud. What happened? The others surrounded him, cautiously poking him, and finding no response, they turned him over. His injuries must be too severe. What should we do? Should we save him first or leave him be? They were counting on him to lead the way, and while they were discussing what to do, a strange bell sound suddenly echoed around them. Ding, ding, ding. The sound started with just a few chimes, then it began to accelerate in a bizarre rhythm. This sound is a mental control attack. Everyone cover your ears. Hulaina had recognized it as a mental confusion attack, and she immediately sealed her ears with her soul power while turning to shout at them. But it was too late. The mentally weak Shiyue and Yin had already collapsed to the ground, while Su Xianyue was slapping them awake. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. After slapping for a long time, their faces were red, but they still didn't wake up. Sigh useless. But what should we do? At this point, Hulaina had already covered her ears and couldn't hear Su Xianyue's voice. So she activated her martial soul and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Hulaina could be considered a major in mental power. Although she didn't have sensing skills, she could still rely on her mental power to search. However, the opponent's mental power seemed to be above hers, and she couldn't detect their presence at all. What's going on? Never mind, just focus on defense. She turned back to gesture to Su Xianyue, who looked a bit puzzled, but quickly realized. All right, cover your ears. Su Xianyue also covered his ears. Although this level of hypnosis seemed ineffective on him, it was better to be safe than sorry. The two stood back to back, surrounding the unconscious pair in the middle. What to do? They still didn't know where they were. After a while, the sound of the bell stopped, indicating that blocking their ears was not working. However, a few seconds later, the bell rang again, but this time the sound seemed a bit different, though they couldn't hear it. They remained vigilant, and at this moment, Yin and Shiwa, who were lying on the ground, slowly stood up. Sensing something unusual, the two quickly distanced themselves, staring at the two in front of them who were still unconscious yet moving like zombies. Mental control, corpse transportation and Xiangxi, both had their own thoughts simultaneously, and now it was troublesome. They were going to make Su Xianyue and the others turn against each other. Chapter 85. Intense confrontation. These controlled ones really are like zombies. Watching the two in front of him, their movements stiff and continuously attacking with normal lunges and bites, Su Xianyue hesitated whether to take action. Fortunately, their speed was not very fast, allowing Su Xianyue to dodge while keeping an eye on his surroundings. The white snow and sturdy trees provided good cover, and Su Xianyue couldn't find the person hiding in the dark, ringing the bell. Damn it, wake up! Finally, unable to hold back, Su Xianyue slapped Yan's face, sending him flying 5 meters. Yan, who was knocked down, lay in the snow, twitched a couple of times, and raised his head in confusion. Why am I on the ground? Hiss, what happened to my face? Huh, I'm awake. Su Xianyue saw Yin slowly getting up and looked at the side where Xie Yu was chasing Hulaina. Ada, another slap, and Xie Yu was also sent flying. A sneeze, huh? Why am I lying in the snow? Having caught a bit of cold, Xie Yu hurriedly got up from the ground and looked at them. After the two regained their normal state, two people stepped out from the shadows. Oh, it seems there's still a few tough ones, but the highest among them isn't even a soul king. Where does their confidence come from? Hulaina scoffed. Humph. You're just a soul emperor with 2 followers of soul kings, and one of them has already been dealt with. Are we 4 still unable to handle the 2 of you? 3 high-level soul ancestors with top-tier martial souls should have no problem against 1 soul emperor and 1 soul king. Besides, now their S and extra is Su Xianyue, and their S also Yueguan in the shadows watching the show. They aren't afraid at all. But who knew they weren't afraid either? Oomph. Soul emperor? How outdated is that information? Open your eyes and take a good look. The person instantly released his martial soul. 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings floated behind him. I am now a soul sage. What do you have to fight me with? Ha ha ha. Beside him stood a relatively handsome and slender man holding a purple bell. Boss, same old rules? Same old rules. Their old rule. The man kills the woman and leaves. Heh. Let me see. Well, not bad. Just as he greedily scanned the crowd, a voice sounded from behind him. A soul sage is no longer something these kids can handle, so it can only be, bang. A golden beam of light struck them from behind, sending them flying far away. The 2 who were hit, the bellman was instantly killed, while the soul sage survived, but was also injured. Titled Douluo, his entire back was smashed to pieces, and while spitting blood, he didn't forget to take his companion's corpse and flee. However, he wasn't running away out of loyalty. He treated him as a blood bag. After tearing off the corpse's clothing, many bite marks could be seen, indicating that using a companion as a blood bag was not a one-time occurrence. No, they shouldn't be called companions. They should be called subordinates. He bit into the neck, and the wound on his back began to heal slowly. Just as his injuries were about to recover, Yueguan suddenly appeared beside him. You run pretty fast. I almost couldn't catch up. To avoid your revenge, I can only ask you to die. Breath barrier, golden rui, flowing clouds. A series of combo attacks struck him, and golden light erupted everywhere. The Qirong Tong Tian Ju has a light attribute, which has a certain restraining effect on bat-type martial souls. After a few moves, that soul sage was half destroyed. This is what you forced me to do. Martial soul, true body, soul power condensed, and a humanoid bat 3 to 4 meters tall appeared there. Spreading its huge wings and opening its mouth, it emitted visible shockwaves. Why don't you just die early, you stubborn rat? Yueguan's cooldown was ready, another energy cannon. Flowing light 10,000 zhong. The soul sage knew that this light was something he could never withstand. Helplessly, he could only shout in panic, Master, save me. Master? With a light sound from Yueguan, his attack was also blocked. As the light dissipated, the nearby trees and snow were devastated. And in the midst of it stood a thin old man. Ju Huaguan, long time no see. A deep and eerie voice revealed that he knew Yueguan. Who are you again? I seem to have a bit of an impression. The old man looked at Yueguan with a disdainful curl of his lip. More than 20 years ago when you chased me, you had just become a soul Douluo, and I didn't expect you to have become a title Douluo now. I really underestimated you. Yueguan stared at him for a moment, but couldn't recall who he was. Forget it, it doesn't matter, let us just kill him. Yueguan's martial soul spun, emitting waves, and the old man, hearing his words, became enraged. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're a title Douluo. New grudges and old debts. Let us settle them together. He also unleashed his martial soul, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings lighting up, along with a giant skeleton emitting green fire. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue and the others were looking at the unconscious Hatella on the ground, unsure of what to do. What now? Kill him or keep him? Let us keep him for now. After all, he is not much of a threat. A powerful wave of soul power erupted in the distance, and they all looked over there. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Is Elder Ju okay? A soul sage shouldn't be fighting this intensely, right? It should be quite troublesome. We can just wait and see. However, they didn't notice that Hatella behind them had been dragged away by a long, thin claw. Once I recover, I'll kill this bunch of little brats, That bat soul sage was hiding in the trees behind, sucking blood. Su Xianyue suddenly felt that there seemed to be something strange in the dark woods behind him. He turned around and looked at that direction with confusion. What is it? He poked Yin beside him and pointed to that side. Yin understood his meaning, nodded, and cautiously moved towards that direction with him. Just as they were about to take a peek, a huge shockwave blasted them far away. In the chaos, Su Xianyue felt his arms being grabbed, and his feet lifted off the ground, followed by the sound of howling wind in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he found himself flying away from the ground at an extremely high speed, and when he looked up, he saw a giant bat's backside. Su Xianyue. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bat's mouth. I didn't expect to be discovered. I advise you to behave yourself and not do it. Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force yanked at his foot, and then he felt the world spinning around him. You think you can catch me? Go to hell. Su Xianyue directly grabbed his foot and spun around, then smashed it hard against the ground. They were not far from the ground, and at this height, that bat couldn't regain its balance at all. Although the leaves provided some cushioning, it still hit the ground hard and fell heavily. I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. I underestimated you. Chapter 86, The 8th Six, Eating My Fallen Strike. Su Xianyue watched as the giant bat climbed up from the ground and drew his sword. What is the deal with sneak attacks? Are you trying to sneak attack me? Have you lost your mind? The giant bat ignored Su Xianyue's strange words and flapped its wings, disappearing into the woods behind him. It ran away? A bat that vanished in the blink of an eye made Su Xianyue let his guard down, but then suddenly, the giant bat lunged out from the woods behind him. Damn, good thing my instincts are sharp. The enormous bat's claw was blocked by Su Xianyue's sword, and they were locked in a stalemate. In the end, the bat's claw was cut by the sword, causing it to release its grip. The bat let out a cold snort and disappeared back into the woods. The forest was dense, and flying-type martial souls should have been hindered, but the bat was different. It moved effortlessly through the trees. It twisted its body to easily dodge the trees, attacking Su Xianyue while also mocking him. How's it going? Feeling desperate? Don't even think about your companions coming to save you. It's not only far from here to there, but there's also a huge canyon in between. And don't count on that title Douluo either. So enjoy yourself before I play with you to death. Ha ha. The strange voice echoed from all directions, and Su Xianwei, holding his sword, felt a bit lonely and helpless. However, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Are you saying they can't come? They don't even know what we're doing here? Huh? Su Xianwei's strange words left the bat feeling a bit puzzled, but the next second, he was so scared his eyes nearly popped out. Martial soul manifestation. A purple flowing light transformed into a sphere, enveloping Su Xianwei within it, and an immense pressure surged forth. What? What is this? It emanated a strong sense of oppression that made it hard for the bat to breathe, and he helplessly descended. A few seconds later, the sphere dissipated, revealing a creature he had never seen before. It's been so long since a martial soul manifested. I almost forgot what this feeling was like. The terrifying voice seemed to be tinged with an invisible sense of suffocation. You, seeing Su Xianwei in midair, with 6 wings radiating purple light, long hair flowing, and exuding supreme majesty, the bat was already frozen in place, speechless with fear. Scared silly? Then, go to hell, you trash. Su Xianwei soared into the sky, with a black soul ring flashing behind her. The fallen body, this is the true fallen strike. The sword was wrapped in destructive energy, plummeting like a comet. The bats on the ground were so scared that their legs went weak and in fear. One helplessly shouted, "Don't come over here." Boom, a huge pillar of purple energy shot up into the sky. After the light dissipated, Su Xianwei looked at the shattered debris on the ground, stretched her waist, and also spread her wings behind her. So refreshing. It had been so long since she unleashed her wings, and now it felt like stretching after getting out of bed. A soul sage was taken down in one move. Ha ha. Let me take a moment to catch my breath. Ha ha ha. Su Xianwei laughed wildly. A large pit had been smashed beneath his feet, and a clear space surrounded him. The sunlight poured in from above. After finishing his laughter, Su Xianwei looked up at the warm sun, retracted his wings, and glanced around. Which way's the way back? As Su Xianwei just jumped out of the pit, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power, so weak that he almost didn't notice it. Outside the pit behind him, a black, rounded object was protruding from the soil. Is this a soul bone? This thing is very smooth, but from its texture and material, it resembles a soul bone. However, soul bones usually have many edges. Even those that have been absorbed still retain some sharpness. But this one, could it have been rounded by my recent attack? I didn't expect this guy to have a soul bone. What a pleasant surprise. Soul bones are so rare that Su Xianwei couldn't farm them solo, so his sword had only absorbed 1 or 2 low-level soul bones. Although this soul bone was somewhat worn, it should still be usable. Time to absorb it. Of course, not directly by a person, but by this sword. The sword in his hand pierced a few inches into the soul bone, and after a few seconds, the soul bone began to soften, gradually turning into a fluid that spread along the blade and eventually was completely absorbed. The sword, once the absorption was complete, seemed to have become a bit sharper, giving a slightly different feel, although this change was not visible to the naked eye. With the scene so chaotic, Su Xianwei had no intention of checking for any dropped equipment. Anyway, it was probably not as valuable as what the spear hall gave him. Well, all set. Time to head back. Playfully flicking the sword, he sheathed it and prepared to leave. Oh wait, my clothes broke again. Luckily, I have a spare. At this moment, the battle involving Yu Guan was also nearing its end. Oh, I remember now. Your name is Woohoo, right? It's Wugu. The severely injured old man glared at the calm Yu Guan before him and angrily unleashed an attack. A huge green fire skull with a large mouth charged at Yu Guan, but was dodged in one move. The skull collided with a tree behind, instantly causing several trees to wither. The surrounding area was also cleared, the ground appearing as if it had been plowed. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the old man planned to make a run for it. Want to escape? Yu Guan saw through his little maneuver and immediately took action. But the man let out a cold laugh and looked up to the sky. I managed to escape from you back then, and I could do it again this time. You can't stop me from leaving. Suddenly, green flames began to burn on his body, and then a skeleton, the same size as him, was left in place. TSK, not this trick again. Back then, Wugu escaped using this move, leaving a skeletal clone while his main body teleporting to a designated direction. The skeletal clone isn't very strong, but it's troublesome. It can fly and fight, and it moves quickly. It won't disappear until it's completely shattered into dust. The main body could be anywhere now. It might have fled or, like before, might ambush again. But this time, he should really be escaping since he is not only at a disadvantage in attributes, but also in levels. Letting him get away again, whatever, he can't stir up much trouble anyway. With that thought, Yuan turned and left. Meanwhile, the three who had just recovered were anxiously waiting in place. When they saw Yuan return, they hurriedly approached for help. Not good, Elder Jew. Su Xianhua has been captured. What? Wait, that bat from earlier. Oh no, this is bad. Which direction are they in? Yuan was still asking when suddenly a loud sound came from afar. They turned their heads and saw the light pillar. Over there, Yuan dashed in that direction, and Helena and the others followed. After a scramble over mountains and valleys, Yuan found Su Xianhua, who was still looking for a way. Su Xianhua, are you okay? Su Xianhua looked at Yuan. It's nothing, I'm fine. What about the explosion just now? Yuan looked at Su Xianhua, who had a silly grin on her face. I don't know, that bat seemed to see something terrifying and then just dropped me and ran away. And then there was an explosion over there. Although Su Xianhua, who was pretending to be clueless, raised Yuan's suspicions, at that moment, Yuan didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Su Xianhua was unharmed, he knew that his own skin was safe. Chapter 87. Nothing escapes the walls. Yuan also went to check the big pit, but found nothing unusual, just a strange residual soul power at the scene. However, he didn't dwell on it, and hurriedly led a few people away to prevent any further complications. On the way back, the group was lamenting their situation. This time, we didn't accomplish anything. Sigh. I'm the worst. I didn't achieve anything, and now... Achoo, I caught a cold. Yin and Shiyue were comparing their misfortunes, while Hulaina was biting her nails, gritting her teeth with a resentful expression. It was obvious that they were all dissatisfied with this outing. Seeing this, Yuan could only comfort them. Don't be sad, the intelligence was wrong this time. I didn't expect that guy to become a soul sage so quickly. It's not your fault. The original plan was for the four of them to deal with one soul emperor and two soul kings, which they could have handled with their talents. But unexpectedly, that soul emperor had become a soul sage, and there was an additional soul Douluo. By the way, Su Xianhua, did you see that so-called terrifying thing when you were captured? Yuan suddenly turned to ask Su Xianhua, who merely shook her head. No, but that thing must be particularly scary. I saw that bat panicking and running wildly. Looking at Su Xianhua's expressionless face, her eyes as deep as an unfathomable pool, Yuan didn't know what to say. He just took out a fragment of his soul guide. Let us take this back to show the Pope. Su Xianhua looked at the object in Yuan's hand, a bit confused about what it was, but didn't pay much attention to it. Yuan also looked at the fragment of the soul guide, and then at Su Xianhua, wondering to himself, strange. Why does the residual soul power aura that resemble Su Xianhua's so much, yet feel a bit different? What Yuan held was indeed the fragment of the soul guide of that soul saint, with Su Xianhua's soul power lingering on it. After several days of travel, Su Xianhua was almost exhausted and finally returned to the Wuhuan temple. Finally back, I need to go get some medicine first. As soon as Shiyue returned, he ran to the medical clinic in Wuhuan City. Soul masters rarely get sick, but they're not immune. And since Shiyue is a tool spirit master, his physical quality is not as good as that of beast spirit masters, making him more prone to illness. However, they didn't bother with Shiyue and went back to rest. Back in his room, Su Xianhua directly flopped onto the bed and fell asleep. At that moment, Bibi Dong was carefully examining the fragment in her hand. It indeed resembled Su Xianhua's soul power, according to what you said. The residual soul power fluctuations gave you a feeling of heart palpitations, right? Bibi Dong said to Yuan while looking at it. Indeed, the residual soul power on this fragment is too faint to discern much. But my subordinate dares to assure that the terrifying thing mentioned by Su Xianhua is related to him. Perhaps it is something that erupted from his intense emotions. Considering this matter along with Su Xianhua's blood, they were certain that there must be secrets about Su Xianhua. Bibi Dong was also aware of this. She had given Su Xianhua's blood to Qian Daolu to look at, and Qian Daolu had a strong reaction. But he didn't take any action because he wasn't sure what was going on. Bibi Dong tossed the fragment back to Yuan, rested her hand on the armrest, and opened her eyes slightly. Su Xianhua, what else are you hiding from me? Let us go find him. In the next scene, Bibi Dong had already arrived at Su Xianhua's bedroom, where he was still sprawled on the bed drooling. Bibi Dong shook him a couple of times, but Su Xianhua unconsciously swatted her hand away. Don't make a fuss. He turned over and went back to sleep. Bibi Dong shook him for a while longer, but seeing that Su Xianhua continued to swat her hand away, she gave up. He might just be too tired from his return. Perhaps she would come back next time when she had the chance. Bibi Dong was busy with affairs, and didn't he always have the time to find Su Xianhua? But this time she had come in a hurry and could only leave after seeing him asleep. Once they left, a figure suddenly appeared. Douluo, with his eyes closed, was deep in thought, and after a moment, he directly picked up the sleeping Su Xianhua and left. In a daze, Su Xianhua felt his collar being grabbed, and his body was lifted off the ground. He opened his still sleepy eyes, and the brightness in front of him was too dazzling. He couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hand. After a while, he regained his senses and saw everything around him clearly. The hall made of crystal was brilliantly illuminated by golden light, and the source of the light was the tall six-winged angel statue in the center of the hall. "Where's this?" "You're awake." Under the statue, Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Su Xianhua, who was sitting on the ground, rubbing his eyes. Groggily, Su Xianhua recognized Douluo's face and instinctively replied, "Old Biding, what are you doing here?" Then, he instantly became fully awake. "Old Biding? What does this mean?" Su Xianhua had not reacted much, while Douluo stroked his chin, pondering the meaning of these words. No. It doesn't mean anything, it's just the old man's intention. Your reaction. Never mind. The reason I brought you here this time is to confirm something. Recently, I studied your blood and found that something is very wrong. You must have a secret, especially concerning your martial soul. It absolutely cannot be as simple as just a sword. Since the time Su Xianhua exerted pressure on Qianrenxue, Douluo had developed an interest in him, but he had not taken any action until now. Recently, they discovered how bizarre his blood was, and Douluo had no choice but to pay attention. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. So what do you want to do? Su Xianhua sat cross-legged on the ground, expressionless as she looked at Douluo in front of her. Douluo sneered and slowly walked towards her. "What I want to do? You'll find out soon." Su Xianhua watched as he approached her step by step with a smile, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. "What are you going to do? If you come any closer, I will call for help." Su Xianhua quickly got up and stepped back, while Douluo also stayed in his original position. "Ready. Amasi prescher instantly envelope Su Xianhua." This level was him releasing everything he had. In that moment, Su Xianhua felt not just the air solidifying, but it was as if his entire body had plunged into the depths of the sea at 10,000 meters, the immense pressure forcing the air out of his lungs. He hurriedly circulated his soul power to resist, and his martial soul instinctively wanted to burst out to resist alongside him, but he forcibly suppressed it. However, like a warm current stuck in a tight spot, how could this be endured? Finally, with a buzzing sound, a purple light orb appeared, and in that instant, Douluo seemed to sense a great threat and retreated sharply. This sense of oppression, what is this thing? Douluo stared intently at the light orb in front of him, those radiant streams of light overshadowing the golden light emitted by the angel statue, simultaneously erupting with waves of energy. As the light dissipated, Su Xianhua in his martial soul manifestation stood there in a daze, looking as if he had just crawled up from the ground. What kind of martial soul is this? Douluo shouted, and Su Xianhua's heart sank, realizing the situation was dire. Damn, it seems like I really am going to be struck down. I can only run away now. Chapter 88. Why didn't you say it earlier? Su Xianhua looked at Qianlu's wide-open eyes and automatically filled in the words he was about to say. Such an evil martial soul. Today, I shall eliminate the demons and uphold justice. Without a second thought, he took off, or rather flew away. In front was a tightly closed door, and Su Xianhua intended to crash through it, but with a loud bang, he ended up smashing into the door and creating a dent. How is it so hard? Rubbing his sore face, just as he was about to draw his sword to cut it open, Douluo appeared before him. Why are you running? I won't eat you. Huh? Su Xianhua held her sword defensively against the seemingly non-hostile Douluo, tilting her head in confusion. You aren't going to strike me? Why would I strike you? Did you do something to wrong me? Douluo retorted, observing Su Xianhua's guilty expression. Su Xianhua shook her wings behind her, her confused little eyes looking at Douluo. Isn't my martial soul supposed to make you come over shouting I will act on behalf of heaven and try to cut me down? Douluo, why would you think that? Do you think I am some stubborn old man? Just because a martial soul is evil, it must be eliminated? Su Xianhua, you should have said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? You scared me. Su Xianhua let out a sigh of relief and retracted his martial spirit. Douluo bent down toward him, staring intently. From your appearance, it seems you've awakened this martial spirit long ago. Why didn't you say anything? Could it be BB Dong instructed you to hide it from me? That woman. Qian Daolu was suddenly filled with anger. He naturally thought that BB Dong was hiding this from him, cultivating Su Xianyue to deal with him. But the truth was that BB Dong didn't know either. So you should go back now. Qian Daolu sighed and let Su Xianyue leave. Oh, then I'll be going. Go on. I'm really leaving. You better not go back on your word. I won't go back on my word, just go. Then I get lost. Startled, Su Xianyue hurriedly left, while Qian Daolu shook his head, holding his head. Sigh that BB Dong actually has such thoughts. I need to have a good talk with her. At that moment, Su Xianyue peeked his head back in from outside. Actually, my teacher doesn't know about my martial spirit either. Then he quickly dashed away. Qian Daolu. After a while, Qian Daolu helplessly waved his hand. Su Xianyue's martial spirit he had never seen before, and it was so similar to the six-winged angel. Could it be a descendant of the Qian family that was left outside? But that doesn't make sense. The six-winged angel is inherited. How could there be such a person without anyone knowing? Strange. Remaining in place, Qian Daolu pondered, and, after a long time, he shook his head again. When he grows up, I guess I will too. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Phew, that scare me. This old man actually didn't strike me down. Have I been worrying for nothing these past few years? Damn. Su Xianyue. 8 years. Do you know how I spent these 8 years? Do you know? Troubled, Su Xianyue shook his head and decided not to care anymore. He just wanted to catch up on sleep. He had just fallen asleep when he was pulled away. Yun duang suddenly. Su Xianyue felt his forehead bump against something soft and bouncy. He took a step back and looked up to see Bai Bidong looking at him seriously. Weren't you just sleeping? Why are you walking around with your shirt off now? Su Xianyue was momentarily at a loss, flailing around helplessly, tried to explain, but unable to get the words out. You old geezer, cough. Great elder. It's me who has something to find him for. Qin Dao Lu descended from the sky and stood with his hands behind his back beside them. BB Dong, it's really good that I have something to discuss with you. Su Xianyue, you can go back first. Su Xianyue was dismissed by Qian Daolu with a wave of his hand. Watching Su Xianyue's departing figure, and confirming he had walked far away, Qian Daolu then slowly spoke. His talent is no less than Xiao Shui's. BB Dong looked at Qian Daolu in confusion. Spit out quickly. Qian Daolu cleared his throat. Ahem. His martial spirit is similar to a six-winged angel, but it is filled with a terrifying energy that sends chills down one's spine. I can tell that its quality is not inferior to that of a six-winged angel, and perhaps even much higher. With proper cultivation, he could carry the weight of the spirit hall in the future. Upon hearing this, BB Dong sneered. Carry the weight? I won't even let him ruin your spirit hall. And you expect him to inherit it? Qian Daolu looked at BB Dong, who had a wicked smile, and sighed helplessly. I've talked to you before. It was our Qian family's fault towards you, but Xiao Shui is after all your daughter. No matter how much you dislike her, you should consider her future. You should also consider your disciple's future. Regardless of what you think, anyway, I have high hopes for this child, Su Xianyue. Think it over carefully. After saying this, Qian Daolu waved his sleeve and left. BB Dong stood in place, her face darkened, biting her lower lip tightly. After a long time, her clenched hand finally relaxed, and her expression showed relief. Fine, giving him a good future isn't bad. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Su Xianyue lay comfortably on his bed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him again. Xianyue, get up. Suddenly, he heard BB Dong's voice in his ear, feeling as if his ear was being tugged. Hey. Teacher, don't pull my ear. BB Dong directly yanked Su Xianyue's ear, pulling him off the bed, and in that instant, he woke up. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? I remember I told you before, don't keep things from me. Su Xianyue looked up and saw BB Dong with a face full of the expression of wanting to eat children, and suddenly felt anxious. Su Xianyue pretended to look wronged, turning her face to the side. Aren't I just afraid you all will punish me? Still arguing back. It seems I have to give you some punishment. You will stay in your room for 3 months without going out. Bang. After saying that, BB Dong left and slammed the door. What the heck? Why am I being confined? She walked to the door and pushed it, but it was sealed. No matter what, this matter is over. And besides, I can use my martial soul freely in the future. Since Su Xianyue's martial soul awakened, she was afraid that Qian Daolu would find out and punish her, but now, it seems she underestimated Qian Daolu too much. Su Xianyue didn't know much about Qian Daolu, only some basic information. She thought he was an old stickler for having lived for over 150 or 60 years, but unexpectedly, he was quite open-minded. However, now being confined for 3 months, what am I going to do for these 3 months? After thinking for a moment, Su Xianyue decided to stop thinking. Sleeping was more important. In her room, Bibi Dong sat on a chair by the window, gazing at the bright sun in the south. Their future, how should I choose? At this moment, Bibi Dong's hatred for the spirit hall seemed to fade a bit. She didn't know how to choose her identity, to become a Rakshasa, seeking revenge on the world, or to be a mother and teacher paving the way for her child. She fell into confusion. Chapter 89. The Curiosity of Qin Douluo, the first day of confinement. Just 3 months? It's nothing. 1 week of confinement. It's a bit boring. Cough, cough, practicing is fine. I can do it. 1 month of confinement. I'm not new to being locked up. I can do it. 1.5 months of confinement. Teacher, I was wrong. Let me out. Su Xianyue weakly pounded on the door, but unfortunately, Bibi Dong's barrier was no joke. Su Xianyue couldn't break through it. How is it that, after only half the time has passed, you can't hold on any longer? A voice from outside, belonging to Bibi Dong, reached Su Xianyue's ears, prompting her to plead for mercy. Teacher, I was wrong. Let me out. But Bibi Dong snorted coldly. No way. You should reflect well in there. No, However, before Su Xianyue could finish her sentence, Bibi Dong continued. Or perhaps you have some other secret. If you tell me, I'll let you out. What other secret could I have? Don't you all already know my secret? Su Xianyue cried out so helplessly, but unfortunately, Bibi Dong didn't believe her at all. Well then, just wait. You'll see when I haven't even reached level 36 this time. Hey, teacher. No. Oh. Damn. Pleading for mercy was useless, and Su Xianyue gave up. It's over. I guess I'll just stay here obediently. Weakly collapsing onto the bed, she stared at the white ceiling, lost in thought. The restrictions of her martial soul were gone, and she could use it freely in the future. However, Su Xianyue didn't think that Qin Douluo and the others didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. They might poison her or something to keep her bound to the spirit hall. But it didn't matter. Staying here was quite nice. Everyone here is talented and knows how to speak well. Su Xianyue had thought about this not just once or twice. But he never expected that Qin Douluo intended to tie him to the spirit hall. It's strange, how could there be nothing? At this moment, in a room filled with various books, surrounded by an array of ancient texts that looked quite old, Qin Douluo stood there, his brow furrowed. The spirit hall's ancient texts contained no records of the purple-black six-winged angel. What exactly is Su Xianyue's martial soul? He paced back and forth, his brow nearly wrinkled into a mung bean. A martial soul that had never appeared before, yet it was so similar to the six-winged angel. Could it really be that a branch of the Qin family experienced a martial soul mutation? But a small village couldn't possibly. I need to take a look. That town, due to Su Xianyue's request, along with several nearby villages and towns, received funding from the spirit hall, transforming from a village into a town, and the GDP was still on the rise. Today, the sun was shining brightly, and Wang Area, wearing a simple dress and carrying a basket, was bouncing along the street, greeting passers-by. Antley, good morning. Hey, Area, come here, and we'll give you some vegetables. Just picked this morning, they're fresh. The townsfolk knew that Su Xianyue had entered the spirit hall, and now they were benefiting from his fortune, which also earned Wang Area a bit of respect. However, while passing by the meat shop, the meat seller called out to her, and there was a young man in his 30s in front of him. Yeah. This guy is looking for the village chief. Come over and see if you recognize him. The meat shop owner shouted to Wang Area with a strange accent, and she curiously walked over. Sir, who are you? That young man in his 30s was naturally Qin Douluo. At this moment, he looked at Wang Area with a benevolent smile. You are Su Xianyue's sister? I am an envoy of the spirit hall. Could you take me to find your grandfather? Oh, from the spirit hall? Then follow me. The spirit hall was very friendly to commoners. There had never been any oppression of the people, and on the contrary, if someone was oppressed, they could seek justice from the spirit hall. So the villagers were generally friendly towards people from the spirit hall. Sir, what do you want with my grandfather? Wang Area didn't rush back, but bought some meat before leaving with Qin Douluo. After all, she had come out to buy groceries. Qin Douluo walked at a leisurely pace, neither fast nor slow. Well, actually, I just came to see what Su Xianyue's hometown is like. Huh? Do you know my brother Xiaoyu? How's he doing now? Wang Area interrupted Qin Douluo upon hearing Su Xianyue's name. But Qin Douluo wasn't annoyed and kindly said, Haha, he is doing very well, extremely well, and he is highly valued by the spirit hall, which means he is very capable. Really? I knew Brother Xiao. You must be very impressive. Looking at the innocent and carefree Wang Area, Qin Douluo smiled. She resembles Xiao Shui when she was young. Soon after, they arrived in front of a wooden house. The wooden house had been renovated but still looked simple. At this moment, Wang Fugue was sitting in a deck chair in the yard. basking in the sun and drinking tea. Grandpa, we have a guest. Wang Area shouts startled Wang Fuguei, nearly spilling the tea in his hand. A guest? Wang Area led Qian Daolu into the yard, and after surveying the yard for a moment, Qian Daolu cupped his hands toward Wang Fuguei. This old brother is Su Xianyue's grandfather, right? Yes, that's me. Young man, please take a seat. Wang Fuguei poured a cup of tea for Qian Daolu after Wang you brought over a chair. Young man, you are. Wang Fuguei looked at the young-looking Qian Daolu, asking with curiosity. Oh, I am an envoy of the Spirit Hall, and I want to ask about Su Xianyue's background. You should know it as well. We at the Spirit Hall need to investigate thoroughly. Oh, an important person from the Spirit Hall? I apologize for my rudeness. Saying this, Wang Fuguei stood up to go get something from inside, but Qian Daolu stopped him, though Wang Fuguei still took out a package. This is high-quality tea. I'm reluctant to drink it. Sir, please have a taste. Qian Daolu didn't touch the tea in front of him, and Wang Fuguei thought he was being picky, specifically taking out his treasured tea. Actually, there's no need for this. I will leave after I finish asking. I'll one tea disturb you for long. The Spirit Hall has done so much for us. We can only try to treat you well in these little ways. Please don't mind. I won't. So let's get down to business. About Su Xianyue's background. At this point, Wang Fuguei hesitated. Well, actually, I don't know much either. When we found him at the village entrance, he didn't even have any clothes on, just lying there naked in the grass. So I don't know which parents could be so heartless, almost letting him freeze to death. The following was basically Wang Fuguei's monologue, providing no useful information for Qian Daolu. As they chatted, it was time for a meal. Grandpa, it's time to eat. Wang Area's voice came from inside, and only then did Wang Fuguei realize. Oh dear, I ended up talking too much. Sir, please stay for a meal. No, I still need to go back to report, so I won't impose any longer. Wang Fuguei respectfully sent off Qian Daolu. On the way back, Qian Daolu was still pondering. Most of the villagers were ordinary people, and a child that was picked up, without any tokens or anything. The clues just ended there, what a pity. Su Xianyue's background attracted the attention of Kindaliu, who personally came to investigate, but they couldn't find any information at all, which was truly puzzling. Chapter 90. 90 The Strength of the Fallen Angel. Finally, the time came, and Su Xianyue was released from his sentence. I, Su Xianyue, am free. Finally able to take a breath, Su Xianyue shouted to the sky, while behind him, BB Dawn smiled at him. How's your cultivation level? 35. Feeling guilty, Su Xianyue suddenly deflated. I told you, if you don't meet my requirements, I will still punish you. With a thud, Su Xianyue knelt down and even knocked his head. Teacher, I was wrong. The problem is that leveling up is really too difficult. Su Xianyue was truly afraid of Bibidon's punishments. It was either various forms of physical punishment or fighting against a certain high-level soul master. He couldn't stop until he was exhausted, and sometimes she even personally intervened, making it quite tough for Su Xianyue. Bibidon looked at Su Xianyue, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, and couldn't help but smile slightly. However, she quickly regained her original seriousness. Well then, Nana and the others are also eager to meet you. You can have a match with the three of them, and we'll call it even. Huh? Fight them? Yes, with all your strength. Bang! The battle was extremely intense, and Hulaina and the others were being pushed back repeatedly. What on earth is this thing? Bro, martial sur fusion technique. Wahaha, surrender to my might. Wahaha. In the sky, Su Xianyue in martial soul possession state continuously waved his sword, and the explosive energy from his sword aura kept depleting them. Just this sword aura alone made it impossible for them to figure out their directions, let alone counterattack. They couldn't even touch the hem of Su Xianyue's pants. Whoosh, a flash of red light, and the enchanting figure appeared, but it was still of no use. Su Xianyue, come down here. I won't. You all come up. If they couldn't hit him, they could only resort to taunting, but they knew they couldn't outsmart Su Xianyue either, so after a couple of insults, they admitted defeat directly. Teacher, we can't win. We admit defeat. The enchanting figure said to BB Dong, who understood the reason. Hulaina and the others were simply too weak in aerial combat, so it wasn't their fault. Then let's stop. Su Xianyue, you can come down now. With a whoosh, when Su Xianyue landed, he brought down a whirlwind that swept across the entire area. Truly impressive. The first thing Su Xianyue did after landing was to put his hands on his hips and laugh. Ruahaha, let me stretch for a bit. Haha, that carefree and free-spirited laughter drew a lot of discontent. Su Xianyue, you're too despicable. Exactly. How could you have such a perverse martial soul and only tell us now? Hulaina's self-esteem was hit, and Yin, as a sycophant, naturally echoed her. However, Shiyue, remained much calmer. Su Xianwei, did your martial soul awaken for the second time recently? Or? Su Xianwei raised his victorious peace sign and looked at them. Want to know? I'm not telling you. Oh ho ho ho, feeling cocky now. This guy has completely lost himself. The few of them were playfully teasing each other when BB Dong walked over. All right, you all keep practicing, work hard. The competition is in a year, and by then, aim for a championship. Yes. After BB Dong finished speaking, she left, while Hulaina and the others stood there in confusion. It's strange. Our teacher actually encouraged us? In the past, she would only say something like not bad, keep it up, but now she suddenly said so much. Su Xianwei. I think so too. However, a few people didn't pay much attention, but they didn't continue practicing either, as Su Xianwei had thrown them off their game. Let's go, Su Xianwei. If you don't treat us to a meal, we won't forgive you. A few people were left in a very awkward situation because of Su Xianwei, and Yin took the lead in teasing her to treat them. Fine. I'll make you eat till you drop. The group left while chatting and laughing, unaware that in the distance, someone was standing there, quietly watching them. Su Xianwei has once again refreshed my understanding. The power of her martial soul is unmatched. Even the six-winged angel can't compare. The six-winged angel is an all-rounder, involved in attack, defense, and support, but the difference in direction is due to soul ring choices. What he saw was that Su Xianwei's martial soul is purely offensive, with attack power and speed that can be considered invincible. However, that serious expression seemed to think of something amusing in the next second, and he chuckled. This is great. Our spirit hall truly has successors, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily and turned to leave. The next moment, BB Dong, who was savoring tea, suddenly turned her head to the side as Qian Douluo slowly approached. What are you here for? BB Dong turned her head back, while Qian Douluo got straight to the point. I have made up my mind, within 5 years. At most 5 years, they must get married, and this time, I am not here to seek your opinion, but to inform you. So do your best to bring Xiao Shui back as soon as possible. After saying this, he left. BB Dong maintained her tea-drinking posture for a moment, then took another sip. What is this old man rambling about, making them get married in 5 years? Why is BB Dong so angry? Must be contagious. Afterwards, she leaned back in her chair, gazing at the ceiling, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. This, isn't bad. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Drink, drink, drink. If we don't drink Su Xianwei's pants off tonight, we won't go back. In the restaurant, Yin shouted loudly while pouring wine into his mouth from a jar. Su Xianwei, are you serious? Losing to me isn't something to be ashamed of, right, Xianwei? Xia, who was nearby, shouted to everyone in the tavern. The whole venue's expenses will be covered by young Master Su. Enjoy your food and drink, everyone. That's too much. The 3 big men were making a fuss, while Hulaina sat alone drinking her sorrows. Burp, ah. Su Xianwei, let me tell you, I won't accept this. Burp, gulp, gulp, gulp. Sound of drinking. Unknowingly, Hulaina had already drunk enough to crawl onto the table, showing just how troubled she was inside. Su Xianwei saw Hulaina's current state and slapped Xiaoyu on the back. Aren't you going to take care of her? She's already passed out. Xiaoyu looked and realized that Hulaina had gotten this way without him noticing, so he quickly picked her up. I'll take her back to rest first. You guys keep drinking. Su Xianwei watched them leave, while at the same time, she slapped away the drunken Yin who was dancing around her. Is it really necessary? Sister Na, could it be that I've really gone too far? On the way, Xiaoyu was carrying the humming Hulaina. I said, Nana, how'd I end up drinking so much without noticing? What am I supposed to do now? Burp, none of your business, Burp, I'm willing. The troubled Xiaoyu could only carry her along, and after a long time, he looked at the gradually setting sun. So, Nana, what do you want for dinner? Dinner. I want to eat white-cut chicken. Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight recently? I don't care, I want it. I want it. All right, stop swaying white-cut chicken. Just white-cut chicken. Chapter 91. The transformation of Tang San sunset forest time flew by, and Tang San and the others had already reached level 40, arriving in this sunset forest to obtain their soul rings. Tang San looked terrifying now, with dark circles under his eyes and a gloomy aura enveloping his whole body. He sat on the grass, eyes closed in thought. Yu Xiaojing walked over, looking at his serious and gloomy face. Xiao San, haven't you decided on your soul ring yet? Tang San remained silent, seemingly not hearing him. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his bloodshot eyes and pointed to a bird in the distance. That one, teacher. Yu Xiaojing followed his finger and suddenly changed his expression drastically. Don't joke around, Xiao San. That 1,000-feather sky-striking bird is clearly not suitable for you. And even if it were, it has nearly 20 18,000 years of cultivation, at least 18,000 years. In the direction he pointed, there was a bird covered in long, colorful feathers, looking fluffy and somewhat cute. However, when it attacked, it was anything but cute. Don't be fooled by its dense feathers. Its speed is not slow, and once its feathers operate with soul power, they become incredibly hard and can scatter like a net, with the direction controlled by thought. With a cultivation of over 1,000 years, its already sharp feathers also carry wind blades, making it extremely terrifying, not to mention this one is 10,000 years old. I have made up my mind. Please help me, teacher. Tang San's dark, bloodshot eyes were filled with rage, causing Yu Xiaojiang to take 2 steps back in fright. Give me a reason. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly said, as a control system, I deeply realize that the abilities of the control system are limited. I understood this in the ice and fire yin-yang-I. The stronger one's own abilities are, the more one can achieve the desired result. I already have enough control skills, and if I want to significantly improve my strength, I need to change my training direction. Saying this, Tang San clenched his fist. Yu Xiaojiang was stunned, looking at Tang San in disbelief. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Tang San, who had been deep in thought with his head down, suddenly raised his head and shouted at Yu Xiaojiang with an almost crazy expression. I'm not going to be a control system anymore. Teacher. Tang San's voice echoed across the small clearing, and everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. What? What is going on? Xiao San, what do you mean you're not going to be a control system anymore? Oscar leaned in beside Tang San, looking at him now. I have clearly defined my path. Please support me, teacher. Tang San didn't look at anyone else, just clasped his hands and stared at Yu Xiaojiang. You, it's not that I disagree, but you already have the first strong attack weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer. Are you really planning to develop the blue silver grass into a strong attack system too? Even so, that 18,000-year-old beast is absolutely impossible for you to absorb. The risk is too high. No, I made up my mind just like this. Tang San's words stunned everyone. His decision to change systems was no small matter for them. However, with Shrek already outnumbered, relying on Tang San's mad, dog-like fighting style while also commanding everyone, they had managed to navigate smoothly along their original path. But now, with Tang San wanting to change systems, their future paths would be entirely different. Hey, Xiao San, you need to think this through. Changing systems is not a small matter. It concerns your future. If there's even a slight mishap, your blue-silver grass spirit will be finished. Flinder and the others also gathered around to persuade him, but still had no effect. Several teachers, rest assured, I've thought it through. Flinder and the others have been trying to persuade him for a long time, but to no avail, they could only give up. All right, Xiaojiang, if you can't persuade him, then we certainly can't either. How about we just support him? Flinder patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, and Yu Xiaojiang sighed helplessly. Sigh. Xiao San, your decision to change systems is up to you, but for the choice of your 4th soul ring. That 1,000-feather sky-striking bird is definitely not an option. Its age is too high, you. No, it's the one. My intuition tells me it will work. Tang San looked up at the bird circling in the air, raising his hand and clenching it hard, determined to get it. Well, Fine. The utterly helpless Yu Xiaojiang could only agree to Tang San's request. Lu Erlong and Flinder went to catch the bird for Tang San, while Yu Xiaojiang was still trying to persuade him. Xiao San, think about this matter again. No, teacher, please don't say anything more. I know what I'm doing. That place, the ice and fire yin-yang-I, is a treasure. I absorbed 2 immortal herbs from Douluo, so I have an 80% certainty of absorbing the immortal herbs inside. You can rest assured. I know you're fighting for Xiao Wu, but please consider yourself too. Really, fine, I won't nag anymore, it's up to you. After a while, the 1,000-feather sky striking bird was captured after much effort from several people. The 7-meter wingspan bird was pinned to the ground by several people, and Tang San quickly went up to deliver the finishing blow. Phew, thank you, teachers. I'll go absorb the soul ring now. Tang San took the newly appeared soul ring and walked towards the ice and fire yin-yang-I, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion. Xiaojiang, aren't you going to persuade him again? That's an 18,000-year soul ring, and he's just a soul master. Do you think I don't want to? I can't persuade him, but Xiao San is a child with his own ideas. He has never let me down. I believe in him. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Inside the ice and fire yin-yang-I, Tang San's conviction spread like a spark in the wilderness. After a long wait, Tang San was enveloped in a chilling black gas, surging up from within. The black 8 spider lances behind him twisted continuously, slicing through the air with a sound that stimulated everyone's eardrums. Xiao San. What? What happened? Tang San's face was twisted as he held his head, his veins bulging. He resembled a frenzied beast, ready to explode at any moment, but after a few minutes, he gradually calmed down. Seeing he was no longer moving, Yu Xiaojiang and the others dared to approach. Xiao San, how are you feeling now? Can you hear what I'm saying? Tang San knelt on the ground without any strength, and Yu Xiaojiang kept shaking him. At this moment, he finally opened his completely black eyes in confusion and smiled. I did it, teacher. Tang San showed a warm smile, and Yu Xiaojiang finally felt relieved this time. It's good to hear that. By the way, what soul skill did you get? Show us the results of your impulsive actions this time. The others also started cheering, and Tang San slowly stood up. Everyone, step back a bit. The others cleared a space for Tang San while he closed his eyes, feeling the information brought by the soul ring. A patch of blue-silver grass grew around him, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Blue-silver thousand leaves break. Countless blue-silver grasses were cut by the wind, lifted up, and gathered in his palm, forming a sphere filled with explosive energy of the wind attribute, which he threw out fiercely. A large area of empty ground was affected, and the ground shook. Blue-silver thousand leaves break. A large area, short distance, explosive soul skill. The closer the distance, the greater the damage. Chapter 92. New team member. Is this my outfit? Early that morning, Su Xianyue was holding a specially made tight combat suit from the spirit hall, lost in thought. The purple-black color scheme suited him well, but it was a bit revealing. Your clothes will be damaged when your martial soul manifests, so His Holiness the Pope specifically had this combat suit designed for you. The person delivering the clothes explained respectfully. Su Xianyue turned the outfit around and said to her, but this is too revealing, especially the back. That's right, it's a backless design. The back is mostly exposed, which saves a lot of fabric. Please try it on, young Master Su, so we can make timely adjustments. The maid urged, and Su Xianyue, holding the outfit, felt a bit at a loss. How do I wear this? I've never worn something like this before. Su Xianyue turned the clothes around but couldn't find a zipper. Please don't move, young Master Su, the maid said as she walked towards Su Xianyue. After a series of operations. Oh, so that is how it is. It's actually quite comfortable to wear, but it feels a bit chilly on the back. Hey, why are you bleeding from your nose? Are you hurt? Su Xianyue turned around in front of the mirror, and when she looked back, the maid was seriously bleeding from her nose. I'm fine. If there's nothing ill-fitting, I'll take my leave. It feels pretty good. Just go ahead and leave. After the maid left, Su Xianyue looked at herself in the mirror and revealed a lewd smile. Can't tell, huh? I look so good after dressing up. Oh ho ho, but it's still a bit chilly on my back, better put on a coat. At this moment, in the plaza of the Spirit Hall, several people were standing together. These three are some of the best selected students from the academy, and they will be your teammates on stage, so make sure to get along well. Yue Guan smiled and pointed at the three nervous young people, speaking to Hulaina and the others before leaving. Why you guys? Hello. My name is Zhang Ping. My spirit is the Golden Feather Swallow. Level 46 Agility Attack Spirit. One of the girls stepped forward, stuttering her self-introduction, while the others also nervously stood up. With her breaking the ice, they gathered their courage to introduce themselves. My name is Su Yu. My spirit is the Golden Staff. Level 45 Support Spirit. My name is Sun Chuantao. My spirit is the Round Ring Great Blade. Level 47 Power Attack Spirit. After the introductions, Shiyue and the others noticed how nervous they looked and stepped forward to comfort them. No need to be so nervous. I know you guys. We'll be teammates from now on, so let us cooperate well. These individuals were selected from a batch of top students from the Spirit Academy, and Yin and the others were somewhat acquainted with them. But to put it bluntly, they were just there to be cannon fodder. Previously, they could only be considered acquaintances, but now that they talked, they became more familiar. I never imagined we could participate in the competition. It feels like a dream. What's the big deal? It's just fighting against a bunch of so-called geniuses. I don't believe there's anyone more talented than me. Yin laughed recklessly. As they got to know each other better, Su Xianyue walked over, tugging at her clothes. This outfit feels a bit awkward the first time wearing it. Oh well, I'll get used to it. Today is quite lively. Su Xianyue was wearing a trench coat and walked over swaggeringly. However, a few newcomers were mesmerized by her, their eyes wide open. Wow, what a cute little sister. Let me hug you without saying a word. Zhang Ping came up and started washing Su Xianyue's face with cleanser, leaving Su Xianyue a bit dazed by this sudden facial treatment. Who are you? Go away. After breaking free from Zhang Ping's cleansing service, Su Xianyue looked at her with a face full of disdain. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. I'm sorry, little sister, but how could there be such a small child here? Yin and Shiyue held back their laughter, only recovering after being glared at by Su Xianyue. Ahem, Su Xianyue, they are our teammates for the competition. We need to practice our tactics for the future. Tactics for the future? Do we even need tactics? Isn't it just about fighting if we don't agree? Su Xianyue looked at him with disdain, while the newcomers whispered among themselves. Hey, this little sister won't be a contestant in the future, right? Then, what kind of expression is that? Su Yu waved his hand in front of the surprised Sun Chuantao. Sun Chuantao silently said, looking at Su Xianyue arguing with Yin and the others, so cute. Zhang Ping walked over with a bitter face. Woo-woo, the little sister doesn't like me. The two looked at her in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue and Yin were still debating. When did you, a reckless man, start paying attention to tactics? Aren't you always the one charging ahead without thinking? Can I change that bad habit now? Xiaoyu quickly stepped in to separate them, while Hulaina covered her forehead in distress. There should still be tactics. What if we need them? Hulaina advised, and after speaking, she began discussing something with the others. However, Su Xianyue still looked at them with disdain. You didn't show any tactics when you were fighting. It's just about merging martial souls and going for it. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. What are you mumbling about? Come over and practice. Su Xianyue was called over, and the group began discussing tactics. Even though it might not be useful later, the tactics were simple. Fight if you can win, and merge martial souls if you can't. Nothing unusual about that. Isn't it just like before? While Su Xianyue was still complaining, Hulaina suddenly pointed at him. Then, in a practical confrontation, the six of us prepared to take him on alone. Huh, that's too much. Su Xianyue protested, but it was useless. Hulaina and Yin led the three newcomers to the other side of the square. Sai, forget it, forget it. The newcomers were still a bit dazed. Incredulously speaking to Hulaina. Is it a bit unfair for six of us to take on one? What's unfair about it? Get ready. You're a sensitive attacker, right? Just remember to harass from the side when the time comes. At this moment, Su Xianyue took off his coat and walked to the other side, creating some distance from them. Puffed, sound of nosebleed gushing. Chuantao. What's wrong with you, Chuantao? Get a grip. Su Yu shouted while shaking the fallen son, Chuantao's shoulder. I'm fine. Son Chuantao unsteadily got up, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his nosebleed. Is he really that weak? Does he have some old illness? Hulaina asked Zhang Ping while pointing at him. Huh, I don't remember him having any old injuries or illnesses. Sun Chuantao leaned against Su Yu's shoulder to regain his composure, shaking his head. I'm fine. I've just been a bit fiery lately, fiery. At this moment, Su Xianyue's voice came from afar. Are you guys ready yet? Are we still fighting? Hulaina gave him an okay gesture. Start. Okay. Martial soul possession. Su Xianyue was enveloped in a familiar purple glow, and after it dissipated, a six-winged Su Xianyue appeared in the sky. Get your necks clean and ready. I'm coming. Attention. Boss appears. Number of players, 66. Difficulty level. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, another hit from me, the fallen one. A powerful aura swept across the battlefield, the immense pressure making several people struggle to breathe. What kind of martial soul is this? The few who had never seen such momentum were instantly dumbfounded, watching as Su Xianyue in the sky casually waved her sword, stirring up a gust of wind. Are you ready to face the abyss? The terrifying voice that made one shiver echoed in the ears of the newcomers. And only then did they realize how terrifying the person before them truly was. First soul skill, golden radiance. All attributes increased by 15%. Su Yu watched as several people charged forward and immediately reacted, buffing them up. The martial souls nurtured by the Martial Soul Hall are not delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Not everyone is like those useless guys from the Tiando's second team. They still have some basic psychological quality. Zhang Ping's martial soul is very special. Instead of being in a possession state, it is projected in the form of a weapon martial soul. At this moment, she was controlling the little swallow to fly towards Su Xianyue. First soul skill, golden feather soaring. Fourth soul skill, golden feather slash. The first soul skill increased speed and attack power, while the fourth soul skill transformed her wings into double blades for attack. However, just as the golden swallow rushed to Su Xianyue's side, it was sent flying by a single sword strike. What the heck startled me? Seeing that their only aerial attack was ineffective, they had to find another way. Yin, use that move. Got it. Hulaina shouted at Yin, and as she spoke, he plunged his hands into the ground, closing his eyes to feel something. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and, at that moment, A torrent of lava erupted from the ground directly beneath Su Xianyue, shooting straight towards her. Although I don't know if this will work. I practiced this move for a long time. He didn't stop his movements, continuously spewing lava, although this skill seemed to consume quite a bit. The consumption for the lava itself was small since it was just a first soul skill, but controlling the direction and spraying the lava consumed a lot of soul power and mental energy. However, it could effectively disrupt and even serve to divide the battlefield. Second soul skill, Gift of Holy Light. Behind him, Suyi released a recovery soul skill to restore soul power and stamina. Golden light flowed into the others, dispelling their fatigue. Revived, Yin continued to use soul skills to control Su Xianyue's movements, while the Golden Swallow kept searching for attack opportunities, but unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. We can't hold on any longer. Let's fuse our martial souls. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina began to release their martial soul fusion skill, which took a long time. Martial soul fusion skill, then I. Fourth soul skill, Golden Song. Suyu aimed his staff at the two and released his soul power. The speed of the martial soul fusion is increasing. They were in a fusion state and couldn't move, but the thought appeared in their minds at the same time. My fourth soul skill can speed up the charging time of charging type soul skills. Now looking at it, martial soul fusion skills can also be accelerated. But it seems like martial soul fusion skills consume a lot of soul power, and this skill is powerful. What originally would take 2 to 3 minutes to complete the fusion now only took a few seconds. However, Suyu collapsed on the ground due to soul power consumption far exceeding his expectations and was knocked out. This skill is really strong. Now Su Xianyue, come down and have a serious fight with me. The enchanting blade in her hand pointed at the Su Xianyue in the sky, who also noticed their completed fusion. They fused so quickly? Oh, that's support type. Su Xianyue was still wondering why they could merge so quickly. When he saw the support type character lying on the ground, he understood. Then, he raised a middle finger at them. I won't, come hit me. Since they reached level 50, the enchanting demon had gained a mask on her face. But it was clear that she was very angry now. Yen, are you ready? All right. The enchanting demon ran towards Yen, who positioned his hands together like a springboard. The enchanting demon stepped on Yan's hands, and Yen threw her up into the air with all his strength. With her moon blade crossed, she slashed at Su Xianyue, but he dodged it skillfully. Wow, you guys really have all sorts of tricks to deal with me. Su Xianyue looked at the fallen demon and complained. But at that moment, he seemed to sense something and suddenly turn around, only to hear a loud shout. It's not over yet. At this time, Sun Chuantao was sent up by Yin, and although the huge circular blade was not as agile as the moon blade, its power was not to be underestimated. Third soul skill, Spinning Blade. He suddenly threw the circular blade in his hand, and it continuously rotated around Su Xianyue in an arc, cutting as it moved. However, there were limitations. It could only rotate around the launch point. Otherwise, there would be no need for Yin to send it up. What on earth is this? Su Xianyue quickly dodged the area where the circular blade was flying, looking at the crowd on the ground who were staring at him with disbelief. He broke into a grin. It's my turn now. With his second soul skill, Fallen Heaven Body, a 10,000-year soul ring flashed, and Su Xianyue began to spiral around the square while continuously channeling soul power into the sword in his hand. Finally, feeling that he had charged enough power, he shot up into the sky. When he reached a height where he could see the entire martial soul city, he began to dive rapidly. The people on the ground heard a voice. Take this, Fallen Heaven Strike. A purple meteor descended swiftly towards them, its unstoppable momentum pressing down on their hearts. Don't joke around. Su Xianyue, are you demolishing everything? Yin shouted at Su Xianyue, while the Su Xianyue in the sky exclaimed, I can't hold back. You all run. Boom. As soon as Su Xianyue finished speaking, before a few people had a chance to run away, Su Xianyue had already fallen. A wave of soul power swept through, however. This time there was no familiar black pillar of light or mushroom cloud. When everyone opened their eyes, BB Dong was standing in front of them, blocking Su Xianyue's attack. I gave you the venue for training, not for you to destroy it. Su Xianyue, 3 days of confinement. BB Dong pressed her staff against the head of Su Xianyue, who was lying on the ground, scolding him a couple of times before dragging him away by the collar. This left a few people exchanging glances. Just now, what was that? It was terrifying. The newcomers, especially Zhang Ping, who had never seen such a scene before, were so scared that they crouched down, holding their heads with a look of horror. I thought I was going to die. Who? Sun Chuantao sat down on the ground, exhaling, feeling a bit more relaxed. Clack, clack, clack. Su Yu, who had collapsed on the ground due to exhausted soul power, was trembling and had a dazed expression, clearly also frightened. Sigh, he often does this. It's easy for him to lose control. Be careful if you train with him in the future. Yin explained as he helped son Chuanao up. We promise we won't train with him. Shouldn't you promise to be careful instead? Forget it. Since you just joined, I'll treat you to drinks. Everyone, meet at the tavern. Chapter 94. Seeking cultivation methods break for me. With a loud shout from Su Xianyue, a wave of energy erupted from him as he sat cross-legged on the bed, and his level broke through. Level 36. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. Su Xianyue had no expression on his face, but it was clear that he was very pleased. Ever since he absorbed that celestial herb, there hadn't been much change in his cultivation speed. The purpose of the herb was to improve the body and enhance the speed of soul power operation to increase cultivation speed. But it seemed that aside from providing Su Xianyue with a soul ring, it didn't really improve his body. However, his cultivation speed did increase slightly. Just a little bit. Damn it, whatever, I'll just let the soul power be. I'll focus on my physical training instead. With that said, Su Xianyue casually swung his fist forward, and a powerful fist wind blew out, scattering the books on the shelf in front of him. Satisfied, Su Xianyue clenched his fist and began to tidy up the books. After all, being locked up, it was not bad to rearrange things to pass the time. To put it bluntly, he was just bored. After playing for a few months, it's time to go out for a walk. Going out again? The Soul Master competition is in 2 months. Are you sure you want to go out at this critical moment? What if? There's no choice, cultivating alone is too slow. I just want to see if I can find a soul bone or something. Su Xianyue wanted to go out and hunt spirit beasts to enhance her physical abilities, but Bibi Dong seemed a bit hesitant. She was worried that Su Xianyue might encounter some strange spirit beast that could pose a threat to her safety. You know, your blood. Last time, a mere 70,000 to 80,000 year old red-eyed night owl had Moon Guan spinning in circles, and this time, Bibi Dong was afraid Su Xianyue might encounter something odd that Moon Guan couldn't handle. It's fine, at worst, I'll trade 10 years of being single for my safe return. Bibi Dong didn't say much more. She knew Su Xianyue was ambitious, and she wouldn't stop her. Then let Moon Guan accompany you. It can ensure your safety. All right. Then teacher, I'll go prepare and set off. Go ahead. Su Xianyue happily left, while Bibi Dong leaned back in her seat with her eyes closed. This child is really not easy to deal with. Now that Yue Guan and the others have left, I have my hands full. Sigh, kid, what made you think of going to the Star Dove Forest this time? You don't even need a soul ring right now. Su Xianyue was packing up, while Yue Guan Guiwei stood outside his door waiting. You don't understand, it's just a training trip. Just make sure to protect me. All right, let's set off. After a few days of bumpy travel, fortunately, the Starry Forest isn't too far from the Spirit Hall, and they arrived in a few days. It was that familiar little town again. They settled the carriage here and then set off. There hasn't been much change here. By the way, do you know what this little town is called? Su Xianyue suddenly remembered that this small town seemed to have never had a name, which piqued her curiosity. She thought it was normal for such a small place to be unnamed, so she decided to stop worrying about it and hurried on, entering the vibrant starry forest. Su Xianyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath in. Martial soul possession. Next, it was time to train hard. Su Xianyue's mouth twisted into a strange arc, and paired with those lifeless eyes, it sent chills down people's spines. The ghosts behind her and Yu Guan were startled by Su Xianyue's appearance. This kid, how did he suddenly? Su Xianyue jumped up and flew away, and the two quickly followed. As they flew after her, Su Xianyue suddenly spotted something ahead, turned around abruptly, and dove down, making a turn that defied the laws of physics, catching the two off guard. When they landed following her, they heard the continuous wails of soul beasts. What is going on? It's just a group of 100-year-old soul beasts. What a waste of effort. Several carcasses and chunks of flesh from herbivorous soul beasts lay on the ground, blood slowly flowing. Su Xianyue waved his sword in boredom and flew away again. Did he come here just to kill soul beasts? Who knows? Anyway, we just need to ensure his safety, and the rest doesn't matter. While they were sighing, Su Xianyue had already found another group of prey. In a clearing with few plants and mostly rocky terrain, there was a hilly area with many pitted caves, where a dozen fire-red lions lounged lazily outside. At that moment, an unexpected guest stepped in. As a flame magic lion basked in the sun, a shadow of a sword flashed by, and its massive head rolled down the stone hill. The 3-meter-tall lion was instantly killed. This commotion quickly drew the attention of the lion pack, and they all looked in that direction, but in that moment, a few more lions that were close by had their heads chopped off. Yellow and purple soul rings kept rising, and some white mist that ordinary people couldn't see began to gather in one direction, which was towards the denser area of a lion pack. Roar! The lion pack was enraged, and they all howled to the sky, searching for the beast that killed their kin. Countless wails echoed, and in the blink of an eye, half of the lion pack had their heads severed. The two in the sky watched all of this, and Yuguan felt a bit unable to bear it. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Oh, Susi is actually so bloodthirsty. How come I never noticed before? Now you see it. Yes, just a killer, but why do I feel like he's been suppressed for a long time and is now releasing it? Or has he always been like this? After chatting for a moment, they quietly watched the slaughter below, transformed into a shadow. Susi was completely unrecognizable except for the strands of light he left behind. At this moment, his mood could be described in one word: exhilarating. To avoid being hunted by Douluo, he had always suppressed his martial soul and dared not expose it. But now he no longer had this concern and completely unleashed himself. The shadow flickered back and forth, and with each flicker, several flame magic lions were slain. Susi is now enjoying this feeling, the thrill of effortlessly cutting through enemies, the refreshing sensation brought by his soul. This group of flame demon lions cannot stop him at all. They can only submit to his dominance. The leader of the lion pack, a 20,000-year flame demon lion, was brutally torn apart under Susi's sword energy, dying a tragic death. The soul of that soul, Saint upgraded his third soul ring to 1,000 years. And after slaughtering a lion pack, this soul ring also transformed from 1,000 years to 10,000 years. With the lion king slain, the remaining few defeated soldiers began to contemplate escape, but their disobedient limbs trembled in fear. Standing atop the lion king's remains, Susi coldly glanced back at the remaining lions, then, centered around him, a black energy shield began to spread. Within a diameter of 1 kilometer, a black transparent protective shield enveloped the area, and the remaining lions finally regained their senses, frantically trying to flee. However, they had barely run a few meters when several of them suddenly collapsed to the ground, while the others seemed to suffer a heavy blow, struggling to get up. But to no avail. The intense pain in their brains spread throughout their bodies, rendering them unable to think or react. Chapter 95 targeted Susi, the flame demon lions that collapsed on the ground, needless to say, had their souls extracted and died instantly, while those that were still alive, despite being at a higher level than Susi, remain alive, but their souls were severely injured. The sensation of a wounded soul is unbearable. They completely lack the strength to escape, and at this moment, Susi had also caught up. There are still a few alive, let's finish them off. With a swift motion, those few flame demons let out half-hearted cries before perishing. At this time, Yuguan and Gay may also found themselves in front of Susi, and looking at him, who was exuding a terrifying aura, they felt their hair stand on end. Susi, did you come out this time just for the sake of slaughter? Susi performed a sword flourish and sheathed her sword. Yes, I will take a break and look for other soul beasts. Susi did not retract her martial soul and slowly moved in a certain direction. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the weak soul beasts and animals had been absorbed by her, and there were no other soul beast groups near the territory of the flame demon lion. She was searching while recovering her strength. Yuguan and Guei seemed hesitant to speak, but eventually voiced their concerns. Susi, if you continue like this, something big will happen. It's best to stop while you're ahead. Just kill a few more and then stop. That's right. You may not be aware of the dangers in the Stardow Forest. If you recklessly slaughter soul beasts like this, you will face the revenge of the Forest King. Those two guys, even with Old Ghost and I teaming up, we might not be able to handle them, so they wanted to continue persuading Susi, but at that moment, she seemed to be in a trance. Then I'll kill just a little bit more, just a little, and then I'll leave. Yeah, just a little more. Since I'm already here, I might as well improve a bit. Seeing Susi agree, Yuguan and the others said no more and just followed her. Hey, there's a group of wind baboons up ahead. Susi Guei sensed something ahead and turned to ask Susi, but when he looked, she had already disappeared. Ahead, a black energy barrier spread out, and Yuguan and Guei quickly took off to dodge it. Looks like you don't need to say anything. Old Ghost, she welcomes all challenges. Yuguan teased, while Guei shook his head. She doesn't seem satisfied yet. If this continues, I'm really worried. Guei was wary of Daming and Erming, and mentioning them caused Yuguan's expression to darken as well. What are you afraid of? If we can't win, we can still run. But what I'm worried about now is whether this will affect Su Xianyue's mind if she keeps going like this. Killing can easily cloud a person's heart and make them lose themselves, and seeing Su Xianyue, who was solely focused on slaughtering, their concerns were not unfounded. A few seconds later, Su Xianyue flew back to them. All right, let's go to the next place. The originally expressionless Su Xianyue now had an added cold demeanor as she said this and turned to leave. Sighing, they exchanged glances and reluctantly followed her. Su Xianyue began her relentless killing spree, showing no signs of stopping. Although the scale was not very large, it seemed to attract the attention of certain higher beings. In a certain underground cave, the entrance was narrow and covered by dense vegetation, but after a cramped passage, it opened up to a bright space. The interior was dark but not damp. The enormous space was in stark contrast to the narrow entrance. This was a vast underground cavern, and it seemed to be artificially formed. There was an unprecedented aura of terror, filled with murderous intent. This time, he could not sit idly by as she slaughtered the soul beasts. A deep and powerful voice resonated, shaking the surrounding air like a subwoofer. In the darkness, a pair of enormous golden vertical pupils gleamed exceptionally bright. Do you want me to grab that thing for a closer look? On the other side, heavy footsteps sounded. Rough and rugged. Go ahead. The earlier deep voice echoed again, and then a burst of light emerged from a corner. A massive shadow compressed in the light, eventually transforming into a tall figure. I'll try to be quick. In the pitch-black darkness, the tall figure smirked. Wait, there are two relatively strong presences beside him. Xiaojun, you, and Qi Wang go together. In a nearby corner, a body as tall as a small mountain shook twice and let out a loud sneeze. Oof. Su Xianyue fell from the sky and cut off the head of a soul beast, who the power has increased significantly. Su Xianyue wiped his sweat, clenched his fist, and then swung a punch. In front of him, a tree that was dozens of meters tall and thick enough for two people to embrace broke with a sound. I didn't even use much strength, and it broke already? He was very satisfied with the results of his increased strength, but all three of his soul rings were between 10,000 and 20,000. Thinking of this, Su Xianyue, who initially wanted to stop while he was ahead, began to hesitate again. Su Xianyue, it's time to go back. You've already killed so many. As Su Xianyue was still pondering, Yuguan urged him. Well, all right, I'm about ready to leave too. In just one afternoon, Su Xianyue slaughtered 8 groups of soul beasts, killing at least 7 10,000-year soul beasts, hundreds of 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts, and several ordinary animals. Although this number is just the tip of the iceberg for the entire Stardew forest, the soul beasts within a few miles have completely disappeared. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Although Su Xianyue was still not satisfied, a sense of inexplicable crisis arose in his heart, forcing him to give up the idea of continuing the hunt. Su Xianyue, although he didn't know why he was doing this, was reminded by Yuguan not to be blinded by the desire for slaughter. However, Su Xianyue just turned his head away. What? Blinded? I'm fine, right? With a blank expression, Su Xianyue looked at Yuguan. Although he was still in the state of martial soul possession, the cold aura had disappeared. Huh? Has he recovered? It is not easy for others to recover once they enter this state. Yuguan and Gue may exchange glances and then looked at Su Xianyue, who was flying ahead. Is he really okay? He killed so many soul beasts and recovered so quickly. Gue may teased him. Isn't it good that he has recovered? It saves you from lecturing him like a mother. You talk too much. It's not up to you to guide him. Ha ha ha. Amid their laughter, the atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, and a feeling of being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast arose, causing a trace of fear in their hearts. What is that? Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared behind them, blocking the sun. Roar! A huge claw, infused with powerful soul energy, directly swatted the 3 of them away. Caught off guard, they fell to the ground, sustaining varying degrees of injury. The 3 were scattered and landed in different places. The colossal creature landed where Su Xianyue was. And at that moment, Su Xianyue, who had just gotten up from the ground, felt something unusual. A gigantic Tibetan Mastiff, entirely red and with 3 heads, was staring at him. Wow, where did this big dog come from? See, in response to Su Xianyue, it let out a roar, and the stench of blood rushed past his face. Beside it was a giant bear the size of a small mountain. Chapter 96. The wrath of the beast. The giant bear was filled with violent rage, while the 3-headed Tibetan Mastiff seemed relatively calm. It was this giant bear that radiated a strong sense of resentment. It let out a few incomprehensible roars at the 3-headed Tibetan Mastiff, presumably communicating. I can't sense the presence of a human from him, but he has soul rings, and one of them is from my kin. Forget about that for now. Let's take him back. Those two humans are a bit troublesome. Subsequently, powerful soul energy squeezed Su Xianyue, and he was taken away. Su Xianyue tried to struggle, and the struggle had some effect. Just as he was about to break free, both of them turned their heads to look at him. Should he be knocked out first? The giant bear slapped Su Xianyue, sending him flying several meters away, crashing into an ancient tree behind him. The two fierce beasts approached, but amidst the destruction of the trees, they did not find Su Xianyue's figure. Not unconscious yet. Seems like this isn't simple. Over there, in the sky not far away, Su Xianyue was flying at high speed while holding his chest. What the hell? Shouldn't they still be asleep? Why do they show up at this time? Cough. Su Xianyue sustained some internal injuries, but it's not serious. The urgent task now is to find Yue Guan and the ghostly duo, and then leave. However, reality is seldom as he wishes. With a loud bang, Xiangjun suddenly appeared in front of Su Xianyue, roaring and slapping again. What the hell? Su Xianyue narrowly dodged a strike and dove towards the sky. He almost got hit again. If he flew higher, they shouldn't be able to reach him. Xiangjun relied solely on his explosive power to ascend, then used his soul power for a brief moment of levitation and flight. He couldn't fly too high or for too long, so the sky became Su Xianyue's refuge. However, trouble was always coming in waves. Just as he flew up and prepared to rest for a moment, a sudden sense of crisis heightened his vigilance again. What was happening? Why did he still feel this way? He anxiously glanced around, and among the clouds, a massive black shadow passed through his blind spot. In the next second, Su Xianyue abruptly turned his head, and a huge black whip-like object struck him fiercely. He was thrown back to the ground, crashing down and creating a deep pit. Surviving that, Xiangjun and Qi Wang approached, looking at Su Xianyue, who was barely opening his eyes and making eye contact with them. The creature that had knocked Su Xianyue down landed. It was a black dragon. Fortunately, I followed along, or he would have escaped. The black dragon turned to look at the two beasts. Xiangjun disdainfully turned his head away, while Qi Wang lowered his head in a posture of admitting fault. However, there was no blame in the dragon's eyes. Its body began to emit light, collapsing into a humanoid form. It didn't look like a human, nor like a soul beast. Did you feel an urge to devour it? Xiangjun and Qi Wang also transformed into human forms. Xiangjun became a rough, muscular man, while Qi Wang turned into a normally built, strong adult male, though his hair was a bit thick. I thought I was the only one, but I know food doesn't fall from the sky. Things that seem tempting are often deadly. Qi Wang expressed his opinion, and Di Tian and the others remained silent, likely agreeing with this statement. Let's take him back for now, but surviving a fall from such a high altitude without breaking apart is still quite impressive, especially after being hit by my tail swipe. Su Xianyue's consciousness gradually blurred in the deep pit, and his whole body felt like it was about to shatter with pain. The sensation of falling from a high altitude was not ordinary. It was remarkable that he could maintain his consciousness. Looking at the three figures outside the pit, Su Xianyue's eyelids fluttered, threatening to close at any moment. His body was continuously self-repairing, but the damage was too severe to recover quickly. In his haze, he felt himself being lifted and constantly moved. Di Tian was carrying the powerless Su Xianyue towards a direction, while glancing in another direction. Qi Wang beside him followed Di Tian's gaze and gave him a knowing look. Should I go? Di Tian thought for a moment and nodded. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Xiangjun, you go too. The large man, Xiangjun, reluctantly turned his head away, but eventually went along. Di Tian carried Su Xianyue towards their resting cave, constantly sizing up Su Xianyue along the way, curious about what species he was. After a while, they arrived. Entering the incredibly spacious cave, Di Tian casually tossed Su Xianyue into a corner and transformed back into his original form, lying down to sleep. Roar. Xiangjun's roar startled Yu Guan and Gue Mei. What is going on? There is actually such a powerful soul beast in the Stardoe Forest. Old ghost, hurry. Yu Guan shouted to Gue Mei, and they flew towards each other. Dual polar stillness field. X2 both shouted simultaneously, and the field expanded centered around them. Xiangjun and Qi Wang were enveloped by the field, their bodies immobilized and unable to move. Run. The moment they released their martial soul fusion skill, they both dashed in the same direction, starting their escape. The two, panicking and not choosing their path, began to flee at full speed, with Xiangjun and Qi Wang chasing after them. Don't think you can escape. Xiangjun shouted at them in human language. opening his mouth wide to roar. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The sound waves swept around, causing their bodies and minds to ache painfully. Xiong-jun's explosive power allowed him to catch up to the two instantly, but he quickly found himself unable to keep up as they dodged him. Speed was the Achilles heel of Xiong-jun and all bears. While they could rapidly accelerate, they couldn't maintain that speed for long. Soon, Yu Guan and the others had already run out of the Stardew forest. Let them run fast. Seeing they had escaped the forest, Xiong-jun didn't pursue any longer and left in frustration. The two, having survived the ordeal, ran far away and, upon realizing they weren't being chased, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. When did such monsters appear in the Stardew forest? And not just one. Fortunately, I gained an extra soul bone. Otherwise, it would have been over for me. Yu Guan patted his chest, recalling Xiong-jun's fierce momentum, and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Su Xianyue was in their hands. He was probably in great danger now. Time to report back. Su Xianyue's ability to attract soul beasts is known, so they have to consider the worst possible outcome. Sai, being alive, is already good enough, and I don't care about the consequences of going back. Let's go. In the pitch-black cave, flickers of light shone faintly, and upon closer inspection, they were emitted from some oars. Although weak, they were enough to barely see. At this moment, Su Xianyue had more or less recovered from the haze and was able to sit up. He looked around in confusion. Apart from a glowing or beside him, everything else was pitch dark. He intended to move around, but as soon as he got up, he felt like he had bumped into something. What the hell? A soul power restriction? Chapter 97. I appreciate you, you know. The soul power restriction was like an air wall, confining Su Xianyue, just as he was about to unleash his martial soul to break it. A voice came from beside him. Hey there, don't waste your effort. You can't break this. The voice sounded like that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy, but it was a bit different. Overall, it was quite a pleasant voice. Who are you? Why did you lock me in here? Su Xianyue knows who locked herself in. It was those fierce beasts in the starry forest. But is there a cute boy among the fierce beasts? Su Xianyue asked him, but the voice responded with a few inexplicable laughs. It's not that I'm the one who locked you up. I was locked up by them too. But, after all these years, finally, there's someone to keep me company. I'm so touched, boo-hoo. Then a few very fake sobs followed. Brother, your self-proclaimed title is quite unique. Su Xianyue said disdainfully, but that voice didn't seem to care. I don't even know how long I've been locked up here. And those beasts have been relentlessly squeezing me day and night. I'm almost drain dry. I'm Iwuriri tu pichifu, sobi. Su Xianyue. You haven't told me who you are yet, and what you're doing here. Wait, this self-proclaimed identity and being locked up here. I think I know who he is now. Su Xianyue has already guessed his identity, but he continues to lament. Brother, don't interrupt me while I'm expressing my sorrow. Ahem. I come from a distant land in the far north, intending not to participate in the disputes of the mundane world, and traveled across the ocean to get here. But unexpectedly, I was captured by these beasts as soon as I arrived, tormented by them day and night. How about it, young man? You were captured too. Do you want to join me in leaving this hellish place? I'm a silkworm from the north. Why are you singing now? Not participating in worldly disputes? I feel like you're just running away from your natural enemies. The song of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, suddenly stopped. It was obvious that its cover had been blown. How do you know? Oh no, how could I be running away from my natural enemies? I came here precisely because I didn't want to participate in the mundane affairs. TCHA. What do you mean by that dismissive TCH? Are you looking down on me? Then let me show you my magnificent stature. Several crystal stones lit up again, and at that moment, a gigantic silkworm appeared in the light, raising its massive head to look at Su Xianyue. Wow, seeing such a huge silkworm, Su Xianyue exclaimed, while Tianming thought he was stunned by his own grandeur and was feeling quite pleased. How about it? Are you amazed by my magnificent appearance? That's why you should stick with me. That's a huge maggot. Tianming's words stopped again. After a long time. You are too hard to please. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Tianming's head lay on the ground, waving his little short hands, while Su Xianyue ignored him. Heavenly dream, ice silkworm. 1,000,000-year spirit ring. No. I shouldn't be able to withstand a 1,000,000-year spirit ring right now. Maybe later, while still half asleep. Tianming suddenly felt a chill and trembled before getting up. Why do I have an ominous feeling? Sleeping like this will give me nightmares. So I won't sleep. Hey, young man, tell me your name. The awake Tianming chose to chat with Su Xianyue. Aren't you going to sleep? I suddenly feel that today's weather is not suitable for sleeping. Also, I just wanted to keep you company, you pitiful, weak, and helpless child. Your fragile heart needs my warm care. By the way, why were you captured? And are you human or a spirit beast? I can't sense any aura of a race from you. Su Xianwei had never met anyone more talkative than Wang Fugui. Oh no, a silkworm. And she was starting to take an interest in him. My name is Su Xianwei, and by the way, you are weak. Your whole family is weak, you worm. No, you are the worm. I'm an ice silkworm. A noble ice silkworm from the far north. You little brat whose race is unclear. The puffed-up Tianming, with its round and chubby body, looked quite cute, and with that huffy and proud demeanor, Su Xianwei felt an impulse to bully him. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Su Xianwei walked over and pinched a piece of his flesh. What are you doing? Are you drooling over my body too? I will fight back. If I strike, you will be left with nothing but bones. Stop it. Help. Yell all you want, even if you break your throat. No one will come to save you. It's just the two of us here, Su Xianwei saw him like this and became even more energized, using both hands. How annoying. If it weren't for me being drained, how could it be your turn to bully me? Oh, I really have no strength to resist at all. So I won't hold back, haha. Help. The Tianming ice silkworm relieved some of the pressure on Su Xianwei, who was always in a state of crisis, making him feel much better. I'm not clean anymore, boo-hoo. The hopeless Tianming fell to one side, while Su Xianwei began to think about how to leave. However, Tianming kept murmuring to himself, which made Su Xianwei very annoyed. It's just a few rubs on your face. Why do you look like I violated you? Hearing this, Tianming jumped up. You're just tarnishing me. My pure body is reserved for my beloved beast. How could it be your turn? Just wait. When I escape and regain my strength, see if I don't. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come over. You're quite brave. After another round of torment, Tianming completely settled down. I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Su Xianwei looked at the barrier, pondering something, but right now he had no information at all, not even where he was. Helpless, he could only ask this big meatworm. Tianming, where is this? Tianming? What are you doing? Speak up. Tianming Binkan, however, had a very human-like puzzled expression, scratching its head with its little short arms. Huh? Tianming? Are you calling me brother? Su Xianwei was confused. Aren't you called Tianming Ice Silkworm? And it's just the two of us here. Who else would I be calling? Suddenly, Su Xianwei realized something. Wait, the name Tianming Ice Silkworm seems to be one he took after escaping, which means he doesn't have a name right now. Damn, could he start to doubt himself? Su Xianwei suddenly turned to look at Tianming, and then realized she had overthought it. Tianming Ice Silkworm. Wow, such a high-end, domineering, and classy name is exactly what I wanted. Not bad, young man. I really appreciate you. This big meatworm seems to have some concerns about its intelligence, or rather, it should be too naive and hasn't thought too much about it. Su Xianwei. Never mind the name. Where is this place? Do you have a plan to escape? Hurry up and tell me. Tianming, who was cheering with its little short hands, was interrupted by Su Xianwei. However, now that it has a name, Tianming, still very happy, pointed to the other side. In the corner, there were many skins that Tianming had shed. Your skin? What happened? I've long dug a tunnel for myself, and have been using my shed skins to cover it. When the opportunity arises, I can just slip away. But unfortunately, this group of guys takes turns guarding me, so I haven't had the chance. Sigh. Su Xianwei was shocked after hearing this. What? They're guards. Then what you said will be overheard. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Oh, don't worry, this barrier is soundproof. Sigh. These guys don't know how to appreciate it, and actually complain that my singing is unpleasant. Their singing is the real problem. It's soundproof. No wonder they didn't T-react when you were shouting just now. Su Xianwei tapped the air wall twice and then punched it hard. Indeed, it was so solid that it was hard to imagine. That hole took him a very long time to dig out bit by bit. Although it wasn't fully open yet, it should be close, right? Sigh. These guys are watching too closely. He can only take the opportunity to dig while they are asleep. Tianming chattered endlessly behind him, but Su Xianwei ignored him, lost in thought. Relying solely on the passage was unreliable. It could easily be discovered. But whatever, someone should come to rescue me soon. Although he wasn't sure if his status in the spirit hall would prompt them to send someone, it was likely. Just wait. It shouldn't be long before someone arrives. He also wondered if Elder Ju and the others had escaped. Su Xianwei was lying on the ground resting when Tianming, who was continuously talking, suddenly froze and slowly turned his head. Oh no, they are coming. The barrier had been opened, and Tianming trembled all over, closing his eyes and waiting. After all, he had experienced this countless times. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt nothing and couldn't help but open his eyes. Huh? Aren't they here to find my brother? Are they looking for him? scaring the baby to death. Tianming saw that Su Xianyue was wrapped in soul power and taken away. What the hell are these things trying to do? They can't possibly want to chop me up and eat me, right? Su Xianyue was well aware of his own attraction to soul beasts, and he couldn't be sure if these ferocious beasts were keeping him because of an uneven distribution of spoils. In any case, he felt that he was in grave danger this time. After that, Su Xianyue was thrown on the ground, and several muffled breathing sounds surrounded him. He felt several massive entities exuding a strong sense of crisis, staring intently at him. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for Su Xianyue to breathe. However, apart from that, the ferocious beasts showed no other movements, just quietly observing him. From time to time, low growls from the beasts could be heard, and even a giant nose would occasionally rub against his body, the breath chilling Su Xianyue's back. What's wrong with you guys? What do you want? The situation was dire. Surrounded by several big creatures. Oh no, several ferocious beasts. Su Xianyue was in this pitch-black space, and anyone would be panicking. After a long while, a deep voice echoed from above. You don't seem afraid of us. The voice was so heavy it could not possibly belong to a human. Of course. It's so dark here. I can't even see what you look like. How can I be afraid? Then shouldn't you be even more afraid? The voice sounded again as a surge of soul power impacted the surrounding rock walls. Suddenly, the place lit up, and the crystals embedded in the walls began to glow due to the soul power. The surrounding scene came into view. A few enormous beasts surrounded him, their features too distinctive, allowing Su Xianyue to recognize them accurately. So now, aren't you still not afraid? Su Xianyue suddenly turned around, and a gigantic black dragon was staring at him with its golden eyes. Beside the black dragon, a dark golden claw bear suddenly lunged at Su Xianyue with its large mouth open. With a loud thud, it was firmly pinned down by the black dragon's claw. What do you want to do? You can hold back, but I can't. The dark golden claw bear broke free from the black dragon's grip and charged at Su Xianyue again. Although it was fast, Su Xianyue was already prepared and jumped to hide behind the black dragon. At least he understood that the black dragon would ensure his safety for now. Stay calm. Saying this, he grabbed the dark golden claw bear by the head and smashed it down onto the ground. The entire cavern trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. But fortunately, it seemed to have been reinforced and was not very fragile, so it did not collapse. The bear became much more docile, getting up and shaking its head, casting a cold glance at the black dragon before turning away. Although we don't know why you have such an attraction to us, we feel more of a threat than temptation. Who exactly are you? The golden eyes fixed intently on Su Xianyue, while a faint dragon pressure pressed down on him. How do you want me to introduce myself? I'm just an ordinary person. Tian did not respond. After a long while, he used his soul power to lift Su Xianyue up and place him in front of himself. I don't understand why you attract us so much, but my instincts tell me you are more of a threat. So, what do you want to do next? Su Xianyue suddenly had a foreboding feeling. The enormous dragon face before her exuded a strong sense of pressure, making her feel a sense of crisis and instinctively wanting to unleash her martial soul to confront it. However, after a long time, Emperor Tian picked up Su Xianyue without any reaction, showing a hint of human hesitation in his brows. Forget it, forget it. It seemed he had made a decision and set Su Xianyue down. Emperor Tian, to be honest, you can't hold it in any longer, can you? The provocative voice of Bear Lord echoed, adding more worry to Emperor Tian's furrowed brows. Su Xianyue was very clear about what they were enduring. They were holding back the urge to eat her. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Wait, my blood is toxic to soul beasts if they eat it. A bold idea sprang to Su Xianyue's mind. I have a suggestion. How about you drink a bit of my blood to satisfy your cravings first? She tentatively voiced this thought and, unsurprisingly, it was met with suspicion. You're suggesting we drink your blood? Do you have some kind of scheme? However, Su Xianyue waved her hand. What kind of scheme could I have? Letting you satisfy your cravings is better than you eating me, right? Otherwise, I'm really scared with you all looking at me like this. She said this, but there was no fear on her face at all. Tian and the others exchanged glances. Then Tian shook his head vigorously. No way. The threat from you is too strong. Who knows what might happen if we eat you? Tian still held back, but unexpectedly, Su Xianyue took the initiative to cut her own arm. Don't hold back. Drinking some blood isn't dangerous at all. Although she didn't know if a soul beast of this level would go crazy from direct poisoning, it would at least have some effect. What Su Xianyue wanted was the moment they lost focus after drinking, to make her escape. It was a gamble. If they weren't affected, then she was in trouble. If they went crazy and fought each other, that would be best. Drops of fresh blood gradually trickled to the ground, and a few fierce beasts could no longer help but swallow. Su Xianwei grinned and suddenly spat out blood at them. A few fierce beasts could no longer hold back and lunged at her with their mouths wide open. Now's the time, run. While they were fighting over the blood, Su Xianyue's martial soul manifested, and she quickly flew towards the cave's opening. The three fierce beasts seemed to go mad as they fought over the scant blood in the cave. In the end, Emperor Tian regained his senses and stopped their fighting. Stop. But it was useless. Bear Lord and Red King were already blinded by greed. Helpless, Emperor Tian could only continue to participate in the struggle. Chapter 99. Blood Contract. In the end, they evenly divided the puddle of blood. The process was quick. Everything was completed in a few seconds. And, at this moment, Su Xianyue had not flown too far. So fast, it's divided already? I need to speed up. Looking back at the three fierce beasts who were in a state of intoxication, Su Xianyue initially wanted to continue her escape, but a thought flashed through her mind. A strange piece of information appeared, but it felt very natural to Su Xianyue, just as natural as drinking water when thirsty. What is this? Blood. Blood contract? Su Xianyue suddenly fell down, his already soulless eyes now truly devoid of spirit. What is this thing? What is a blood contract? The information transformed from just the tip of the iceberg into something complete, and Su Xianyue couldn't help but follow the actions dictated by that information. It seemed like he was muttering something under his breath, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. At this moment, in the corner, Tianming saw the three ferocious beasts frozen in place. Are they asleep or... Oh, where did that kid go? He didn't run away, did he? No, he must have been eaten, sob sob sob. So pitiful, bro will pray for you. Tianming clasped his short hands together, eyes closed, praying in that direction. Suddenly, he felt something strange and opened his eyes. Where did that purple light come from? What is that? In front of Tianming, a huge purple magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the three ferocious beasts, and in the center of the magic circle, Su Xianyue, in a martial soul possession state, was quietly floating. His eyes were completely immersed in black light, muttering obscure phrases, while the three ferocious beasts that had drunk his blood looked as if they were facing a great enemy, staring at him intently. They wanted to attack, wanted to escape, but their bodies were as if petrified, unable to move, not even able to let out a roar. A sudden emotion appeared in their hearts, a feeling that had not emerged for hundreds of thousands of years, fear. At this moment, Su Xianyue swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword aura struck the three beasts. However, this sword aura did not seem to be an attack. The sword aura enveloped the three beasts, and black mist began to rise from their bodies, gathering towards their foreheads. Su Xianyue was still murmuring, but her frequency was so fast it seemed to fly. The black mist finally formed a black six-winged imprint on their foreheads, and they were finally able to release the roars they had been holding back for so long. The three beasts howled together, causing the small cave to seem like it was about to collapse. After the roars were released, the magical array dissipated, and Su Xianyue returned to her original appearance, landing on the ground. At the moment Su Xianyue landed, Xiangjun immediately had the thought of attacking. But just as this thought arose, the black mark on his forehead emitted a faint glow. He suddenly fell to the ground, rolling and howling as if he were experiencing immense pain. What have you done to us? Tian grabbed Su Xianyue, but the mark on his forehead also glowed, and he, like Xiangjun, fell to the ground convulsing. Tian, overwhelmed by the sudden pain, released his grip, and Su Xianyue landed safely. It's nothing much. Just establish something, called a blood pact. I don't even know what this is, but now I know, from today onwards, you will be my followers. Tremble. Suddenly, something emerged from Su Xianyue's mind. Although it was unclear what it was, the current effect seemed very abnormal. Followers? So you want us to submit to you? You wish. The Crimson King roared, only to also fall to the ground in pain, struggling like Tian and Xiangjun. I advise you not to have any wicked thoughts. This pact is very perverse. If you have even a slight bad thought about me, it will be like this. Su Xianyue looked mockingly at the three-headed giant beast writhing in pain on the ground, then glanced around the cave, ultimately deciding to spare them. If I let you roll down again, this place will collapse. The three giant beasts' suffering faded, and they slowly got up from the ground. However, upon seeing Su Xianyue for the first time, the urge to tear him apart re-emerged, along with immense pain. I will tear you apart even if I die. Bear King, enduring the great pain, reached out his claws towards Su Xianyue, but he easily dodged. In your current state, you probably couldn't even touch me, and with just a thought, you would die. Want to get a try? Su Xianyue's blood contract is the most domineering master-servant contract. It can be said that the lives of the three fierce beasts, Tian and the others, are now in his hands. However, it is a pity that they signed a blood contract, so even if Su Xianyue dies, they will not. Xiong Jun is afraid. He can feel that Su Xianyue is not lying. At this moment, several figures emerge from the giant passages nearby. Tian, what's wrong with you? A gentle voice, accompanied by a strong life force, came from a large green swan, along with a purple giant dragon that is a size smaller than Tian and a terrifying-looking treeman. Ahem, you guys listen, you have been surrounded by me. If you know what's good for you, don't move. I have hostages in my hands. It seems that the three were awakened by the cries of Tian and the others. However, since their lives are in Su Xianyue's hands, he's not the least bit worried about these three. Who are you? What have you done to them? Bai Ji looked at Tian and the others, all with worried expressions, realizing that they had some leverage that this seemingly weak creature had grasped. Su Xianyue said nothing, only drawing a bit of blood from her arm. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. At this moment, Wan Yao and Ziji beside her revealed a fascinated expression upon seeing Su Xianyue's blood. They wanted to snatch it, but were stopped by Bai Ji. Who exactly are you? Tian, what exactly has he done to you? Tian shook his head, wanting to say something, but unable to, clearly. It was Su Xianyue who had silenced them. Su Xianyue threw that pool of blood to the three later ferocious beasts. Drink this, and you will know. The 10,000 demons and Ziji could no longer contain themselves. They rushed past Bai Ji and eagerly drank it without any thought or hesitation. Bai Ji swatted away the pool of blood that flew towards her, seemingly unfazed. Huh, not attracted? Forget it, it doesn't matter. As a pure healer without the others, she probably can't even defeat me. Although Bai Ji's combat power is not strong, she has many followers. However, even if she managed to capture these 5 from Tian, she wouldn't dare to oppose Su Xianyue. Once again, it was that familiar formation, that familiar obscure incantation. These two beasts also signed an unequal treaty with Su Xianyue. Ha 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 ha. You wanted to catch me, deserved it, ha 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 ha. Let me take a break first, ha ha ha. Su Xianyue's carefree laughter, the sorrowful expressions of the 4 beasts, the confused looks of the 2 beasts, and the trembling Tianming in the corner all appeared particularly bizarre in this spacious cave. What just happened? I must be dreaming. How could such a strange dream exist? Tianming couldn't believe everything that was happening before his eyes. He wasn't foolish and immediately realized that Su Xianyue had tamed these ferocious beasts by giving them blood. Just by offering a bit of blood, she had subdued 6 ferocious beasts that roamed the Stardoe forest. Who wouldn't feel like they were dreaming? Chapter 100 Su Xianyue. We are here to save. Ah, bang. What are you doing? Su Xianyue was captured by an unknown, powerful soul beast. In the hall, Bibi Dong slammed her fist onto the armrest, leaving a dent in the unknown precious metal. Before her were 2 individuals who looked utterly disheveled, kneeling on one knee and trembling. The strength of those beasts is no less than ours, and there's more than one. There are at least 3 that my subordinates saw, and enough. Before Yueguan could finish speaking, Bibi Dong shouted in anger, then clutched her throbbing head. After a brief silence, Bibi Dong finally spoke again. Go inform the Grand Elder. We want to see the living if we are alive, and the corpses if we are dead. If there are no bones left, those soul beasts will have to suffer the same fate. Yes. X2, the trembling duo, quickly left to make arrangements, while one of them covered their face, the veins in their hand bulging, as their expression seemed to be holding back tears. You say, soul beasts of unprecedented strength have appeared in the Stardoe forest? Their power is no less than yours, and there is more than one. And Su Xianyue has been captured by them? Qian Daolu looked incredulously at Yueguan, who was kneeling before him. Yes. So the Pope specifically ordered the subordinates to request assistance from the Grand Elder. Bang! A powerful wave of soul power erupted, sending Yueguan flying. How are you handling this? I should never have entrusted Su Xianyue to you. Saying this, Qian Daolu activated his martial soul, transforming into a golden stream of light heading outside. At the same time, another person flew from a different direction towards Qian Daolu. Brother, what do you need? Save her. The golden crocodile was summoned by Qian Daolu's mental power and followed him, while Bibi Dong saw them and followed suit. Meanwhile, the bewildered Gui, Mei, and Yueguan, feeling helpless, also followed. Yueguan, tell me everything you know. Qian Daolu slowed down. And once they caught up, he began to inquire about the information, and Yueguan recounted everything he had seen and heard. After hearing it, Qiandaoliu's brow furrowed. Dark gold fearsome bear, three-headed crimson devil hound, and they are of a power level no less than yours? What? Is the Grand Elder afraid? Bibi Dong couldn't help but mock upon hearing his astonished tone. Bibi Dong, watch your words. The golden crocodile reprimanded Bibi Dong, but was ignored. Qiandaolu laughed heartily. Am I afraid? If such powerful soul beasts are on par with me, I might be a little wary, but since Yueguan and Gui Mei could escape from them, it means they are merely of similar strength and not my opponents. Stop chatting. Let us hurry. Perhaps that little brat Su Xianyue is still alive. Also, such soul beasts should possess considerable intelligence. Perhaps they will keep Su Xianyue captive. Bibi Dong murmured to herself, her tense nerves easing a bit at this thought. The group began to quicken their pace, and soon flew to the Stardo Forest. Yueguan and Gui Mei, where did you encounter those soul beasts? Please follow me. In their panic to escape, Yueguan and Gui Mei took a long time to find the location of their battle. They frowned as they looked at the damaged trees at the scene. It's just nearby. There's a situation. Over there. Following the direction pointed out by the golden crocodile, they saw several figures in the distance. There's no mistake, those are the powerful soul beasts over there. The group hurriedly flew over, and the scene that unfolded next stunned them. They saw Su Xianyue standing atop the head of a massive black dragon, and before him, a dark golden giant bear, the size of a small mountain, was comically performing a handstand. Its not-so-long forelimbs supported the ground, while its enormous bear head seemed to have nowhere to go. And with its round, bulky body, the giant bear always appeared on the verge of toppling over. You called out the loudest, and now you want to eat me? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Emperor Tian, give him a slap. As soon as Su Xianyue finished speaking, Emperor Tian instinctively swung his tail, knocking the giant bear to the ground. Don't be lazy, get up and continue. The giant bear had a face full of resentment, but seemed helpless, and then stood on its head in the same comical posture as before. Around them, several ferocious beasts of various shapes were also present, and upon noticing Qiandaolu and the others, they all turned their heads in unison. Su Xianyue also turned her head along with them. Huh? Teacher, what brings you here? And elder biting. The Grand Elder is here too. The few people in the sky all stared at Su Xianyue on the head of the black dragon. Their expressions, all a mirror image of dropped jaws. Su Xianyue. Oh, I have subdued them, just in time to use them to enhance my reputation. Subdued? Yueguan and Gui Mei looked at the inverted giant bear in disbelief, knowing that they had almost been killed by Bear King not long ago. It was hard to believe that Su Xianyue had subdued it in just one day. They fell into silence. Su Xianyue was still punishing Xiong-jun, while a few people in the sky were whispering. Did Su Xianyue have some kind of fortuitous encounter? Not only was he completely unharmed, but he also subdued such fierce beasts, and there were 6 of them. Who knows? This kid has never been easy to judge by common sense. Silence. Yueguan said casually, but Jin Yi interrupted them and turned to Qiandaolu, saying, Young master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Brother, could this child be the one you value? Upon seeing him today, he truly is extraordinary. Bibi Dong didn't pay attention to them and directly approached Su Xianyue, placing a hand on his head. Hey, teacher, what's wrong? Bibi Dong looked serious, seemingly on the verge of tears, but she held it back. After stroking Su Xianyue's head for a long time, she said faintly, If there's nothing wrong, you can go back. By the way, what are you planning to do with these soul beasts? Su Xianyue was pondering. Just bring them back to be my henchmen. Didn't you say that I also need to expand my power? These guys are just right, and if anyone disobeys, we could just kill them and take their soul rings and bones. He. As he spoke, he turned to look at the upside-down Xiong-jun with a sly grin, causing Xiong-jun to feel a chill down his spine and nearly stumble. Bibi Dong turned to look at Xiong-jun, and she also noticed the fear on his face. How did you subdue them? Are they reliable? There won't be any danger, right? Su Xianyue had an indifferent look on her face. It's okay, very reliable. Let's go, let's head back. You few, come with me. Su Xianyue turned to the 6 ferocious beasts and said, but before leaving, he seemed to remember something. All right, I almost forgot about that thing. At this moment, in the cave, Tianming was digging. They hard. I'm about to be free. Ha ha ha. Tianming, who was using his huge head to dig a hole, showed a proud smile and worked even harder. Hey, I see light. I've dug to the surface. No matter, I'm about to be free. Ha ha. Oh no. Just as Tianming was enjoying the feeling of freedom, He was suddenly grabbed by a giant claw, and then he saw the 6 ferocious beasts and Susi. Did I dig myself out? That saved some effort. Huh, why am I so stunned? At this moment, Tianming, held in the hand of Emperor Tian, looked at the 6 ferocious beasts, lined up, and felt deflated. I must be having a nightmare. Woo-woo. Chapter 101. Spirit Hall in a building resembling an apartment. Still not working? The black-haired man in a long robe was sitting cross-legged in a room. His knife-like face filled with seriousness and cold sweat, his teeth clenched tightly. Emperor Tian was using all his strength to try to dispel the black 6-winged mark. But it was futile. This mark seemed to be firmly rooted in their bodies, and no matter how it was tortured, it couldn't be shaken at all. Emperor Tian, are we really? Bai Ji walked in from outside, looking very worried, her brows filled with concern. Waking up and finding my nest taken away. Who wouldn't be worried? Emperor Tian gritted his teeth. He was the most aggrieved. Just to take a leak, he was inexplicably abducted to be a thug, and he even had to drag his family along. Enough of this. I estimate that this place should be one of the top human powers. But at least they haven't shown malice towards us yet. That unknown race's cub must be dealt with when the opportunity arises. The unknown race's cub was, of course, Susi, but for now, Susi had no business with them and was being well taken care of in the Spirit Hall. However, Susi didn't expect that some things that suddenly popped up in his mind would be so useful, even enslaving the ferocious beasts. At this moment, Susi was still undergoing questioning from Douluo. You mean, information suddenly appeared in your head, and you followed the instructions of that information, and then you enslaved them? This. The others found it quite mysterious, but Douluo and Bibi Dong had to doubt one thing. Could it be that Susi is a descendant of some god who has come down to experience the world? Gods were just a legend for people at this time. After all, the event from 10,000 years ago could not be proven now, and it would still be several years before Bibi Dong and the others achieved godhood. While the others knew that gods existed but maintained a half-believing attitude, so they found Susi words absurd. Douluo had previously asked Wang Fuge, who adopted Susi, and based on his words, he was even more convinced of this matter. No worries, go back and have a good rest. Douluo waved his hand, allowing Susi to leave. Bibi Dong also prepared to leave, and before she left, Douluo said to her, "You doubt it too. So there is no need for me to say more." Bibi Dong glanced back at him coldly, but said nothing and left directly. What does being a god's descendant represent? It means he originally belongs to the divine realm and will definitely become a god in the future. But these are just their speculations. After everyone dispersed, Douluo rubbed his chin and suddenly burst into laughter, while Jin Yi, who was about to leave, looked at him in confusion. Then, Douluo laughed more and more happily, becoming more and more unrestrained. Jin Yi was a bit at a loss. He had never seen Douluo laugh like this. Big brother, is he not going senile? He shouldn't be. At this moment, in a splendid room, a large white meat worm was comfortably lying on a big bed, surrounded by various foods. Wow, I didn't expect that young man to have such a big background. Tianming was also brought back by Susi and was being well taken care of, and he didn't consider himself an outsider at all. The human girl. My drink is finished. Please bring another bucket. The nearby girl was keeping her distance, not because Tianming looked fierce, but because it was her first time seeing such a large worm that could talk. She was a bit unaccustomed. However, their orders were to serve him well, so they adapted after a moment of surprise. Hey, where did young Master Su find such a big worm? Although it looks quite scary, it's actually pretty cute if you look at it for a while. Yeah, and it's cool to the touch. It should be a snow silkworm. I've heard that snow silkworms have great effects for whitening the face. A few maidservants chattered away, and the mentally powerful Tianming naturally heard what they said. I'm an ice silkworm, and there is a difference. Aren't you afraid that your faces will be frozen if you use me as a mask? Hey, he heard us. I thought he couldn't hear. The maidservants whispered, and Tianming scoffed. Humph, I'm the only one of my kind for 90,000 years, about to reach 1,000,000 years. Becoming an unprecedented special existence. Your voices are as good as whispers in my ear, you know? 90,000 years? The maidservants showed disdainful expressions, clearly not believing him. And when Tianming saw their expressions, he immediately exploded. What kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on me? Have you seen the 9 golden rings on me? This is the symbol of me being a 90,000-year soul beast. Fuming, Tianming pointed at his own body with his chubby little finger. But the maidservants still had that expression, and soon began whispering to each other again. Don't ignore me. They ignored Tianming and continued their hushed conversation. I can't believe I find a worm so cute. I must be single for too long. Don't say you, I feel the same. I have a bold idea. Suddenly, 3 maidservants turn around in unison, revealing a mischievous smile, their eyes shining with greed as they looked at Tianming. What are you? What are you going to do? I already have a beloved beast. I will resist. Tianming's warning was as if it had no effect. Well, it did have a bit of an effect. They became even more excited. Little worm, be good, let your sisters touch you. Young master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Don't come over. At this moment, the door opened, and Su Xianyue walked in. Tianming, there's something. Sorry to interrupt. Su Xianyue saw Tianming with 3 maids lying on her and turned her head to leave. Don't go. Help. Tianming, you really know how to have fun. Su Xianyue sat on a chair sipping tea, watching the relieved Tianming in front of her. Ahem, saved. This isn't what I wanted. Who knew they would suddenly have ill intentions towards me? Ahem. Let's get down to business. This time I came to ask you, can you transform into human form? Transform into human form? I don't know, I've never tried. Let me give it a shot. A soul beast that has survived a tribulation for 100,000 years can transform freely, but Tianming has basically been eating and sleeping for over 900,000 years, and has only been awake in the Stardow Forest for the past few thousand years, so it's normal not to have tried. Tianming closed his little eyes, radiating a golden light all over his body. His form gradually compressed in the golden light, eventually transforming into a human child, looking about 12 or 13 years old, with golden hair and wearing a white outfit with a hood. Hey, did it work? Why does it look like a child? Su Xianyue examined the blonde boy in front of her, tugging at his face and asking. Tianming scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Well, mainly because I've been absorbing for thousands of years. I'm a bit weak, and this way is more energy efficient. So, this is the energy-saving mode. Su Xianyue didn't pay much attention to it. After all, any appearance between 12 and 20 was desirable. Since it's possible, then do me a favor. There's a competition in a few months. How about you participate with me? Chapter 102. A Turn of Heavenly Dream Competition? What competition? Su Xianyue's purpose is very simple. Tianming's mental detection is simply a bug. Hui Yuhao's soul power at over 10 levels gives him a god's eye view. With Tianming's lossless version of mental detection, isn't that invincible? The main concern is that Tang San's protagonist Halo might activate, directly pressuring their team. So capturing a Tianming as support is also a good backup plan. You don't need to worry. Just follow us and cast your skills. By the way, what is your soul skill? Let me see. Tianming, having spent thousands of years scheming against fierce beasts, is now relatively simple-minded. He feels good about Su Xianyue, so he obediently releases his soul skill. Wow, in an instant, Su Xianyue felt everything around him. No, within a radius of several hundred meters, transform into a 3D map in his mind, with details so clear that he could see how many hairs were on someone else's head, and he could even see through things. For example, Hulaina, who is currently cultivating, is wearing pink. Ahem. But this soul skill is really a bug. After a long time, Tianming turned off the mental detection. Sigh. If it weren't for my brother being absorbed for thousands of years, I would be in my best state now. The range could be even larger. It could be even larger. So you should rest well these few months and strive to recover to your peak. I'm leaving now. And keep looking like that. It's more pleasing to the eye. Su Xianyue said she was planning to leave. Huh. There's still a few soul skills that haven't been demonstrated yet. But never mind. It seems that just these 2 have already shocked him enough. My brother is really amazing. Tian Dream put his hands on his hips and flaunted, suddenly feeling a chill coming from behind. Wow, this looks so cute. Let me hug you. Let me give you a kiss. Can you guys make some room for me? Help! Xianyue, the number of participants in the finals has been changed to 8. Why is that? Because I found a new team member, and his abilities are quite abnormal. So I want him to go on stage with me. But this means I have to kick one out, and it's a bit hard to decide. So I thought I'd just have one spot. If that's not possible, then I'll replace someone. Su Xianyue approached Bibi Dong and proposed this idea. Bibi Dong hesitated a bit because she didn't know what kind of scheme Su Xianyue was plotting. Add a team member? Bring him over for me to see before I make a decision. Okay, Fine. Then Su Xianyue rescued Tianming. Humans are so terrifying, wah wah wah. You hardly resisted at all. You were clearly enjoying it. Su Xianyue's lewd and gossiping expression made Tianming blush. Ha ha, nonsense. I'm just afraid of hurting them. If I'm not careful, they might die. And who will take care of me then? What kind of expression is that? You don't believe me, do you? The irritable Tianming followed behind Su Xianyue, tapping him with a small hammer, and soon they arrived in front of Bibi Dong. Wow, this woman feels intimidating. This was naturally overheard by Bibi Dong, who shot him a fierce glare, causing Tianming to quickly hide behind Su Xianwei. Is it him? Who is he? Tianming's mental strength was strong, and he had recovered quite a bit these days, but Bibi Dong couldn't sense his soul beast aura. He's that big meat bug. His skills are a bit perverse, and then As he spoke, Su Xianwei revealed a kind smile. Tianming curiously looked around, but he always felt a chill running down his spine. Bibidong's gaze was fixed on him, making him feel uneasy. Xiaoya, why do I feel like she has ulterior motives towards me? Su Xianwei slapped him on the head in annoyance. Xiaoya, can you be called that? Just stay put. The wrong Tianming stood dumbly beside Su Xianwei. After a long while, Bibi Dong finally spoke. Let him take the stage, that's fine. But what has he done to deserve your respect so much? Bibi Dong sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy from Tianming, and besides that, there was a rich presence of natural energy, and then it faded away. There was no sense of threat at all, and nothing like the wildness found in other fierce beasts. The fighting power felt comparable to a soul king, barely on par with a soul emperor. Teacher, please wait a moment. He will use his skill on you shortly. Just don't resist, but don't worry, it's not an attacking skill. Su Xianwei slapped Tianming and, extremely reluctantly, released his mental probe, sharing it with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong felt something unusual, a mental force drilling into her brain, instinctively wanting to resist. She remembered what Su Xianwei had said and allowed the mental force to invade. This is... Bibi Dong's hand began to tremble with excitement, and she suddenly stood up. This is a divine skill, a 360-degree all-around, no dead angle, super wide-range detection soul skill, far beyond ordinary mental probes. How about it, teacher? Keeping him would be a significant trump card for the Spirit Hall, right? If war breaks out, we can have Tianming share his mental probe with the soldiers, and it would be like having X-ray vision, cutting through enemies effortlessly, invincible. Very good, but can you be sure he will stay in the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong marveled, her gaze fixed intently on Tianming, causing him to be so frightened that he hid behind Su Xianwei. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianwei glanced at him. Teacher, you also see it, he's just a coward. And his actual combat power is like a soul king, at most a soul emperor. If he doesn't find a force to rely on, he'll just die. We'll take good care of him, and when the time comes, he won't want to leave even if we kick him out. Hey, I'm still here. Is that polite? Ignoring Tiandream's protests, Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. After a long while, Bibi Dong smiled. So you're a big bug, huh? It's Tiandream. Tiandream protested softly, but Bibi Dong paid him no mind. Staying in the Wuhuan Hall without any official position is not good. Let us make you an honorary elder. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. The matter you mentioned will be handled by me. Su Xianwei bowed. Thank you, teacher. I take my leave now. Then, she pulled Tianming away. Was an honorary elder? Tianming asked Su Xianwei, but Su Xianwei wasn't very familiar with these official titles either. Anyway, she only cared about her own status and knew that her status was equivalent to that of an elder, so she didn't bother with others. I don't know either, but it should be just below an elder, right? What is an elder? Su Xianwei. It's just that aside from people who seem unapproachable, you can boss everyone else around. Looking at Tianming, who seems as blank as a piece of paper, Su Xianwei felt a bit reluctant to deal with him. Not for any other reason, just because taking care of a child is too much trouble. Tianming had developed a bit of smoothness and social skills from interacting with the fierce beasts, but it hadn't been long, and his skills were still immature. So he was no different from a blank slate, very innocent. With nothing more for Tianming to do, Su Xianwei sent him back. But then a loud noise and a huge wave of soul power came from the distance. That feeling. Is it that stinky bear? Chapter 103. How to raise fierce beasts. This is a problem. The soaring aura of ferocity attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, and several figures flew across the sky, heading in that direction. Su Xianwei already knew what was going on without thinking. Those fierce beasts were just causing a ruckus. At this moment, in a certain part of the Spirit Hall, a giant bear was roaring at the sky, wantonly destroying everything around it. The Spirit Hall personnel who tried to stop it didn't dare to approach at all stunned by the overwhelming ferocity emanating from it. Everyone retreat. You are not enough to fill this beast's teeth. Moon Guan and the others flew in from a distance. But they didn't rush in to stop it immediately because they were scared too. The dark gold fearsome claw bear was a ferocious beast capable of fighting above its level. Under equal circumstances, for example against Bear Lord, it could take on 4 or 5 tidal Douluos like Moon Guan without losing ground, and with a bit of luck, it could take on 1 against 4 without issue. Therefore, they could only seek other ways until the higher-level elders arrived. Right, he was brought back by Su Xianwei. Where is Su Xianwei? Hurry and bring him over. But before Moon Guan could say anything, Su Xianwei was already standing not far in front of the rampaging Bear Lord. At this moment, the area around Bear Lord was already in ruins. The destruction power of the dark gold fearsome claw bear, which had existed for over 400,000 years, was no joke. When it saw Su Xianwei for the first time, the bloodshot in its eyes spread a bit more. But the mark on its forehead began to take effect, causing intense pain to emerge and spread throughout its body. This pain was unimaginable. Even with the powerful will of a fierce beast, it could not resist it. It was a pain that penetrated deep into the bones. With their willpower, they wouldn't even utter a sound if their bodies were crushed. But now, Bear Lord was holding its head and roaring at the sky. This furious roar sweeping across the entire spirit city. Even the flying birds and beasts in the surrounding woods were frightened to the point of collapsing. Damn it, I knew this guy wouldn't be obedient. The others were so frightened by the roar that they were left in shock. The shockwave from the roar blowing against the terrified crowd, while only Su Xianwei was resting her chin in thought. After a long while, the roaring gradually subsided, and Bear Lord's eyes, filled with endless killing intent, fiercely turned to Su Xianwei, baring its teeth and drooling uncontrollably from the pain, taking one step at a time towards her. Su Xianwei, get away! Gue Mei shouted while rushing towards Su Xianwei, wanting to save her before Bear Lord attacked. But it was too late. Bear Lord kicked off its hind legs, bursting forth with speed that surpassed Gue Mei, pouncing towards Su Xianwei. Bear Lord, enduring the pain, had gone mad. Unless someone stronger than it came to stop it, it wouldn't relent. Just as Bear Lord was about to reach Su Xianwei, a voice rang out. Get down. Boom. Bear Lord's massive body collapsed suddenly, as if tripped by something. Its entire body sprawled on the ground, and the enormous inertia caused it to slide a long distance, just sliding right in front of Su Xianwei. Su Xianwei looked at the Bear Lord in front of her, still pondering something. Meanwhile, the Bear Lord regained his sanity and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Su Xianwei. You, even if you enslave my body, my will not yield. The spirit beasts will never. Shut up. Can't you see I'm thinking? Go stand on your head over there and spin 10 times. Before the Bear Lord could finish speaking, he suddenly fell silent, then stiffly got up and crawled to the side, lifting his massive lower body to stand on his head and spinning around like he was breakdancing. The others watched in shock as the Bear Lord spun upside down, momentarily at a loss for words. The fierce beast that had just terrified everyone into weakness was now obediently performing acrobatics. The stark contrast, making them feel as if they were in a dream, while the others were still in a daze. Su Xianwei shook her head and gave up on her thoughts. What a hassle. I won't think about it anymore. I'll leave them to fend for themselves outside the spirit hall. With that, she turned and walked towards the residence arranged for Emperor Tian and the others. It was a corner building, but it had been badly damaged. The ground was trampled, and half the building was destroyed, clearly due to the Bear Lord transforming and running out. At this moment, Emperor Tian and the others were still surrounded by the spirit hall's people and seemed to have no intention of resisting. Emperor Tian, I now give you two choices. One is to die, and I'll use you as a soul ring. The other is to behave, and keep an eye on your little brother. Feel free to mention any other requests within reason. Su Xianwei didn't waste any words and directly stated her purpose, while Di Tian looked a bit puzzled. How do you know our names? He thought, but decided it wasn't important. You said we can make requests within reason, so fine. We can't get used to this thing you have. As he spoke, Di Tian pointed to the building that had collapsed on one side. Su Xianwei thought for a moment, and it made sense. How could these ferocious beasts, who had lived in the forest for hundreds of thousands of years, possibly adapt to human architecture? Then, they could only live in the outer forest. There was no way they could return to the starry great forest, and it had to be at your beck and call. Di Tian frowned and pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll stay alone, and you can send them back. Having me as a muscle should be enough, right? Di Tian, dis. The others, including Bai Ji, couldn't help but speak up, but they were stopped by Di Tian raising his hand. Su Xianwei thought for a moment and felt there was no problem. From the information about this master-servant contract in his mind, only he could erase it. Others could only do so if they understood contracts better than he did. However, there shouldn't be such existences on Douluo continent. Gods probably understand, but they definitely won't intervene. The Silver Dragon King still has 20,000 years to awaken, so there's no need to worry. Well then, you can handle the rest, but you must be available whenever I call you. After saying this, Su Xianwei left, ignoring the beasts. Tian, I'll stay here to accompany you. Bai Ji said with a worried expression, but Tian looked troubled and didn't look at her. No need. It's too dangerous to stay here, and I can't decipher this mark either. He can use this mark to make us voluntarily sacrifice ourselves. So you all staying here is too risky. They understood the temptation they posed to humans and couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be used as bargaining chips. So they tried to minimize their presence to avoid trouble. No, I'm not afraid. If we die, we should die together. Bai Ji couldn't help but rush into Tian's arms. Damn it, right into everyone and being stuffed with dog food, sigh. We're not afraid either. At worst, we can self-destruct our soul rings and soul bones. If we die, we will die spectacularly. The Red King interrupted them in a completely inappropriate manner. But they were used to it. Me too. At worst, I'll take a few down with me. ZG also spoke up, and the myriad of demons nodded in agreement. Tian looked at them with great satisfaction, unsure of how to express himself. You all, sigh. A certain bear who couldn't stand their treatment and protested ended up being punished and lost the chance to return to the Stardew Forest. So this story tells us, don't make a fuss if there's nothing going on. Chapter 104. Another new team member the next day. Yin and the others arrived at the square in front of the Pope's palace for training, as usual. Wow, what happened yesterday? It was such a big commotion. Did you hear it? That roar was terrifying. A few of them, with their low strength, didn't even see the figure of Bear June. So they only heard the roar from a distance and were frightened. I don't know, but nothing serious happened, so it shouldn't be anything troublesome. How could it not be troublesome? That roar was so loud. The few chatted excitedly, and today, Yuiguan was already standing in the square waiting for them. You're here. Wait a moment. Su Xianyue said he would introduce a new team member to you. Bibi Dong had already agreed to let Tianming join. But his identity had to be kept secret because it wouldn't be proper for soul beasts to participate in the competition, and people nowadays are also disgusted by soul beasts. So, they still didn't know Tianming's identity. Yuiguan and Gue Mei did, but telling Hulaina now would easily cause an incident. New team member? A backup member? We don't need that. The few expressed their confusion. The finals will just be one match. And there will always be title Douluo supervising your training before it starts to ensure everyone participates in the competition, so there's no need for a backup member. Not a backup member. The number of participants in the competition has been changed to 8. I don't know how that new member managed to get the Pope to change the rules for him, but it's also to take care of you. Otherwise, if one of you was kicked out, you would be sad. The simplest way would be to kick someone out. But the rules of the competition are at least 7 people, and having a few more doesn't matter as long as the number matches the opponents. Besides, the finals being changed to 8 people is still held in the Wuhuan Palace, so no one would dare say anything if they make adjustments. The finals have changed to 8 people. If the new team member's strength isn't good, that would be a bit tricky. Having the number of participants changed to 8 means their opponents also gained an extra member, and they were quite suspicious of a new team member since they didn't even know who it was. At this moment, Su Xianyue came over with a bouncy Tianming. Wow, it's so lively here. It must be them. Hello Gaga, the scene became awkward. Everyone froze in place, staring in shock at the slightly over 1 meter tall Tianming in front of them. Su Xianyue, the new team member you brought over isn't him, right? Hulaina pointed at Tianming and asked tentatively. Yin stepped forward to stand in front of Tianming, comparing his height with his hand, which didn't even reach Tianming's belly. He's as long as my leg. He looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old. Can he do it? Hey, are you looking down on me? I'm a proper 9. Tianming was interrupted mid-sentence by a knock on the head from Su Xianyue. He has a very powerful support skill, and with him joining, our chances of winning will greatly increase. Support type? What level is he? Su Xianyue pulled up Tianming, who was crouching on the ground with his head covered. You introduce yourself, as we agreed beforehand. Su Xianyue grabbed Tianming by the back of his collar and brought him in front of them. Tianming also began to recite the lines he had prepared in advance. Hello, my name is Tianming. I am 11 years old, level 22, and my martial soul is the extreme North Ice Silkworm. Ga. The scene fell into awkwardness again. What? What did you say? 11 years old, level 22. That's so low, you're just cannon fodder on stage. Not even fit to be cannon fodder. Oh dear. That's too rude, but he is indeed too young. Isn't it inappropriate? Shiyue patted Yan's back of the head, although he also looked down on Tianming. His tone was much more polite. Hey, underestimating me will make you suffer. You know now, let me show you my strength. Tianming had a smug expression and was striking a pose. All eyes in the room turned to Tianming, at which point they felt a mental force trying to invade their minds, instinctively wanting to resist. No need to be afraid. That's my soul skill. No need to resist. And then you'll get to see how powerful I am. Su Xianyue glanced at him and turned to explain, "This is an auxiliary soul skill. It has no damage." So you can rest assured. The reactions of everyone that followed were also within Su Xianyue's expectations. They all looked astonished, mouths agape, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Naturally, the feeling of having an advantage was exhilarating. Following this, they were filled with confidence for the upcoming match. With the perspective advantage from Tiangming, unless the opposing team also had a cheat, no one of the same level could compete with them. Wow, 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 cough cough. Fortunately, they learned to shout wow from Su Xianyue, so they weren't pitiful enough to not even know how to shout it. However, Yin seemed to have seen something incredible, and blood spurted from his nose. "Hey, Yin, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. Nothing. Just feeling a bit overheated. Just overheated recently." Yin, feeling guilty, hurriedly explained in response to Shiyue's inquiry. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be like this, Yin. You've already discovered the right use just after starting." Su Xianyue held a lewd expression and smiled while nudging Yin with his elbow. "No, absolutely not. But speaking of which, this skill is too overpowered. I think this little brother would be a great teammate for us. Don't you think, Tianming, little brother? This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Yin ran over to Tianming and struck up a conversation to change the topic. "Who asked the little brother? Bro, you're 9. Why are you hitting me again?" Su Xianyue communicated the reason with her gaze, while Tianming, feeling helpless, said little. This scene did not go unnoticed by others. "What is it, Tianming? What were you about to say? What about the 9? Faced with Juliana's inquiry, Tianming felt a bit awkward. What I was going to say is, it's just that he's 9 years older than me. It's not a big deal, right? Just like that." Although it was a bit forced, it managed to get past the moment. All right, the small talk should end here. Let's start training. No more messing around." Yu Guan clapped his hands to draw their attention, and they realized it was time to begin training. Everyone lined up, and Yu Guan started the briefing. "The competition has already begun. Since you're directly admitted to the finals, you still don't know the information about your opponents in the finals. However, I will share information about a few teams that have a higher chance of winning later on, and you can decide how to handle it. Right now, the dust hasn't settled, and no one knows what kind of opponents they will face. So we should first identify the teams that are most likely to be opponents and come up with a rough strategy. However, in the end, it might not be very useful, but preparation is still necessary. Now, Su Xianyue, you can take a break. The rest of you, consider me your opponent and prepare for battle." "Everyone, huh?" The others voiced their disbelief. "What? Do you have any objections? Why doesn't Su Xianyue have to fight?" Yu Guan chuckled. "I'm not worried about Su Xianyue. I'm mainly concerned about your strength. Although your levels are the highest among the competing teams, they are all talented individuals who can fight above their rank, so you need to train well." Yu Guan's true thoughts. "I really don't want to fight Su Xianyue. Not only would I get hurt, but if the venue gets damaged, the Pope will be angry, and I'll be the one in trouble." Chapter 105. What's like to have X-ray vision of him? Let's begin. With Yu Guan's command, without needing to say more, everyone tacitly followed their respective attack strategies and charged towards Yu Guan. Juliana's soul skills were mostly charm-based and not particularly effective, so the main attackers were Yin and Sun Chuantao, while she and Shiyue harassed from the side. "Go for it, guys." Tianming activated his mental detection and sharing, and in an instant, everyone had a three-dimensional map of the entire arena in their minds. All kinds of details appeared simultaneously, like a cheat code. With this map, everyone's coordination became noticeably more seamless, as they knew their teammates' movements while attacking and could react immediately. For instance, Yin was about to unleash his ultimate move. Fifth soul skill, Blazing Sandstorm. A circle of high-temperature sand and stone suddenly swirled around Yin, forming a hot sandstorm around him. In the past, when Yin called out his soul skill, everyone would start to distance themselves from him. But now, seeing Yan's initial motion, they immediately knew he was going to use a skill and quickly dispersed. With his circle of sand and stone, Yin charged forward using various soul skills. Second soul skill, Granitic Rock. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Yan's right hand was encased in stone, forming a rock fist while simultaneously burning with blazing flames. Surrounded by the high-temperature sand and stone, Yu Guan's first reaction was to dodge. Given the terrifying attack added by Yan's second soul skill, combined with Su Yu's amplification behind him, Yu Guan would not be able to withstand it if hit. However, the others were not just watching. Juliana and Shiyue's martial soul fusion skill had already been completed. The enchanting figure leaped into the air and charged towards Yu Guan, blocking his retreat. However, the attack power was still a hard limitation. Although it was not low, it was only slightly higher than Shiyue's before the fusion, as Juliana was primarily in control. Not done yet. Sun Chuantao's large will knife also flew in from a distance. Yu Egwan, caught off guard by the attack, was struck directly. Finally, Zhang Ping's golden swallow spread its wings and flew towards Yu Egwan's face, with 3 people attacking him at once. Yu Egwan found it impossible to defend. Reluctantly, he could only use a soul skill. 5th soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. The energy spread out, repelling all of their attacks. I didn't expect you to force out my soul skill so quickly, haha. Not bad, bring it on. The battle had only just begun, and it had only been a few seconds. In the past, they had not had such strength and coordination. This time, with Tianming, they could feel the actions of others, and their synergy naturally improved. Su Xianyue watched their battle, while someone boredly cracked sunflower seeds beside them. This group is really lively. Although sitting alone and watching is a bit boring, it's quite relaxing. After waiting for several minutes, they finally finished. Ha 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 ha. Yin was laughing heartily while patting Tianming on the back, clearly satisfied with him. But this little guy Tianming really can't take it. Stop patting. Are you trying to crush me? The others were also chatting and laughing, clearly having accepted Tianming into the team. Ahem, you all performed well this time. The Pope has instructed that if you satisfy me this time, you'll get a break to recharge. So, everyone rest well before the competition, but don't neglect your training. Understood? After Yu Egwan finished his instructions, he left, and Yin took the lead to go out for a good time. Let us go. Let us have a good meal. It's on me. How can we miss a chance to eat for free? Everyone went, but Tianming looked a bit confused. What is alcohol? Tianming asked the others with a puzzled face, while Yin grinned mischievously. It's a very tasty drink. You'll know soon. Oh. Shiyue hit Yin on the head with a chestnut. Don't lead the kids astray. Kids can't drink alcohol, cough cough. Tianming, you can just drink the beverage later. Kids can't drink alcohol. Huh? What exactly is it? The few of them walked towards the tavern they often visited, chatting along the way. By the way, did you hear that terrifying roar yesterday? What was that? I don't know. The spirit hall keeps everything from us, so we didn't bother with it. Sigh. Just don't know what you shouldn't know. Hearing them say this, Su Xianyue seemed to remember something. Ah, that bear is still standing on its head. I accidentally forgot about it. Oh no. After thinking for a moment, forget it. Eating is more important. A certain bear standing on its head. That afternoon, Sai, you guys think since we have a holiday, should we go to Tiando City to watch the competition? Because it was indeed boring in the spirit hall. Su Xianyue started to urge a few people to accompany him to watch the competition. This competition is equivalent to the Olympics. It's quite lively. Su Xianyue thought about it and still wanted to go see. Watch the competition? Su Xianyue, we're about to go on stage. And you're still thinking about running all the way to Tiando City to watch others compete? By the time we get there, the LL will probably be done. Hulaina looked disdainful. It takes at least 10 days by carriage from the Spirit Hall to Tiando City, and walking takes about 4 or 5 days. By the time we get there, the LL will probably have finished, and besides, they're completely uninterested. Yin waved his hand. True, the distance is too far, and there is no benefit at all. What is so interesting about a bunch of trash competitions? Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Sigh, there are always people better than you. Who knows if there are stronger people over there? Going over to take a look is just getting familiar with the opponents. Su Xianyue was still trying to persuade him, but Tang Min remained uninterested. Not going, not going. The road is long, and there's nothing to see. Su Xianyue didn't care about them anymore. She kindly suggested they go together, but if they didn't want to, then fine. With that, she mumbled and left. After Su Xianyue left, they seemed to think of something. Hey, do you think Su Xianyue has some way to quickly get to time dutching? She should know the journey is long. Ah, forget it. Do you really think you can understand Su Xianyue's thoughts? Shiyue expressed doubt, and Yan's words made him shake his head helplessly, deciding not to think about it anymore. What? You want to go watch the competition? No way. It's too dangerous. You have to understand how many people covet your identity. At this critical moment, no one will be your bodyguard. With the competition approaching, the moon's ghosts have their own tasks to attend to, and there isn't much time. Besides, others can't trust Bai Dong. Su Xianyue Chekev. Teacher, you forgot. I still have 6 new subordinates. Any one of them would be enough. Bai Dong suddenly remembered those 6 fierce beasts, feeling complicated. Are those 6 reliable? I can't trust soul beasts. Don't worry. After some persuasion from Su Xianyue, Bai Dong finally agreed, recalling the Bear King that was still doing a handstand, and felt that it should be fine. Sigh, well, I won't stop you, but remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your identity. The Spirit Hall has quite a few hidden enemies. Thank you, teacher. I'll head out now. After Su Xianyue left, Bibi Dong looked in the direction he departed with her unfocused eyes, murmuring, Su Xianyue, I really can't see through you more and more. Chapter 106. A serious dragon night, Su Xianyue walked straight into the woods outside Spirit City. This place was designated by Bibi Dong for Su Xianyue to raise soul beasts, as there was nothing of importance here. Although this forest couldn't compare to the Stardew Great Forest, it was barely livable. At this moment, Su Xianyue looked at the group of fierce beasts in front of her, feeling a bit puzzled. Didn't I already promise to let you go? Why are you still here? They were of no use to her at the moment. One Emperor Tian was enough to keep, but it was a bit unexpected that they all stayed. Don't mind them. Do you have something to say? Emperor Tian's tone was calm, clearly having quickly accepted the situation. At this time, Su Xianyue smiled at Emperor Tian. Of course. I have good news. Uncle Emperor Tian, I'm taking you out to play, she said while playfully curling her finger. Looking at Su Xianyue's expression, Emperor Tian felt a little scared. In the vast blue sky, a colossal creature that blocked out the sun whizzed by, its wings flapping with a rustling sound. This speed is quite fast. Step it up and let us reach our destination sooner. On the majestic dragon's head, Su Xianyue sat cross-legged while Emperor Tian released his protective soul power to shield him from the gale in the high sky. Emperor Tian let out a disdainful sound and increased his speed. The feeling of riding on the dragon's head was incredibly exhilarating. Experiencing an unprecedented speed brought a thrill while also saving effort. Sitting atop the dragon's head, Su Xianyue had a bold idea. With a ding sound, after a dazzling flash of light, Su Xianyue, now in her martial spirit form, stood on the dragon's head. What are you going to do? Emperor Tian was a bit anxious, as he was currently at Su Xianyue's mercy. Don't panic. I'm not going to do anything to you. Hey, tell me, how about I stand on your head while you engage in close combat, and use this sword energy to attack? Saying this, Su Xianyue swung her hand forward, and a crescent-shaped sword energy flew out, dissipating after about 20 to 30 meters. What can you do? Emperor Tian was not very interested in this, and disdainfully huffed before falling silent. Su Xianyue noticed that Emperor Tian had ignored him and stopped talking to him, so he began to complain after releasing his martial soul. TCH, you dragon are really boring. No wonder, living for hundreds of thousands of years like a stone. You seem to know a lot about us, huh? And you're not afraid of us at all. Don't tell me you've been planning how to enslave us since the moment we captured you. During the time Emperor Tian chatted with Su Xianyue, he could tell that Su Xianyue was just a repressed and quirky guy. Not really. I actually wanted to escape while you weren't paying attention, but after you drank my blood, I realized I could do this. However, I seem to not be afraid of you at all. Besides not being afraid of them, Su Xianyue felt fear for a long time. Upon careful reflection, he seemed to have never been afraid since birth, only feeling tension and a sense of crisis. It's strange. Forget it. Are we almost there? We've been flying for almost a day. From a map you gave me, it should be just ahead. As he spoke, the outline of a city appeared in front of them. So soon? Not bad, not bad. You Haven T, let me down. Let us land now. Don't attract attention. Saying this, they landed in the woods outside the city. Speaking of attracting attention, they had indeed drawn quite a bit of notice during their flight, but they were flying high and fast, and had also used their mental power to hide themselves. So no one noticed them. Everyone only felt a fleeting sense of oppression and then moved on without caring. Emperor Tian transformed into human form, a tall man in a black robe, hiding his dragon features as well. Human cities. I haven't seen them in a long time. Emperor Tian looked at the city walls faintly visible among the distant leaves, his face full of melancholy. Huh, you've been to human cities before? This was a surprise. Emperor Tian had been to human cities before, and he had never heard of it. Yeah, when I came before, that group of people was all holding spears trying to poke me, so I ended up eating them. Su Xianyue. Di Tian seemed to recall the past and continued to talk at length. However, at that time, there were also a few humans who were somewhat powerful. I had a few rounds with them, but I felt the gains were not significant, so I left. Later, I heard that they all became gods. Sigh. Su Xianyue didn't bother with those trivial matters and walked to the entrance of Tiando City. There were no routine checks at Tiando City. It wasn't a special period, and no fool would dare to cause trouble here. The street was nearly empty because the grand competition was incredibly lively, and almost everyone had gone to watch the matches. Calculating the time, the matches were almost over, but Su Xianyue could still catch a few rounds if he hurried. However, upon arriving at the venue, what? It's all over. Yes, today's matches have already concluded. The ticket seller at the entrance looked at Su Xianyue, who was filled with indignation, and replied helplessly. Then it was Di Tian who pulled him away. It's over. It's over. Rather than dwelling on this, you might as well find a place to rest. Humans need to sleep in buildings, don't they? It's not your fault. If you had flown a bit faster, it would have been fine. DT decided to remain silent and not engage with the unreasonable Susi. Then, they looked for an inn. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. What? Fully booked? Yes. Because the competition has been held for the past few days, there are many people coming from out of town, not just at my inn, but probably all the other hotels are fully booked too. The innkeeper looked at the still furious Susi, feeling a bit at a loss. What does fully booked mean? DT, maintaining a humble attitude, asked for clarification, but this came across as a threat in the innkeeper's eyes. Please spare me, sir. How about we clear out a few rooms for you? DT looked at the suddenly kneeling innkeeper, utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Susi turned to look at DT. I didn't do anything. You should ask him what he did. DT felt particularly innocent in his heart, but didn't show on his face. The ferocity of the beast was constantly written on his face, making him look fierce at all times, which scared the waiter. Then hurry up and get 2 rooms, wait. Never mind, forget it, let's go. Susi didn't pay attention to Emperor Tian anymore and turned to the shopkeeper, but then thought of something and left with Emperor Tian. The shopkeeper watched their departing figures, wiped his sweat, and sighed in relief. It was too terrifying, that man. Actually gave off a feeling of wanting to be swallowed whole. Feeling like he had survived a disaster, the shopkeeper silently prayed, while Susi, who left with Emperor Tian, seemed to have already made plans in her heart. Isn't that called an inn? Where are we going? Emperor Tian, who was clueless about human matters, asked Susi helplessly. I said, the Spirit Hall's branches are spread all over the continent. There's definitely one in Heavendo City. So we could just stay at the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, right? Why bother competing with others for an inn? It's troublesome, according to various novel tropes. Encountering a situation where rooms are being fought over would definitely lead to a series of troubles, so it's better to avoid it altogether. Chapter 107. That makes him angry. The Spirit Hall in Heavendo City is as luxurious as the Heavendo Imperial Palace, and its architectural style is also the European-style white jade commonly used by the Spirit Hall. I remember. The Pope of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City seems to be called Solace. Susi was still mumbling about the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, while DT casually found a passerby to ask for directions and headed in that direction. However, it seemed that the passerby's pants were completely soaked, scared to the point of wetting himself by DT. Aside from that, everything else went smoothly, and they quickly found the location of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. But then trouble came. Stop. This is the Spirit Hall's important area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. 2 guards at the entrance diligently stopped them. Wow, such high standards. Ahem. Can I ask, is your Pope's name Solace? The guards looked at Susi with one eye big and the other small, clearly confused. That's right. If there's nothing else, please leave. Oh, then that's it. Take me to see him. However, the guards remained motionless. What's wrong? Open the door and lead the way. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Susi was full of questions, but seeing the look on the guard's face, she knew it would be troublesome to go in now. So, to avoid a series of troubles, Susi was searching for something in her storage soul guide. Look at this. Susi took out the Pope's order, but it seemed that it did not have the effect she had expected. Even if you have the Soul Hall's token, without an appointment, you cannot meet Bishop Solace. You 2 can leave now. Seeing their clueless expressions, Susi felt amused. No, you don't recognize the Pope's order? DT, teach them a lesson, just don't kill them. Seeing that the 2 guards didn't recognize the Pope's order, Susi didn't hold back anymore and instructed DT to slap each of them away, sending them flying far off. Actually, this wasn't entirely their fault. Anyone could have a Soul Hall's token by applying for it. But the appearance of the Pope's order was quite similar to those ordinary tokens, just with more intricate designs. They didn't look closely enough to recognize it. Of course, it was also possible that they genuinely didn't recognize it. The commotion at the entrance quickly attracted attention, and a large group of soldiers wearing specially designed armor from the Soul Hall surrounded them. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Soul Hall? Hey, Dityan. Facing this group of ignorant Soul Hall soldiers, Susi remained unyielding and directly ordered DT to take action. DT took a deep breath. Who inhale roar? A dragon's roar echoed out, intimidating everyone, and the shockwave from the roar swept through the surroundings. A large group of soldiers was terrified by the roar, with all of them either so scared they wet themselves or ran away in panic. What is all this noise? A stern voice rang out as a man in a white robe slowly descended. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of trespassing into the Soul Hall? Are you Solace? Only the Platinum Bishop can wear such clothing in the Soul Hall. Indeed, who are you? I won't let you go without a valid reason. Solace's gaze was not on Susi, but remained fixed on Dtion. He was very wary of Dtion, as he could roughly gauge Dtion's strength just from that roar a moment ago. Oomph. Open your eyes and see clearly. Your subordinates might not recognize you, but you surely can. After a cold laugh, Su Xianwei raised the papal decree toward Solace. Solace was indeed knowledgeable, through Su Xianwei's words and their expressions. He quickly analyzed what had happened. It was that his subordinates did not recognize the papal decree and had stopped them, which made them angry. With a thud, Solace fell to the ground and knelt, his forehead touching the floor. I didn't know the elder had arrived, and I failed to welcome you properly. The papal decree symbolized something significant, and he, as a platinum bishop, was very clear about that. His subordinates had just offended them, and now he felt anxious. He had never seen these faces before. Which elder was this? A newly promoted one? He had never encountered these faces, so he was unsure of the elder's character. Well, it's good that you recognize your mistake. Get up. We are here to watch the competition for a few days and have no other business. Su Xianwei stood with her hands on her hips, watching the sycophantic Sarath approach with a smile. However, it seemed Sarath had walked the wrong way. Elder, please follow me. He walked up to Emperor Tian, grinning like a lapdog, leaving Emperor Tian completely bewildered. Emperor Tian raised a finger, pointing at Su Xianwei. He was the elder. Huh? Sarath turned to look at Su Xianwei, equally confused. Su Xianwei's face twisted in anger, her fists clenched tightly. So angry. No, I need to find someone to vent my anger. In the end, Sarath still walked over with a smile. Calm down, elder. Elder. Your dinner is ready. Please enjoy. Sarath, with a large bump on his left cheek, stood at the door looking distressed, while Su Xianwei, sitting at the dining table, looked at the spread of delicious food and felt her mood lift a little. It's fine now, you can go. She waved Sarath away and began to enjoy the meal. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This broken place. The subordinates don't even recognize the Pope's order, let alone who the elder is. Damn it. But the food is quite delicious. Emperor Tian was arranged in another room, and at this moment, the table in his room was also filled with various foods, but he had no appetite. Human food. It's a bit unfamiliar. Although these foods are quite tasty for Emperor Tian, he still couldn't get used to them. Hey, get some fish or other meat. Raw is best, alive if possible. He instructed the guards outside. Soon, the guards brought in 2 fish, occasionally flipping their tails, along with 2 live chickens. My lord, the fish and chickens have arrived. Emperor Tian responded, taking the 2 1-meter-long fish and 2 fat chickens with a half-meter diameter. He directly hugged them and started to gnaw on them. The scene was extremely bloody, with chicken blood splattering everywhere, leaving the guards stunned. The accommodations for the 2 were temporarily resolved, but Su Xianwei's main purpose for coming was to stir up trouble. Now, however, she could have Sarath arrange a better seat. By the time Su Xianwei finished dinner, it was already evening, and she sought out Sarath. Ahem, let me clarify something. I'm here this time. To put it nicely, I'm here to inspect the competition's current situation. To put it bluntly, I'm here to watch the competition. Remember to arrange a good seat for us tomorrow. After saying this, she left. Sarath, upon seeing her for the first time, was already bowing and scraping. After hearing Su Xianwei's words, he was filled with questions. Inspecting the competition's situation, does His Holiness not trust me so much? However, arranging a good seat, that shouldn't be a problem. Sigh, how did an elder suddenly show up? The Wuhuan Hall didn't notify me about this. It can't be. Never mind. No one has the guts to impersonate, plus there's such a strong guard. It's unlikely to be fake. Chapter 108. This elder is so young. The next day, Su Xianwei, surrounded by Solace and a group of guards, headed towards the Soul Arena in Heavendo City. The Soul Arena in Heavendo City can be said to be the most luxurious arena on the continent, making it the best choice as a competition venue for major tournaments. At this moment, the arena was already packed with people, and the cheers from the crowd were deafening. Su Xianwei was led in by Solace through the VIP exclusive passage. Elder, I've arranged for you a VIP seat. This is the best spot for viewing the event live. Huh? VIP seat? Oh, what? A VIP seat. Solace's voice echoed in her ears. At first, Su Xianwei didn't pay much attention, but suddenly she thought of something. A VIP seat. That means Ning, Fengji, and Shuya will be sitting next to me? Su Xianwei suddenly grabbed Sarath's collar, shaking him while shouting, leaving Sarath utterly confused. Ah, Elder, please, 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 have mercy. Dazed and dizzy from being shaken, Sarath looked at the anxious Su Xianyue and mustered his courage to ask. Elder, is there a problem? Su Xianyue suddenly glared at him. This is a big problem. I don't want to get involved with people like Ning Fengji. I'm just here to watch the competition. What if something happens? What do you think we should do? Are you responsible? Bibi Dong had specifically warned Su Xianyue not to reveal her identity as a member of the Spirit Hall in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it would attract unwanted attention. However, it seems that with Emperor Tian around, nothing would happen to her, right? Su Xianyue discovered a blind spot. The teacher seems to be afraid of me being targeted. But with Emperor Tian around, what do I have to fear? At this moment, Solace was also defending himself. Elder, rest assured. If you are simply here to inspect the competition, there won't be any issues as long as no changes are made to the event. Solace and Shuya, like others, are part of the competition organizing committee, jointly responsible for the major event. As long as Su Xianyue doesn't interfere and is just observing, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, if it weren't for the VIP seats, it wouldn't truly match your status as an elder. I specifically arranged a seat for you in the VIP area. Thinking about it, Su Xianyue realized that not participating in the event and just using the excuse of inspection to watch the competition seemed to be fine. However, she actually didn't want to have any contact with Ning Fengji and Shuiyi. Moreover, the ordinary audience seats were already packed, and the elder couldn't possibly squeeze in with them, as that would be beneath her noble status. Suresu seemed unwilling to waste her efforts, persuading while flattering Su Xianyue, leaving her momentarily stunned. What you said does make sense. All right then, it's just Ning Fengji and Shuiyi. I'm not afraid of them. Watching the competition with them shouldn't be a problem. Su Xianyue approached with this mindset. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Shuiyi were already seated in their places, chatting and laughing. Ning Fengji, needless to say, was gentle and refined, while Shuiyi, though gray-haired in his later years, still exuded the unique majesty of an emperor. As they were in the midst of conversation, Ning Fengji suddenly changed his expression and turned to look aside. Following his gaze, Shuiyi saw Su Xianyue walking over, accompanied by Emperor Tian and Solace. Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, let me introduce you. This is Elder Su, who has come from the Pope's palace to oversee the tournament, along with his attendant, Lord Emperor Tian. Su Xianyue raised one hand behind her back and greeted them. Hello there. Her expression was calm and carefree. Then, at Sarath's invitation, she took a seat to the left of Shuiyi, with Ning Fengji on the other side. Di Tian sat next to Su Xianyue, corresponding to Gu Rong beside Ning Fengji. Sarath then walked to the row of seats behind them and sat down, joining Xue Xing and the 3 committee members from the Tiando Academy. Wow, the Spirit Hall has such young elders, truly impressive talent. Shuiyi looked at the petite Su Xianyue, feeling a mix of admiration and confusion. Su Xianyue, oh no, Elder Su, long time no see. Ning Feng Thi Kretet Su Qianyue. And she politely smiled in response. I just came to watch the competition, nothing else, so you can rest assured. Su Xianyue chatted briefly with them, then turned to watch the upcoming match, leaning back in her seat in a way that seemed quite unrefined in such a solemn setting. Shuiyi showed little attitude, while Ning Fengji received a secret transmission from Gu Rong. Fengji, that man is not simple. His strength is on par with mine. Ning Fengji heard Gu Rong's secret transmission and turned to look at Di Tian. The faint pressure radiating from him shook his very soul, and he sensed danger from Di Tian. Does the Spirit Hall have such a person? I've never seen him before. Although he had such doubts, they were too embarrassed to ask directly, so they could only ask indirectly. This friend seems a bit unfamiliar. Could you please introduce yourself in detail? Just make a friend. Gu Rong spoke to Di Tian, but Di Tian completely ignored him, not even glancing his way. Gu Rong, being ignored, was not angry. He wanted to continue prying information from Di Tian, but was stopped by Ning Fengji. Forget it, Gu Shu, this is not the time to make friends. Let's wait until after the match today to have a good gathering. What do you think, Elder Su? Su Xianyue was stuffing popcorn, which she had just instructed Solace to buy, into her mouth. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. No time, I'm very busy. She refused without hesitation. Hey you. Gu Rong almost swore, but fortunately Ning Fengji quickly stopped him. Elder Su is young and promising. Managing a lot of affairs is natural, so we won't disturb you. Let's focus on watching the match. As he spoke, aside from Solace and others who were still whispering in the back, the 5 people in the front remained silent. Today's matches featured unfamiliar faces. Even the names of the academies were ones she had no impression of, making Su Xianyue feel a bit bored. By the way, Sect Master Ning, has Shrek's match already ended? Shrek's name wasn't mentioned in the announcements, and since they had already competed the previous day, it was normal for Shrek to have finished their matches. That's right, Shrek performed excellently in yesterday's matches, especially Tang San, who was simply astonishing, although he still had quite a gap compared to the young Elder Su. Indeed, while Tang San is still competing for the academy, Su Xianyue has already become an elder, directly graduating and serving as CEO. Haha, that's right, and that Tang San at such a young age is already a soul sect, and his fourth soul ring is even 10,000 years old. Alas, what a pity, he was originally supposed to be part of the Tiando Royal Academy. Sai, what a shame. The speaker was a thin, elderly man with a long white beard, and while talking, he glanced over at Xue Xing, making Xue Xing feel quite embarrassed. Ha! Didn't you already mock Prince Xue Xing yesterday? You still won't let him off? Ha ha ha! Gu Rong's laughter seemed to change the topic, and they turned their attention back to the match that had already started on stage. Chapter 109. Spending money for peace of mind. I don't understand the thoughts of rich people. On the first day of watching the competition, Su Xianyue felt a significant gap between her expectations and reality. The matches from other academies, how should she put it? In Su Xianyue's eyes, they were like children's play. After spending so much time battling with Yue Guan and the others, her perspective had elevated, and these fights at levels 30 to 40 were indeed unimpressive. At the beginning of the viewing, the person sitting next to her, Xue, hardly interacted with Su Xianyue, while Ning Fengji occasionally chatted with her. By the way, Elder Su, I heard from my little girl that you suddenly dropped out of Shrek. What is the reason for that? This question from Ning Fengji startled those around them. The elders from the Spirit Hall had also studied at Shrek, and their curiosity about it was immediately piqued. Su Xianyue lazily stuffed popcorn into her mouth while watching the competition in front of her, answering absent-mindedly. What else could it be? It's boring, of course. I was initially attracted by his ridiculously high admission standards, but then I found out there was nothing fun about it, so I dropped out. Playing? A row of people behind her overheard Su Xianyue's words and whispered among themselves. Ning Fengji still wore that spring-like smile. Ha! Elder Su really is quite cynical. This is not something to advocate. It's not your place to lecture me. Su Xianyue replied impolitely, but it didn't stir up any waves. They continued their casual conversation. Just as they were halfway through their chat, Xue Yi suddenly interjected. Elder Su, being so young and capable, which team do you think has the best chance? Which one? The two on stage, or... No. I mean the team with the highest probability of winning the championship. Which one do you favor, Elder Su? Once Xue Yi spoke up, everyone else obediently fell silent. Well, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Su Xianyue glanced at Xue Yi with his blank eyes, but he didn't say anything. All right. Let's be honest. The probability of Shrek Academy winning is the highest. Oh, what do you mean by that? The elders of the Spirit Hall don't support their own team. Who would believe that? Su Xianyue's statement isn't wrong. He isn't sure how bright Tang San's protagonist halo really is, and it's possible that he could prepare thoroughly and still lose. Ha! Elder Su is really humble. Shrek is indeed good, but your Spirit Hall is not to be underestimated either. It's quite inappropriate to belittle yourselves like this. Su Xianyue's native. Then I'll speak the truth. The Spirit Hall will surely win. Elder Su really is carefree and unrestrained. Xue Yi suddenly burst into loud laughter, leaving Su Xianyue looking confused. Su Xianyue used his unique chatting style to have a pleasant conversation with a few people. Xue Yi seemed to have opened up as well, continuously engaging in the discussion. Elder Su observed the youthful appearance but mature speech of the young man and thought, by the way, how have Elder Ju and Elder Gue been lately? As the conversation went on, Su Xianyue increasingly felt something was off. Why were they talking about Yu Guan? They were doing well, just tired and wanting to eat when hungry, wanting to sleep when sleepy. His inner thoughts. This old man is trying to pry information out of me. TSK? As if I can't tell. Behind him, Solace let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At the same time, Xue Yi burst into laughter again. Ha. Cough. Few after few coughs, he stopped. Su Xianyue felt fortunate, but it was strange how Xue Yi suddenly became so caring on a snowy night. It seemed he truly wanted to coax her into revealing her thoughts step by step, and she almost fell into his trap, but fortunately, she realized it early. Zhuye, whose plan had failed, stopped speaking. He knew it was futile to try to get anything out of Su Xianyue, especially with Solace behind him, so he didn't have much hope. The atmosphere became awkward. Although the matches on the arena were exciting, they weren't very enjoyable. However, they were good for passing the time. After the competition ended, Shui Yi and Shui Xing left with a few committee members, while Ning Fengji and Gu Rong stayed behind. Su Xianwei, don't you really want to have a good chat? Ning Fengji seemed to have something to say to Su Xianwei. After thinking for a moment and sizing him up, Su Xianwei decided to go ahead. All right, you treat. In the most luxurious private room of the most extravagant restaurant in Tiando City, Ning Fengji watched Su Xianwei, who was eating heartily, and Ditian, who was gnawing on a raw fish with a frown throughout. Su Xianwei had seen this side of Ditian before, although there were also sashimi here. It was the first time he had seen someone like Ditian directly grabbing an unprocessed fish to gnaw on. This friend has quite a heavy taste. Never mind, Su Xianwei. The reason I'm looking for you this time is to confirm something. Ning Fengji raised his eyebrows after looking at Ditian, then turned to Su Xianwei to discuss serious matters. I just want to ask, are you part of the participating team from the Spear Hall? Su Xianwei swallowed the food in her mouth and looked at Ning Fengji. Of course I am involved. Why? Do you want to extract some information? Ning Feng tis milet gently. Haha, of course not. However, since you are involved, may I ask you for a favor? Su Xianwei looked at Ning Fengji with an unusual gaze. Oh, I didn't expect that, Ning Fengji. You still want to bribe me, huh? Let me tell you, not a chance. You want me to betray the spirit hall that raised me? No, of course not. It's just, you need to pay more. Huh? Is that not it? The scene suddenly fell silent, except for the chewing sound made by Ditian. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ning Fengji looked at Su Xianwei, his expression becoming particularly strange. Pay more? So you really could do it, huh? Su Xianwei realized that Ning Fengji didn't mean it that way and quickly changed the topic. Oh, how could that be? Ahem. Since it's not about that, then hurry up and say it. Although Ning Fengji was quite shocked, his high level of composure allowed him to recover quickly. Actually, it's just that if Shrek really makes it to the finals, I hope you'll go easy on Ronro. Oh, so that's what you're worried about. Ning Fengji seemed quite confident in Shrek, but as a father, he naturally couldn't help but be concerned about his daughter's safety. Plus, now that there was an opportunity, doing something would at least give him some peace of mind. Aren't you bribing me with this? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. The support type is generally the easiest target, which is why Ning Fengji was particularly uneasy. First, pay up. Su Xianwei wants the money first, and we'll talk later. Even if Ning Rongrong encounters a problem, with Ning Fengji's personality, he wouldn't ask for the money back. Moreover, Ning Fengji is just buying peace of mind with the money and wouldn't care too much about such a small amount. This is 2 million gold soul coins. Not a big deal, so it will be troublesome for you. Su Xiao you later. Ning Fengji handed Su Xianwei a gold soul card worth 2 million and then planned to leave. I often come to this shop, so you two can eat as you please. They keep a tab, so I won't disturb your meal any longer. I will take my leave now. Don't worry. I will be the first to kick your daughter off the stage when the time comes, so she won't be seriously injured. Su Xianwei waved at them, watching them leave with the strange expressions of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Chapter 110. The goods are Tang San. The first match today is Shrek versus the Elephant Armor Academy. As a capable assistant of the Spear Hall, the Elephant Armor sect is believed not to disappoint the elders. Solace followed Su Xianwei like a sycophant, talking and explaining at the same time. Elephant Armor? I seem to have some impression of it, but whatever. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I don't have high hopes for them anyway. This statement made a muscular man following Su Xianwei, who was comparable to Ditian, feel quite embarrassed. The members of the Elephant Armor Academy really didn't look very smart, making it hard for Su Xianwei to have faith in them, especially since they couldn't compete with Shrek in the first place. Arriving at his previous position from yesterday, Shui Yi and Ning Fengji had already arrived early. Good morning. Elder Su, you're early too. Isn't the match about to start? After greeting each other, Ning Fengji and Su Xianwei politely responded, then took out snacks to eat while waiting. It was about to start, just a little more patience was needed. At this moment, both teams slowly made their way onto the stage under their watchful eyes. Shrek's lineup was indeed those few that Su Xian remembered, although he didn't recognize the substitutes. The others were somewhat familiar. However, he didn't see Tang San's face. Huh, where's that Tang San? Su Xianwei couldn't help but ask when he didn't see the Tang San he remembered. Tang San? Isn't that him? Ning Fengji pointed to the stage. Which one? The one at the front, with short black hair. Following Ning Fengji's direction, Su Xianwei saw a strange guy. He was cold all over, but muscular, of average height, and when he noticed someone looking at him, he suddenly glanced towards the VIP seats. His pitch-black eyes made Su Xianwei frown. Is that Tang San? Are you kidding me? Is Tang San like this? At first, Su Xianyue thought it was some substitute and didn't pay much attention. But now that Ning Fengji said it was Tang San, who would believe that? If it's Shrek as Tang San, then indeed it is him. This. Although Su Xianyue didn't know why Tang San had become like this, his completely black eyes gave Su Xianyue a sense of familiarity. I feel like I've seen these eyes somewhere before. So familiar. I can't remember. Damn. While Su Xianyue was still lost in thought, the audience below also noticed her in the VIP section. Look, doesn't that person seem familiar? Oscar pointed to Su Xianyue above, and the others glanced over, revealing looks of shock. It seemed like Su Xianyue, but they hadn't seen her in so many years and couldn't be sure. However, those in the VIP section were either wealthy or noble, so it was impolite to point. As Dai Mubai spoke, Oscar quickly retracted his hand. Tang San looked at Su Xianyue in the VIP section, but turned back and didn't look at her. Su Xianyue didn't care about Tang San anymore. He didn't know why Tang San had changed like this and didn't really care. However, wasn't there supposed to be Xiao Wu participating in this match? Why was it that gorilla instead? And why was Ma Hongjun also on stage? Hiss, did I remember wrong? A person with a simple appearance and a muscular build. It was clear at a glance that he was that big strength gorilla. The members of the Elephant Armor Academy also confidently stepped onto the stage. 7 players as tall as mountains from the Elephant Armor team walked on with steady steps. I'll say it again, today there are elders from the Spirit Hall watching the match, so we must perform well. Team Captain Huyen, Li reminded his teammates, and their morale seemed very high, all of them eager to show off. Hey Captain, look, isn't it the elder from the Spirit Hall? A team member pointed at the imposing Emperor Tian above, feeling a hint of respect in his heart. It should be him, but who is that little girl beside him? His daughter? I don't know, she's quite cute. Ha ha, Huyen Secmaster, your junior is really high-spirited. Solace chatted with Huyen Jun, who nodded at him. Of course, Ali is the most outstanding young junior of the Elephant Armor sect, and he is also my direct grandson. His talent is not inferior to mine. I am confident that I can train him to become the first title Douluo of the Elephant Armor sect. Huyen Jun did not hide his voice, and the entire VIP area heard it. It's truly a cause for celebration that Sect Master Huyen has such a junior, but if I'm not mistaken, Shrek has dispatched 5 Soul Zone. This. Su Xianyue did not participate in their casual conversation, but Ning Fengji took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Elder Su, do you also have high hopes for Shrek this time? It's okay, I suppose. Su Xianyue didn't say much, calmly watching the upcoming match. Both sides took their positions, and the match began, with the referee's command. Both sides started to take action. Mubai the fat guy and Xiao Ao, Tang San shouted directly, and suddenly a pink sausage appeared in the hands of the 3 of them. After eating it, the 3 of them charged forward fiercely. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy formed a line, their first spirit ring lit up, and their bodies were enveloped in a layer of spirit power shield as they advanced step by step, seeing the 3 charging towards them. The members of the Elephant Armor Academy couldn't help but smirk. Stupid, they actually want to clash head-on with the Diamond Mammoth. Ha ha! The 7 couldn't help but laugh, yet their advancing actions remained unchanged. Then they were stunned. White Tiger Meteor Shower. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. The meteor shower formed by white light waves intertwined with the Phoenix Crying Sky Strike, slowing down their advancing movements significantly. To start with the group spirit skill, do these people have too much spirit power or are they afraid of losing too slowly? Shrek's tactics truly opened the eyes of the audience, including those in the VIP seats. Fire Phoenix Martial Soul? Shrek has such a trump card. Sigh. Shui couldn't help but cover his forehead in frustration, then shot a glare at Shui Xing in the back row. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Tang San had come not far in front of them. Blue Silver Bind. The Blue Silver Bind naturally couldn't stop their attack and was immediately dispersed, but this was also within Tang San's expectations. Huyen Li showed a disdainful look. We've withstood 2 types of group attack spirit skills. Are we afraid of your little control spirit skill? Although it was difficult, they had indeed withstood it. Seeing them like this, Tang San couldn't help but laugh. Keep laughing. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. What? The shocked expressions of Huyen Li and his teammates were evident as a light group appeared in Tang San's right hand, along with the shining black spirit rings behind him. The blue-silver grass shattered on the ground quickly gathered into the small tornado in Tang San's raised right hand. Even the 2 spirit skills on either side of his body were drawn in, converted into energy, and spiraled into the vortex. 4th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Thousand Leaves Break. Mixed with the White Tiger Meteor Shower and Phoenix Crying Sky Strike, this 10,000-year fourth spirit skill crashed directly into Huyenli. What? The powerful impact instantly swept over the seven, and Huyenli, who had faced the spirit skill head-on, was directly blasted off the stage. Bang! This is a 10,000-year spirit ring. This Tang San's fourth spirit ring is actually 10,000 years. Huh. Shui Yi slammed his fist on the armrest, his whole body trembling slightly from anger. Shui Xing had already turned his head away, not daring to look at Shui Yi, nor even at the three committee members beside him. Chapter 111. The storyline goes awry. This, Ollie. Hu Yanjun looked at Huyenli, who had been directly blasted away, and shouted in fright. Sarala's beside him also looked unwell, glancing at Su Xianyue from time to time. At this moment, Su Xianyue was also stunned, suddenly sitting up straight. Wang Defa, where's the blue-silver prison? What the hell is this blue-silver thousand leaves break? Tang San's shout was indeed shocking, judging by Shui Yi and their expressions. It seemed to be the first time Tang San used this fourth spirit skill. Following the battle, without their captain, several members of the elephant armor were directly taken down by the phantom white tiger and others in a surround attack. It was a complete annihilation. Hu Yanjun, is this what you call a genius? Not even able to hold on for a minute. Simply useless. Sarala's angrily cursed, while Hu Yanjun desperately defended. It was their sneak attack, our team members. No need to explain. You deal with it. Tang San and the others used a tactic similar to a blitzkrieg, launching their big moves right at the start, catching the opponent off guard. Just like you play a 3, and the opponent plays a bomb plus a plane to finish it all. Tang San, you really have surprised me. Crisis. Su Xianyue felt a strong sense of crisis from this move. The original storyline was disrupted, and although he didn't know what had happened, Su Xianyue knew that if this continued, Tang San would become an uncontrollable existence. I clearly haven't changed much. How did Tang San still deviate from the original path? It's really true that bad things come when you think about them. I must do something. Su Xianyue completely ignored Tang San and deliberately avoided anything he came into contact with, fearing that the storyline would deviate and her advantage of knowing the plot would be rendered ineffective. However, it still happened. After the battle, Tang San and the others left, and Su Xianyue looked in the direction they departed, her deadpan eyes revealing something faintly. Great Elder, please let me explain. It must be that Shrek cheated. Otherwise, there's no way they could have defeated us so easily. Hu Yanjun's flustered voice behind her interrupted Su Xianyue's thoughts, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Saras slapped him across the face. What a disgrace. Get out of here. Then, Saras kicked him away. Although Hu Yanjun was dissatisfied, as the leader of the sect, he was still somewhat rational and quickly realized the current situation, leaving in a dejected manner. After Hu Yanjun left, the others began to tease him. Ha! That old Hu Yan, his brain is getting worse and worse. Ha ha. Gu Rong's voice was the loudest, while the others had no special reactions but were all holding back laughter. Saras's face turned red and green, clearly very angry. Everyone, please don't laugh. Hu Yanjun is indeed getting a bit muddled. Saras stood up to mediate, and after chatting for a while, they no longer paid attention to the matter. Meanwhile, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji seemed to notice something and were whispering to each other. Fengji, when did the Elephant Armor sect become so afraid of the Spear Hall? They shouldn't be in a subordinate relationship yet, right? I'm not sure, but they don't look like they're in a cooperative relationship. The Elephant Armor sect is very likely already affiliated with the Spirit Hall, but it hasn't been made public yet. Let's not worry about it for now. We should just keep an eye out. It's probably a done deal, but the Spirit Hall has indeed been much more restrained lately. They must be plotting something bad. Hee hee. Let's wait and see. For now, let's watch the match. The subsequent matches were not particularly interesting, and after Su Xianyue finished watching, she was about to leave, with Saras hurriedly following her. Saras, bring me the information on those Shrek team members when we return. I want it detailed, including the specific effects of their soul skills. Yes, Saras actually had the intention to investigate their backgrounds as well, and now, his opinion of the young elder Su Xianyue had changed somewhat. In Su Xianyue's temporary room, he sat in a chair looking at the documents in his hands. There was no need to check the roles of the minor characters played by Talon and Dai Mu Bai. Nothing had changed. Zhu Zhuqing was the same. After reviewing the detailed information about Shrek, Su Xianyue found that the only change was Tang San's fourth soul skill, but why Tang San had a muscular build and a change in his eyes was unknown. But where did I see Tang San's eyes before? It was frustrating to forget, damn it. Suddenly, Su Xianyue recalled something that interrupted his memories. Wait, why is there no information on Xiao Wu? He flipped through the documents, but there was indeed no information on Xiao Wu. Solace, come here. If Xiao Wu had any changes that would need to be guarded against, after all, she was Tang San's wife. After hearing Su Xianyue's call, Solace appeared in front of him. Elder, what are your orders? Tell me, where's the information on Xiao Wu from Shrek? However, Solace looked puzzled, as if he didn't know about this. Xiao Wu? It seems there's no one by that name among the Shrek competitors. What? None? Xiao Wu didn't compete? That's a bit unexpected. Not just what you mentioned, but who is this Xiao Wu? Solace weakly asked, while Su Xianyue looked at him with confusion. You haven't heard of her? She's the one with a rabbit martial soul from Shrek. Tang San's partner, and you haven't checked this thoroughly? My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Solace was flustered. My lord, please calm down. We investigated all of Tang San's information, but there really isn't anyone called Xiao Wu with a rabbit martial soul. Should I investigate again? No. That's strange. Check again. Yes. I take my leave. Solace left, and Su Xianyue crossed his legs, sitting in the chair, deep in thought. No Xiao Wu? That's strange. She was there when I was in Shrek. Is the storyline going awry? Damn. That evening, the person Solace sent out to investigate returned, and indeed, there was no one named Xiao Wu in Shrek, which was quite baffling. No Xiao Wu, plus Tang San's fierce appearance. Could it be that something happened to Xiao Wu that caused him to change like that? It seems crazy. After learning that Xiao Wu was not in Shrek, Su Xianyue decided not to meddle further. While the servant who had finished boiling the bathwater began to come in to pour the water. After a while, lying in the bathtub, Su Xianyue looked up at the ceiling. It's a good thing I came to watch the competition, otherwise it would have taken a long time to know about these things. Thank goodness. While feeling fortunate that he discovered it early, he was also thinking about how to deal with it in the future. I need to find a way to weaken Tang San and his group's combat power. It would be best to find an opportunity to take them out. No, if I take them out, wouldn't the storyline get even more chaotic? How can I handle this without a system? That's not feasible. I should find a way to trip them up instead. Directly taking them out would be the easiest way, but I also have to consider the consequences. What if the world collapses directly? Let's not even talk about the absurdity of that. If something else comes out to replace Tang San, wouldn't that just be the end? Besides, those gods probably noticed Tang San early on, and even him himself. Chapter 112. The mysterious hero aura. There is no competition today, but there is an important matter. The soul bone of Xinian. If I remember correctly, Tang San will meet Xinian the day after the competition with the Elephant Armor Academy. It's been a while, I might have forgotten a bit. Let's go take a look. Xinian's soul bone is 10,000 years. Although it's not very good, it's better than nothing. Su Xianyue's sword can absorb soul bones. Although it doesn't seem to change much, he can clearly feel the sword growing. However, he still feels a bit conflicted. Hey? Ahem, Ning Rongrong, as one of my few friends. I believe you would be very willing to give me your soul bone, right? After a cold laugh, Su Xianyue left with Emperor Tian. Outside of Tiando City, it's a bit hard to find the exact location. Su Xianyue was running down the main road, with Emperor Tian reluctantly following behind. I asked, what are you running around for? Don't worry about it, just follow me, she replied. Emperor Tian didn't understand Su Xianyue's actions, but there was no way to break free from her, so he could only obediently comply. However, just as they reached the outskirts of Tiando City, Su Xianyue spotted a familiar figure. Tang San stumbled in from outside, holding his head with a serious expression, seemingly injured. This was bad. He had already killed Xinian. Damn. Wait, why is he alone? Looking at Su Xianyue, who was gritting her teeth against the wall, Emperor Tian was filled with questions. Is he your target? What do you plan to do? Su Xianyue looked around and confirmed that the Shrek group had not appeared. A wicked smile crept onto her lips. Tian, knock him out and then grab his belt, be quick about it. Tang San had no one else around him, and he looked weak enough to faint at any moment, making it easy to snatch the belt. Just as Tian was about to act, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Su Xianyue? Is that really you? Long time no see. Ning Rongrong suddenly sprang out from somewhere and pounced on Su Xianyue, who quickly told Tian to stop. No, where did you come from? Just knock him out and toss him aside, then get back to business. Tian, go get Tang San. Oh, excuse me, miss, have you seen? Bang. Oscar, who had appeared out of nowhere, was knocked out by Su Xianyue and tossed next to Ning Rongrong. What the hell? Where did these two come from? Tian, go them. Just as Su Xianyue was about to tell Tian to take action, she saw Dai Mubai appear next to Tang San and couldn't help but curse. Tian, take them both, and special offer on healing medicine. This young man, doesn't he look so good? Want a bottle? Suddenly, A vendor holding a loudspeaker appeared next to Tang San, surrounded by a large crowd, making it impossible to act. What is going on? I'm done. Su Xianyue casually threw down the clutter next to her and stomped on it a couple of times before leaving angrily. However, as she walked, the more she thought about it, the more something fell off. Wasn't Xiao Wu at Shrek? How did this group know that Tang San would run into trouble? And they all came out to meet him. What the hell? After racking her brains without coming up with a reason, Su Xianyue finally gave up thinking and started considering other ways to get Tang San soulbone. At that moment, it seemed that Tang San and Dai Mubai heard something and turned their heads sharply. I feel like I heard the voices of Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. The weak Tang San was slowly walking with Dai Mubai's support. We came out together. They were just behind me. Why did they suddenly disappear? When they followed the sound to that corner, they saw the two people lying unconscious on the ground. What the heck? What happened to them? They looked like they were knocked out. Let's see if we can wake them up. Dai Mubai squatted down and shook them, and after a while they woke up. Hiss. Oh, why do I feel like my head is buzzing? Who hit me? Oscar got up and rubbed his neck, shaking his head, still dazed. Ning Rong Rong also climbed up, looking around in confusion. Huh? Why is it you guys? Where's Su Xianyue? Seeing that Su Xianyue was not around, Ning Rong Rong, looking bewildered, asked Dai Mubai. What? Su Xianyue? He knocked you out? Upon hearing Su Xianyue's name, they were all shocked. Su Xianyue. I thought that girl looked familiar. Oh right, the one in the VIP seat. It seems to be the girl I just saw, Oscar exclaimed. Then, they fell into a brief silence. Dai Mubai spoke up. Let's not worry about that for now. Xiao San was attacked, and is very weak now. If you're alright, then you should head back first. Dai Mubai carried Tang San on his back, and the group walked toward Shrek. Along the way, Ning Rong Rong held her chest, a worried look in her eyes. Su Xianyue, do you really not want to see me? A sneeze suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Who is the idiot talking about me? Su Xianyue, who was already sitting in her room reading a book, sneezed and rubbed her nose. Then didn't he think much of it? It was already afternoon, and with nothing to do, Su Xianyue could only read, feeling quite bored. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Outside the door, Sarath's voice rang out. My lord, I have something to discuss. Speak if you have something to say. When the door opened, Sarath walked in with a fawning expression. My lord, a letter has arrived from His Holiness the Pope. Please have a look. Sarath respectfully handed over a platinum letter before leaving. A letter? Huh, why is the teacher suddenly sending me a letter? Filled with confusion, she opened the letter and began to read. The letter said, Su Xianyue, you little brat, I told you to be careful and not expose your identity. But you went ahead and took the papal order to watch the competition, and even called it an inspection? If something goes wrong, you'll have to deal with it yourself. After reading this letter, Su Xianyue was full of questions. Huh, is this something a teacher would write? Wait, how does he know I took the papal order to watch the competition? Silas, come over here. Su Xianyue suddenly remembered Silas and called him back immediately after he had just left. Elder, please calm down. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, please do not blame me. Silas's first reaction was to wonder if he had done something wrong, especially since the Pope had replied to both him and Su Xianyue, acknowledging that Su Xianyue was indeed an elder, which made him even more careful and respectful. I ask you, how did the Pope know that I was inspecting the competition with the token? Did you report me? Ah, I see. So that's the matter. Reporting to the Pope was just a precaution on my part. Otherwise, it's unprecedented for someone as young as Elder Su to be an elder, and I couldn't help but have my doubts. This is also for the consideration of the Spear Hall. If I have offended you, please punish me. I have no complaints. His words were so formal that Su Xianyue began to doubt herself. All right, fortunately the Pope didn't blame me otherwise. You can wait to accompany me to the grave. Yes. I take my leave. After Silas left, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How can someone so young look so terrifying? However, he came to inspect on his own initiative, and the Pope didn't blame him? This is quite strange. Chapter 113, Qian Renshua. Cough today's match for Shrek is against the Blaze Academy, but Su Xianyue seems to be in low spirits. Elder Su, you seem down. Did something unhappy happen? Ning Fengji asked curiously as he looked at Su Xianyue, who was slumped in his chair with a gloomy expression. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. Indeed, just thinking about taking action against Tang San had troubled Su Xianyue so much that he couldn't sleep well all night. What should I do about that soul bone? I really want it. Su Xianyue was nibbling on her nails, lost in thought, completely ignoring the battle on stage. The others were still chatting about how the fight was going, when they noticed Su Xianyue's anxious expression. Elder Su, You don't look well. Is there something urgent? Su Xianhua stood up and prepared to leave. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Solace, please supervise the match well. Yes, my lord. Take care. Solace respectfully saw off Su Xianhua. Ning Fengji watched Su Xianhua's departing figure with a furrowed brow. Rong mentioned that she saw Su Xianhua sneaking around in a corner yesterday, and when she discovered her, she was knocked out. Su Xianhua, what exactly are you plotting? Ning Fengji pondered, his hand restlessly turning the cane in front of him. The battle on stage grew increasingly intense, but Ning Fengji lost the desire to appreciate it. After noticing this, Shuya also began to feel curious about Su Xianhua. Ning Zhongzhu, what do you think of Su Xianhua? Oh, your majesty. As an elder of the spirit hall, what opinion can I have? Ha! True. Although she's still a child, her temperament is not weak. Rare, very rare, haha. Ning Fengji and Shuya shared a laugh and decided not to concern themselves with such matters. Behind them, Solace frowned as he watched them. It seems they are likely already on guard against the spirit hall. Forget it. Let them be cautious. They will suffer in the end. The two groups grew increasingly certain of their suspicions about each other. On the surface, they appeared to be harmonious, but secretly, each had their own agenda. After returning, Su Xianhua continued to think about how to obtain that soul bone. What to do? It definitely won't work to just steal it. I need to find an excuse. Su Xianhua paced back and forth in the room, and suddenly remembered something, raising his head sharply. Right, Sanghui. In a few days, Shrek would be fighting Sanghui, and at that time, Sanghui would be turned into an idiot by Tang San's purple extreme magic, eye reflecting his soul skills. By then, Solace would go. Well, Yu Xiaojiang can only be considered an honorary elder, but I'm not exactly a proper elder either. Our statuses are about the same. The Pope's order. It seems Yu Xiaojiang's Pope's order was given by Tang Hao, and Tang Hao is now a wanted criminal of the Spear Hall. Hey. Su Xianhua couldn't help but let out a series of cold laughs as he thought of a perfect plan, an unknown chill emanating from him. The day's competition ended, still lacking any excitement, and halfway through, Su Xianhua decided to leave. However, before he could go, he was called by Ning Fengji. Please wait. Su, speak your mind. Su Xianhua turned around impatiently to look at him. So, after today's competition, we will have a gathering. I wonder if Elder Su would be willing to join us for a drink. Beside him, Shui Yi also spoke up. If Elder Su is willing to share a drink, I would be very pleased. Hearing Shui Yi say this, Su Xianhua, who initially wanted to refuse, suddenly remembered the letter Bibi Dong had sent him and swallowed the words he was about to say. He was now representing the Spirit Hall. It was fine to refuse Ning Fengji, since they knew each other well, but he had only exchanged a few words with Shui Yi, and being in Tiando City, it would not be good to refuse him in public. Well, okay, I'll wait a bit longer. The others saw Su Xianhua sit back down and smiled, nodding as they continued watching the competition. Elder Su, I have two sons who are slightly older than you. You young people can have a good exchange. Shui Yi suddenly turned to look at Su Xianhua, who was stuffing popcorn in his mouth, but Su Xianhua had little reaction and simply said, "Oh." Although Shui Yi felt slightly offended, he endured it. However, Ning Fengji seemed to sense something was off. Your Majesty, is it really appropriate for him to interact with Qinghe and the others? I'll tell you secretly, Su Xianhua's personality is a bit. He whispered into Shui Yi's ear, but Shui Yi waved his hand dismissively. Sigh. Ning Fengji didn't say much more and honestly watched the competition. In the evening, after all the competitions had concluded, Su Xianhua was pulled along to the gathering. I say, why suddenly have a gathering out of nowhere? The number of people at the gathering was just these few. Shui Yi's family, Ning Fengji and his companion, and on the Spirit Hall side, Su Xianhua and Solace. Su Xianhua asked Saras next to her, and Saras quietly replied. It was actually a dinner gathering between Shuya and Ning Fengji, which they often had, chatting about various topics. However, this time, for some reason, they invited us. Oh, I see. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has a good relationship with the Tiando royal family, and gatherings can help strengthen ties, but this time they invited the Spear Hall. Oh no, it should be that they invited Su Xianhua, seemingly with ulterior motives. At this moment, Shuya was in a corner, standing in front of a young man. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Father, you call me here this time for some important matter? Shuqinghe greeted and asked Shuya. Actually, it's nothing important, just relax. Hey, did Shuebing not come? Oh, my royal brother is busy with his studies and seems to have no time. Shuebing didn't come, but Shuqinghe did, though Shuya didn't seem to care much. That kid has been led astray by Shueshing, yet he claims to be busy with studies. Forget about them. The reason I called you here is that a young elder from the Spirit Hall has come. See if you can get some information from him. But don't force it, just relax. Hearing about the Spirit Hall elder, Xueqinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. A young elder? I wonder who it is. Shuya stepped aside and pointed in a direction. It's that one, go try it out. With your charm, you should have no problem charming a young girl. A young girl? An elder from the Spirit Hall? Who on earth is it? Xueqinghe looked in the direction Shuya pointed, puzzled. Suddenly, he shivered all over as he saw a familiar figure. How could it be him? At this moment, Su Xianyue was playing with the utensils in front of her, bored as the dishes had not yet been served. Xueqinghe walked over to her and politely introduced himself. May I ask if you're Elder Su from the Spirit Hall? I am Xueqinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Su Xianyue suddenly turned around, and she and Xueqinghe stared at each other. Xueqinghe? Su Xianyue jumped off the chair and circled around Xueqinghe, staring at him the whole time. What is this kid doing? Xueqinghe maintained a polite smile, but inside he was completely confused. Suddenly, there was a loud clap, and Xueqinghe felt someone slap his butt. He turned around sharply. What are you doing? Cough, cough. Su Xianyue looked at the slightly blushing Xueqinghe with a mischievous smile, raised one hand to take a look. Wow, so bouncy. Chapter 114. Oh dear. Your Highness, don't be stingy. Let's just be friends. Or should I let you hit me back? Just as Xueqinghe was about to say something, he looked at Su Xianyue, who was making a cheeky face while sticking out her butt, and suddenly became speechless. Cough, cough in public. Please be mindful of your image, Elder Su. Xueqinghe forced out an awkward yet graceful smile, then pulled Su Xianyue back to her original seat, sitting beside her. Bishop Solace, I get along well with Elder Su at first sight. I would like to have a private chat with him. In this. Gentlemen, could you please step aside? Xueqinghe said to Solace and the nearby Dition, while Su Xianyue waved her hand. And then Solace looked at them and Dition with a strange expression before leaving. Maintaining an elegant smile, Xueqinghe, after seeing that the people around had left, turned around and glanced around, finding that no one was paying attention to her. Suddenly, she turned her head and cupped Su Xianyue's face with both hands. Why are you here? Su Xianyue, with her face being squeezed, looked at the imageless Xueqinghe in front of her, feeling a bit bewildered. I can't watch a match, then got dragged here for a meal, but, sister, you look so strange like this. At this moment, Qian Rushua, dressed as a man, even with a masculine face, made Su Xianyue feel an impulse to push her away with her face so close. Just since you know my current identity, you should also know our plan. Don't make it public. You need to understand. I've been holding on for over 10 years for this opportunity. If I'm discovered, it will all be in vain. Moreover, you are now an elder of the Martial Soul Hall. If it weren't for Shui Ye's orders, I wouldn't even be able to get too close to you. Su Xianyue looked at Qian Rushua, who was cupping her face and almost touching her nose, wanting to say something, but feeling there was nothing to say, so they could only awkwardly make eye contact. Fortunately, Qian Rushua suddenly realized that they were acting too unusually and returned to normal. Ahem. The gathering on the snowy night invited you this time, just to have me get information from you. They have also recently sensed something off about the Spirit Hall. Get information from me? Why? Su Xianyue looked at Xueqinghe and scratched his head. So I guess it's because I see you as a girl. So let me deceive you, who is still in puberty. It's a common trick of Shui Yi, so be careful this time. I will keep an eye on you at all times, and don't let the Wuhuan Temple's matters be exposed, got it? Oh, but what? If there's something wrong, just say it quickly. You haven't leaked any news, have you? Su Xianyue, sigh. Looking at Qian Rushua like this, Su Xianyue felt a bit confused. Is it really that I seem like such an unreliable person? No, it's not that. It's just, I'm really hungry. Can we serve the dishes now? Xueqinghe furrowed his brow and stood up, walking towards Shui Yi. Just wait, I'll go ask. Xueqinghe found Shui Yi and approached him, seeing Shui Yi with a smile on his face. How's it going, Qinghe? Xueqinghe nodded with a smile. He has a good impression of me and has initially gained his trust, but he said he's hungry. Father, let's get started quickly. Shui Yi looked at Xueqinghe and laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Not bad. If you could get more out of him, go for it. All right, it's time to serve the dishes. At the large round table, Shui Yi and Ning Fengji and others also took their seats one after another. However, Dition had no interest in this and stood alone outside the door, looking at the night scene. Su Xianyue ignored him and continued to stuff food into his mouth. Xueqinghe, seeing his eating habits, helplessly covered his head and patted him to remind him to pay attention to his image. However, Su Xianyue paid no mind to this, and after alleviating his hunger, he slowed down his eating speed. Ning Fengji and Shui Yi were, as usual, exchanging pleasantries, and Su Xianyue did not pay them any attention. While Shui Qinghe leaned beside Su Xianyue and whispered, "Did you come this time at that woman's command? Did she send you to inspect the competition?" "No, I came on my own. The spirit hall gave us a break, and I was bored, so I came over." "Sayu, forget it." Shui Qinghe sighed helplessly and naturally stroked Su Xianyue's head. However, this scene seemed quite normal to them, but Shui Yi and the others were actually observing it. Unexpectedly, my son, who usually doesn't chase after flowers, is so relaxed when it comes to charming the little girl. No wonder Kuer likes him so much. Shui Ye's gaze was also noticed by Ning Fengji, who followed the direction and saw Shui Qinghe and Su Xianyue. Qinghe was having a delightful conversation with Elder Su. They looked like they could become good friends. However, he was also puzzled. How come Su Xianyue gets along so well with Qinghe? Their personalities are completely different. Oh, it must be that His Majesty specially asked Qinghe to interact with him to gather information. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Shui Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, if they can become friends, I won't stop them, haha. However, the three of them were completely on different wavelengths. In Qianrenxue and Su Xianyue's eyes, they were siblings. In Ning Fengji's eyes, they were brothers. In Shui Ye's eyes, they were brother and sister. This, so awkward. After the banquet, Shui Qinghe sat on a lounge chair on the castle terrace looking at the moon, with Su Xianyue lying on a nearby lounge chair. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So, what are you going to do next? Shui Qinghe suddenly turned to ask Su Xianyue, who lazily replied, "I don't know, let's take it one step at a time. But mainly, I'm here to have fun. There's nothing important." Su Xianyue was sipping her drink, while Qianrenxue was lounging on a deck chair, completely relaxed. At that moment, Su Xianyue suddenly asked, "Sister, I'm really curious. How did you become like this? Where did you hide those 2 lumps of fat?" Su Xianyue stood up and pointed at Qianrenxue's chest. "Qianrenxue, this is my soul bone skill, and also, can't you change the perspective from which you're asking this question?" Su Xianyue looked at Qianrenxue's current face, then examined her from top to bottom, finally focusing on her lower body. Has her whole body changed? I'm a bit curious. It is said that Qianrenxue's appearance has changed completely, which is why she can go unnoticed under the watchful eyes of those titled Douluo. So, can I take a look? Huh. Su Xianyue's sudden remark left Qianrenxue bewildered. As she watched Su Xianyue walk towards her, Qianrenxue immediately got up and pushed him back. "You better know your limits." "So, it's a boy then." One of the unsolved mysteries of Douluo has been unraveled. Qianrenxue turned her head away and ignored him. After a long while, the two leaned back in their lounge chairs, feeling the warm breeze that existed in all 4 seasons. Lost in thought. "Sister, what? Are you tired in the Tiando Imperial Palace?" Su Xianyue suddenly said this, and Qianrenxue replied irritably, "What do you think? I told you before. Have you forgotten already?" "Well, I really forgot. Cough cough, anyway, it's not me who's tired, sister. Good luck." Qianrenxue irritably reached out and gave him a pat. "You brat hot." They fell silent again, looking up at the stars and the full moon, and no one said anything more. Chapter 115. The opportunity has arrived in the first match of today's competition. Shrek Academy faced off against Songhui Academy. Let's wait and see. Amidst the referee's passionate speech and the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Su Xianyue leaned back in his chair in the VIP area, yawning. "Sigh. I accidentally stayed up too late last night. Yesterday, Su Xianyue accompanied Qianrenxue and only returned home in the middle of the night. But his habit of waking up early forced him to rise early again." Shui's expression was also quite normal, because naturally, they couldn't pry anything out of Su Xianyue. Qianrenxue dismissed Shui Yi by saying that Su Xianyue was too young and the spirit hall wouldn't entrust him with important information, and Shui Yi naturally believed it, as he had already mentally prepared himself for not getting anything out of it. On the field, the fusion skill released by the Songhui team had enveloped the entire arena, and the audience could see nothing. A huge white light mixed with strands of colorful light shrouded the arena. Could this be a 7-in-1 spirit fusion? How is that possible? Shui Yi and the others exclaimed, but Ning Fengji and the others also sensed something different. The 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique should not be, as a 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique had never been seen before, and it shouldn't be so easily released. This should just be a fusion of soul skills. Although it couldn't compare to a spirit fusion, the power it could unleash should not be inferior. The young people nowadays really open our eyes. That Songhui's fusion skill enveloped the arena. No one could see what was happening inside, and Ning Fengji and the others did not release their spiritual power to sense it, as it would be awkward if it affected the competition. Su Xianyue looked at the large mass of light in front of her. and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. The fusion skill of Tsang Hui had not changed, and it was no surprise that they would all turn into fools next. So I will. And the result did not change. The members of Shrek fell to the ground, defeated by Tang San, while the Tsang Hui group had blank expressions. Their eyes rolled back, and one by one they collapsed, leaving only Tang San, who was clutching his chest and gasping for breath, standing. The match ended quickly, but no one complained. They were all stunned by the result. I announce, the winner is Shrek Academy. After the referee declared the result, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, and Su Xianyue also stood up to leave, as there was no point in watching the next matches. However, before leaving, she said to Solace, Solace, hurry up and deal with it. Everyone from Tsang Hui has turned into fools. It's time to settle accounts with Shrek. Su Xianyue's words were heard by others, and the news that the people from Tsang Hui had all turned into idiots had not yet been noticed by them. How did Su Xianyue see it so quickly? Hurry. Go investigate the truth. If they really have become idiots, that would be our loss. Shuye quickly instructed others to investigate. But Ning Fengji watched Su Xianyue and the others leave, deep in thought. How did Su Xianyue know they had turned into idiots? Did he just know with a glance? If this is true, then he is not simple. And this was something Su Xianyue deliberately exposed, wanting to establish authority in their hearts. Otherwise, with Shuye trying to extract information from him like yesterday, if it weren't for Qian Rushue being sent, Su Xianyue would have turned against them long ago. Behind Su Xianyue, Solace weakly asked, Elder, is it really true that the people from Tsang Hui? Su Xianyue squinted her eyes, looking at him with disdain. Are you questioning me? No, I wouldn't dare. If not, then hurry up and check. Then go find Shrek to settle the score. Why are you following me? With that, she kicked Saruth aside and left on her own. Watching Su Xianyue's back, Saruth was genuinely scared. That look in her eyes felt like death was imminent. No wonder she could be an elder of the Spirit Hall. Wait, if Tsang Hui really becomes an idiot, then there would be a reason to disqualify Shrek from the competition. As a platinum bishop, Saruth was naturally completely loyal to the Spirit Hall. It was obvious to anyone that Shrek had a chance to win, and he felt it necessary to eliminate this risk. Meanwhile, the Tsang Hui members who were carried away immediately underwent checks, and sure enough, they had all lost their ability to think and had become idiots. How could this be? It really came true. Ning Fengji looked at the 7 dazed members of Tsang Hui, frowning deeply. Su Xianyue, you surprised me. Ning Fengji indeed raised his opinion of Su Xianyue a few notches. He originally viewed her as a frivolous second-generation heir, but now, it was time for a change in perspective. At Shrek Academy, several injured individuals also received treatment and slowly recovered. What should we do now? You see, you were too heavy-handed. They all turned into idiots. In less than an hour, the competition committee will send someone to investigate us. You need to think about how to deal with them when they arrive. Flinder paced back and forth, pointing at Tang San as he reprimanded him. Forget it. All 6 of you, go pretend to be seriously injured and rest. Don't come out. Xiao San, you stay and explain what happened. Lu Erlong pulled Flinder's ear and shouted, Why are you being so fierce? You're scaring the kids. It hurts. Erlong, let go. My ear is going to break. Lu Erlong released Flinder's ear and went over to pat Tang San on the shoulder. Xiao San, you did well. There's no need to blame yourself. Don't be too nervous later. After all, you were just acting in self-defense. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lu Erlong comforted Tang San while Flinder sat down with a chair, deep in thought. Sigh. It might be better to just pretend we don't know anything. If they ask you, just say you know nothing, and then blame their soul skills for backfiring. After all, they've become idiots. And as long as the reason isn't outrageous, we can handle it. Huh? It can be like that? Why not? Just say you don't know when it comes to that. In my opinion, this group is basically just putting on a show. Since we are here, they can't possibly torture us severely. They will definitely give up. Tang San was a bit speechless. Isn't this just being unreasonable? Lu Erlong scoffed from his side. But it's not unreasonable. When we were traveling back then, he often did this. Flinder shot her a glare. Can you not undermine my authority? Ahem. All right, Xiao San, remember. Just say you don't know later. Tang San looked at Flinder, who appeared at ease, and his tension eased a bit. The competition committee arrived faster than they expected, with Saruth and Ning Fengji leading the charge. Dean Flinder, long time no see. Ning Fengji greeted Flinder, while Saruth had a less than pleasant expression. Flinder. I shouldn't need to say the purpose of our visit. At this moment, Flinder wore a smile of apology, constantly bowing. Everyone, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. This must be His Excellency Bishop Saruth from the Spirit Hall of Tiando City. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 116. Bring out the soul bone. Saruth ignored him and walked over to sit in a chair in the room. Bishop Saruth, come, let me brew you some tea. Flender was bowing and scraping, but looked quite fake. Flender, stop being so cheeky. The fact that all the Sanhui Academy team members have turned into idiots is definitely related to your students. Just as he was about to take a sip of tea, he inadvertently glanced and saw the tea leaves filled with stars. Feeling humiliated, Saruth directly threw the teacup to the ground. Flender, you have a lot of nerve. How dare you insult the Platinum Bishop? Are you provoking the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji also saw the tea leaves in his cup and displayed an awkward yet elegant smile. This tea is even more rustic than before. Bishop Saruth, please calm down. I'm also aware of Shrek's financial situation. They did not mean it. Ning Fengji naturally explained for Shrek, and Flender quickly added, exactly, we at Shrek are barely making ends meet. We just let the kids participate in the competition to gain some recognition, but who would have thought we would encounter this? Sobbing. Others saw Flender like this and unanimously thought, you really are quite the actor. Enough, Flender. I want to pursue the matter of the tea leaves with you now. Hurry up and call out all your participating students. I want to investigate each one. Flender's crying appearance, though looking quite pitiful, felt more comical to others. What? No way, our kids are all seriously injured, and 3 are critically injured. If it weren't for our healing soul masters, they would have died long ago. No way. Flender, if you dare to put on this disgusting act in front of me again, I can arrest you for insulting the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Saruth's tone was icy, and his face twisted, clearly disgusted. What? You want our critically injured students to come out for an investigation? I can sue you for attempting to harm my students. Flender was not afraid and became even more agitated. Ning Fengji watched him and initially thought it was amusing, but now he wondered if it was true that Shrek's students were really on the brink of death, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Dean Flender, Bishop Saruth, let's all calm down. I remember one student is less injured. Why don't we let him come out to explain what happened? Ning Fengji acted as a mediator, but Flender seemed to have lost his mind, his face flushed red, as if he was about to cry from anger. Why should our students be investigated? We couldn't even resist Sanhui's 7-person fusion skill. I'm going to suit Sanhui for attempted murder. Flender's persistence completely infuriated Saruth. Flender, if you continue to make a scene, do you believe I will disqualify Shrek from the competition right now? If you have the guts, disqualify us. Xiao Gang, we're going to report this to the Pope. Since you can't uphold justice, let the Pope come to adjudicate. Saruth sneered. Then you can set off now. I announce that Shrek is disqualified because... Wait, Saruth, are you prepared to take responsibility for your actions? The voice of Yu Xiaojiang, who had been silent in the back, suddenly spoke up, tossing an object towards Solace. Solace's guards quickly caught the object and drew their swords, surrounding Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Stop! Solace, who had suddenly spoken, looked at the object in his guard's hand and became somewhat at a loss. Greetings, Elder. Saying this, he snatched the token from the guard's hand and respectfully returned it to Yu Xiaojiang. At the same time, he was puzzled. What is this? How does this guy have a papal token? Can papal tokens be wholesale now? Solace could tell that the papal token was not a forgery, because Yu Xiaojiang had left the Spirit Hall for a long time and had long lost his former position, initially planning to act as if he didn't know him. Solace never expected that Yu Xiaojiang still had a papal token in his hand. I present the papal token simply to seek justice. I believe Bishop Solace will provide us with a fair resolution, right? Solace suddenly deflated. His face showed no signs, but inside he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Yes, we will investigate this matter thoroughly when we return, but we will take our leave for now. Saying this, Solace signaled to the other Spirit Hall Knights to prepare to leave, while Flandra continued to mock from behind. Hey, Bishop Solace, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay for a cup of tea. Hey, our Tang San should know what happened back then. Why not stay and ask? At this point, Solace's expression also became as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Ignoring him, he snorted coldly and left. Few finally gone. The others watched Solace and his group leave with relief, but suddenly, that group returned. Flandra, what? Why are they back? Bishop Solace wants to have a cup of tea. Susiendue? The tall temple knights all made way, and Susiendue, with her petite figure, slowly walked out with her hands behind her back. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet again like this, especially you, Yu Xiaojiang. You got quite a bit of courage. Susiendue wore a mocking smile, which made Yu Xiaojiang feel uneasy. What does this mean? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Yu Xiaojiang swallowed hard and gathered the courage to ask. He saw Su Xianyue take out a piece of the Pope's decree. I have never heard of the Pope or the Grand Elder issuing a fifth Pope's decree. Yu Xiaojiang, could you explain the origin of your decree in detail? The scene suddenly fell silent, and it became extremely awkward. They realized immediately upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's reaction that the origin of his Pope's decree was dubious. Someone, take him down, with the backing of Solace. He immediately gained confidence and ordered the soldiers to detain Yu Xiaojiang. 2 soldiers restrained Yu Xiaojiang, and Su Xianyue walked up to him, locking eyes with him. Quickly clarify the origin of the Pope's decree, and I can make a decision at my discretion. In fact, Su Xianyue knew that it was the Pope's decree given by Tang Hao, but it was difficult to explain how she knew it. She couldn't just say she had seen it by chance when she was young, so she could only put on an act. It was granted to me by His Holiness the Pope back then. Su Xianyue. Hey, you really dare to talk? Yeah. Elder Su, Yu Xiaojiang has a close relationship with the Pope. Maybe it really is. Solace came over to whisper, and Su Xianyue rolled his eyes at him. You say, certainly no, but when you were at the Spirit Hall, the Pope was just a saintess. What authority did she have to give you the Pope's order? Speaking nonsense without any preparation. Yu Xiaojiang knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, but if he exposed Tang Hao, his fate would be even worse. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang silent, Su Xianyue didn't press him too hard. After all, his purpose this time was just the soul bone. Su Xianyue leaned close to Yu Xiaojiang's ear. Give me the soul bone of this year, and I'll let you go. How about that? Chapter 117. And there are gifts, hee. Yu Xiaojiang was shocked upon hearing this. No wonder Ning Rongrong said they had seen you that day. It turns out you had that idea back then. Su Xianyue smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. I originally wanted to take action directly, but there were too many people around at that time, which made it inconvenient. However, today, I've caught the opportunity, Yu Xiaojiang. When the others were confused, Su Xianyue waved her hand at the 2 guards holding Yu Xiaojiang. Freed, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and stared at Su Xianyue. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue greeted him with a polite smile. I'll count to 3 otherwise. Not only will Shrek lose its qualification for the competition, but you won't be able to escape either. Flinder couldn't sit still. Although he couldn't hear what Su Xianyue said to Yu Xiaojiang, he could tell from Yu Xiaojiang's expression that it wasn't good. Su Xianyue, don't go too far. Going too far? I'm just acting fairly. If it weren't for the fact that I used to be at Shrek, I would have arrested you long ago. So, Yu Xiaojiang, have you made up your mind? Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip, and finally he relented. Fine, come with me. I'll take you to get it. Yu Xiaojiang led Su Xianyue into a nearby room, and Su Xianyue called for Emperor Tian to follow. You haven't absorbed that thing yet, have you? Not yet, but it's currently with my disciple. I'll take you to find him. Every step Yu Xiaojiang took was heavy, and his mood was understandable at this moment. Tang San had been waiting in the adjacent room, listening to the sounds outside. He wanted to go out, but didn't dare to act rashly. When he saw Yu Xiaojiang come in, he wanted to ask what happened, but seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, he felt an ominous premonition. Long time no see, Tang San. Behind Yu Xiaojiang, Su Xianyue walked in with a beaming smile. Despite her extraordinary beauty, the malicious smile still made Tang San feel uneasy. Su Xianyue? What are you here for? Su Xianyue, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, was already aware of the deep enmity between the Spirit Hall and himself from Ningfengji. Therefore, upon seeing Su Xianyue, he did not show any good expression. It's nothing, Yu Xiaojiang. Should you speak or should I? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Su Xianyue cleared his throat. Ahem, Shrek Academy caused the opponent to be disabled. They should be disqualified. The criminal, Yu Xiaojiang. Impersonating an elder of the Spirit Hall. What do you think should be done about this? Causing disability in a match is no small matter. And impersonating an elder is also serious. According to the rules of the Spirit Hall, one could be executed on the spot. What? You? However, considering our past friendship, I can give you an opportunity. Su Xianyue interrupted Tang San's words, and, at the same time, a thought emerged in her mind. Shrek is one thing, and Yu Xiaojiang impersonating an elder is another, so. Can I extort twice? Give me the soul bone from Xinyan, and also the blueprints for the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. What? How do you know? Tang San's furious roar erupted, accompanied by a surge of soul power. You should be careful. Offending an elder of the Spirit Hall could lead to your immediate demise. Tang San suppressed the anger in his heart, and the explosive soul power gradually subsided as he panted angrily, his dark eyes fixed intently on Su Xianyue. I can't get the blueprints for the Zhuge divine crossbow. That's classified information. I can't. Well then, your dear teacher is about to say goodbye to you. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, Su Xianyu interrupted him and waved her hand at Emperor Tian. Wait, I'll give it. As soon as Tang San spoke, Emperor Tian's claws were already in front of Yu Xiaojing, whose eyes were wide with terror, almost popping out as he looked at the 5 black dragon claws before him. Fortunately, Tang San didn't hesitate. Otherwise, if he had delayed for even a fraction of a second, Yu Xiaojing would have been done for. Su Xianyu turned around and smiled at him. That's right. I only need these 2 things. After all, I'm not a greedy person. You're simply a devil. Tang San's impotent rage was indeed impotent. He could do nothing. Su Xianyu had grasped their weakness, and they had no choice but to bow down. Tang San took out the soul bone from his storage soul tool. I'll give you the soul bone, but I've memorized the blueprint. And since I don't have a ready-made one, I can only spend time drawing it for you. All right, I'll send someone to pick it up tomorrow. But don't pull any tricks, or I can always expose this matter and make your life miserable. Su Xianyu obtained the soul bone, and the smile on her face became even more radiant. Tang San's hand was clenched tightly, to the point that his fingers were almost drawing blood. Yu Xiaojing's expression was not much better. Xiao San, I'm sorry for you. Su Xianyu looked at them as if they had lost their parents, without any compassion, but instead, oh, how I enjoy seeing you all want to kill me, but having no way to do so, ha 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 ha. Laughing heartily, Su Xianyu left. Although Solace didn't know what agreement they had reached, he wisely didn't ask and quietly followed them out. Tang San gritted his teeth. His eyes fixed on the door Su Xianyu had just exited. Su Xianyu. Spirit Hall. I will not let you go. A seed of hatred was thoroughly embedded in Tang San's heart, its roots continuously piercing through him and spreading. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyu originally intended to extort the Yama King's tablet, but upon realizing how dangerous it was, one touch could be fatal, he decided against it, as it would be more trouble than it's worth. And he was unaware of his own poison resistance. The Zhuge crossbow can be said to be the most cost-effective and easiest-to-use hidden weapon among the Tang sex arsenal. An ordinary person can use it with just a bit of practice, which would greatly enhance the lower-level combat power of the Spirit Hall. I've even managed to get my hands on the blueprints for the Zhuge crossbow. Let's see how those people will criticize me for having nothing to do all day long. Ha! The Emperor Tian, who had been quietly following him, glanced at him and said, You went through so much trouble just for a soul bone? Su Xianyu walked in with a spring breeze on her face. Of course not, although the soul bone is also quite desirable. What is more important is that blueprint. You don't know what that thing means. However, Tang San actually agreed so easily. He must be planning something. How to resolve this is a problem. According to Tang San's character, he definitely won't comply obediently when forced. It's normal to show one thing on the surface and do another behind the scenes. But if someone knowledgeable comes along, that would be great. Yes, that Lu Gao. Lu Gao is one of the few divine craftsmen with limited numbers right now, possessing both a basic blueprint and a finished product, and he is fully capable. Tang San will definitely meddle with the blueprint, and if we invite Lu Gao over, then combine the finished product of the Zhuge divine crossbow and the blueprint, and have Lu Gao make some improvements, wouldn't that be perfect? I'm really a genius, but it's still too early. I'll wait until I have some free time. Su Xianyu usually does such things when she has nothing to do. After all, she is a disciple of the Pope, and it is completely fine for her to become a formal elder in the future. The issue of retirement can be resolved now, but Tang San will dismantle this retirement home in the future, so whether she can have a stable retirement in the future depends on herself. Chapter 118. Tang Hao has arrived Shrek Academy with a loud bang. Flender slammed his fist on the table. This Su Xianyu is really asking for a lot, actually demanding a soul bone. Tang San shook his head helplessly. Just consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. It's hard to tell whether this statement was to comfort himself or to comfort others, but in any case, the expressions of the few people present were not good. Xiao San. Yu Xiaojing walked over with a guilty face, wanting to say something but hesitating. After all, the price paid by Tang San was almost brought by him. It's okay. Teacher, this isn't your fault. To help Yu Xiaojing, Tang San sold out the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. How could he not be sad? But Tang Hao left the Pope's order to Yu Xiaojing, intending for him to take good care of Tang San, but unexpectedly, it became a handle. Who would have thought someone would ask about the origin of the Pope's order? No one else had this thought, but the one who asked just happened to be someone who also possessed the Pope's order, and this question exposed them. The Pope's order is too sensitive. There are only a few pieces in total, and once investigated, it can be traced back. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't directly say it was given by Tang Hao, otherwise he would be arrested on the grounds of colluding with the Wuhuan Temple as criminals. However, if Yu Xiaojiang said it was given by the Pope, perhaps reporting it to Bibi Dong might even cover for him, but he didn't have that opportunity, so... And now, they know what the Zhuge Divine Crossbow represents. If the blueprint is given to the Wuhuan Temple, with the temple's strong foundation, they could mass-produce it, and then the balance between the Wuhuan Temple and the two great empires would completely tilt. Although it was originally tilted, with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it would turn into a crushing advantage, and the casualties of the Wuhuan Temple would greatly reduce. So, Tang San came up with a bold idea. Rest assured, everyone, I will make some modifications to the blueprint so that it cannot exert its full power. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San helplessly. There was no other way. With the power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow falling into the hands of the Wuhuan Temple, the consequences are unimaginable. But why did Su Xianyue specifically target the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? No, the question is, how did he know about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? We clearly never disclosed the name of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to the outside world. Only we few knew about it. It can't be. It should be possible. Tang San had a doubt. How did Su Xianyue know about this thing called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? He had already withdrawn from school when he took out the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, so he had to suspect the people in Shrek. But then he denied it. The people he could tell were all close to him, and they had no reason to betray Tang San. No, Ningrongrong. Forget it. Let us not think about it for now. I'll go draw the blueprint. Tang San left dejectedly, while Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder stayed behind in thought. It's my fault for dragging him down. Yu Xiaojiang felt very desperate, but what good is despair? While they were still feeling regret, the door suddenly opened. You Shrek have changed places and didn't even tell me, making me go through so much trouble. A tall figure wrapped in a black cloak walked in, and Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder stood up immediately, their eyes wide open. I've met the Heavenly Do Crown. Ah, no need to be like this. Treat me like a parent of a student. What is wrong with you? What big issue has happened? The visitor was indeed Tang Hao, and seeing the expressions of Yu Xiaojiang and the others, he couldn't help but ask. It's like this. Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, but couldn't voice it out, and Flinder took over to explain what happened. So that's it. A young elder from the Wuhuan Temple even extorted a soul bone and a strange weapon from Xiao San. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle to Tang Hao. I'm sorry, Your Highness Tang Hao. I dragged Xiao San down. Tang Hao quickly helped him up. Hey. It's not your fault. I have a responsibility too. Who could have expected a sudden elder to appear? Get up. After Tang Hao exchanged a few pleasantries with them, he hurried off to find Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was drawing on a large piece of sheepskin parchment, and when he sensed someone entering the door, he didn't turn around to look. Sorry, I'm a bit busy. Can we talk later? Xiao San, it's me. Dad? Tang San turned around in disbelief, seeing that familiar figure and face. Dad, what have you been doing these years? What? Tang San ran quickly to Tang Hao, who grabbed his face and stared into his eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? What happened? Tang San instinctively broke free from Tang Hao's hand, but Tang Hao felt the force of Tang San breaking free and was a bit incredulous. This is the change after I took the celestial grass. It's considered a side effect, but there's nothing wrong, and there are many benefits. Because of the unknown toxin, Tang San was also unclear, so he concealed it, not wanting to worry them. It's good that there's nothing wrong. By the way, I heard a Wuhuan Temple elder came here and extorted you. What is his name? It's Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue? That name sounds a bit familiar. Wait, is it that kid who often fought with you when you were 5 or 6 years old? He became an elder of the Wuhuan Temple? Tang Hao recalled the name and remembered after a moment. Yes, Tang San replied weakly. An elder of the Wuhuan Temple. But an elder of the Wuhuan Temple must be a title de law and also a title de law with contributions. How could he? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Actually, he took out something called the Pope's Order. I heard that having this can elevate one's status to that of an elder. Oh, I see. The Pope's Order. So what are you doing now? Drawing the blueprint for him? Tang Hao looked past Tang San at the huge blueprint on the table, his expression serious. Such a precise thing. Not bad. It's my talent. Tang Hao is also a master craftsman, and Tang San has inherited his mother's delicacy. So he doesn't suspect much about Tang San's peculiarities, thinking it's just his extraordinary talent. Tang San awkwardly scratched his head. Unfortunately, it will soon belong to someone else. However, I'm trying hard to reduce its power, at least to achieve a barely capable kill at level 20. Tang Hao and Tang San are conspiring about something. And before they know it, the next day has arrived. Tang San, how's my blueprint coming along? Su Xianyue kicked open the door of Shrek Academy and swaggered in. Originally, he wanted to send someone to fetch it, but then he thought, wasn't the Pope's order from Yu Xiaojiang supposed to be retrieved? He forgot about it yesterday. Moreover, he needed to get a finished Zhuge divine crossbow as a reference, for fear that Tang San might tamper with it. But as soon as he entered, a tall figure blocked his way. Hey, who is it? Is the air up there nice? Why are you so tall? The figure in front of him was at least 2 meters tall, towering over Su Xianyue's 165 meters, and was built with muscles. A spirit hall elder. Is this little guy you? Looking at the burly man in front of him, Su Xianyue was a bit puzzled. Who are you? Then, he called over Tian to confront Tang Hao. Tian, being of the dragon race, measured at 5 meters in his transformed form, easily overshadowing Tang Hao. Chapter 119. I just like seeing your expressions. What did you eat to grow so big? Tian and Tang Hao were staring at each other when Su Xianyue suddenly spoke. Who the hell are you? Go away if there's nothing going on. Saying this, Tian reached out a hand to push Tang Hao aside, but Tang Hao stood his ground, channeling his soul power. Tian glanced at him with his golden eyes and began to exert his strength. Soon, Tang Hao, already nursing old injuries, found himself at a disadvantage. He wisely chose to stop, or else the recurrence of his old injuries would be troublesome. Just a mere human. Seeing that he had the intention to hold back, Tian muttered disdainfully and then followed Su Xianyue inside. Tang San, Tang Bizan, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out soon, I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Are you a pig or a turtle? Oversleeping or just being a coward? Come out, come out. Amid Su Xianyue's street thug-like remarks, Tang San silently walked out. Here's the blueprint for you. Now hurry up and leave. Su Xianyue handed the blueprints to the emperor behind him and then spread them out in front of him, which made it look quite impressive. Upon seeing the blueprints, he was shocked. Wow, now I understand why the Zhuge divine crossbow has such power. The 1.5 meter long blueprint was densely packed with a lot of words and diagrams, making Su Xianyue's head ache. Tang San saw the astonished expression on Su Xianyue's face, and his own was filled with pride, but after a moment, he couldn't smile anymore because this stuff belonged to someone else. Yu Xiaojiang and Flender also came out, and Su Xianyue put away the blueprints and looked at Yu Xiaojiang. I was just about to find you. It's better that you came out on your own. You forgot to collect the Pope's order yesterday, so be more aware. Seeing Su Xianyue's outstretched hand, he silently handed over the Pope's order. In fact, collecting the Pope's order was optional, but, I've always wanted to see your expressions, that look of having eaten something unpleasant. Ha ha ha, so satisfying, right? Bullying men and dominating women is something that must be properly experienced, otherwise wouldn't the Pope's order be wasted? Plus, it's a reasonable and legal way to bully men and dominate women. Ho ho ha ha ha. When Su Xianyue was about to leave after finishing, Tang Hao stopped him from behind. Hey, little friend, don't you think you're going a bit too far? Su Xianyue squinted her eyes maliciously at Tang Hao. Who the hell are you? Are you sick? Tian, receiving the order, exuded a faint oppressive aura. Tang Hao saw the soul power pressure from Tian and realized that this guy was no weaker than himself, so he could only endure. I'm fine. Tang Hao stepped aside, silently watching Su Xianyue and Tian leave. This guy, I've never seen him before. Tang Hao looked at the tall figure of Tian and silently sighed. When did the spirit hall get such a guy? Xiao San. Tang Hao suddenly turned to look at Tang San, his eyes filled with wariness and a sense of crisis. As a titled Douluo, he felt a strong sense of danger. What's going on, Dad? Under Tang Hao's messy hair, his eyes were sharp. You don't need to participate in this competition. It's too dangerous. What? From Tang Hao's eyes, they knew he wasn't joking. Dad, why? Tang San questioned him, and the others who had been hiding gradually came out upon hearing his voice. There's no reason. Tang Hao shouted at him, showing how strong his determination was. At this shout from Tang Hao, the others became uneasy. Uncle Tang, why can't Xiao San compete? Dai Mubai and the others gathered around, looking at them. At that moment, a voice they disliked came from behind them. Oh, so you all want to withdraw from the competition? Su Xianyue is back again for some reason, and Tang Hao's expression is not good upon seeing her. What are you back for? Su Xianyue checked awkwardly. Don't be so angry. I'm just back to get something. Tang San, give me the finished Zhuge divine crossbow. Tang San's already poor expression worsened. I've already given you the blueprints. What do you want the finished product for? Nonsense. What if you tamper with the blueprints? I'm just too lazy to think, but I'm not stupid. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Under the pressure of Emperor Tian behind him, Tang San had no choice but to take out the Zhuge divine crossbow. This is easy then, let's go. Su Xianyue waved her hand, ready to leave, then turned back and said, "So you guys are scared, huh? You don't even dare to participate in the competition." Hee hee. Saying this, she left. And Su Xianyue's words lingered in the ears of the crowd for a long time. So arrogant. Shouldn't we teach her a lesson? Exactly, Uncle Tang, you saw it too. If we don't participate in the competition, we'll really become cowards. A few people chimed in, and Tang Hao looked at Tang San, who was lowering his head with a gloomy face, not knowing what to say. Little San, no need to persuade me. Dad, I must participate. Tang San's eyes were filled with rage and confidence, and Tang Hao had no choice but to agree helplessly. Fine. But remember, you absolutely cannot use your Hao-Ian hammer before the finals. Tang Hao agreed to Tang San, and, as a few people cheered, they seemed to sense something was off. Huh, where did Rong Rong go? She was just here. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The group's attention had been on Tang Hao and the others, completely overlooking Ning Rongrong, who was shrinking at the back. At this moment, Su Xianyue, who had just walked a short distance away, heard a shout from behind. Su Xianyue, wait for me. Su Xianyue heard the familiar voice and turned around in confusion. Ning Rongrong ran over, slightly out of breath, and stopped in front of Su Xianyue. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she locked eyes with Su Xianyue. Is there something you need? Su Xianyue didn't know what Ning Rongrong was trying to do. However, Ning Rongrong just stared at him directly, making him feel a bit awkward. I. Ning Rongrong, who wanted to say something but hesitated, realized that she didn't really have anything to say. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Su Xianyue turned to leave, and Ning Rongrong immediately became anxious. Wait, I just want to ask, do you hate me? Su Xianyue looked at her in a bit of a daze. I hate it. It's okay, not hate or love, just ordinary. You can't really have a crush on me, right? What do you like about me? I'll change it right away. Go to hell. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in anger, and then they fell into an awkward silence again. You wouldn't come out just to ask me these things, would you? You're quite the oddball. Su Xianyue had just had an unpleasant confrontation with the Shrek people, and Ning Rongrong specifically came out to ask these questions. Clearly love-struck. Ning Rongrong wanted to defend herself, but Su Xianyue didn't want to waste time with her either. I have other matters, so I'll be leaving first. Hey, Ning Rongrong wanted to call her back, but Su Xianyue had already jumped onto Tion's shoulder, sitting comfortably as his broad shoulder perfectly accommodated her. All right, I'm very busy, so I'm leaving now. With a command from Su Xianyue, Tion jumped up, and they transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. Ning Rongrong, filled with sorrow, covered her chest and stared blankly in the direction where Su Xianyue had vanished, until the people from Shrek chased out and called her back to reality. Chapter 120, Shelf Announcement Ahem. You haven't read it wrong. It's on the shelf. Although the performance isn't very good, it's still acceptable. Thanks to the support of my readers, I originally wanted to cut it off. After all, signing and going on the shelf was something I had to muster the courage to ask my editor for, and the results are indeed a bit disappointing. But I will work hard to write better in the future. After all, I need to make a living. Ahem. Also, I have the outline of this book in my head for easy modifications, so some aspects might be a bit messy and may not make sense. I hope everyone can understand. Writing it out is just too troublesome. However, let me give you a little spoiler. The protagonist will have a conflict with Tang San later on, and due to certain reasons, will turn dark, and then. Alright, I hope everyone supports me. Please don't go to some certain sites, though it may not be the case, but it's still worth mentioning. Lastly, here is the humble request of most authors. Please bookmark, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 121, Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Soul Bone. It seems I came here for a reason this time. Haha, in Su Xianyue's room. There were bursts of rebellious and unruly laughter, but afterwards, he seemed to be pondering something. The subsequent matches were not very interesting, so it's better to go back. At first, Su Xianyue came to watch the competition out of curiosity, but later found that there wasn't much to see. However, he still felt that the experience was worthwhile and was ready to leave. But Tang San surprisingly handed over the blueprints for the Zhuge Divine crossbow so easily. Who would believe that he hadn't tampered with them? To achieve high-quality mass production, he still needed to find someone knowledgeable, and that could only be Lu Gao. Sigh, what a hassle. It's better to go after the competition ends. There's no time now. In fact, the Spirit Hall had been trying to recruit Lu Gao, but he firmly refused. Given that his skills were unique on the continent, the Spirit Hall didn't dare to use force against him. It was too early to think about all this. Su Xianyue actually planned to return to the Spirit Hall since he was really tired of the competition here. As he walked out the door, he instructed the guard at the entrance, "Tell Solace to let him know I'm going back to Spirit City." "Yes." The guard replied a bit loudly, prompting Su Xianyue to comment on it. Then, Su Xianyue half squatted on the ground, suddenly looking up at the sky and leaping up, shattering the floor tiles beneath him. At the same time, a shadow shot up from the courtyard, glowing as it ascended, and its figure continued to grow larger. Su Xianyue performed a backflip and accurately landed on the head of Di Tian, who had transformed into a dragon. Di Tian flapped his massive black wings, stirring up a storm, and disappeared. The guards inside the spirit hall were stunned, especially the one who had just spoken to him. What? This elder is riding a dragon. Di Tian, should I shout some slogans next time I call you out? That would be more imposing. Di Tian didn't respond, but glanced at him with his golden eyes. Let's try. A roar. Julio, that went off track. Let us do it again. Tear everything apart, Di Tian. Feels a bit silly. Thus, Di Tian, with a serious face, carried the middle schooler like Su Xianyue back to the spear hall. Di Tian's face seemed to be naturally dark, but whatever, it wasn't important. In the end, Di Tian couldn't hold back. If you can't think of anything, then don't think. In human terms, you look like a fool right now. After landing, Di Tian transformed back into human form, while Su Xianyue landed perfectly on his shoulder. Hey, how can you talk like that? You're the fool. I went through so much effort to come up with a line for you, and you just say that to me. Di Tian closed his eyes, planning to ignore him. Why am I being enslaved by a fool? I've lost the dragon's dignity. Su Xianyue was still pondering, but after returning to the spirit hall, there was no conclusion. Su Xianyue jumped down from Di Tian's shoulder, sending him back while she ran to report to Bibidong. "Teacher, I'm back." "Huh? Where's the teacher?" She ran to Bibidong's room, but it seemed she wasn't there. Then she ran to the main hall, and sure enough, Bibidong was inside having a meeting with a group of spirit hall staff. Su Xianyue did not disturb them, and waited outside the hall for their meeting to finish. After the meeting ended, Su Xianyue saw a large crowd coming out one after another, and then ran inside. She saw Bibidong leaning on the throne with a distressed expression. "Teacher, I'm back. What's wrong?" Su Xianyue leaned in front of Bibidong. After seeing him, Bibidong's expression improved slightly. "Xianyue, it's good that you're back." "I'm fine. How was the match?" "It should have been exciting, right?" "It was okay. Just not as magnificent as I imagined." "Also, I saw Sister Shui. She's now the crown prince in the Tianou Palace, and then there's..." Su Xianyue briefly mentioned her experiences, and Bibidong's expression gradually showed a pleased smile, but it quickly disappeared. Very good. Go and rest well. I'm a bit busy right now." "Oh, then I'll take my leave." Su Xianyue saluted and was about to leave, but before walking away, she noticed the documents beside Bibidong and curiously picked them up. "Teacher, what on earth has happened to make you so troubled?" Bibidong initially wanted to stop her, but after thinking it over, she decided to speak. "In the past few months, several bishops from various martial soul sub-branches have been assassinated, and almost all have died from blunt force trauma. This indicates that guy is up to no good again. Although there were similar incidents a few years ago, there has been no resolution." Su Xianyue was a bit confused at first, but then thought, why didn't the original work mention this? Wait, could it be Tang Hao's doing? When Tang Hao is not by Tang San's side, it can be inferred that he is with his mother, but there is still a gap. So, could it be that Tang Hao is seeking revenge? This was easy to deduce. Bibidong noticed the change in Su Xianyue's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Xianyue, do you know something?" Su Xianyue noticed that her expression was too obvious, but since Bibidong started asking, she didn't have a good way to respond. "I was just thinking, what kind of person is so bold to dare to act against the Pope of the Spirit Hall?" "Well, that's how it is. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Although Bibidong didn't believe it, she didn't force him to say anything. "You're not a child anymore. There are some things I can tell you now. The Spirit Hall has a wanted criminal named Tang Hao, with a martial soul hammer. No need to doubt, he did all of this. And we've noticed that he has connections with Shrek Academy, which is also among the participating academies. This is why I didn't let you expose your identity to watch the competition. Speaking of this makes me angry. I told you not to expose your identity. And what did you do? You went directly with the Pope's order to act as an elder inspecting the competition. I opposed Qian Douluo, giving you the Pope's order at that time. Bibidong suddenly started to nag, and a chestnut hit Su Xianyue on the head, leaving him speechless. Teacher, speaking of the Pope's order, I found someone at Shrek using an unknown Pope's order to impersonate an elder." Saying this, Su Xianyue took out the Pope's order confiscated from Yu Shaojiang. Someone is impersonating a Spirit Hall elder and holding the Pope's order? Who is so bold? Su Xianyue was a bit conflicted, unsure whether to speak out. It's a person named Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong suddenly froze, as if she had fallen into a memory. Ahem, teacher, what's wrong with you? Su Xianyue called the distracted Bibi Dong back to her senses. But Bibi Dong suddenly looked a bit sad. So, did you do anything to him? I originally wanted to kill him directly, but I used this to blackmail Shrek for something good. Su Xianyue took out the blueprint of the Zhuge Divine crossbow and spread it out in front of Bibi Dong, along with the finished product of the Zhuge Divine crossbow. What is this? They say it's called the Zhuge Divine crossbow, and its power can penetrate the protective soul power of a level 40 soul master. However, a 1,000-year defense soul skill can easily block it. The most important thing is that it can be used by ordinary people. Su Xianyue took the Zhuge Divine crossbow and fired it at the pillar of the main hall. After a series of whooshing sounds, several arrows had pierced deeply into the pillar made of an unknown material. Chapter 122. The Calm Before the Great Competition. The Zhuge Divine crossbow. Bibi Dong looked incredulously at this unassuming little gadget in Su Xianyue's hand. Well, since this was obtained through extortion, I suspect the blueprints have been tampered with, so it's best to find someone knowledgeable to decipher the blueprints based on this finished product. Bibi Dong was quite shocked, but after a while, she took the blueprints and the Zhuge Divine crossbow. You did very well. Let me keep these for now. Oh, then teacher, I'll head back first. All right, make sure to rest well. Su Xianyue left, while Bibi Dong stared blankly at the papal decree in her hand. Yu Xiaojiang. Shrek. So you were in Shrek. At this moment, the weather was clear and sunny, and the red-haired Yin swaggered down the road. Today the weather is so nice everywhere is beautiful scenery. Can you not sing? It sounds terrible. The person in front, who Laina, bluntly interrupted, silencing Yan's carefree singing. I can't be that bad. Yan turned his head with a face full of grievances, looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, looking speechless, silently said, Actually, you sing very well, just don't sing in the future. At that moment, they saw a familiar figure walking towards them. Huh? Su Xianyue, you're back. How did the competition go? Yin immediately switched back to a cheerful mood and greeted Su Xianyue with a bright smile. Oh, you're all here. Don't mention it, the competition was fine, just not very exciting. Anyway, it wasn't as lively as when we were training. Su Xianyue walked together with them, chatting casually. By the way, where are you guys going? After the small talk, Su Xianyue asked. Training, what else? Are we going to watch a match like you? Hulaina seemed a bit unhappy, probably because Su Xianyue left training to have fun. What's wrong with Sister Na? It's just that girls have those few days every month, so their mood can be a bit. Just bear with it. Su Xianyue and Shiyue's whispers were naturally heard by Hulaina. I can hear it. It's our fault. We won't say anything more. When they arrived at the training ground, Tianming was already waiting there, but he turned his head away in anger upon seeing a few people. What's wrong with him? Is he on his period too? Su Xianyue pointed at Tianming, who was standing with his hands in his pockets and tilting his head, and asked them. You have to ask Yin. Ask him what he did to Tianming. Xie nudged Yin with his elbow. Huh? Me? I didn't do anything to him. But Hulaina and Shiyue's eyes seemed to say, You're kidding me. Yin, who was being stared at with no way out, scratched his head. All right, I confess. It's just that every time I see him, I sneakily touch his head when he asks not paying attention. At first, he jumped up and hit me right away. But recently he just ignores me, haha. What can I do? Such a cute little brother. Who wouldn't want to pat his head? Right? You guys agree, right? No, wait. Calling him little brother will just make him angry. Why? Isn't he the youngest among us? It's really strange. While saying this, Yin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, while the others deserved to be disliked. And Tianming also came over cursing. You're the little brother. Your whole family is little. If I wanted to, I could be taller than you in a minute. Tianming, who was all riled up, jumped up and landed a small punch on Yan's head, although the force of this punch felt like a tickle to Yan. Watching the two fool around, Hulaina suddenly turned to Su Xianyue and asked, Su Xianyue, where exactly did Tianming come from? I feel like he is very strange. Huh? What's wrong with him? Hulaina turned to look at Tianming. He releases his soul skills without possessing a martial soul, and he doesn't T-show his soul rings, which is very unusual. But he says it's his talent that he can release soul skills without possessing a martial soul. Yet when we ask him to do so, he absolutely refuses. They kept Tianming's origins a secret because it was too sensitive, so they said he was a child from Su Xianyue's village, which Su Xianyue had noticed when visiting home, and then sent someone to bring him over. However, it was indeed bizarre for a beast martial soul not to possess a martial soul and not show soul rings. Just ignore him. He acts like that. Anyway, it doesn't affect anything. All right, you two stop messing around. Su Xianyue casually changed the topic and spoke to the two who were still showing off, while Hulaina was puzzled for a while but didn't pay much attention. Everything returned to normal, and Su Xianyue occasionally trained with them. However, a few days later, Hulaina handed a list to the titled Douluo in front of her. The teacher doesn't want this person to appear on the competition stage. I trouble you two elders. Indeed, Tang San had no choice but to use the Haoyan hammer. But for some unknown reason, he still didn't give up on the competition and continued on the path to the Spirit Hall. Sigh. What qualifications does this Tang San have to make the teacher so troubled? Even if he is the descendant of the enemy of the Spirit Hall, it shouldn't be to this extent. Hulaina couldn't help but sigh. She also knew about Tang Hao, but she really couldn't understand why Tang San had the value to make Bibi Dong send out two titled Douluos. Could it be that this Tang Hao is really that powerful? Forget it, it's none of my business, but this chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hulaina turned to look at Bibi Dong's empty throne, her face full of pride. Victory and honor will surely belong to the Spirit Hall. Then, just as this grand ambition was about to be fully expressed, Su Xianyue walked over from behind. Hey, Sister Na, why are Elder Ju and Elder Gue in such a hurry? Hulaina turned to look at Su Xianyue. Of course they are busy. Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? What do you want from me? Su Xianyue glanced disdainfully at her then. We need one more player for the card game. All right, let us see if I can completely dominate you this time. Hey, you said the same last time, and you ended up losing terribly. Try teaming up with that pig, Yin. Let's see how badly you lose. Outside the Soul Master City, in a subterranean cave within the forest, the humanoid Tion sat cross-legged on a smooth stone, his face pale and cold sweat streaming down. Drink! Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. Fortunately, the walls were solid and did not collapse. Tion's complexion returned to normal, but he was panting heavily. Still not working. Tion murmured to himself, while Bai Ji approached with a leaf as a bowl, carrying water and looking worried. Take a break, Tion. Tion took the water and drank it in one gulp, moistening his throat. His hoarse voice eased slightly. By the way, where's that guy, Xiangjun? Still doing headstands? Be nodded. Although he is quite annoying, he has paid the price for his recklessness. It has been a while. Go and plead for him. Ditian Grimachid. That guy, I still have to clean up after him. Fine, I'll go and be back soon. Su Xianyue's room. 3 of a kind. Wang Jia. Huh, I have 3 of a kind, and you play Wang Jia? Yin, are you not able to handle this? For people who are playing poker, very serious poker. When Tion walked in, Su Xianyue, there's something. What is this? Tion was about to say something, but seeing them gathered around the poker, couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, poker. Do you want to play together? I'll teach you. And then, there was no more to say. Tion learned poker for an entire afternoon and forgot about Bear June. Chapter 123-122. The competition begins for fierce beasts that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and only eat, sleep, and fight all day. Poker as a form of entertainment is very novel to them. How novel is it? After Tion learned it, he shared it with several other fierce beasts. 3 of kind. I have a 3, and you play Wang Jia? Who taught you that? Ziji shouted loudly at the Red King in front of her, completely losing her aloof image. Well, indeed, what kind of image do fierce beasts care about? Who are they showing it to? Tion, did we forget something? Bai Ji said to Tion while holding her cards, and Tion replied, since it's something we would forget, it must not be important. Let's finish this round first. Bear. The fierce beasts also didn't know how, but they became obsessed with these things, but it didn't matter. At this moment, Su Xianyue had a face of constipation. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Xianyue closed his eyes and exerted himself, then suddenly heard a thud. He had a look of relief on his face. 38. I finally reached 38. It wasn't easy, woo-woo. After finally breaking through, Su Xianyue cried tears of joy. He had tried various cultivation methods, but finally leveled up again. Golden rooster stands alone. Giant rock spreads its wings. Crane stands out from the flock. Chickens fly, and eggs break. In any case, he had used all kinds of cultivation postures, but the results were not very good. Young Master Su, it's time to prepare. A guard's voice came from outside, here to take him to the competition. That's right, it's time for the competition, and it's the finals. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the finals. Su Xianyue had little interest in the previous matches, and he had already seen through the strength of Shrek. They were very confident, but he was worried about Tang San's so-called protagonist halo activating and then getting them eliminated in an instant. Forget it. I won't think about it. It's definitely impossible for me to be eliminated. After organizing everything, Su Xianyue pushed open the door and walked toward the arena. The finals of the continent's Elite Soul Master Academy competition were about to begin. Both sides were in position, and the match would start in 15 minutes. From afar, Su Xianyue heard the referee shout and quickened his pace. Soon, he saw that his teammates were already waiting in the arena. Su Xianyue, why are you so slow? You almost missed it, do you know? Hulaina scolded Su Xianyue with her hands on her hips, and Su Xianyue awkwardly smiled, turning to look at Shrek across from him. 8-person match. No objections from the opposite side. That's great, this round has potential. The Shrek team on the opposite side consisted of Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Jing Ling, and Tai Long. Jiangzhu was unable to participate due to excessive energy consumption from healing them earlier and was in a state of extreme weakness, while Huang Yuan was seriously injured. The Shrek team had some injuries, but they had mostly healed and were fine. When the Shrek members saw Su Xianyue, their expressions were not good. If Su Xianyue's soul power level was correct, it should be at level 37, but he could not be underestimated. Having the Pope's order meant he must have a particular skill. As for the others, the Shrek side was discussing tactics, and Su Xianyue and the others were not idle either. Now, let's discuss tactics. We'll test them first, and if they indeed have some strength, we can directly use our martial souls. No, that won't work. Hulaina was still talking when Su Xianyue interrupted her. Why? Why won't it work? Hulaina questioned him. And soon, Su Xianyue quickly said, the martial soul fusion technique takes too long, and relying on Su Yu will lead to his elimination due to exhaustion of soul power, leaving us without a support soul master. It's better for him to amplify us directly and then attack. This way, Sister Na can directly charm that fat guy. His willpower is the weakest, so the probability is the greatest. Yin stays behind to protect Su Yu and Tian Ming, while Sister Xie Yu faces Sun Chuantao directly, and Zhang Ping distract from his side. What about you? The others were stunned when they heard this, and when they asked Su Xianyue, he revealed a meaningful smile. I'll directly use my martial soul to fly over to their back row, just like that Go-Go. Hulaina contemplated Su Xianyue's tactics. It seemed to make a bit of sense. Oh, right, try to avoid letting that blonde guy and that big-breasted girl come into contact. They have a martial soul fusion technique, which is quite troublesome. Su Xianyue added a sentence, and the competition was about to begin. Shrek let out a roar. Shrek will win. However, the passionate shout felt a bit awkward in Su Xianyue's ears. Hey, this slogan lacks any technical content. At least borrow something better. It's so embarrassing that I could use my toes to build a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Xianyue's not-so-loud mockery sounded particularly harsh in the quiet and spacious arena, reaching the ears of Shrek. Are you not convinced? What's wrong with our slogan? If you're not convinced, come at me. Dai Mubai's temper flared, shouting at them from distance. You still have the nerve to be angry? Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Referee, get ready. The Cardinal, acting as the referee, heard Su Xianyue's voice, checked the time, and raised his hand. The match is about to begin. Please leave the area if you're not involved, and both sides may release their martial souls. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With a buzz, all members of Shrek released their martial souls, and in an instant, waves of soul power surged, with various colored soul rings floating behind them. The Spirit Hall team also released their martial souls in unison. Our slogan is, Su Xianyue rested both hands on the sword in front of him, radiating a purple glow all over his body as his martial soul manifested. Finally, several people shouted in unison, Born fearless, fight until the end. Ha ha, what a born fearless, what a fight until the end. This kid Su Xianyue is quite talented in literature. On the high platform, BB Dawn's hearty laughter rang out, but others did not pay attention to her. Their eyes were all fixed on Su Xianyue after his martial soul manifestation. What kind of martial soul is this? 3 10,000-year soul rings. The black 6 wings spread wide, and a dense, terrifying aura instantly spread across the entire arena, causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment, especially those 3 dark soul rings, which gave everyone a sense of a collapsing worldview, especially Chan Xian, who reacted the most. How is this possible? 10,000-year soul rings. The first soul ring of Su Xianyue was obtained with my help. It was clearly obtained from a 500-year black lotus. How could it be 10,000-year? BB Dong looked at Chan Xian with a smile, but there was a hint of mockery in her expression. I haven't properly thanked you for helping my disciple obtain the soul ring, but it's not appropriate to discuss this now. Let's talk after the competition ends. Chen Xian slumped in his seat, holding his forehead. No need, it was just a small effort. Chen Xian now regretted it deeply. Regretted why he let Su Xianyue go back then. Regretted thinking that his first soul skill was a useless skill. And regretted not insisting on bringing him back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The most shocking, however, was Shrek in front of Su Xianyue. 3. 10,000-year soul rings? And those 6 wings, a 6-winged angel? Chapter 124. Shrek is just like this. The oppressive feeling. A thick sense of oppression made the Shrek group gasp for breath. Without mentioning the other 3 soul kings and the 3 soul sect members. Just Su Xianyue as a soul master made them feel a sense of fear. You, steady yourselves, don't be afraid. How can we win if we are scared before the battle? Tang San shouted to keep everyone calm. But a fear mentality cannot be overcome with just a few words. With a command from the cardinal, the match began. Let's take him down. Su Xianyue pointed her sword forward, and the crowd behind her surged forward. Meihua. Hulaina was the first to unleash various forms of charm. Her original target was Tang San, but she chose to trust Su Xianyue and turned to use charm on Ma Hongjun behind them. Seeing Ma Hongjun lost in thought, she knew she had succeeded. Fatty, wake up. Oh no. Don't lose focus or someone will die. Tang San wanted to shout to wake Ma Hongjun, but Xiaoyu had already arrived in front of him, and 2 moon blades struck directly. Caught off guard, Tang San immediately revealed the 8 spider lances. 8 black spider legs like jet jade and black iron. 2 resisted the attack for support at his body, and 2 launched a counterattack. Force back. Xiaoyu turned to charge at the still enchanted Ma Hongjun, while Dai Mubai and the others were still entangled with Sun Chuantao and his team. Zhu Qing, protect Fatty. Too late. Zhu Zhuqing turned to charge towards Xiaoyu, but a golden swallow intercepted her. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Yin was eager to try, but seeing Su Yu and Tianmeng behind him, he held back. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others felt increasingly uneasy as their opponents always managed to respond and strategize immediately. For instance, wherever there was a gap, they would directly rush in without any warning, not even glancing in that direction. The attacks from a Spirit Hall team were exceptionally fierce. It took 6 of Shrek's members to withstand the onslaught of 4. Therefore, they had no support. You two, should I kick you down, or will you jump down yourselves? Su Xianyue has already circled around to their backs, and Tang San and the others have no chance to rescue. Oscar hurriedly rushed in front of Ning Rongrong to block her. I won't let you hurt. Ouch. Su Xianyue directly slapped him down. Ning Rongrong, I took your father's money, so I can't let you get hurt, so be aware of that. And Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Su Xianyue like a frightened little animal. You, what kind of martial soul is this? How? Oh, this? It's a secret. Su Xianyue started chatting casually with Ning Rongrong, but everything they said and did was being watched by others outside the arena. This kid, Su Xianyue, wouldn't he have taken a liking to your daughter? Would he? Bibi Dong turned to Ning Fengji and said, while Ning Fengji awkwardly smiled. Ha ha ha, actually, I bribed Su Xianyue to ensure he wouldn't harm my little girl. He promised to eliminate her at the first opportunity, but I didn't expect he would have such thoughts at this time. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and glared at him, then turned her gaze back to Su Xianyue. This kid is taking bribes too? It seems he needs to be disciplined properly. Ning Fengji saw that Bibi Dong seemed angry and awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before turning back to watch the match. Ning Rongrong had already been invited off the stage by Su Xianyue, and then Su Xianyue turned to look at Tang San and the others. This group isn't as impressive as I imagined. Does that mean I worried for nothing? According to the novel's tropes, the protagonist would have a flashback in a desperate situation and then power up, but looking at Tang San like that, Su Xianyue realized he might have overthought it. Then let's end this sooner. Su Xianyue flew into the sky. 6 wings spread wide. Countless streams of light appeared from the wings, transforming into feathers that fell like heavy snow. The first soul skill, Curse Feather, caused countless feathers to descend, but they were immediately blown away by the soul power currents below, with not a single one landing on anyone. Hey, that's why I don't like this skill. It gets blown away instantly. Well, at least it can explode. Su Xianyue raised one hand in the air, pinching 2 fingers together, preparing to snap. The members of the Spirit Hall had detected Su Xianyue's movement early through Qianming's spiritual sensing and quickly retreated, giving Shrek a moment to breathe. What to do? Rong and the others have been eliminated. Cough cough. Dai Mubai gasped for breath, clutching his chest, clearly already injured. Don't be discouraged. Find a way to deal with their support. However, Zhu Qing had no chance at all, as the agile attacker on the opposite side kept targeting her. Wait, where did those feathers come from? Just as they discovered the ground covered in black feathers, those feathers suddenly, boom, 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 began to explode one after another. Shrek was engulfed in a purple explosion smoke. The power of a single feather was now comparable to that of a grenade, with so many feathers exploding. That level of power was not something that could be easily resisted. Su Xianwei elegantly landed in front of the Spirit Hall battle team. What's going on? Shrek isn't as impressive as I imagined. So was I just nervous for nothing? Su Xianwei candidly expressed her inner feelings, indeed, when truly facing Shrek. She found that they were not as formidable as depicted in the novels, which was quite disappointing. However, this is for the best. Let's end this quickly. My soul bone is still waiting for me. This chapter isn't over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Xiaoyu looked at the continuous explosions in front of him, somewhat surprised. Su Xianwei, why haven't I seen you use this soul skill before? Oh, it's not very useful. The explosion's power is too small. Look, they can still move. The explosions ended, revealing several members of Shrek. However, Jingling, who was already injured before, collapsed to the ground heavily wounded and was eliminated. Shrek now only had 5 members left, and less than 3 minutes had passed since the battle began. What do we do now? Are we really going to lose? With no one able to protect the support type, they were now without backup and severely injured themselves. Tang San closed his eyes and thought for a second, then said to Dai Mubai, "You guys fuse your martial souls. Let's make a final push." It seemed Tang San had come up with a plan, but the attack from his Spirit Hall battle team followed closely behind. What are you talking about? Count me in. Xiaoyu directly slashed at Tang San with 2 strikes again, but this time he learned his lesson, and after 1 strike, he directly attacked Zhu Zhuqing, while Hulaina also separated them. The two who were just about to use their martial soul fusion skill were frustratingly forced apart. Damn it, fatty! Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. Unfortunately, it missed. However, this also gave Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai an opportunity as they quickly ran towards each other, preparing to fuse their martial souls again. Don't forget about us. Ma Hongjun and Tai Long charged up. Sun Chuantao and Zhang Ping also rushed towards Tai Long and Ma Hongjun, blocking them and forcing them back step by step. You're forcing me. Blue Silver Bind. Blue Silver Thousand Leaf Break. Tang San instantly condensed a ball of light, and immediately, the blue silver grass growing on the ground broke into pieces and gathered into Tang San's hands. What is this? Boom. The blue silver thousand leaf break was unleashed, and the scale and threat level were even more powerful than when battling against the Elephant Armor Academy. Tang San still held back. The few quickly dodged, but Hulaina and Sun Chuantao, who were not fast, couldn't evade in time and were caught in it. Nana. Chapter 125. Seeing Hulaina caught in it, Xiaoyu rushed in directly. Tang San and the others showed great joy in their eyes. Quick, martial soul fusion. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic black-striped white tiger appeared, sprouting wings, roaring as it charged towards Yen. Get out of my way. Su Xianwei slashed the ghostly white tiger with a sword aura, achieving some effect, but it still did not stop its advance. Really? Get up. Enraged, Su Xianwei flew into the air, channeling soul power into the sword in her hand, and unleashed a falling strike. Just as the ghostly white tiger was about to attack Yin, a purple meteor struck directly on its head, causing the ghostly white tiger to dissipate. The heavily injured Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were directly eliminated, but the others were not just watching. Tang San had already arrived behind Tianming and Zhang Ping. Get down. After the blue-silver grass wrapped around them, he directly threw the two off the stage, and they were eliminated as well. Well done. In the distance, Talon, who was blocked by Zhang Ping, and Ma Hongjun, who was closely following Tang San, could not help but smile with joy. Since you are so tough, let's see how long you can hold on. Eternal Night Abyss. Seeing 2 teammates eliminated, Su Xianwei became serious and activated her third soul skill. Half of the arena was enveloped in a dark barrier. After Su Xianwei shouted this, Zhang Ping and Yin hurriedly ran out of the range to the side of the heavily injured Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Xiaoyu held the unconscious Hulaina, tears streaming down his face. Hurry up! Someone come! Xiaoyu shouted to the crowd below, and several people with stretchers rushed up to carry Hulaina down. Yin looked at Xiaoyu, who was covered in wounds and still bleeding. You should also go rest. We'll handle this. No way. Don't talk nonsense. You guys take him down too. The medical team surrounded Xiaoyu, who still wanted to resist, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Being taken away. Sigh. I clearly can't hold on anymore, yet I still have to persist. Yin sighed, looking at Sun Chuantao on the ground in shock. Damn, how is he still here? Yin was naturally flustered because Sun Chuantao's unconscious position was exactly within the range of Su Xianyue's soul skill. He hurriedly went to pull him out, but it was too late. Just as the time was up, the soul skill activated. And just as Yin was about to pull Sun Chuanao out, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, unconscious, along with Shrek's Ma Hongjun and Talon. Tang San did not faint, but his head suddenly felt as if it had been struck, becoming dizzy. This is a mental attack, but it's a bit different. Tang San immediately analyzed Su Xianyue's attack, but with his cognitive ability diminished, he couldn't figure it out before Su Xianyue caught up. The only ones with a level higher than Su Xianyue would only have their souls impacted and wouldn't be stripped away. And since Tang San had crossed over, his soul power was stronger than ordinary people, so even if attacked, he wouldn't faint, but it was close. Su Xianyue's attack was relentless. I really underestimated you. It seems I can't keep you around. Because of being overly arrogant, Su Xianyue didn't prepare or attack immediately, lowering her guard and causing the originally overwhelming situation to be reversed in an instant. Tang San, who was struck away by a sword, had his defensive 8 spider lances develop cracks, and after embedding into the ground, it left a long mark before stopping. I won't admit defeat so easily. Tang San smiled, enduring the severe pain in his head as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and locked eyes with Su Xianyue. At this moment, all injured personnel had been taken off the stage, and it was now a duel between the two of them. In the distance, Zhang Ping, who had not yet been eliminated, was still hesitating whether to help, until Tang San and Su Xianyue collided, unleashing a powerful wave that nearly blew her away. She decided to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Tang San and Su Xianyue were still engaged in fierce combat. You're tougher than I imagined. Likewise. For some reason, Tang San unleashed a power beyond Su Xianyue's expectations, but still could not defeat her. After a series of clashes, the 8 spider lances shattered. The ground was littered with fragments of the 8 spider lances, and a few remaining, cracked ones that were on the verge of breaking, left Tang San in disbelief. How is this possible? What exactly is your martial soul? A trace of despair appeared in Tang San's heart as he looked frantically at the 6 wings behind Su Xianyue, shouting loudly, while Su Xianyue pointed her sword at Tang San, looking down on him with disdain. The famous Tang San actually scared silly. Then let's not waste time, get down. Let's see if you have that ability. Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer, intending to confront Su Xianyue head-on. The Haotian hammer? Do you think I'm an idiot? Although Su Xianyue was confident and capable of withstanding the Haotian hammer, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't clash with it head-on. It would be a thankless task. Su Xianyue twisted her body and flew into the sky, continuously waving the sword in her hand, unleashing sword energy. This guy needs to be dealt with quickly. Tang San gritted his teeth and kept dodging, but gradually he felt exhausted. Behind Tang San, there were still 3 partially broken 8 spider lances, which he extended in front of him to block Su Xianyue's sword energy, but eventually they shattered completely. At the moment of their destruction, a flicker of purple light appeared in Tang San's eyes. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This time in the competition, I must win. Bat Wing Reincarnation. Tang San quickly grabbed the shattered fragments of the 8 spider lances, a total of 32 pieces, tightly clutched in his hands. Go for it. The 32 fragments had far exceeded what Tang San could control. His body, especially his arms, would bear an unimaginable burden. The 32 fragments flew towards Su Xianyue in a bizarre arc. What the hell? A vague sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him, and he hurriedly raised his sword to defend. Several cold flashes shot directly towards Su Xianyue, while others struck the ground beneath his feet. When Su Xianyue successfully blocked the frontal assault of the fragments, those that aimed at the ground rebounded and shot back from beneath and behind him. Damn it! What the hell? Su Xianyue struggled to resist, but a few stray fragments still hit him. Looking at the 2 shards on his butt and thigh, Su Xianyue was furious. Tang San, you actually managed to injure me? It seems I can't let you live any longer. Su Xianyue swept her fingers across the sword, accelerating the accumulation of soul power, and raised the sword high to strike at Tang San. The fallen heaven strike roared. A beam of purple light shot up from the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded, shocked by Su Xianyue's strength. A few from the spirit hall revealed smiles, but others, Little San, the members of Shrek, couldn't help but shout, as they all felt the aftermath of the attack. With the strike, no soul master could withstand it. However, several titled Douluo present seemed to sense a familiar aura. As the energy waves dissipated, they saw a tall figure holding a large hammer standing in front of Tang San. Chapter 126, 125, The Victory of the Spirit Hall. I now know who you are, Tang Hao. Su Xianhua looked at the person blocking his attack and struck again with a sword. No time to waste with you. Just as the other members of the Spirit Hall still hadn't reacted, Tang Hao vanished with Tang San. The flying ability of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone assisted Tang Hao, and he simply disappeared from his spot. As the dust on the arena settled, Su Xianhua's solitary figure stood motionless. The referee, finally reacting, shouted, "The match is over. The Spirit Hall team wins." Ha ha, as expected, I was not disappointed. Bibi Dong stood up laughing heartily, but then her expression changed immediately. Because Yin and Sun Chuantao were still unconscious due to soul injuries, this was no trivial matter. However, they needed to resolve the immediate situation first. All the injured were receiving treatment from Ning Fengji, and only those with soul injuries remained in a coma. The others were mostly out of danger. Su Xianhua released his martial soul possession state and slowly walked to the center of the square. Aside from Yin and Sun Chuantao, the other Spirit Hall team members stood beside him. "Sai, is this how we win? I didn't even get to contribute much." Tianming, who had been using mental detection from the back, certainly felt he hadn't done much either, but he didn't listen to his mumbling. What happened to Yin and the others? Su Xianhua opened his mouth to ask Shiyue and the injured Holiana, but they just shook their heads. "It's okay, Su Xianhua, this isn't your fault. Besides, how could our Spirit Hall not be able to treat them?" "Don't worry," Shiyue comforted him, and Su Xianhua felt a little better. Before the barrier was set up, Su Xianhua could still control the range, but once it was deployed, it was beyond his control. He had tried to distance himself from them, but unfortunately, the range was indeed a bit large. At that moment, Bibidong's voice reached their ears. "The Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition has successfully concluded. Congratulations to you all." Bibidong showed a slight smile, revealing her inner joy. As the judge, the Cardinal in red spoke loudly. "Please have a champion team representative come up to receive the award." The few of them exchanged glances, looking at each other. Now, Shiyue and Holiana were injured, struggling to stand, let alone walk up such high steps. Zhang Ping and Suyu hesitated, feeling unworthy to represent, and Tianrim was even less likely to go. "Su Xianhua, go ahead," Shiyue said to Su Xianhua, and the others nodded. Su Xianhua didn't hesitate and slowly walked up the steps. At that moment, all eyes in the audience were focused on him, filled with envy, wariness, awe, and resentment. Various gazes were present. Walking up the steps, Su Xianhua remained unusually calm. Although his expression was always like that, he couldn't feel happy inside. The guilt he felt for Yin and the others was one thing, but mainly it was Tang San, who had become an uncontrollable figure, making him a bit anxious. He took one step after another until he stood before Bibi Dong, who smiled and handed him a brocade tray containing 4 soul bones. "I've looked into Yin and the other situation. They are not in danger. Now is the time to be happy, so don't think about those things," Bibi Dong comforted him. And Su Xianhua slowly took the brocade tray. "I understand, teacher." After receiving the tray, Su Xianhua bowed and then returned to the others. "Soul bones." Su Yu and the others looked at him with envy, but they also knew that these soul bones had been prepared for Su Xianhua and the others in advance. "All right, you can all go back and rest now." Su Xianhua allocated the soul bone and left with the 70,000-year-old red-eyed knight, Owlhead soul bone. The others also returned. On the high platform, Bibi Dong was whispering with the chrysanthemum ghost doll beside her. "Your Holiness, what should we do about that group from Shrek?" "Tang Hao, don't worry about them. It's not worth the effort. Let them leave quickly." Bibi Dong did not make things difficult for Shrek, as there was indeed no use in doing so. With the title Douluo and several soul saints and soul emperors present, fighting would bring no benefit and would only risk the few subordinates Bibi Dong had. "I declare that this competition has come to a successful conclusion," Bibi Dong stood up and announced, putting an end to the event. However, it seemed that there was a bit of a problem on Ning Fengji's side. Strange, their injuries have clearly been healed, so why do they still look so weak? Ning Fengji looked at the 4 who were unconscious in front of him, his brow furrowed, and his hands never stopped moving as he continuously treated them. However, in the end, there was no effect at all. Even though their bodies had fully healed, their consciousness had not recovered, and even their breathing was faint. "What is going on?" Bibi Dong had already arrived, looking at the 4 lying on the makeshift hospital bed. Her expression not much better. "Not good, their bodies are fine, but they just can't wake up. It's very strange." Bibi Dong understood their condition, soul injuries, and the severity of such injuries made healing them unimaginable. Only some special methods could work. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Since their bodies are fine, let's leave it at that. Bibi Dong didn't pay attention to the two from Shrek. While Yin and Sun Chuanao also needed to act quickly. They have soul injuries. Special herbs should work. Go call Douluo Little Master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yes. Bibi Dong turned to Yue Guan and instructed. The Spirit Hall did not have herbs to treat souls, as such things were extremely rare. The previous stock had long been used up, and searching for more would take a long time. So directly finding Douluo was the quickest method. Soul injuries? This. Ning Fengji frowned. Skills that directly attack the soul without affecting the body would scare anyone. They all knew this was the result of being hit by Su Xianyue's skill, so their wariness of her increased. What should we do about Su Xianyue? Ning Fengji hesitated, and Bibi Dong noticed, but there was no time to deal with that now. Bibi Dong was soon called by Yue Guan, accompanied by the Shrek group. Ma Hongjun. Oh no, what happened to this child? I remember he wasn't seriously injured. Why has he turned into this? Flinder rushed over to check on Ma Hongjun anxiously. Sect Master Ning that Yu Xiaojiang approached Ning Fengji and inquired, and Ning Fengji recounted what Bibi Dong had said. Soul injuries? How could this happen? Yu Xiaojiang pondered with his head down, while Douluo walked up to Bibi Dong with a calm expression. Then, Your Holiness, what do you need from me? Douluo, your herb garden should have herbs that can heal souls, right? The Spirit Hall is willing to pay a high price to purchase them. Douluo's herb garden had a variety of plants, and Bibi Dong knew a little about it from Su Xianyue. However, Douluo seemed to be in a dilemma. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I don't know if I have them. That Tang San from Shrek knows best, but unfortunately, he has already been taken away by his father. Chapter 127. Don't understand? Everyone looked at Douluo, making him feel embarrassed. Just because I use poison doesn't mean I'm an expert in herbs. Douluo specialized in his own innate poison, and the others were a few inherited poisons. So he only recognized a few herbs. Otherwise, he would have sold them cheaply to Tang San and Su Xianyue. Then, go check the Spirit Hall's ancient books and see if there are records of herbs that heal souls. Left with no choice, Bibi Dong could only sift through the ancient texts cherished by the Spirit Hall to find documented herbs, and then check the Ice Fire Yin-Yang-I for any. Alright, if these two injured children can rest assured, they can stay at the Spirit Hall for treatment. Bibi Dong pointed at Ma Hongjun and Tai Long, but in reality, she had no intention of keeping them. Injuries during the competition were only due to their own lack of skill, and the Spirit Hall had no obligation to help them heal, which was a subtle way of giving them the boot. The others were not fools, and quickly realized Bibi Dong's meaning. We won't disturb your holiness any longer. We will leave immediately. Douluo would keep an eye on them. After all, they would need to go to his Ice Fire Yin-Yang-I to search for herbs. So they were not worried about the Spirit Hall hoarding them after finding them. Since there's nothing more to discuss, we should also take our leave. The competition was wonderful, and the children worked hard. Ning Fengji greeted Bibi Dong, then rubbed Ning Rongrong's head to comfort her. Ning Rongrong hesitated, but stammered without really saying anything. And no one paid attention. The competition ended, and all the guests dispersed. Yin and Sun Chuantao were moved to the institution in the Spirit Hall for the injured. Similar to a hospital, Su Xianyue came here to visit the two of them. He knew that they had been affected by their own soul skills, with a small part of their souls being drawn away, and falling into a coma was the lightest outcome. They were not in serious danger, at least not life-threatening. Bibi Dong suddenly appeared behind Su Xianyue, placing her hand on his head to comfort him. Let's skip the unnecessary talk. We have already found the herbs in ancient texts that can heal the soul, but we just don't know where to find them. Bibi Dong didn't let Su Xianyue say much more. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyue's previously hesitant mood suddenly improved a bit. Really? Douluo probably has some. I'll go take a look. You? That's fine. Just consider it a way to comfort yourself. Su Xianyue volunteered, and Bibi Dong did not stop him. His friendship with Yin and the others was like that of brothers, and a person with thin emotions would cherish feelings even more once they had them. Bibi Dong's allowing Su Xianyue to seek out remedies for his accidental injury was a bit of comfort. Alright then, these are all soul-healing herbs. You can go look for them. Bibi Dong handed over a list with some images and text on it. This, 9 Deaths Rebirth Grass, Underworld Kingflower, Light Blue Linglong Plant. These were all herbs he had never seen or heard of before, and Su Xianyue looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. These are all recorded in ancient texts. Their rarity is already a problem, and they may have gone extinct. However, since Douluo has a long-extinct purple mysterious fright flower, it's possible to find these as well. Okay, I'll go look for them right now. Su Xianwei rushed out of the ward, and Bibi Dong glanced at the doorway, then at Yin and Sun Chuantao on the bed, before turning to leave. The carriage was too slow, so Su Xianwei called on Emperor Tian to head to the Sunset Forest. Emperor Tian, go faster. With a swoosh, Emperor Tian flapped his enormous wings and flew forward like a fighter jet. Why are you in such a hurry? It's urgent. Just head straight towards the location marked on the map at full speed. With Emperor Tian's speed, they arrived at the Sunset Forest in just a few hours, directly ignoring the poison formation in front of the ice and fire Tuinyang. That little bit of poison was something Emperor Tian could completely withstand, showing no fear. Here, there's a familiar aura. As soon as they landed, Emperor Tian transformed into human form and looked around. Taking a deep breath of the sulfur-filled air, his eyes were filled with melancholy. Su Xianwei didn't pay attention to his condition and dived into search for medicinal herbs, but why is it so bare with nothing at all? Damn, Tang San, you little bastard really took everything away. Didn't he leave a single one behind? When Tang San left, he looted the Eye of Ice and Fire, but it's too clean, everywhere in sight is barren, only a few newly sprouted buds and broken roots. Damn, forget it, Dishiang. Help me check if there's anything left in those corners. The flower of Su Xianwei was found in a small cave, and for so many years, Douluo had not discovered it. Who knows, there might be other places where some herbs still exist. Ditian, what are you doing? Su Xianwei turned her head and looked at Emperor Tian, who was slowly walking towards the ice and fire duality, I, with a dazed expression. Uncle Zhu ran. Bing Ning, Emperor Tian murmured, but he was speaking in beast language, which Su Xianwei could not understand. Emperor Tian? No matter how Su Xianwei called out, Emperor Tian remained unmoved, and her intuition told her that something important was about to happen, so she did not stop him. Sure enough, just as Emperor Tian reached the ice and fire duality, two clear tears slowly flowed from his golden eyes. His tall figure slowly bent down and knelt on the ground. Emperor Tian, son of the Black Dragon clan, as Emperor Ming, current leader of the Black Dragon clan. Pay my respects to my two uncles. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. However, nothing happened. Su Xianwei did not try to call him up, but waited quietly. Time ticked by, and Emperor Tian remained kneeling in front of the ice and fire duality eye. Just when Su Xianwei thought nothing would happen, a powerful wave of mental energy suddenly erupted from the spring water of the ice and fire duality eye. The vast mental energy transformed into shock waves that shook the surroundings, a sense of oppression akin to a primordial beast striking at the heart. Emperor Tian, a voice, or perhaps two, resonated in her mind, rich and powerful, accompanying the mental energy shock. Soon, two massive dragon shadows slowly coalesced above the ice and fire duality eye. The two illusory dragon shadows, one blue and one red, flickered as if they could dissipate at any moment. Uncle Zhu ran, Uncle Bing Ning, it's me, you have always been here. Tears streamed down Emperor Tian's face as countless emotions surged in his heart. Looking at the two illusory dragon souls before him, his numerous words choked in his throat, unable to be voiced. The two dragon shadows gazed at Emperor Tian for a long time, but said nothing more. Then, the two dragon shadows turned to each other, nodded, and transformed into two streams of light that entered Emperor Tian's mind. This is the last thing your uncles can do for you, and the last thing that can be done for the Dragon Clan. Their voices echoed in Emperor Tian's mind, and at that moment, a powerful mental energy refined his sea of consciousness, expanding and strengthening it. The remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was actively absorbed by Emperor Tian, enhancing his already difficult-to-improve mental power. The final wave of mental energy swept through the surroundings again, and behind him, Su Xianwei looked at Emperor Tian, who was already in tears, and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. My condolences. Emperor Tian turned his head, looked at Su Xianwei, wiped his tears, and regained his composure. Fine. Everything was fine with Emperor Tian, but the contract marks still remained, which was best for Su Xianwei. Chapter 128, 127 Stealing Medicine. I'm fine now, what are you going to do? Hurry up. Although Emperor Tian, who had recovered, showed no signs on his face, he felt quite embarrassed inside. After all, being at Sundara, crying in front of Su Xianwei would naturally feel awkward. Su Xianwei didn't mention these matters either, just staring at the ice and fire duality eye below, lost in thought. The place where the Ice and Fire Dragon King fell. The soul bones? The Ice and Fire Dragon King died here and transformed into the Ice and Fire Duality I, so naturally. There must be their soul bones below. No, I absolutely cannot allow this. Dtion noticed Su Xianyue's intentions and roared madly, naturally generating a killing intent towards her, triggering the contract punishment. So it really exists? No. Enduring the pain, Dtion threw a punch at Su Xianyue, but in this state, he couldn't exert any strength and was easily dodged by Su Xianyue. All right, I'm not in the mood for this right now. Su Xianyue waved his hand and closed the contract penalty, while Dtion looked at him with disbelief. Really? Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? The dead are the most important. Do I look like someone who would dig up other people's graves? Dtion certainly didn't believe it, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to give up. Su Xianyue might not have this thought. Of course, she definitely does. But now Dtion is unwilling, and she doesn't have the strength to retrieve it. She can only wait until she becomes stronger and secretly take it later. Otherwise, if Dtion gets hurt or dies, it would be a loss. After all, having such a powerful free bodyguard is too rare. All right, I won't be greedy for the soul bones anymore. Please help me see if you can find these herbs on the list first. Su Xianyue threw the list to Dtion, asking him to use his mental power to search for these herbs. The immense mental power was activated, and, at this moment, Dtion also wanted to test how much the residual soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King had enhanced him. His mental power seemed to almost take on a tangible form, and he could vaguely see the air distorting. The enhancement was surprisingly significant. Dtion realized that his mental power had reached its peak, just below the divine level, and he himself was not primarily focused on mental power. The level of his mental power was equivalent to that of his soul power, and now this level had exceeded his expectations. What a powerful mental force. Even Dtion couldn't help but exclaim at the strength of this mental power, and the degree of enhancement was even greater than the one he received from Tianming. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it was a residual soul, it was still the soul of a dragon king. And there were two of them, so how could the enhancement not be significant? Dtion also made a discovery. He pointed to a few cliffs ahead and said, 3 caves, inside are special herbs. One of them is the resurrection grass, and I don't recognize the other two. Resurrection grass? Wow, it sounds quite impressive just by the name. Su Xianyue moved in the direction pointed by Emperor Tian, and indeed, in the first pit on the cliff, there grew a small patch of deep green grass resembling cypress leaves. Is this the soul-returning grass? It looks so ordinary. The age is still too low. Only 1,000 years. It seems to have been picked before. It takes at least 10,000 years to revive an ordinary person. 10,000 years to revive an ordinary person? That's so disappointing. Could it be that it takes 100,000 years to revive a low-level soul master? It seems so. Let's just leave it for now. Picking it now would be of no use. Thus, this low-aged soul-returning grass was overlooked. However, even with the growth acceleration from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I, whether Su Xianyue could use it is still questionable, since it is only 1,000 years old now. Even with the enhancement of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I, it would still take at least several hundred years to grow to 1,000 years, so it can be ruled out that Tang San picked it. Let's see what medicinal herbs are growing in the other caves. These caves on the sheer cliffs are unlikely to attract anyone's attention, especially with a ground full of top-quality medicinal herbs below, making them even less noticeable. In the second cave, there was a small fruit growing. The green, translucent fruit looked like exquisite jade, round and very beautiful. What? Why do I have this urge to eat it? I feel the same. Don't think I'll share it with you. Su Xianyue swallowed and expressed her inner thoughts, while Emperor Tian silently responded. Without hesitation, Su Xianyue picked the fruit and carefully examined it. After confirming that she felt no sense of danger from the fruit, she carefully took a bite. Immediately, an incredibly sweet juice burst forth in her mouth, with a refreshing minty sensation soothing her entire mouth and throat. Oh wow! While savoring the taste, she noticed a Millennium Soul ring appearing on the vine where the fruit was growing. A Millennium Soul ring? Is this still a soul beast? Dying just from picking the fruit seems pretty lame. Well, even grasshopper is still meat. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a Millennium Plant Soul beast. But dying just from picking the fruit explains why even Emperor Tian had never seen it. The only outcome is to be eaten or to eat. After finishing the remaining fruit in a few bites, she pulled over the soul attached to the soul ring and absorbed it. Just as she was about to guide the soul to where it should go, a tremendous soul power erupted from her stomach. Was it the fruit? Can it also raise her level? Wow! This unexpected delight came suddenly, and without a second thought, Su Xianyue began to absorb the continuous surge of soul power. As she landed on the ground and started to cultivate, guiding the foreign soul power into her meridians, the soul she had just absorbed also flowed into her meridians, circulating continuously. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Huh? The soul can flow together with the soul power? Isn't it supposed to be absorbed directly? Wait, what is this? Susi suddenly realized that the soul power in her entire body began to circulate, and it was flowing in a strange pattern completely different from her previous cultivation methods. At the same time, there was an indescribable sense of comfort. Wait, why is the soul power moving on its own? And I've never done this before. Don't go anywhere. What if I go into a trance? Huh? Is everything okay? Susi's heart was in turmoil, with his soul power flowing uncontrollably and in a way he had never dared to operate before. He had been warned that such cultivation could easily lead to demonic deviation, so he had always followed the cultivation method taught by BB Dong. His entire soul power automatically flowed along his meridians, and then with a bang, he broke through. Huh? Level 39. No, it's level 40. What the hell? The effect of the fruit was more powerful than Su Xianyue had imagined. No, it wasn't solely the effect of the fruit. It must be related to that strange flow of soul power. How could this happen? After absorbing the soul into the meridians and operating the soul power, did it move on its own? And the speed was astonishing. Isn't the soul unable to be converted into soul power? So that must be the effect of this fruit. No, I need to find an opportunity to experiment. Hey, could it be that all my cultivation over the past 10 years has been in vain? Recalling that strange way of soul power operation just now, Su Xianyue tried to operate it actively, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Some of the soul power in the meridians simply couldn't be reached. And thinking back to that feeling of comfort, could it be that I need to absorb the soul first and then cultivate actively, using the soul as fuel? Why didn't I realize it before? I need to find an opportunity to try. Chapter 129, 128, Fourth Soul Ring. Su Xianyue's level jumped directly by 2 levels, reaching a bottleneck, and his previous method of manipulating soul power was indeed strange. Ditian, what do you think of my cultivation state just now? Su Xianyue turned to ask Emperor Tian, but Emperor Tian had a ghostly expression on his face, his eyes trembling. I feel a terrifying power coming from you. It feels like it's going to swallow me. Emperor Tian's voice trembled, clearly indicating that he was severely frightened. A terrifying power? This was even stranger. Su Xianyue once again complained about not having a system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to explore everything by himself. Forget it. There's one last cave. Let us see what's inside. Although he was certain that his martial soul was a fallen angel, he still had to explore its mysteries step by step. After climbing the last cliff and looking at what was inside, Su Xianyue felt a flutter in his heart. What is this? That feeling again. A sudden feeling of attraction emerged, similar to when he absorbed a soul ring and was drawn in by the soul beast. The source of this feeling was a small purple-black flower in front of him. What is this? Why? The black flower had 7 petals, teardrop-shaped, and looked quite ordinary, like a roadside flower, but its color was constantly pulsating, swaying like flames. My 4th soul ring? Did I just break through level 40 and come here? A feeling of being arranged suddenly appeared, but the moment that thought crossed Su Xianyue's mind, he dismissed it, because thinking it through was terrifying. He didn't dare to think further. Forget it, it should just be good luck, so it's decided to be you. Just as he was about to slap it to death and absorb the soul ring, he thought about how his 3rd soul ring was absorbed using mental power and was also from a plant-type soul beast. I'll use mental power to absorb it instead. Su Xianyue pulled up the little flower by its roots, watching the shimmering colors above it, feeling increasingly strange. However, that strong intuition made him doubt little. After all, he had relied on this intuition to acquire 3 powerful soul skills before. Without overthinking, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Just as his mental energy made contact with the flower, an unnamed flame suddenly ignited in the sea of consciousness. What is this? A purple-black flame. But it felt both present and absent, a marvelous sensation, as if it was burning yet felt non-existent, indescribable. However, this flame did not affect Su Xianyue, and the 10-year soul ring of the little flower was also being slowly absorbed. Outside the sunset forest, several figures were quickly approaching. They arrived. Douluo and Flander landed outside the poison formation. Hurry up, there's no time to waste. That's right, they came to collect herbs. The ancient text collected by the 7-treasure glazed tile school also recorded this, and Douluo just happened to have that kind of herb stored away. Not taken by Tang San. Wait, there are people inside. Douluo immediately sensed something was off. The poison formation above had a gap that hadn't completely repaired, and there were fluctuations of soul power coming from inside. Who dares to invade my territory? I want to see who has the audacity. Douluo shot inside, with Flander following closely behind. Tian, standing beside Su Xianyue, sensed someone was coming and became alert. Originally, Tian hoped for Su Xianyue's death, but Su Xianyue had deceived him, saying that if he died, the others would die with him. Tian didn't understand and didn't dare to gamble, so he could only protect him desperately. Who are you? Why are you here? Douluo questioned Tian, and then saw Su Xianyue sitting cross-legged on the ground. Su Xianyue? Came to collect herbs? Didn't I say, I don't know if those are useful, and look, it's all bare. Where are the herbs? Clearly, Douluo had no intention of giving herbs to the Spear Hall. Tian didn't understand these twists and turns, but seeing that Douluo and the others had no intention of attacking, he ignored them. Seeing Tian ignore him, Douluo felt a bit annoyed but was too lazy to deal with him. He is absorbing the soul ring? The white soul ring surrounding Su Xianyue was slowly pulsating, emitting flowing light continuously entering Su Xianyue's body. They looked at Su Xianyue and recalled his 3 black soul rings. They were absolutely certain they had not misjudged those 3 10,000-year soul rings, but now the white soul ring that Su Xianyue was absorbing was difficult for them to comprehend. Could it be that he can enhance the age of the soul ring? This thought arose, and they stood quietly watching Su Xianyue absorb the soul ring, occasionally pointing and whispering. Tian didn't pay attention to them because they weren't doing anything, and he was too lazy to interfere. Time slowly passed, and Su Xianyue finally finished absorbing the soul ring. As he waited for the soul ring to fully merge into his body, he slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. The 3 black and 1 white soul rings floated behind him and then slowly disappeared. When did you arrive? Seeing Douluo and Flanders staring at each other, Su Xianyue stood up. I wanted to ask you the same. How did you get here? When did you arrive? Because Douluo and the others had notified them immediately after finding the ancient text at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they had rushed over without delay. Flander followed because although he was an assault type, his martial soul was still an owl. While it couldn't compare to the red-eyed night owl, it was still fast. Quicker than Douluo, a title de law, allowing him to return to Shrek with the herbs more efficiently. Before they could say anything, Su Xianyue took the initiative to speak. Just in time, why are all your herbs gone? Douluo, do you have any stock left? When Douluo had cured Su Xianyue of the man-faced demon spider poison, Su Xianyue had seen a wall full of cabinets filled with herbs. However, Douluo still looked the same. No. Fine. Come with me. I'll take you to see if there are any left. Douluo seemed quite confident that Su Xianyue wouldn't find any herbs there. Hey, Douluo, are you really taking him there? Didn't you say you didn't want to give them anything? Flander leaned over and whispered to Douluo, who looked self-assured. Don't worry. I have stored all the rare herbs elsewhere. What's out here are just common ones. Douluo naturally kept his guard up, and he exuded confidence. Herbs for treating souls are definitely not common. If there are any among those common herbs, I'll just eat all the other herbs. Douluo's residence wasn't far. It was still that small wooden house. You look for them. If you can find them, consider yourself lucky. Douluo pointed to the wall of cabinets storing herbs and said to Su Xianyue, They're all here? All right, Tian, search. Su Xianyue handed the list to Emperor Tian, who glanced at it and used his spiritual power to sense the cabinets. There was one that had a similar type. Although Emperor Tian's spiritual power was high, it still couldn't reach the all-encompassing perception of Tianming. However, sensing the shape and aura was completely fine. No, there really is? Douluo couldn't believe it. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Underworld King Flower. Su Xianyue walked over and opened the cabinet pointed at by Emperor Tian. Inside was a pile of dried black herbs. Each small herb had a flower, but it was also dried. Let me see. The underworld flower? It should be this one. Although it has dried, it still retains some shape, so it can be recognized. That's all, Douluo. The reward will be sent to you later. After Su Xianyue got the item, she hurriedly left, leaving Douluo in a daze. How is this possible? I've never heard that black root grass can heal the soul. Your Majesty, do you still want to take those herbs? Flander pointed at the wall of herbs, unable to resist adding a remark. Ahem. We'll talk about these later. First, take what you need. Your obedient disciple is still waiting. The underworld flower. Why does this name sound so ominous? Can it really heal the soul? It sounds more like it would destroy the soul. Could there be some prerequisites? What Douluo has collected is likely poison and healing the soul. It doesn't make sense without other conditions. After thinking for a while and not coming to a conclusion, he decided to let it go. However, before leaving, he wanted to test that strange meridian operation method from before. The soul merges into the meridians and operates along with the soul power. Emperor Tian, wait a moment, let me find a soul beast to experiment with. At this time, they hadn't flown too far and naturally landed in the sunset forest. Soul beast. Soul beast. The sunset forest isn't exactly filled with soul beasts, so they still had to search. After a few minutes, Susi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a huge unknown soul beast lying behind her and a 10,000-year soul ring floating above it. The soul merges into the meridians and then cultivates. Susi followed her previous method, allowing the soul energy to enter her meridians for cultivation. Sure enough, the soul power in her meridians operated in a strange way, but there were very obvious patterns. And many of the meridians she was flowing through were places she would normally never dare to venture. What a strange feeling. The heart, the spleen, the duodenum. Huh? Why are there meridians in the ribs? How come I never noticed this before? Su Xinyue's soul power is most concentrated in her 6 ribs, followed by her heart, then her dantian and brain, which are important organs. Her mental energy perceives the flow of soul power within her body, as if she has discovered a new continent. She then enters a meditative state, and her soul power flows automatically like breathing. Emperor Tan, who is guarding her, furrows his brow as he observes Su Xinyue sitting cross-legged on the ground. Here it comes again, this terrifying aura. An indescribable sense of fear emanates from Su Xinyue, causing even Emperor Tian to frown. The cultivation time is short. After about 10 minutes, Su Xinyue opens her eyes. Huh, is it over? It seems that the energy of her soul has been completely consumed, causing the flow of soul power within her body to stop automatically, just like a car that has run out of fuel, and she is naturally awakened by this change. However, feeling the soul power within her, Su Xinyue can't help but smile. It really works. Using soul energy as fuel and integrating it into her meridians for cultivation can speed up the process. No, it should be said that relying on this has changed the cultivation method, which is why the upgrade speed has accelerated. Su Xinyue's cultivation was guided by BB Dong, which can be said to be the most advanced cultivation method on the continent. However, it was clearly not suitable for him. This strange soul power circulation method made Su Xinyue think of something. A technique, a systematic cultivation method that can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. Wouldn't that be a technique? It's just that he didn't know if there were any other miraculous effects, but the fact that it could accelerate cultivation speed was already surprising enough. In the past, Su Xinyue had also tried to integrate soul energy into his meridians, but it was ineffective. At that time, his mental power was probably too low to accurately control the soul energy, so it was directly integrated into his physical body. Alright, it's time to go back. I've already delayed for a bit too long. Yin and the others are in stable condition, their injuries are not too severe, and there's no danger to their lives. Which is why Su Xinyue had the mind to cultivate here and absorb soul rings. But he couldn't delay for too long, otherwise, it might turn into a problem. Emperor Tian snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. A massive black shadow whizzed across the sky, swiftly flying away into the distance. So I wonder if Dugu Bo has these things. BB Dong was very worried. She had staked a lot on Yin and the others, and any mishap would be a significant loss. The sunlight in the sky was blocked as the black dragon slowly descended, and Su Xinyue jumped down from it. Teacher, I'm back. As Su Xinyue descended, she handed her the bag containing the underworld flower, the black stem grass. It was indeed called the underworld flower before. They could just take it directly. Huh, isn't it poisonous? Su Xinyue couldn't help but ask. The toxicity of black rhizome grass is very weak. Ordinary people only experience diarrhea, which is not harmful. Oh, Su Xinyue ran towards the hospital, leaving Ditian and BB Dong staring at each other. Just as Ditian was about to leave, flapping his wings, BB Dong called out to him. Wait. Ditian turned his head disdainfully to look at BB Dong, but after a long while, BB Dong still said nothing, only staring at him with icy eyes. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Human, are you trying to amuse yourself at my expense? Ditian said impatiently, while BB Dong sighed and spoke up. I know you are not willingly obeying Su Xinyue. So how about we make a deal? Ditian was a bit confused, but after thinking for a moment, he seriously refused. No way. I won't believe you. Saying this, he flapped his wings and left in a gust of wind. BB Dong, unaffected by the strong wind, watched Tion leave, seemingly expecting this outcome. Forget it. We don't need them anyway. BB Dong's intention was simple. Such a powerful soul beast would be a pity to kill, and letting them go was a threat. So she was thinking about how to make them willingly stay in the spirit hall instead of being forced. Although the hope was slim, it still had to be tried. What if it succeeded? However, it was clear that Tion and the others were unwilling, so she didn't push it. The competition is over, and they should do something for the spirit hall now. BB Dong pondered. Yin and the others had already executed tasks for the spirit hall, while Su Xianyue, being younger, hadn't been assigned to do much. She just let him eat, drink, play, and cultivate. Now that the competition was over, it was time to let Su Xianyue try doing something. Yin and the others drank the herbal soup made from the underworld flower, and their breathing became much more even. But since the underworld flower was not a powerful herb, it couldn't work miracles. It needed time to adjust. Sigh. I feel much better now. The feeling of guilt had dissipated a lot. Su Xianyue looked at Yin on the hospital bed and turned to leave. On the way back, BB Dong suddenly appeared. Xianyue, I need to talk to you about something. You're not a child anymore. It's time to help the spirit hall. Now you have two choices. First, go to a place called the City of Slaughter for trials, but I personally don't recommend that, so I recommend you choose the second option. BB Dong's sudden words caught Su Xianyue off guard, but he knew that going to the City of Slaughter was too early for him, so he decisively chose the second option. Very well. Then prepare to leave immediately and go to the Tiando Palace to assist your sister Shui. Chapter 131. 130. Su Xiao bright sunlight illuminated the trees in the suburbs, and the morning dew mixed with warmth. A convoy hurriedly passed through the forest path, each person holding exquisite weapons and wearing noble platinum armor, and among them, the most luxurious carriage had its curtains slightly lifted. His wistful eyes looked out the window, holding an envelope in his hand. Just as he was about to complain to himself, a graceful figure suddenly caught his attention. A girl in plain clothes with long purple hair, her delicate appearance marred by dirt, turned and instinctively leaned against the side upon seeing the convoy. Her clothes were covered in patches, and she was even dirty, looking like a refugee. The armored soldiers noticed her, but seeing she was just an ordinary girl, they didn't pay much attention. Just as the convoy slowly passed by, a white-browed giant tiger suddenly leaped out, pouncing on the girl from behind. With a crack, before the girl could react, an armored soldier had already blocked in front of the giant tiger, stabbing it with his spear, spilling its entrails. The girl finally reacted, and upon seeing the giant tiger lying in a pool of blood with its guts spilling out, she began to cry in fear. Miss, are you all right? Shui Qinghe smiled and reached out to the girl. The girl looked at Shui Qinghe, who exuded a gentle aura, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her hand in his. Your Highness, a nearby soldier intended to say something, as the girl was a stranger and they were not at ease. Shui Qinghe raised his hand to interrupt him. It's fine. She looks so pitiful. I can't bear it. Miss, let me take you home. The girl appeared to be quite frightened, her non-reflective black eyes staring blankly at Shui Qinghe. You're really scared, aren't you, miss? We're not bad people. If you don't mind, I can take you into the city. The girl nodded blankly and was then helped onto an empty carriage, while Shui Qinghe assigned a personal guard to accompany her and soothe her. All right, let us head back. Depart. Shui Qinghe instructed a soldier beside him, who shouted ahead, and the convoy continued towards Tiando City. Meanwhile, inside the carriage where the girl was. Uncle Shilong, how was my acting? Was it okay? Be careful. These soldiers are not from our spear hall. The girl kicked off her shoes cross-legged in the carriage, munching on an apple and scratching her foot, completely different from her earlier pitiful appearance. She was, of course, Su Xianyue, and the soldier beside her posing as Shui Qinghe as personal guard was indeed Shilong. However, why did the teacher make me act as my sister's personal maid? It feels a bit strange. Just be content. Look at my armor. It's uncomfortable to wear. Indeed, Su Xianyue was sent by BB Dong to help Qianrenque, and he could have used his original face and gender. But since he had shown his Pope's order to watch the competition, Shui had already seen him, so he could only disguise himself, even changing his gender. As for his face, the mask made from Tianming's skin had the effect of blocking spiritual power, making it the perfect choice for home travel, killing, silencing, and undercover work. The skin that Tianming shed in the cave of the Stardow Forest was also brought back by him as a memento, which conveniently benefited Su Xianyue. And below, the underwear made from Tianming's skin was cool, refreshing, and breathable, particularly useful. By the way, the teacher asked me to use the alias Su Xiao. Don't call me wrong in the future. As if you need to tell me? The convoy quickly arrived at Tiando City and came to a stop. Miss, we've arrived at Tiando City. Do you need me to send someone to take you home? Shilong, disguised as a soldier, helped Su Xianyue down from the carriage, while Xue Qinghe inquired. Suddenly, the seemingly pitiful Su Xianyue knelt down. Actually, I come from a small mountain village, and my hometown was invaded by soul beasts. Only a few people escaped, including my parents. I have no very to go now. Sobi. After finishing her sob story, she cried like a flower in the rain, and the other soldiers felt particularly sympathetic towards her. In that case, why not come with me to the palace? I am the prince of the Tiando Empire. Xue Qinghe. Serving as a maid in the palace could provide you with a livelihood. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. They boarded the carriage and continued their journey back to the Tiando Palace. Upon entering the palace, Su Xianyue was assigned a room and began to wash up. Oh, the Oscars owe me a little golden man. Haha. Oscar, little golden man. If you want a golden man, you won't get your life. The girl. I've placed the clothes here for you. Other palace maids came in carrying a set of clothes, placed them on the table, and then left. Su Xianyue looked at the white dress from a distance, didn't think much about it, and casually washed it before putting it on. It felt a bit strange. But whatever, I'll go find my sister first. It was her first time wearing such a dress, and she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. However, after twisting her body a bit to adjust to the outfit, she followed Shilong, who had been waiting at the door. Hey, it fits you quite well. Just a bit flat in the front, haha. Shilong's teasing drew a disdainful look from Su Xianyue. Should I grab a couple of apples to cushion it? After a few more playful exchanges, they didn't say much more, as there were soldiers patrolling everywhere ahead. Shilong took her directly to Xue Qinghe's bedroom and stood guard outside the door. The chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. As soon as she entered, she saw Xue Qinghe waiting inside. You're here. Honestly, you look pretty good in that dress, haha. All right. The teacher asked me to hand this to you. Su Xianyue took something out of her bracelet and handed it to Xue Qinghe. What is this? A small black box, inside which is a small jade bottle. It's said to be some kind of poison, colorless and tasteless, but it doesn't kill directly. Instead, it triggers some disease. The teacher told us to hurry up and take down the Tiando Empire so we can go back early. Go back early? Would she really let me go? Forget it. You can just be my personal maid and stay with me. Where are we going now? Xue Qinghe said as he walked outside. And Su Xianyue quickly followed. Of course, I just came back, so naturally, I need to report to Xue Yi and let them get to know you. Tiando Imperial Palace, main hall. Xue Yi was sitting on the throne, reviewing something similar to memorials. Father, your son has returned. Xue Qinghe bowed to Xue Yi, and Su Xianyue behind him also bowed. Qinghe is back. Oh, when did you start bringing a maid with you? Didn't you always dislike having someone follow you? Xue Yi was very curious about Su Xianyue being with him. Oh, this is a refugee I just brought back from outside. She said her hometown was invaded by soul beasts, and I felt sorry for her, so I brought her back. Oh, that is really unfortunate. By the way, I'll leave these memorials to you. I'm a bit tired. Then father, please rest well. I'll take care of these. Xue Yi left, and Xue Qinghe sat on the throne to review the memorials. Hey, aren't you bored sitting here? Aren't you still the emperor? Sigh. Actually, he has long handed over all affairs to me. I'm just one good day away from the coronation, so. Chapter 132-131, Avalanche. Just like that, Su Xianyue accompanied Xue Qinghe in the main hall for a busy day. He was responsible for handing over the memorials, while Xue Qinghe was responsible for reviewing them. You want to do this every day, will you? Of course. Do you think being the crown prince is that easy? Enough with the nonsense. Another batch just came in. Hand it to me. A boring and tedious day passed like this, and Su Xianyue followed behind Xue Qinghe with her head down. How about we? Su Xianyue wiped his neck in front of Xue Qinghe, showing a fierce expression. It was obvious that he wanted to get rid of Xue Yi and go back right away. If I could do it, I would have done it already. Why would I wait for you? Some of the old ministers haven't been dealt with yet, and I need to find opportunities to take care of them too. It seemed that the matters to be handled in the palace were quite complex. Otherwise, Qian Rinchu wouldn't have taken so long. Although it's also possible that Bibi Dong didn't want her to return early. However, it seems that Su Xianyue would be staying in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace for quite a while. Well, it's getting dark, and I should be off work now. I'm leaving. Just as Su Xianyue was about to leave, Xue Qinghe grabbed his arm with one hand. Where do you think you're going? I haven't said you could leave yet. Xue Qinghe held onto one of his hands and pulled him closer. No, it's dark now, and I should be off work. Su Xianyue looked at him with a puzzled expression, but he smiled back. You are now my personal maid. Can you at least pretend to be one? You can only go back after I rest. Huh? What about the oppressed masses? Stop talking nonsense. Just follow me except during rest time. Under the pressure of Xue Qinghe, Su Xianyue began his relentless 007 work schedule. The next day, Su Xianyue, just out of bed, had to rush to Xue Qinghe's side. There was no choice. After all, his current identity was that of a personal maid. Why do you look so unenergetic? Didn't sleep well last night? Xue Qinghe walked along the road, glancing at the listless Su Xianyue. What do you think? They walked slowly, and a group of people approached them. At the forefront was a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, surrounded by a group of sycophants of similar age. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe, the young man's initially arrogant expression suddenly vanished, replaced by disdain. Isn't that the imperial brother? What brings you out for a walk today? The young man addressed Xue Qinghe as imperial brother, so his identity was obvious. Xue Qinghe sneered and replied indifferently, Imperial brother is joking. I'm just going to help father review the memorials. You know, after the grand competition, there are many backlog memorials to go through. Huh, then I won't disturb you. Imperial brother, we'll take our leave. Xue Beng nodded to Xue Qinghe and prepared to leave, indicating that their relationship was not very good. As they passed by Su Xianyue, Xue Beng's eyes inadvertently caught sight of him, and instantly his eyes widened. The sycophant behind him accidentally bumped into Xue Beng's back, but Xue Beng remained unfazed. Your Highness the Fourth Prince? Your Highness? And Xue Beng. Oh no, it felt like the right atrium was receiving all the venous blood from the body, pumping it out through the right ventricle into the pulmonary artery. At this moment, the pulmonary artery was carrying venous blood that had transformed into oxygen-rich arterial blood through gas exchange in the lungs, sent to the left atrium via the pulmonary veins, and pumped to all the body's organs through the aorta from the left ventricle. The feeling of a heartbeat. Huh. The subordinates beside him were shocked. They had just noticed that a maid was following behind Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, you wouldn't be interested in her, would you? Su Xianyue's disguised appearance wasn't exactly stunning, but it wasn't bad either. However, who knows why it just happened to catch Xue Beng's attention. Help me find out what her name is? Never mind. I'll go myself. Xue Beng took 3 steps in 2 strides and directly approached Xue Qinghe. Brother, could I ask you for a favor? Xue Beng looked shy, leaving Xue Qinghe confused. Oh, what does my younger brother need? I will do my best to help. Xue Qinghe was puzzled. Xue Beng had always been a carefree, arrogant young master in his impression, but now he suddenly appeared shy, which was quite strange. Xue Beng stammered, wanted to say something, but hesitating, and his eyes occasionally darted toward the disguised Su Xianyue, which Xue Qinghe also noticed. Does my younger brother want to? Xue Beng leaned close to Xue Qinghe's ear and whispered, I'll just say it directly. Can you let me have this maid? Xue Qinghe. Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue naturally heard it, and was also baffled by the words from Xue Beng. Your Highness, are you interested in her? Xue Beng's face turned red, and he clasped his hands together facing Xue Qinghe. Brother, I beg you, I've never asked you for anything in my life, and I've never been interested in women because I couldn't find someone I liked. Now that I've finally found her, please help your younger brother. It was shocking, really shocking, especially shocking. Both felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck them. Then, Xue Qinghe held back a laugh and said, well, you need to ask her opinion on this. Xiao, do you agree? Xue Qinghe turned to Su Xianyue, but the mocking look in his eyes was evident at that moment. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Su Xianyue's inner thoughts. Although I despise it in my heart, the show must go on. I won't. I had already decided when His Highness brought me back that I would stay by his side from now on. Su Xianyue tightly hugged Xue Qinghe's arm, looking at Xue Beng with a face full of hostility. Your Highness, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't force someone, can we? Xue Beng looked at Su Xianyue, who was clinging to Xue Qinghe's arm, with a face full of despair. Xue Qinghe, I hate you. Woo-woo. Then, she ran away crying. Watching their retreating figures, Su Xianyue felt a headache coming on. What's wrong with her? What's with that expression? Su Xianyue turned to look at the already suppressing laughter of Xue Qinghe. It's fine, let's go, haha. Cough, cough. Xue Qinghe quickly stopped smiling and said seriously, Avalanche is a false front, so I didn't bother dealing with him, and besides, the snow star supporting him has already started to doubt me. If that's the case, then his false front should be a ruse to make you lower your guard. If there's a chance, it's better to deal with him sooner rather than later. The way Avalanche is acting is indeed a facade. When Xianren Xue is discovered, he will indeed be the next emperor of Tiandel. I know, but I've always been at a loss for an opportunity. Oh, by the way, he seems to have an interest in you. Could that mean? Su Xianyue suddenly felt a strong sense of malice approaching her, and the insidious smile of Xue Qinghe sent a chill down her spine. You wouldn't want me to seduce him, would you? Surely not. What do you think? Xue Qinghe originally didn't want to waste effort on Xue Bong, but now that Su Xianyue has arrived, and coincidentally Xue Bong is interested in her, well, might as well use it. Chapter 133. Chasing love is fun for a while, but ends in a funeral pyre. Today is sunny and bright. A perfect day for sleeping, but unfortunately, someone still has to play 007. At this moment, Xue Qinghe and Su Xianyue were both sitting on the throne in the main hall, reviewing memorials. Half of the memorials are just daily greetings from these ministers. Are these people just sitting around with nothing to do? Aside from some special matters, the rest of the memorials are basically just daily greetings and flattery from ministers, adding to the workload with no real purpose. The most common phrases included, "It's raining, Your Majesty. Remember to wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold. It's sunny, Your Majesty. Let us go hunting together. It's raining again, Your Majesty." One urgent memorial was written like this: "Your Majesty, I brought you some delicious local specialties when I returned." These people are just rambling on. If I were the emperor, I would have executed them long ago. Su Xianyue had only been at it for less than 2 days and was already annoyed. She didn't know how the emperor had endured all these years. Xue Qinghe had long been used to it. To be fair, Xue Yi was quite pleased to see this. At least it showed he was regarded as a kind and virtuous emperor in the eyes of the ministers. If there came a day when he didn't see this, he would probably be very anxious. Their voices were low, just enough for each other to hear. Although the ministers were willing to joke and greet Xue Yi, they were not so careless as to forget basic respect. However, it wasn't surprising why Xue Yi had handed over these powers to Xue Qinghe so early. While he was happy to see it, it could get tiresome after a while. They were diligently reviewing memorials when a figure stealthily crouched by the door, peeking in. "Your Highness, the fourth prince, do we really have to be this quiet?" A subordinate beside Xue Bing asked cautiously, and Xue quickly raised a finger to his lips to signal silence. "Shoo, don't speak. What if you scare them?" At that moment, Xue Qinghe's voice came from inside. "Your Highness, if there's something, just come in and say it. No need to hide." Startled, Xue Bing scratched his head with an awkward smile and walked in. "Good morning, Your Highness, and good morning to the little girl." Su Xianyue smiled warmly at him, and then returned to her original expression. Xue Qinghe put down the memorial in his hands, crossed his hands in front of him, and looked at Xue Bong with a smile on his face. "Is there something on your mind?" Xue Bong still looked the same, all fidgety. Actually, I was disrespectful to my elder brother yesterday, and I wanted to make amends. Would you kindly consider having a meal together?" It seemed like he was talking to Xue Qinghe, but his eyes were not honest, constantly darting towards Su Xianyue. Xue Qinghe and Su Xianyue exchanged glances, then both looked at Xue Bong. "Well, it would be better to comply with your request." Upon hearing this, Xue Bong's face lit up with joy. Then tonight, in private room 231 of the Luyan restaurant. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off. He didn't forget to turn back and say, "You must come too, little girl," and then ran far away. Su Xianyue looked in the direction he left. Her brows furrowed since just now. What is wrong with this person? Xue Qinghe chuckled. It's just the right opportunity. You should interact with him more and then trick him into taking this. Xue Qinghe took out the poison that Su Xianyue had given him, the kind that triggers a terminal illness. I'll do my best. At this moment, with a bright smile, Xue Peng hopped along the road, while his lackeys were full of questions. "Your Highness, do you really like that maid so much? There are plenty of girls in the academy who are prettier than her, right? What do you know? I look down on those painted faces. After all these years, Xiao Xiao is the only girl who has made this prince's heart flutter. Do you understand the feeling of a fluttering heart?" Xue Peng, looking starry-eyed, was a sight they had never seen before. However, a few of them realized that Xue Peng's current state was not something they could talk him out of, so they left him be. After all, they were just lackeys. "Nephew, what is making you so happy?" At this moment, Xue Xing walked over and saw Xue Peng looking ecstatic, unable to help but ask, "Your Highness, let me tell you, I have someone I like." Xue Peng exclaimed like a child sharing something happy with an adult, and Xue Xing was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a kind smile. "Oh, that's great. Which young lady is it? Your uncle will help you vet her." However, at this point, Xue Peng shyly scratched his head. She is not a young lady from any prominent family, just a new maid in the palace. But it was love at first sight for me. You have to help me, uncle." Upon hearing this, Xue Xing couldn't help but frown. "A maid, huh? Well, it's not impossible, but forget it. Which one are you interested in? Let me see if she is suitable." It's the maid next to Xue Qinghe. Ga. Xue Xing suddenly stopped, and the air seemed to turn awkward. What did you say? Didn't I tell you to stay away from him?" How could you? Sigh. I've told you before. One of your two brothers might have fallen victim to his schemes. Why don't you listen to my advice? Xing complained, looking at the useless Peng, stamping his foot in frustration. Uncle, please don't be angry. How about this? Find a way to bring that maid closer to me? After all, she just entered the palace yesterday, so she definitely has nothing to do with Xinghe. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. No way. Absolutely not. I can't trust anyone who has been close to Xinghe. In any case, keep your distance from them. Xing had long begun to suspect Xinghe. After all, he was the biggest beneficiary of the prince's death, which is why he made Peng pretend to be a fool all these years. However, how could Peng, in his youthful vigor, possibly heed Xing's words? Sure enough, that night, Xinghe and Peng sat together at the dining table drinking. Ha, little girl, why don't you sit down and eat together? Peng's attention was entirely on Su Xianyue. It was clear he had really taken a liking to her. Su Xianyue looked at Xinghe, saw him nodding, and then sat down. However, she sat on the right side of Xinghe, while Xuebing sat on the left side of Xinghe. Xuebing happily ran over and sat down on Su Xianyue's right side. Come on, Xiao. Try this foie gras, it's really delicious. And this braised pork knuckle, this. Su Xianyue. You jerk. Huh? You. Crush my clothes. Just as Su Xianyue was about to curse, she suddenly remembered her current identity and hurriedly changed the subject. Oh hot, sorry. Huh? Didn't crush it? Forget it. Xuebing suddenly jolted awake, feeling something was off, but didn't think much about it. Su Xianyue looked at the avalanche, who was continuously serving himself food from her bowl, and turned to Xinghe, who was suppressing a laugh, with a confused expression. She sent him a silent message with her eyelids. You. Hurry up and say something to drive him away. Xue, this isn't bad. You can cultivate feelings with him, making it easier to trick him into taking poison. You. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and will end up slashing him with a sword before I even feed him medicine. Say something already. Xue, all right. Chapter 134. Chapter 133. Attention of Xing, Your Highness. Your Highness? Huh? Oh, what is it, brother? Xinghe looked at the avalanche, who had just returned from being starstruck, with a kind smile. Did you not say you were here to apologize to me? Why are you only teasing the little one? Huh? Cough. What do you mean, brother? What nonsense are you spouting? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Xianyue quickly poured medicine into the wine that Xue Lang was drinking, doing it cleanly and without being discovered. After chatting a bit with Xinghe, Xue Lang fell silent and continued to inquire about Su Xianyue's well-being. Your Highness, the fourth prince, I'll pour you some wine. Ah, thank you. Without a word, Xue Lang downed the wine in one go, achieving his goal and ready to slip away. Just then, the guard's voice suddenly sounded. Your Highness. At that moment, Xing pushed the door open and entered. What's all this commotion? You two brothers are having a meal and didn't invite me? As soon as Xing entered, his gaze fell on Su Xianyue among them. So this seductive vixen has captivated Xue Lang? Not that impressive. As a prince, his horizons were naturally broad. He had seen countless beauties and was unimpressed by Su Xianyue's current appearance. Why is the imperial uncle free to come and have a drink together? Little one, pour the wine. Xinghe originally didn't want to take action against Xing yet, but since he had come to him, he couldn't blame himself. Xing sat opposite them, looking at Xue Lang with a face full of reproach, making him awkwardly turn his head away. Su Xianyue poured him a drink, but he pushed it aside, clearly wary of Xinghe. If the royal uncle is not in the mood today, then let's have tea, Xinghe said, personally pouring him a cup of tea, but it was also pushed aside by him. I'm not thirsty, Xue Beilang. The Academy's committee has come to me. All your classes have been missed these past few days. Yet you still have a mood to eat, drink, and have fun here? Hurry up and come back with me. Saying this, he stood up and grabbed Xue Beilang, intending to leave. Hey, royal uncle, wait a minute, this. Xue Beilang wanted to say something, but Xing didn't give him the chance and directly pulled him away. Su Xianyue and Xinghe watched them leave, exchanging a malicious smile. He must have drunk it. I'm very sure, although I don't know how long it will take to take effect, but should be soon. Good. Xinghe stood up, showing a proud smile, while Su Xianyue held the bottle of poison wine, igniting a purple-black flame in her hand. The fourth soul skill, Holy Fallen Demon Flame, is a flame transformed from sacred fire, and it can be used even without the martial soul possession state or sword-holding state. The black flame quickly burned the bottle of poison wine, leaving no trace behind. Xinghe squinted at Su Xianyue's flame, but didn't say much. The avalanche could be said to be temporarily resolved, but now, it was time to deal with those old officials. Some ministers were troublesome. They might be away on business or might not support Shui Qinghe's ascension to the throne. Although some ministers had already been replaced by people from the Spirit Hall, there were still a few left. After a period of time, with many ministers dying, it would naturally cause a stir. This was also one of the reasons why Qian Renshua planned to act 5 years later. After all, it takes time to slowly erase and replace them. All right, time to go back. Wait, let's eat first. A few days later, a blonde girl was happily running, looking about 16 or 17. The direction she was running towards was Shui Qinghe's palace. Big brother, I'm back. At that moment, Shui Qinghe was sitting at the table eating, with Su Xianyue standing beside him. However, there were 2 sets of chopsticks on the table, clearly indicating that they were eating together. Although this was against the rules, no one cared about it since Shui Qinghe was the crown prince. However, they had noticed her as soon as she ran in. Kaiya, why do you have time to come back and see your brother today? Shui Qinghe smiled warmly, and Shueku unceremoniously jumped into his arms. The academy is on break, so I came back right away. I was the first to come find you. Shueku was also studying at the Royal Soul Master Academy, but due to age differences, she was not in the same academic system as Shui Bing, so their vacation times were different. The time off at the Soul Master Academy was originally short, and even less so during breaks, so their time together was very limited. Big brother, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Let me tell you. At the academy, Shueku straddled Shui Qinghe's lap. Facing him, their faces close enough to almost kiss. Shui Qinghe patiently chatted with her, and Su Xianyue couldn't help but reminisce about her own younger sister. Once this is settled, I'll go back to see her. After expressing her longing for Shui Qinghe, Shueku finally noticed Su Xianyue beside them. Big brother, why is there a girl in your room? Didn't you promise not to let any maids in? Shueku suddenly became agitated, and Shui Qinghe could only coax her helplessly. She's a refugee. I brought her back because I felt sorry for her. Let me tell you, I have to say, Shueku is easy to coax. Whether it's Shui Qinghe's big brother charm or her innocent nature, she was quickly left in a daze. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, so pitiful, little sister, just stay here well. If anyone bullies you, I'll let big brother help you out. Moved to tears, Shueku held Su Xianyue's hand, leaving her looking confused. Are all the people in the Tiando royal family this quirky? Su Xianyue couldn't help but ask such a question. Thank you for Princess Shueku's kindness. Su Xianyue was dealing with Shueku while giving Shui Qinghe a look to hurry up and get rid of this thing. Ha! Kur, let's go. It's rare for you to have a break. Let your royal brother take you out to play. Okay. Let's go. Shopping. At this moment, in the palace of Shuebing. Cough. Ugh. Shuebing was lying on the bed, looking confused and haggard, and was coughing continuously, almost coughing up his liver while also vomiting, coughing once, and then throwing up. Nephew, Imperial Physician, what on earth is this illness? Shui Xing helped Shuebing up, asking the Imperial Physician beside him. According to my humble diagnosis, it is. The Imperial Physician hesitated to speak, and Shui Xing, anxious, slapped him across the face. Speak quickly. It's lung accumulation. Lung disease, what? What did you say? Say it again. The Imperial Physician stammered, looking at the somewhat deranged Shui Xing. It's lung accumulation. You really dare to say it? Get out of here. Kicking the Imperial Physician away, he turned to look at Shuebing at a loss. Nephew, how could you suddenly get such a disease? Nephew, wait, your royal uncle will definitely find renowned doctors for you. I will definitely cure you, definitely. Shui Xing, childless, had long regarded Shuebing as his own flesh and blood, and now that Shuebing inexplicably contracted this illness, his mood. Sigh. Chapter 135. You look a lot like a friend of mine. Big brother, look, that. Shui Qinghe and Su Xianyue accompanied Shueku on the streets of Tiando City. Su Xianyue doesn't really enjoy shopping, but now she has no choice but to follow them around. With a blank expression, Su Xianyue silently trails behind them. At that moment, a carriage hurriedly passed by them, and the sound of hooves and wheels startled Shueku. What's with that? So annoying, right? Isn't that a carriage from the palace? Who's inside? Shueku recognized it. This was a carriage exclusive to the Tiando royal family, and only royal relatives could ride in it. They initially didn't want to get involved, as they quickly associated it with Shui Xing or Shui Bong, who were likely the only ones free to use that carriage right now. It must be that annoying person. Let's go, ignore them. Shueku tugged on Shui Qinghe's hand, while at that moment, Su Xianyue felt a pair of eyes on her from the carriage and instinctively turned to look. She saw a girl getting off the carriage, waving goodbye to the people inside. and then the carriage left. Ning Rongrong? Su Xianwei recognized the girl, and it was Ning Rongrong. Your Highness, Shueko, long time no see. Ning Rongrong greeted them, and they responded upon seeing her. Rongrong, why did you get off the carriage from the palace? Shueko asked as she jogged forward. Well, Prince Shuexing suddenly rushed to find my father for some reason, and I came along out of boredom, then I saw you guys. From Ning Rongrong's words, it could be inferred that Ning Fengji and others were in the carriage. However, while Shuexing hurriedly went to find Ning Fengji, they didn't know that Su Xianyue and Shuexing were already aware. Their medicine had taken effect. And, you look very familiar. What's your name? Ning Rongrong turned to Su Xianyue, who then bowed. Replying to Miss Ning, my name is Su Xiao. Su Xianyue didn't react much, remaining calm and composed, while Ning Rongrong looked at him. Although the more she looked, the more something seemed off. She couldn't pinpoint anything strange. It really seemed like purple hair, eyes, and also the surname Su. What is Su Xianyue to you? Su Xianyue was taken aback upon hearing this. Returning to Miss Ning, this servant does not know anyone named Su Xianyue. Shuexing had noticed that Ning Rongrong wanted to continue asking and quickly stepped forward to interrupt. Rongrong, Shueko rarely has a day off today. Why don't we go have a meal and do some shopping together? Sure, I just graduated not long ago, so I've been taking a break myself. Ning Rongrong and Shuexing were old acquaintances. In fact, if Shuexing had not been replaced by Qian Renxue, and if Ning Rongrong had not gone to Shrek, the probability of their political marriage would have been the highest. Rongrong, let me tell you about that silly fat guy from Minister Wang's family. During class, Shueko was chatting with Ning Rongrong about some interesting stories from the academy, but Ning Rongrong kept glancing back at Su Xianyue. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Shueko noticed something was off and waved her right hand in front of Ning Rongrong. Oh, I'm fine. So what happened? What did you do to him? What else could I do? If you were in the position of that toad, wanting to eat swan meat, what would you do? Shueko continued speaking, while Ning Rongrong kept stealing glances at Su Xianyue. The more I look, the more it seems like Ning Rongrong couldn't help but express her confusion. However, at this moment, aside from her face, Su Xianyue's expressions and demeanor were completely different, looking pitiful and vulnerable, unlike her usual calm demeanor. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong remained suspicious. Your name is Xiao, right? Do you have any other siblings at home? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned to the speaker, leaving herself in a state of confusion. Well, since I can remember, there have only been my parents and me at home. I have no other siblings. Inner thoughts, what is wrong? Did I reveal something? I hope not. You need to keep an eye on this. Su Xianyue turned her head to look at Shuexing and winked at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, a new tea house just opened up ahead. Let's go have a look. Shuexing dismissed Ning Rongrong, while Su Xianyue knew that Ning Rongrong had already begun to realize something. So she had to be careful. Ning Zongzhu, hurry, take a look at him. Ning Fengji was hurriedly pulled down from the carriage by Shuexing and walked towards the inner courtyard. Your Highness, don't worry. At this moment, Shuebong looked utterly unrecognizable. His face was pale, lips cracked, body sore and weak, and he was still coughing and vomiting incessantly. Can lung disease reach this point? There must be other illnesses as well. The moment Ning Fengji saw Shuebong, he could tell that Shuebong's condition was more complicated than it seemed. Indeed, the lungs, stomach, and intestines must be affected, along with many other assorted ailments, making it a living nightmare. The physician beside him didn't hold back either, and these words were new to Shuexing. What did you say? Repeat that. The physician obediently fell silent. Get lost, get lost. Shuexing kicked him again. Ning Fengji ignored them and began treating Shuebong. However, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was good for healing, it was less effective for treating diseases. With his condition being this severe, I fear I may be powerless. Nonetheless, Ning Fengji started using the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to treat him. Although he couldn't cure him, at least it could help him live a few more days. The treatment finished, and Shuebong's complexion slightly improved, but he was still coughing. I feel so uncomfortable. Shuebong finally had some strength to speak, voicing a thought he had held in for a long time. Your Highness Shuebong, please rest well. Ning Fengji advised, then took Shuexing outside, starting to remind him. If Your Highness Shuebong wants to eat something, just let him eat whatever. With so many ailments, perhaps only the gods can heal him. Indeed, the illnesses Shuebong had could be considered terminal. Even Tang San wouldn't be able to help. This. Upon hearing this, Shuexing almost choked. Fortunately, Ning Fengji had treated him a bit. Don't panic. Calm down. Has Your Highness Shuebong eaten anything unusual recently? Or has anyone suspicious been close to him? With so many diseases, it can't just happen naturally. Someone must have done something. It's obvious that with this many illnesses, it's not something a person could naturally contract. Anyone could think of that with just a toe. Once Xue Xing caught his breath, his first reaction was, Xue Qinghe, and that fox-like person beside him. It must be them. I'm going to settle the score with them right now. What? Wait, Your Highness. Don't stop me. Ning Fengji wanted to stop him, but Xue Xing seemed to have gone mad, completely ignoring Ning Fengji and leaving straight away. Ning Fengji watched his back, shaking his head in disbelief. How is this related to Qinghe? Wait, the fox-like person beside Qinghe? Ning Fengji seemed to discover a blind spot when he arrived. He had also seen Xue Qinghe when Ning Rongrong got off the carriage, but due to time constraints, he hadn't greeted him. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Xue Qinghe indeed had an unfamiliar face beside him. Wait, Your Highness, I'll go with you. Chapter 136. The collapse of Xue Xing. A wisp of smoke rose from the incense burner, fragrant and aromatic. Ugh, it's so boring here. The three sat on cushions, with Su Xianyue dutifully playing the role of a maid, pouring tea for them. Xue Ku rested her chin on her hand, bored, leaning on the table without any grace. Seeing her like this, Xue Qinghe took a sip of tea. Kur, you can't be like this. It seems I need to send you to Yuxian for some training soon. Huh, I don't want to. That place looks so dull. The siblings chatted idly, while Su Xianyue was pouring tea for Ning Rongrong. Once a cup of tea was ready, Ning Rongrong glanced back, and Su Xianyue froze, smiling gently, then quietly stepped aside. Could it be that I was overthinking? That poker face shouldn't smile like that. Su Xianyue, I can't hear you. Ning Rongrong's murmuring voice wasn't loud, but Su Xianyue could just make it out. However, he didn't react much. Ning Rongrong's demeanor naturally caught Xue Ku's attention. Rongrong, you've been distracted since just now. Are you feeling unwell? Huh, I'm fine. It's nothing. By the way, let's go buy some clothes. It seems like there are a lot of new styles out recently. Let's go. Hey, sure. It's so boring here. Xue Qinghe looked at them speechlessly since they had just sat down. How about we rest a bit more? No. X2 Ning Rongrong and Xue Ku said in unison, and then they forcibly dragged Xue Qinghe away. What the hell are these two doing? Confused, Su Xianyue could only follow silently. In a large shopping mall, various expensive clothes were dazzlingly displayed, and the two girls were chattering as they wandered around aimlessly. Do we really have to waste time with them? Su Xianyue silently asked Xue Qinghe, who also noticed that Ning Rongrong seemed to be paying a bit more attention to him. There was no way around it. After all, my image in Xue Ku's heart is that of a good big brother, so I'll just accompany them to the end. Xue Qinghe said helplessly yet somewhat arrogantly. But you didn't bring any guards. Aren't you afraid of trouble? It's understandable that Xue Qinghe never brought guards. But it was strange that Xue Ku and Ning Rongrong didn't bring any either. How do you know they didn't bring any? It's normal for Xue Ku not to have guards. After all, no one in Tiando City would dare to target the royal family. As for Ning Rongrong, look over there. Who are those two? Following the direction Xue Qinghe pointed, they indeed saw two strange women. No wonder. These matters weren't very important. So Su Xianyue didn't pay much attention to them, since they didn't plan to take action against Ning Rongrong and Xue Ku anyway. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly ran over and grabbed Su Xianyue's arm. Xiao, we picked out a dress for you too. Come over and try it on. Huh? The moment Ning Rongrong pulled him, it felt like she was trying to move a large rock, and he couldn't be shaken at all, further confirming his thoughts. Su Xianyue reacted in time and cooperated with her, but it was too late. She had already noticed. Come on, take a look at this. No, I won't wear it. Don't be shy. I can help you wear it. Ning Rongrong forcibly pulled Su Xianyue, wanting to change her clothes. When Xue Qinghe saw this, he knew it was a disaster waiting to happen. Rongrong, don't make things difficult for her. You bought her clothes, but she never had the chance to wear them. Xue Qinghe blocked Ning Rongrong, but she was relentless. It's fine. She can wear it when she has time. At worst, she can keep it as a collection. It didn't cost much anyway. Let's go. Really, I can't. Miss Nink. Just as Su Xianyue was planning to feign tears to escape, a furious shout came from a distance. Xue Qinghe. Xue Xing rushed toward them, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. He grabbed Xue Qinghe by the collar and questioned him. What did you give Xue Beng? He's seriously ill. Xue Qinghe looked at the already near collapse Xue Xing, somewhat surprised by his sudden appearance. But it was also expected, so his expression remained calm. Your Highness, calm down. What exactly happened? What's wrong with Xue Beng? Ning Rongrong and Xue Ku were startled by Xue Xing's sudden outburst. Your Highness, what happened? At this moment, Xue Xing was comforted by Xue Ku and the arriving Ning Fengji, releasing Xue Qinghe. What happened? You ask him. Xue Beng is your own brother. You would go so far as to harm him for the throne. Do you plan to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to you? Xuexing shouted at Xuexinghe, and the nearby people all stopped to watch, but they were dispersed by the arriving soldiers. Xuexinghe realized that the effects of the medicine had kicked in. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his expression was very uncomfortable. What happened to Xuebong? Your Highness must know. Xuexinghe pretended to be clueless, frowning as if he were also affected by Xuexing's emotions. How can you still ask? He is gravely ill. His life is in danger. It's all your fault. It must be you. Saying this, he attempted to grab Xuexinghe by the neck, but was stopped by the soldiers. Now he could only pound the ground in helpless rage, completely losing the dignity of a prince. Xuexing had already mentally collapsed. The image of Xuebong barely clinging to life was etched in his mind, tormenting him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly and sighed. Xinghe, let's go back to the palace first. We can talk slowly on the way. At Xuebong's sickbed, it was crowded with people. Why are you only telling me now? Shui glared at Xuexing, seeing Xuebong's condition, which ignited Xuexing's anger. Why? Have you ever cared about your son? Every time he happily came to find you, you scolded him mercilessly. You only think about your precious eldest son. I bet even if Xuebong died, you wouldn't care. Xuexing's words were extremely insulting, but Shui said nothing because it was indeed the truth. He hadn't cared much for Xuebong. Turning to look at Xuebong, who was struggling to breathe, his eyes dimmed. Your Highness, please calm down. Xuebong needs rest. Ning Fengji, acting as a peacemaker, advised Xuexing, and at that moment, Xuebong was also awakened by the noise. Your Highness, cough, cough. Nephew, upon hearing Xuebong's voice, Xuexing hurriedly ran over to hold his hand, speaking to him. Meanwhile, the others were chatting. Your brother is infatuated with Xiao Xiao. Why not let her take care of him for a while? Mood greatly impacts health. Xuexinghe wanted Su Xianhua to stay and care for Xuebong, and the purpose need not be elaborated. No, I don't agree. Xuexing jumped up and shouted, but Xuebong's hopeful gaze could not be hidden. Your Highness. Xuebong wanted to plead, but Xuexing refused to agree no matter what. Helpless, he could only place his hopes on Xuexinghe and Shui. Your Highness need not worry. Although Xiao Xiao just entered the palace recently, she comes from a farming family, so you can trust her. Besides, doesn't your brother seem to be looking forward to it? In the end, after Xuexinghe's persistent persuasion and Xuebong's eagerness to take risks, the matter was settled. Wait a few more days to act. Otherwise, it might raise suspicion. Xuexinghe reminded Su Xianhua a few times before leaving with the others. Chapter 137. You can rest assured. Your Highness, the fourth prince, please rest well. After everyone left, Su Xianhua softly spoke to Xuebong, a gentle smile melting his heart. Xuebong, who had been tormented by illness and sleepless nights, finally fell asleep with the person he admired beside him, feeling at ease. After confirming that Xuebong was asleep, Su Xianhua's expression returned to normal. Damn it. I had to wait a few more days to act. How frustrating. Xuexinghe's purpose in keeping him by Xuebong's side was clear. It was to deliver the final blow. Although Xuebong wouldn't live long in his current state, with Ning Fengji and a bunch of things keeping him alive, it was better to keep him around as it could lead to complications. After all, Xuexinghe had enough manpower, so why not use it? Now, Su Xianhua was considering how to get through these few days. Otherwise, serving Xuebong would be unbearable for her. Wait, I have an idea. Sleeping pills. How could Su Xianhua not have such a good thing? She could just add sleeping pills to Xuebong's calming soup every day. Since she would be giving him calming medicine anyway, which contains sleeping pill ingredients, adding a bit more wouldn't attract anyone's attention. During these days, Xuexinghe was also plotting something. The plan has moved up. Xuexing is too busy to pay attention to me, so I can act now. Kneeling before Xuexinghe was a man in armor, none other than Shilong. Your Highness, the blood stabbing has also been completed smoothly. Good, then we can act freely. The blood stabbing had been secretly eliminating some officials, using whatever means necessary, framing and assassinating, and then finding ways to replace them with people from the Martial Soul Hall. For those that were particularly difficult to deal with, once a certain number remained, they would be dealt with in one go, as keeping them was useless anyway. On Shui's side, they had been using a slow-acting poison that gradually eroded his body, and now they could act freely. First, we need to find a way to secure the throne. That guy Xuexing has been slandering me in the court, causing Shui to delay the succession. Let's see if he still has that intention. Xuexing and a group of ministers in the court have always maintained an opposing stance towards Xuexinghe. With a new official taking office, especially an emperor, there are always those who make wrong decisions for their own interests. This group of ministers, under Xue Xing's leadership, has also caused trouble, which is one of the reasons why Xue Qinghe has yet to ascend to the throne. Even though Xue Yi values Xue Qinghe and dislikes Xue Xing, he still has to consider those ministers. Being an emperor is difficult, so he must wait for Xue Qinghe to accomplish something that can convince them. Moreover, Qianren Xue had originally been slow to act under Bibidong's orders, as Bibidong did not want her to return early, but now things are different. She needs to speed up her actions. Xue Yi, it's time to say goodbye to your throne. With Xue Beng critically ill and Xue Xing in poor mental condition, the only troublesome matter left is the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. However, if Xue Yi accidentally dies, then it must be Xue Qinghe who takes the throne. After a few hurried days, time passed quickly. Su Xianyue sat in a chair, looking at Xue Bing, who had been lying in bed for several days and was almost bored to death. For the past few days, Su Xianyue had been giving Xue Bing sleeping pills. Apart from Ning Fengji occasionally coming to provide treatment, it was just Xue Xing coming to nag. However, when they came, Xue Bing was still asleep, and seeing that he was still breathing, they didn't say much. There were also others who took turns watching over him. It was impossible for him to go without food and drink while taking care of someone. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. It was about time. After taking care of him for several days, it was time to end it. Su Xianyue slowly walked towards Avalanche, her right hand gripping his neck. Avalanche, already severely ill, was prone to accidents with even the slightest stimulation, let alone being squeezed by the trachea and blood vessels. Su Xianyue didn't exert much force. After all, he was like a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished with a single breath. The struggling Avalanche was immediately awakened. Initially confused, he showed a look of terror upon seeing Su Xianyue gripping his neck. "Oh, you're awake? Well, let's just consider this a way for you to die understandingly. Rest easy, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, he." Su Xianyue smiled, revealing a cruel and chilling smile, her originally soft voice turning cold and eerie. What kind of smile is this? It's indescribable, the corners of her mouth twisted up, her vacant eyes filled with indifference, a disregard for life. A beautiful yet morbid smile that caused his heart to plummet to freezing point. He couldn't understand, even in death, why the gentle and lovely Su Xiaoxiao in his eyes had transformed into this. He wanted to scream, to struggle, but he was utterly powerless, already gravely ill. He couldn't handle the shock of the one he adored wanting to kill him. In that moment of agitation, he suddenly lost consciousness. No breath? Could it be a false death? Su Xianyue gently pinched the trachea for a while, but his soul didn't come out, which meant he wasn't dead yet. Then he began to think about how to deliver the finishing blow without leaving any traces. However, the only way to do that was to strangle him. After pinching his trachea for a long time, he finally saw the soul rising from his head, confirming that he was truly dead. Just now, it was really a false death. Fortunately, cough cough, Su Xianyue began to rub her face to adjust her state. Like this? Yes, just like this. Tears. All right, perfect to him. Oh no, Prince Avalanche has lost his breath. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The news of Avalanche's death spread quickly, and the palace was instantly in an uproar. "Nephew. My nephew." When Xue Xing heard this, he couldn't believe it, and after seeing the corpse with his own eyes, he fainted on the spot. At this moment, Xue stood in front of Avalanche, turning his head away, not daring to look. "Have I done something that provokes heaven's wrath and people's resentment? 3 sons have died." Xue also began to sigh. "Father, don't be too sad. You still have me." Zwiking hurried forward to comfort him, but Xue waved his hand, shook his head, and said nothing more. "Let us bury him properly, and if Avalanche was indeed poisoned, we must investigate thoroughly." "Yes, I will, father." Su Xianyue stood behind Xue Qinghe. Although no one would pay attention to an ordinary maid, one couldn't help but start to have doubts. Xue Yi instructed his subordinates with a word, keep a close watch on her and investigate her background thoroughly. Understood. But the result was predictable, of course. Nothing could be found out. Su Xianyue hadn't mentioned where the village where he suffered was, and if they pressed her directly, it would just alert the snake. When leaving, a smile spread across Xue Qinghe's lips. Xue Lang was dead, and Xue Xing had to find an opportunity to resolve the issue. Otherwise, the subsequent actions would be hindered. The same medicine could no longer be used. Although this drug was colorless and tasteless with strong effects, unless someone like Xue Lang was caught off guard by beauty and took it, others would notice the anomaly and expel it before the effects took place. It was a bit of a dilemma, and since it had already been used once, using it a second time would raise suspicions. Chapter 138. The Change of Tiando Palace Nephew. My nephew. Ever since Shuelang was gone, Shuexing had become like this. He wept all day long, bedridden, and his already slightly emaciated body had become even thinner. Your Highness, don't be sad. Life must go on. His subordinates wanted to comfort him, but there were only these few words, which were of no use. My nephew is gone. What hope is there in this life? Shuexing, huh? You want to have a good end? You can't blame me for being unkind. Shuexing had always harbored doubts about Shuexing, huh? Although the facts were indeed so, he had no evidence, and Shui did not believe him. So he had never had the opportunity to take action. I will drag him down with me, even if I die. Anger filled Shuexing's eyes, and a spirit of defiance against death surged forth. Xiao, pour the tea. Shuexing has sat leisurely in a reclining chair, reading a book and drinking tea, with Su Xianyue, who was grinning, fanning him beside him. No, there is no one nearby. Why should I still listen to you? I'm done. Su Xianyue suddenly threw the fan in his hand onto the ground. Shuexing scoffed, but ignored him, continuing to drink tea and read. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue lazily pulled over a chair and sat down to bask in the sun. I said, when will this end? Shuebing is dead, and you poisoned Shuye too. It should be soon, right? Soon. There are a few important matters to handle. It will be fine in a few days, slurp. Shuexing took a sip of tea and suddenly felt a gaze coming from the shadows. He signaled to Su Xianyue with his eyes, and Su Xianyue nodded in agreement. Don't alarm the snake in the grass. Let's see what his purpose is first. From the shadows, a person dressed like an armored guard stepped out. Your Highness, I have important matters to report. Oh, speak. From the moment the guard stepped out, something fell off. The eyes beneath the helmet seemed to have the expression of a predator locking onto its prey. This matter is significant, and fearing that there are ears on the wall, I will speak to you quietly. The guard slowly leaned closer. Suddenly, a dagger glinting coldly shot out from his right sleeve, aiming straight at Shuexing. Got him. What? Just as the sharp, cold light of the dagger was about to pierce Shuexing's throat, a slender hand caught him. Oh no! Bang! The guard felt a tremendous force strike his head, and everything went black as his consciousness gradually faded. He struggled to open his eyes, but it was futile before losing consciousness. He saw Shuexing in a delicate maid standing in front of him. This person is by Shuexing's side. I've seen him before. It seems Shuexing is also starting to resort to desperate measures. You should go directly for the assassination. The time has come. All right, wait. Why should I go? You're the only one free right now. Shilong and the others have other matters to attend to. Knock, knock, knock. Come. A series of knocks sounded, and Shuexing sat in the chair, holding his head, looking haggard. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has important matters for me to report. What's wrong with you? Aren't you? Never mind. Just hurry and say what you need to. Su Xianyue walked in, and Shuexing looked him up and down. This matter is very important, and fearing that there are ears on the other side of the wall, let me whisper it to you. Su Xianyue slowly walked towards him, while Shuexing looked on with a face full of vigilance. Stop. Don't come over to stand there and talk. No way. Su Xianyue suddenly grinned, one hand directly grasping Shuexing's neck, lifting her up with immense strength, leaving Shuexing with no strength to resist. I originally wanted you to die quietly, but who knew you were so eager to seek death? Just die. After saying that, she applied pressure with her fingers, directly crushing Shuexing's spine and throat. Perfect, time to go. Su Xianyue jumped directly out of the window, while Shuexing, who hadn't even had time to activate his martial soul, had his neck crushed, let alone summon the guards outside. Once Shuexing was dead, the news would quickly spread and reach Shuiye's ears, but it was too late. Shuiye was already poisoned and unconscious. Lord Douluo, how is His Majesty? It's very critical, but don't worry. I can use my green-scaled Snake Emperor's poison to neutralize this poison. Shuexing asked Douluo anxiously, while at that moment, Douluo was also using all his soul power to remove the poison from Shuiye. Focused intently, Douluo concentrated all his attention on detoxifying, when suddenly, a purple-black sword pierced through his heart from behind. Poof! What? Douluo looked at Shuexing in disbelief, while he gazed back at Douluo with indifference. I'm sorry, but we can't let you save Shuiye. Douluo couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Shuexing, then turned his head to see Su Xianyue behind him with a sword, his face filled with astonishment. Then why are you stabbing me? Stab him. Su Xianyue turned the sword and open a hole in his chest. Nonsense. Who told you to meddle? Just go in peace. Douluo fell to the ground with a thud, blood pouring out of his chest continuously. Wait, no smoke? He's not dead yet? Let's add a bit more. Susi determines whether a person is alive or dead by checking if they are smoking. Douluo isn't smoking. What the hell? They've come back to life. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. At the moment when Susi swung down her sword, Douluo suddenly erupted. Humph. This old man won't die so easily. You all will accompany me to the grave. He was about to self-destruct. Quickly stop him. The heavily injured Douluo wanted to ignite his inner core and perish with him. Moreover, once he successfully self-destructed, the entire Heavendo city would know that something happened in the palace. Leave it to us. Take this. Shilong suddenly lunged out, directly launching an attack. Poor Douluo. Before he could react, he was completely done for. Seeing the wisps of ethereal white smoke rising from Douluo's head, Susi revealed a greedy expression and stepped forward to absorb it into her body. Burn it quickly. Qianrenxue frowned at Douluo's corpse, and Susi wasted no time in lighting it on fire. At this moment, a group of soldiers rushed in a panic, drawn by the unusual noise. Assassins. Give me. Before the leading soldier could finish his sentence, he was backstabbed by someone behind him. The remaining soldiers also began to take out those around them, leaving only those arranged by the martial soul temple. Your Highness the Saint, please give your orders. The remaining soldiers knelt down, while Qianrenxue stood proudly above them. Spread the news that Shui Yi passed away due to illness. Yes. Qianrenxue turned to look at Douluo's corpse being burned by Su Xinyue's black flames, then glanced at Shui Yi on the sickbed. From this moment on, the Heavendo Empire would be mine. The news of Shui Yi's death spread like a virus, quickly sweeping through the entire Heavendo city. On this day, the whole city seemed to be shrouded in darkness, with all the citizens mourning for their wise emperor. Among them, the reaction was the strongest from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Shui Yi has passed away? So suddenly? Is the news reliable? The message from the Crown Prince should be true. Ning Fengji fell into deep thought after hearing the report from his subordinate. He felt something was off. Forget it. Let's prepare for the funeral and the coronation of Qinghe. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Ning Fengji felt there was something fishy about it, but these matters were not as important to him as his disciple's coronation. After all, if his disciple became emperor, he would be happy. Chapter 139. You're Su Xianyue, right? This day was Shui Yi's funeral. At the same time, the corpse of Shui Xing was discovered, but it was suppressed by Shui Qinghe, and no outsiders knew about it. At this moment, members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also came to attend the funeral, with Ning Rongrong as the successor of the sect leader, accompanying Ning Fengji. In the bustling square, which was the site for the coronation and funerals of past emperors, all the assassins bowed their heads in mourning. Ning Fengji presided over the funeral in his capacity as the Crown Prince's teacher, delivering eulogies from the high platform. Shui Qinghe stood behind him, while Su Xianyue remained at the back of the platform, not showing herself, as it was not appropriate for her, as a maid, to go up in such a setting. Finally, after the funeral ended, Shui Qinghe slowly descended the platform with Ning Fengji. Qinghe, don't be too sad. The future of the Heavendo Empire will depend on you. I will be a wise ruler like father. Don't worry, teacher. Ning Fengji comforted the weary-looking Shui Qinghe. And at that moment, Ning Rongrong came running over. Daddy, can we go home now? Rongrong, it's fine now. You can go back first. After getting permission, Ning Rongrong was about to leave when she saw Su Xianyue following behind Shui Qinghe. Daddy, Crown Prince, can I go play with Xiao Xiao? Huh? The three of them simultaneously voiced their confusion, especially Su Xianyue, who couldn't understand why Ning Rongrong was so attached to her. This actually isn't very good. Please, Daddy, don't you think she looks a lot like Su Xianyue? Maybe they have some connection. Ning Rongrong whispered in Ning Fengji's ear, and this statement awakened Ning Fengji. Qinghe, what do you think? Ning Fengji turned to ask Shui Qinghe, who naturally disagreed. Sorry, Rongrong. Xiao Xiao has other matters to attend to and might not have time to play with you. Shui Qinghe offered this consolation, but Ning Rongrong was persistent. No, just treat it as giving Xiao Xiao a break. It's fine. No. Miss Ning, the maid, really. Go, I'll talk to you later. Su Xianyue. Shui Qinghe continues to dodge. Well, Shui Ku is still sad. We need to go comfort her. Let us go. Just right. Let us call Shui Ku to go out and relax together. We three will go. Everyone. Woo-woo. On the way. The tearful Shui Ku is pulled out by Ning Rongrong to cheer her up, while Su Xianyue is forced to follow behind them. Shueka doesn't need to be sad anymore. Let us not think about the sad things for now. Ningrong comforts kueke. While Su Xianyue is suppressing the impulse to kill them with a sword as he follows behind. Damn it. Why am I following them? Shui Yi is dead. I should be able to go back now. Helpless, speechless, and with no other choice, Su Xianyue curses them in his mind. Although he came to the Tiandou Imperial Palace because Bibi Dong didn't want him to be idle, now that Shui Yi is resolved, he is of no use here. He could just finish some follow-up work and go back. Who would have thought that suddenly Ning Rongrong would want to drag him shopping? Wasting time. After a lot of effort, Ning Rongrong finally calms Shueka down and turns to Su Xianyue. Xiao, don't be so shy. Just think of it as shopping with a normal friend. Let us chat. Ha 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 ha. Su Xianyue smiles awkwardly yet elegantly. In the shadows, two figures are lurking. Feng Ji, is that the girl? Exactly, Gu Shu, that girl is indeed strange, and her face is a bit odd. But I can't sense anything unusual. Do you feel the same? Indeed. I feel a faint fluctuation of spiritual power, but it also feels like an illusion. Very strange. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong quietly followed them out after finishing their speech of mourning. Should I go and test her? Let us wait. Let us wait until Rong and the others go further away. From a distance, Su Xianyue suddenly sensed something was off, frowning and suddenly looking back. But he didn't find anything unusual. Not thinking much about it, he continued walking. But as he walked, he felt increasingly uneasy. Why do I always feel like someone is watching me? Wait a minute. Killing intent. A faint and elusive killing intent came from behind, but he couldn't determine the direction. Who could it be? Su Xianyue couldn't determine who was releasing the killing intent towards him, but he instinctively felt on guard. Xiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Xianyue suddenly turned to look at her, and that vigilant gaze didn't recover in time. I'm fine. Let's continue on. Su Xianyue walked to the front, while Ning Rongrong was startled and didn't react in time. That gaze just now was exactly the same. Su Xianyue quickened his pace. He just wanted to leave this place and avoid trouble, especially since his identity was special now. Princess Shuika, Miss Ning, we need to leave quickly. It's dangerous here. Before they could express much doubt, Su Xianyue directly took their hands and walked away. Su Xianyue's sudden action caught them off guard. Hey, slow down, what's going on? There's no time to explain. Let's hurry. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In a state of confusion, Shueku and Ning Rongrong were pulled by Su Xianyue to a crowded place. He didn't necessarily have to ensure their safety, but at least he didn't want to be dragged down by them. After all, if anything happened to them, he'd definitely be investigated. It was still uncertain whether their target was me or them. This is troublesome. Oh, what a coincidence, you guys are here too. Just as Su Xianyue was feeling troubled, he heard Ning Fengji's voice behind him. Dad, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be handling those matters? Ning Rongrong ran over to chat, but at that moment, Su Xianyue noticed the source of the killing intent. The tall, emaciated old man behind Ning Fengji was staring intently at him. Beside Ning Fengji was Gu Rong. Su Xianyue confirmed his identity, said nothing more, and quietly bowed his head to step back and perform a salute. Rongrong, your father has urgent matters to discuss with this little girl. You and Princess Shueka can play slowly. Little girl, could you please come with me for a moment? Why are you suddenly looking for her? I haven't. Forget it. Ning Rongrong tilted her head and looked back at Su Xianyue. At this moment, Su Xianyue felt a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. His intuition told him that Ning Fengji was looking for him, and it was definitely not for anything good. He probably already began to suspect his disguise. There was no way out. He could only obediently follow them away. If he tried to escape, it would be like admitting guilt. Just like that, there was no chance to check on Su Xianyue as Ning Rongrong watched him leave. You are Su Xianyue, right? Sure enough, Ning Fengji and the others had already started to suspect him. The Ning sect masteress maid really doesn't know Su Xianyue. Why do you all think I am him? If it's just based on looks and hair, it can't prove anything. There are plenty of people with those traits in Douluo continent, and Su Xianyue's personality is completely different from before. I don't know how they figured it out. Did I give them psychological trauma? Do they get angry when they see purple hair? That shouldn't be the case, damn. It's a pity I can't disguise my hair. Dyeing it would be too obvious, and that would make it easier to be suspected. Plus, other disguising methods are too easy to expose, so I might as well stick to my original appearance, especially as a maid. Not many people would pay attention. Chapter 140. 139 Ning teaches me to burn the world. It's quite pitiful to act like this, so did you feel something just now? Which is why you pulled them away. Gu Rong had a bad impression of Su Xianyue, so his tone towards Su Xiaoxiao wasn't very good either. that I just now suddenly felt a bit scared. So I wanted to pull them away quickly. I don't even know why. Su Xianyue shrank back a bit and turned her head away, looking as if she was too scared to look at Gu Rong. Seeing her like this, Gu Rong's heart softened a little, and he even began to doubt whether they had really mistaken the person. Hey, Ning Fengji, is this really the one called Su Xianyue? She looks completely different. Gu Rong transmitted a message to Ning Fengji, who glanced back at Su Xianyue. It really is her. Relying solely on her hair and surname is indeed a bit forced. By the way, why don't you try her out? But be gentle. We're still not sure. Just as Ning Fengji finished transmitting to Gu Rong suddenly lunged forward and grabbed at Su Xianyue's neck. She was startled and instinctively wanted to resist, but fortunately, she reacted in time and did not fight back. Ning Fengji let out a soft hey, prompting Gu Rong to let her go. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to swat a fly, my bad. Gu Rong quickly apologized, while Su Xianyue widened her eyes, looking dazed, as if she had been scared silly. It seems they really made a mistake. Let's send her back. And they didn't notice that the corners of Su Xianyue's mouth slightly curled up. Su Xianyue guessed correctly. They were testing him. After all, they wouldn't really kill innocents indiscriminately. Even if they wanted to kill him, they couldn't just finish him off in an instant. Gu Rong was not Shen Xian. If he really wanted to kill him, he would have to release his soul power. Relying solely on physical strength wasn't enough. Intuition told Su Xianyue that there was danger. But it wasn't very serious, which is why he felt this way. Well, he hadn't revealed anything, which was good. But I need to leave quickly. There are definitely more than these two who suspect me. Originally, Su Xianyue planned to leave before anyone suspected him, but he didn't expect this pile of troublesome matters. Fortunately, his acting skills were up to par, and Ning Fengji didn't seem to notice anything unusual. All right, I've helped you secure the throne. I should leave now. Ning Fengji and the others have already started to suspect me. Su Xianyue lay on a lounge chair, speaking to Xue Qinghe, who was standing by the window in a state of melancholy. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe slowly said, "If you leave now, won't it raise more suspicion? The sudden death on the snowy night has led the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to suspect that you might be involved. After all, you just arrived not long ago. You need to deal with them first. That's simple. I could just go back and have my teacher send someone to take care of them," Su Xianyue said jokingly. Hearing this seemingly playful remark, Xue Qinghe didn't say much more. It's not that simple. All right, just stay here with me honestly. With me around, they won't make things too difficult for you. Su Xianyue pouted and didn't say much. Xue Qinghe looked out the window at the chirping birds and the gentle breeze, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. It won't be long before I can go back, but what will I go back to? Sigh. Qian Ruxue suddenly felt lost. She had basically never had a complete childhood. Sent to the palace at 11, she had been here for over 15 years. Although there were no feelings involved, the thought of leaving this place suddenly made her feel melancholic. Then, she turned to look at Su Xianyue. I can handle things with Ning Fengji, but there's one more thing I need you to do. Huh? There's more? Shuaiku, don't be sad. It's a pity that I can't continue to play with you. Dad called me back. Rong goodbye. Ning Rong and Xue didn't return until evening. And Ning Rong had been reminded by Ning Fengji that she must return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School before dark. Xue returned to her room, sitting on the bed in sorrow, wanting to cry, but holding it back. Just then, she noticed someone standing beside her. You? What are you doing here? Su Xianyue stood by her bed, and perhaps due to overwhelming sadness, Xue only then noticed her. The crown prince was afraid you were too heartbroken, so he sent a servant to keep you company. Princess, please have your meal. The table was set with delicious food, and Xue, having not eaten all day due to her sorrow, felt a bit of appetite at that moment. I sighed. Sitting at the dining table, Xue absent-mindedly stuffed food into her mouth. Is my royal brother very busy? He hasn't come to accompany me. The crown prince has many matters to attend to and cannot be spared at the moment. He specifically sent a servant to check on you. Does the princess have any commands for the servant? None. I'm full now. I need to rest. Just as Xue was getting up to walk toward the bed, Su Xianyue suddenly spoke. People cannot be brought back to life. Princess, please take care. Do I need you to say that? Xue turned back and snapped, but suddenly, she felt that something was off. You. Princess, there's no need to be too sad. The servant will now send you to accompany him. With a flash, a straight beam of purple light passed by, and at that moment, Xue wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. She wanted to run, but her body wouldn't obey. It wasn't until her vision spun and she fell downward, seeing her own body, that she realized her head had been severed. Su Xianyue swung her sword and sheathed it, then snapped her fingers with her right hand. Shueke's decapitated body was suddenly enveloped in purple flames. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Watching the body gradually being consumed and disappearing in the purple flames, Su Xianyue clapped her hands. Task completed, time to leave. Completed? Yes. It was a quick in for her, right? Very quick. She didn't even have time to react. Is it all cleaned up? Not a trace left, very clean. Xue Qinghe was still standing by the window, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with sorrow. You and her must have had a good relationship, right? Why? Su Xianyue couldn't understand. Xueku and Qianrenxue had a good relationship, and it wasn't an act. Why? Just because she had a good relationship with her, rather than letting her know the truth later and hate me. It's better to give her a quick in now. It's good for both of us. Oh, I see. If Xueku stays, she will eventually realize the truth. After all, future actions will be quite blatant. So rather than having her confront Qianrenxue, asking why she killed my whole family, it's better to take action now and get it over with. All right then, I've also confirmed the date of my ascension, in 7 days. You should hurry and leave to avoid prolonged dreams. In these few days, I will publicly announce that I let you take Xueku out for a trip to relax. When you return, inform the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to handle things as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Sigh. I actually wanted you to stay with me a bit longer. Qianrenxue murmured, watching Su Xianyue's departing figure with reluctance in her eyes. Suddenly, Su Xianyue turned around sharply. Wait, can I stay a little longer? Qianrenxue was stunned, feeling a warm sensation rise in her heart for some reason. Sure, that's good. There's a banquet tonight, and I heard the food is great. Qianrenxue suddenly stopped feeling moved. You stayed just to eat at the banquet. And so, over the course of 12 days, Su Xianyue assisted Qianrenxue in wiping out the Tiando royal family, successfully seizing the Tiando Empire. However, the most troublesome part was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect that supported the Tiando Empire. They would definitely investigate the deaths of the Tiando royal family. But there was no need to worry. Once this side was resolved, it wouldn't be long before taking down these 2 major sections. Chapter 141. Finally back. The carriage ride was unbearable. Riding on the imperial sky was much more comfortable. After a long journey, Su Xianyue returned to the spirit hall. In the main hall, Bibi Dong sat high on the throne, looking down at Su Xianyue, a slight smile on her lips. Very well, then it's time to take action. Xianyue, you will lead the soul beast to deal with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Are you confident? Huh? Mia Gang. Teacher, I just got back. Can I rest for 2 days first? Bibi Dong. Fine. It's just in time to wait for the Tiando Ascension Ceremony to finish. I'll give you 5 days to rest. By the way, during that time, try to persuade the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to surrender. If it really doesn't work, then we can take action. Understood. Huh? Persuade to surrender? Shouldn't we just annihilate them directly? Forget it. Su Xianyue was puzzled as to why Bibi Dong asked her to persuade the enemy to surrender. However, upon further thought, since the Heavendo Empire had successfully taken control and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had lost its backing, and with Su Xianyue having several fierce beasts under her command, their combat power was completely overwhelming. Persuading them to surrender was indeed hopeful. Sigh, in the original story, if it weren't for that Tang San, who knows if Qianrenxue would have taken the Heavendo Empire, and she probably would have persuaded the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to surrender too. After all, if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was truly wiped out, it would be a significant loss. Without realizing it, I have changed so many things already. But that Tang San seems to have become even more powerful. I really should find a way to deal with this. Thinking about the changes, Su Xianyue had to be wary of Tang San. No, I have resolved the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Wouldn't Tang San's Tang Sect? Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, that guy's hard to kill. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a major client of Tang's sect, and the only other forces on the continent that can afford hidden weapons are the Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is dealt with, Tang San's Tang Sect can't grow at all. Oh, now I understand how Tang San's Tang Sect came to be. He was profiting from war? Huh. Brothers, I'm back. Hey, what's wrong with you? In the tavern they often visited, Yin and the others were having a meal, as usual, but now they looked at Su Xianyue with eyes that seemed to be barely holding back laughter. Oh, Su Xianyue, you're done. We were just thinking about something. It's just, They began to tell Su Xianyue about what had happened in the past few days. What? Someone broke my record of eating 16 bowls of supersized ramen in 1 incense stick. Who is it? No way, someone. Up there. I'm going to reclaim my title. How many bowls did that person eat? 21 bowls. Get someone, bring up 22 bowls. Seems like we're getting a bit sidetracked. At this moment, in a large, dark, but not damp cave, several voices could be heard. Emperor Tian, he has returned. Should we go? Su Xianwei, Su Xianwei, Su Xianwei. In the tavern, the guests inside were calling out Su Xianyue's name. These were all staff or relatives of the Spear Hall, residents of Spirit City, and they were all enthusiastically cheering. Among them, Su Xianyue was holding a bowl as big as a wash basin, eating noodles heartily, with a small mountain of large bowls stacked beside her. Su Xianyue, pay attention. Time is almost up. There's one last bowl left. The last bite. Who else is there? Su Xianyue stood on the table cheering, her mouth stuffed with the last bite of noodles, although her stomach showed no signs of movement. A tall figure walked in from outside, looking around in confusion, and eventually, his gaze landed on Su Xianyue, who was standing on the table receiving applause from the crowd. Su Xianyue, I need to talk to you about something. Huh? How could I forget about him? Why are you reminding me now? Su Xianyue and Emperor Tian were walking on the road, and while Emperor Tian seemed as steady as an old dog, he was actually feeling quite awkward inside. Should I tell you that I also forgot? Actually, it was just that Bear June was still standing on his head, and he had been in that position for 36 chapters. After a while, they arrived at an open area where Bear June's plump backside was facing the sky. However, from the strong snoring and the puddle of drool coming from Bear June, it seemed he was quite comfortable. Ahem, time to recover. No need to stand on your head anymore. With a loud crash, Bear June's massive body fell down, creating a wave of air. After being startled awake, he shook his bare head and opened his eyes to look at Su Xianyue and the humanoid Emperor Tian. He appeared still half asleep and confused, but after a long moment, he finally understood his current situation. I finally recovered. Ha. You, if you don't look at me, I'll tear you apart. Get down. Suddenly, Bear June felt his body unexpectedly sink down, and he found himself pressed against the ground, unable to move. This guy was not very obedient. Perhaps it would be better to let him stay in that position. Su Xianyue pointed at Xiong and spoke to Tian, who crossed his arms with a helpless expression. Hand him over to me. I will discipline him well. You, transform into human form. Xiong's eyes widened in anger, wanting to bite Su Xianyue, but it was no use. His mouth couldn't open at all. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and follow me. Tian glared at him, and with that glare, Xiong obediently transformed into human form, becoming a clumsy-looking strong man, although he was still lying on the ground. Discipline him well, otherwise, it's a headache for me too. By the way, in a few days, there's something I need all 6 of you to accompany me on a trip. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Tian left with Xiong, who turned back with a disdainful snort. Hey, lie down. Boom. Xiong made intimate contact with the ground again. A few days later, the funeral on the snowy night concluded, and the coronation ceremony of Shui Qinghe officially began. Qinghe, congratulations. Ning Fengji patted Shui Qinghe's shoulder with a sense of comfort. So I don't know whether to be sad or upset right now. Everything is too sudden. Dressed in a magnificent and majestic long robe, Shui Qinghe wore a worried expression, shaking his head with a sigh. It is indeed too sudden. Many things are strange, but the urgent matter is to complete the coronation ceremony first. Let's go. Shui Qinghe nodded, and the two walked together to the high platform. However, at this moment, it was not a heavy funeral atmosphere that prevailed, but a ceremony. The ground was crowded with people, filled with imperial officials and representatives from various major factions come to congratulate Ning Fengji, in his capacity as the Crown Prince's teacher. Crowned him, while Saruth was responsible for presiding over the event, reading out the trivial details as a background. Under Saruth's hosting, Shui Qinghe completed those trivial rituals, and soon it reached the most crucial moment. From now on, you are the emperor. Congratulations. Ning Fengji stood on a higher step, slowly placing the heavy crown on Shui Qinghe's head, and also handed him the golden scepter. As Shui Qinghe received the scepter and crown, he couldn't help but smile. Qinghe will be a good emperor, teacher. Hearing Shui Qinghe's confident voice, Ning Fengji smiled as well. However, he did not know what Shui Qinghe's smile signified. This continent was about to undergo a change. Chapter 142. You are surrounded. The new emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, successfully ascended to the throne. After everything was completed, Ning Fengji and others returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although many things were filled with doubts, no one noticed anything unusual, and naturally, no one paid much attention to it. The most suspicious maid, Su Xiaoxiao, was said to be arranged by Xue Qinghe to travel with Xue Ku and had not yet returned. Ning Fengji and the others couldn't investigate and only reminded Xue Qinghe a couple of times without saying much more. I don't know if this should be considered good or bad. The new emperor's ascension will probably stir up quite a storm. Ning Fengji stood on a high platform of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, gazing at the beautiful mountains and rivers. In the distance, a small black dot flew towards the idyllic Seven Treasures glazed tile school, which was nestled among mountains and waters like a fairyland. What is that? Everyone, be on alert. Gu Rong spotted the black dot and immediately called all the guards. However, next they lost their composure. The black dot was getting closer and gradually revealed its form. A black dragon, a gigantic black dragon, emitted a dragon's might that made everyone at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school tremble. Soul beast invasion. All sects on alert. Why was there a black dragon appearing here? They didn't know. They only knew that this black dragon was extremely powerful, and they had to take it seriously. Chun Xian and Gu Rong moved towards the black dragon, wanting to intercept it in advance. At that moment, a shadow seemed to dart out from behind the black dragon, and then it transformed into a light orb. The light orb gradually grew larger, and within a few breaths, another dragon emerged from it, charging towards them. What? The purple dragon was a smaller size than the black dragon, with a more slender form, but its combat power was also impressive, overpowering the two as soon as it appeared. However, Gu Rong and Chun Xian quickly reacted. Just as they were about to counterattack, they heard a familiar voice. Hey, why are you fighting? Can't we just have a good chat? Stop it, everyone stop. The purple dragon halted its attack, and as they turned their heads, they saw a small figure standing on top of the black dragon's head. I said, why are you two in such a hurry? We don't have any ill intentions. Su Xianyue stood on the dragon's head, one hand on her waist, and the other holding a large trumpet as she shouted at them. Su Xianyue? You. Gu Rongshan felt a bit dazed. Just by looking, he could tell that this black dragon was difficult for them to handle, and it was obvious that Su Xianyue, standing on the dragon's head, was on their side. Before they could react, Su Xianyue rode the dragon and flew around them to the front of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Ahem, people in front, listen up, you have been surrounded. If you know what's good for you, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Surrender without killing. Surrender without killing. Su Xianyue was holding just an ordinary trumpet, which was of no use, merely for show. Gu Rong was a bit confused and wanted to fly over to ask them what they meant. But Yu Eguan suddenly sprang out and appeared in front of him. Stay put, old bone. Chrysanthemum pass? What? What do you mean by that? A bad premonition arose. It was clear that they had not come with good intentions this time. What else could it mean? Obviously, this continent only needs one voice that could speak. So you either surrender or you die. Yu Eguan had also come along with Su Xianyue, as it was impossible for Bibi Dong to truly trust Su Xianyue with these matters. Qin Xin and Gu Rong were surrounded in the middle, with the real form of Ziji glaring at them menacingly, making them hesitant to act rashly. They also noticed that there were several figures standing behind the black dragon, which sent a chill down their spines. What are these things? Why didn't we notice them before? I don't know. Let's see how it goes. On the main building of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji was frowning, staring at the massive dragon body ahead. Elder Su, what do you mean by this? Ning Fengji still appeared calm and collected, but it was evident that he was under a lot of pressure. Facing such a terrifying creature, even someone like Ning Fengji, who had experienced many storms, had slightly trembling hands on his cane. Su Xianyue stepped forward with her right foot, her right elbow resting on her knee as she looked down at Ning Fengji. The continent only needs someone who can talk. Do you understand what I'm saying? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji stumbled slightly but quickly regained his composure. So, you guys aren't here as guests, then? Ning Fengji had already prepared himself for the worst, knowing that as soon as he sensed something was off, he had arranged for the follow-up measures. Now, it was just a matter of buying time to send the younger generation of the sect out. Looking at the lineup in front of him, Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly, seemingly resigned. Well, it's just death at worst. It's a pity for Rong. Sigh. I just hope she can escape to Qinghe to report. As Ning Fengji muttered to himself, Yu Eguan suddenly appeared behind him. What are you thinking about? Is it this? Ning Fengji turned around abruptly to see Yu Eguan holding the unconscious Ning Rong by her clothes, waving her in front of him. Rong, you guys, Oh, don't be angry. We mean no harm. As long as you all obediently surrender, neither your daughter nor your Seven Treasure glazed tile school will face any trouble. Think about it. Yu Eguan took Ning Rong away. And Ning Fengji reached out his hand, but then dropped it, biting his lower lip tightly. Su Xianyue continued to shout through the megaphone. I don't want to deal with you, but I must obey my master's orders, so don't make it difficult for me. I'll give you 10 more seconds now. I am counting. 10, 9, 6, 5, 2. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Stop, stop, stop. I agree, I agree. Ning Fengji hurriedly shouted, while also complaining, you 88743. We surrender. We just hope you could treat the 7-treasure glazed tile school well, and also, Rong, your daughter will serve as a hostage, and we will take good care of her at the spirit hall. Don't worry, if you behave, she will be fine. Yu Eguan chuckled twice, then turned to look at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue understood his meaning and spoke to the beast behind her. Xiangjun, Qi Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and Ziji, you 4 stay here. You cannot harm them, and no one is allowed to leave the sect until the people from the spirit hall come to take over. Su Xianyue was giving them orders, as this time they were preparing for war without bringing any cannon fodder, just a few of them. So they had to go back to report in order to bring over the person responsible for guarding. They weren't afraid of what might happen. After all, the gap in strength was clear, and there was Ning Rong as a hostage. Was that it? It seemed too easy. Su Xianyue originally thought it would take a long time, just as she was about to have Emperor Tian smash something to intimidate others. Yu Guan directly went to tie up Ning Rong, which saved her quite a bit of effort. However, the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. I'm a bit jealous of her looks. What do you say? Should I become your concubine? I see you two have a good relationship. It would be perfect for a marriage alliance or something. Yu Guan joked lightly, but Su Xianyue looked at him with a face that said, you seem to be kidding me. I refuse. Chapter 143. Chapter 142. Sister, be serious. You are the hostage. Where is this? No, wait. I remember there was a soul beast invasion in the sect. Why is the door locked? Let me out quickly. After an unknown amount of time, when Ning Rong woke up, she found herself locked in a room. The room was considered ordinary within the spirit hall, but it wasn't too bad. All the living amenities were complete. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. I don't believe it. Ning Rong used all her strength and slammed into the door. With a loud bang, the entire door fell down, and she flew several meters without noticing, landing on the ground. Ning Rong was nearly at level 50 now, so breaking down a door was quite easy for her. She rubbed her head and stood up, realizing that this was a small, independent courtyard, completely empty around her. Where exactly is this? Still surrounded by emptiness, Ning Rong wandered around in confusion. Just then, after walking for a long time, she finally saw a living person. A 12 or 13-year-old blonde boy, wearing a white hoodie and a hood, was holding his head, humming a little tune, and walking leisurely. Hey, little brother, can you tell me where this is? Ning Rong approached to ask, but the boy became agitated upon hearing her words. You're the little brother. Your whole family is little brothers. I'm older than all of you. He raised his middle finger at Ning Rong and cursed before angrily walking away. Ning Rong looked at his back in confusion, raising her own middle finger to look at it. What's going on? And why does this gesture feel so familiar? How strange. Forget it. I should figure out where this is first. Without getting any answers, Ning Rong continued forward. As she walked suddenly, a spirited young man came towards her. That big brother. Looks very familiar. Have I seen him somewhere? What's up? Hey, I've never seen you before. Are you from the academy? Want an autograph? No, I just wanted to ask. Before Ning Rong could say anything, the spirited young man pulled out paper and a pen and started writing furiously. Okay, here you go. This is my autograph. Treasure it well. I don't give it to just anyone, but since you look good, I'll give you a special treat. Haha. All right, I'm busy, so I'll talk to you later. The spirited young man left with a hearty laugh, and Ning Rong picked up the paper with a strange expression, looking at the single word written on it. What does yen mean? What does okay mean? Strange person. She casually discarded the paper and continued towards where there were people. At this moment, she wanted to grab someone to ask for directions, but everyone seemed to be in a hurry, ignoring her. What's going on? Why is everyone like this? That plaza over there looks familiar. Isn't that the venue for the finals? Is this the spirit hall? Ning Rong suddenly realized her blind spot. She finally discovered that she was in the spirit hall. How'd I end up here? Wait, I seem to have been knocked out by someone. Ning Rong was very confused. She had followed a group of guards after hearing Ning Fengji's words and suddenly passed out. Now that she thought about it, it was the spirit hall that had kidnapped her. But why, after being kidnapped, was she locked up without anyone guarding her? What's going on? Very confused, extremely confused. You're awake. A voice suddenly came from behind Ning Rongrong, startling her into quickly turning around and stepping back. Ho! Bibi Dong stood in front of her, holding a scepter, her expression emotionless. There are some things I must discuss with you in person. First, from today onwards, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School officially becomes an affiliate of the Spirit Hall. Second, before you ascend as the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you will reside in Spirit City. I 1T restrict your freedom. Your servants will come from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they are on their way. Don't even think about escaping, or the consequences will be severe. A cold glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, scaring Ning Rongrong back a step. Then, Bibi Dong walked away leisurely. Watching Bibi Dong's back, Ning Rongrong desperately tried to digest what she had just said. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming. The perfectly fine Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suddenly became an affiliate sect? The good young lady became a hostage? What's going on? A bit dazed. Very dazed. How did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suddenly become an affiliate of the Spirit Hall? Why were her father and the others so easy to talk to? Her father and the others. Thinking of this, a bad outcome emerged in Ning Rongrong's mind. That is, something happened to Ning Fengji and the others, so they had no choice but to agree to become an affiliate. Wait, what happened to my father and the others? Ning Rongrong shouted far away at Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong didn't turn back, only responding indifferently. They're fine. We haven't gone to war. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt a slight crack in her worldview. You surrendered before the war even started? What exactly happened? Ning Rongrong knew very well the foundation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but she didn't understand why they surrendered before the fight even began. At that time, Ning Rongrong did not directly see Emperor Tian and the others. She only felt the pressure from afar and began to retreat. So she didn't know how great the disparity in strength was at that time. Just the dragon might of Emperor Tian alone was enough to intimidate the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They didn't dare to act rashly. Coupled with the other people and beasts, Ning Fengji could see that if they didn't surrender, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be directly wiped out. Plus, at that time, Ning Rongrong had already been taken hostage, so he made that decision. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ning Rongrong stood in the plaza, lost in thought, staring blankly at the ground. Ning Rongrong, what are you doing standing here? A sudden voice jolted Ning Rongrong awake. She turned around sharply and saw Su Xianyue, who was gnawing on a chicken leg. Su Xianyue? Su Xianyue. Ha! Her previously sad mood instantly dissipated as she lunged toward Su Xianyue. Whoa, don't snatch my chicken leg. Su Xianyue dodged swiftly, and Ning Rongrong, who almost fell, turned her head to look at him, stamping her foot in anger. What the heck? Who wants to snatch your chicken leg? Just be honest with me. Why did you ignore me every time we met before? You always acted like you wanted to keep your distance from me. Su Xianyue looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's not about stealing chicken legs, that's good. Ahem, when I saw you before. It was because I had important business to attend to, so I didn't pay attention to you. Oh, I knew it, so do you have time now? Su Xianyue looked at the excited Ning Rongrong, a bit confused. What's going on? That's great. How about you come play with me? Let's go. So, Su Xianyue was dragged by Ning Rongrong to have fun. Looking at the lively Ning Rongrong, Su Xianyue was full of question marks. Wait, aren't you a hostage? Can you be a little more serious? Yeah, seems like it, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Pope just told me not to escape, and won't restrict my freedom. Wandering around here shouldn't be a problem, right? I haven't explored this place yet. Are there any fun spots? Su Xianyue. Chapter 144, 143. The Strange Constitution Awakens. Over here, and over there. While there are clothes for sale in Seoul Palace City. Let's go take a look. Su Xianyue. I said you. And over there, where is that? You listen to me first. Let's go. And that is at a restaurant. Let's go try it. Wait, you listen to me first. This, and this, thank you. You damn listen to me first. Su Xianyue slammed the table, and with a loud crash, the table shattered into pieces. Sorry, could you please get another table? After the little incident, ahem, I said, your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has become a subordinate sect, and you are now a hostage. How can you be so excited? Su Xianyue was eating what was in her hand, looking at Ning Rongrong, who at that moment had a look of relief on her face. I don't know. Maybe it's that she still doesn't want to believe it, or perhaps it's just that seeing you in this unfamiliar place brings her more comfort. Seeing me brings you comfort? Huh. No. I mean, seeing someone familiar in an unfamiliar place feels more reassuring. Ha! Looking at the blushing Ning Rongrong, Su Xianyue didn't say much more. Su Xianyue, I know that Ning Rongrong is interested in me, but who knows what she sees in me? I don't remember having much of a relationship with her. Are the little girls in this place really that easy to deceive? It's true that Su Xianyue can leave others dumbfounded with just a few jokes, especially simple-minded girls. She could easily trick them into having a second child. A second child is impossible. At least 8 children. Su Xianyue thought to herself, glancing at Ning Rongrong, who was trying to cover her shyness with eating. I said, you can't really have feelings for me, can you? Su Xianyue suddenly asked this question, catching Ning Rongrong off guard and almost making her choke, which made her even more shy. However, after a long while, Ning Rongrong adjusted her mindset and slightly calmed down. Actually, it can't be said like that. I don't even know what's going on, it's just... I can't really explain it. Ning Rongrong sipped her tea and didn't say anything more, while Su Xianyue continued to recall what exactly attracted her. Su Xianyue was deep in thought, her expression blank, and her gaze indifferent, staring straight at Ning Rongrong like a puppet. Su Xianyue? Su Xianyue, what's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong, put your face up. Su Xianyue extended a hand, palm up, in front of Ning Rongrong. Huh? What are you doing? Ning Rongrong obediently placed her face on Su Xianyue's outstretched hand. It's nothing, just playing. After pinching Ning Rongrong's face a couple of times, he withdrew his hand. Hey, what is that about? Boring. After a long yet brief meal, the two walked down the street again. At this point, Su Xianyue had already guessed a possibility in his mind. Thinking this, he quietly extended a hand, slowly moving it towards Ning Rongrong's backside. Smack! Hey, what are you doing? A few pedestrians on the street turned their heads. It's nothing, just noticing that but it's pretty bouncy. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, no longer paying attention to Su Xianyue, and continued walking on her own. It seems I really was overthinking it. However, after walking for a while, Ning Rongrong said, Su Xianyue, can I trouble you with something? Huh? Oh my, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Ning Rongrong turned her head away with a flushed face, her eyes hazy, showing a strange smile. And a bit of drool was trickling down. Su Xianyue, what's with that expression? You're not acting right. Can you hit me just once more? Just a little lightly. Saying this, Ning Rongrong slightly pouted her, but towards Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue. Damn, really? Why is Ning Rongrong a submissive? Does the original say she is? No, right? If she were really a submissive, it wouldn't be Oscar's turn. Could it be that she's a hidden submissive who has awakened? Have I wasted all these years reading novels? Have I wasted all these years living? Su Xianyue doubts life. JPG, after the scene is too beautiful, can't imagine. I said, Rongrong, being a masochist is a sickness, it needs to be treated. You're not that serious yet, so? Huh? Oh. So, hold it in, don't do that anymore, understand? I'll try. With a thud, Su Xianyue fell onto her big bed in her room, reminiscing about Ning Rongrong's appearance. Why is this happening? She didn't even get together with Oscar, so why is she like this? We only played together for a few days. How did it come to this? It can't be, right? Su Xianyue was very confused. It hadn't been long since they had been together, so such a big change was perplexing. Could it be that my scolding awakened her? That explanation seems plausible. In the original story, Ning Rongrong was flattered by Oscar, this sycophant, and not many people scolded her, and it was just a few words. But when Su Xianyue was with her, Ning Rongrong, what are you staring at? It's time to go. Most of the comments were like that. If that's really the case, it's my fault. Su Xianyue reflects on life. JPG, this is purely for entertainment. If it makes you uncomfortable, then just be uncomfortable. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Xianyue, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect needs you to resolve this. Why? Isn't this a big matter for the Elder Hall to send someone? Inside the hall, Su Xianyue's questioning voice echoed. BB Dong sighed and helplessly said, it should have been them to solve it, but, as you know, that was when we lacked the ability. Now we have enough strength, but they don't want my power to be too strong. Upon hearing this from BB Dong, Su Xianyue understood. Originally, BB Dong didn't have the ability to contend with Qian Douluo, but now that Su Xianyue had several fierce beasts under her command, the strength had balanced out. And they hadn't actually gone to war with the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, so there was no loss of strength. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wouldn't be so easy to deal with. A conflict was certain to arise, and the Elder Hall was unwilling to suffer a loss of strength, so they were reluctant to send anyone. But this made Su Xianyue unhappy. Why should it be like this? Just because my subordinates aren't considered subordinates? They're not livestock. Well, actually they are, but why should we do all the work? While Su Xianwei was still speaking out in protest, he noticed that Bibi Dong's gaze seemed off. Su Xianwei followed the direction of Bibi Dong's gaze and turned around, seeing a familiar white figure. I knew you wouldn't be willing. The kind-eyed Qian Douluo stood behind Su Xianwei. What are you here for? Bibi Dong asked flatly. Nothing much, just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Su Xianwei, tell me, would you like to take my position as the Grand Elder? Huh? Now? Su Xianwei squinted her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Of course not now, and there are conditions. Just say it, do you want or not? This question was well asked, but Su Xianwei looked confused. Well, it doesn't really matter, after all, I'm just hanging around in the spirit hall waiting to die. By the way, what does the Great Elder want to do? Qian Douluo said cheerfully. There's nothing to do. Just bask in the sun and tend to flowers every day. It's very easy. This is also the truth. Basically, all matters are handled by the Pope. For significant events, such as internal position adjustments within the Spirit Hall, adding or removing positions, it is handled by the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall has enough power to dismiss the Pope. And the position of the Great Elder counts as 3 votes. As long as there is support, it basically means he has the final say. Sounds pretty good, huh? Chapter 145-144. Waiting for his girl Su Xianwei turned her head to Bibi Dong, who just nodded without speaking. That works too. So what are the conditions? She stated in advance. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Don't worry, it won't be very hard. There are 2 conditions. First, you need to have enough strength to convince the other elders. I believe in you. Once you reach the title Douluo level, you'll definitely have that strength. Perhaps even earlier. Second, I won't say for now, but it will be very simple. And when the time comes, you'll know. No, what is the condition? You need to tell me. How can I know if I can meet it if you don't say? And leaving me hanging like this is really frustrating. Su Xianwei was extremely uncomfortable. Who wouldn't be annoyed when someone interrupts halfway through a conversation? If it weren't for the old guy in front of him who he couldn't beat, he would have started cursing. Fine, I'll endure it. You need enough strength, right? Well, remember this. Don't forget, and don't go back on your word. The position of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall is a great retirement spot. Getting it is a win. Since that's the case, Xianwei, there's a place you should go. Bibi Dong stood up and walked down the steps, coming to Su Xianwei's front. Where? It's the Slaughter City I mentioned to you. It's a place where all the most vicious people hide. It's dangerous, but the rewards are high. You can't use soul skills there, but with your physical strength, if you're careful, it should be fine. After completing it, you will gain a domain skill called God of Slaughter. Slaughter City? That's a good place. Qian Douluo stroked his little mustache, muttering softly. Although soul skills can be used, soul bones can. I'll find a way to get you a few soul bones. By the way, Grand Elder, shouldn't you? Speaking of soul bones, Bibi Dong turned to Qian Douluo beside her. Her meaning was clear, wanting to get a few from him. Don't look at me. I can't produce soul bones either, but the current leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has 3 soul bones. Then let's leave it to the Elder Hall. Qian Douluo laughed heartily as he left. Su Xianwei watched him disappear, tilting his head in confusion. What's wrong with him? Oh, right. Master, there's something I forgot to tell you. Su Xianwei revealed that her sword can absorb soul bones. What? Your sword can absorb soul bones? Then what about the soul bone given to you after the previous competition? Su Xianwei scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. It was absorbed by the sword. The sword seems to have changed a bit, but I can't tell how. However, its power does seem to have increased a little. Bai Bidong looked at Su Xianwei, her brows furrowing. Can the sword absorb soul bones? Could it be? Your sword is also a soul bone. Did you have this kind of encounter when you were young? This was the only conclusion Bai Bidong could come to. Su Xianwei's martial soul was a fallen angel, and the sword could only be a type of soul bone that could devour other soul bones. Soul bone? I'm not sure. It appeared alongside my martial soul, so it should not be a soul bone, right? Anyway, it can absorb soul bones to upgrade, and the rest isn't important. Su Xianwei looked indifferent, while Bibi Dong. Xianwei, you can't be a soul beast, right? Born with a soul bone. And only soul beasts have soul bones. Bibi Dong couldn't help but have this thought. I had noticed that your sword was unusual before, but now it looks more and more like a soul bone, and your background is unclear. You can even enslave soul beasts of that level, so what else are you hiding from me? Bibi Dong exuded a terrifying aura and pressed closer to Su Xianwei. I really don't know. If you don't believe me, check if I have the aura of a soul beast on me. Sometimes, things can happen very quickly, like now, when Bibi Dong suddenly turned her head. Forget it. That's not important anymore. Go prepare well. I'll send you to the city of slaughter in a month. Dengi. Can I go home to visit some relatives? Fortunately, Su Xianwei reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been confused for a long time. As you wish. Well, goodbye. Teacher. Su Xianyue didn't have much luggage to prepare. After all her belongings were in the storage soul guide in her hand. I should buy some gifts to bring back. Area likes to eat, and Grandpa likes cigarettes. Walking on the streets of the Spirit Hall, Su Xianyue suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. After staying here for so long, this should be considered my home, right? Sigh, if it weren't for Grandpa and the others unwilling to move, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Su Xianyue planned to fly back directly. The Spirit Hall wasn't too far from that village. Taking the Imperial Sky, or maybe it's better to fly by himself. It feels a bit strange to bring a follower when visiting home. Flying by himself would only take a few days, so he could treat it as a trip. Let's go. Under the fading summer sky, in the golden sea of wheat, a girl gazed at the sunset, waiting for someone. The evening breeze lifted her straw hat, startling her as she ran out of the wheat field to chase after the rolling hat in the sky. At that moment, a hand was raised, and the hat just landed in that hand. The girl recognized the person who caught her hat. The familiar face brought a radiant smile to her. Xiao Yuge, she joyfully shouted and dashed forward to leap into his arms, tightly wrapping her limbs around him. Did anyone bully you while I wasn't home? Su Xianyue put the hat back on Wang Eryadu's head and gently tugged her nose. Who would dare to bully me, right? Hee. Did Xiao Yuege bring me a gift? Su Xianyue held Wang Erya's buttocks with one hand and said lightly no. That's strange. Take a look at this. Limited edition snack gift pack. Su Xianyue took out a big bag of food from her storage soul guide. Wow. Little you are the best. Hee. Let's go home. Where's Grandpa? Grandpa's playing chess with Uncle Chin next door. It's rare to come home, so let me cook for you personally. Su Xianyue stood in the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves, while Wang Erya quietly stood behind her. How long are you staying this time? About 20 days should be fine. Is it only a few days? Wang Erya looked disappointed, and Su Xianyue quickly comforted her. As a soul master, of course I'm busy. You all didn't want to move, really? There was a hint of reproach in her words, and Wang Erya smiled playfully. I'm used to staying in Grandpa's village, right? Oh, it seems Grandpa is back. As they chatted, the sound of a door opening clearly came from outside. Is that girl back so early today? Who's in the house? Su Xianyue walked out from inside. Oh, Grandpa, I'm back. Wang Fugue was still quite healthy, not hunched over, and his beard and hair only had a bit of white mixed in. Oh, Xiaoye is back. Let Grandpa see if you've lost weight. After a simple catch-up, Su Xianyue began to cook enthusiastically. Wang Erya also pulled out a spatula from somewhere to help. The family was harmonious and happy. However, Su Xianyue didn't notice that the spatula in Wang Erya's hand had appeared out of thin air, without any storage soul guide. Chapter 146. Waiting for you because Su Xianyue's small bamboo house was demolished, she had to live with Wang Fugue. To be honest, she wasn't quite used to it. Xiaoye, I'm going to sleep. Wang Erya pounced onto the bed and scooted over, clearly making space for Su Xianyue. Erya, we're not kids anymore. This is not appropriate. You still have to get married in the future. Wang Erya suddenly exploded upon hearing this. I'm not getting married. I don't care. I want to. Yaya. Su Xianyue looked at Wang Erya rolling around on the bed, her face full of helplessness. All right, move over a bit. Su Xianyue lay on the bed, and Wang Erya was finally happy, showing a silly smile as she directly hugged Su Xianyue's arm and rubbed her chubby little face against it. Little you, let me tell you. The news about your team winning the championship in that big competition has spread everywhere. Even now, people in the village are still talking about it. This isn't really a big deal, just a small matter, right? Your brother is such a genius. Isn't he? Ha he. Wait, little you, what did you just say about getting married? Do you have other little sisters outside? Wang Erya suddenly remembered something and wrapped her arms and legs around Su Xianyue. Do you dislike me? Do you think I'm not good looking? Do you? Woo. Wang Erya started to cry, sadly, and Su Xianyue hurried to comfort her. Actually, Wang Erya looked pretty good too. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Ning Rongrong, she was still not bad. Just slightly less so. Several families from nearby villages with sons had come to propose, but all were turned down by Wang Fugue. There were also those in Nottingham City who were interested in her, but Su Xianyue had specially instructed a few of his younger brothers during his time at Nottingham Academy. Su. Hif. Other little sisters. Well, there aren't any, although I know a few, but I don't have any feelings for them. Really, just occasional encounters. Really? Aya. Wang Erya angrily twisted around while hugging Su Xianyue, her B-cup bumping against him. However, Su Xianyue felt nothing at all. Calm down, there really is nothing, really. Really? Really? I'm tired. Let us talk tomorrow. Time to sleep. In the dark night, bright moonlight shone through the window onto the bedding. Wang Area, holding Su Xianyue, opened her eyes and looked at the sleeping Su Xianyue. Getting married? Who else would I marry besides you? Seriously. Muttering softly, she became more and more annoyed and bit Su Xianyue's shoulder. However, Su Xianyue didn't feel anything and didn't move at all. I want to think about it. Time to sleep. Wang Area closed her eyes again, and at that moment, Su Xianyue was watching her. Heh. With a light laugh, he held her tighter and fell asleep again. Happy times were very short, and 20 days passed quickly. It was time for Su Xianyue to leave. Little you, when will you come back next time? Next time? It might be a long time. I have to go to a very far place, probably for a few years. Oh, then, be careful. Well, I'm leaving now. Su Xianyue spread her wings, elegantly fanning her 6 wings, and vanished from the spot. Wang Area stared at the place where she had disappeared, lingering for a long time without leaving. Little Moon Brother, I will always wait for you. Here, take this. When Su Xianyue returned to the spirit hall, the first person to approach him was Douluo, who tossed 3 items into his hands. What are these? 3 soul bones that looked like jade, yet resembled metal, each with a different shape. This is my encouragement for you. Work hard. I value you highly. Ha for saying this. Douluo left with a hearty laugh. Are these soul bones? And they're all 10,000 years old? He wouldn't have already destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, would he? And he gave me all 3? Su Xianyue didn't know that this time. Douluo personally went to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to obtain these 3 soul bones for him, which shows that he has high expectations for Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue found it quite strange, but didn't think much of it since it was free anyway. 3 soul bones. I should absorb them quickly. Without a second thought, he took out his sword and inserted it into the soul bones. Soon, the soul bones turned into a fluid that covered the sword and finally merged into it. After absorbing the 3 soul bones in succession, Su Xianyue put the sword away. He had considered absorbing them himself, but unfortunately, the soul bones would eventually end up on the sword. Just like the red-eyed night owl soul bone he received as a reward from the previous competition. While Su Xianyue was thinking about this, he didn't notice that some strange patterns began to appear on the blade. Hey, wait a minute. If I had known they would act so quickly, I would have gone with them. 1 soul from a sect, what a loss. Who told you to go home for a family visit? But he didn't dwell on it too much and continued walking inside. Back already? Go get ready. We'll set off tomorrow, and I'll personally see you off. After reporting to Bibi Dong, Su Xianyue went back to pack his things. He had some understanding of the Slaughter City, and his impression of it was that it was dirty and chaotic, so he needed to prepare well. Change of clothes, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, shower gel. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It seems like the things I'm preparing are a bit off track. Wait, how do people bathe in the Slaughter City? It seems like it hasn't been mentioned before. Forget it, I'll ask the teacher tomorrow. For someone with a serious obsession with cleanliness, a place like the Slaughter City is particularly. He even entertained the idea of giving up. Wait a minute, why would I go there for no reason? Have I lost my mind? No, I can't back out now that I've absorbed the soul bones. It would be over. What? You don't want to go? No, it's not that I don't want to go, but can we go a bit later? I'm only level 40 now, isn't that a bit weak? Su Xianyue tried to delay, but it was too late. You don't need to worry about this. With your strength, it's completely sufficient. Just rest assured and go. Su Xianyue. Just like that, although there were a few small twists and turns, Su Xianyue successfully found herself in a tough situation. The next day, at the gate of Wuhuan City. Come back early, we plan to go as well. Hu Laina and the others were seeing Su Xianyue off. They had also heard about the City of Slaughter and initially planned to go, but it was too dangerous and Bibi Dong didn't feel assured about them, so she didn't agree. Hurry up and say your goodbyes, we need to set off. Bibi Dong, dressed in casual clothes, urged, while the others bid farewell to Su Xianyue. Everyone else was quite normal. But, Su Xianyue, what do you see in my eyes? I see a pair of evil eyes, ugly and lewd. Hey, can't you see the sincerity in my eyes? Su Xianyue looked at the show-off Yin with a face full of disdain. If you have something to say, hurry up. Once you're done, I'm leaving. Yin finally returned to normal, placing a hand on Su Xianyue's shoulder. We'll wait for your return. Su Xianyue set off, and he also knew what the City of Slaughter was like. He was mentally prepared. Hopefully, it won't be too terrible. Chapter 147, 146, City of Slaughter. Along the way, Bibi Dong and Su Xianyue flew at full speed toward the northeast, with Bibi Dong maintaining the same speed as Su Xianyue. Teacher, how far is the City of Slaughter? At our speed, Probably about 3 or 4 days. What's wrong, tired? 3 or 4 days. Upon hearing that they would have to endure the elements for 3 or 4 days, Su Xianyue was speechless. Looking at Bibi Dong, who was leading the way, Su Xianyue couldn't help but examine Bibi Dong, who was now dressed in casual clothes. In his impression, Bibi Dong had always worn various luxurious robes, fully covered, but now she was dressed quite lightly. But teacher, is it all right for you to personally take me to the city of slaughter? What about all the matters in the spirit hall? I've left those to Yueguan and Guemei. I've already handled the major issues. They can take care of the rest. I have other matters to attend to this time, so you don't need to worry. Oh, what other matters could Bibi Dong have? Isn't it just to chat with the King of Slaughter and give Su Xianyue some special treatment? The King of Slaughter's strength is about on par with the titled Douluo level of Yueguan and Guemei, and Bibi Dong also has the God of Slaughter domain. So she can unleash soul skills in the city of slaughter without fear. Over the next few days, Bibi Dong explained to Su Xianyue the precautions and various strategies for navigating the city of slaughter, ensuring that he memorized them before feeling at ease. After nearly 4 days of hardship, they arrived at a small town. As expected, the impression the place left on Su Xianyue was unsurprising. Dirty, chaotic, poor. Bibi Dong walked skillfully to a tavern. As soon as they entered, she waved her hand and eliminated the few people inside. Before anyone could react, they all fell to the ground with grim expressions, leaving only a few waiters who seemed indifferent, unfazed. What do you want to order? A Bloody Mary, and then open the entrance to the city of slaughter. The waiter's attitude was lukewarm, but his movements were quick and soon. A glass of red liquid was served as if it were milk tea. Your Bloody Mary. But just killing a few people doesn't qualify you for entry into the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong ignored the waiter and handed the glass of blood to Su Xianyue. This is what I told you about. I actually don't recommend you drink this because it's really... Bibi Dong hesitated, clearly recalling her unpleasant memories in the city of slaughter. If you force me to drink, I won't. It's too disgusting. Bibi Dong didn't directly say that it was human blood, but Su Xianyue naturally understood, so he refused to drink. If you can't even handle a Bloody Mary, the city of slaughter isn't suitable for someone like you. A group of waiters began cleaning up the bodies on the floor, while the waiter who had just served them blood complained. Can I kill him? Sure. Huh. With a thud, the head of the chatty waiter fell to the ground. The other waiters cleaning up the bodies clearly couldn't believe someone dared to attack them and were scared. Hiding to the side. You can, but you'll face additional tests once you go in. Bibi Dong clearly did this on purpose, only speaking leisurely after Su Xianyue had already made his move. Why didn't you say so earlier? No choice. The person is dead. Just bite the bullet and go in. But don't worry. Without using soul skills, they aren't your opponents. Remember what I said. Everyone inside is an enemy. Just kill them. Also, be careful. After all, no one will help you, so stay cautious. While Bibi Dong was advising him, she threatened the waiters to open the passage. A deep, dark hole exuded a chilling, bloody wind. This is it. Go ahead. Bibi Dong closed her eyes as she spoke. Su Xianyue glanced at her and jumped down. After a long while, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. Sigh, I really don't want him to bear so much. Forget it. In the endless darkness, Su Xianyue felt himself continuously falling, the cold, bloody wind making him cover his nose. However, it wasn't long before he landed on the ground. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, but he could sense his surroundings with his mental power. This was a long tunnel that extended downward. My gosh, what is that smell? It's so terrible. Su Xianyue could no longer endure the stench-filled wind. He couldn't imagine what he would see next. Just thinking about the descriptions of the city of slaughter made Su Xianyue feel conflicted. Why on earth did I come to a place like this? So dirty. But it was too late for regrets. Now that he was here, he could only steel himself and press on. After walking for a while, a heavy and terrifying voice echoed through the tunnel. Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell, the world of slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire. The price is your life. Su Xianyue didn't pay much attention to the sound, as she could already see some light ahead. After turning a corner, Su Xianyue was startled. In front of her stood a neatly arranged group of soldiers in black armor, and at the forefront was a knight riding a black warhorse. You have violated the rules. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The Black Knight pointed his spear at Su Xianyue, but she didn't look at them because she didn't feel threatened. Su Xianyue looked up and gazed at the tall wall and the gate behind them, and finally turned to face them, but her eyes kept scanning the soldiers. So what? What do you want to do? Not feeling any sense of crisis, Su Xianyue was rather blunt. Look me in the eye. I am the terrifying Knight Scott. Scott was somewhat irritated clearly displeased with Su Xianyue's dismissive attitude. So, what do you want to do? Defeat me, and you will have the qualification to enter the city of slaughter. Su Xianyue looked at him with a sideways glance, then sized him up from head to toe. Huh, just you? All right, come on then. Su Xianyue waved at him, and Scott, unceremoniously, raised his knight's spear and charged towards Su Xianyue on his warhorse. I am the terrifying knight. Scott, what? Before Scott could let out an inspiring battle cry, his warhorse suddenly collapsed beneath him, and he fell unexpectedly to the ground. The warhorse lay motionless, its chest caved in, blood flowing from its mouth and nose, clearly dead. How about it? Can't fight anymore? Scott quickly got back on his feet, realizing what had happened, while Su Xianyue rubbed her fist and looked at him. I lost. He and T even realized it before his warhorse was killed. Although there was an element of carelessness on his part, the gap in combat power was evident, and there was no need to continue fighting. This is your identification tag. Proof of your status in the city of slaughter. Please enter the city. Su Xianyue took the sign, which was black and carved with a skull, with a series of numbers written on it. 9408 Chapter 148, 147. The Paradise of Sinum. Su Xianyue looked at the identity badge in his hand, then glanced at Scott beside him, and continued forward. A group of soldiers cleared a path for him, and Su Xianyue saw a person standing at the gate. Welcome to the city of slaughter. I am your guide. A woman in a black veil stood by the gate, gesturing for Su Xianyue to enter, and then followed him closely. You have 12 hours to ask me about the basic information of the city of slaughter. After 12 hours, you will officially become a member of the city of slaughter. The tone of the woman in the black veil was very cold, completely perfunctory. However, Su Xianyue didn't pay much attention to her, as Bibi Dong had already helped him recall the rules in detail. As he took the first step into the city of slaughter, Su Xianyue continuously looked around, and surprisingly, it was even dirtier and messier than he had imagined. I can't stand it. How is it? The girl in the black veil couldn't help but chuckle at Su Xianyue's face, which looked as if he was suffering from constipation. I don't know why, but sending a girl like you to such a place must mean your childhood experiences were quite difficult, right? Huh, difficult? Not all. Also, I'm a guy. Su Xianyue didn't know why she asked that, but after hearing Su Xianyue say he was a man, her body clearly paused for a moment. Do you have any questions? The woman decided to change the subject. Well, I don't really have any questions. My teacher has already explained everything to me. By the way, where's the dining area? What about where I live? When coming to a new place, it's important to sort out food, accommodation, and transportation first. The woman turned around with him. Our king has given special attention and will provide you with some privileges, but not too much. If it's convenient, please come to window 1 to collect your food. It's over there. We will make special arrangements to ensure it's clean and safe. The woman had previously wondered why Su Xianyue was given special treatment, but now she understood he had an extraordinary teacher. Although there are some privileges, we can't provide too much. If you're dissatisfied with your living conditions, you can certainly do something about it, as long as you have the ability. Here we are. This is your residence. You know the rules. If you want to live in the inner city, you just need to have sufficient strength. Is there a difference between the inner city and the outer city? Wait, can I live in the outer city and still participate in the hell-killing arena? Su Xianyue voiced her doubts, and the woman finally spoke up. All right, the place doesn't matter. As long as you have the ability to protect yourself, you can go anywhere you want. Su Xianyue understood that, because killing was not allowed in the outer city, those without the ability were all here. It wasn't that they couldn't enter the inner city, but rather they didn't dare to. The inner city was under constant threat of attack. In comparison, the outer city was more suitable for living. Although the conditions were a bit worse, it was safer. It would be best if it didn't have to be this way. Although killing was not allowed in the outer city, stealing was permitted, and since you just came from outside, your residence could easily be damaged. The woman seemed to have guessed Su Xianyue's thoughts. Perhaps the people who hosted her before had the same idea. The same was true for the inner city. So the best way was to make a name for oneself, striking fear into others. But if one had already made a name for themselves, why not live in the inner city and enjoy it? The woman gave her suggestion, and Su Xianyue thought it made sense. All right, take me to the Hell Arena. Are you sure? You want to go to the Hell Arena right after you arrive? You could wait until the newcomer protection period ends, or you could acclimate to the environment here a bit more. The woman was surprised. She felt no killing intent from Su Xianyue at all, and from their brief interaction. He seemed like a nonchalant, rich second generation. However, considering he had killed Scott's warhorse with one punch, he also had some strength. After thinking it over, and with Su Xianyue's repeated affirmations, The woman led him toward the inner city. You've thought this through, right? The Hell Arena is not a place for children to play house. It's not like those fighting arenas outside. This is a building that can devour people. It's the place with the highest death rate in the entire city of slaughter. The woman repeatedly warned him, which made Susi a bit anxious. So, what's the average combat power here? Well, the average is about level 40 Soul Master, and it completely depends on luck. Average level 40. Then I should be able to handle it, right? Let's give it a try. After all, I'll have to go eventually. Susi pondered for a moment and decided to take a look. Based on BB Dawn's repeated encouragement, she believed she should have the combat ability. Suit yourself. We're almost there. Remember, don't stray more than 5 meters away from me once we enter the inner city. No one will care about gender with someone like you. I might not even be able to guarantee your safety. Is it that serious? It seems indeed quite serious. In the city of slaughter, good looks in a fight mean winning a reputation, while losing means disgrace. They soon arrived at the inner city, and the sights inside truly open her eyes. Is this content I can see without a VIP pass? Oh my gosh, oh ho ho, this is outrageous. And that, guy on guy, it's quite an eyesore. Over there, is that a threesome? Why are they fighting before they even pull up their pants? Various bizarre scenes aside, she was worried about censorship. Susi looked at the free content and chuckled, while the woman shook her head helplessly. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. You're very clean, and I can only pray that you do not become one of them. But why do you not feel uncomfortable at all? Have you experienced something before? The woman turned to ask Susi, and when he was asked this, he suddenly stopped laughing, his expression calm. Experienced something. It's probably similar to this. Although not as exaggerated. As his thoughts drifted, the woman's voice brought him back to reality. Although I'm very curious about your past, it's probably better if I don't ask too much. We've arrived at the hellish slaughterhouse. The ticket is a Bloody Mary, which can be yours or someone else's. Huh? We've arrived, but this ticket is a bit troublesome. Do we have to do this every time we go in? That's right. You have to every time. How troublesome. Susi was troubled about how to get the tickets when a few people walked up behind her. They were momentarily stunned when they saw Susi, their eyes revealing obsession. But as soon as they caught sight of the woman in black beside her, their expressions immediately changed to fear, and they quickly turned their heads and walked inside. Susi looked at the 3 people and pointed. Can I take their blood directly? The woman was taken aback for a moment and replied, yes, but if you provoke them, the newcomer protection will not take effect. Susi thought for a moment, picked up a stone from the ground, aimed at one of the 3 people, and threw it with all her strength. It was thrown like a bullet, disappearing from sight, and after a sharp sound cutting through the air, there was a loud cracking sound like a watermelon being smashed open. Susi aimed at that person's head, and it exploded directly. The decapitated body fell to the ground. This, so weak. Susi couldn't help but complain about someone who could solve problems with just a stone. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, The Paradise of Sin, Part 2, What on Earth? His 2 companions were splattered with blood and remnants, and as they shook their heads, they saw a person squatting next to their companion's headless corpse. Don't waste it, collect it, and save it for later use. Susi squatted in front of the corpse, holding a cup provided by the ticket booth filled with blood, while also using a bag made of soul bee skin to collect the remaining blood. The bag was practical, functioning like a plastic bag. 2 people nearby, splattered with blood, stood there in shock, but quickly regained their senses. What the hell? You! With a loud bang, Susi kicked both of them away. What the hell is making so much noise? It's giving me a headache. This should be enough for a few uses. After successfully obtaining the blood, Susi handed the cup to the person at the ticket booth. You are quite extraordinary. The woman in black gauze spoke softly, surprised. This seemingly small person, still just a child and looking frail, had managed to crush a head with a thrown stone. Although it was a sneak attack, it wasn't easy to catch the opponent completely off guard. I'm just average. Let's hurry up and finish so I can rest early. The woman said nothing and led him into the hellish slaughter arena. It was simple but spacious, reminiscent of underground fight clubs from the 80s and 90s, filled with all sorts of clutter. The audience wasn't large, only about 20 people, but a battle was currently taking place on the stage. Susi watched how those who had lost their soul skills fought on the arena. There were various weapons, and there were also beastmen with different beast martial souls engaged in chaotic combat. It didn't seem that impressive to him. In Susi's eyes, the battle of soul masters without soul skills was like children playing house, which made him unable to help but say this. The woman in black next to him naturally heard his words. What about your confidence? It's okay, I guess. Too much confidence isn't a good thing, especially here. Do you have some powerful weapon? The woman turned to look at Su Xianyue, unable to imagine what a 15-year-old child could have as a trump card to dare to enter the city of slaughter. Well, you'll find out soon. Please help me register. The woman said nothing more and turned to lead Su Xianyue to register. Your match is in the next round. Just wait patiently for a moment. The battle on the stage was about to end, with only two severely injured people left fighting each other. During this time, the woman explained to Su Xianyue the registration steps and precautions. In the future, when you register, just take your card there. Besides not being able to use soul skills, you can use any means in the arena. Apart from a rule that only 1 out of 10 participants remains, there are basically no rules in the Hell Slaughter arena. The battle on stage ended, and the few spectators in the audience erupted in cheers. Because the air in the city of slaughter contained maddening toxins. The people here were generally like this, violent, bloodthirsty, and excited by the sight of blood. However, these toxins had no effect on Su Xianyue, as you understand. A group of people in black cleaned the arena quickly, and after a while, it was all cleared up. The woman then said to Su Xianyue beside her, "Okay, it's your turn to go on stage." Did I match with someone so quickly? Su Xianyue was a bit confused, but the woman quickly explained. As long as there are enough people, we can start. You're lucky. 9 people have already gathered before you, so you can go on directly. Okay, got it. Su Xianyue slowly walked onto the stage under the gaze of the women, curious about where her confidence came from. The other 9 also approached the platform from different directions, each with distinct appearances. They varied in height and build, but the one common trait was the murderous intent in their eyes. Their clothes were all tattered, and one even came without proper clothing, just wrapped in a few bandages. The scars on their bodies were clearly visible. In contrast, Su Xianyue stood out as a breath of fresh air, dressed appropriately, with handsome features and a clean appearance, instantly becoming the center of attention. A newcomer? What a shame. Otherwise, The others displayed various expressions towards Su Xianyue, but this was within his expectations. Hell, trash. He scoffed disdainfully as the competition officially began. The other 8 immediately launched their attacks, targeting the one they deemed the strongest, who naturally couldn't withstand the simultaneous assault and was quickly eliminated. Surprisingly, no one targeted Su Xianyue, as he appeared to be the weakest among them. They're having fun fighting, but no one is paying attention to me? Don't underestimate me. Feeling quite displeased at being overlooked, Su Xianyue activated his martial spirit. A strong purple light immediately attracted everyone's attention, and an indescribable sense of oppression swept over the arena. Let's take care of this guy first. Someone shouted, and the remaining 8 survivors charged towards Su Xianyue in unison. Ha! Trash! Su Xianyue burst out of the light group, standing proudly in the sky. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. With a swing of a long sword in hand, waves of sword energy directly sliced the unresponsive crowd into pieces. Hi, call, my name, Liu Zephyr. Su Xianyue raised her sword high and shouted to everyone below, declaring her victory. However, everyone was stunned. They had never seen such an indescribable existence. Lucifer, Lucifer. Finally, someone reacted, awed by this violent beauty, calling out the name of the victor. Why use the title Lucifer? Because it's domineering. The battle ended in less than a minute, and after savoring the joy of victory, Su Xianyue returned to the woman's side. I underestimated you, 940. No, Mr. Lucifer. The woman addressed Su Xianyue with a respectful title. She could see that Su Xianyue's strength was formidable, very formidable. Just average, average. Su Xianyue was modest for a moment, and the following question surprised the woman. Can I prepare for the next match? Are you sure about this? It is possible, but be aware of your condition. The most terrifying aspect of the hellish arena is not the battles on the stage, but the attacks you face when you are in a weakened state after the fight. Su Xianyue thought for a moment, looked at his current state, and then at the fragments on the stage. It's fine, let's continue. The woman looked at him, looking helpless. All right then, as you wish. In the following matches, Su Xianyue still fought one against a group. At this moment, he clearly felt that the sword energy he emitted had become much stronger, its color more pronounced, and its momentum heavier. This validated their speculation that this sword was indeed something akin to a soul bone, and this sword energy should be a soul bone skill, but could only be used in a martial soul possession state. Chapter 150. This is not hell, this is paradise. The second battle also ended, and Su Xianyue's condition was still as good as if he hadn't participated in the fight at all. He originally wanted to continue to the third match. But after waiting for 2 hours and not gathering enough people, he had to give up. You are still in the newcomer protection period. After it ends, no one will dare to attack you. However, you need to be careful in the future, as many people will come to attack your weakened self. And quite a few who survived on the arena met their end this way. As they walked out of the hellish slaughter arena, the woman continued to explain to Su Xianyue, while he only responded perfunctorily a couple of times. I understand the reasoning, and I have my own thoughts. By the way, it's time to eat, right? Mealtime arrived, and Su Xianyue felt a bit hungry. Come with me. Your food is specially prepared for you. The woman led him to window number 1 in the outer city. Food is provided without restriction, so you can eat freely. It is absolutely clean and non-toxic. Oh, that's good. By the way, is your food provided by the Martial Soul Hall? Well, it indeed is. Su Xianyue quietly spoke to the woman, and her response took him by surprise. So it really is the hidden support of the Spirit Hall. By the way, I have a big appetite. Is there enough food? Plenty. Su Xianyue's appetite can vary. It's fine if he eats less, since he can use soul energy to support his body's consumption. As his physical body strengthens, his consumption naturally increases. So Su Xianyue's food intake is getting larger. However, the City of Slaughter is not lacking in souls. So if he gets too hungry, he can directly kill someone to absorb their energy. Food is optional. By the way, there's a very important question I want to ask you. The woman suddenly perked up as she had been talking to herself, and Su Xianyue was responding perfunctorily. If she didn't find him pleasing to the eye, she wouldn't bother with him at all. Go ahead. Where can I take a shower? Is the water clean? The woman smiled awkwardly. After eating, just follow me. There's a public bathhouse for showers, but, while someone maintains it, it's only for hygiene. It's really not suitable. Each person's residence has an independent bathing area where you can pump water. This is all underground water, uncontaminated. Do you have any other questions? None, I guess. I'll ask when I think of something else. Su Xianyue pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of any questions to ask, so she let it go. Next, the woman in black led Su Xianyue on a brief tour of the City of Slaughter to familiarize her with the surroundings. As a result, Su Xianyue discovered that every corner was basically filled with that kind of thing, but for some reason, she felt no impulse at all when looking at these. A normal person would definitely feel something, yet she did not. What is going on here? Am I not normal? However, there was no opportunity for her to think more about it, as the woman spoke up. You seem completely unaffected by this place. That's true. You're the one I've seen maintain your rationality for the longest time. Since you arrived, 3 hours have already passed, and others would have been assimilated by the surrounding decay to some extent by now. Just consider it strong mental fortitude on my part. Su Xianyue casually brushed it off, and the woman did not pursue the matter further. It might be related to your powerful martial soul. The woman said casually and didn't say anything more. The City of Slaughter was filled with decay and filth, and with trace amounts of madness-inducing toxins in the air. Anyone staying there for a while would start to feel agitated, eventually going insane. Though they still had reason, they were not much different from a beast. However, the blood of those people could temporarily suppress this toxin, but it also contained poison, which could lead to addiction if consumed. Is there any other question you want to ask? Back at Su Xianyue's residence, the woman continued to inquire. No, by the way, will you still be responsible for my safety while I rest? Yes, there are 5 hours left in the 12-hour new recruit protection period, and during this time, I will be by your side to ensure your safety. That's good. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Xianyue's room was simple, but it could be considered luxurious in the outer city. After all, the only thing not allowed in the outer city was killing. Other crimes like arson, robbery, and assault were permitted. Therefore, other buildings were dilapidated, while Su Xianyue's was clearly well-maintained. As time went on, Su Xianyue perfectly adapted to life in the City of Slaughter, and he thrived in the hellish arena, feeling very at ease. Hi, call. My name, Lucifer. After winning yet another match, Su Xianyue soared in the air, arrogantly shouting his victory declaration. The audience below erupted in enthusiastic cheers like fervent devotees. By the second day of entering the City of Slaughter, Su Xianyue had already won 3 matches, and true to form, he was ambushed after this latest contest. Just as he stepped out of the hellish arena, Su Xianyue suddenly felt a chill, and his body instinctively reacted by summoning his martial spirit. Countless cold rays shot out from the shadows, but Su Xianyue blocked them with a sword aura. The ambush failed. A large group of people emerged from the shadows, and Su Xianyue recognized them as the ones who had cheered the loudest in the audience. Lucifer, you really think you're something, huh? Killing a bunch of trash is nothing special. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The leader of the group, a stout man with a big knife slung over his shoulder and a face full of excess flesh, was followed by a skinny monkey who whispered to him, "Boss, don't forget about the brothers after you're done, huh? Don't worry, just surrender quickly, and we can be a bit gentler with you." The hefty leader pointed his big knife at Susi, while the others behind him wore excited expressions. Looking eager for action, Susi looked at them with a speechless expression. "How did you manage to be so ordinary, yet so confident? Just because there are more of you?" The thin monkey grinned with his crooked teeth and waved his hand behind him. "And wait, don't rush, take your time." With a swish, Susi swept her sword horizontally, instantly bisecting the closest circle of people. Everyone had this thought in their minds, especially those who had been bisected. In the audience, they also felt Susi's terror, but desires still clouded their rationality. So, since everyone was here then, let us all dance for the old man. Susi suddenly jumped up, the long sword in her hand shining even brighter, and then she plunged straight down. "Quick, run!" Someone reacted quickly and shouted, and everyone scattered and fled like a pot of boiling water, but it was too late. Boom, a familiar purple beam of light rose up and slowly dissipated after a long time. Standing in the deep pit, Susi watched the numerous souls slowly drifting away without any support around her. Taking a deep breath, all the souls rushed towards her. Even the smallest grasshopper is meat. And this group probably had about 30 people, with the lowest being Soul King. So, exhilarating. Chapter 151. 150 Angel of Slaughter. Susi tasted the sweetness of the city of slaughter, and his aversion to it grew shallower, even developing a bit of fondness for this place. With this single strike of the fallen heaven, his first soul ring directly upgraded to 50,000 years. He was confident that he could produce a few 100,000-year soul rings here. Suddenly feeling, this place is great. Susi let out a cold laugh and turned her gaze to a group of people watching the show in the distance. "What? We didn't plan to take action." Those people tried to argue, but it was useless because in Susi's eyes, they were all experienced targets. "You guys dance for me too." The flash of blades and the rise and fall of weapons made the world peaceful again. About 10 minutes later, near the hellish slaughterhouse, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with a strong stench continually permeating, adding a monotonous color to this already filthy place. "Hey, why is no one left? Hey, is there anyone else? Hey, come out." Susi killed her way around the hellish slaughterhouse, leaving everyone nearby in pieces. Those who managed to escape by chance. These people couldn't withstand a single sword chi from Susi, demonstrating just how terrifying that sword chi was. It all depended on the soul bone she had fed it, which added up to hundreds of thousands of years in total. So the quality and level of this sword are evident. Its appearance hasn't changed much, and only when Susi uses it can the true power be realized. Soul skills cannot be used here, but fortunately, sword chi is similar to soul bone skills and can be employed. Otherwise, Susi wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Even the soul emperors and soul saints couldn't withstand a single sword chi. If they did, another one would come, and they would meet the same fate. Is there no one left? Have they all run away? Little rooster points to who? I will choose whoever over there. Susi randomly chose a direction and flew off in that direction. Meanwhile, on the ground, it was chaos. The city of slaughter had brought forth such a monster. A person ran breathlessly into a building, where a large group of people were crowded inside drinking, eating meat, and playing poker, which was quite an unorthodox version of poker. As this panicked and breathless person rushed in, everyone's attention turned to him. "What is wrong with you, dog?" Someone asked. "Are you being chased?" The person closest to him approached and asked, while the one referred to as dog caught his breath and said, "It's not that I'm being chased, it's... If you're not being chased, why do you look like a dog?" The person didn't let dog finish and went back to his business, while others turned away. "Listen to me," dog shouted urgently. "What is it? Hurry up and say it. Don't bother us." "Yes, a madman has come to the city of slaughter, killing everyone he sees. He is extremely powerful, with a martial soul I've never seen before, very terrifying. The key point is, that person looks incredibly handsome, top tier among the top tier. What's wrong with you?" Dog suddenly noticed that the group in front of him had gone silent. One person asked, is the person you're talking about purple-haired?" Another person added, "With 6 black wings?" Yet another person chimed in, "And wearing black clothes?" "How do you know?" Dog asked while the others pointed behind him. Dog suddenly froze, his entire body stiffened, unable to move, as a voice came from behind him. So there are so many people here, haha. With a whoosh, a sword pierced through Dog from behind. Dog dead. Su Xianyue casually tossed the corpse aside and looked at the group of people in front of her who were staring blankly. No sense of crisis. I can take you all on. Be good. Stand still. Su Xianyue raised her sword, gathering power. After a long time, Su Xianyue walked out from behind the broken ruins with a refreshing expression. Another 30,000 years, 80,000 years of soul rings. Expected to reach 100,000 years by tomorrow. Wow, ha! Su Xianyue placed her hands on her hips and laughed wildly at the sky. After that, she had no intention of hunting anymore, as she needed to be cautious. Otherwise, running out of soul power would be troublesome. She still had 50% of her soul power left. Just in case, it was better to stop while she was ahead. Otherwise, if she encountered someone she couldn't beat, she would need to run. With Su Xianyue's current strength, killing a soul sage with sword energy was no longer a problem. Even without soul skills, the enhancement from her martial soul was enough. Upgrading her weapon was definitely beneficial. The 70,000-year soul bone from the competition reward, along with the 3 10,000-year soul bones that Qin Dao Lu had snatched for her, one worth 20,000, one worth 40,000, and one worth 50,000, she just didn't know how many years these soul bones would transfer to the sword. However, conservatively estimating, this sword was at least at the level of 100,000-year soul bone. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to kill a soul sage in one hit. Maybe I should go back and rest for a while. Should I change places? Those people in the outer city are not honest and are always stealing and picking pockets. Su Xianyue's belongings were always carried with her, as she was afraid of thieves and had to find a safer place. Upon returning to her residence, she found, as expected, that it had been ransacked. Fortunately, since Su Xianyue carried all her things with her, nothing was stolen. It was time to move to a safer place. In the spacious, dimly lit room, a cold voice echoed, "King, this Lucifer has already killed hundreds of people, and he only entered the city of slaughter yesterday. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." The speaker was a woman with an impressive figure, respectfully addressing a tall figure seated on a throne in the darkness, making such a commotion just after arriving yesterday. He truly lived up to his reputation as a god of murder. Then they all fell silent. In just one day, such a disturbance had been created, and looking at Su Xianyue, who appeared completely unharmed, the implications were obvious. He was sent here by the god of murder. It was best not to provoke him and to let him be. The god of murder could use soul techniques in the city of slaughter and could easily destroy it. Even the king of slaughter did not dare to provoke him. However, King, if this continues, I fear. You fear? What do you fear? Does he dare to attack us? No, no, no. I apologize for my boldness. Hearing the slightly irritated tone of the king of slaughter, the woman quickly apologized, and the king of slaughter slowly spoke. I know what you are afraid of. I have seen Lucifer's strength as well. We can just go with the flow. After all, the rule of the city of slaughter is that there are no rules. What they feared was, of course, Su Xianyue's strength being uncontrollable, but they were not worried at all. A person who could not use soul techniques, no matter how strong, could not cause chaos for long. They understood how dark the city of slaughter was. Everyone had their moments of weakness, and after experiencing a bit, those who caused trouble would soon become obedient. However, should I reward him for such achievements? Pass the order down to give Lucifer a title. Let's call him the Angel of Slaughter, as his martial soul resembles that of an angel. Yes, only those who achieved great accomplishments in the city of slaughter could earn a title. And it was the first time someone like Su Xianyue had killed over 100 people without even taking a breath just one day after arriving. Chapter 152. Serious Situation, Angel of Slaughter? Who came up with such an ugly name? Upon hearing his title, Su Xianyue couldn't help but complain. Lucifer sounds much more imposing. Don't you think? Su Xianyue pointed her sword at a group of people wielding weapons in front of her, surrounded by a pile of corpses. Lucifer, don't be so arrogant. We should run. One person in the front had just made a bold statement and turned to flee. Hey, I didn't let you run. Stay there. With a swift swing of her sword, another wave of bodies was cleaved in half. Once someone shouted to escape, the remaining people didn't hesitate and bolted. Oh, come on. Are you looking down on me? You bring this small group to block me. And when you realize you can't win, you run? This aggressive group approached Su Xianyue with confidence, with the title Douluo as their backbone, whose martial soul was a blood-red knife with the innate ability to convert blood into soul power and heal itself. He thrived in the city of slaughter, boasting 54 victories in the hell slaughter field. Under the leadership of this titled Douluo, a group of soul saints and soul emperors gathered to hunt down Su Xianwei, only to be met with her chaotic sword strikes and killed, with no further aftermath. This man was relatively strong, managing to last about 10 minutes under Su Xianwei's attacks, thanks to the blood bags he brought with him. After the title Douluo died, the remaining people panicked, leading to the scene described above. However, after that group fled, Su Xianwei did not pursue them, as her soul power had been greatly depleted. Dealing with that title Douluo had consumed quite a bit. Now she was left with only 30% of her soul power. A bunch of trash, huh? What was I about to do just now? Oh, right. Find a good place to stay. Su Xianwei came out this time looking for a place with fewer people, where she could rest well. Otherwise, it was really annoying to have someone breaking in her home every now and then. However, it seems that this place is also restless, making the issue of finding a residence quite tricky. Walking through the streets filled with corpses and a stench, and looking around at the dilapidated buildings torn apart by various conflicts, Su Xianwei felt very troubled. Sigh, is there really no safe place? Just sigh. Su Xianwei raised her head dejectedly and saw the purple moon, the source of light in this city of slaughter. That place should be where the king of slaughter resides, right? Yeah, I can just carve out a cave for myself to live in, right? Su Xianwei looked at the rock wall, and a thought suddenly surged forth. Without hesitation, Su Xianwei summoned her martial soul and sword, charging up her energy and shooting towards the chosen spot. About 300 meters into the rock wall, Su Xianwei transformed into a shooting star and crashed into it, resulting in a loud boom as a pillar of light erupted. A shock wave from the rebounding energy. On the rock wall, a deep hole over 3 meters appeared. Phew, this is way too hard, just this little bit. Forget it, I'll take a break and make do. The hardness of the rock wall was stronger than Su Xianwei had imagined, but there was no way to stay here now, so she needed to rest for a while. Su Xianwei used her sword to carve and level the ground where she would rest, and soon, a small cave in the shape of a quarter sphere was completed. I could have a good sleep here, take a bath, or should I go back to my original place? Su Xianwei only sought a place to rest peacefully without being disturbed, and naturally, his original place became his bathroom. He would go there to take a shower and rest in this cave. However, such a great commotion would inevitably attract the guards of the city of slaughter. It was forbidden to violate the rules, and to go out, one could only achieve 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Road Challenge. A birdman in armor with a pair of black wings arrived at Su Xianwei's cave, clearly thinking that Su Xianwei was someone trying to escape forcefully. Su Xianwei looked at him in confusion. Who wants to go out? Is it wrong for me to carve out a resting place for myself? At this moment, the birdman also noticed something was off. There was indeed a place to land. A resting place? The birdman looked around, and his expression under the helmet was one of surprise. If that's the case, then your idea is quite novel. However, I still have to warn you that you can't escape. The only way out is through the Hell Road. After saying that, he left. What's wrong with him? Forget it. After finishing this, I'll continue leveling up. Su Xianwei ignored him and moved into furniture like beds, tables, and cabinets. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang had discovered that Lucifer had made a hole in the rock wall as his residence. The birdman knelt before the king of slaughter, reporting the situation. It was Lucifer again. He had been here for almost 3 days, and everything I heard in these days was related to him. Wang, is there anything you need us to do? Upon hearing the birdman's words, the king of slaughter slowly leaned his face on his hand. No need. He was sent here by a god of slaughter. It's best not to provoke him. God of slaughter. The birdman murmured upon hearing the king of slaughter's words. If there is nothing else, you can go. The king of slaughter dismissed him, still lost in thought. Could it be that the king of slaughter was about to give birth to another god of slaughter? He knew very well what a god of slaughter meant. As the king here, he naturally did not want another existence that could threaten him to appear, but there was nothing he could do. After all, that person had a powerful backing. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I just hope. He has no interest in my position. The king of slaughter stood up and looked at the glass floor beneath his feet, lost in thought at the overall view of the city of slaughter. A few months later, accompanied by the final scream of the last person in the arena, Su Xianwei won another match. And now, the spectators didn't need Su Xianwei to prompt them. They all involuntarily shouted his name after his victory. They actually didn't want to shout, although Su Xianwei's martial soul and combat power were enough to shock them. These fallen and decayed people no longer had that passion. Some would shout, but over time, no one would. However, these people were scared. Once, when no one cheered, Su Xianyue directly killed them all, although this attracted the enforcement team of the City of Slaughter. He was spared punishment after defeating the captain of that enforcement team. After that, everyone who watched Su Xianyue's matches became obedient. They would all shout Lucifer's name after his victories. Su Xianyue thoroughly enjoyed this sense of vanity. It was one of the few sources of entertainment in the dull and boring City of Slaughter. After finishing today's match, Su Xianyue left. He swaggered out of the slaughter arena, but by now, no one dared to ambush him. Those who dared to ambush him were all dead. However, Su Xianyue participated in fewer and fewer matches. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but mainly because there was no one left. Most of the people in the City of Slaughter had already been killed by him. In these few months, Su Xianyue successfully pushed his first and second soul rings to 100,000 years. Although he couldn't test how much he had improved, it surely was far off. Chapter 153, Unity in the City of Slaughter. Su Xianyue could participate in 3 to 4 matches a day at the beginning, and the most he participated in one day was 5 matches. However, now, just a few months later, being able to play twice in a day is considered a lot for him. That's why he has only achieved 61 victories. And the people in the City of Slaughter are almost all killed by him. However, what is strange is that Su Xianyue doesn't have any killing intent on him. Not even a trace. Killing intent is a kind of momentum. It arises when one reaches a certain height in any aspect. Even eating can generate momentum when taken to a certain level. Killing intent, specifically, is the natural momentum that arises from killing living beings to a certain extent. However, Su Xianyue has none. The reason is unknown. But it doesn't matter. Whether it's there or not is the same. It's irrelevant. At this moment, Su Xianyue was wandering aimlessly on the street. He wanted to grind monsters to level up, but the wild monsters here were almost gone and wouldn't respawn. So he could only hold back. Otherwise, he would lose his 100-game winning streak due to insufficient players. What he didn't know was that a conspiracy against him was brewing. In a spacious building, under dim light, 3 people were gathered around a large round table. Bang! A fist slammed on the table, belonging to a one-armed man who looked furious. This Lucifer is too arrogant. He treats us like livestock to be slaughtered. Beside him sat a one-eyed giant. So, aren't we gathering to discuss this? Wugu, do you have any good ideas? He turned to ask the third person. The last individual was gaunt, with green eyes that flickered like fire. What ideas could I have? In this City of Slaughter, targeting one person is nothing more than overwhelming him with numbers. So we better gather all the remaining people. By the way, what about Yuan? Is he dead too? Well, just yesterday, he took his 500 brothers to ambush Lucifer right after his arena battle, and they were chopped into pieces. Silence fell over the scene. Factions exist everywhere, and the City of Slaughter was no exception. Some weak individuals would align themselves with the powerful for survival, paying a certain price to ensure their lives. Over time, this led to the formation of various gangs, and the leaders of these gangs were at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in the City of Slaughter, enjoying the most privileges. We can't sit back and wait any longer. If this continues, we'll be finished sooner or later. I feel like his purpose for coming here is to kill us. Su Xianyue almost kills anyone she sees. Otherwise, her soul ring wouldn't have increased so quickly. Let's wait for an opportunity. Wu Gu slowly spoke, and the others fell into silence. At this moment, in the hellish killing arena, the bored Su Xianyue leaned on the railing of the audience stands, looking at the empty arena, waiting for the next match. Why is no one here for so long? Has everyone died? The hellish killing arena usually has duels every day, but today is strangely quiet. Su Xianyue has already waited for 5 hours, and in the past, she would have matched with someone long ago. Not only that, but there wasn't a single person in the audience stands, which was particularly odd. Sigh, forget it. I'll just go out for a stroll and come back later. Walking out of the hellish killing arena, she looked at the equally empty street. But Su Xianyue didn't find it strange. After all, everyone is avoiding her. Above them, in the purple moon, the King of Slaughter watched everything with interest. It's a rare event in the City of Slaughter. My lord, should we stop her? If this goes on, the City of Slaughter will really be wiped out by her, a worried maid said. And the King of Slaughter's expression was not good either. I know. In just 6 months, she has slaughtered half of the population of the City of Slaughter. With such combat power, what would happen if she becomes a slaughter god? The maid fell into silence, and after a long while, she spoke. Although she is powerful, I believe the horrors of the Hell Road are enough to eliminate her. Hee hee. The King of Slaughter sneered. You have spent less time with me and haven't seen the terror of the previous 2 slaughter gods. Even those 2 slaughter gods did not achieve the slaughter of nearly 3,000 people in just 6 months. The maid was stunned. and she couldn't imagine what would come next. Sai, unable to recruit her, unable to kill her, unable to send her away. I can only hope that this group of ants will make her suffer. The King of Slaughter was very troubled, losing quite a bit of hair. At this moment, the maid looked at the situation below and spoke. My lord, they have started. Below, Su Xianhua looked at the group of people around her, and through her spiritual perception, she sensed that the entire area was surrounded tightly. Even the sky was filled with people. They all had unfriendly expressions. Lucifer, accept your punishment. One-armed man among the clearly leading three shouted at Su Xianhua while raising his knife, but such words coming from the mouth of a vicious thug were a bit ironic. Punishment? You want to punish me? Do you have that qualification? Su Xianhua retorted without any politeness, while they were unwilling to show weakness. As for you, we all have a right. People in the city of Slaughter are divided into different classes, and naturally, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. The upper class looks down on the middle class class looks down on the lower class, and everyone looks down on Lucifer because he is too brutal, attacking anyone he sees, making it impossible for anyone to admire him, resulting in universal contempt. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. And then, what are you all trying to do? Everyone just surrounded Su Xianhua, and no one had the courage to be the first to make a move. Su Xianhua shook in front of him, startling the person in front of her. Then she scared the others in the same way, resulting in the same reaction from everyone. What is this? You have the heart of a thief, but not the courage. Are you here to offer experience points? Offer experience points? What the heck? Cough, cough. Lucifer, you have killed countless people and have committed numerous atrocities. We will bring you to justice. The fact that even those who have committed various heinous acts in the city of Slaughter can speak such righteous words to Su Xianhua shows just how ruthless and merciless her actions have been in recent days. Su Xianhua, in their eyes, is just the same as how others see them outside. So what? If you don't go, then I won't be polite. Experience packs? Martial soul possession. Huh. Ahem. Brothers, cut him down. Seeing this purple light cluster, the others panicked, and the leader quickly encouraged them. Right? With so many of us, even a spit from each can drown him. What's there to be afraid of? Go for it. Kill. In Su Xianhua's eyes, a purple light shone, signifying his excitement. So, here we go. You, trash. On that day, people completely understood the terror represented by the name Lucifer. Everyone, even soul saints and soul emperors, could not withstand his sword energy. And the crowd from the city of Slaughter, surging like a black swarm of ants towards Su Xianhua, was swept away as if clearing away garbage. Yet, even though there were many hands against him, with so many people, a few blades were bound to strike Su Xianhua. However, each time he was injured, he healed at an astonishing speed. Chapter 154, 153, Everyone is dead. WH. What? How is this possible? How could this happen? Those who successfully took advantage of the chaos to strike Su Xianhua looked in confusion at the wounds that healed in an instant, letting out their final screams before death. You have angered me. Su Xianhua unleashed her full power, her body transforming into a purple meteor that darted through the air, emitting waves of sword energy that sliced through the crowd like cutting rice, leaving them no chance to evade. In the end, Su Xianhua soared into the sky and crashed to the ground like a comet. A small area of the ground was cleared, but it was immediately blocked by the crowd. At the outermost edge of the crowd, 3 individuals stood quietly, watching the massacre unfold before them. No one is allowed to escape. Whoever dares to run, I'll chop him down first. This was the leader among the 3, who were clearing out those scared off by Su Xianhua, forcing the remaining people to press on despite their fears. There were over 2,000 people here, packed tightly together, continuously launching attacks at the figure in the sky. The emaciated Wu Gu stood at a distance, watching Su Xianhua weave through the crowd, the smile creeping onto his lips. Lucifer, I don't believe it. After killing so many people at once, you still have the strength to deal with us? It was clear that these 3 individuals intended to make the final harvest, letting the cannon fodder expend their energy first. Su Xianhua's body is very powerful. Even a strong attack from a soul saint can only leave a shallow wound on him, and it heals quickly. This is because the soul here is constantly replenishing. Su Xianhua can restore himself by absorbing soul energy, although he cannot restore his soul power. His physical strength alone is enough. This group of soul masters who cannot use soul skills cannot withstand even one of his strikes. Only those with defense abilities can endure a few more hits, but it is useless. They still die after just a few blows. The King of Slaughter in the sky, was quietly watching all of this and was no longer calm. If this continues, he will really kill them all. Someone, hurry up and stop them. Ah, Your Majesty, I feel we might not need to go. When the King of Slaughter turned to shout at the maid, she seemed to have seen something incredible. What did you say? The King of Slaughter turned back to look and saw. Susi stood proudly amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His usual cleanliness now tainted with blood, and naturally, he was very angry. You, all of you, go die. A cracking sound seemed to echo as something shattered. Behind Susi, the fourth spirit ring shone brightly, the dark spirit ring radiating light, while the remaining people looked at him with a ghostly expression, terrified. Spirit ring. How is that possible? Isn't it forbidden to use spirit abilities in the City of Slaughter? It was natural that without being able to use spirit abilities, the spirit ring could not manifest. Yet now, purple-black flames blazed fiercely, burning the corpses, while in his hands, countless flames were gathering. Susi stared blankly at the crowd with his palm facing forward. A ball of fire was continuously compressing in his hand. Finally, the crowd reacted and looked at Susi, remembering to flee. Demon! It's a demon! Many were so scared they lost control, shouting loudly as they ran back. But it was already too late. The black flame ball in his hand transformed into a laser, sweeping across the area, causing explosions everywhere past. Self-created soul skill, demon flame breaking sky howl. When the explosions ceased and the flames dwindled, the existence that annihilated everything opened its mouth, as if devouring something. How? How is this possible? The King of Slaughter, witnessing the carnage, was stunned. His worldview had been severely impacted. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? The tone of the King of Slaughter shifted from disbelief to rage, and in his fury, he recklessly destroyed everything around him. My lord, calm down. There must be a reason. Or that is a soul bone. Yes, it must be a soul bone. The maid frantically grasped at excuses, but was slapped to the ground. Do you think I'm stupid? Or blind? Did you not see such a large soul ring? After roaring this out, the King of Slaughter calmed down a bit. Why can he use soul skills? Something must have gone wrong. It must be. He still couldn't believe it. Why could the City of Slaughter use soul skills when there are rules binding it? Binding. Could it be that he broke through the rules of the gods? That's impossible. An impossible reason rose in the mind of the King of Slaughter, but was immediately denied. No, that's even more absurd. It seems he can't stay here any longer. The road to hell. He must be sent to the road to hell quickly. The King of Slaughter only wanted to send this plague god away. The people of the City of Slaughter could come again, but if the rules were broken, the City of Slaughter would be destroyed. Killing him was even less possible. That would attract an angry god of slaughter. Meanwhile, Susi was quietly sensing his own information. His level had long been raised to level 50 using the soul cultivation method, taking only a month. So now all the soul energy was converging in the third soul ring. 2,000 people, most of whom were soul respect and soul sect. A few soul kings and soul emperors, and some trash. This energy was enough for him to pile the third ring to 100,000 years. Subsequently, the result was as he had guessed. His third soul ring reached 100,000 years, but the fourth soul ring was still a bit short. Awesome. Seeing the result, Susi shouted excitedly. At this moment, his joy far outweighed the displeasure brought by the stains on his body. Even though the fourth soul ring was still about 20,000 years short, he was still very pleased. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. He also didn't expect that a harvest from the City of Slaughter could be so large. And he couldn't help but feel grateful for coming here. As for the cost, the entire City of Slaughter had basically turned into an empty city, with only some scraps in the outer city still alive. After the joy, Susi prepared to clean his body. Just as he was about to leave, Susi sensed there were people nearby. The City of Slaughter can use soul skills now? Then I'm not afraid of you. The Gaunt Wu Gu and his two companions appeared at this moment. You exceeded our expectations. Over 2,000 people were all solved by you. But at this point, you should be very weak, haha. The three looked at Susi with malicious expressions and simultaneously released their martial souls. Then it should be over. Wait, why? Why can't we still use soul skills? After the few released their martial souls, they suddenly realized something was wrong. They still couldn't use soul skills. What the hell? Again, energy was accumulated in the right hand, and a magical flame laser swept across the three. 3 people dead, but not completely dead. The 3, bisected, still maintained their lives and consciousness, looking at Susi in disbelief. Why? You? Oh, I don't know either, but I have to thank you. I'm still a bit short for my 4-soul ring. Ha ha, they didn't know what this a bit short meant. Su Xianyue slowly walked up to them, raised his sword, and aimed at the three who had almost no power to resist. Farewell. After finishing all this, Su Xianyue took a deep breath in the midst of the bloody air. Ah, this sweet air of free slaughter. Chapter 155-154, The Road to Hell. The last 3 enemies were successfully eliminated, yet Su Xianyue still had little consumption. Besides having only 20% of his soul power left, it would soon recover through continuous restoration. His body, due to the constant soul repair, had no issues except for being dirty. However, if it weren't for the soul energy consumed for physical recovery, he probably wouldn't even need to kill these 3 soul Douluo to push the 4 soul ring to 100,000 years. At this moment, the late king of slaughter descended behind him. Lucifer, I admire your bravery, so I've decided to make an exception and send you to the road to hell. Let us set off now, follow me. After the king of slaughter said all this, Su Xianyue was left dumbfounded. Wait a minute, can I take a shower and change clothes first? No need. Anyway, once you enter the road to hell, you'll get dirty again. It's better to wash it all together when you come out. Hurry and follow me. The king of slaughter seemed anxious, making Su Xianyue feel something was off. No, I must clean up first. You can come find me later. Ignoring him, Su Xianyue walked off on his own. Forget it, let us move quickly. You should know how rare an opportunity it is to enter the road to hell. The urgency in the king of slaughter's words made it seem like he wanted to grab his feet and throw him into the road to hell right now. It's no wonder. Su Xianyue had practically slaughtered the entire city of slaughter. Although people were gone, new ones would come, but Su Xianyue could use soul skills. And with the god of slaughter as his backing, the king of slaughter just wanted to quickly send this great deity away. Why could he use soul skills? Su Xianyue himself didn't know. The city of slaughter was left by the god of Shura, and all the rules were set by him. Now that Su Xianyue had broken the rules, would there be consequences? Now I can finally wash up properly. No one can disturb me anymore. Soaking in the bathtub, Su Xianyue submerged his face in the water, bubbling up with air. A bucket of blood water quickly formed. Su Xianyue washed inside and out 8 times before finally getting clean. But why does the king of slaughter look so eager to send me to the road to hell? It's quite strange. Su Xianyue felt that something was off, but he couldn't figure out what it was. However, he realized that the lack of a sense of crisis made him feel much more at ease. He trusted his instincts. After finally finishing his wash, Su Xianyue went back to find the king of slaughter and set off for Hell Road. I say, are you in such a hurry to send me away because you have some kind of conspiracy? He asked the king of slaughter, who was walking ahead. The king seemed to want to say something, held it in for a long time, and finally let out a sigh. To be honest with you, most of the people in the slaughter city have basically been killed by you. What are you keeping them alive for? If I don't send you away, who knows what else you might do? The king of slaughter vented all the frustration he had inside. To be honest, it was the first time he encountered someone who had killed off everyone in the slaughter city. If he kept him around, it would be a disaster. So he was eager to send him away. You mean, all the people in the slaughter city have been killed by me? Turns out I'm as powerful. Ha. Su Xianyue only now realized that she had killed so many people. She had been so blinded by rage before that she hadn't paid much attention. Never mind. Go up and prepare. Soon, they arrived at the hellish arena of slaughter. At this moment, the audience seats of the hellish slaughter arena were piled high with various pieces of corpses, all killed by Su Xianyue, brought here as sacrifices. It didn't matter if the sacrifices were alive or dead, as long as there was enough flesh and blood. These people had just died and were still fresh. Go stand up there. I will send you to the road of hell now. They reached the center of the arena, and the king of slaughter began to activate the teleportation array. A crimson light emanated from him, continuously spreading and shining on the pieces of corpses. At this moment, the blood from the mountain of corpses in the audience seats seemed to be attracted, continuously converging towards the arena, while the corpse pieces became desiccated. Countless streams of blood gathered at Su Xianyue's feet, and it seemed to be intentionally guided, forming a bat pattern. At this moment, Su Xianyue also felt that his blood seemed to be stirred, but he suppressed it. Without enough killing intent to protect him, it would indeed be like this. However, relying on his powerful physique was enough to withstand it. Looking at the teleportation array on the ground that was gradually charged, Su Xianyue felt a bit excited about the road to hell. Good luck to you, and I hope we meet again someday. The voice of the king of slaughter echoed, and then Su Xianyue suddenly disappeared. The king of slaughter, feeling relieved, looked in the direction where Su Xianyue vanished and closed his eyes, pondering something. The maid behind him stepped forward. "My king, I don't understand why he—" The king of slaughter slowly turned his head. "I don't understand either. He has killed so many people, yet produced not a trace of killing intent, and he can even use soul techniques. However, it's not unheard of for someone to kill so many beings without generating killing intent." A terrifying thought emerged in the king of slaughter's mind. The absence of killing intent means either he has concealed it very well, without a trace leaking out, or he simply does not take killing to heart, which is the most frightening part. The generation of killing intent requires not only a certain number of kills, but also one's attitude towards killing. Treating killing as a form of amusement, apart from being perverse, is still perverse. However, this is indeed the case. Susi has always regarded them as experience points and never considered them as living beings, so naturally, there was no killing intent. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, this seems to be related to the martial soul as well. At this moment, after feeling a sense of weightlessness, the scene before Su Xianyue suddenly changed. He shook his slightly dizzy head and, after recovering, began to survey his surroundings. Beneath his feet was a platform about 3 meters in diameter, surrounded by cliffs, with only this platform standing alone here. The only path ahead was a narrow road just a few centimeters wide, and there was nothing supporting it, just a solitary stone bridge, the means of its support unknown. However, below was filled with red mist, obscuring the view of what lay beneath. But it was apparent that it was very high up, although he couldn't see clearly. Su Xianyue knew what was below, the blood provided by those people from the City of Slaughter, serving as the energy source to maintain the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter is sustained by a type of domain. It is said that the City of Slaughter was left behind by a 100-level powerhouse. But this barrier should be left by the god of Shura, designating the City of Slaughter as a selection ground for his heirs. Su Xianyue lay on the side and watched the red mist below for a while, then got up to look at the narrow bridge. "Fortunately, I can fly." Haha, she spread her wings and took off. Su Xianyue didn't dare to fly too fast because the red mist severely obstructed his vision. With a maximum visibility of only 20 to 30 meters. He was flying at a speed not much faster than walking, and ahead was a cave that was quite spacious. Besides the obstructed view, Su Xianyue knew that the cave ahead was the lair of blood bats, and he could take some time to clean it up later. Chapter 156, 155. Batsy was very aware of his attraction to beasts, just like Tang San's meat, which made monsters want to take a bite. Especially these blood-feeding bats, who knew if they would go crazy upon seeing him. He was still unclear about the specific number and strength of those bats, so he needed to ensure he wouldn't get hurt, if he lost even a little blood. After flying for about a few hundred meters in this silent space, Su Xianyue heard some faint chattering sounds, quite similar to rodents. In the next second after hearing that sound, a red shadow charged towards Su Xianyue at high speed. He easily dodged it, and a burst of fire incinerated it. Had he already reached the bat nest? Su Xianyue also got a clear look at that bat. Its wingspan was nearly 1 meter, which was already considered large. However, its strength was only at the level of a 10-year soul beast, the kind that could easily be killed with a casual attack. After the bat let out a mournful scream and burned to ashes, some faint noisy sounds came from afar. The noise gradually grew louder. The chaotic and sharp sounds were quite irritating. In the distance, a mass of blood-red bats entered Su Xianyue's field of vision, numbering at least in the thousands, huddled together, practically a nightmare for anyone with a fear of density. They arrived so quickly, it seemed that the one he had just encountered was the gatekeeper. Su Xianyue saw that among the bat, there were many large ones, most of which had a wingspan close to 1 meter like the previous one, while the largest ones had a wingspan of over 2 meters, almost 3. Just burn them all. No, using fire would also take time, so, behind Su Xianyue, a red soul ring lit up, and at the same time, a faint purple shield spread out, enveloping the bats within it. The third soul skill, Eternal Night Abyss. When this soul skill reached 100,000 years, Su Xianyue discovered that he could freely adjust the range and duration. The maximum range could expand to a diameter of 10,000 meters, and the duration could be adjusted at will, but it required soul power to maintain after 10 seconds. Once all the bats entered this range, Su Xianyue snapped his fingers with his left hand, and the bats suddenly went limp and fell straight down. Although the souls of thousands of bats were not very high in level, even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. And Su Xianyue directly added it all to his physical strength. This move is good for clearing small mobs, but I have no way to test my physical strength, which is a problem. Soul rings can be judged directly by color and energy intensity, but the body is different, it's hard to feel the level, so I need to find an opportunity to experiment. He didn't dwell on these trivial matters for long and continued on. Blood bats are not soul beasts, so they do not produce soul rings. But since they are not soul beasts, it means they do not use soul power, which raises questions about how they have grown this way. There are many bats, and they seem to have some intelligence. The previous group was just the vanguard, and the real main event is yet to come. Another large group of bats appeared, and this time the estimated number was around 3,000, densely packed and comparable to a swarm of bees. Fortunately, this cave passage is wide enough, and the blood mist below can support their survival. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bats. However, when calculating the levels of these bats, none exceeded 10,000 years, meaning they were all lower than level 50, which was lower than Su Xianyue's level, and they were instantly killed by the third soul skill. A whole group of bats fell straight down, disappearing into the blood mist. The third soul skill is really useful. But why can I use soul skills? At that time, it felt like something had shattered, but I can't remember clearly. Watching the dense blood bats all fall into the blood river below. Su Xianyue was a bit distracted, but the next piercing howl snapped him back to attention. A chilling roar revealed ferocity, deafening to the ears. Su Xianyue could clearly hear that the owner of this voice was very angry. Soon after, a massive bat charged in front of him. However, it didn't stop. The dark gold, three-headed bat king rampaged through the spacious cave, constantly emitting piercing howls. It was evident that it had also been affected by Su Xianyue's soul skill, but perhaps due to its strong mental power, it managed to stay awake. However, wasn't this state just delivering itself to the slaughter? Su Xianyue's eyes were fixed on the rampaging bat king, her sword poised and ready. The flames consumed a lot of soul power, making them suitable for area attacks or buff skills to enchant the sword, but for single target damage, sword chi was more cost-effective. Oh, that's right, with fire added. It could be worth a try. The sword in Su Xianyue's right hand began to spread purple-black flames from the point where he held it, engulfing his entire body. However, the sword seemed immune to this flame, instead exuding a sense of affinity. I hereby declare. Su Xianyue raised her sword and unleashed a massive sword chi imbued with flames. The wide-ranging burning sword chi successfully struck the dark golden, three-headed bat king. And in that instant, the bat simply evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Well, the power is not bad. Continuing on her journey, she suddenly felt a bit excited about the killing god domain. Clearing the Hell Road would grant her the killing god domain. And there's no need to elaborate on how powerful that domain is. Filled with anticipation, Su Xianyue pressed forward, also quickening her pace. Besides looking forward to the killing god domain, she wanted to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. As she flew, a strange sound suddenly reached her ears. The sound fluctuated in pitch, but was very rhythmic, resembling a breathing sound. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Following the direction of the sound, she saw a massive, hefty python coiled on the small stone bridge, snoring. The 10-headed fiery sun snake. Is it really like this? I thought the heads of the 10-headed fiery sun snake would just be pus-filled lumps. But who would have thought that the other 9 heads were not just lumps, but rather 10 large tumors on a long neck, with transparent skin that made the pus and veins inside visible, which was very disgusting. However, the snake was sleeping, so Su Xianyue quietly approached it with her sword, preparing to stealthily take it down. In fact, she mainly wanted to obtain its inner Dan, which shot out from its 9 heads. If she killed it directly, she wouldn't know if she could get it. Su Xianyue quietly arrived behind the 10-headed sun serpent and, facing its back, swiftly struck with his sword. The 10-headed sun serpent was startled awake by the pain, letting out a howl even more piercing than that of the previous bat. Spit out the inner elixir, Su Xianyue shouted, wielding her sword once more. The 10-headed blazing sun snake let out a somewhat strange roar, its body thrashing wildly, trying to shake Su Xianyue off. Su Xianyue didn't linger for long, flying right in front of it and extending a finger with a face full of disdain. Come over here. Although the 10-headed fiery serpent didn't understand the gesture, it was provoked by the obvious taunt and became even angrier, having already been furious. The 9 fleshy tumors on its neck began to emit light, and some special pus was ejected from them, gathering together to form a sphere that was hurled towards Su Xianyue. This should be it. Time to declare judgment. Once again, a familiar massive fiery sword energy appeared, directly evaporating the 10-headed fiery serpent. Chapter 157. 156. Where's my domain? Got it. After evaporating the 10-headed fiery serpent, Su Xianyue took its inner core. He could sell it to Yin, and continued on his journey. The 10-headed fiery serpent was the biggest boss here. After resolving it, only the terrain obstacles remained, but those were not a challenge for Su Xianyue, since he could fly. After flying forward for an unknown distance, Su Xianyue finally saw a color that was out of place in this blood-red world. Above him, there was a white light. He flew up effortlessly, and not far ahead, that white light curtain was right before him. The light curtain was continuously drawing something in, and Su Xianyue knew that it was the killing intent, cold and suffocating. Not bothering to think much, Su Xianyue directly entered the light curtain. Behind the white light curtain was a special space where all the killing intent gathered. As Su Xianyue entered, the killing intent crazily converged towards him. However, he didn't feel much. It just felt like airflow was swirling chaotically around his body, tickling him. Just as the killing intent was about to condense and take shape on him, it suddenly dispersed for some unknown reason. What is going on? Before Su Xianyue could ponder, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, and the objects in front of him swayed. In the next second, he found himself in a forest. This. His confused little eyes looked around, and it seemed like a big question mark appeared above his head. After a long time, my domain. Su Xianyue covered her face, wanting to cry without tears. My territory. Su Xianyue knelt down and repeatedly struck the ground, causing huge vibrations and cracks. After a long while, when Su Xianyue had vented her anger, she realized she needed to go back and figure things out. Su Xianyue flew up into the sky, looking around, and the small town was visible in the distance, clearly seen from high above. There, with a whoosh, Su Xianyue transformed into a purple meteor and plunged toward the town. City of Slaughter, the king of slaughter, sat on his throne, shaking a goblet filled with blood in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. Since sending Su Xianyue away, the city of Slaughter had returned to its normal state, and those few people who were originally there all enjoyed treatment they had never experienced before. Those who were basically ignored as trash now all entered the inner city to enjoy themselves. There weren't many people left in the city of Slaughter, just a few hundred, but it was no big deal. After all, more people would come in again, and the city of Slaughter wasn't short on energy. The blood of the thousands who were killed by Su Xianyue could last for hundreds of years, and it wasn't impossible for the city of Slaughter to recover to its previous state in that time. The people sent in by the god of slaughter are actually so terrifying. If it weren't for him being sent in by the god of slaughter, I wouldn't be so humiliated. Thinking about the frustrating matters, he crushed the goblet in his hand, but after a moment, he regained his composure. Forget it, he's gone anyway. Just as he was recovering his mood, suddenly, a subordinate rushed in urgently. Report to the king. That man is back. Who? At this moment, an angry Su Xianyue was yelling at the black-armored soldiers in front of him. Get out of my way. Don't force me to take action. Calm down, you must stay calm. We've already reported to the king. Just wait a moment. Scott was continuously soothing him. They knew the terror of Su Xianyue and dared not act recklessly. Then hurry and get him out to explain clearly. At this time, the king of slaughter finally arrived, and the others retreated upon seeing him. What's wrong? Is there something else? You explain. Why is there no god of slaughter domain after I walked out of the hell road? The furious Su Xianyue rushed directly in front of the king of slaughter, grabbing his collar and questioning him. No god of slaughter domain? I don't know about that either. I'm just responsible for managing the city of slaughter. In your case, I really don't know. The king of slaughter spoke the truth. He was only managing the city of slaughter, and he had no right to know about such matters. What? You don't know? You. So angry. I need to find someone to vent my anger. Feeling like he might burst from anger, Su Xianyue decided to ignore these matters for now and find a way to calm down. But looking around, no one dared to approach him. Even the king of slaughter stood in front of him, and he had no legitimate reason to vent his anger. The king of slaughter also looked puzzled. No domain? Isn't that just what I want? No, he can still use soul skills. Lucifer. I can't help with this matter either. Bang. Before the king of slaughter could finish his sentence, Su Xianyue's fist hit his chest, sending him flying 8 meters. Damn it, I don't want it anymore. After throwing that punch, Su Xianyue turned and left, and no one dared to stop him. The king of slaughter, holding his chest and slowly getting up, revealed a murderous expression. Do you really think this is your home? Stand there. This shout, filled with ferocity and killing intent, swept through the surroundings, and the black-armored soldiers nearby were frightened and didn't dare to face him directly. Su Xianyue turned her head slowly, looking very displeased. What did you say? Although there was no killing intent, her gaze was filled with murderous intent. Under her direct stare, the King of Slaughter felt an indescribable sense of fear. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I'm Fine. Please go ahead. Suppressed by the feeling of fear, the King of Slaughter regained his composure, but was still quite frightened. Idiot. Su Xianhua didn't pay much attention to him. He just wanted to leave this unpleasant place. Su Xianhua left, but the people in the city of Slaughter did not. The King of Slaughter stared fixedly in the direction where Su Xianhua had departed, the fear lingering for a long time. It was too terrifying. What on earth was that? The King of Slaughter was still in a daze, and the others did not dare to leave either. A maid stepped forward to comfort him. My king, No, don't provoke him. He's not someone we can deal with. Huh? As soon as the King of Slaughter said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Although they were curious, they did not dare to say much. After the King of Slaughter left, they slowly dispersed. I'm so pissed off. Spending so much time for a mere god of Slaughter domain. No, it's not that I wasted so much time. My soul rings have upgraded to 100,000 years, so it's not a loss. The reason why there was no god of Slaughter domain is unknown, but this time it wasn't in vain, as my soul rings have been upgraded. Thinking of this, Su Xianhua calmed down. The god of Slaughter domain. Upon careful consideration, it still feels like a loss. Forget it. It's more important to go back. Su Xianhua set off alone in the direction of his return. Perhaps because Bibi Dong and the others didn't expect him to come out so quickly, they hadn't arranged for anyone to wait for him. Soon, he confirmed which way was southwest and exerted all his strength to move forward. However, Su Xianhua suddenly remembered something. His fifth soul ring was still unresolved. It was a question of whether to obtain the soul ring first or return. It would be better to get the soul ring first, otherwise he would have to come out again after returning. Chapter 158, 157, The Extreme Northland. Su Xianhua turned around and headed north. The extreme north is a gathering place for soul beasts similar to the Stardow Great Forest, with even more soul beasts than in the Stardow Great Forest. After all, the harsh environment means few people come here, while the Stardow Great Forest is almost in the middle of the continent, attracting many soul masters seeking soul rings. Naturally, there are more soul beasts in the extreme north. However, the extreme north also has those three entities. If Su Xianhua cannot defeat the Titan Snow Demon King, she can still run away. The Ice Emperor's strength is unknown, but if she can't defeat it, running away should be possible, right? However, if she encounters the Snow Emperor, it's best to be humble. That entity might be something even Emperor Tian cannot easily defeat in the extreme north. Fortunately, only the Titan Snow Demon King tends to wander around the mixed area. The other two stay in the core area and do not come out easily. Su Xianhua only planned to stroll around the outskirts this time, as the age limit was not a concern. As long as it was suitable, that was enough. On the vast snowy plains, the biting cold wind was fierce. But after all, this was the outskirts, so the temperature wasn't too low and was quite bearable. Had they reached the far north so quickly? Is the city of Slaughter this close? Su Xianhua had been flying for about half a day and had already arrived at this snowfield. Before her was an endless expanse of white wilderness, and for a moment, she felt a bit lost, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in front of her, and the snowflakes that had been drifting down were scattered by a sound that broke through the air, rushing straight towards Su Xianhua at an almost imperceptible speed. Wow! An object moving at high speed almost attacked Su Xianhua, but she easily dodged it. Seeing that the attack had failed, the object lunged at her again. However, this time Su Xianhua was prepared. She squinted her eyes, stretched out her hand, and firmly caught the object. At that moment, she saw what it was, a pale blue bird, small in size, with feathers arranged neatly on its body like ice crystals. Looking quite beautiful. The ice bird, small in size, struggled continuously in her hand, but the difference in strength was too great, making it futile. Su Xianhua looked at the bird with interest, but soon lost interest. With a firm grip on its neck, she understood, and a 10,000-year soul ring appeared. A 10,000-year soul beast? So weak? It can't be. However, the feathers are quite nice. I'll pluck a couple. After casually tossing away the dead bird, she continued to wander around. It's so cold in the extreme north that even ordinary fire can't be lit, let alone roasting bird meat. Su Xianhua left leisurely, and the dead ice bird was lifted by the cold wind during its fall, blowing towards the distance. The corpse landed on the ground, and after a long time, Before the ice and snow covered it, a group of identical ice birds appeared, staring blankly at it. Then they all raised their heads to look into the distance. At this moment, Su Xianyue was looking at a penguin. Quack, quack. Su Xianyue tilted her head. Quack. The penguin tilted its head in response. Why does this penguin sound like a duck? In front of her was a half-meter tall, silly-looking penguin, and Su Xianyue bent down to make eye contact with it. Odd and bizarre. Standing up straight, Su Xianyue didn't pay much attention to the penguin, fearing it might make her recharge Q coins. Just as she stood up, the penguin seemed to see something amazing and wobbled away. Huh. Su Xianyue watched the panicked penguins running away and suddenly felt something coming towards her from behind. She turned around. In the distance, a snowstorm was approaching at a visibly fast speed. Snowstorms are common in the far north, but this one seemed a bit strange. It appeared to be somewhat small, and within it, there seemed to be something else. Su Xianyue squinted her eyes and looked closely, discovering that inside there was a group of ice birds just like the one before, among which a few were quite large, twice the size of the previous one. Are they here to seek revenge on me? This aggressive demeanor clearly indicates they are here for revenge. I wonder where they got the courage. Su Xianyue reattached her martial soul and flew into the sky, waiting for the arrival of the blizzard. The flock of birds, seeing this, did not retreat. Instead, the leader let out a long cry, its momentum increasing, and it quickened its pace. Judging from a soul power aura of the leader, it was about 50,000 years old. Su Xianyue began to gather soul power in the sword in her hand, while magic flames burned. At this moment, many of the birds were already filled with fear, but under the leadership of the leading bird, they continued to advance with the blizzard. Su Xianyue's sword was poised and ready, then suddenly swung forward. The overwhelming demonic flames, accompanied by the massive sword aura, howled out and collided violently with the blizzard. However, less than a second later, the blizzard dispersed. The demonic flame, sword, aura dissipated, and the flock of birds vanished without a trace. However, this group of birds did not produce soul rings, perhaps because their bodies were burned to ashes by the demonic flames, and thus the energy needed to condense soul rings was also incinerated. Garbage. Looking at the cleared area, Su Xianyue let out a remark. After flying over to absorb the souls, she left. At this moment, in a certain location in the core area of the extreme north, there was a circular structure carved from ice crystals. Some of the furniture inside the building was also made of ice blocks, looking very simple, unlike furniture made by humans. The ice crystals were illuminated by light, emitting a faint glow, making them very beautiful. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. On an ice bed made of large ice blocks, a white-haired girl dressed in a white long dress lay quietly, exuding a tranquil and elegant aura, along with a cold sense of do not approach. While she was in slumber, she suddenly opened her ice-blue eyes and quickly sat up to look in one direction. I need to take a look. Suddenly attracted by something, she transformed into a streak of light and rushed outside. Caw-caw, caw-caw. The assimilated Su Xianyue was squatting on the ground, his wings forming a semicircle to shield against the cold wind. While in front of him was that seemingly silly penguin, amusing him. The penguin looked clumsy. Would eating it affect his IQ? Mimicking the penguin's call, he contemplated whether to eat it. Looking at its wise little eyes and that silly, tilted head, Su Xianyue ultimately decided against eating it, fearing it might affect his IQ. Not wanting to bother with the penguin any further, Su Xianyue stood up, planning to leave. The probability of obtaining a suitable soul ring here was still too low, so he intended to wander around a bit longer before heading back. But just then, the previously mild snowstorm suddenly howled. The temperature of the cold wind dropped to a terrifying level, and the snowflakes became incredibly hard, like blades. "You're not welcome here, evil creature." A sharp, ethereal voice came from all directions, and amidst the swirling snow, the graceful figure of the Snow Empress slowly emerged. Her face, as if sculpted by a top artist, was exquisitely beautiful, yet her phoenix-like eyes revealed a chilling coldness that kept others at a distance, now accompanied by hostility. From the moment she appeared, Su Xianyue knew who she was. What the heck? This is the outskirts, right? How did she suddenly show up? Su Xianyue looked at the distant coniferous forest. This was indeed the outskirts of the far north. How did the Snow Empress get here? Chapter 159, 158 The Grand Performance. What are you doing? Su Xianyue tried to talk, but the Snow Empress only had a cold attitude, and she was always ready to take action. Get out of here. All right. You have a big chest, you say it counts. Su Xianyue saw that she had no intention of talking at all, so she didn't waste her time with her and flapped her wings to leave. After Su Xianyue departed, the Snow Empress let out a sigh of relief. How can there be such a terrifying aura in this world? The Snow Empress couldn't help but marvel at the horror of the aura surrounding Su Xianyue. Once she was sure that Su Xianyue had truly left, she turned her attention to the little penguin on the ground, tilting its head and looking at her. Snow Empress. This silly penguin really isn't afraid of anything. The penguin was so clueless that it had no idea what fear was. Meanwhile, far away, Su Xianyue was getting angrier by the minute. Damn it, if I could just leave, I will. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat her, I would. I'll remember this grudge, not wanting to dwell on annoying thoughts. He decided to prepare a bit and see if he could find a suitable soul beast nearby. For my 5th soul ring, it would be best to get one that enhances defense. A buff soul skill would be better. I don't lack attack power now, and my speed is sufficient. But what I really lack is a defensive skill. Otherwise, I keep getting my own blood everywhere. What to do, Sai? Let's just do it this way. After thinking for a while and settling on a decision, Su Xianyue began to act. He directly drew his sword and made a cut on his arm, and blood began to flow out in a rush. A pool of bright red blood, shimmering with a faint glow, fell to the ground. Su Xianyue found a hidden branch to retract her martial soul and hid, staring at the pool of blood. Although the possibility was slim, it should be fine, right? Even she felt a bit guilty saying that. Blood could attract soul beasts, but she was worried it might also attract Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Gazing into the distance at the outskirts of the extreme north, Su Xianyue was testing her luck. It wouldn't work to stay too far away. That would mean she couldn't attract good soul beasts, which would be pointless. After waiting for a long time, soul beasts finally started to appear. However, they were all small soul beasts, and before they could even lick the blood, they were swallowed by slightly larger soul beasts. Time passed, and more soul beasts came, growing larger and stronger. Soon, it turned into a scene of big fish eating small fish. Small soul beasts were eaten by larger ones, and then those larger ones were consumed by even bigger ones. In the end, only 3 gigantic soul beasts remained. One was a polar bear, another a white crocodile, and there was a big penguin. Wow, what a huge QQ. But where did this penguin get the courage to compete with these 2 creatures? The polar bear was clearly a member of the extreme North Ice Bear clan, about 10 meters in size and roughly 10,000 years in cultivation. As for the white crocodile, it was slightly shorter than the polar bear, but its strength looked impressive as well. However, the penguin was hard to figure out. It stood 5 meters tall, was stout, and had a fierce gaze, looking quite formidable. Just a moment ago, Su Xianyue saw it shoot ice pillars from its mouth, freezing several soul beasts. Gah! The penguin let out an angry roar, flapping its tiny wings and wobbling towards them. What a cute appearance in this situation. The polar bear and crocodile did not act recklessly, but both roared angrily at the penguin, scaring it back. However, the penguin seemed unwilling to back down, still attempting to claim the pool of blood on the ground. The polar bear and crocodile appeared to be coordinating something, then turned their gazes toward the penguin and suddenly lunged at it together. Gah! With a confused cry from the penguin, it met its end. It was clear that the polar bear and white crocodile had reached an agreement, likely to split the spoils or challenge each other one-on-one. However, as they were gesturing with their claws, they seemed to be discussing how to divide it. Then, they started shouting at each other, probably over unequal distribution. This made Su Xianyue feel anxious. Why don't you just fight already? Oh, here comes another batch. From a distance, a group of round, white creatures approached, causing the ground to rumble. An entire horde of polar bears. Seeing their kin arrive, the polar bear below immediately gained confidence, sporting a smug, human-like grin. However, the white crocodile was not to be outdone and turned to roar into the distance. At this roar, commotion erupted in the distance, and a large group of white crocodiles crawled out from a nearby ice lake, rapidly advancing toward them. What a spectacle! Perched on the branch, Su Xianyue watched everything on the ground with great interest. Soon after, both sides had gathered. The extreme North Ice Bears and the polar white crocodiles were both social soul beasts of the extreme north. But because the Ice Bear clan had a king that had existed for over 200,000 years, the polar white crocodiles had been pushed to the outskirts. There were about 20 bears and 30 crocodiles, both sides on high alert, with a strong killing intent beginning spread. However, the Ice Bear king did not appear. Otherwise, it would have been unnecessary to even compare. The crocodiles would not have been able to escape. Both sides faced off, with neither making the first move. And from their respective groups, The largest representatives of each emerged. Su Xianyue didn't know what they were talking about, just quietly watching. Maybe I should just leave and find another place. This group of soul beasts doesn't seem to be getting ready to fight. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. They delayed their fight for a long time, and Su Xianyue lost interest. There were no suitable soul beasts for him inside, and he didn't want to waste time and energy. He just wanted to get a suitable soul ring and leave. Fighting them might attract the Snow Emperor. Not caring about them anymore, Su Xianyue jumped away. The soul beasts below were focused on each other, and I didn't notice Su Xianyue. However, that pool of blood could probably lead to significant consequences. Su Xianyue walked south for a while and arrived at the frozen forest he had visited before. The frozen forest looked the same, just an ordinary coniferous forest, with snowflakes drifting down at this moment. The surroundings were silent, with no sounds except for the occasional cold wind passing by. However, it was getting dark, and he needed to find a place to rest. Sleeping nearby wasn't safe, and it was particularly cold, which would greatly affect the quality of his sleep. Forget it. Never mind. Su Xianyue flew to a branch, wrapping herself tightly with her wings, transforming into a cocoon. This was discovered in the city of Slaughter, where unexpected situations could arise at any moment, so she remained in a martial spirit state, even while sleeping. Over time, she developed this sleeping method. The cocoon, wrapped in wings, quietly floated on the branch, its glow dimming slightly to a faint purple fluorescence. Oh, so warm. The wings warded off the cold, naturally keeping her warm. Then, Su Xianyue lit a fire. So comfortable. The cocoon swayed, and after a burst of laughter from inside, it gradually quieted down. The feather cocoon, burning with a faint purple-black flame, floated quietly on this branch. Chapter 160. Oh no. Oscar is gone. Who frozen forest? I hope you can make me stronger. A handsome, delicate-skinned young man appeared. Just wait. Rong Rong, I will make you acknowledge me. Oscar murmured to himself as he walked deeper into the frozen forest. Ever since the failure of the Shrek Academy competition, although many who anticipated their success were disappointed, the Spirit Hall's victory was expected, and second place was quite good. Shrek's reputation continued to rise, but this was very hard for the 7 monsters to accept, as they each had their own plans. Oscar still ventured out alone for training, and he still hadn't given up on Ning Rong Rong over the years. But her attitude towards him was lukewarm. Oscar's face was filled with determination, his steps steady as he walked forward, one step at a time. Then he regretted it. Help! A massive white beast was relentlessly chasing him from behind, its powerful body crashing through nearby trees. Moreover, the beast looked a bit terrifying. Upon closer inspection, one could see its belly was torn open, a piece of broken entrails dragging on the ground, its eyes pitch black, and its face extraordinarily fierce, attacking anything that moved. What on earth is this thing? This terrifying beast, resembling a white bear, relentlessly pursued Oscar, leaving him in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, on the other side, I slept quite well. Su Xianyue stretched her whole body, including her wings behind her. But, oh dear, where are my clothes? Never mind. I have a spare. Her clothes had been burned away by the magic flames, and Su Xianyue leisurely took out another set from her storage soul guide. But why is the storage soul guide fine? Forget it, it's for the plot. After tidying everything up, Su Xianyue looked around and chose a direction to set off. Sigh. It's not easy to find a soul ring. Let's keep looking. With her spirits lifted, she wandered around, and at that moment, a loud yet strange roar echoed through the forest. Huh, is there a soul beast? Let's go check it out. And there's even a person here? Su Xianyue sensed a soul beast, but the fluctuations of its soul power were a bit strange and somewhat familiar. In front of it, there were people fleeing. Judging by the soul power, that person should be around level 40. Is this soul beast 10,000 years old? She flew over in that direction. Help! The loud cries echoed through the forest, but as she listened to the voice, Su Xianyue felt it was somewhat familiar, though she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. When she flew over to take a look, she realized it was Oscar. Behind him was a terrifying-looking white bear, which Su Xianyue recognized as the ice bear from yesterday. It seemed to have gone mad due to blood infection. This state, did it go crazy after drinking my blood? It probably won't last much longer like this. Looking at the zombie bear below and Oscar being chased, Su Xianyue didn't plan to intervene. Just as she was about to leave, the zombie bear actually noticed her, roaring up at the sky and then madly crashing into the tree where she landed. Hey, you got some guts, huh? Do you want me to give you a release? The zombie bear sensed the attraction of Su Xianyue's presence and naturally discovered her. At this moment, Oscar noticed that the bear had stopped chasing him and glanced back. Huh? It's not chasing me anymore? What's up with this tree? Boom. A beam of light struck down from the tree, obliterating the bear into pieces. Trash, hum. After cursing softly, Su Xianyue was about to leave when she suddenly thought of Oscar not far away, lost in thought. She slowly descended, and Oscar ran over to her. Su Xianyue, what are you doing here? Oscar recognized her and asked curiously, while also remaining cautious. I'm here looking for a soul ring. What about you? Her indifferent attitude made Oscar not overly suspicious. I came out for training. How about teaming up? Having encountered such a terrifying situation right after arriving, Oscar was naturally eager to team up with someone he was slightly familiar with. Su Xianyue was deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes staring at him like still water. Oscar felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze, cold sweat pouring down as he unconsciously took a step back, swallowing hard. All right then, let's go. Let's take a look inside. He casually agreed, and Su Xianyue directly pointed in a direction and set off. Oh, hey, wait for me. Oscar, startled, hurriedly followed. Su Xianyue was walking slowly in front, while Oscar nervously followed behind. To be honest, if he had a choice, Oscar really didn't want to get involved with this number one rival. It was too dangerous. If Su Xianyue had any bad intentions, he, as a delicate and gentle food type, would have no ability to resist. At this moment, Su Xianyue was also resting her chin in thought. After a moment, she turned to look at Oscar. By the way, what did you all do after the competition ended? Su Xianyue suddenly turned around and asked Oscar, leaving him a bit confused. Oscar hesitated for a moment, then spoke half-concealed. Big Brother Dai and Zhu Qing have returned to Xinghua. The fatty has become a count in Tiando City. As for the third one, I don't know either. And Talon and the others are continuing their studies at the academy. What about you? Did you join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Huh? How did you know? All right, there is nothing you guys at the Spear Hall wouldn't know. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oscar joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School on the day the competition ended, but then he ran away and has been wandering around the continent. He had just arrived at the frozen forest when he encountered Su Xianyue. So you joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. That's great. We'll be on the same side from now on. Huh? What do you mean? Su Xianyue's inexplicable words left Oscar a bit confused. You don't know? Know what? Su Xianyue looked him over and slowly said, Have you been running around since the competition ended without going back? Pretty much. I've only rested in a few small towns and then left quickly. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Oh, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has become an affiliate of the Spear Hall. Su Xianyue said this sentence softly, and Oscar was stunned, feeling like he was struck by lightning. What? Subordinate? Su Xianyue ignored him and kept pondering something. If Oscar is willing to serve us, he will make a good logistic support, but if he is absolutely unwilling, rather than keeping him around to oppose me, it's better to. Su Xianyue casually glanced back, and the still melancholic Oscar was startled back to reality by this sudden chill. Right, where's Rong Rong? How is she? Ning Rong Rong? She was doing quite well at the Spear Hall. She seemed pretty happy when I left 6 months ago, so she should be about the same now. Living in the Spear Hall, Oscar was stunned, looking at Su Xianyue in front of him, and with this pile of information, a strange thought crossed his mind. Why is Rong Rong living in the Spirit Hall? Could it be that you two have already? Thinking of this, Oscar clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, with a look of resentment in his eyes. Huh? Su Xianyue noticed it and shook her head helplessly. It seems that persuading them to surrender is a bit troublesome, so let's keep it simple. Su Xianyue drew out her sword and slowly approached Oscar. What are you going to do? With a sharp sound, Oscar had no chance to react. The chapter 161, titled Return. In the extreme north, in the core area, the cold and beautiful Snow Emperor stood atop a towering snow mountain, gazing at the vast white plains ahead, her brows revealing deep sorrow. What exactly is that existence that? Remembering something, the Snow Emperor closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. Yesterday, an incident occurred in the extreme North Ice Bear clan, where most of the ice bears suddenly went mad, ignoring their injuries and attacking anything alive. The common factor among them was that they had consumed a red liquid. The crazed ice bears eventually all died, and they only subdued these bears without harming them. Then they all suddenly collapsed and died, and upon inspection, their bodies were corroded, full of holes. The Snow Emperor knew very well that this must be related to Su Xianyue, but she was wary. She could see Su Xianyue's strength, but that terrifying aura made her hesitate to act. Now, she regretted letting Su Xianyue go at that time. With a worried expression, lost in thought, she slowly turned her head. Be cautious. If you sense an evil aura, deal with it immediately. Behind her, a large greenish-blue scorpion slowly crawled over, its body shimmering as if carved from gemstones. Swear, what exactly is that thing? Is it really that terrifying? The scorpion spoke in human language, its voice crisp. The Snow Emperor slowly replied, its strength isn't impressive, but its aura is terrifying. If you encounter it, be very careful. Now, let's not talk about this. Is there more of that thing that drove them mad? There's still some left, right here. The Ice Emperor took out a small red ice bead from behind, pinched it with a large claw, and handed it to the Snow Emperor. This. The Snow Emperor held the small red ice bead in her hand and examined it closely. Swear, don't swallow it. When I saw it, I also had an impulse to swallow it, but thankfully I resisted. The Snow Emperor turned her head, looking curiously at the Ice Emperor. Is that so? But I didn't. Huh, didn't you? That's strange. Both Xiaobai and I felt that way. Without dwelling on it too much, the Snow Emperor expressed her opinion. This should be that guy's blood. It must be poisonous and has an attraction to you. Can you sense what kind of attraction it is? The Snow Emperor turned to the Ice Emperor and asked, while the Ice Emperor scratched its head with a large claw, thinking for a moment. I guess it's that kind of... I can't quite put it into words. It's like my instincts tell me to swallow it. And I can feel that if I swallow it, I could become stronger, but when I think of those ice bears, I hold back. Can it make you stronger? But the risk is not small. The Snow Emperor stored the ice bead and turned to look into the distance. I hope that guy doesn't set foot here again. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was still searching for her 5th spirit ring. If I can't find it in another day, I'll just go back. The frozen forest doesn't have many spirit beasts, but many of them are ice attribute spirit beasts not found in the Stardew Forest. And their ages are quite low. The high ones are probably deep within the extreme north. Age isn't important. Suitability is the most crucial. However, after searching for so long, none of the spirit beasts gave Su Xianyue that feeling. In the end, he gave up and turned to fly south. It seems that finding this 5th spirit ring will be quite difficult. I still need to explore the Stardew Forest. With the Snow Emperor in the extreme north, it seems there's no hope here. I can only go to the Stardew Forest. He accelerated, his whole body radiating light, transforming into a purple meteor. It took 4 to 5 days to reach the Spear Hall. Along the way, Su Xianyue landed in a small town to rest for a while. In a tavern, he heard some recent news. For example, the Tindo Empire and the Spirit Hall merged to form the Spirit Empire. In other words, the Spirit Hall has established a nation. Moreover, Bibi Dong is the queen, but the coronation time is not yet determined. So soon? The tavern is a place where various news converge. All kinds of information can be heard, even about the neighbor's pig giving birth to 8 piglets. Among them, there are several other explosive pieces of news, but they aren't important. The most crucial one is, have you heard? The marriage partner of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's young lady has been decided. What? So explosive? Which young master is so lucky? I haven't heard who it is, but it's someone from the Spirit Hall. I heard that this young lady is still just a concubine. Sigh. The dignified young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can only be a concubine. I really don't know what the main wife must be like. That's not the point. You're only talking about this. The most important thing is which young master from Spirit Hall is so fortunate. Su Xianyue, who was listening beside them, was confused. What is this? Ning Rongrong is getting married? And as a concubine? Who in the Spirit Hall has such poor taste to choose her? No, this should be a political marriage arranged by Ning Fengji. Which unfortunate guy is being pushed into this marriage? Not bothering with these trivial matters, he continued on his way. After 4 days of travel, a weary Su Xianyue finally returned to the Spirit City. I'm finally back. However, the Spirit City was pitifully empty. Hey, where did everyone go? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The once bustling streets, where soldiers patrolled occasionally, were now deserted, with many vendors closed. Walking down the street with questions, he looked at those closed vendors and finally found a patrolling soldier with great difficulty. Hey, can I ask, why does it feel strange at the Spirit Hall? What happened? The soldier was stunned upon seeing Su Xianyue, then quickly regained his composure to reply. Returning, young Master Su. We are preparing for war with the Stardew Empire, so you must have just returned. This is confidential. The entire Spirit Hall is secretly preparing. A war with the Stardew Empire? It's starting just as I return? Yes, we have persuaded the Stardew Empire to surrender many times. But they would rather die than submit. We have no choice but to prepare for war. It should start soon. His Holiness the Pope and others are already at the front. Oh, I see. You carry on with your duties. After understanding the basic situation, Su Xianyue didn't meddle further. A war, should I go or not? It seems very dangerous. Although Su Xianyue had ulterior motives towards those soldiers. He still cherished his life. However, he then remembered something. Wait, I've already cleared the Slaughter City. Why should I be afraid of the Star Luo Empire? In the City of Slaughter, most are soul masters. Su Xianhua has been cutting his way from the East Road to the West Road without batting an eye. Just thinking about this gives him confidence, but before that, he decides to take a few days off. First, I'll go take a bath. My little lake. I miss you so much. Su Xianhua ran straight to the small lake outside the city, where he often took baths. Chapter 161, startled up from a dying illness. The groom turns out to be myself. In the peaceful, warm, and shimmering little lake. Su Xianhua was floating on his back, slowly waving his arms, with a face full of contentment. Also, comfortable. Afterward, he stopped moving his arms and quietly gazed at the blue sky adorned with white clouds. A gentle breeze, carrying the fragrance of water and sunlight, brushed past. This is what enjoyment really is. While quietly floating in the water and savoring the moment, he suddenly felt as if his head had bumped into something. Su Xianhua let out a surprised scream. How? So surprised? Qian Ruxue stood there, the water level just reaching her chest, looking at Su Xianhua with a beaming smile. Most importantly, she wasn't wearing any clothes either, and what Su Xianhua had come into contact with was naturally. Sister, you're back too, huh? Su Xianhua awkwardly laughed twice, while Qian Ruxue looked him up and down. I heard you went to the City of Slaughter. Why do you seem unchanged? Su Xianhua looked at herself, and indeed saw no change. Speaking of this made her angry. She had clearly walked through hell, but had not gained the god of slaughter domain. When she asked that king of slaughter, he said he didn't know. Isn't that frustrating? Not obtaining the god of slaughter domain? Forget it. I don't understand this, so I won't say much. You just came back? Just came back. By the way, I heard that there is going to be a war with the Xinglu Empire soon. Is that true? Qian Ruxue hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke. It's true, but it hasn't been announced to the outside world yet, so don't let it slip. We plan to launch a full-scale attack in 3 days, aiming to take it all at once. Saying this, Qian Ruxue suddenly placed a hand on Su Xianhua's shoulder and said seriously, Your return is just in time. Tomorrow I will head to the front lines, and you will come with me. But forget it, I'll go. After taking a shower with Qian Ruxue, Su Xianhua went to check on her fierce beast little brothers. By the way, I've indeed heard that you tamed a few powerful soul beasts. I didn't believe it at first. How did you do it? Qian Ruxue followed along, very interested in this. I don't really know. They just listened to me after drinking a few drops of my blood. It was all a bit muddled, Here we are, right below this hill. Brothers, I'm back. Did you miss me? Su Xianhua jumped into the cave, and Ditian had already sensed his arrival and was waiting for him inside. Ditian, with a cold expression, arms crossed. Su Xianhua felt a bit displeased at this sight. Sigh, even though it's only been half a year since we last met. Can't you be a bit more enthusiastic? Forget it. I have something to tell you. Are you interested in going to battle with me tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Xiangjun leaned over. What? Battle? Is it just your human internal conflict? Sounds interesting, I'll go too. Hearing this, Xiangjun became interested. He had already been feeling stifled following Su Xianhua, and now, with an opportunity to vent, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Since you're so interested, let us go together. If you achieve merit, there will be rewards. Upon hearing this, Xiangjun's excitement faded, replaced by indifference and disdain. I need human rewards? Just remember to notify me when you set off. After saying that, he left. Ditian closed his eyes, pondering something, and after a while, he chuckled softly. Very interesting. Fine, I will come find you tomorrow. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Ditian agreed, and with Su Xianhua's words in mind, he prepared to leave. Qian Ruxue had been paying close attention to them, constantly vigilant. Very strong, extremely strong, probably on par with Grandpa. This was Qian Ruxue's assessment of Ditian in her heart. Ditian's cultivation was not as good as Qindaolu's, but his combat power was definitely not lacking. However, who was stronger still needed to be verified. After leaving, Qian Ruxue turned to Su Xianhua and asked, How did you find such a powerful soul beast? And you even subdued them? When I was obtaining soul rings in the Stardow Forest, they approached me on their own, and then it was just as I told you. Let us go, I'm a bit hungry. The food in the City of Slaughter is terrible. It's driving me crazy. Su Xianhua held Qian Ruxue's hand, but Qian Ruxue let out a soft moan. Why are you using so much strength? I haven't used much force yet. Alright, my physical strength has increased too much, and I can't control a bit. Su Xianhua suddenly thought of this, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with a silly smile. But fortunately, Qian Ruxue was not in much trouble and we'll be fine soon. After hearing Su Xianyue's words, she looked at him with a strange expression. You can't control your improvement too much. What did you do? It's nothing. Let's go. Time to eat. A familiar melody began to come from a young girl's mouth as she skipped and jumped down the street with her hands behind her back. Suddenly, she stopped. Her clear eyes filled with joy, as if she had seen something she liked. Su Xianyue, the girl shouted, running ahead and directly leaping into Su Xianyue's arms. Ningrongrong. You're still here, oh right. You're getting married. Congratulations. Wait, how can you be so close to me when you're getting married? Get down. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Su Xianyue put her down, and what she said left Ningrongrong feeling bewildered. After a few seconds of being stunned, she reacted, turned her head, and exchanged a glance with Qian Renqiu, both of them bursting into laughter. What's wrong with you two? Su Xianyue looked at the two of them in confusion, waiting for them to finish laughing. Ningrongrong held her stomach and wiped away the tears of laughter. Is it all you know? You must have heard from outside, right? No wonder. Ahem. Actually, I was indeed assigned a marriage partner, but... Ningrongrong suddenly smiled foolishly at Su Xianyue, giving him a sense of ominous premonition. He raised his finger in disbelief and pointed at himself. It can't be. Me, right? Even though I'm just a concubine, I wouldn't mind at all. Su Xianyue? Oh my goodness. But it's okay. I'm just a concubine. Su Xianyue wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Bai Dong's unilateral arrangement of a marriage for him, fortunately, the position of the legitimate wife was still left vacant for him. Ahem. Qian Rushue's dry cough caught Su Xianyue's attention. At this moment, Qian Rushue's face was flushed with embarrassment, and this appearance made Su Xianyue look at her speechlessly, while his brain raced through thoughts in those brief 2 seconds. Qian Rushue's unusual behavior surely meant trouble. Indeed, it made sense why that old geezer suddenly said those nonsensical things to me. However, the next words confirmed Su Xianyue's suspicions. Don't tell me the position of my legitimate wife is actually my sister? What? Do you have an opinion? At this moment, Su Xianyue's inner feelings were beyond description. His head was buzzing. But if he had to describe it, it felt like 10,000 alpacas were rushing past, with the last one trampling wildly in his mind. Chapter 162. On the way to the battlefield, this meal was very unpleasant for Su Xianyue. He remained in a daze, questioning his life. How did I end up being arranged like this? Although they were all quite attractive and essential for a harem in this world, I don't like it. Arya, I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have entered the Wuhuan Hall in the first place. Oh no, I shouldn't have come out to mess with soul rings. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in the village and raise pigs? Boo-hoo, now it's too late to regret. This harem is set in stone. Him. Meanwhile, Ningrongrong and Qian Rushue occasionally chatted happily. Su Xianyue looked at them and felt that it was a blessing in disguise. At least he didn't have to mediate their arguments. After pondering life for a while, he boredly stuffed food into his mouth while watching the two of them chat animatedly. They seemed especially happy, like real sisters. Su Xianyue didn't think much and directly asked the question that was on his mind. I mean, don't you protest against this arranged marriage? Su Xianyue's interjection successfully attracted their attention. Then, Ningrongrong pondered for a moment and spoke. It's okay. I've long been prepared for an arranged marriage. As long as the partner isn't someone I particularly dislike, I can accept it. Moreover, what about you? Su Xianyue turned to look at Qian Renqiu. Do you think I have a choice? I'm the only descendant of the Qian family. I can't avoid marriage even if I don't want to. Like her, I've already come to terms with it. Besides, rather than giving it to someone I've never met, I might as well give it to you, don't you think? My dear little brother, she even threw him a flirtatious wink. Su Xianyue. Hey, you guys are really open-minded. Happy? Lunchtime is over, and Su Xianyue plans to take a break. The soul rings have all reached 100,000 years. The 5th soul ring. Sigh, it's difficult. Lying on the bed, she pondered how to deal with this 5th soul ring. Should I go take a look at the ice and fire yin yang eye? This idea is not impossible, but maybe I should wait until there's really no other option. Not thinking about it anymore. Su Xianyue's eyes gradually became heavy as she slowly fell asleep. The next day, Su Xianyue and the others set off, riding on Tion, who was also holding a bear lured in its claws. However, Ningrongrong volunteered to come along, and Su Xianyue couldn't refuse her, so she let her join. Su Xianyue turned back to look at the two people sitting on the back of Emperor Tion and couldn't help but ask, Hey sister, what's the point of calling you over when there's a battle going on over there? Qian Renqiu going to the battlefield is of no use. They don't need her. It's probably just for me to learn some tactical command or something. After all, I've been studying it all these years, but I've never seen it in actual combat. When Xianren was in the Snow Qinghe period, her daily courses included military strategy, but now it's a time of peace, and without battles, there are no opportunities to practice these tactics. This time, they probably want her to learn for future responsibilities. The Spirit Hall City is located at the border between the two great empires, and the current battlefield is still at the border, so we will get there soon. Soon, a human camp appeared in the distant woods, with platinum-colored tents that had the distinctive characteristics of the Spirit Hall. Su Xianyue and the others were not hindered, as the Spirit Hall was already familiar with the aura of beasts like Ditian. When Bibi Dong sensed Ditian, she walked out from the largest tent. She knew that only Su Xianyue could command these fierce beasts. Something fell from Ditian's body and landed in the woods, while Qianren jumped down with Ning Rongrong. Ditian also transformed into human form, and Su Xianyue sat on his shoulder. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, she jumped down from Ditian's shoulder. "Teacher, I'm back." She walked up to Bibi Dong and greeted her. Bibi Dong saw Su Xianyue looking the same as before, and although a bit puzzled, she still smiled and nodded. How was the harvest?" "It was okay. All 4 soul rings have been upgraded to 100,000 years, but there's no killing God domain. Speaking of this makes me angry. I clearly passed the Hell Road, but still don't have a domain. I asked that King of Slaughter, and he was clueless. Su Xianyue was complaining to himself, while Bibi Dong frowned and looked at him. A soul ring upgraded to 100,000 years? What have you been doing? A 100,000-year soul ring is still a rare find. Although there is already the 800,000-year fierce beast, Ditian, to open their eyes, Bibi Dong still felt surprised. I didn't do much. Teacher, I can endure great hardships for these 4 soul rings. The people of the entire killing city barely managed to upgrade these 4 to 100,000 years, although there's still those hideously ugly ones in the Hell Road. Bibi Dong had automatically ignored that nonsense and focused on the keywords. The entire killing city? Did you wipe out the killing city? Yes, why not? Bibi Dong. All right, you guys go get a tent and rest for a bit. Oh, okay. After Su Xianyue and the others left, the humanoid bear monarch slowly walked out of the woods. Ditian, can't you just leave me alone? Where's he? I clearly saw him coming this way. At the scene, there were only Bibi Dong and a few guards, one of whom cautiously pointed in the direction Ditian had gone. Oh, over there. The bear monarch ran towards the direction pointed by the guard. Tent area that. Su Gongzi, Holy Maiden, there's only 1 tent left. What? How is there only 1 left? The guard responsible for guarding the supplies said nervously. Since everyone who came this time was elite, there weren't many ordinary soldiers, so they were all distributed, leaving only a few tents. Also, some were taken away yesterday for the captured prisoners, so only this one is left. Fine, 1 will do. This one was specifically reserved by Bibi Dong for Qianren, who knew Su Xianyue would return at this time. Ditian and Bear Monarch don't like tents, so they don't need to worry about it, but this means, are we 3 going to squeeze together? Su Xianyue turned her head and said to them with an awkward expression, "No problem. No objections." Su Xianyue sighed in relief upon hearing their answers. "That's good, but I do have it. Protests were in vain. Let's go and have a good rest." Qianren pulled Su Xianyue towards the place where the guards were setting up tents. What a sin. However, they did nothing, because the protagonist is not capable. The next day, we gave the Star Luo Empire a chance to consider. After today, if they do not respond or refuse to surrender, we will take action directly. Bibi Dong spoke in the tent designated for meetings, surrounded by a group of titled Douluos. This time, they did not plan to let ordinary soldiers take action, as they would just be cannon fodder. Instead, they would crush them directly with a bunch of titled Douluos. This time, counting Bibi Dong, there were a total of 8 titled Douluos present, enough to dominate, not to mention the Emperor Tian and Bear King brought by Su Xianyue. Chapter 164. Meanwhile, in a palace with a similar architectural style to the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, a golden-haired man leaned on the throne with a worried expression. He had a strong build, tall and slender, with long golden hair cascading down his back, dressed in luxurious platinum clothing, and sporting a small beard, exuding a domineering aura. At this moment, a younger man, who resembled him but was much younger, slowly spoke. "Father, no need to say more. My mind is made up. You all hurry and run." The person beside him was not Dai Mubai, but Davis. "Run? Father, I've answered many times, I will not run." The Star Luo Emperor looked at Davis's determined eyes and his furrowed brow relaxed a little. Are you sure? Sure. Sigh. Then go tell Mubai to hurry and run. Davis quickly left, and at that moment, the voluptuous Zhu Zhiyun walked over with a worried expression as well. Davis, is there really no way? Davis sighed helplessly. The children of the Dai family will not surrender. Zhiyun, hurry and leave. There's still time. No, you promised me. You wouldn't leave me. What? Zhu Zhiyun was very emotional, and Davis gritted his teeth and knocked her out. Looks like I have to break my promise. Forgive me. After sending Zhu Zhiyun back to the Zhu family, Davis walked towards Dai Mubai's residence. At this time, Dai Mubai was also preparing for war. Looking at his battle armor, Dai Mubai's expression revealed deep sadness, mixed with a hint of anticipation. Stop looking. You can't go to the battlefield. A teasing voice came from behind, and Dai Mubai turned around with an unhappy face. Hey, I'm better than you. If you can go to the battlefield, why can't I? What do you want with me? Davis walked to Dai Mubai's battle armor and gently caressed it. What are you doing? This is my battle armor. You don't want to steal it, do you? Dai Mubai shouted, but when he saw Davis's expression, he suddenly became serious. It seems you won't have the chance to wear it. This is your fare. Take it and hurry and leave. Davis pulled out a large bag of money and threw it to Dai Mubai, then prepared to leave. Dai Mubai did not catch it, and the money bag fell to the ground. This action also angered Dai Mubai. Davis, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm a coward? If you want to fight, I'm ready. Dai Mubai felt humiliated, his soul power erupting. However, Davis suddenly turned around, his gaze filled with warm gentleness. Such a gaze felt familiar to Dai Mubai, like the way Davis looked at him when they were young, only this time it carried sadness. Davis, you. In the next second, Davis's expression instantly became serious. I am insulting you. You little brat, what battle are you fighting? Hurry and get lost. Take your mistress and get lost. Davis shouted this whole sentence, but Dai Mubai was not angered by it. He was not a fool and could see what Davis meant. You. He was stunned, just about to say something when Davis came over and pressed down on his shoulder. Listen to me. One of us brothers must survive. In the past and now, hurry and leave. Seeing Davis like this, Dai Mubai felt it was very familiar, and in a moment of distraction, Davis directly punched him on the head, knocking him out. Sigh. Someone, take him to the Zhu family, and let those who want to leave take him with them. The guards hurriedly ran in and took the unconscious Dai Mubai away. After doing all this, Davis returned to the Star Luo Emperor. How is Mubai? I knocked him out and had someone take him to the Zhu family. The Star Luo Emperor stood up and slowly walked in front of Davis. To carry on the Dai family's lineage, just one of him may not be enough. What? Davis hadn't reacted yet when a fist appeared in his vision, growing larger. With a bang, Davis was also knocked out. The Star Luo Emperor clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and turned away with a flick of his sleeve. Someone, take him to the Zhu family. After Davis was taken away, the Star Luo Emperor looked up sadly. You both can survive, that will be good. And so, the days of war arrived, and the Spirit Hall began to gather people. The fighting strength of the Star Luo Empire was far inferior to ours. They only had the Star Luo Emperor as a title, 2 soul Douluos, 9 soul saints, and the rest could be ignored, with 400,000 ordinary soldiers. The Star Luo Empire was powerful, and having such fighting strength for just one empire was not bad. However, the sects of the Star Luo Empire had no sense of national identity. Like grass on the wall, all submitted when facing the Spirit Hall. As for those soldiers, they were not bad either. Not many ran away, and the remaining 30,000 of the 400,000 in the Spirit Hall's intelligence report remained. Fortunately, the Star Luo Emperor was not harsh on them. These people were not cowards and were all determined to fight to the end. Su Xianwei just got up, stretched lazily, and walked out with sleepy eyes, followed by Qianren Xue. Today is the day they're going to fight, right? But I feel like it has nothing to do with me. It's a wasted trip. Qianren Xue could be said to have made a wasted trip, as everyone here is a title de law, so it has nothing to do with her. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, Bibi Dong must have called her for another reason. Sure enough, Bibi Dong assigned her a task. You should go persuade them to surrender again. You've been in the Tiando Imperial Palace for so long. You should be good at this kind of thing, right? Qianren Xue. Persuade them to surrender? Are you kidding me? You call me here just for this? Qianren Xue looked speechless, while Bibi Dong had a serious expression, leaving Su Xianyue confused as well. Persuade them to surrender? Oh, I see. Using the divine attribute of the six-winged angel to instill a sense of worship in them. That's really high level. But is this useful? Su Xianyue expressed her thoughts, and Bibi Dong nodded. I do have this idea to make them surrender if possible, otherwise too many people dying is not beneficial for us. The Spirit Hall seeks conquest, not invasion, so of course if it can be resolved peacefully, we should resolve it peacefully. This is to have Qian Rinxue take on the role of the good cop. Alright, I understand. Remember to act a bit gentler. Qian Rinxue left, and Bibi Dong casually reminded her, then turned to look at Su Xianyue. As for you, just go play the bad cop, and if they still don't surrender, make an example of them, act a bit more convincingly. Yes. Su Xianyue answered silently, and walked towards that direction. Originally, this blackface character was left for her by Bibi Dong, and now that Su Xianyue has come, she can save some effort. The purpose of Bibi Dong calling Qian Rinxue over was very simple, to act with her, making these soldiers willingly give up, so that the Xingluo Empire could maintain its vitality and their losses would be minimized. Bringing so many title duo also served as a deterrent. They were already frightened, and now, with an angel gently urging them to surrender. Who could withstand that? If the angel's persuasion didn't work, then they could only resort to battle. Chapter 165. The war has begun. It's over. A large group of Xingluo soldiers stood on the battlefield, waiting for their enemies to arrive. Each of them had a look of indifference towards death, staring straight ahead without flinching. In the center of their formation, on a war chariot, the Xingluo Emperor was clad in armor, accompanied by a black-haired young woman, clearly the Xingluo Empress, whose martial soul was the Zhu family's nethercat. To be honest, I've never understood their relationship, with the two families intermarrying for generations. Aren't Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing close relatives? They remained silent until a golden light flew in from the distance. Qian Rinxue, under the martial soul possession, was dazzling, her golden wings radiating a sacred aura. As soon as she appeared, all the soldiers were shaken by this aura, but they quickly reacted and took up a fighting stance. People of Xingluo, we still say, if you surrender, we will not harm you. It's not too late now. Qian Rinxue said lightly, but the effect was clearly minimal. Give up hope. The soldiers of Xingluo can be killed, but cannot be insulted. The Xingluo Emperor responded sternly, and at that moment, Su Xianyue also flew out. The moment that evil aura emerged, all the soldiers began to tremble slightly, with a few already losing the courage to stand firm. After all, they were just ordinary people. Although they had experienced great storms and waves, they were still not enough in the face of such an aura. Think clearly about your fate if you do not surrender. The originally clear voice now carried a strong, killing intent, intimidating all around. The soldiers finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to retreat. The Xingluo Emperor looked at Su Xianyue in the sky, his soul power stirring, seemingly intending to take action. These small movements were quickly noticed, and the two were fixated on the position of the Xingluo Emperor. You must think carefully. If you die, what will happen to your wives and children? They might remarry, and then others will live in your house, spend your money, sleep with your wives, and even beat your children. I wonder if you will die with your eyes closed. Su Xianyue said this with an expressionless face, and at that moment, the soldiers looked as if they had just awakened from a dream. That's right, my wife and children. It seems that what they mean is that they won't harm our families. It seems so. What should we do? The soldiers' resolve wavered, and Emperor Xingluo also became a bit flustered. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Don't listen to their deception. How can there be unbroken eggs under a collapsed nest? They are tricking you into surrendering. At that time, you will truly have no power to resist." The Emperor's deterrent power was strong, and the wavering soldiers immediately regained their morale. Su Xianyue smiled as she watched the scene, which was just what she wanted. It's best if they fight. Sister, let's go back and just say there's nothing to talk about with this group. She turned to Qian Rinxue and said a word, and they planned to leave. Stop. You think you can just leave after coming here? All-out attack. Emperor Xingluo launched an attack, and a crimson arrow engulfed in flames shot towards them, fired by one of the soldiers among them, but it was easily dodged. I don't have time to fight you guys, bye-bye. Su Xianyue turned around and mocked them, taking advantage of their flying superiority to leave. Damn it. All units on alert. Prepare to engage. In fact, Su Xianyue really hoped to see them fight, although they were all ordinary souls. If converted into soul ring years, it might not even add up to a year. But there were over 300,000 soldiers here, and they could easily pile up a 200,000 year soul ring. Su Xianyue didn't want to let this opportunity pass. Moreover, there was a title Douluo and 2 soul Douluo, which made it even more unmissable. After returning to their camp and explaining the situation, Bibi Dong ordered an attack. Then let's go on the offensive. Xianyue, let your subordinates take the lead. I can see that the two of them can't wait any longer. Xiangjun had already been holding back his anger, and with a rare opportunity to vent, he naturally couldn't wait. The more humans die, the better. Ha ha ha. Xiangjun shouted, and the transformed back to his original form, grabbing Xiangjun and heading over there. The other title weren't idle either and followed along. Hey, you all fly slower. I'm afraid of heights. Tianming was also brought along as support. He was very powerful and was carried away by Shilong. Watching a group of tidal Douluo flying away in the sky, such a spectacular scene could be said to be rare in 100 years. Su Xianyue did not rush over at first. It would not be too late after they finished. After a while, there was a huge explosion in the distance, along with the roar of Xiangjun and various beams of light shooting into the sky, looking spectacular from afar. Bibi Dong gazed in that direction, her eyes filled with melancholy, quietly watching as if lost in thought. Su Xianyue watched for a while and was about to head to the battlefield when Ning Rongrong called out to him, seemingly with something on her mind. Su Xianyue, is this really okay? After all, this is Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's country. Ning Rongrong clearly felt reluctant to see Dai Mubai's country being invaded just like that, but there was nothing she could do. After being comforted by Su Xianyue a couple of times, she felt better. It's us doing this, not the seven-treasure glazed tile school, so why feel guilty? After all, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing shared a bond as classmates, so it's only natural for her to feel sympathetic. After casually saying a few words, Su Xianyue headed to the battlefield. The war was in full swing, but it was evident that it was a one-sided crushing defeat, especially with that bear-like guy running amok. No one could stop him. The battle was intense, huh? Hey, why aren't you going? Little master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The humanoid Emperor Tian stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed on a high cliff, and Su Xianyue came to his side. Boring. He responded lightly and fell silent, and Su Xianyue couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Below, the flames of war raged, with several tidal Douluos being directly flattened, and that bear-like guy chaos reeking in the middle. At this moment, Su Xianyue was constantly circling above them, absorbing the ever-rising souls. So, Su Xianyue's ecstatic laughter was even more terrifying in the ears of the already frightened Xinglua soldiers. They had originally been too preoccupied to notice, but they heard it clearly, because that laughter was indeed quite terrifying. Di Tian stood on the cliff, quietly observing all of this, his face serious as he shook his head helplessly, as if lamenting something. He was certainly not lamenting for these Xinglua soldiers, but rather for Su Xianyue, who was laughing so recklessly. Whether it was a good thing for him to grow up, he wasn't sure. After a long time, the Xinglua Empire was completely crushed, with the war ending in the deaths of the Xinglua Emperor and Empress, leaving behind 13,000 soldiers. The Spirit Hall suffered almost no casualties, as these ordinary soldiers were completely unable to deal with them. Only the Xinglua Emperor's martial soul fusion skill had caused them some trouble, while the others shattered at a single touch. It's over, let's go collect the spoils, Bibi Dong said, her emotions showing no fluctuations. They went to take over the former Xinglua Empire, while Su Xianyue went to digest the souls he had absorbed, feeling a bit chaotic and needing time to sort things out. Unfortunately, there was no fifth soul ring, otherwise it could have reached 100,000 years. Forget it, let's just improve the physical body. Chapter 166. Ning Rongrong charges ahead, with the continent unified. The Spirit Hall was left empty, as a large number of officials were needed to manage it, and taking over Xinglua required a lot of complicated procedures. However, none of this concerned Su Xianyue, who was now leisurely wandering around. Today was a good day. Su Xianyue. Ning Rongrong suddenly pounced over, interrupting Su Xianyue's humming. Get down here. Su Xianyue. What are you doing now? Ning Rongrong followed beside Su Xianyue, her head peeking out as she asked. What else can I do? Just playing. And I want to state once again, we are just ordinary friends, so don't get any ideas about me. Su Xianyue replied. TCH, who cares? If it weren't for the marriage alliance, who would want to marry you with that awful temper of yours? Su Xianyue glanced at her and didn't say much. After a while, Ning Rongrong spoke again. What about Sister Shui? The Spirit Hall is short on people, and she was taken away too. Oh, the Spirit Hall is currently unprecedentedly short on personnel, especially since it has unified the continent, which is understandable. Moreover, Qianren Xue had been a crown prince, so her being taken away was expected. However, after Su Xianyue returned from the City of Slaughter, she hadn't seen Yin and the others, and when she asked Bibi Dong, she only said they had gone to the extreme northern lands for training and wouldn't be back for a while. So now, The only one who can accompany Su Xianyue is Ning Rongrong. There's not much going on lately. Where should we go to have fun? Anywhere. There aren't many entertainment venues in Douluo continent. If I had to say, there are theaters, but Su Xianyue doesn't understand those and only feels like they're making a lot of noise. By the way, Su Xianyue, who taught you these wood carvings? Can you teach me? I'm bored anyway. Ning Rongrong suddenly turned to Su Xianyue, and he was a bit puzzled. I taught myself, and honestly, if I had other options, I wouldn't want to do this. Are you sure you want to learn? This thing is not only useless, but also incredibly annoying. Using carving to learn control of strength, although not the best method, is still quite useful. Su Xianyue hadn't had any issues with her strength over the years. Then never mind. How about teaching me to cook? I've never learned to cook in my life. This. Su Xianyue looked at Ning Rongrong's expectant gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. After all, she had nothing to do anyway, so it was just a way to pass the time. In the kitchen, Su Xianyue's loud shouts could be heard. This is how you hold a knife. Cut like this. Yes, just like that. Cut evenly. Use high heat to stir fry. Drain the water first before frying. Stir fry vigorously. Use some strength. Yes, just like that. Good, good. Salt doesn't cost money. Just a small spoon is enough. Too salty. Add some sugar. After a struggle, a plate of, well, it looked acceptable dish was brought to Su Xianyue by Ning Rongrong. You have to taste it. This is my first dish in my life. Looking at the confident Ning Rongrong, Su Xianyue gave her a disdainful glance. Carefully picked up the dish and put it in her mouth. It should be edible, right? Suddenly feeling something was off. Su Xianyue spat it out. What is this? You didn't wash the pot, did you? Huh? Don't need to wash the pot first? You didn't say. Su Xianyue covers her face. JPG, my oversight. Ever since Su Xianyue casually taught her a little, Ning Rongrong had been like a chicken on steroids, making dishes for Su Xianyue every day. And then, Ning Rongrong, before stewing the chicken, you should first pluck the feathers clean. Su Xianyue looked at the chicken soup in front of her, floating with a few chicken feathers, and frowned. I'll be more careful next time. Oh, right, I also made a cake. This recipe was sourced from the pastry chef in the kitchen, so it should be fine. Eggshell? Su Xianyue picked a small piece of eggshell off the cake. Mistake. But I knew something would go wrong. So I also made 2 boiled eggs. Hearing this, Su Xianyue breathed a sigh of relief. The boiled egg should be fine, right? While thinking this, Ning Rongrong took out 2 blackened eggs. What is this? Boiled eggs? Although they're a bit dark, they should still be okay. They should be fine. Just a bit too little water. I'll be more careful next time. Huh? Do boiled eggs need water? A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Woo-woo. Sad Ning Rongrong sat on the bench crying, while Su Xianyue held her forehead and sat next to her. There's no need to be sad. It's just the beginning. Everyone goes through this. Really woo-woo. With tears all over her face, Ning Rongrong looked at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue? Really? The first time I cooked, I almost blew up the kitchen. Of course, I'm just trying to cheer her up. Who would be so bad at cooking that they almost blew up the kitchen? Hearing Su Xianyue's words, Ning Rongrong felt a little better and regained her spirit. All right, I don't believe I can't do it. I will work hard, persist, strive. With her rallying cry, Ning Rongrong returned to the kitchen. I hope she doesn't actually blow up the kitchen. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After Ning Rongrong left, Su Xianyue also began to work on his wood carvings. After absorbing the souls of 200,000 soldiers to strengthen his body, he needed time to adapt. So he wasn't in the mood to deal with the 5th spirit ring for now. It wouldn't delay his level anyway. Sigh, if only there were other methods. This one is too inefficient. Unfortunately, he doesn't know Tai Chi or Zingi Yiquan. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to rely on carving to control and ease his power. Back in the room, looking at the large piece of log in front of him, Su Xianyue rubbed his chin. What should I carve? Almost everyone I know has been carved already. While pondering, the image of Ning Rongrong in the kitchen came to mind. Got it, I'll carve a kitchen maid. By the afternoon, Su Xianyue finished his work, and that woman also finished hers. Su Xianyue, you try again. This is definitely going to work. Ning Rongrong ran in with a plate of cake and saw Su Xianyue admiring his work. Oh, wait a minute. Let me adjust a few things. You take a look. Does it look like? Su Xianyue pointed at the life-sized wooden carving in front of her, which is a chef version of Ning Rongrong. Wow, it looks quite similar, but why is this outfit so skimpy? It's just an apron and nothing else. 18 plus fruit body apron Ning Rongrong. Ypsilonore annoink. Why make something like this? Ning Rongrong skate po panchu yen his chest. Su Xianyue. Ahem, let's take a look at your cake first. It looks nice. Su Xianyue casually praised, and Ning Rongrong instantly fell silent. Of course. I spent an entire afternoon experimenting, so hurry up and try it. Su Xianhua looked at her and cautiously took a bite. Not bad. There's progress. That is. He, looking at the pure and bright smile of Ning Rongrong in front of him, a familiar feeling rose in Su Xianhua's heart. As if facing a first love, naive, awkward, shy, these long-lost feelings all appeared, surrounding Su Xianhua's cold heart. It's a pity that I can no longer respond to this feeling. He lowered his head, clutching his chest, seeming to be in discomfort. Chapter 167, 166 Silver Dragon start Do Great Forest in the underground cave, where Tian and the others used to live. Tian was walking slowly. Su Xianhua did not restrict their freedom. Recently, with nothing to do, he also took leave from Su Xianhua and returned here. He walked straight to the deepest part of the cave, ignoring the darkness within. Eventually, he reached the end of the cave, where there was nothing. But the rock wall in front of him emitted a faint glow. These lights were arranged in a strange pattern, and the colors were vibrant, quite beautiful. Tian closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before placing his hand on it. Suddenly, streams of light radiated, and a powerful wave of soul power surged from this pattern, so strong that even Tian found it somewhat overwhelming. Tian, what do you summon me for? A deep voice, indistinguishable in gender and race, resonated from the pattern. Tian quickly knelt on one knee. My lord, you have finally awakened. I have important matters to report. What is it? Speak quickly. Tian recounted the events of the past few days. A strange race of younglings, resembling angels but black in color, their aura terrifying, comparable to mine. Interesting. And you were placed under a slavery curse by him? You cannot break it yourself? I will meet with him. Powerful soul energy surged from the pattern and entered Tian's forehead. After a long while, the soul energy dissipated. This is not a power belonging to this world. I cannot break it. What? My lord, you also cannot break a power that does not belong to this world? Then what exactly is this? The voice fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. In that case, I need to see the one you mentioned in person. Tian, bring him to me. Yes. Tian acknowledged and left, while the voice remained silent for a moment, muttering to itself. If it truly is a power from another world, it might make for a good ally. The light emitted from the pattern gradually faded, returning to its original state. Wuhuan City. 3. I am Expelled. Ha 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 ha. The usual trio, Hulaina and the others had already returned and were playing cards with Su Xianhua. I say, where were you all in the extreme north? I went to the extreme north when I left the city of slaughter. Su Xianhua was playing cards while asking. Nciu replied similarly. Sigh, don't mention it. We encountered a 10,000-year Titan snow demon and almost lost our lives. After we heal from our injuries, we'll go back. But for some reason, those soul beasts seem to have gone mad. They see us and act like they've been injected with adrenaline. Luckily, we ran fast. Yin interjected. Exactly. It's the same everywhere. Even the soul beasts that were fighting gave up their battles to chase us down and bite us, which is really strange. Enough about these misfortunes. Su Xianhua, I heard that the Spirit Hall has unified the continent. Hulaina interrupted their complaints and asked Su Xianhua about serious matters. Yes, let me tell you. The battlefield was truly filled with people and corpses everywhere. It was incredibly spectacular. Upon hearing this, Hulaina suddenly said, Then, should I work even harder? Work hard for what? Of course, to fight for the position of heir. Don't think I will give it to you. Hulaina had been taken as a disciple by Bibi Dong since she was young and had always aimed to become the Pope. Now that the Spirit Hall has been established, she seemed even more excited. This is something we both don't need to think about. The heir position has been predetermined a long time ago. Su Xianhua casually mentioned this matter, which excited Hulaina, causing her to stand up abruptly. What did you say? It's a predetermined decision. Such significant news made Yin and Shiyue lose their composure as well. It's predetermined. Why are you all so excited? Tell me who it is. Hulaina, the most excited of them all, grabbed Su Xianhua's collar and questioned him. It's the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Temple, Qianrenxue. Who else could it be? Holy Maiden. Qianrenxue? Who is that? The three of them simultaneously voiced their confusion. You don't know? The three shook their heads. She is the current heir of the Qian family, who founded the Wuhuan Temple, and the daughter of the Pope. Wait, you really don't know? Daughter? The teacher has a daughter? Hulaina suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. Her long-held goal was predetermined, and what kind of feeling was that? Su Xianhua looked at her, and decided that it was better to endure a short pain than a long one. So she told her everything at once. Don't blame the teacher. She is also acting in this position of pope. The former pope, Qian Sun, died suddenly, and at that time, Qian Renshue was still young. Since no one else took the position, the teacher did. Sooner or later, this position has to be returned to its rightful owner. The revelation hit them like a thunderbolt. Not only Hulaina, but also Yin and Shiyue were left speechless, losing all interest in their card game. This is too much information. I can't handle it. Let's continue another day. We should leave now. The three of them departed, and Su Xianyue stood there dazed, watching their retreating figures. Should I have kept this from them? It doesn't matter. They will find out sooner or later. Su Xianyue finished tidying up the cards on the ground. And at that moment, Emperor Tian appeared behind her. Huh, Emperor Tian? What are you doing? Come with me. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Huh? You said, someone wants to see me? Who is it? Don't worry about it. You'll know when you get there. Su Xianyue sat on top of Dishiang, and he could see that they were flying towards the Stardow Forest. What are we going to the Stardow Forest for? Just right, I still need a soul ring. Dishiang ignored him and continued to fly at full speed towards their residence in the Stardow Forest. It didn't take long to arrive. You seem quite anxious. Who exactly are we meeting? Su Xianyue was pondering who else in the Starry Forest was worth Tian bringing him over so urgently. Then, as they entered the cave, a bad premonition arose. What on earth? Who exactly are you taking me to see? Su Xianyue suddenly stepped back, looking at Emperor Tian warily. Emperor Tian seemed to have anticipated this reaction and did not show much response. We mean no harm. She just wants to meet you. She? Who? As Su Xianyue wondered who the she was that Emperor Tian mentioned, a deep voice echoed from the depths of the cave, resonating directly in their minds. I mean no harm, so you can rest assured. From this voice, Su Xianyue felt a strong sense of crisis, but did not sense any threat. They truly had no malicious intent. However, Su Xianyue still felt wary. Rest assured, we really mean no harm. Besides, didn't you say that if you die, we would die too? I won't harm you, Emperor Tian said. But Su Xianyue remained uncertain. After all, these words could just be a trick to deceive him. He had already remembered who was inside, and who knows if that person understood how to lift this contract. There was no other way now. If they tried to escape, it would probably provoke that guy inside. They had to tough it out and see. It was just a silver dragon king. I'm not afraid, not afraid. Su Xianyue comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 168, 167 Cooperation. As they delved deeper, they reached the end of the passage. You are quite extraordinary. How should I address you? Approaching the glowing pattern, the voice emerged. You can just call me by my name. I am Su Xianyue. What about you? Just call me Silver Dragon. You are even more extraordinary than I expected. I've seen black angels in other planes, but you, Su Xianyue, are even more powerful than those so-called fallen angels. Are there fallen angels in other planes? It seems so. Su Xianyue's confusion didn't linger for long. After a brief greeting, she got straight to the point. Why did you ask Emperor Tian to call me here? Just tell me what it's about. Judging by your expression, it seems you haven't fallen into the hands of those guys yet. Those guys? Which guys? The ones up in the sky. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just know that your power doesn't belong to this world, and sooner or later, you will be erased by them. So, you have a path laid out before you. Wait, let me clarify what you're saying. Are you saying those guys in the sky will hunt me down because of my power? It's quite terrifying to think about. These few sentences awakened Su Xianyue to the realization that her power does not belong to this world, nor to any world under the jurisdiction of the divine realm, and they would not stand by and do nothing. Su Xianyue was still in shock when the Silver Dragon King continued. Those pedantic guys won't directly attack you because they cling to their so-called rules, but they can strike at you indirectly. For example, they could send their messengers or successors to eliminate you, and sooner or later, you will face their pursuit. However, Su Xianyue completely did not believe it. What nonsense! I haven't done anything, yet I have to be hunted down just for this martial soul? Are they out of their minds? Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King let out a sneer. Ha ha! You don't understand them. When I was in their position, I was oppressed simply for my rapidly growing power. Would these guys tolerate the existence of someone who could threaten them growing freely? You might still be too weak right now and haven't drawn their attention. But once you enter their sight, After these words, Su Xianyue's heart became uneasy. What do you mean? What will happen if I enter their sight? The Silver Dragon King did not answer him directly, only letting out a meaningful laugh. Su Xianyue was completely on edge. If what the Silver Dragon King said was true, and he had already been to the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? Exactly. That's why I said there was no god of slaughter domain. This makes sense now. He had already caught the attention of the divine realm, and it was likely that a deity intervened to manually stop his god of slaughter domain. But just like this, he still couldn't be certain and needed more evidence. You can choose not to believe me right now. You can go back, and whenever you have thought it through, you're always welcome to return. It's all so baffling. Su Xianyue didn't dare to think too much about these matters and turned to leave. That group of guys would definitely not sit idly by and watch him grow. Dition, just follow him well. He will agree. Yes, my lord. Dition followed Su Xianyue out, and at that moment, the murmurs of the Silver Dragon King also came through. Strange power, but it works in my favor. Su Xianyue. You won't disappoint me, right? Ha ha. After walking out of the cave, Su Xianyue kept feeling uneasy. The Silver Dragon King was now awake, but couldn't come out due to the divine realm surveillance. So why should I be afraid of her? Really, the Silver Dragon King currently poses no threat to Su Xianyue, but he had to take her words seriously. Although this could be seen as a means for the Silver Dragon King to lure him, it wouldn't be foolish enough to threaten him with something completely baseless. Even if she thinks Su Xianyue is unaware of these insider details, that's impossible. Could it be? Those gods would really take action against me? Forget it. Anyway, there's nothing much I can do now. Leveling up is the most important. Even if the gods were to act against him, they wouldn't personally intervene. The rules of the divine realm are there, and these gods wouldn't easily break them. Anyway, Su Xianyue knows he must be more cautious in the future because of the heirs of the gods and such things. Let's not think about these things for now. I still need to deal with the soul rings. Let's go. You handle the soul rings yourself. I'm leaving first. When Su Xianyue gathered her spirits to start searching for soul rings, Emperor Tian dropped a sentence and left. Sigh. You. Forget it, do as you wish anyway. There is nothing to be afraid of in the Star Dogray Forest. Su Xianyue was clear about his combat power. There were indeed few threats in the Stardew Forest, at least nothing that could kill him in one hit. Watching the gigantic figure of Di Tian gradually recede into the distance, Su Xianyue decided not to pay it any mind and advanced towards the core area with his martial soul activated. He had now devised a method where he could just fly, and if a suitable soul beast appeared nearby, his intuition would inform him. This was quite convenient. But why is my intuition so accurate? It feels similar to the instincts of soul beasts. It's strange. Su Xianyue weekend erpache, constantly circling in this starry forest. A defense type. Defense type. Got it. The feeling is here. Su Xianyue was searching for the soul ring with her eyes closed when that familiar feeling suddenly appeared. There. Su Xianyue determined the direction and charged forward. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Somewhere in the forest, a massive beast moved slowly. Next to trees averaging 80 meters tall, this figure didn't seem very large, but it stood a full 15 meters tall. It was a creature resembling both a monkey and a gorilla, with dark fur and strong muscles, walking upright at a slow pace. Its two amber eyes scanned the surroundings and then slowly looked up at the sky. In the sky, a purple meteor flew toward it, suddenly halting about 30 meters away, then leaping off in another direction. The giant ape scratched its head, seemingly puzzled by what just happened. But unable to figure it out, it gave up thinking and turned to leave in the direction it came from. Meanwhile, behind a tree, that scared me. What was that? Why is my fifth spirit ring like this? Just by the size of the giant ape, Su Xianyue knew it was not ordinary, and she didn't dare to act recklessly. She had to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. The giant ape moved forward with heavy steps, completely unaware of the impending danger. In the shadows, Su Xianyue whispered, "Cursed feather." A few swaying feathers slowly floated toward the giant ape, landing on its back without it noticing. But just these few weren't enough. Su Xianyue continuously sent more feathers toward the giant ape. These feathers were negligible against the giant ape's massive size, only standing out in color but not being perceived due to the size difference. Finally, after a large pile of feathers landed on the giant ape's back, Su Xianyue prepared to strike. It should be fine, right? On average, each feather could absorb 0.5 of soul power per second. So 200 could be drained in 1 second, but it couldn't limit soul power recovery. There were only about 70 feathers on the giant ape, still not enough. And Su Xianyue continued to stack debuffs on it. Brief introduction. The ultimate darkness, the ultimate evil, the king of the sins of eternal night, will reap in this world. Unofficial introduction. The days of being deceived by a shameless system are so hard to bear, but thankfully, everyone here is talented, and their words are pleasant to hear. I really like it here, especially their souls. It's so satisfying to absorb them.